I can't stand the real young master being made a fool of by the fake one. The first thing I did when I crossed into this high martial world was to send Sister Ching directly. 100 consecutive draws unexpectedly awakened a lottery system. Collecting regret points allows for lottery draws. This is about severing ties in despair. And then everyone regrets it in a cliché plot twist? What a load of bull. This is a high martial world, for crying out loud. There's nothing that can't be solved with a punch. If there is, then use two. That beast Guzian is bullying Xiaoxi again. You're so vicious. Why don't you just die? I slowly opened my eyes to see a strange ceiling, lying on a cold floor, my whole body aching and weak. What's going on? Wasn't I discussing strategies against alien beasts with the military? Before I could gather my thoughts, sharp insults hit me again. Are you deaf, you slut? How dare you ignore me? A surge of killing intent snapped me back to reality, and I saw a fierce-looking girl charging at me with her fist raised. Having often battled alien beasts, I quickly looked up and kicked her away. I frowned immediately. What's going on? With my strength, I should have been able to break her ribs with a single kick. I looked down at my thin, bruised arms. This isn't my body. What's going on? Have I crossed over? How dare you kick me, you dog? How dare you? A piercing scream rang out again. Only then did I realize where I was. It was a nicely decorated villa. Aside from the crazed woman, there were also two servants dressed in uniforms. Guzian, I'm going to kill you. The woman exuded killing intent as she charged at me with her fists raised. My gaze turned icy in an instant. Although this body was frail, my years of battle experience allowed me to quickly rise and kick her to the ground. Before she could react, I lunged at her, raised my hand, and a loud slap echoed throughout the hall. Ah! The young master is hitting the young lady. The maid screamed loudly. My heart sank. Young master and young lady? Could the original owner be related to this woman? You dare! The woman's face was filled with anger and disbelief. Just a moment ago, Guzian was a coward. How did he suddenly change? Guzian, you beast, I'm going to kill you. Another slap. My eyes were as cold as if I were looking at a corpse. On the battlefield, there is no distinction between men and women. Since crossing over, I had been insulted by this woman. Anyone who dares to insult me must pay the price. Unfortunately, this body is too weak. Using my fists might lead to injury, so I slapped her repeatedly. The two servants were stunned by the scene before them. What happened to this young master? Previously, when he was scolded by the fourth young lady, he didn't even dare to resist. He didn't even dare to argue back, silently accepting the beatings until she calmed down. But now, after slapping her more than 10 times, a mechanical voice suddenly echoed in my mind. Ding! The system has arrived. Hello, host. This is lottery system number 233. Which allows you to experience lottery draws. Wait a moment, I'll draw the next person before I draw you. The system was confused. Does anyone understand? I just arrived, and the host is already drawing. Host, you are drawing the original owner's biological sister. Biological sister? I paused for a second and then hit her even harder. As soon as I opened my eyes, I was met with her insults and beatings. How could she be a biological sister? Slap after slap rained down on Gu Feifei's face, turning her once pretty face into a swollen mess. After over 40 slaps, I suddenly stopped. System, are you going to give me some kind of newbie gift pack? Is there anything to restore my stamina? What does the host want? This body is too weak. I want to restore my stamina and keep drawing. The system was stunned. Haven't you drawn enough yet? I raised an eyebrow and said, let's talk. Do you have it or not? Yes, I'm currently exchanging a newbie gift pack for the host. Congratulations! The host has obtained the basic body technique manual. After completing the exchange and restoring stamina, you will receive one. In an instant, a warm current flowed into my body, and my previously exhausted body regained considerable strength. I continued to raise my hand, only stopping after over 100 slaps. Feeling satisfied, I finally asked, now tell me, system, what is your purpose in bringing me here? Originally, I was born in a high martial world and became the head of a top family at just 30, someone everyone feared and respected. Easily susceptible to invasion, while I was discussing battle strategies with the military, a flickering light suddenly appeared. When I woke up, I found myself in this frail body, beginning to receive the original owner's memories. The original owner was a favored child of destiny, but was kidnapped and abandoned by a wicked nanny right after birth. However, at the age of 6, due to his exceptional talent, he was adopted by the head of the martial arts academy in Magic City. At 18, he was discovered by Mitsui, a martial arts instructor, and recognized by Gu Jia, becoming a prominent young master. However, this favored child of fortune suddenly faced invasions from two world consciousnesses due to destiny, leading to a dramatic change in his life. The wicked nanny's son became the young master of the Gu family, and under the scheming of young master Jia, the original owner became someone everyone could bully and humiliate. But the original owner longed for family affection, enduring everything until he finally lost hope, severing ties and dying in a place where no one knew him. After the original owner left, those who bullied him realized that it was all orchestrated by the Green Tea Brother. In anger, they drove him away and continued living with regret. The point in time I arrived at was 3 months after the original owner was expelled from the martial arts academy and recognized by the Gu family. After viewing the memory fragments, I was left speechless. What a crazy situation. What kind of ninja turtle can endure this? Saying that, I stepped directly on the unconscious Gu Feifei's face. Alright, system, let's get to the point. How can I go back? Host, I am the lottery system. As long as you collect the destruction points related to the original owner, you can draw once for every 1,000 points. This system can convert destruction points into power, transmitting it to destiny to help defeat the other two world consciousnesses, at which point you can return. To compensate the host, Destiny has sent me martial arts manuals suitable for your training. As long as you learn one, you will receive 3 lottery draws. During your training, this system will open a training space for you, where time outside will be frozen. I scanned through a list of skills, my brow involuntarily furrowing. Didn't I already know all of this before I crossed over? Whatever, I'll just treat it as practicing a low-level character. After a while, I got up and went to the original owner's room to tidy up. The room was actually a dark, damp storage room. Ignoring the dripping ceiling, I opened the drawer. Inside are some casual gifts, a watch, a leather wallet, and a small amount of cash, all cheap items given by the 7 sisters when the original owner returned home, packed into a plastic bag as I prepared to leave. I noticed the sticky notes on the cabinet, which recorded the preferences of the Gu family members. From the system's memory, I learned that these notes were extremely important tools. After the original owner severed ties with the Gu family, one sister would come here one day, surprised to find her younger brother living in the storage room. Seeing the words filled with care and joy, that sister would fall into deep memories. Disgusted by the pathetic plot, I tore down the sticky notes, burned them all, and turned to leave the storage room. As I passed through the hall, Gu Feifei was still lying on the ground, but someone had already contacted the Gu family head and called for an ambulance. Time was running short, and I couldn't be bothered with them. Tonight, I had to confront the Gu family directly, and I needed to be fully prepared. I looked at the scars on my arm and smiled coldly. As the once proud head of the family before my reincarnation, this battered body had its unique uses. Then, following the map, I arrived at the pawn shop and sold all those gifts from the sisters. Although they considered these items trash, to an ordinary person, they were brand-name products that could sell for a good price. After negotiation, the shopkeeper was willing to offer over 10,000 dragon coins. With the money, I went to a nearby electronics store and spent over 7,000 to buy a smartphone and some small items, decisively discarding the old phone I had picked up from the trash. That foolish original owner, spending money to give gifts and buy medicine for the Gu family, yet refusing to use something good for himself. For such behavior, all I can say is, idiot. Then, dragging this battered body, I headed to the hospital to get a detailed injury report. After finishing all this, it was already dark. I took a taxi back to the Gu family villa. On the way, I casually practiced a basic martial arts manual, which was the most fundamental yet quite practical guide to martial arts. It was perfect for learning with a useless body like the original owners. I focused on my breathing and felt warmth flowing within me, soon sensing my body's recovery, and an increase in stamina. At that moment, the system asked in my mind, "Host, what are you doing this for? Aren't you supposed to be collecting memory points?" I opened my eyes and smiled slightly, saying, "I'm isolated and unsupported in the Gu family, so I need to be fully prepared." A typical time traveler, upon learning of the original owner's experiences, would likely sever ties and let them regret it. But for me, severing ties means giving up what rightfully belongs to me. It would only allow those sisters and young Master Jia to live more freely, and I won't let them benefit from it. System, do you know what wealthy families value most besides money? Not knowing, I chuckled softly and fastened the small items I bought from the electronics store to my collar. Then I took out the phone from my pocket. Of course, it was Face. "Young Master Xian, you did something very wrong today," the head butler, Gu De, said sternly as I approached the door. He was loyal to the Gu family but held the original owner in utter contempt, often showing disdain and a condescending attitude. "Then tell me, what did I do wrong?" I crossed my arms and asked with a smile. Gu De was slightly taken aback. Usually, Gu Xian was submissive to everyone, showing none of the airs of a wealthy young master. When he heard that someone had beaten the 4th miss into a coma, he didn't believe it, but seeing the situation now, it seemed a bit different. Seeing Gu De's stunned reaction, I sneered and completely ignored him. But just as I was about to enter, I was stopped. Gu De said unhappily, "Young Master Xian, How could you beat the fourth miss like this? The master and madam are very angry and want you to cool off outside. I could only go in after they cooled off. Usually, as long as he mentioned the master and madam, the original owner would bow his head and agree to anything. But I'm not the original owner, a submissive turtle. As my biological parents, they ignored me being insulted and beaten for 3 months, and now I get kicked out for fighting back? I coldly questioned. Guda, looking very displeased, adjusted his glasses and arrogantly said, in any case, the master and madam do not permit you to enter. Please, young master, do not make it difficult for me. Looking at this guard dog, I couldn't help but sneer. I had practiced basic martial arts and my strength had increased significantly. Butler Gu, you've bullied me quite a bit during this time, haven't you? As soon as my words fell, I kicked him hard in the leg. A cracking sound of bones echoed, and Guda wanted to scream in pain, but as soon as he opened his mouth, I pressed him down, forcing all the sounds back into his belly. I stared at him with icy eyes. Are you happy seeing your master being bullied? Before Guda could react, I delivered 2 quick punches and then kicked at his other knee. Stricken, Guda felt a sudden darkness before his eyes, cold sweat pouring down. He had already been dismissed. After saying that, I gave him no chance to speak or think and directly punched toward his parents. The fierce impact caused Guda to faint on the spot. I then looked at the gilded wooden door of the Gu family. I kicked it open without hesitation, and a girl's scream came from inside. I smiled as I walked into the villa. As soon as I stepped into the hall, I heard a serious and cold voice say, "Unfilial son. Kneel down, you false young master," my biological father demanded. I glanced coldly around the hall, at my biological father Gu Jianren sitting on the sofa, my mother Bai Hualian who appeared elegant yet flustered, and my 3 sisters. I sneered, does the Gu family have a throne to inherit? Forcing someone to kneel without asking for reasons is just outdated. Gu Jianren was taken aback at first, then exploded in anger, cursing, how dare you talk back, unfilial son. It's our kindness that led you to commit such a vile act as beating Sister Ching. Second sister Gu Aili looked disdainful and sneered, what a lowly person, no wonder you grew up in the countryside. Fifth sister Gu Shuerong pointed at me and shouted, you even dared to hit the fourth sister, you're not my brother Xian. How could you randomly hit your fourth sister? The original owner's mother Bai Hualian showed a sorrowful expression inside, he hits you and scolds you for your own good. I crossed my arms and smiled at their performance. The Gu family's dynamics were just like a drama of true and false young masters. My father, Gu Jianren, managed the story group. Originally a heiress of the Bai family, she married Gu Jianren and bore 7 daughters. My mother, Bai Hualian, was the president of the story group and the eldest sister. Gu Wolin, the youngest surgical prodigy in history, and second sister Gu Aiying. Third sister Gu Meishin, a somewhat famous martial arts instructor. Fourth sister Gu Feifei, a well-known fashion designer. Fifth sister Gu Shuilong, a popular internet celebrity. The college student twins, sixth sister Gu Qingqing and seventh sister Gu Ziqing. And finally, of course, the false young master, Gu Xianxi, who was in his senior year of high school. In the era of spiritual revival, Gu Jianren naturally hoped his children would practice martial arts and become dancers, but apart from Gu Meishin, the others had no talent for cultivation. Noticing my contemptuous gaze, Gu Jianren's anger peaked. Tonight, I'm going to teach you a lesson, unfilial son. Bring me the family law. He yelled for butler Gu De, but there was no response. Bai Hualian and the 3 sisters were puzzled. Gu De had been the butler for over 20 years and usually came immediately when called. You mean butler Gu? I waved my hand and smiled lightly. He's lying outside. As soon as I finished speaking, there was a commotion from the servants. Oh no, the head butler has fainted outside. Gu Jianren looked at me in confusion. I returned him a bright smile. Isn't it normal to teach a disrespectful servant a lesson? Gu Jianren was instantly filled with rage. What did you do to him? I just crippled his legs, I said with a silly grin. I get bullied by servants every day, suffering endlessly. Now I've only crippled his feet. What's the big deal? Being bullied by the servants? Hearing Tang Qingma's words, Bai Hualian was shocked and covered her mouth. Bullied? Qingma, are you saying that the servants at home are bullying you? Tang Qingma glanced at Bai Hualian. As the original protagonist's mother, her behavior was just like her name, a saintly figure who only muddled through like a white lotus. Tang Qingma sneered, yes, my dear mother, do you not know that for the past 3 months since your son returned, I've been living a life worse than a dog? Tang Qingma decisively rolled up her sleeves, revealing her scarred arms and abdomen. You ask me why I hit your precious daughter? It's because if I don't fight back, she'll beat me to death. One could see that Tang Qingma's arms and abdomen were covered in dense, dark purple bruises. Although she had just practiced basic martial arts, it was still a fundamental skill and could not heal those wounds. How is that possible? Bai Hualian's regret value plus 200. Looking at those wounds, Bai Hualian took a few steps back in disbelief. her heart nearly breaking. "Can't you just check the surveillance footage?" Tang Qingma pulled her sleeves back down, sneering at the Tang sisters, who were looking down in guilt. "By the way, Tang Ali and Tang Shuerong, who are standing next to you, have also done quite a bit to me. How dare you? We are your sisters. How can you be so rude as to call us by our full names?" Tang Ali gritted her teeth. Tang Shuerong also clenched her fists and said, "You really are an uncultured wild child. I can't learn your so-called culture, treating your own brother like a dog and beating him half to death." Tang Qingma twisted her wrist, which was full of marks, and sneered, "I wonder what people outside would think of your good upbringing." "You." Tang Shuerong wanted to say something, but Bai Hualian was already in shock. "You all hit Qingma?" Even though there had been no feelings for many years, after all, Tang Qingma was her child whom she had carried for 10 months and given birth to with great difficulty. As his sister, how could they beat him like this? "Mom, it's because that bastard Tang Qingma bullied Xiaoxi." Seeing her mother starting to side with Tang Qingma, Tang Shuerong hurriedly said, agitated. As the fifth child, she had an exceptionally good relationship with Tang Xianxi. When she saw the third sister say she wanted to bring Tang Qingma back, Xiaoxi cried very hard, so Tang Shuerong had always felt very disgusted with Tang Qingma. But no matter what, he was still her brother. The Tang family could afford to raise him, thinking that if he behaved himself, they could still accept him. But she never expected that this beast would dare to bully Xiaoxi. How could she possibly let him off? Yes, when we brought him back, Xiaoxi was very sad. I even saw him push Xiaoxi down the stairs. He deserves to be beaten. The second sister, Tang Ali, said coldly. Tang Meixin said nothing but frowned tightly. It was she who discovered Tang Qingma and brought him back, but she never expected her brother to be so malicious, and she couldn't help but wonder if bringing him back was a mistake. And Tang Qingma glanced at the three sisters. Tang Shuerong, being a popular star, had been mocked by netizens for lacking acting skills and relying on capital to rise to fame since her debut. Her temper had become increasingly irritable, and she would inexplicably slap and humiliate the original protagonist when she saw her. Tang Ali was a doctor who often stayed in the hospital, but one day when she returned home, she saw the original protagonist push Tang Xianxi down the stairs, and from then on, she often found time to come home and jab the original protagonist with a syringe. As a doctor, she knew exactly where to stab to avoid fatal injuries, leaving the original protagonist covered in blood but still alive. As for Tang Meixin, after bringing the original protagonist back, she ignored her completely, pretending not to see even when the original protagonist was bullied, equally cold-blooded. Qingma, did you really bully Xiaoxi? Bai Hualian, true to her saintly nature, immediately turned to question herself upon hearing her daughter's words. Tang Qingma chuckled and retorted, you all say I bully Tang Xianxi, but where's the evidence? Xiaoxi wouldn't lie. Seeing Tang Qingma still denying it, Tang Shuerong burst into a furious tirade. That's right. Xiaoxi is different from you, a malicious person. He is very kind and would never lie, Tang Ali said sternly. Ha, what are you laughing at? Tang Jianren felt very uncomfortable seeing Tang Qingma smile. His disgraceful son had indeed changed from his usual self, but it felt like something was out of control. Very uncomfortable. So you all say so much, but there's no actual evidence, right? The three sisters of the Tang family. Tang Qingma looked at Bai Hualian. Because of the words of someone with no blood relation, everyone pushes the blame onto me. Even the butler and servants can bully me at will. The Tang family is my hell. Bai Hualian. Bai Hualian's remorse value plus 200. Bai Hualian's remorse value plus 200. Bai Hualian's remorse value plus 200. Wow. As expected of the hypocritical White Lotus, it's so easy to take advantage of her. No, that's not it. Bai Hualian immediately shed tears and knelt on the ground in pain. Mom. The three sisters of the Tang family hurriedly helped her up. Unfilial child. Do you want to kill your mother with anger? Seeing his wife distressed, Tang Jianren wanted to step forward and hit Tang Qingma. However, just as his hand was about to fall on Tang Qingma, it was caught by the latter. You. Before he could react, Tang Qingma forcefully threw Tang Jianren to the ground. Tang Jianren was already older and was just an ordinary person who had not practiced martial arts. Being thrown like that, he crashed to the ground. You actually dare to lay a hand on your father. Unfilial beast. Tang Jianren immediately pointed at him and cursed, if I had known this would happen, I shouldn't have recognized you. Let you starve to death outside. Bai Hualian and the three sisters of the Tang family were also shocked. How dare Tang Qingma? Usually, when scolded by his father, he wouldn't even dare to lift his eyes. Now he actually fought back. Tang Qingma merely looked coldly at Tang Jianren. How strange, I actually have parents. What did you say, you beast? Tang Ali gritted her teeth. Her gaze was not like that of a sister looking at her own brother, but rather like that of an enemy. I grew up outside for 18 years and was only recognized 3 months ago. Tang Qingma waved his hand, his tone sighing, and, this so-called home is a place where the Tang family can use family law at will, where I am beaten and bullied by my biological sister and the servants, where Madame Tang ignores me, and where I haven't had a full meal in 3 months, like hell. No way! Bai Hualian interrupted him excitedly. Qingma, I am your mother. How could I not care about you? Then does Madame Tang know that I still don't have my own room and have been living in a storage room with dripping ceilings? Ah, Bai Hualian's eyes widened. Of course, she knew, because when the original owner was recognized, Tang Xianqi said he didn't want him to become addicted to a life of luxury, so he arranged for him to sleep in the storage room first. But now 3 months have passed, and he is still living there. As the true young master of the Tang family, I don't even have my own room. Is this called caring for me? Doesn't Madame Tang find it ridiculous to say such things? Tang Qingma's mocking gaze pierced Bai Hualian painfully. She didn't know. She thought that it was just a week in the storage room, and her husband and the butler would arrange a room for him. Who knew? Bai Hualian's remorse value plus 200. Bai Hualian's remorse value plus 200. Bai Hualian's remorse value plus 200. Host, the remorse value has reached 1400. You can draw once, the system said excitedly. Oh, wait a moment. Bai Hualian looked at Tang Jianrun in disbelief, seeing the same surprised expression on his face. Clearly, he also didn't know that Tang Qingma was living in the storage room. Tang Xuerong felt guilty for a few seconds, but then pointed at him and scolded, Isn't it because you grew up outside and brought back your bad character from there? We are all doing this for your own good, to train you by making you live in the storage room. Tang Ali nodded in agreement. Tang Meixin was initially shocked by the fact that Tang Qingma lived in the storage room, but when she heard Tang Xuerong's words, she seemed to find some reason in them and slowly nodded. Tang Qingma looked at their thick skin and smiled speechlessly. Oh, training character? So this is the kind of training that aims to starve me. Beast, when did we ever want to starve you? Tang Xuerong couldn't hold back anymore and wanted to step forward to slap Tang Qingma. But as she moved forward, Tang Qingma cracked his knuckles, making a loud sound. She looked at Tang Qingma's cold gaze, then glanced at Tang Jianrun who was thrown to the ground, and stepped back. Tang Qingma mocked, Just check, and you'll know that as the young master of the Tang family, I only get 500 yuan for living expenses each month. And every time we eat, you don't let me sit at the table to avoid hurting Tang Hongqi's feelings, forcing me to eat your leftovers. Isn't that trying to starve me? 500 yuan. Bai Hualian was shocked again. Tang Qingma had been living in the storage room for 3 months, and he only got 500 yuan for living expenses each month. The Tang family was a wealthy family located in the Magic City. The Magic City is a first-tier city in Huagua, with high prices. Giving Tang Qingma only 500 yuan a month was practically a death sentence. She looked again at Tang Jianrun and his daughters, finding them equally astonished. Master, didn't you give Qingma pocket money? Ha, I thought you did. Tang Jianrun's voice suddenly became guilty when asked this. Ali, Meixin, Xuerong. She looked again at the 3 sisters, seeing their faces equally bad, and felt a thunderbolt strike her. Could it be that what Qingma said was true? As a wealthy family, the Tang family actually only gave their son 500 yuan for living expenses each month. Seeing the surprised expressions of the Tang family, Tang Qingma found it amusing. The original owner had actually poured his heart out for these people and had been a ninja turtle for so long. Now that he had come in, he revealed the original owner's experiences early, wanting to see how these relatives would handle it. And the first target was Bai Hualian. As the true young master of the Tang family, your own son and brother, I am not worthy to eat at the table, living in the darkest storage room, with only 500 yuan a month. Whenever you are in a bad mood, you beat and scold me, and the servants at home can bully me at will. And that fake young master who replaced my life for 18 years lives in the biggest and brightest room, gets at least 500,000 yuan in pocket money each month, and receives your love. This is the treatment the Tang family gives me, a treatment worse than a dog. My dear mother, now that you know, how will you care for me? Bai Hualian's regret value plus 200. Bai Hualian's regret value plus 200. Bai Hualian's regret value plus 200. Bai Hualian was so shocked that she couldn't speak, her regret soaring. Host, you are amazing. The system was very excited. I didn't expect you to collect so much regret value just by saying a few words. If that's the case, others will also be very smooth, right? No. Tang Qingma shook his head. This can only target Bai Hualian. Others won't regret just because you say a few words. Bai Hualian was a hypocritical and unknowing black-hearted lotus. Just a few words to make her feel guilty could collect an endless stream of regret value. But others were different. They wouldn't even give the original owner a false kindness, only malice. That's all because you don't say anything. Tang Jianrun, who had been thrown to the ground, saw his wife in distress and, enduring the pain, got up from the floor, wanting to hit Tang Qingma again. Tang Qingma took a slight step back and, extending his toes, successfully tripped Tang Jianrun, making him once again have an intimate encounter with the ground. As the head of the Tang family, you don't care about your son, and you still blame others for not telling you, right? Well, now that I've said it, shouldn't you prepare a new room for me and some pocket money? In an instant, the entire hall fell silent. Tang Qingma scoffed, why aren't you speaking now? You were the one who blamed me for not bringing it up, and now that I have, you don't plan to compensate me? The system was a bit shocked by the host's coercive demeanor. After all, the original owner had never asked for a new room and pocket money before leaving home, and in the end, he severed ties without a penny. But now the host actually demanded resources from Tang Jianrun. Could he really obtain regret points this way? Tang Jianrun's regret points plus 100. Why? The system didn't understand. Clearly, Tang Jianrun looked at Tang Qingma with a venomous gaze, as if he wanted to tear him apart. How could he feel regret? Because there are many kinds of regret. Tang Qingma sneered. Some regret doing something wrong sincerely, some like Bai Hualian are self-deceiving, and some like Tang Jianrun regret due to their own loss of interests. Because Tang Jianrun had been careless with his words, when pressed by his own questions, he would feel the regret of if I had known this, I wouldn't have said it. Tang Jianrun certainly didn't want to prepare any room or pocket money. He had always felt disgusted by this son who grew up outside, like a rat. He didn't want to deal with anything related to him. Tang Qingma was bullied by the family? So what? He had let this worthless person, who could starve to death at any moment, return to the wealthy Tang family. What more could he want? But now, because Bai Hualian was still around, Tang Jianrun couldn't immediately refuse Tang Qingma's request. He couldn't ruin his relationship with his wife over this insignificant person. But Tang Qingma didn't plan to let him off easily, slowly walking in front of Tang Jianrun and looking down at him, saying, "What's wrong? The head of the Tang family won't just say something, right? You wouldn't be so hypocritical, would you? You. How infuriating. This beast was just a gutter rat, and now he dared to be so aggressive." Tang Xuerong saw her father being rendered speechless and looked at Tang Qingma with hatred. "You unfilial wretch. Do you want to drive Dad to death? Drive him to death? Good sister, are you trying to shift the blame onto me?" Tang Qingma glanced at Tang Jianrun. "At first, it was your father who said I didn't bring it up, and now that I've stated the predicament, you say I'm driving him to death. If you don't want to help your biological son, you can just say so. Why go around in circles? I just wonder what your business partners will think when they see you being so untrustworthy. Despicable." Tang Jianrun felt humiliated by Tang Qingma's words. He wanted to punish and whip Tang Qingma like usual, but he had already fallen to the ground twice, and his whole body hurt. "Isn't it because of your aggressive behavior? How could I have such a vicious brother?" Tang Ali, who usually spoke coldly, was also quite angry at Tang Qingma's actions. "I don't have such a heartless and cold-blooded sister as you, because the fake brother said I pushed him down the stairs, and without any investigation, you condemned me, and then kept looking for opportunities to stab me with a syringe," Tang Qingma immediately retorted coldly. Tang Ali was stunned. Tang Qingma actually brought this up in front of everyone. "What did you say?" Bai Hualian looked at Tang Ali in shock. "Ali, is what Qingma said true? You used a syringe." "Yes, Madam Tang. Besides the wounds from the beatings, I also have a lot of needles on hand," clearly saying something terrifying. But Tang Qingma still wore a bright smile, causing Bai Hualian to feel a bit faint from the stimulation. Bai Hualian's regret value plus 200. Bai Hualian's regret value plus 200. You're not satisfied with making Dad angry. You want to drive Mom to death too. Tang Meixin finally couldn't hold back and said, "Don't get the wrong target. The one who will drive your mom to death isn't me. It's your dear second sister." Tang Qingma smirked. "If it weren't for her treating me this way, Madam Tang wouldn't be sad." Tang Ali. Tang Ali's regret value plus 200. In the hearts of her parents and sisters, she had always been the calm and reliable surgical expert, but now she was exposed for using a syringe to stab her own brother. The persona she had maintained collapsed. Sure enough, when it came to their own interests, this shameless group would feel regret. Just as the atmosphere in the hall was extremely tense, a voice rang out from afar. "Brother, how could you talk to Dad, Mom, and the sisters like this?" A young man dressed in designer clothes slowly walked out from inside the house. The fake young master that Tang Qingma had been waiting for, Tang Hongxi, finally appeared. Tang Xianxi finally showed up. Since Tang Qingma returned to the Tang family, he had sensed a gaze watching him. Because this body had cultivated basic physical skills, his senses were much sharper than before. As soon as he entered the Tang family's door, he noticed that Tang Xianxi was also at home, just hiding inside and not showing himself. He must want the Tang family to teach the original owner a good lesson while he watched the show and vied for favor from the sidelines. From the original owner's memories, Tang Qingma had fully understood that Tang Xianqi was a typical green tea man. The reason he came out now was likely to gain favor in front of the Tang family. Sure enough, Tang Xianqi immediately rushed to Tang Jianrun's side, helping him up. Then he looked at Tang Qingma with sorrow and said loudly, "Brother, you've already sent fourth sister to the hospital, how can you push dad again? You are dad's biological son, aren't you afraid of retaliation for doing this? I know you've never liked me, if it's that bad, I'll just leave the Tang family. I beg you not to make dad, mom, and the sisters angry anymore." Tang Qingma, wow. He had seen many green tea women, but a green tea man like this was quite rare. He couldn't help but recall a subordinate who once had a sudden bad taste and sent a video of eating a peach in a work group one night, only to be beaten up the next day. This Tang Xianqi was a bit like that peach-eating streamer, giving him goosebumps. He wanted to ask if anyone really liked this type, but the Tang family was just not normal. "Xiaoxi, what are you saying?" Tang Xuerong immediately stepped forward to hug Tang Xianqi. "You are our brother. How can you leave?" Tang Ali and Tang Meixin also rushed forward to stop him. "Yes, the one who should leave isn't you." Tang Jianrun looked at Tang Qingma with disgust, feeling grateful for Tang Xianqi's concern. After all, raising him was different. He was much better than that ungrateful wolf, Tang Qingma. Meanwhile, Bai Huolian hesitated. On one side was her Tang Qingma, whom she had carried for 10 months and fought hard to give birth to, on the other was her Tang Xianqi, whom she had raised and accompanied for 18 years. Both were her flesh and blood. But when she saw her husband and daughters speaking for Tang Xianqi, she couldn't help but walk up to him. "Xiaoxi, we raised you, you can't say you want to leave in the future." "Mom!" Tang Xianqi immediately hugged Tang Jianrun and Bai Huolian with emotion, looking triumphantly at Tang Qingma. "Look, even if you are the biological one, so what? Everything in the Tang family, dad, mom, and the 7 sisters all belong to him." He wanted to see Tang Qingma's desperate and mad expression when he couldn't get what he wanted. But at this moment, Tang Qingma silently raised his hand and asked in confusion, "Excuse me, is Tang Xianqi the illegitimate child of the Tang family head or Madam Tang?" "Everyone, I see how well you treat the fake son who has replaced your biological son for 18 years. If he wasn't kicked by a donkey, then Tang Xianqi must have some blood relation to me." Tang Qingma was sincerely asking, but this statement ignited Tang Jianrun's fury. "You ungrateful child, what nonsense are you talking about? I have never done anything to wrong Huolian." Tang Jianrun shouted hysterically. "Yes, I have also never done anything to wrong the master and you all," Bai Huolian said tearfully. The system's voice also sounded, "Host, according to the information, Tang Xianqi indeed has no blood relation to the Tang family." "Is that so? What a pity." Tang Qingma felt regret. If Tang Xianqi were truly an illegitimate child, that would be interesting. Tang Qingma continued to ask in confusion, "Then I really don't understand. Tang Xianqi's mother is definitely a kidnapper, yet you all keep her son around to discuss your biological son. Are you all really not kicked by a donkey? That's enough, Tang Qingma." Tang Xuerong gritted her teeth and said, "At that time, little she was just a baby. It wasn't his fault for occupying your life. Why can't you let it go? It's not his fault, but it's his mother's fault, right?" Tang Qingma immediately glared at her sharply. "So, have you reported it to the police?" The answer, of course, was no. Rather, the Tang family had even bought a house in the city center to thank the nanny for giving them an excellent son/brother. Bai Huolian dared not say anything, only trembling silently. Tang Jianrun and the 3 sisters also turned their heads away, feeling guilty. Seeing that the situation was not right, Tang Xianqi immediately released Bai Huolian and the others and ran to kneel in front of Tang Qingma. "Brother, it's all my fault. I shouldn't have taken your life. If you don't like it, I will leave right now." Tang Qingma yawned. "Here we go again. Since I returned, you said 68 times that you want to leave, averaging once every day and a half. So are you leaving or not?" Tang Xianqi was momentarily speechless, suddenly unsure whether he should continue speaking. Did he really say it 68 times? "Host, is it 68 times?" "I don't know, it doesn't matter how many times, it's all annoying anyway." "Tang Qingma, you really want to drive little she away." But Tang Xuerong immediately shielded Tang Xianqi behind her. "Little she is different from you, the malicious one. He cares for all of us and gives us affection. 5th sister, please don't say that about brother." Tang Xianqi wanted to showcase his green tea skills again, but Tang Qingma suddenly burst into laughter. "Ha ha, you say he cares for you? Just moving his lips, who can't do that? You are his benefactors. He is a fake young master. If he doesn't please you, won't you just kick him out?" Tang Xianqi. In that moment, Tang Qingma's words struck deep into Tang Xianqi's heart. "Tang Xianqi, do you think you've won the hearts of these people?" Tang Qingma smiled at Tang Xianqi. "They can casually mistreat even me, their biological child. What do you think will happen to you, a fake, when you have no value? Tang Xianqi hesitated. He was indeed afraid of being abandoned by the Tang family, which led him to slander Tang Qingma in many ways to secure his position. But Tang Qingma was not wrong. The Tang family could casually bully even their biological children, so what would happen to him, a fake, when he had no value? At this moment, the system couldn't help but sigh. The host was too powerful. In just one sentence, he had sowed discord between Tang Xianqi and the Tang family. Tang Qingma, what nonsense are you talking about? Tang Xuerong was very agitated. Little she is different from you. Even without blood ties, we care for him more than you do. Tang Qingma sneered. Are you still proud of that? You care so much for Tang Xianqi, beating and humiliating me for him. Do you have feelings for him, wanting him to be your little brother-in-love? Tang Xuerong and Tang Xianqi. Of course, Tang Qingma said this just to disgust them, but the next second, he heard the system say, "Sigh, host, you actually know." What did you say? Tang Xuerong. And not just her. Tang Feifei also wants to have an incestuous relationship with Tang Xianqi. Speaking of Tang Xuerong and Tang Feifei, they can be said to be the most vicious and cruel towards the original host in the entire Tang family. Beating and verbal humiliation were daily occurrences, along with more mental and personal torment. They made the original host crawl on the ground like a dog, eat, bark like a dog, slandered the original host for stealing, incited Tang Jianrun to use family punishment, and drove the original Tang Qingma slowly opened his arms, revealing a cold smile. Since you won't apologize and still think you're in the right, then, let everyone online seek justice for me. What did you say? As soon as these words were spoken, the members of the Tang family looked in shock as Tang Qingma pulled out a smartphone from his pants pocket. I just happened to buy a new phone today because I had been using an old phone I picked up from a trash heap. It's my first time using such a high-end device, so the store clerk kindly taught me how to use different functions, and then I discovered, it turns out you can make money from live streaming. Live streaming. The members of the Tang family were at a distance from Tang Qingma, but they could see the interior of the villa being broadcasted on the phone screen. Tang Xianqi sensed something was wrong and quickly took out her phone to log in, immediately letting out a loud scream. Mom and Dad, our house is being live streamed online. Lu Meixin also shouted loudly, We Tang family are trending on so many hot searches. What? Tang Jianrun and Bai Hualian immediately snatched the phones from the two. They immediately saw a live video with over 10 million views, titled Secrets of the Rich, bringing you the truth behind the real and fake young masters of the Tang family. The video was flooded with countless comments, all cursing and attacking the Tang family. Damn! I can't believe the fake young master novel has become reality. So scary. Bringing the biological son back to abuse him. This isn't abuse, it's mistreatment and intentional harm. Where are the police? Aren't you working? At peace police so disgusting. Is everyone in the Tang family brainless? That fake young master looks so pretentious. What is Tang Xuerong still doing with her pure persona? Isn't beating and cursing her own brother going to set a bad example for kids? Hurry up and ban them. I know that Tang Ali, she's a specialist doctor from some hospital, very famous, but I don't dare go to that hospital anymore. If I accidentally provoke her, will she stab me with a syringe? And that Tang Meixin, isn't she my son's martial arts instructor? I need to transfer my son to another class tomorrow. How can someone like her be a teacher? It's just too scary. Looking at the numerous scolding comments, the faces of the Tang family turned dark. It's you. Tang Jianrun was so angry at those comments that his chest hurt. And from the footage, it was clear that the camera was aimed directly at them. That's right, I happened to see a good product when I bought the phone today, so I bought it on a whim. Tang Qingma smiled brightly, openly pointing to the collar of his shirt. If one looked closely, they could see a small black blinking object. It was the camera filming the live stream. I started filming as soon as I entered the house, successfully sharing my experiences and your true colors with everyone. Originally, Tang Qingma wanted to film the Tang family's foul behavior for a while longer. But when he heard the system mention the fake orthopedic issue, he couldn't help but feel disgusted and decided to go public early. You ungrateful child. Tang Jianrun trembled as he pointed at Tang Qingma, the flames of anger rushing to his head, making him feel a bit dizzy. He never expected the other party would secretly live stream. Now the reputation of the Tang family has been ruined by this ungrateful child. Tang Jianrun's regret value plus 200. Tang Jianrun's regret value plus 200. You beast actually filmed us secretly. Tang Xuerong, although aware that they were still live streaming, subconsciously cursed at Tang Qingma. Tang Xuerong's regret value plus 200. Tang Qingma stood his ground. Yes, don't you all think you're in the right? Then let's show everyone. Since you don't want to apologize, don't want to compensate, then don't expect any apologies. In just half an hour, Tang Qingma's livestream broke through tens of millions, and the rewards exceeded those of many new streamers. At the same time, trending topics exploded with many titles related to the Tang family. #shocking. The novel's plot really comes from real life. #Tang family true and false young master. #true young master not as good as a dog. #the truth behind Tang Shuerong's pure image in high society. #Tang Shuerong get out of the entertainment industry. #the medical saint uses a syringe to stab his own brother. What is this about humanity? #Tang Jianrun immediately called the Tang group, only to find that the stock price was continuously dropping along with the livestream. Tang Ali and Tang Meixin also regretted their harsh words to Tang Qingma. The personas they had worked hard to build over the years had collapsed. Tang Jianrun's regret value plus 200. Tang Ali's regret value plus 200. Tang Meixin's regret value plus 200. Tang Xianqi's regret value plus 200. Tang Jianrun's regret value plus 200. Tang Meixin's regret value plus 200. Host. The regret values of the Tang family members are continuously rising. The system looked at the skyrocketing regret values, feeling not only excited but also deeply impressed. It really hadn't chosen the wrong person. This host was too formidable. Besides money, the most important thing for a wealthy family is face. Tang Qingma sneered. Before his transmigration, he was the head of a top aristocratic family and knew exactly how to strike at rival families. In his eyes, the Tang family was only a novice village challenge with Tang Meixin as the only martial artist. Shut down the live stream now. Tang Jianrun tried to snatch Tang Qingma's phone. Tang Qingma deliberately let him make a move, and just as his palm was about to reach him, he turned off the livestream, leaving the audience in suspense, and at the same time, ruthlessly slapped him. Slap! Ha! Tang Jianrun was shocked, and the other Tang family members were also stunned. A slap? Tang Qingma slapped Tang Jianrun, the most powerful person in the family. But before they could react, Tang Qingma kicked him in the stomach. Tang Qingma used all his strength, sending Tang Jianrun flying far away. Dad! The three Tang sisters and Bai Huolian didn't expect Tang Qingma to be so heavy-handed this time and hurriedly rushed to help him up. Tang Qingma, you beast! How could you do this to Dad? Aren't you afraid of being struck by lightning? Tang Shuerong shouted hoarsely. Tang Xianqi was still kneeling, saying, Brother, if you're angry, come at me. Don't hurt. Before he could finish, Tang Qingma swung a punch, sending Tang Hongqi's face and body flying to the ground. Damn! He was just saying it, but Tang Qingma really hit him. Tang Qingma shook his hand and said matter-of-factly, Of course I'm not afraid. The head of the Tang family has never fulfilled the responsibilities of a father to me, so what do I have to fear? As for you all, whenever you feel unwell, you want me to treat you. When you forget something at work, you want me to bring it. You despise the gifts I give but still accept the expensive ones. But what do I get in return? Who is the ungrateful wolf, and who should be struck by lightning? Tang Qingma's eyes darkened, and his voice became very somber. After he found the Tang family disgusting, he no longer hid his emotions and pressed the energy he had cultivated towards the Tang family members. Although he had only practiced basic body techniques, Tang Qingma knew how to use the energy within his body. Therefore, except for Tang Meixin, the other members of the Tang family were severely oppressed by Tang Qingma's energy. Wasn't this bastard useless? Why did he know how to use energy? Tang Ali endured the pressure, gritting her teeth and saying, You are not Tang Qingma at all. For the past 3 months, she had been very clear that Tang Qingma was a useless person who couldn't do anything. How could he possibly use martial arts power? Tang Qingma smiled and said, Dear second sister, it seems you forgot that before I returned to the Tang family, I came from the Martial Arts Academy in Magic City. The Magic City Martial Arts Academy is the most prestigious institution in Huadhua for training top martial artists. Previously, Tang Qingma seemed to have mentioned that he had stayed there for many years, but since he hadn't activated his blood energy in the past 3 months, everyone thought he was lying. But now, feeling the power radiating from him, could it be that he really stayed in the academy before? Even so, how can you use your power against your family? Tang Meixin positioned herself in front of the Tang family. Now, only she, a third-grade martial artist, could withstand Tang Qingma's power, because the old Tang Qingma is dead. Tang Qingma smiled, killed by your cruelty and cold-bloodedness. The Tang family, killed by them. If it weren't for their usual treatment of Tang Qingma, today's events wouldn't have happened. The reputation of the Tang family wouldn't be ruined. Tang Jianrun's remorse value plus 200. Tang Ali's remorse value plus 200. Tang Shuerong's remorse value plus 200. Bai Huolian's remorse value plus 200. The remorse values surged once again. Tang Jianren felt remorse for the Tang family's reputation, Bai Hualian for her hypocritical sadness, the three Tang sisters for the damage to their work, and Tang Xianqi regretted not having killed Tang Qingma sooner. Everyone present displayed various forms of remorse, just as humanity has its diversity. In the end, Tang Jianren bit his lip hard, then slowly released it. As the head of the Tang family, he knew very well that the golden public relations window was only 72 hours. The longer the time dragged on, the greater the crisis for the Tang family. The only one who could help the Tang family now was the culprit, Tang Qingma. Unfilial son, what do you want? Tang Jianren looked sharply at Tang Qingma. Tang Qingma smiled. The head of the Tang family reacts quite quickly. I have 5 demands. First, prepare my room within an hour, or I won't mind putting the storage room I'm currently living in online for everyone to see. Second, I heard that the fake Tang Hongxi said he had 50,000 pocket money every month since he was 15. Since he replaced my life, I'd like the head of the Tang family to give me the same amount. 50,000 pocket money every month for 3 years totals 18 million. Just round it off and give me 20 million. Brother, how can you? Third, Tang Qingma interrupted Tang Hongxi. In the 3 months since I returned, Tang Hongxi threw 10 pieces of old clothes at me that I couldn't wear. Within 3 days, I want to choose new clothes and accessories myself, and I'll decide the quantity. Of course, whatever Tang Hongxi receives from the Tang family in the future, I want double. Tang Xuerong wanted to curse at Tang Qingma for being so demanding, but fearing he might suddenly start a live stream, she held back. Fourth, fire all the servants who bullied me in these 3 months, including that Tang De, and announce that they will never be hired again. Fifth, report the kidnappers from back then, along with their accomplices. The 5 demands put forth by Tang Qingma required a significant amount of money for the first 3. Although Tang Jianren would feel the pain, as long as it could be solved with money, he could still give it to Tang Qingma. However, regarding the 4th and 5th demands, if we consider how many servants of the Tang family bullied Tang Qingma in these 3 months, it could be said that except for a maid named Wang Ma, all of them bullied him. How can you fire butler Tang, who has worked in the house for over 10 years? Tang Xuerong naturally did not want to agree. She thought about how inconvenient life would be if all the servants were fired. But Tang Qingma waved his hand casually. Then you can hire a new batch. He didn't want to see Tang Xuerong's face right now, fearing he would be disgusted. It's better to say that this situation was caused by you. If it weren't for your indulgence, they wouldn't be so reckless as to bully even me, their master. Therefore, it's all your fault. Tang Xuerong's regret value plus 200. Tang Qingma looked at Tang Jianren with a cold smile and whispered, you only have 1 hour. If you don't fire them, it doesn't matter to me. At worst, the Tang family's reputation will just get worse. Saying this, he deliberately picked up his phone. Tang Jianren was stunned. This was clearly a threat. As the head of the Tang family, he was actually being threatened by a junior, his own son. This was outrageous. But now, in order to salvage the Tang family's reputation, he had to agree to whatever Tang Qingma demanded. Once things calmed down, he would spend money to hire some experts to kidnap Tang Qingma and send him to a mental hospital. Oh right. Tang Qingma interrupted his thoughts blandly. I just saw a kind-hearted netizen suggest that I report my itinerary daily and check the code, to avoid being sent to strange places under the pretext of being sick by unscrupulous people. Tang Jianren. But I believe the head of the Tang family wouldn't do that to his own son, right? Tang Qingma's smile was bright, but his tone was full of sarcasm. Before crossing over, he had gone through quite a bit of blood and gore to become the head of the family. Therefore, just seeing Tang Jianren's eyes moving, he could guess what scheme he was plotting. Qingma, what are you saying? You are my son, how could I do that to you? Tang Jianren forced a strained smile, responding with guilt. Ha! Tang Qingma stopped wasting words with him and slowly walked into the hall. With each step he took, the Tang family members inside felt a chill. Finally, he walked to a cabinet, where Tang Jianren usually kept his precious wine. Tang Qingma directly chopped the lock off with his hand and took out a bottle of fine red wine and a glass, sitting down on the sofa to pour himself a drink. You! What are you doing? Tang Jianren almost rushed over to beat him up. These were all precious red wines he had collected for a long time, and he usually didn't even dare to drink them. This brat actually chose the most expensive one, but reason told him he must not act impulsively. The current Tang Qingma was no longer the useless person he used to be. If he angered him again, the Tang family would be doomed. So, head of the Tang family, you have 45 minutes left. What's your decision regarding my room, firing all the servants except for Wang Ma, and the 20 million? Tang Qingma took a sip of the red wine, finding the taste quite good. Tang Jianren. He wanted to spit blood. Tang Jianren's regret value plus 200. Tang Jianren's regret value plus 200. In the end, after struggling internally for several seconds, Tang Jianrun finally relented. I agree to your terms. Everyone, Dad, how can you agree? Tang Xingma is going to catch little Shi's mother. Regarding Tang Xuanqi's mother, Tang Xuerong immediately objected. She was then slapped by Tang Jianrun. That's the kidnapper who took your brother. Ah, Tang Xuerong was knocked to the ground. She had been the little princess of the family her whole life, and it was the first time she had been slapped like this. Dad, you hit me. So what if I hit you? Who told you to be so stupid? Now, the power of speech was clearly in Tang Qingma's hands. If he didn't clarify things in a short time, the Tang family would be ruined. But this foolish Tang Xuerong kept provoking him, as if she wanted the Tang family to perish faster. How could he have such a stupid daughter? Dad, fifth sister is only doing this for me. Don't hit her. At this moment, Tang Xuanqi stood in front of Tang Xuerong, pleading, Fifth sister, I'm fine. After all, my mom did something wrong. As long as it can make my brother calm down and prevent fifth sister from getting hurt, I can do anything. Tang Xuerong looked at him touched, little Shi. So disgusting. Tang Qingma looked at the scene of the two people and felt like he was about to vomit the red wine he had just drunk. You actually protect the kidnapper. It seems that Tang Xianqi really is your beloved younger brother. What do you mean? I know, Xingma. Tang Jianrun, seeing Tang Xuerong act foolishly again, immediately interrupted excitedly. Xingma, I will agree to all 5 of your demands, but you must help the Tang family clear their name. Tang Jianrun's regret value plus 300. Now that it had come to this, he would agree to anything first. Tang Xingma was also quite straightforward. Alright, you only have 40 minutes left. Because of the earlier struggle, time was now even shorter. Hualien, hurry up and get someone to prepare Qingma's room. Tang Jianrun didn't say anything else, first preparing the most basic room, then taking 5 million from his personal account. Even though he was the chairman of the Tang group, he couldn't take out 20 million all at once, so he can only give 5 million for now. But at that moment, Bai Hualian's face turned awkward. A room? Yes, we have so many rooms on the 3rd floor. Hurry and prepare one for Qingma. Bai Hualian turned her head away guiltily. But sir, there are no extra rooms left upstairs. What do you mean? Tang Jianrun was stunned. The couple and the eldest, 2nd, and 3rd lived on the 2nd floor, while the rest lived on the 3rd floor, which had 10 rooms. Even excluding the 4 sisters and Tang Xianqi, there should still be 5 rooms left. Did you forget? The other 5 rooms are occupied by Xiaoxi's study and dressing room, the eldest's office, the 2nd's laboratory, and the 3rd's training room. All the rooms are taken. Tang Jianrun sensed an extremely bad premonition and stiffly turned to look at Tang Qingma. He saw Tang Qingma take another sip of red wine and lightly tap his phone. There are no extra rooms left upstairs. Bai Hualian's voice came from the phone, startling everyone. Did you forget? The other 5 rooms include Xiaoxi's study, the eldest's office, the 2nd's laboratory. It's really surprising that a fake young master occupies 3 rooms, while I, the real young master, can only sleep in a dark, damp storage room every day. Tang Qingma looked at Bai Hualian with a smile. Tisk tsk, this is my caring mother, who hasn't even prepared my room properly. Bai Hualian cried. It's not like that, Qingma. Bai Hualian's regret value plus 200. After feeling regret, Bai Hualian wanted to collapse and cry again. Does it even matter anymore? Tang Qingma continued to look at Tang Jianrun. Master Tang, do you think if I post this recording online, how many trending topics will the Tang family get? If this recording were posted online, it would undoubtedly worsen the already terrible reputation of the Tang family. This ungrateful son of his. Hualien, you immediately clean out Hongshi's room for Qingma to stay in. Tang Xianqi's bedroom was currently the largest and brightest in the villa. As long as they gave Tang Qingma his room, it would surely quell his anger. Dad, how can you take Xiaoxi's room? Although Tang Xuerong had been slapped, she would lose her rationality whenever it came to matters concerning Tang Hongxi. Shut up, but Tang Jianrun didn't care about her feelings right now. We've raised him for so many years. What's wrong with asking him to give up a room? He occupies 3 rooms by himself. Tang Jianrun gritted his teeth. He naturally saw Tang Xianqi's disappointed and sad expression. If it were any other time, he might feel pity, but now it concerned the reputation of the Tang family. Looking at Tang Xianqi's vulnerable and pitiful expression, he felt very annoyed for a moment. Hongxi, you occupy 3 rooms. Is there any dissatisfaction in asking you to give up one? For the first time, Tang Jianrun felt disappointed in Tang Hongxi. This was about the entire Tang family. It was just asking him to give up 1 room. Crying and whining, it's just annoying to look at. Tang Jianrun's regret value plus 200. I don't have a dissatisfied dad. As long as my brother can calm down, I can live anywhere. Tang Hongxi quickly remedied the situation upon seeing Tang Jianrun's dissatisfaction with him. Stop boasting. Would you be willing to live in my current storage room? Tang Qingmo raised his wine glass towards Tang Hongxi. "Brother, what are you?" Without needing Tang Hongxi to speak, the three Tang sisters had already shielded him behind them. "Tang Xingma, you've already taken away Xiaoxi's room and identity. Why are you still forcing him? Isn't that what he said? That he can live anywhere?" Tang Xingma's gaze no longer looked at the Tang family and continued pouring herself a second glass of red wine. "Also, it was Tang Xianqi who replaced my life for 18 years. His room and identity were originally mine, so there's no question of me taking them. Even elementary school students understand this." The three Tang sisters. They were furious and wanted to pin Tang Xingma down and beat her up like usual, but now they couldn't do that and could only stand there, red with anger. "Brother, it's all my fault. As long as you can calm down, Stop disgusting me." Tang Xingma directly splashed a glass of red wine over. Tang Xianqi couldn't dodge in time and was unexpectedly splashed all over, sticky and messy. Xiaoxi, the three sisters and Bai Hualian rushed forward. Just as Tang Shuirong was about to curse again, Tang Xingma interrupted. "If I don't mind being in a place where you've slept, what do you have to be sad about? But please have Wang Ma spray more disinfectant later. I'm afraid of being infected by those green tea bacteria, turning into a man who only knows how to hide behind women and let others fight for him." Tang Xianqi. Damn it! That shameless Tang Xingma. How dare she mock him like that? He must make her pay dearly for this. Due to Tang Jianrun's anger, Bai Hualian had no choice but to instruct Wang Ma to clean up Tang Hongxi's bedroom and to account for the household servants for dismissal. The three Tang sisters dared not say much anymore. The Tang family's livestream incident had already caused a serious public relations crisis, and they began receiving calls from assistants and managers. "What? Director, you want to suspend me? What was said in the livestream isn't true. Manager, you said the company wants to put me on ice. Wait, boss, I didn't bully my brother. Please don't suspend me." Now, the hospitals, martial arts training rooms, and management companies they were associated with had issued orders to suspend and put them on ice. How could this happen? Just a live stream, only 2 short hours, and they had gone from being admired young ladies to being universally despised. In that moment, the three Tang sisters finally felt the huge loss of their own interests. Intense regret filled their hearts. If they hadn't spoken so recklessly to Tang Xingma just now, would they not have been suspended and put on ice? Tang Ali's regret value plus 200. Tang Shuirong's regret value plus 200. Tang Meishin's regret value plus 200. The prompt for regret value rang out again, and the system was almost bursting with excitement. "Great job, host. You've received so much regret value." Since Tang Xingmo returned to the Tang family that night, clearly not using love to influence or directly claiming to sever ties, yet the Tang family kept regretting. They even received treatment that the original owner never had. This host was truly amazing. Because they are all version T0 little fairies, they initially didn't realize the seriousness of the problem. Tang Xingma took a small sip of wine. Now facing industry ban and insults, they finally felt their own interests severely harmed. Not just them, all the Tang family members were the same. Were they really regretting and realizing their mistakes? No, they just know they are about to die. Of course, since I have taken on the identity of the original owner, the real hell for the Tang family has just begun. Wang Ma took half an hour to clean up Tang Xianqi's bedroom, simply adding new sheets and furniture. Due to the tight schedule, other items would need to be prepared tomorrow. Then Tang Jianrun also took out the list of servants from the study, quickly printing their dismissal letters. He also changed his initial disdainful attitude, smiling broadly at Tang Xingma. "Xingma, your room and the dismissal letters for the servants are ready. I've also transferred 5 million to your account, and I will add the remaining 15 million in the next couple of days. As for the other 2 requests, I will arrange them immediately tomorrow, so can you clarify now?" Tang Xingma closed his eyes and drank. "I still prefer your unruly self, so recover a bit." Tang Jianrun. "But since you were able to fulfill my 2 requests in an hour, I naturally won't go back on my word." Tang Xingma said nothing more and directly took out his phone. "Host, are you really going to issue a clarification statement?" The system was a bit surprised. Based on what it had learned about the host today, he shouldn't agree to Tang Jianrun so readily. It's just a statement anyway, netizens won't believe it, and besides, he would soon give the Tang family countless surprises, making this clarification statement even more effective. Tang Xingma was quick. Within 2 hours after the live broadcast, he registered a new account on Weibo and posted a clarification statement, instantly attracting the attention of countless netizens and media. The content of the statement was very concise. It was nothing more than the Tang family treats the true and false young masters equally. The Tang family has not treated Tang Xingma harshly. The content in the live video was due to him coming home late, which led to his family's reprimand, and so on. Subsequently, the live video circulating online was quickly cleaned up by the public relations department of the Tang group. But netizens were not to be underestimated. Once a video spreads, how could there be no backups? Moreover, the speed at which Tang Qingma issued this clarification statement was too fast, and the content was laughable. Clearly, in the video, the Tang family admitted that the true young master had been sleeping in the storage room since he was found, with a monthly allowance of only 500 yuan, while his parents and sisters abused and humiliated him at will. But now they claimed they had not treated him harshly. Not to mention the last moment of the video froze on the Tang family head wanting to hit the true young master. Wasn't this being threatened by the Tang family, forced to clarify under duress? In an instant, a large number of netizens sympathized with Tang Qingma's plight, feeling disgusted with the Tang family once again, and they flooded the Tang Group's official website and the Seven Sisters account with insults. Tang Jianren saw that the clarification statement had no effect and wanted Tang Qingma to come up with another plan. But Tang Qingma had already returned to his room. He left behind a sentence: "I've posted the clarification you wanted. What can I do if the netizens don't buy it? Tang family head, don't be greedy." Saying this, he stomped on the stone tiles outside the door, smashing them, and after threatening Tang Jianren, he locked the door. With no other choice, Tang Jianren had to let the Tang Group's people work overnight on public relations, buying a large number of fake accounts to help with the cleanup. The room that originally belonged to Tang Xianqi had been tidied up by Wang Ma, with new sheets and a desk and cabinet placed inside. Due to the rush, the arrangement inside was temporarily very simple, and new items would be added tomorrow. Tang Qingma said little. Before returning to his room, he casually brought in that bottle of red wine and a glass, pouring himself a drink. He raised the glass, shook it a few times, leaned against the window, and looked at the beautiful scenery with a cold smile. "Look, original owner, I have only been here for less than half a day, and I have already secured the greatest benefits for myself while severely damaging the Tang family. Even if the heavenly path is invaded by the world's consciousness, turning into the male lead of a tragic story, so what? Dealing with the shameless Tang family is quite simple. Today is just an appetizer. Forget it, since I can feel the hatred from your body, I will do as you wish and take revenge for you." Tang Qingma made a toast gesture in front of the window, then downed the red wine in his glass. "System, how many times can I draw now?" "Here it comes, host." The system immediately opened the lottery screen upon hearing the host's call. "Host, you have collected a total of 12,000 regret points. You can draw 12 times. To save time, I can do a 12 consecutive draw for you." Its tone was full of flattery and respect. After all, it had never seen a new host collect so many points on the first day. How lucky it was. "Then let's go for 12 consecutive draws." Tang Qingma always felt that his luck was a mix of good and bad, mainly random. But now he was in the body of the Son of Fate, so he wondered if his luck had been devoured. Soon, the electronic sound effects of the system kept ringing in his mind. Ding! "Congratulations, host, you drew a powerful great treasure pill X1. Ding! "Congratulations, host, you drew a mute pill X1. Ding! "Congratulations, host, you drew an honest red bean bun X1. Ding! "Congratulations, host, you drew a dagger X1. Oh, this lottery luck isn't bad. Ding! "Congratulations, host, you drew a thermos X1. What did I draw? Ding! "Congratulations, host, you drew a charming eyeshadow X1. No, what the hell is charming eyeshadow? Ding! "Congratulations, host, you drew sweet tofu pudding X1. Tang Qingma, I'm on the salty side." After finishing the 12 consecutive draws, Tang Qingma simply categorized the prizes he received. The items he could use for cultivation were the Great Treasure Pill and Blood Chi Pill, while the Mute Pill and Honest Red Bean Bun could be used on others. The other items were set aside for now. He had only practiced basic body techniques, which were more than enough to deal with the Tang family, but if Tang Jianren later hired high-level martial artists at a high price, this useless body would be unable to cope, so he needed to start cultivating immediately. System, help me open the cultivation space. Alright, the cultivation space provided by the system was a special place. As long as one cultivated inside, it would not be affected by the flow of time outside. It was a powerful golden finger, but the condition to open it was to be in a safe place. Host, as long as you learn one secret manual, you can draw 3 times for free. Okay. For now, he set aside the lottery. Tang Qingma just wanted to quickly strengthen his body and directly max out the 10 basic martial arts skills. This body was very weak and lacked foundational consolidation. He had to start from scratch. Host, do you want to cultivate all 10 at once? The system was shocked. Although time wouldn't flow in the space, cultivating 10 at once was too much. Tang Qingma nodded. It's just the most basic martial arts. I can learn it quickly. The list provided by the system included skills he already knew before his transmigration. Now it was just a matter of learning them again. If it weren't for this useless body, Tang Qingma would have wanted to cultivate higher-level skills with special effects. The System Weekly said, but the original host spent many years in the martial arts academy and was not successful in cultivation. Tang Qingma, that's because no one taught him. Even though the original host had become the male lead of abuse literature, in terms of treatment, he was once the son of fate protected by the heavenly Tao, surely possessing a gifted cultivation physique. This was proven in the storyline where the original host became the pride of the martial arts world when the heavenly Tao had not been invaded. But now the original host had become someone everyone despised, and he himself was a ninja turtle. Just surviving was a great fortune. How could anyone teach him to cultivate? But Tang Qingma was different. Before his transmigration, he was a martial arts genius, knowing how to cultivate quickly and able to fully comprehend the contents of the secret manuals. He quickly flipped through the 10 basic martial arts books, took the cleansing pill from the beginner's gift pack, and sat down to circulate the energy and blood within his body. Tang Qingma could feel his body gradually becoming hot, the flow of blood speeding up, as if a slight electric current was coursing through him. His mind was filled with displays of martial arts techniques, and his hands couldn't help but mimic them. Bang! A powerful palm technique was drawn in the air, and his fist swung forward, breaking the flow of air. In less than an hour, Tang Qingma opened his eyes, a warm current filling his body, feeling completely relaxed. He had learned the 10 basic martial arts, although he hadn't yet broken through to become a martial artist based on years of combat experience. The current Tang Qingma could rival a second-tier martial artist. He couldn't help but want to take revenge on the Tang family. However, before that, Tang Qingma caught a whiff of a foul odor coming from his body. Because he had taken the cleansing pill before practicing, a lot of stinky black filth was oozing from his pores. Better take a shower first. This dormitory has a private bathroom, so he didn't need to go to the public bath like the original owner used to. After showering, Tang Qingma heard commotion coming from downstairs. It seemed that Tang Feifei, whom he had sent to the hospital in the morning, had returned. Tang Feifei's return was entirely within Tang Qingma's expectations. When she first arrived, her body was still weak. He had only knocked her out, and although her face was severely swollen, she had no internal injuries and would wake up after resting for a while. But those servants made a big deal out of it, calling an ambulance to take her to the hospital for emergency treatment. Because of this, Tang Feifei was unaware of what had just happened in the Tang family and immediately shouted to kill Tang Qingma upon her return. "Where is that bastard Tang Qingma? Get him out here. I want to kill him." At this moment, Tang Feifei's cheeks were swollen, and even after bleeding, they were still bruised, needing half a month to fade. How could a pampered young lady like her withstand such a blow? How was she supposed to go out and face people for the next half month? Not to mention that her pig-headed face was caused by her own despised younger brother. "Where is Tang Qingma? Get him out now." Tang Jianrun, seeing the furious Tang Feifei, was momentarily at a loss for words, feeling a blockage in his chest. Bai Hualian started crying again, wiping her tears with the back of her hand. "Feifei, stop looking for Qingma, he's still angry." She told Tang Feifei everything that had happened in the hall, including how Tang Qingma had secretly live-streamed online, causing the Tang group to fall into a public relations crisis. "What? How dare that little bastard? How dare he?" Tang Feifei stomped her feet in anger. She initially didn't believe that the useless bastard would dare to kick her father and put the entire Tang family in an unjust crisis. But when she saw the sorrowful expressions of Bai Hualian and her sisters, and Tang Xianqi showing her the trending topic, Tang Feifei had no choice but to believe. "I want to find that little bastard. How dare he treat us like this? It can't just end like this." Bang! Just then, the door to the third-floor room was forcefully opened by Tang Qingma. Everyone was surprised to see Tang Qingma shouting from upstairs, "And Wang, make me a bowl of noodle soup later. I don't want to eat with that pig-headed girl, it makes me nauseous." He even deliberately shot a mocking glance at Tang Feifei before returning to his room and closing the door. "All right, young master." Aunt Wang's voice floated in the air, leaving the Tang family members momentarily silent. A few seconds later, Tang Feifei reacted and exploded. "Ah, he dares to humiliate me. I want to kill him. I'm going to kill him right now." "No, fourth sister." Tang Xianqi immediately stopped her. "Don't go looking for brother. I'm afraid you'll get hurt." Although she said this, she was secretly cursing her for being foolish. She had already been beaten into the hospital, yet she couldn't see that the current Tang Qingma was no longer the useless person he used to be. Now even Tang Jianrun is helpless against him. What can a young lady who only knows how to design a few pieces of clothing do to him? But Tang Feifei only saw Tang Xianqi's concern for her and was instantly moved. "Xiaoxi, don't worry, that bitch Tang Qingma dares to steal your room. Fourth sister will definitely help you get revenge." "It's fine, fourth sister, it's just a room. If brother likes it, let him have it. Please, just don't create trouble for me and my name. You're just too kind, that's why you're bullied." "Don't worry, fourth sister will help you teach him a lesson. Tang Feifei still spoke with great confidence. Tang Xianxi, smiling on the outside, but cursing inside. So annoying. Can't you understand human language? He didn't care anymore. Asterisk at 2 in the morning, while everyone in the Tang family was asleep, Tang Feifei really took action. The thought of her face being slapped into a pig's head by Tang Qingma, and daring to steal Tang Xianxi's room, made her decide to sneak into the room at midnight and turn Tang Qingma into a cripple. Consider it a little lesson for being disobedient. Like Tang Xueron, Tang Feifei secretly harbored feelings for Tang Xianxi, even matching Tang Xueron's extremism. Occasionally, in the middle of the night, she would secretly climb the tree in the villa garden to peek through the window at Tang Xianxi sleeping, and sometimes even steal his underwear for her collection. Therefore, she was very familiar with the layout of the room and knew exactly where she could sneak into the dormitory without being detected. That little beast Tang Qingma actually dares to steal Xiaoxi's things. I can't let him go. Tang Feifei had no martial arts talent, but to facilitate her spying on Tang Xianxi, she spent a lot of money to learn double jump. This was a light-footed skill that allowed her to quickly jump onto the tree trunk. Similarly, to sneak into the room from outside, she needed to perform a double jump on the villa's outer wall. She first tied a sturdy stick to her back, then aimed at the window and jumped quickly, stepping on the wall with both feet, soon reaching the windowsill. Fortunately, Tang Qingma had not closed the window, allowing her to enter freely. Thus, Tang Feifei excitedly stepped onto the windowsill, pushed the window open, and silently slipped into the room. She saw Tang Qingma lying on the bed, fast asleep, so she took out the wooden stick and struck without hesitation. You can bear the grudge between Xiaoxi and me. However, just as the stick was about to fall, a hand suddenly reached out and tightly grasped it. Ha! The hand holding the stick forcefully swung it aside, causing Tang Feifei to fall to the ground in surprise. You! Tang Feifei realized that Tang Qingma was not asleep at all, and she wanted to scream, but he covered her mouth with his palm. Fourth sister, sneaking into your brother's room at night, what bad thing are you planning to do? Tang Qingma's eyes were filled with coldness. The wooden stick rolled on the ground. It seemed she wanted to vent her anger over the slap from the morning and the matter with Tang Xianxi. Tang Feifei wanted to struggle, but she didn't expect that the usually easy-to-push Tang Qingma had become incredibly strong, and she couldn't break free at all. System, how long does that mute pill last? 3 months. No matter who takes it, they won't be able to make a sound for 3 months. 3 months is enough. Tang Qingma directly took out the mute pill and stuffed it into Tang Feifei's mouth. You. No. Tang Feifei wanted to scream for help, but after being fed something by Tang Qingma, her throat couldn't make a sound. And Tang Qingma spoke in a voice like a demon. Fourth sister, since you attacked me with a wooden stick, it means you're ready to be counterattacked, right? Tang Feifei. Before she could react, Tang Qingma had already kicked her on the calf. Crack! Tang Feifei wanted to escape. She pushed her palms against the ground and wriggled like a worm, trying to crawl away. At the same time, a mocking and disdainful voice from above rang out. Do you know? Right now. It's really ugly. Yes. After the original host was recognized by the Tang family, Tang Feifei repeatedly humiliated and beat the original host to prevent Tang Xianxi from being sad. Among these humiliations, she forced the original host to get on all fours. If the original host hesitated, she would hit the original host's legs with something. Then she would laugh and say, how can a lowly person like you compare to Xiaoxi? Now, Tang Qingma was going to return all the humiliation the original host had suffered back to Tang Feifei. 10-fold, 100-fold. Tang Feifei's regret value plus 200. Tang Feifei's regret value plus 200. Tang Feifei's regret value plus 200. Tang Feifei was filled with regret. Although she had been taken to the hospital and had heard from Bai Hualian about the mess in the Tang family, she still did not believe that Tang Qingma had changed. Until she became the current miserable state, she finally accepted reality. Tang Qingma was no longer someone she could bully at will, but it was already too late. You sneaked into my room in the middle of the night, planning to cripple me, right? Tang Qingma's cold voice sounded. Tang Feifei was startled. Had her plans and thoughts been discovered? She frantically pushed against the ground with her palms, trying to escape. But Tang Qingma did not give her another chance. The power of her qi and blood surged through her feet. Tang Feifei's vision went dark. She wanted to faint. She desperately wanted to call for help and plead for mercy. After all, he was her brother. If she begged him for mercy, he would surely let her go, right? But all she received was despairing pain. She couldn't make a sound, and her hands and legs were immobile. Whether she wanted to plead for mercy or apologize, she couldn't voice it. The once proud daughter of the Tang family could only lie flat on the ground, unable to speak. Do you want to apologize to me? Tang Qingma came in front of her, grabbing her hair and pulling it hard. One could see Tang Feifei's face was full of tears, her hair disheveled, looking very ugly. I say, fourth sister, did you not think about how you would end up like this before messing with me? Tang Feifei's regret value plus 300. Tang Feifei's regret value plus 300. Tang Feifei wanted to plead for mercy, tears continuously streaming from the corners of her eyes. But now she couldn't say anything, only able to keep calling out softly. Tang Feifei's regret value plus 300. Tang Feifei's regret value plus 300. Tang Qingma listened with a smirk to the system's prompt, then walked towards the window. Tang Feifei was still conscious, able to feel the cool wind blowing across her face, and could see that the window was 3 stories high. Was Tang Qingma planning to throw her down? Did he want to kill her? Tang Feifei wanted to shake her head, but even the back of her neck was grabbed by Tang Qingma's large hand. The system was shocked by Tang Qingma's actions and quickly asked, "Host, do you want to kill Tang Feifei?" Sort of, if possible, I want to kill her directly, but doing it in the room would leave traces, so throwing her out the window was the most effective method. Not the host. If you do that, you will lose a person's regret value. Not to mention that Tang Feifei's regret value was pouring out like a flood. Then it depends on her luck. Tang Qingma shrugged indifferently. After saying that, Tang Qingma let go. Tang Feifei's regret value plus 500. Tang Feifei's regret value plus 500. Tang Feifei's regret value plus 500. Tang Feifei fell from the window, and of course, a large amount of regret value was generated before she hit the ground. Host, are you just going to leave Tang Feifei like this? Looking at Tang Feifei, who had fallen to the ground and could not move, the system felt very reluctant. It was such a pity to abandon her after harvesting thousands of regret points from her. The host should have squeezed out a bit more before throwing her away. Because I don't want to see her again. This little fairy, who was infatuated with her brother, made him feel disgusted just being in the same space. Tang Qingma wiped the floor of the dormitory. After tidying everything up, he pretended that Tang Feifei had never come in and directly collapsed onto the bed to sleep. Today was just beginning, and thinking about facing a bunch of exceptional people tomorrow, Tang Qingma decided to rest well. The next morning, Tang Qingma got up early. Since the original host was still 18 years old, after being recognized back by the Tang family, he was sent to the same school as Tang Xianqi. In order to control and bully the original host at any time, Tang Xianqi even had him promoted to the same grade. In his heart, the original host was just a useless person who couldn't study, so he could highlight himself well. God! Tang Qingma didn't expect that he had already passed puberty and now had to experience student life all over again. Feeling blue and wanting to curse. However, he still put on the new school uniform that Wang Ma had prepared, which he had instructed to be ready last night. The outfit the original host wore had been ruined and torn by Tang Xianqi, and wearing it outside would only bring shame. After coming out of the dormitory, Tang Qingma saw a joyful atmosphere in the hall, along with a new face. The moment Tang Qingma stepped into the hall, the originally cheerful atmosphere was shattered. The members of the Tang family displayed various expressions, among which the new face stared at him coldly and with authority. This person was the eldest sister among the 7 sisters, and also the current president of the Tang group, Tang Ruoling. She was someone who looked down on the original host, believing he was unworthy of the spotlight and often resorted to verbal abuse. Of course, this Ice Queen president only showed a warm side to Tang Xianqi, believing everything he said and continuously excluding the original host, her biological brother. Tang Qingma ignored her and just glanced at the others, noticing that Tang Feifei was not present. It seemed they hadn't discovered that Tang Feifei had fallen outside. Tang Jianrun and Bai Hualian had heavy dark circles under their eyes, indicating they must have had a very bad night. After all, the controversies surrounding the Tang group had not been completely resolved, and Tang Jianrun must have been on the phone with company personnel all night, while Bai Hualian was probably jumping back and forth in her thoughts about whether the original host had done anything wrong. Brother, you're awake. Tang Xianqi, who had his room taken away last night, was filled with hatred towards Tang Qingma at this moment but still maintained the persona of a well-behaved younger brother. Of course I'm awake. I'm not as lucky as my brother. No one calls me to get up, and if I don't wake up myself, I'll be late. Tang Xianqi, is he mocking him? Tang Qingma smiled at Tang Xianqi and asked, without waiting for a response, as he sat in a chair several seats away from the Tang family. If the original host had usually sat at the table like this, someone would definitely have taught him a lesson. But after what happened last night, even Tang Jianran didn't dare to say anything, and the others remained silent. Of course, except for one person, not greeting anyone upon seeing them, truly uncultured. At this moment, the usually silent Tang Ruoling finally spoke. As usual, she reprimanded Tang Qingma, but Tang Qingma directly ignored her and turned to Wang Ma in the kitchen, saying, Wang Ma, could you please bring me breakfast? Of course, young master. The Tang family villa originally had 5 servants, but last night, Tang Qingma had fired 4 of them, including the butler, Tang De. Although those servants had objections, in order to stabilize Tang Qingma's emotions, Tang Jianrun painted a rosy picture, telling them to take a break for a while and they would soon be brought back. As for Tang De, well, since his legs were useless, he might as well enjoy his retirement. Today's breakfast duties were all handled by Wang Ma. In fact, although Wang Ma is called Ma and seems mature, she is only in her 30s, simply using Ma because of her job as a nanny. So she still looks quite charming. Wang Ma is also the only one who has never harmed the original owner and often secretly helps her. Unfortunately, she is just a servant, and even though she has advised Tang Jianrun and Bai Hualian to treat the original owner well, no one listens to her. Today's breakfast is very simple, just ordinary soy milk, fried dough sticks, and fried eggs with bacon. However, for the original owner, this is already quite luxurious. Whether at the academy or the Tang family, he has always been hungry. Tang Qingma certainly wouldn't deprive himself, dipping the fried dough sticks into the soy milk and taking big bites. So crispy, so delicious. Can't you hear what I'm saying, Tang Qingma? You really are rude, growing up outside without any manners. Seeing the other person's indifference, Tang Ruoling immediately became furious, her voice as cold as silk. Oh, so you were calling me. Tang Qingma took another sip of soy milk and looked directly at Tang Ruoling. It's quite funny for you to say I'm rude. Since I arrived, aside from Tang Xianqi who pretended to call me once, who else has called me? By your logic, all of you are quite rude. Bang! Tang Ruoling slammed her hands on the table, looking at Tang Qingma with a gaze as if she were trash. You still dare to retort? Do you know that your actions last night have seriously affected the Tang family? Are you even human? Then let it affect, after all, it's just stating the facts. Tang Qingma sneered, if you hadn't treated me like this before, wouldn't nothing have happened? Our Tang family brought you, a beggar, back. Now you're bringing shame to the Tang family, truly ungrateful. Stop. These words have already been said by the head of the Tang family and your good sister last night. Can you come up with something new? Don't be so annoying like a broken record. Tang Qingma said disdainfully, since you think you're not wrong, then go online and argue with people. Why not? Don't want to go? You. Tang Ruoling was left speechless. Before she went home, she had heard Tang Jianrun say that Tang Qingma had changed a lot, but she didn't pay attention. She didn't expect Tang Qingma to be like a different person. Both in speech and demeanor, it was as if he had changed entirely. Could it be that their usual mistreatment of Tang Qingma at home had gone too far, leading him to act out during the live stream? If they had just pretended a little, wouldn't the Tang family be facing a crisis now? Tang Ruoling's regret value plus 100. Ruoling, stop talking. Qingma, don't take it to heart, your elder sister is also doing this for your own good. Tang Jianrun immediately interjected to smooth things over, as he was very concerned about Tang Qingma's actions. He was afraid that if he was in a bad mood, he might do something again. Tang Qingma smiled sideways and said, head of the Tang family, don't try to smooth things over. The 2 requests and 15 million I proposed last night, please fulfill them in the next 2 days, otherwise, I don't mind going online again. Bang! The table was slammed down again by Tang Ruoling. Are you threatening us? How malicious. Of course. Tang Qingma chuckled, since you all keep saying I'm malicious, then I'll show you my malice. The reason lies with you all. Tang Ruoling's regret value plus 100. Tang Meixin's regret value plus 100. Tang Ali's regret value plus 100. The atmosphere on site became stiff once again. Tang Xianqi immediately changed the subject. By the way, where's fourth sister? Is she still not up? As soon as he said this, the Tang family realized that Tang Feifei was not present. Usually, when Tang Qingma came to the table, she would call out the loudest, but now her figure was nowhere to be seen. Fourth miss. Meanwhile, outside the villa, Wang Ma's voice could be heard. When everyone followed the sound to the back of the villa, they saw Tang Feifei lying unconscious on the grass. How could this happen? Who did this? Tang Jianrun was agitated and furious. This was the Tang family. Although they had lost face last night, if they were unaware of someone invading their home, then the Tang family's remaining dignity would be gone. Tang Xianqi, seemingly frightened, said, Dad, the place where my sister fell seems to be above my room. No, it's my brother's room. His words hinted that his dormitory had been taken over by Tang Qingma last night, and also suggested that Tang Feifei's fall was likely caused by Tang Qingma. However, Tang Qingma ignored the words of the green tea fake young master and silently asked the system, did Tang Feifei die from the fall? Falling from the 3rd floor in such a state, she must be dead, right? However, the system quietly replied, not dead, although she is paralyzed, she is still hanging on. How could she not be dead after all this? Truly worthy of being the sister of the child of destiny. The original host had endured all kinds of abuse and torment for 18 years, yet her vitality was as tenacious as a cockroach. And Tang Feifei, possessing the bloodline of the original host, could resurrect infinitely as long as her head was intact, borrowing another 500 years from heaven. Qingma, what on earth is going on? Why is your fourth sister lying under your room? Tang Jianren, seeing that Tang Qingma was silent, became even more furious. Master Tang, you seem to be asking the wrong person, Tang Qingma said irritably, pointing to the shoe prints on the villa's outer wall. These are clearly shoe prints left by someone, just compare them with fourth sister's shoes and it will be clear. I also know that she has a good relationship with her dear fake brother. As soon as she returned from the hospital last night, she threatened to kill me. Could it be that she tried to sneak into my room at night and accidentally fell? As the culprit, Tang Qingma showed no signs of guilt. His words were half true and half false. Tang Feifei did indeed sneak into the room last night, but she was thrown down by him. Tang Jianren's face darkened instantly, and he immediately ordered Wang Ma to compare Tang Feifei's shoes with the shoe prints on the wall. Now that the Tang family's servants had all been dismissed, Wang Ma had to do it herself. Upon comparison, the size and shape of the shoes indeed matched the prints. The Tang family members. So Tang Feifei really fell because she was trying to steal and ended up losing? Tang Qingma yawned, if there's nothing else, I'm going to class, we can talk later. Your fourth sister is almost dead, and you still have the mood to go to school. Tang Xuerong felt even more disappointed in her cold-blooded brother. Tang Qingma waved his hand. What else? I'm not like second sister, who has the title of a surgical saint. What would I stay for? To cheer her on? You. At this moment, Tang Xianqi stepped forward, pretending to be sad, and said, Brother, no matter what, fourth sister is still your. He was interrupted by Tang Qingma. If you care about her like this, then you can stay. I'm leaving. Tang Qingma ignored the gloomy faces of the Tang family and left directly. Tang Xianqi, unfilial son, unfilial son. Tang Jianren felt a pain in his chest as he saw the other party really leave. Sir, what should we do now? Bai Hualian looked at her daughter lying on the ground, worried. Sai, what else can we do? We've called an ambulance. Let's see what the doctor says. At this moment, Tang Feifei lay on the ground, and if it weren't for the slight rise and fall of her chest, one would think she was dead. But aside from Dr. Tang Ali, no one dared to approach her. Now they could only wait for the ambulance to arrive. Xiaoxi, you should go to school first. We will take care of fourth sister, Tang Xuerong said, feeling heartbroken at the sight of Tang Xianqi's dejected expression. She was temporarily sidelined by the company due to last night's live broadcast incident, and the work she was supposed to take over was also put on hold, leaving her stuck at home. But Tang Xianqi wanted to delay a bit, but was interrupted by Tang Ruoling, who said, Yes, Xiaoxi, your father and I need to return to the company to handle public relations matters. I'll take you back to school first. Last night, she and Tang Jianren had worked together to temporarily cover up the live broadcast issue, but they still needed to return to the Tang group to clean up the mess and provide an explanation to the shareholders. This time, Tang Xianqi did not refuse. Okay, then I'll hitch a ride with my sister and dad. At this moment, Tang Qingma walked to the gate outside the villa, intending to take the luxury car that Tang Xianqi usually used to go to school. However, as he approached, he was stopped by the driver. Young Master Qingma, this car is for young Master Xiaoxi. Please use another vehicle. The driver, who had received many benefits from Tang Hongxi, often displayed a condescending attitude towards the original owner. Tang Qingma forgot. Last night, he had been too busy managing the servants in the villa to remember there was also a driver. As a prestigious family, the Tang family had more than one luxury car and several drivers. However, the original owner was quite unpopular, and those drivers, having received benefits from Tang Hongxi, often neglected their duties. It was common for them to drop the original owner off at the Tang family home and school while only taking Tang Xianqi away. Of course, the original owner had mentioned this difficulty to the Tang family, but it had all come to nothing. In the end, he could only walk 2 hours to and from school each day, arriving late. Young Master Qingma, do you understand? If you do, please leave, the driver said arrogantly when he saw Tang Qingma silent. He had finished work at 7 last night and was unaware of the changes in the Tang family. Tang Qingma calmly put his hands in his pockets and said, No matter what, I'm still a young master of the Tang family, your master's own son. Are you really not going to take me to school? Humph. The driver immediately showed a disdainful smile. You think being called young master means anything? You are not favored in the Tang family at all. Besides, young Master Xiaoxi said he doesn't want to share a car with a rat like you. Tang Xianqi said that? If you know, then hurry up and get lost. Ah! Tang Qingma clenched his fist and, while the driver was spewing insults, he threw a powerful punch at his face. Ah! At this moment, Tang Qingma had already practiced 10 basic martial arts, and knocking down an ordinary driver was as easy as pie. Host, did you just use your fist? The system expressed surprise. Based on yesterday's understanding of the host, Tang Qingma usually dealt with those who bullied the original owner by slapping them. But today, he actually punched someone. That's right, I've upgraded from slapping to punching. Tang Qingma looked at his knuckles. Even after hitting someone, there was no pain or injury. It seemed that the 10 basic martial arts he practiced last night had significantly increased this body's strength. The driver, knocked to the ground, had a slightly distorted face from the punch. Young Master Qingma, how dare you hit me? By the way, you just said I couldn't get in the car, right? Tang Qingma pulled out the dagger he had drawn last night from the system space. With wide eyes, he plunged it directly into the luxury car's tire. The originally hard tire immediately deflated and became soft, unable to continue driving. Since he wasn't allowed in the car, then no one should be able to get in. Tang Qingma, what are you doing? When Tang Ruoling and the others were drawn over by the driver's voice, they saw that all the cars at home had been punctured, and the one responsible for it all was Tang Qingma. Tang family head, didn't I say last night that I would get rid of everyone who bullied me? But Tang Qingma ignored Tang Ruoling and Tang Xianxi, looking directly at Tang Jianrun. Haven't I already gotten rid of them? What more do you want, you ungrateful son? Tang Jianrun was furious and agitated. This beast actually slashed the tires of all the cars at home. How is he supposed to go back to the company now? Tang Qingma, there's still a driver. What? The drivers hired by the Tang family all neglect their duties, only picking up and dropping off Tang Xianxi, this fake young master, while I, the real young master, have to walk 2 hours to and from school every day. Isn't that bullying? What did you say? Tang Ruoling and Tang Jianrun frowned tightly. Meanwhile, Tang Xianxi was shocked for a moment. Seeing Tang Ruoling and the others looking at him, he quickly said, "Brother, isn't it because you always leave early? I wait for you every day." After hearing Tang Xianxi's words, Tang Ruoling just breathed a sigh of relief, her gaze sharp as she looked at Tang Qingma. Did you hear that? Little she is kind enough to wait for you, and you actually dare. Young Master Qingma, this car is for young Master Xianxi. Please use another car. Tang Qingma didn't want to waste time with them and directly opened the recording app on his phone. No matter what, I'm still a young master of the Tang family, your master's own son. Are you not planning to take me to school? Humph. I call you young master, and you really take it seriously. You are not favored in the Tang family at all. And young Master Xianxi said he doesn't want to share a car with a street rat like you. Not only was the beaten driver shocked, but Tang Ruoling and Tang Jianrun were also very surprised. Meanwhile, Tang Xianxi's face had already turned pale. This wretch actually recorded it again. And how could that driver be so stupid? He actually said everything. So, Tang family head, do you think these drivers and your beloved fake son are bullying me? Tang Qingma turned his head to look at the grim-faced Tang Jianrun. However, before the other party could respond, Tang Xianxi had already run up and knelt before Tang Qingma. Brother, it's all my fault. Tang Qingma interrupted Tang Xianxi's words with a kick, mercilessly knocking his delicate face askew. Going back and forth only saying it's your fault. You want to leave? Then go. If you're not annoyed, I'm sick of it. Tang Qingma clicked his tongue, his gaze icy. Little she. Tang Ruoling immediately stepped forward to check Tang Xianxi's face. That fair face, which seemed to have been coated with powder, was kicked askew, his mouth twisted to one side, resembling a crooked dragon king. Be big sister. Brother he. Tang Ruoling naturally didn't believe that recording. Tang Qingma, I believe it's all this driver's fault. Little she is so kind, he would never. Tang Qingma cracked his knuckles. If you keep babbling, I'll hit you. Tang Ruoling. Tang family head, as long as you investigate, you'll know how the drivers at home treat me. Tang Qingma looked coldly at Tang Jianrun. I made my request last night. I don't want to see those drivers when I come back, and the remaining 15 million, please deposit it into my account today, otherwise. Tang Qingma revealed a bright yet wicked smile. I don't mind making your efforts from last night go to waste. After saying that, Tang Qingma left without looking back, leaving Tang Jianrun and the three siblings standing there. Tang Jianrun was left dumbfounded by Tang Qingma's words. Last night's efforts were to handle the public relations issues of the Tang group. Although Tang Qingma promptly issued a clarification statement, many netizens were not convinced. He had worked hard all night with Tang Ruoling. If the Tang family were to face new negative news now, it would really be disastrous. Tang Jianrun immediately looked at the driver on the ground and angrily kicked him. Useless! How dare you bully Tang Qingma! How dare you bully Tang Qingma! Tang Jianrun was emotionally agitated, whether it was from worrying about another crisis for the Tang family or from Tang Qingma's disrespectful attitude. Both combined made him unable to help but punch and kick that driver. Even if I hate him, he is still my son. You dare to bully me as if I'm nothing. It's all your fault. If you hadn't acted stupidly, Would I have to be looked down upon by that brat? Get lost, get lost. He kept kicking the driver in frustration, making Tang Xianqi feel alarmed. If I become worthless, will I end up like that driver? Thinking this, Tang Hongxi felt even more afraid. Tang Qingma, who had punctured all the tires of the Tang family's car, walked to the gate of the community. He certainly couldn't walk for 2 hours like the original owner. Tang Qingma took out the new phone he bought yesterday, opened the Didi app, and called for a taxi. The reason for needing to walk for 2 hours was that this wealthy area was located on the side of a mountain. The original owner's body was weak and battered, which is why it took so long to return to school. If he took a taxi, it would only take about 45 minutes to reach the school. The original owner attended a private school where the rich second generation gathered. Since he had been receiving ordinary education at a martial arts academy before, he could keep up with Tang Xianqi's level. However, Tang Xianqi often bullied him by inviting classmates to act as a control group. Being locked in the bathroom, having his desk piled with trash, and being called out to be beaten were all commonplace. Even when the homeroom teacher found out, they ignored it because they knew the status of Tang Xianqi and Tang Qingma in the Tang family. As long as no one died, it was fine. When Tang Qingma arrived at the school gate, he attracted the attention of many classmates. Now, Tang Qingma was not wearing tattered school uniforms like the original owner, and his expression was not gloomy. He looked just a bit less handsome than the readers, full of confidence. When he walked to class 3 according to his memory, the noisy classmates fell silent. They seemed surprised by Tang Qingma's change, but soon embarrassment took over. Tang Qingma squinted and saw that his seat was full of trash and graffiti. When Tang Qingma appeared at the classroom door, the classmates were all very surprised. It was known that he usually wore tattered school uniforms, looking dirty, and was only said to be a relative of Tang Xianqi. However, today he had changed into a new school uniform, and his hair and appearance were well-groomed, looking clean and fresh. His confident charm and slightly less handsome appearance than the readers captivated the female classmates. But when Tang Qingma walked to his seat, he saw the desktop and drawer filled with graffiti and trash, with many words like "Go die" and "trash" written on them. The original owner had transferred to this school for more than 2 months and was in the same class as Tang Xianqi. Tang Xianqi, being the darling of the Tang family and generous, had gained a bunch of followers at school. He often hinted that he was bullied by the original owner in the Tang family, which inflated those followers' sense of justice, rationalizing their bullying of the original owner. In response, the original owner endured it. Tang Qingma naturally would not tolerate it. He took out his phone and directly started filming the desk. The classmates were surprised to see this. Wasn't Tang Qingma always using that nearly broken old phone? And what was he doing? Before everyone could react, Tang Qingma's cold voice rang out. Who did this? Everyone fell silent. Usually, Tang Qingma would silently sit in that messy seat. But why was he acting differently today? Seeing everyone looking at each other, Tang Qingma asked again. I said, who did this? I did. A loud voice rang out as 3 boys swaggered in from the classroom door. It was me, Zhang Ling. Do you have a problem with that? The leader, Zhang Ling, pointed to himself with his thumb and said arrogantly. The other classmates looked at Tang Qingma with sympathetic and mocking eyes. Zhang Ling's family started in real estate and made a lot of money in the past 2 years. He was a typical nouveau riche second generation, but due to his tall stature and fierce appearance, not many dared to provoke him at school. However, he was still the son of a nouveau riche, and to establish himself in the circle of rich second-generation kids, he needed a backing. Therefore, Zhang Ling found a few well-off rich kids at school and willingly became their underling. Among them was Tang Xianqi. As long as Tang Xianqi could suppress Tang Qingma, he could use anyone, and as long as he was given some benefits, Zhang Ling would not hesitate to take action against Tang Qingma. Facing this person who usually made the original owner suffer, Tang Qingma merely revealed a sarcastic smile. So it was Tang Xianqi's dog doing this, no wonder it looks so stupid. The classmates were all very surprised. Today, Tang Qingma actually retorted, "You trash!" Zhang Ling was impulsive, and as soon as he heard Tang Qingma's mockery, he swung his fist like usual. The classmates in the class were all frightened. Who would have thought Zhang Ling would be so bold as to fight in class? However, for Tang Qingma, who had practiced 10 basic martial arts, Zhang Ling's fist seemed to move in slow motion. So you strike first, and I can consider it self-defense? Bang! In an instant, while Zhang Ling's fist was still in the air, Tang Qingma swiftly raised his arm. The crowd couldn't see clearly, and Zhang Ling's tall body was already sent flying far away. Bang! Several desks and chairs were knocked over by Zhang Ling's force, making a huge noise. Zhang Ling also twisted his waist in the impact, unable to get up from the pain. Everyone was dumbfounded. Were they dreaming? Tang Qingma's small frame actually sent the tall Zhang Ling flying with a single punch. But what was even more surprising was that Tang Qingma suddenly dragged his dirty desk, reaching into the drawer for trash. Zhang Ling wanted to escape, but his waist was twisted from the fall, causing him great pain. Tang Qingma, you. Shut up, you're so noisy. Pain. Did he just get hit? Don't you like throwing trash into the desk? I'm helping you now. Tisk. Why is your head so big? It won't fit in. Useless. No. The classmates all looked at Tang Qingma with trepidation. The usual Tang Qingma would never act so terrifyingly, but today he seemed like a different person. Hey, what do we do now? Zhang Ling's two lackeys saw Tang Qingma's increasingly crazy behavior and couldn't help but ask worriedly, let's save young Master Zhang first. The two lackeys usually bullied the original owner alongside Zhang Ling, and even though the other party was acting so boldly now, they thought in their hearts that Tang Qingma was just having a momentary outburst. As long as they had the numbers, they could stop him. Bastard! Stop it! Let go of young Master Zhang. Tang Qingma coldly turned his head, pressing Zhang Ling to the ground with one hand while the other clenched into a fist, striking one of the lackeys in the abdomen. That lackey immediately felt his insides twist together, the pain causing his whole body to contract as he knelt on the ground. The other one, seeing this, didn't react in time and was kicked in the chest by the suddenly rising Tang Qingma, sending him flying far away. Aha! The remaining classmates looked on in shock at Zhang Ling and his two companions. Tang Qingma, the person involved, pulled out a handkerchief from his pocket and slowly wiped his hands, as if nothing had happened. The atmosphere in the classroom became tense. Tang Qingma was acting unusually today, but Zhang Ling and his two companions couldn't even defeat him. This made some classmates who had bullied Tang Qingma tremble in fear, wondering what would happen if he sought revenge on them. At that moment, one of the classmates in the class excitedly said, "Young Master Tang, you're finally back." Everyone's attention was drawn over, seeing Tang Xianqi walk into the classroom looking somewhat haggard. As soon as he saw the three people lying on the ground, he immediately shouted to Tang Qingma, "Brother, how can you be so excessive?" Tang Xianqi felt incredibly unlucky. First, Tang Qingma had broken all the cars at home, forcing him to take a ride-hailing service back to school, but he didn't want his classmates to find out, so he had to ask the driver to stop a couple of blocks away and then jog back to school. Upon returning to the classroom and seeing Zhang Ling and the others lying on the ground in such a miserable state, he frowned. "Brother, even if you don't like classmate Zhang Ling, you can't beat them up like this." Tang Xianqi's words made it seem as if he was portraying Tang Qingma as a violent maniac. Tang Qingma asked directly, "But they are the ones who bully me regularly. Are you saying that by speaking up for them, you support school bullying?" That one sentence left Tang Xianqi speechless. School bullying is not tolerated in any school, but usually, Tang Qingma would just endure it silently even when bullied. Tang Qingma continued, "It's normal for you to speak for them, after all. They often follow you around and listen to what you say." As soon as this was said, the classmates in the class exchanged doubtful glances. It wasn't uncommon for Zhang Ling and the others to recognize themselves as the big brothers at school, and they could often be seen close to Tang Xianqi. However, since Tang Xianqi treated all his classmates equally and was friendly, no one would connect the bullying of Tang Qingma to him. But now that Tang Qingma mentioned it, it did seem quite strange that Tang Xianqi was so close to Zhang Ling. So, was Zhang Ling bullying Tang Qingma at Tang Xianqi's instigation? "Brother, what nonsense are you talking about?" Tang Xianqi naturally denied it. He couldn't let the persona he had built up at school collapse. Tang Xianqi's regret value plus 100. "We are just classmates who say a few words. We are not familiar at all." Tang Qingma sneered, "The way you say that makes it sound like everyone else is a fool, and only you're clear-headed. Wasn't last night's Weibo headline very clear? This fake young master has been bullying me, the real young master, at home. I didn't even know Zhang Ling when I first transferred, but suddenly I was bullied by him. Do you dare say you had no part in this?" The classmates in the class looked at each other in surprise. The affairs of the Tang family were not just on Weibo, they had also exploded in the wealthy circles. The Tang couple and their 7 sisters actually bullied and abused the real young master for the sake of the fake young master. This would be explosive in any era and place. So, Tang Qingma is the real young master of the Tang family. Moreover, thinking about it this way, if Tang Xianqi could manipulate the Tang family members to target their own son/brother, then he could also instigate others at school to bully Tang Qingma. "Everyone, you misunderstood me." Tang Xianqi noticed the wary and distant looks from his classmates and instantly displayed a look of hatred. Damn it! The persona he had painstakingly built at school was actually destroyed. It's all Tang Qingma's fault. If he had known, he wouldn't have stood up for Zhang Ling. He should have just played dead. Tang Xianqi's regret value plus 200. At this moment, the rational Zhang Ling looked at Tang Qingma with a twisted expression. "Tang Qingma, you beast." He covered his waist and struggled to get up, gritting his teeth. "Do you think you can just get away with what you did to me? My dad is Zhang Tong. I will make you regret the consequences of opposing me. Tang Qingma was speechless. This sounded as classic as My Dad is Li Gang. Tang Qingma asked, did you not see Weibo last night? What? The true and false young masters of the Tang family, you don't know? So what if I know? Zhang Ling scoffed, even if you are the real young master of the Tang family, do you have any status in the Tang family? So you bullied me for the sake of Tang Xianxi? Tang Qingma followed up with his question. Young Master Xianxi is richer and has more status than you, how can a piece of trash like you compare to him? The classmates in the class were all shocked. Tang Xianxi's face turned pale. Zhang Ling, that fool. Didn't his words just mean he was asking him to teach Tang Qingma a lesson? Can he just shut up? Tang Xianxi's regret value plus 200. Oomph, fool. Tang Qingma sneered. Even now, Zhang Ling still didn't understand the situation. Tang Qingma asked the system in disbelief, little system, are all the rich second-generation kids in this world this stupid? The system weakly replied, maybe because Zhang Ling is a nouveau riche, he doesn't understand the situation. That makes sense. What did you say, Tang Qingma? Zhang Ling really didn't get it. After hearing Tang Qingma's words, he clenched his fists. If it weren't for his sprained waist, he would have definitely knocked Tang Qingma down on the spot. Hey, what are you doing here? Asterisk at that moment, a sharp and serious voice rang out. It was their teacher, Wu Dedong. Tang Qingma, what are you up to again? He entered the classroom and scolded Tang Qingma in front of the whole class. This was also his usual behavior. The original host had no status in the Tang family, and to curry favor with Tang Xianxi, Wu Dedong would always take it out on him first, no matter what happened. But the current Tang Qingma was not the original host and would not just suffer in silence. Teacher Wu, you come in without distinguishing right from wrong and immediately blame me. I suppose your head has a problem? What? Wu Dedong was also shocked by Tang Qingma's rebuttal. Since I transferred here, I've been bullied by Zhang Ling and the others. During this time, you, as the class teacher, have completely ignored it and have unreasonably criticized me. You should go back to your mother's womb and learn what it means to be a teacher. Tang Qingma, you are disrespecting your elders. Tang Qingma's words pierced Wu Dedong's hypocrisy like a sharp sword, making him slam the teacher's podium in anger. A good teacher should certainly be respected, but someone like you, who flatters the high and tramples the low, I wouldn't even want to look at you for fear of tainting my worldview. Tang Qingma, you immediately go to the office. I will call your parents. Wu Dedong said angrily. Ha ha, sure, then please hurry up and call the head of the Tang family. Tang Qingma laughed out loud, seeing Wu Dedong as foolish as Zhang Ling. Wu Dedong gritted his teeth, thinking that as long as the head of the Tang family came, Tang Qingma would be in trouble. After last night's trending topic, he also knew the situation of the true and false young masters. But even if Tang Qingma was the true young master, so what? He had no status in the Tang family. This time, he must teach Tang Qingma a good lesson, so he knows the consequences of talking back. Tang Qingma and Zhang Ling were taken to the principal's office by Wu Dedong. Zhang Ling had already bandaged the wound on his head, but after wrapping it several times with gauze, his originally radiant image looked a bit disheveled. And because Tang Qingma used violence against his classmates and was disrespectful to the teacher, both parents needed to be called in. Since it involved the Tang and Zhang families, it was best for the principal to handle it. On the Zhang family side, as soon as Zhang Ling's father heard that his son was beaten at school, he rushed over immediately, but they couldn't reach the head of the Tang family, only contacting Bai Hualian. Bai Hualian replied that she needed to discuss it with her daughter first. Wu Dedong looked at Tang Qingma with a triumphant expression. The head of the Tang family didn't come personally for such a significant matter. It seemed Tang Qingma was still not favored. But whether Tang Jianrun came or not, Tang Qingma didn't care. As soon as he entered the principal's office, Tang Qingma said to the system, "System, help me draw a lottery." Alright, the host has now collected 6,700 regret points, plus the 10 basic martial arts books cultivated yesterday. You can draw 36 times. Then let's start with 2 sets of 12 draws. Ding! Congratulations to the host for drawing Kidney Treasure X1. Ding! Congratulations to the host for drawing Kidney Treasure X1. Ding! Congratulations to the host for drawing Kidney Treasure X1. I drew 8 kidney treasures in a row. Tang Qingma, my kidneys are fine. Can't you give me something practical? System, it's difficult. Everything depends on the host's luck. Ding! Congratulations, the host has drawn a notebook X1. Oh, a notebook. Finally, something practical. The original owner returned to the Tang family without even a computer prepared, and sometimes had to go to an internet cafe to spend money for assignments that required a computer. Host, this laptop is produced by the system, so it has a function that only the host can decrypt, and others cannot use it. The system saw that the host was satisfied with the computer and introduced its features. You can usually put it in the space and take it out when needed. Tang Xingma nodded in satisfaction. This is very convenient, as expected of the system. Hee hee. The system hummed proudly. Tang Xingma continued to draw prizes. Ding. Congratulations, the host has drawn a powerful treasure pill X1. Ding. Congratulations, the host has drawn refreshing udon X1. Ding. Congratulations, the host has drawn 50,000 cash. It has been deposited into the system account for the host. System account? Tang Xingma wondered, is it the same as the system space? Yes, if the money is obtained from the lottery, the system will help the host deposit it into the system account, which only the host can use. And our funding source is completely legal and compliant. The host doesn't need to worry about legal responsibilities. The money you earn in the future can also be deposited into the system account. That's good, very convenient. Tang Xingma was very satisfied. In fact, Tang Xingma was not worried about the source of funds. After all, the system was the golden finger given to him by the Heavenly Way, and it would handle such trivial matters well. Asterisk. After Tang Xingma finished drawing prizes, Principal Lin hurried over anxiously. Teacher Wu, what on earth happened? He had just finished a meeting when he received a notice from the Director of Education, saying that Wu Dedong requested the parents of the Zhang and Tang families to come. The Zhang family was one thing, but the Tang family was a wealthy family in the Magic City. Plus, with the recent scandals about the true and false young masters, now one of the main characters, Tang Xingma, was brought over by Wu Dedong. What was going on? Wu Dedong said sternly, Principal, Tang Xingma openly beat Zhang Ling and several other classmates in the classroom, and afterwards showed no remorse, speaking harshly to me. We must call the parents over and give him a punishment. Beating? Principal Lin looked at the slender Tang Xingma, then at the tall Zhang Ling. Who was bullying whom? Are you sure the injury on Zhang Ling's head wasn't from him falling? Principal, my waist, my head were injured by Tang Xingma. He wouldn't let me go and even forced me to bow in front of the whole class. Zhang Ling recounted what had happened in the classroom. Of course, he didn't mention that he often bullied Tang Xingma. Principal, you have to stand up for me, Zhang Ling cried, hoping to gain the principal's support. But Principal Lin wouldn't convict someone just because a student was crying. He frowned and looked at Tang Xingma. Student Tang, is what Zhang said true? After drawing prizes, Tang Xingma was in a good mood, so he nodded. If the principal is just asking about what happened in the classroom today, then I admit that I was the one who hit Zhang Ling. Principal, you heard that. Zhang Ling and Wu Dedong were very pleased. They didn't expect this fool Tang Xingma to admit it himself. But the next second, Tang Xingma said coldly, but I only retaliated in self-defense. Because I saw Zhang Ling attacking me as usual, and to defend myself, I had to strike first and take him down. Attacking you as usual? Student Zhang, what does Tang's words mean? Principal Lin was perceptive. As soon as he heard Tang Xingma's words, he vaguely guessed what was going on. Wu Dedong immediately interjected, Principal, those were just minor scuffles, not worth paying attention to. What Teacher Wu said is quite ridiculous. Tang Xingma spoke in a calm tone. I was beaten and abused by Zhang Ling and his lackeys. My desk was filled with garbage, my stationery and textbooks were thrown away, and I was locked in the bathroom and beaten. It turns out these were just minor incidents in Teacher Wu's eyes. No wonder when I sought your help before, you pretended not to see. What? Principal Lin was shocked. Was there campus violence in his school? And the homeroom teacher knew but didn't inform him. Tang Xingma, you. Wu Dedong didn't expect the usually submissive Tang Xingma to break the silence, and he couldn't stop it in time. Tang Xingma took out his phone and handed it to Principal Lin. Principal Lin, this is the desk I saw when I returned to the classroom today, still warm. He handed over a photo showing a drawer stuffed with garbage, and the desktop covered with numerous insults towards parents, telling them to die, and other vile words. This. Principal Lin looked at the photo on the phone, his hands trembling. These curse-like malicious words seemed like something an uneducated thug would write. Principal Lin, just now in the classroom, Zhang Ling and his lackeys admitted it was them, and the classmates can testify. Tang Xingma quickly took back his phone, worried that Principal Lin might drop it in his moment of shaking. He then unceremoniously sat on the sofa in the principal's office and smiled, saying, The school has installed quite a few surveillance cameras. You can check them to see that I am not lying. Is what he said true? Principal Lin immediately turned to look at the guilty-looking Zhang Ling and Wu Dedong. Just by looking at their reactions, it was clear that everything was true. Wu Dedong, as the homeroom teacher, you ignored the bullying of students and even aided the bullies. How could our school have such a disgrace like you? Wu Dedong jumped in shock, trembling in fear. Principal, It's not like what Tang Qingma said. He looked at Tang Qingma, who was leisurely watching the drama unfold, feeling extremely angry. This was all because of Tang Qingma. If he hadn't spoken out about the bullying, how would the principal have found out? Wu Dedong never expected that if it were any other time, Principal Lin might have wanted to smooth things over. But after last night's trending topic about the true heir incident, the video of the Tang family abusing the real heir was secretly filmed by Tang Qingma, and combined with his calm demeanor now, Principal Lin felt that Tang Qingma was definitely not simple and couldn't offend him because of a teacher who had lost his moral integrity. So he decisively said, Wu Dedong, our school can't afford to keep you as a Buddha. Pack your things today, you don't need to come tomorrow. Principal, it's not like this, please give me a chance. Wu Dedong was terrified and knelt down, clinging to Principal Lin's leg. He couldn't understand. Wasn't Tang Qingma just the abandoned child of the Tang family? Principal Lin directly ignored him and looked at the timid Zhang Ling. As for you, leading the bullying of classmates, you should be expelled. I dare anyone to try. The door to the principal's office was kicked open violently, and Zhang Tang rushed in with two tall men, looking fierce. Dad! Seeing him was like seeing a savior. Zhang Ling immediately ran excitedly to Zhang Tang. Zhang Tang first smiled faintly at Zhang Ling, but when he saw the bandage on his head, he immediately looked sharply at everyone. Which student hit my son? Although he started in real estate, he had mixed with gangs in his early years and still used threats and other means to gain maximum benefit. Mr. Zhang, you misunderstood. Your son was the one who bullied first, Principal Lin frowned and said. He felt a headache dealing with this type of nouveau riche, but after being a principal for many years, he had considerable power and connections, so he wasn't afraid of Zhang Tang causing trouble here. You bullied someone? Zhang Tang naturally didn't want to conflict with Principal Lin and turned to look at Zhang Ling and Wu Dedong. Wu Dedong, the class teacher, had sent a gift before the school year started, asking him to take good care of Zhang Ling. Dad, it was just a little scuffle, that person is fine. Seeing his father's arrival, Zhang Ling grew bolder. He looked at Tang Qingma, who was sitting on the sofa. I didn't say anything wrong, right, young Master Tang? Young Master Tang? Zhang Tang looked at Tang Qingma in confusion. The incident of the true and false young masters of the Tang family had stirred up the entire internet last night, and he had heard about it from his subordinates. But his own son was actually bullying him? Zhang Ling, you're really funny. For the past 2 months, you've been used as a pawn, bullying and harassing me every day at school, yet you call it a little scuffle? Why don't you let me try being a little scuffle for 2 months? Even with Zhang Tang's arrival, Tang Qingma still looked down on them, his tone filled with disdain. Zhang Tang said, Kid, although you are the true young master of the Tang family, as far as I know, there is no place for you there. He actually admired Tang Qingma's courage, but since it concerned his son, he could only pressure Tang Qingma. Tang Qingma asked with a sidelong glance, does my position have anything to do with this matter? Zhang Tang got straight to the point, give me some face. Let's settle this privately. Whatever compensation you want, I will try my best to give it to you. Dad, how can you let him off so easily? Zhang Ling didn't expect Zhang Tang to be willing to calmly settle things with Tang Qingma. Wasn't Tang Qingma the abandoned child of the Tang family? Was he really trying to appease him like this? Idiot, shut up. Zhang Tang looked at Zhang Ling with a hint of anger. He had raised his son too well. He couldn't see the situation clearly. In the past, Zhang Tang would have directly pressured Tang Qingma to cover this up, but now the situation had changed. The true and false young masters of the Tang family had been exposed, and the shares of the Tang group had also been affected. To save those losses, the Tang family could no longer treat the true young master indifferently. If Tang Qingma pursued this, the Tang family would definitely demand an explanation from the Zhang family. So the best solution was to negotiate directly with Tang Qingma and settle this matter privately. Tang Qingma fiddled with his fingertips, not even looking at Zhang Tang. You want me to just let it go? That's right. As long as young Master Tang is willing not to pursue this, I will do my best to meet any compensation you want. As for teacher Wu Dedong, Zhang Tang glanced at him and smiled lightly. You will soon have a test, and changing teachers at this time will affect your studies. I can guarantee he won't do anything to harm young Master Tang in the future. Why not just let it go? Wu Dedong had provided a lot of help to Zhang Ling after getting his benefits, so Zhang Tang didn't want to replace him. Then it's easy. Tang Qingma sneered, pointing at the astonished Zhang Ling. If you want me to settle this privately, let your son bully me for 2 months, plus compensate me for my mental distress, and I'll agree to let it go. Tang Qingma, you dare. Zhang Ling exploded upon hearing the other party's demands. Bully him for 2 months? How could he even think of that? Tang Qingma smiled. What's there to be afraid of? I'm just returning eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth. Isn't that normal? As for Wu Dedong, a teacher like him is trash and must go. Wu Dedong, young man, you can't be too greedy. Hearing the other party's response, Zhang Tang was naturally dissatisfied. He had already given Tang Qingma a way out in compensation, yet the other party was still pushing for more. Then he couldn't be blamed. Since you don't want to talk to me, let's use another method. Zhang Tang waved his hand, and two tall men behind him stepped forward slowly. Mr. Zhang, what do you want to do? Principal Lin was startled by Zhang Tang's boldness. Principal, please rest assured, I will naturally give you face within the school. Zhang Tang said smugly, but once young Master Tang steps out of this school gate, I can't guarantee what will happen. No matter how you look at it, it's coercion for Tang Qingma to submit. If it were an ordinary student, they might have been scared into silence by now. But Tang Qingma just chuckled, as expected, like father, like son. President Zhang also likes to solve problems with force. Zhang Tang said, Young Master Tang, I have given you a choice. You should know that even if the Tang family is willing to step in because of yesterday's trending topic, I will still cause you harm. At worst, the Zhang and Tang families will suffer together. In fact, Zhang Tang was also trying to intimidate Tang Qingma. The two men he brought were martial artists. Although they were only at the first rank, they were not something ordinary people could handle. Tang Qingma was well aware that given his position in the Tang family, the head of the Tang family could not fully support him. So settling this privately was definitely the best option. Zhang Ling pointed at Tang Qingma and laughed arrogantly. Tang Qingma, my dad just gave you a way out, and now you have no chance. Clap, clap. Tang Qingma clapped his hands in response, curling his lips into a smile. Well said. Since that's the case, I will also give President Zhang a surprise. What? 5 years ago, the building collapse incident in the ancient district of Magic City. I wonder if President Zhang has compensated the victims' families? The building that collapsed in the ancient district of Magic City. Zhang Tang's previously triumphant expression instantly turned pale, as if struck by lightning. He had long since eliminated all evidence related to himself from that incident, even changing his name for it. How could Tang Qingma know? The building that collapsed 5 years ago killed more than 10 construction workers, but the owner happened to be overseas at the time, successfully escaping. Tang Qingma smiled lightly. President Zhang, do you have any clues? Although his tone was calm, his gaze was as sharp as a needle, as if he wanted to see through Zhang Tang. Principal Lin beside them was also very surprised. When it came to the building collapse incident in Magic City 5 years ago, it had shocked the entire country due to the deaths of multiple construction workers. The police investigation revealed that the contractor had embezzled more than half of the funds, using inferior building materials during construction. This led to the steel pipes inside rusting and collapsing. But coincidentally, the contractor's boss was overseas on business 2 days before the collapse, thus avoiding capture. But now, listening to Tang Qingma's words, could it be that Zhang Tang was the contractor's boss from back then? Tang Qingma looked at the pale-faced Zhang Tang and scoffed, crossing his legs. So, President Zhang, do you like this surprise I gave you? I don't know what you're talking about. Zhang Tang trembled all over, stuttering as he spoke. It was obvious that he was feeling guilty. Don't know? That's fine. Tang Qingma directly picked up his phone and pressed the call button. I'll call the police, and you'll find out. No! Zhang Tang immediately screamed, startling Principal Lin and Zhang Ling at the scene. His strong reaction could only mean that the incident was related to him. However, no one could guess how Tang Qingma knew about this matter. Tang Qingma merely curled his lips. Of course, he learned it from the system. Although the system mainly provided lottery services, it was also the jack of all trades in this world. Any questions or information he wanted to know could be found out just by asking the system. This was the biggest advantage for Tang Qingma intelligence. In any era or country, intelligence was the most important treasure. And now that he knew about Zhang Tang's dirty deeds, he also knew that he wasn't called Zhang Tang 5 years ago. After the storm of the collapse incident faded, Zhang Tang spent some money abroad to change his identity and returned to continue making a fortune in real estate, quickly earning a windfall again in just 2 years. How ironic. Dad, what exactly is Tang Qingma talking about? Zhang Ling beside him felt confused. 5 years ago, he was suddenly taken overseas by his parents, and after living there for more than 2 years, he returned. Then his parents suddenly changed their names. At that time, he was only 13 years old, and he didn't know the details. He just did whatever his parents said. But now, Tang Qingma is talking about some building collapse incident. What on earth is this? Tang Qingma looked at Zhang Ling, revealing a look of disdain, and said with a smile, Of course I'm saying that young Master Zhang is the son of a deadbeat and a criminal. One of you is harvesting the hard-earned money of the people and became a fugitive after the incident. The other is bullying and committing evil in school. Truly, like father, like son. Let's go to prison together. As he spoke, Tang Qingma picked up his phone, intending to dial a number. Quick! Stop him. Zhang Tang was shocked. he saw Tang Qingma trying to call the police and reflexively shouted to the two martial artists behind him to intervene. Mr. Zhang, what are you doing? Principal Lin was caught off guard when the two martial artists suddenly rushed in front of Tang Qingma. However, just as one of the martial artists reached out to grab Tang Qingma, he suddenly turned around and seized the martial artist's wrist. The power of his blood and energy concentrated in his palm, and with a tight grip at his fingertips, he instantly broke the martial artist's wrist. The sound of bones shattering echoed. Ah! The martial artist didn't have time to react. As his wrist was broken, Tang Qingma kicked his calf fiercely, causing him to lose balance and fall to the ground. Tang Qingma did not stop. At the moment the first martial artist fell, he concentrated all his energy in his palm and struck the face of the second martial artist who was approaching. This slap was delivered with full force, sending the tall man flying through the air, spinning twice before crashing to the ground. What is this? The entire principal's office fell silent, with Principal Lin, the Zhang family father and son, and Wu Dedong staring in shock at Tang Qingma. Zhang Tang was the first to come to his senses, feeling utterly incredulous. How is this possible? The two he brought were martial artists. Although they were only at the first level, they had both broken through. In a school filled with rich second-generation students, it was impossible for a student to defeat martial artists. Could it be that Tang Qingma is also a martial artist? But that can't be true. Principal Lin was also extremely shocked. Tang Qingma actually defeated two martial artists. How could he have been bullied by Zhang Ling? Zhang Ling didn't know this either. He had bullied Tang Qingma for more than 2 months, and the other party had never fought back or spoken up. Why has he become so powerful today? If he had known this, even if Tang Xianqi had given him more benefits, he wouldn't have provoked Tang Qingma. Seeing the two martial artists fall, Zhang Tang immediately ran towards the door. Tang Qingma quickly ran behind him, kicked him, and sent him sprawling on the ground. Dad! Zhang Ling looked in shock at Tang Qingma stepping on his father's back, wrinkling his suit. Tang Qingma directly flipped Zhang Tang over and swung his fist at his face. Ah! Want to escape? Mr. Zhang, besides being a deadbeat and a fugitive, now you're also attempting to injure someone. How can I let you get away? Another punch landed on the other side of his face, making a loud thud. No, please, young Master Tang, spare me. At this moment, Zhang Tang was no longer the proud figure he once was. His hair was disheveled, his face swollen, and he looked terrified and disheveled as he begged for mercy from a younger generation. Mr. Zhang, didn't you say you would give me a choice? Why are you so pathetic now? Tang Qingma mockingly patted Zhang Tang's swollen cheek and then punched him hard again. Ah, I'm sorry, young Master Tang. I shouldn't have treated you like that. But you already did. For a beautiful and harmonious society, you should go to prison. Tang Qingma smiled as he stood up, dialed the police, and casually stepped on Zhang Tang's abdomen. Ah! Zhang Tang felt uncomfortable and in pain, as if the yellow bile in his stomach was about to come up. Zhang Ling and Wu Dedong had long been kneeling on the ground, trembling in fear. Wu Dedong said nothing, and Zhang Ling was engulfed in deep regret. Why had it come to this? Was it because he listened to Tang Xianqi's words and provoked Tang Qingma? If he hadn't done that in the first place. At that moment, Principal Lin couldn't help but step forward and ask, Tang, are you a martial artist? Principal Lin, I'm not a martial artist yet, Tang Qingma replied with a smile. Oh, I see. Not being a martial artist yet means that he will become one in the future. Principal Lin was filled with admiration and respect for Tang Qingma. Not only did he boldly expose the bullying by Zhang Ling and Wu Dedong, but even when threatened by Zhang Tang, he was able to counteract knowing the other's secrets, and he even defeated the two martial artists he brought. He didn't even know that the true young master of the Tang family had such abilities. Fortunately, he hadn't offended him earlier. However, suddenly, a scream came from outside the door. Ah, Qingma, what are you doing? They saw Bai Hualian, Tang Xueron, and Tang Xianqi coming. After Bai Hualian received a call from the homeroom teacher, her first concern was whether Tang Qingma had caused trouble at school again. At that time, Wu Dedong had called into the Tang family, but Tang Jianyun and Tang Ruoling were at the Tang group, and Bai Hualian and Tang Ali had gone to the hospital because of Tang Feifei. Finally, it was Wang Ma who answered the call and relayed the situation to Bai Hualian. Since Tang Feifei was still in the hospital for emergency treatment, Bai Hualian initially thought Tang Qingma would understand her and not plan to go to school. But Tang Xueron wanted to see Tang Qingma make a fool of himself, so she coaxed Bai Hualian to go with her. As soon as they stepped through the school gate, they saw Tang Xianqi waiting, and the three chatted for a while before discussing Tang Qingma's disgrace before finally heading to the principal's office. Who would have thought that upon arriving at the door, they would see Tang Qingma stepping on someone, with an expression that showed wickedness, scaring Bai Hualian into a scream. Qingma, how can you step on someone? TSK, you just got here, the yellow flowers have already cooled. Tang Qingma lifted his foot and walked back to the sofa in the principal's office. He felt impatient about the arrival of these two women. Where is the head of the Tang family? Didn't Wu Dedong notify him? Why are you two here? Tang Qingma's indifferent attitude pierced Bai Hualian's heart. After last night's events, her son had grown distant from her. It shouldn't have been like this. Bai Hualian's regret value plus 100. Tang Xuerong was displeased with Tang Qingma's attitude and angrily said, "How could we possibly disturb Dad with your nonsense? If it weren't for your homeroom teacher's call, we wouldn't have come. What trouble have you caused this time?" She immediately accused Tang Qingma without even asking about the situation. "Mr. Wu, why are you kneeling on the ground?" As Tang Xianqi entered, he saw Zhang Ling and Wu Dedong kneeling on the ground, along with three unfamiliar men lying on the floor, and, "Hello, Principal Lin." Tang Xianqi immediately nodded to Principal Lin, hoping to make a good impression. "Hello, Tang." But Principal Lin's attitude towards Tang Xianqi was lukewarm as he walked directly to Bai Hualian. "Mrs. Tang, thank you for coming." Bai Hualian looked at Tang Qingma, who was sitting on the sofa ignoring them, feeling a bit sad. "It's no trouble, Principal, may I ask about my son?" Tang Xuerong immediately interjected, "Principal, if my brother has done something wrong, please don't hesitate to discipline him, regardless of the Tang family." "Fifth sister, don't say that. As long as brother is willing to repent, that's enough. The punishment is too severe," Tang Xianqi also advised at the right moment. However, his words only stirred Tang Xuerong's resistance towards Tang Qingma. Her eyes filled with disgust. "Xiaoxi, you're just too kind. He's bullied you like this, and you're still thinking of him. Principal Lin, please punish Tang Qingma. Only then can he learn his lesson and become a better person in the future." Tang Xuerong's words made Principal Lin furrow his brows. Although Tang Xuerong was a popular star, he didn't pay attention to the entertainment industry and only knew that she was Tang Qingma's sister. How could she, his own sister, judge him without even asking for the reason? And that Bai Hualian, she only wore a sad expression from beginning to end, never asking how her son was doing at school. Sigh. It seems that the Tang family is just as the rumors say, doting on a fake while bullying their own flesh and blood. Have they lost their minds? At this moment, Principal Lin had no good feelings towards the Tang family, but he still explained the incident truthfully. "Miss Tang, the reason we called you here is indeed because of his homeroom teacher, Wu Dedong. But after my investigation, I found that there was a misunderstanding. The real victim is your brother Tang Qingma. For the past 2 months, Principal, you don't have to speak up for Tang Qingma out of consideration for the Tang family," Tang Xuerong interrupted Principal Lin. "Principal Lin? Previously, our family received a call from Teacher Wu, saying that Tang Qingma was refusing to study at school and bullying his classmates. We know exactly what kind of person he is." Principal Lin was stunned by Tang Xuerong's words. Is this really his biological sister? He looked in shock at Tang Qingma, who was sitting on the sofa, only to see him shrugging with a cold smile. It seemed he was used to it. So, Principal Lin turned his gaze to the still sorrowful Bai Hualian. "Mrs. Tang, your son is truly the victim. I have conducted an investigation and found that he has been bullied by Zhang Ling during this period, and the homeroom teacher Wu Dedong is an accomplice." Tang Xuerong's gaze was sharp, and her tone impatient. "Principal, did you take benefits from Tang Qingma? Is that why you keep speaking for him?" Principal Lin was confused. "Huh? Xiaoxi and Teacher Wu have been saying that Tang Qingma is arrogant and disrespectful to teachers at school." "Xiaoxi? Tang Xuanqi?" Principal Lin immediately shifted his focus to Tang Xuanqi. It seemed that the reason the Tang family hated Tang Qingma so much was largely due to Tang Xuanqi's influence. Tang Xuanqi felt an increasingly cold gaze from Principal Lin and then looked at Tang Qingma, who had been smirking since earlier, and a bad premonition arose in her heart. Someone as malicious as Tang Qingma must be. "Fifth sister, I think this is all a misunderstanding." He immediately interrupted Tang Xuerong, who was about to continue her tirade. "Principal Lin is fair to everyone. He definitely isn't speaking for my brother." Tang Xuerong's eyes showed concern. "Sigh, Xiaoxi, you're speaking up for Tang Qingma again." "Principal Lin, what a mess." At this moment, Bai Hualian finally reacted. She walked up to Tang Qingma and said sadly, "Qingma, if you have any grievances, you can tell me, Mom will help you." "Principal Lin, so everything I just said was in vain?" Tang Qingma revealed a meaningful smile and looked at the terrified Zhang Ling. "Zhang Ling, tell everyone here why you bullied me?" Bai Hualian was instantly struck by lightning. Bully. Her son was bullied at school. "Tang Qingma, it's too early to be surprised now. Zhang Ling, tell me who instructed you. If I'm in a good mood, I might consider letting you off the hook." Zhang Ling and Tang Xuanqi. Like a glimmer of hope appearing in Zhang Ling's mind, he immediately pointed at Tang Xuanqi and shouted loudly, "It was Tang Xuanqi. She instructed me. It was Tang Xuanqi. She was the one who ordered me, Zhang Ling shouted with all his might. Now that he was an adult and his father was done for, if Tang Qingma really pursued this, he would only end up in prison. As long as he reveals the person behind the scenes, there might still be a glimmer of hope. Who exactly are you? Why are you slandering Xiaoxi? Tang Xuerong naturally wouldn't believe it and immediately stepped forward to slap Zhang Ling. What I said is true. You're the one who's foolish, being a pawn for others and even helping them count money. Zhang Ling felt humiliated, but at that moment, he couldn't do anything but argue excitedly. You're lying. You're in cahoots with Tang Qingma. Upon hearing this, Tang Xuerong angrily wanted to slap him again, but how could Zhang Ling allow himself to be hit again? He forcefully pushed Tang Xuerong away. Ah! Tang Xuerong fell to the ground in a heap, and Tang Xianqi and Bai Hualian hurried to help her up. Fifth sister. Tang Xianqi looked at Zhang Ling with sorrow. Zhang Ling, even if you wronged me, how could you hurt my sister? Bai Hualian also angrily pointed at Zhang Ling. It's you. You're the one who bullies Qingma at school. I won't let you off. I want you to have no place to stand in Modu in the future. Ha ha ha. Zhang Ling found it extremely funny to see Bai Hualian and Tang Xuerong blinded by deception. After all, the Zhang family was already gone. What did their threats mean? I have evidence. Zhang Ling immediately opened his phone. He handed over all the records of the money, concert tickets, hotel buffet vouchers, and other things that Tang Xianqi had given him to Principal Lin. These are all things that Tang Xianqi has given me over the past 2 months. He even said that if I drove Tang Qingma crazy, he would give me a sports car. Principal Lin's fingers quickly scrolled through the phone, becoming more and more astonished. Finally, he looked at Tang Xianqi with an incredulous expression. Tang Xianqi's face turned pale, and hatred surged within him. That despicable Zhang Ling. He had clearly emphasized during their transaction that Zhang Ling should delete the chat records, but he never expected to be bitten back. Principal Lin shook his head in disbelief and directly handed the phone to Bai Hualian. Madam Tang, you can see for yourself. What? Bai Hualian took it in shock, looking at the records and chats, feeling as if struck by lightning. How is this possible? Xiaoxi, you. She couldn't imagine that the obedient son she had raised for 18 years would actually engage in bribing classmates and bullying others. Moreover, the target of the bullying was her own son. Bai Hualian's regret value plus 200. Bai Hualian's regret value plus 200. Zhang Ling snorted coldly. Not just me, but also the homeroom teacher. The homeroom teacher also received quite a few benefits from Tang Xianqi, which is why he ignored me when I bullied Tang Qingma. The named Wu Dedong was taken aback and then lowered his head in disappointment. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Tang Xuerong suddenly snatched the phone. However, no matter how she scrolled, she could see the money and resources Tang Xianqi had given Zhang Ling, along with those glaring statements. These are all photoshopped. None of it is real. Even with irrefutable evidence, Tang Xuerong still couldn't believe that her kind and obedient Xiaoxi would do such things. Tang Xianqi quickly turned his head. He knew that the contents of the phone had proven everything, so he could only change his strategy. Mom, fifth sister, it's my fault. He immediately squeezed out a few tears, looking sorrowful. Xiaoxi, why did you do this? Bai Hualian began to feel disappointed in her adopted son. It's because I love you all too much. Tang Xianqi said sadly, because my brother came back, I was afraid you would hate me. I was scared every day. That's why I acted impulsively. I'm sorry, brother. Xiaoxi, how could you think like that? Tang Xuerong had always liked Tang Xianqi and couldn't bear to see him in distress, so she hurriedly stepped forward to hug him. No matter if Tang Qingma comes back or not, you are still my brother. Bai Hualian felt heartache upon seeing the tears on the other person's face. After all, it was her son whom she had raised for 18 years. She went up to hug him. Yes, Xiaoxi, how could you doubt us? You will always be your mother's son. The scene looked very warm, but the others in the principal's office felt extremely awkward. Principal Lin, Zhang Ling, and Wu Dedong. What kind of play are they putting on? Then Bai Hualian walked in front of Tang Qingma and said sadly, Qingma, Xiaoxi treats you this way because he is too scared. So, can you, for your mother's sake, forgive him just this once? Principal Lin, Zhang Ling, and Wu Dedong. No, is she out of her mind? The three of them looked at Tang Qingma. Although Tang Qingma was expressionlessly playing with his phone, they couldn't help but feel sympathy for him. Qingma, seeing her son ignore her, Bai Hualian shed more tears. Tang Qingma, are you dead now? Xiaoxi is feeling bad because of you. Why are you still putting on airs? Tang Xuerong remained steady, willing to sacrifice her own mind for Tang Xianqi. He's feeling bad, and I was bullied because of him. Tang Qingma put away his phone, his gaze icy. Do you know how long incitement to commit a crime is punishable? The Tang family trio. Incitement to commit a crime. Tang Xuerong shouted. What do you mean? Are you going to call the police? It's just a small scuffle. you're fine, aren't you? Principal Lin frowned. After listening to Tang Xuerong's harsh words for so long, he finally couldn't help but say, Mrs. Tang, I didn't expect your family's upbringing to be so crude. Miss Tang, are you willing to sacrifice your own brother's life just to speak for your fake brother? Bai Hualian was taken aback. It's not like that, Principal. Humph. Today, it seems the Tang family is indeed not wronged online. You, Tang Xuerong wanted to scold Principal Lin as well, but after all, he was the principal of Tang Xianqi's school. For the sake of her future days, she held back. However, at this moment, Tang Qingmo revealed a brilliant smile. Tang Xuerong, you are mistaken. It's not that I want to call the police, I have already called the police. What? Tang Xuerong and Bai Hualian were stunned. It's about time, they should be arriving soon. As soon as he finished speaking, the sound of a police siren rang out from outside. In less than a few minutes, several police officers rushed into the principal's office. We received a report saying that the perpetrator of the building collapse incident 5 years ago has been found. May I ask who the informant is? The leading officer was aggressive and was a martial artist, exuding a powerful aura to intimidate. Everyone was shocked by this force, except for Tang Qingmo, who calmly pointed at the 3 people lying on the ground. I reported them, it's these 3. That perpetrator is now using the name Zhang Tang, you can investigate. Thank you for your cooperation. The officer was a bit surprised. To intimidate criminals, he would habitually exude his power, often leaving people unable to withstand it. But he didn't expect that this student could actually resist his power. Tang Qingmo stood up from the sofa and smiled, saying, By the way, officer, I have a case of school violence that needs your attention. The Tang family trio. Tang Qingmo pointed at Tang Xianqi and Zhang Ling. These 2 have bullied me for more than 2 months, and the other one is the instigator. What? The officer often saw many children who, after suffering from school or domestic violence, committed suicide or developed depression, so he hated violence cases the most. He immediately ordered his subordinates to take Zhang Ling and Tang Xianqi away. Tang, young Master Tang. Zhang Ling pleaded with Tang Qingmo. He had just pointed out Tang Xianqi according to the other party's instructions, hoping that Tang Qingmo would spare him. Tang Qingmo shot him a cold glance, revealing a meaningful smile. Officer, I just reached an agreement with this student for a temporary reconciliation, so please take the instigator away first. Zhang Ling suddenly felt something was off. Was Tang Qingmo really willing to let him go? But since he didn't have to go to the police station, his unease was quickly replaced by excitement. However, Tang Xianqi had more to think about. He couldn't believe that Tang Qingmo actually let Zhang Ling go and wanted the police to take him instead. Qingmo, Bai Hualian tried to stop her. However, when she saw the cold, heartless look in Tang Qingmo's eyes, she froze for a moment, and tears streamed down her face once again. Of course, Tang Xuerong would not compromise so easily. She immediately shielded Tang Xianqi behind her. What are you going to do? Little she didn't instigate anything. He's innocent. Tang Qingmo pointed to the phone. The evidence is in her phone. That's not evidence at all. Tang Xuerong exclaimed, hurriedly throwing Zhang Ling's phone to the ground. With a loud crash, the phone shattered into pieces. Everyone. Tang Xuerong unconsciously revealed a triumphant smile. As long as there was no evidence, little she wouldn't be. Then, in the next second, her hands were cuffed by the officers. Caught in the act of destroying evidence, take her away. Tang Xuerong, what? Let me go. Do you know who I am? My dad is Tang Jianrun. Very well, my dad is Li Gang's famous saying was once again confirmed. 2 officers took Tang Xuerong away, along with Tang Xianqi. The principal's office returned to calm. Principal Lin, standing by, didn't know what to say. He had encountered too many shocking events today and needed a moment of silence. Qingmo, how could you become like this? Bai Hualian felt heartbroken. Her biological son actually sent his own sister and brother to the police station. Tang Qingmo sneered, Madam Tang, your words are truly amusing. Tang Xianqi can instigate others to bully me, and Tang Xuerong can protect an instigator like this, yet I am scolded for merely fighting for my rights. So in your eyes, should I be bullied to death? No, I didn't mean that. Then what do you mean? Speak. I just. Bai Hualian couldn't say it. In her heart, she only hoped that her 2 sons could live in harmony and that the family would be happy and reunited. But why? Why did it turn out like this? Bai Hualian's regret value plus 200. Principal Lin looked at Bai Hualian, who was in pain, feeling speechless. This mother was also confused. Her biological son was being bullied by her adopted son, yet she still thought of protecting the adopted son, not caring at all for her biological son. No wonder Tang Qingmo was so heartless. After the police left, Zhang Ling obviously breathed a sigh of relief. He wasn't taken to the police station. He didn't have to go to jail. Young Master Tang. Zhang Ling was no longer as arrogant as before, cautiously addressing Tang Qingmo, if there's nothing else, I will. Tang Qingma's cold gaze fell, causing Zhang Ling to jump in fright and immediately flee in a panic. Host, are you really planning to let Zhang Ling go? The system felt puzzled. According to its host's character, she shouldn't be this kind-hearted. Tang Qingma curled her lips. I only said I would give him a way out. As for what kind of way, it would depend on Zhang Ling's luck. Asterisk in a short time, the news of the Zhang family's head being arrested trended online. Tang Jianrun, who was in the Tang group, felt his right eyelid twitching continuously, a bad premonition rising in his heart. When he saw that Zhang Tang was arrested at his son's school, that bad premonition intensified. Then he heard Tang Ruoling's surprised voice. What, Mom? You said Tang Qingma sent little Shi and Xu Erong to the police station. Tang Jianrun, what is this about? The two hurried to the police station and saw Bai Hualian crying incessantly inside, while Tang Meixin and Tang Ali were comforting her. Tang Ruoling immediately stepped forward and asked, Mom, what on earth is going on? Bai Hualian recounted to Tang Jianrun and Tang Ruoling what she had just seen in the principal's office. Tang Ruoling was struck like a bolt from the blue. Impossible. How could Xiaoxi incite others to bully Tang Qingma? I don't believe it either, but the police have already taken Xiaoxi away. Bai Hualian cried, and thinking of Tang Xianqi suffering in the police station made her heart ache. Although Tang Jianrun was also worried about Tang Xianqi and Tang Shuiyang, he was more concerned about Zhang Tang being arrested because of Tang Qingma. How did Tang Qingma know that Zhang Tang was the boss who had escaped 5 years ago? In the 3 months since he was recognized, had his displayed cowardice all been an act? At that moment, Tang Ali's voice interrupted Tang Jianrun's thoughts. Dad, you must rescue Xiaoxi and Shuiyang. Also, that beast Tang Qingma actually dared to send Xiaoxi to the police station. He must not be forgiven. Tang Jianrun frowned. You say he must not be forgiven, so what do you plan to do? Ha! Tang Ali was momentarily speechless, then slowly said, just send him to a mental hospital to be locked up, or cut ties? Bai Hualian immediately stopped her. No, Ali, even if Qingma is at fault, we can't treat him like that. Now that Tang Qingma had already distanced himself from her, if they took things to the extreme, mother and son would never be able to reconcile. Tang Jianrun found Tang Ali's suggestion amusing. Send him to a mental hospital? Cut ties? I can't believe you thought of that. Right now, the Tang family is being attacked because of the true and false young masters. How many eyes are watching us to see if we make another mistake? If you send Tang Qingma to a mental hospital and cut ties now, do you want the Tang family to perish even faster? In the past 2 days, with Tang Qingma causing such a ruckus, Tang Jianrun had considered sending him to a mental hospital or cutting ties. But as the head of the Tang family, he was well aware of the dirty dealings in the business world. Now that the Tang family was in trouble, how many families outside were gloating over it? Tang Jianrun had already been played by Tang Qingma, so he absolutely could not make another mistake. But Tang Ali did not understand the complexities of high society and remained in a daze after being reprimanded by Tang Jianrun. Alright, step back a bit. Tang Jianrun waved his hand. There was no helping it. Although his second daughter was known for her surgical skills, she had been raised well at home and had no thoughts about high society or the business world. Simply put, she was a novice in the elite world, naive and foolish. Forget it. In his heart, he believed that his daughters would eventually marry out for the sake of the Tang family, so it didn't matter whether they understood these things or not. After that, Tang Jianrun managed to get Tang Xianqi and Tang Shuiyang out of the police station. As soon as Tang Shuiyang came out, she made a huge fuss, saying she would never let Tang Qingma go, and was then harshly scolded by Tang Jianrun. Useless fool who only makes things worse. Do you want to be locked up again? But Tang Shuiyang had been spoiled for so long and had a strong temper, so in the end, it was Tang Xianqi who intervened to calm her down. Fifth sister, as long as you're okay, don't blame brother. This is all my fault, if I hadn't been so troubled. No, Xiaoxi, you only did something wrong because you lacked a sense of security. If fifth sister had noticed in time, you wouldn't have acted this way. Bai Hualian, Tang Ali, and Tang Meixin also went to comfort Tang Xianqi, but Tang Jianrun's tone was a bit impatient. Alright, now that you're out, let's go to the hospital to see your fourth sister. If it were any other time, Tang Jianrun might have comforted Tang Xianqi a few words while looking at such a warm and harmonious scene. But now he had just dealt with the turmoil of the fake young master, and he learned that Tang Xianqi was arrested for inciting classmates to bully Tang Qingma, which made him feel irritated. If it weren't for Tang Xianqi's actions, would he, the head of the family, have to go to the police station to bail someone out? Moreover, as an adult man, why did he need so many people to comfort him in turns? Tang Jianrun's expectations for Tang Xianqi slowly diminished. Asterisk on the other side, a few hours after leaving the principal's office, Tang Qingma did not go to the police station with Bai Hualian and the others, but was preparing for the next round of action. However, as he passed through the corridor, he happened to hear Zhang Ling's pleading voice. Please, Song Shao, I beg you to help me. Song Xiao? Tang Qingma walked to the corner and peeked around the wall. He saw Zhang Ling awkwardly kneeling on the ground, desperately pleading with the young man in front of him. The young man had a wild appearance and an arrogant gaze, looking like a spoiled rich kid, while behind him stood an expressionless boy, handsome yet surprisingly lacking in presence. System, who is Zhang Ling begging? Tang Qingma recalled the original owner's memories and only knew that the other party was a prominent figure in class 2 next door. To his surprise, the system suddenly became excited. Host. He is Song Junqian. Song Junqian? Who is that? It must be an important person to make the system so excited, right? Song Junqian is the young master of the Song family, possessing a strong martial arts talent. After losing to the original owner in a competition, the two became good brothers, a character somewhat like the second male lead, but I don't feel that he is a martial artist at all. Tang Qingma said silently. Even if he hadn't broken through to become a martial artist, as long as he practiced martial arts, his aura would be noticeably different from ordinary people. But the Song Junqian in front of him was just a spoiled rich second generation. Instead, the boy standing behind him. The system quickly explained. That's because the heavenly path has been invaded. Not only the original owner's experiences but also Song Junqian's experiences have been altered. According to the original trajectory, Song Junqian's mother passed away when he was 6, raised solely by the head of the Song family. He would show astonishing martial arts talent at the age of 8, meet the original owner in a competition, become good brothers with him, and lead the Song family to new heights. Tang Qingma asked, "Oh, so what has it turned into now?" Now it has become that Song Junqian's mother suddenly had an adopted sister. After her death, that adopted sister became pregnant by someone else. To avoid Bei, this fist used all its strength, adding insult to injury to Zhang Ling's already swollen cheek. I hate collective bullying the most in my life. You do this under my nose and still want me to help you? Bah! Song Junqian kicked again, directly knocking Zhang Ling to the ground. Song Xiao, I know I was wrong. Get lost. Don't let me see you again. Useless. Song Junqian didn't look at Zhang Ling again, disdainfully stepping over him to leave. Just as he reached the corner where Tang Qingma was, he couldn't help but size him up. So you are the real young master of the Tang family? Tang Qingma did not respond. TSK. Someone like Zhang Ling can bully you, it seems you really are weak. Song Junqian appeared helpless and disdainful, then stepped over Tang Qingma and left. The boy following him also glanced at Tang Qingma, nodded, and walked away. Host, Song Junqian is an important figure related to the original host, so you can gain regret value from him. However, Tang Qingma was not interested in Song Junqian. System, who is the person following Song Junqian? Although he seemed to have low presence, Tang Qingma could sense that he was hiding great power. If we talk about levels, at least 3rd rank, it is truly rare to see a 3rd rank martial artist in a school full of rich 2nd generation kids. Compared to Song Junqian, Tang Qingma was a bit more interested in the boy following him. Are you asking about Su Jingchen? He is the child adopted by Song Junqian's mother, grew up with Song Junqian, and is his personal bodyguard. According to the original trajectory, Song Junqian would become a martial artist with Su Jingchen, reaching 3rd rank at this age, and Su Jingchen would also be a strong assistant, handling many matters for Song Junqian. But now that Song Junqian has changed, only Su Jingchen has become a martial artist. The system said with a hint of regret. I see. After hearing the system's words, Tang Qingma pondered, and the corners of his lips unconsciously curled up. At this moment, Song Junqian, who had passed by Tang Qingma, was still walking down the corridor. However, after moving away from Tang Qingma, he suddenly stopped. Jingchen. Yes, young master. Why are you here again? Song Junqian suddenly widened his eyes, covering his head with both hands. I clearly don't know the young master of the Tang family, and I know he was bullied badly by Zhang Ling, so why did I provoke him on my own? Su Jingchen. My head is hurting a bit again? After being rejected by Song Junqian, Zhang Ling could only leave the school dejectedly. He immediately called his mother to inform her about Zhang Tang's arrest. After today, his father, the perpetrator of the collapse incident 5 years ago, would be exposed, and the family's assets would be investigated by law enforcement. So he and his mother had to escape abroad as soon as possible. Zhang Ling usually had the only driver in the family pick him up and drop him off at school, but that driver happened to come to school with Zhang Tang this morning, so he was also taken away by the police when Zhang Tang was arrested. To avoid causing a commotion, Zhang Ling could only take a taxi and stop at the entrance of the community, planning to sneak home. He needed to quickly go home to pack, and his mother needed to transfer their assets, then rush to the airport so they could escape overseas to avoid the storm. With this in mind, Zhang Ling ran quickly towards the community after getting out of the car, wanting to get home as soon as possible. However, just as he crossed the road, a blinding light suddenly flashed from behind. Ha! Zhang Ling reflexively froze in place, seeing an abandoned vehicle rushing towards him. In that moment, knowing he had to dodge, Zhang Ling felt his body pressed down by some invisible force, rendering him unable to move. Bang! With a loud crash, Zhang Ling watched as he was knocked away by the front of the car, his whole body flying into the air, sent dozens of meters away. He rolled on the ground for more than 10 circles, his whole body fractured, and a large amount of blood was vomited from his body and throat. Cough, cough, cough. Why? Clearly, as long as he got to the airport, he could wait for this storm to pass and start anew. Why? Did a discarded car suddenly appear? Zhang Ling felt his consciousness becoming more and more blurred, and his head felt faint. A few seconds later, he heard the door of that car open, and a familiar figure appeared before him, looking down at him. A familiar voice also rang out from above. I clearly wanted to give you a way out, but I didn't expect your luck to be so bad. You can't catch it. You are. Cough, cough. Blood gushed from Zhang Ling's mouth, his eyes filled with shock. You find it strange why it's me? You've been bullying me so happily during this time. Didn't you think I would retaliate? It doesn't matter whether you thought about it or not, because you're going to say goodbye to this world. Zhang Ling took several heavy breaths, and finally, his body could no longer hold on, and he lost the breath of life. However, his eyes did not close, as if he were unwilling to die. Tang Qingma merely sneered, turned, and left. Zhang Ling was not Tang Feifei, he died easily, which could be considered avenging one of the original owner's grievances. What a pity! At this moment, the system suddenly sighed. Why isn't this Zhang Ling an important person related to the original owner? If that were the case, I could have drained his regret value before letting him die. Tang Qingma was speechless. You really know how to make the most of things. He walked back into the car, wearing cloth gloves, and drove the car out. By the way, host, you're really impressive. You actually managed to fix a discarded unlicensed car. The system's tone was full of admiration. This car was actually an abandoned item left in the parking lot. Tang Qingma used the system to observe and saw that most of the components inside only needed repairs to function, so he went to the hardware store to buy some tools and parts, quickly fixing the car to a working condition. Tang Qingma said flatly, after all, my identity is special, having more skills is not surprising. Before his crossing, he often needed to communicate physically with exotic beasts, and sometimes, some vehicles left abandoned by the roadside would become tools for survival and escape. So he needed to learn how to quickly repair and control electronics. The technology tree of this world was quite similar to his own, making it easy to get the hang of it. Throughout the journey, Tang Qingma had successfully hacked into the internal surveillance using the laptop provided by the system, deleting all footage of the car hitting Zhang Ling and the scenes of its passage, so this accident would not be traced back to him. After taking care of the car, Tang Qingma walked back to the Tang family home. It was already 8 in the evening, and as soon as he entered the villa, he heard Tang Ruoling's scolding voice. Why are you back so late? Where have you been messing around? His originally good mood was instantly ruined. Don't you come back after 10 every night? Where have you been messing around? Tang Qingma retorted coldly. Tang Ruoling saw that Tang Qingma dared to compare himself to her, and she was instantly furious. I'm working. Unlike you, you little brat. I'm also studying at a classmate's house, unlike you, a heartless person. Tang Ruoling wanted to continue arguing, but seeing that it was already late, she stopped the debate. You're coming with me to the hospital to see your fourth sister. The other members of the Tang family were already at the hospital. The reason Tang Ruoling was still at home was to bring Tang Qingma over, because they knew that if they didn't personally bring him, with Tang Qingma's current temperament, he absolutely wouldn't go to the hospital. Sure enough, when Tang Qingma heard the other party say, I'm not going, I haven't had dinner yet. Now your fourth sister is lying in the hospital, and you still have the mood to eat. She won't die in the hospital, but if I don't eat, I'll starve. A smile. Tang Qingma walked into the hall and asked Wang Ma to cook a bowl of chicken wing noodles. Nowadays, the original host's physical strength has increased significantly under the training of the basic manual, allowing him to eat a large bowl of chicken wing noodles. Once he breaks through to become a martial artist, combined with daily training, his appetite will also increase dramatically. But watching Tang Qingma eat, Tang Ruoling was very anxious. Usually, only Tang Qingma waited for his portion. When would it be her turn to wait for this wretched person? If it weren't to save the Tang family's reputation, to let others see the real young master voluntarily going out with them, how could Tang Ruoling personally come to pick him up? Tang Qingma, you. Tang Ruoling wanted to curse, but before she could say anything, Tang Qingma picked up the water cup on the table and splashed it on her. More than half a cup of water splashed on her face, flowing down and soaking her shirt completely. Some even splashed on the floor. Wang Ma, Shinjin wants me to mop the floor again. Tang Qingma, Tang Ruoling saw her intimate underwear gradually becoming visible and immediately covered her chest with her arms in humiliation. Her face and hair were dripping, and combined with her flushed and aggrieved expression, there was a broken beauty of an elite woman that could evoke men's protective instincts. But Tang Qingma naturally wouldn't feel protective towards her and scoffed, "Why are you shouting so loudly? I used to be beaten and scolded by you 7 sisters, and I didn't say anything when you barked like a dog. Do you think you have the right to shout at me? You?" Tang Ruoling was taken aback by his retort and didn't know what to say, only able to tremble with anger. In the end, she could only force out the classic line, "How could you have turned out like this? Miss Tang, you are indeed a product of the Tang family. You've abused someone to this extent and still ask why they resist." Tang Qingma slowly took a sip of soup. "You might as well use that brain of yours, which is worse than a goldfish, to recall how you usually treat me. Wouldn't that make it clear?" At this moment, Tang Ruoling felt a headache. She had repeatedly indulged her sisters in bullying and abusing Tang Qingma because she was extremely disdainful of her unpresentable biological brother. Sometimes, to please Xiao Shi, she would deliberately call him to the company to wait for several hours, only to have her subordinates humiliate him. And Tang Feifei. One could say she and Tang Xuerong were the two who treated Tang Qingma the worst in the entire Tang family. Thinking about it this way, it was quite reasonable for Tang Qingma not to visit Tang Feifei in the hospital. Tang Ruoling's regret value plus 200. But just as Tang Ruoling was thinking this, a message from Tang Xianqi came through on her phone. It was nothing but some green tea phrases like, "Is it because brother dislikes him that he doesn't come?" As the brother of the 4th sister. But looking at these words, Tang Ruoling's mind jolted. That's right. No matter what, Tang Qingma is their brother. As a biological sister, she must go to the hospital. Tang Ruoling immediately said, "Anyway, hurry up and eat, and after you're done, come with me to the hospital." Before Tang Qingma could respond, she ran to her room to change clothes as if escaping. "Idiot!" Tang Qingma muttered lightly and continued eating the chicken wings. Today's soup base was a rich chicken broth that Wang Ma had simmered for 10 hours, delicious and nutritious. In the future, when he brings down the Tang family, he must hire her as a chef. "Host, are you going to the hospital later?" the system asked in his mind. Of course, how can I not see Tang Feifei's half-dead appearance? To see his enemy paralyzed, unable to take care of herself in the future, knowing he was the culprit but unable to express the humiliation, Tang Qingma felt very pleased. When Tang Ruoling came down after changing her clothes, she saw Tang Qingma ready and standing at the door. She was momentarily stunned without realizing it. Did Tang Qingma really want to go? "What? My dear elder sister, aren't you the one who wanted me to go to the hospital? Hurry up and drive over." Tang Ruoling was so angry she wanted to curse, but she was also afraid that Tang Qingma would change her mind, so she dared not say anything more and silently drove her RV over. At 9 o'clock in the evening, the first private hospital in the Magic City. This was the hospital where Tang Ali had started her job. Although she had been suspended by the director due to last night's trending topic, after all, she was a daughter of the Tang family, so they still allowed Tang Feifei to stay in a luxurious single room and let Tang Ali treat her. However, she could only treat Tang Feifei. At this time, the Tang family members were gathered in the ward, looking at Tang Feifei, who was wrapped up like a mummy. She had become paralyzed from a fall and could not move or speak, only lying on the bed convulsing. According to Tang Ali and other expert doctors, Tang Feifei would be like this for the rest of her life. Seeing her daughter and sister in this state, Bai Hualian and Tang Meixin were very sad. "Why does heaven have to treat me this way?" Bai Hualian wiped her tears with a handkerchief, saying painfully, "Feifei is still so young. She's only in her 20s. How can she live like this?" "Mom, don't say that. You and 4th sister are so close, there will definitely be a miracle." Tang Xianqi held Bai Hualian's hand. Tang Ali, Tang Meixin, and Tang Xuerong also showed sad expressions. Only Tang Jianrun. When he heard that Tang Feifei was disabled, his heart was filled with a complex mix of emotions, aside from a tinge of pain. Now that the 4th daughter was disabled, it meant that no wealthy family would be willing to marry her in the future. He had raised this daughter for over 20 years, and now he was being told she had lost her future, and he would even have to spend money on her treatment in the future. It was very annoying. Seeing Tang Jianrun's grim expression, Tang Xianqi immediately said, "Dad, you don't have to worry, I will definitely take good care of 4th sister in the future." Although Tang Feifei was already paralyzed, she was still conscious. Upon hearing that her beloved little she would take care of her in the future, her feelings of despair due to her paralysis vanished, and her heart bloomed with joy. "Are you talking about taking care of me for a couple of days, or for a lifetime?" But at that moment, a mocking voice entered the ward. Tang Qingma walked in with Tang Ruoling, her gloating expression clashing with the somber atmosphere in the room. As soon as Tang Feifei saw Tang Qingma's figure, she recalled the scene from last night. She wanted to speak but couldn't make a sound. "My dear fourth sister, how are you?" Tang Qingma stepped forward, walking to Tang Feifei's bedside, her smile radiant. "Are you so excited because you miss me too much?" Upon hearing Tang Qingma's words, the Tang family members realized that Tang Feifei's eyes were wide open, staring at Tang Qingma, her mouth moving continuously. Tang Qingma continued to chuckle. "I know you tried to sneak into my room for Tang Xianxi last night but accidentally fell. It's okay, I won't blame you." "No!" Tang Feifei's heart was about to explode. She wanted to jump up immediately and tear Tang Qingma, the culprit, into pieces. It was all because of him. If it weren't for him, how could she have become paralyzed? Tang Feifei's regret value plus 200. Tang Qingma chuckled softly, looking at Tang Feifei. "Don't look at me like that. I'm your good little brother, thinking of you." "What?" Tang Qingma turned his head to look at the pale-faced Tang Jianren. "Tang family head, now that fourth sister is paralyzed, what will happen to her future marriage?" Hearing about Tang Feifei's future made Tang Jianren angry. What else can be done? Do you think any other man would marry her? Suddenly, Tang Qingma laughed loudly. "Of course. Isn't there one ready at home? Everyone, huh? Ready?" Tang Qingma raised his arm, pointing at the stunned Tang Xianxi. "Let Tang Xianxi marry Tang Feifei and join the Tang family. Wouldn't that work?" "What are you talking about?" After Tang Qingma uttered those shocking words, the members of the Tang family were left stunned. But lying in bed, Tang Feifei's eyes sparkled. She had always harbored feelings for Tang Xianxi, but due to their respective identities in Tang Xianxi's existing engagement, she had kept it hidden. When she learned that she and Tang Xianxi were not blood relatives, Tang Feifei was overjoyed. How could Xiaoxi possibly marry fourth sister? In stark contrast was the extremely angry Tang Xuerong, who immediately pointed at Tang Qingma and angrily said, "If you keep talking nonsense, I'll kill you." She, like Tang Feifei, was in love with Tang Xianxi. Not to mention that when Tang Feifei was still healthy, she didn't want Tang Xianxi to be overly close to her. Now that Tang Feifei was paralyzed and unable to take care of herself, how could she, even as her own sister, be worthy of the kind and gentle Xiaoxi? Absolutely not. Tang Qingma could naturally see what was on Tang Xuerong's mind. In the face of his true love, what was a paralyzed sister? So he continued, "All right, fifth sister, Tang Xianxi has been posing as the young master in my place for 18 years, and every expense has been handled by the head of the Tang family. Now it's just time for him to repay the favor. Besides, haven't you all been saying that Tang Xianxi has been uneasy since my return? Now, if he marries Tang Feifei and joins the Tang family, he can officially become part of the family." As he spoke, Tang Qingma looked at Tang Jianren. Once he becomes the son-in-law of the Tang family, he won't have to be uneasy anymore, and fourth sister's marriage will also be settled. Killing two birds with one stone, isn't that wonderful? No kidding. After hearing Tang Qingma's words, Tang Jianren really seemed to be moved. That's right. He had raised Tang Xianxi for 18 years. Because of this 18 years of sunk cost, he didn't want to give up on Tang Xianxi just because of a lack of blood relation. Anyway, his fourth daughter was already incapacitated, so why not let his adopted son marry his fourth daughter? This way, his investment wouldn't go to waste, and he wouldn't have to worry about his fourth daughter's marriage. What a good plan, Dad! No way! Tang Ruoling saw Tang Jianren hesitating in Tang Xianxi's pale face, and immediately retorted, "Xiaoxi is engaged to the daughter of the Lu family. How can he marry fourth sister? Moreover, Tang Xianxi was her brother with 18 years of feelings, asking him to marry a fourth sister who couldn't even take care of herself. It was too unfair to him." When Tang Qingma heard the word engagement, he couldn't help but frown. "System is the engagement that Tang Ruoling mentioned." The system immediately responded, "Yes, host, it is the engagement with Lu Ruyan, the daughter of the Lu family." As the former protagonist of a wish fulfillment story, the original host naturally had an engagement. The Tang family and the Lu family had been close since the previous generation, and in order to mutually benefit each other, they had arranged an engagement with the Lu family's daughter before the original host was born, allowing them to marry after graduating from university. However, for the past 18 years, Tang Xianxi had been taking the place of the original host, so he had become Lu Ruyan's fiancé. Of course, according to the original host's memories, during the 3 months after being recognized back by the Tang family, the original host had been completely submissive to Lu Ruyan, almost like a sycophant. But as someone who was disliked by everyone, no matter how hard he tried, he was only met with disdain. Thus, Lu Ruyan looked down on the original host, believing he was no match for Tang Hongxi, and often humiliated him. To this, the original host, of course, chose to forgive, endure, her. Tang Qingma looked down on Lu Ruyan at all and planned to find a time to annul the engagement later. But for now, Tang Qingma coldly asked, "Eldest sister is really generous, giving her own brother's engagement to her fake brother. I wonder what others in the family would think if they heard this. Tang Ruoling saw Tang Qingma insisting on competing with Tang Xianqi for something and excitedly said, "Why do you want to snatch away Xiaoxi's engagement again? The person who has been by Ruoyin's side all these years is Xiaoxi. The person she likes is also Xiaoxi." Tang Qingma coldly retorted, "Who she likes is none of my business. What do you mean by a marriage between two families? How many marriages in big families are based on mutual affection? What they care about is merely the continuation of bloodlines. Do you think the Lu family would agree to let Tang Xianqi replace me?" Tang Qingma scoffed, "Of course, if you want to hand the Tang family over to an outsider like Tang Xianqi, just pretend I never said anything." Tang Jianrun and Tang Xianqi. Tang Ali frowned. "Xiaoxi is not an outsider. She is an outsider." Tang Qingma interrupted her. "She has no blood relation to the Tang family, only gaining 18 years of wealth and glory because of a criminal mother." Tang family head, "Even if we agree to hand the Tang family over to Tang Xianqi, will the entire Tang clan agree?" Tang Jianrun. "The Tang family is a big family." Tang Jianrun has an older brother and a younger brother, but because he married a daughter of the Bai family and has good business acumen, he was allowed to manage the Tang group. But if he says he wants to hand the Tang family over to someone without blood ties like Tang Xianqi, even if he agrees, his brothers and other relatives would never allow it. Tang Qingma walked up to Tang Jianrun and patted his shoulder. "So, as long as Tang Xianqi marries into the Tang family, he won't be an outsider anymore." Tang Jianrun. "No way." Tang Xuerong saw the look of temptation on Tang Jianrun's face and the light in Tang Feifei's eyes, shaking her head repeatedly. "Xiaoxi cannot marry fourth sister. He can't. Fifth sister, what's wrong with you?" Tang Meixin noticed something was off with Tang Xuerong. "He can't marry fourth sister. No way." She had liked Tang Xianqi for a long time, and if he were the daughter of the Lu family, she could still endure it. But now that it was the paralyzed fourth sister, she simply couldn't accept it. If it was just marrying into the Tang family, wouldn't that mean letting Xiaoxi marry herself too? Tang Qingma looked at the increasingly frantic Tang Xuerong and secretly smiled. It had begun, the sisters turning against each other. The system in her mind was already dumbfounded. The host's scheming was too strong. After proposing to let Tang Xianqi marry Tang Feifei, not only could it disgust Tang Xianqi, but it could also make Tang Xuerong turn against her sister. This scene was truly thrilling. If it were any other time, Tang Qingma would definitely have made some sarcastic remarks to Tang Xuerong to make her tone it down a bit. But this time he didn't do that. Instead, he ignited Tang Xuerong's jealousy towards Tang Feifei. "Anyway, I just heard Tang Xianqi say he would take good care of fourth sister. Isn't that what he wants?" Tang Qingma smiled brightly, looking just like a caring older brother. At the same time, it made Tang Xianqi's face pale, completely afraid to speak. In his eyes, Tang Qingma at that moment looked like a demon from hell. Step by step, trying to push him into the abyss. Tang Xuerong was naturally furious. That's just something Xiaoxi said out of kindness. How can he take care of a paralyzed fourth sister for a lifetime? That would ruin Xiaoxi. As sisters of similar age, Tang Xuerong had vaguely sensed that Tang Feifei also liked Tang Xianqi, but since neither had the opportunity, she had always pretended not to know. But now, because Tang Feifei accidentally fell from a building, it provided an opportunity. She absolutely would not agree to this marriage. Lying in bed, Tang Feifei ultimately felt cold in her heart. Just because she couldn't move didn't mean she had no awareness. Hearing her own sister repeatedly say that she was paralyzed made her chest feel as if it were blocked. But the other Tang family members did not notice Tang Feifei's emotions and instead felt that Tang Xuerong was right. "Xuerong makes a good point." Tang Ali nodded and said, "Even if Xiaoxi doesn't marry Miss Lu in the future, it's unfair for him to be tied to Feifei for a lifetime just because she is disabled." Lu Meixin replied, "I believe Feifei wouldn't want to bind Xiaoxi for life because of her physical condition. She would feel guilty." Tang Ruoling added, "She has a good relationship with Xiaoxi and definitely wouldn't want to ruin his happiness." Even Bai Hualian, who was in sorrow, said, "Yes, Xiaoxi is a kind-hearted child. Feifei wouldn't want her beloved younger brother to marry her." Tang Feifei. Tang Qingma suppressed a smile. Even though Tang Feifei couldn't show any expression, it felt like she was about to shatter. "So, after all you've said, aren't you going to ask how your Xiaoxi is decided?" The name Tang Xianqi. "You just said you were willing to take care of your fourth sister. Now that you have this opportunity, what will you do?" Tang Qingma's taunting made Tang Xianqi grit his teeth. Of course, he didn't want to marry Tang Feifei. Although his identity was that of a fake young master, thanks to the love the Tang family had shown him over the years, he could inherit quite a bit of wealth. Moreover, his goal was to marry Lu Ruyan. As long as he became the son-in-law of the Lu family, he would have a share of both the Tang and Lu family fortunes. But now, Tang Qingma actually wanted him to marry Tang Feifei. This would ruin him. Tang Feifei was already paralyzed and of no use to the Tang family. In the future, Tang Jianrun would only give her a sum for treatment to get through the rest of her life. What benefit was there in marrying her? Not to mention she was paralyzed. Would he have to remain celibate after marriage? His previous close distance with Tang Feifei was merely because he sensed her feelings for him. He wanted to take advantage of that for different benefits. Especially after Tang Qingmo returned to the Tang family, he had repeatedly created the illusion of Tang Feifei and Tang Xuerong being bullied, and then he wouldn't have to say anything. Those two fools would help him nearly beat Tang Qingmo to death. But now, Tang Qingmo seemed to have become another person, constantly digging pits for him to fall into. What's wrong, Tang Xianqi? So you don't want to take care of your fourth sister? Seeing Tang Xianqi's silence, Tang Qingmo fanned the flames. This bastard. No, brother, how could I not want to take care of my fourth sister? Tang Xianqi immediately forced a strained smile in response. But getting married. We also have to consider fourth sister's feelings. No matter what, he did not want to marry into the Tang family. And Tang Xuerong didn't want to hear about Tang Xianqi and Tang Feifei from Tang Qingmo's mouth anymore. She pointed at Tang Qingmo and shouted, "No matter what, Xiaoxi will never marry fourth sister. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll kill you." Tang Qingmo saw Tang Xuerong gasping for breath from anger, as if she wanted to tear her own mouth off. But he was completely unbothered, just patted the silent Tang Jianren again. "I'm just giving the head of the Tang family a good suggestion. The final decision, of course, lies with the head of the Tang family who has supported Tang Xianqi for 18 years. Tang Qingmo hinted at Tang Jianren once more. Tang Jianren's body paused for a moment, his expression growing heavier. The goal of sowing discord among the Tang family had been achieved, and Tang Qingmo didn't want to stay in the same space with them any longer. His originally provocative tone turned cold. "Alright, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Being in the same place as you makes me want to vomit." Tang Qingmo. Tang Ruoling didn't expect Tang Qingmo to suddenly stab them again, but Tang Qingmo didn't even glance at her and directly left the hospital room. After Tang Qingmo left, everyone in the Tang family, except for Tang Xuerong, began to think differently. Bai Hualian looked at her son, who hadn't looked at her once, feeling deeply pained. Clearly, the distance between them was so close, but their hearts were so far apart. The three Tang sisters also looked at each other. They certainly did not agree with Tang Qingmo's suggestion just now, believing that the current fourth sister was no longer worthy of the excellent Tang Xianqi. Tang Xianqi was their younger brother. How could they ruin his happiness? But Tang Jianren was quite moved. After all, it was just a matter of needing the title of marriage. Tang Xianqi was his son whom he had invested a lot of resources in raising. How could he give up on his years of hard work just because he was fake? The best solution was to let Tang Xianqi stay in the Tang family, to repay the Tang family and serve for a lifetime, right? The people in the hospital room had different thoughts, but only Tang Xianqi felt the atmosphere in the room becoming very strange and suffocating, and he couldn't help but want to leave. I'm going to the restroom for a bit." "Ha, Xiaoxi, there's one here." Tang Meixin was about to point out that the luxurious hospital room had a private restroom, but Tang Xianqi had already left. "Tang Qingmo, stop right there." As soon as Tang Xianqi stepped out, he saw Tang Qingmo's back and angrily ran up to stop him from moving forward. "Stop. What? Not calling me brother in a disgusting way now?" Tang Qingmo sneered. He had anticipated that Tang Xianqi would call out to him. He had just intentionally suggested that he marry Tang Feifei in the hospital room, so he must be feeling quite bad and came to find him. Sure enough, Tang Xianqi's pretty face twisted and contorted. The hospital room where Tang Feifei was located was in the VIP area of the hospital, and when family members came, the medical staff would temporarily leave, so now the corridor was left with just the two of them. Tang Xianqi no longer needed to pretend to be a good child. "You shameless person! How dare you think of making me marry that cripple Tang Feifei? Do you think this can hurt me?" Tang Qingmo chuckled. "You're not calling her fourth sister anymore?" If Tang Feifei heard her beloved brother call her that, her heart would surely break. "Shut up!" Tang Xianqi showed a twisted smile, triumphantly looking at Tang Qingmo. "You're just doing this because you see that Dad, Mom, and the sisters all like me, so you want me to marry Tang Feifei as revenge. But unfortunately, the other sisters will never allow it. You're wrong to think that way. I'm actually helping you." Tang Qingmo had his hands in his pockets, looking at him like a clown. "You don't really think that as the son of a sinner, you can inherit the Tang family or marry into the Lu family, do you? It's nice to call you a fake young master, but in reality, you're just an imposter. Whether it's the Tang family's assets or the marriage contract with the Lu family, you have no share in it, you unloved shameless person. Shut up. I have the love of Mom, Dad, and my sisters. Someone like you, a filthy rat, is unloved by them and has nothing." Tang Xianqi was provoked by Tang Qingmo's words and jumped up, unable to control his emotions as he swung his fist. "Idiot!" Tang Qingmo sidestepped Tang Xianqi's punch, and then, bang! Ah! Tang Xianqi's regret value plus 200. Love? What era are we in that we're still talking about love? Are you brain dead? Slap. After hitting one side of Tang Xianqi's face, Tang Qingma quickly turned and slapped the other side. Tang Xianqi's regret value plus 200. Then the punches and slaps began to repeat in a cycle, continuously alternating between left and right. Bang! Slap! Tang Xianqi's regret value plus 200. If love were useful, then families wouldn't need to marry into each other, and it wouldn't matter who inherited the property. Why would they even have children? Are they bored? Bang! Slap! No! Tang Qingma, you shameless! Tang Xianqi's regret value plus 200. Don't worry, you're not that cheap. Alternating punches and slaps echoed in the corridor. Coupled with the constant electronic sounds of the system in his mind, it created a strange music in Tang Qingma's ears. Knowing that you are a fake yet refusing to leave, as long as you can hold up when the sky falls, that's enough. You have thick skin. Slap. Tang Xianqi's regret value plus 200. Bang. Tang Xianqi's regret value plus 200. Slap. A large amount of regret value was generated, and the system's excited voice echoed in his mind. Oh, host, you are amazing. Every time you hit him, you can collect regret value. Hurry, don't stop, come on, hit harder. Tang Qingma, it's hard for me to deal with you being this crazy. Bang! Tang Xianqi's regret value plus 200. After another punch, Tang Xianqi's regret value increased again. At this moment, his face was already swollen and bruised, almost unrecognizable. Tang Xianqi endured the pain, staring at Tang Qingma with a stuttered voice. Do you think that by doing this to me, they will let you go? You're really tough. Tang Qingma lifted his leg and kicked straight at Tang Xianqi's stomach. Tang Xianqi was kicked to the ground, rolling twice, and then his back was brutally stomped on by Tang Qingma. Tang Xianqi's regret value plus 200. So what if they don't let me go? Will they beat and humiliate me like before? But can they do that now? Tang Qingma looked down at him. You. Tang Xianqi turned his head, seeing the triumphant look in the other's eyes, gritting his teeth and wanting to fight back. But he couldn't win. Damn it! Why did he suddenly provoke Tang Qingma? Now he was getting beaten up. Tang Xianqi's regret value plus 300. Tang Qingma, what are you doing? From behind, Tang Xuerong's scream echoed. She had been worried that Tang Xianqi hadn't returned after 5 minutes and went out to check. Who knew that as soon as she opened the door, she saw Tang Xianqi lying on the ground, with Tang Qingma stepping on him. Tang Qingma, how dare you treat Xiaoxi like this? Tang Xuerong naturally lost control of her emotions, rushing forward to hit Tang Qingma. But her slap missed as Tang Qingma stepped back, and then he raised his hand and slapped down hard. Slap. Tang Xuerong's regret value plus 200. System, so satisfying. You hit me. Tang Xuerong looked at Tang Qingma in disbelief. Someone came rushing to hit me, so I hit back. Tang Qingma waved his hand, sneering. Xiaoxi, what's going on? Because of Tang Xuerong's scream, the Tang family members all came out, and they all saw Tang Qingma stepping on Tang Xianqi. Bai Hualian cried again. Qingma, how can you treat Xiaoxi like this? He is your brother too. Tang Qingma smiled lightly. Because you are biased, my dear mother. Bai Hualian's regret value plus 200. Tang Qingma, you are too vicious. Tang Ali gritted her teeth again. Tang Ruoling wanted to say something but was interrupted by Tang Qingma. Please stop being a broken record. I'm tired of it. Tang Qingma kicked Tang Xianqi's side again. Everyone, Xiaoxi, and the head of the Tang family, it's 9:30 now, and in 2.5 hours, it will be tomorrow. If you don't give me that 15 million, I will do something even more vicious and ruin your Tang family. Smiling, Tang Jianran was shocked. You. Tang Qingma waved his hand, turned, and continued forward. Then I'll take my leave. You all continue to love each other. He no longer paid attention to the Tang family's reactions and left the hospital. Although it seemed like a lot had happened, in reality, it was only the second day since Tang Qingma had crossed over. Tomorrow was the weekend, school was off, and he had other things to do. Host, where are you going? The system saw Tang Qingma walking in a direction that was not towards the Tang family. Tomorrow, Zhang Ling's death and Zhang Tang's arrest will make headlines, so I'm going to deal with the other classmates who bullied the original host. Give me their addresses. Although Zhang Ling had been dealt with, according to the original host's memories, there were still 7 or 8 classmates in school who bullied him. Some of them benefited from Tang Xianqi, while others just thought it was fun to follow the trend. Even though these people's harm was not as strong as Zhang Ling's, they still caused the original host a lot of physical and mental pain. So, calculating the cumulative cost of harm, it would be reasonable to break 1 or 2 of their arms or legs. At night, 11 o'clock. In a dark alley of Magic City, Wu Dedan was walking unsteadily with an empty beer bottle in hand. Burp! Damn! It's all that beast Tang Qingma's fault. If it weren't for him, burp. How could I have been fired? In the morning, Wu Dedong was exposed for openly accepting gifts from parents, excluding and suppressing students, and allowing campus bullying, and he had already been dismissed by Principal Lin and reported to the Education Bureau. Although he didn't yet know the consequences from the Education Bureau, it was common for teachers to have their licenses revoked and be barred from teaching for several years. For Wu Dedong, being a homeroom teacher at a private school was a lucrative job. He received countless gifts from parents every year. Now, because of Tang Qingma, he had lost it all and could only drown his sorrows in a tavern, unable to vent his frustrations on the other party. Beast. Useless. Burp. You better not fall into my hands. I will definitely not let you go. Burp. Wu Dedong poured the remaining beer into his mouth again, only to find the bottle empty, and angrily smashed it to the ground. With a crash, the glass bottle shattered into pieces. Damn. It's finished again. Burp. I need to drink more. Wu Dedong was already drunk, unable to see the small path in front of him, swaying as he walked. Tang Qingma. Burp. Tang Qingma. Bitch. Bang. Ha. Suddenly, he thought he heard a metallic clanging sound coming from the depths of the alley. Bang. Ha. He initially thought it was an illusion, but the clanging sound grew closer, and a shadow slowly emerged. Ah, who are you? Burp. Wu Dedong vaguely saw a figure holding something that looked like an iron rod, approaching him while striking the wall. Bang. Bang. Hey, you. Bang. Bang bang. When he saw the iron rod in the shadow's hand getting closer to his face, Wu Dedong finally sobered up. But, bang, it was already too late. He was completely awake now, his eyes filled with terror. You, who are you? The figure was dressed in black, wearing a black mask and a duck hat, and he could only judge that the person looked quite young by their build. The person said nothing, just continued to raise the iron rod and swung it towards Wu Dedong. Ah! Wu Dedong, already unable to stand due to his drunkenness, fell to the ground in pain. At this moment, the shadow threw the iron rod aside and turned to leave the scene. After exiting the dark alley, the person finally removed the cloth gloves and black mask, revealing Tang Qingma's face. He took a breath of the outside air. System, there are 4 more people, give me their addresses. Anyway, he had a day off tomorrow, and he wanted to take revenge on those who had bullied the original host before sunrise. Alright, the system responded promptly. For it, as long as it followed the host's orders, that was enough. But, what a pity, why weren't those students closely related to the original host? If that were the case, it could collect their remorse value. Really, who designed this collection function? How useless. System, huh? Is it really me? Then it's nothing. Asterisk after secretly dealing with those bullies, it was already 1 in the morning. Tang Qingma opened his phone and saw that Tang Jianrun had transferred the remaining 15 million. The time just hitting 11:58, as if it were the final argument. Back at the gate of the Tang family's villa, Tang Qingma placed his hand on the doorknob, mentally preparing himself for being locked out. He happily thought about how he would kick down the newly installed wooden door if he were locked out again, and then, the wooden door opened normally. TSK. What a pity. Tang Qingma returned to his dormitory but did not immediately take off his clothes. Instead, he sat on the floor. System, help me open the cultivation space. Host, you just finished and you're going to cultivate again? That's too intense. The system was a bit shocked. It's nothing, when I cultivate, isn't the time outside frozen? A little intensity doesn't matter. Alright then, after all, tomorrow is a day off, so he could just sleep in a bit longer. Moreover, considering the daily workload before he came in, those revenge actions just now didn't really require much physical exertion. The system opened the cultivation space, and a series of high martial skills appeared before Tang Qingma's eyes. He had already completed all the basic martial arts and could start learning some special skills. However, considering the endurance of this body, in the end, Tang Qingma chose the F-grade skill Lightning Flash. Lightning Flash is the easiest skill to learn in high martial arts. Even if one hasn't broken through to a martial artist, they can still cultivate it, and although its level is only F, it can enhance the attack power based on the user's vitality. Most importantly, Tang Qingma liked to help people with electrotherapy. With that thought, he selected the Lightning Flash skill and began to cultivate with his eyes closed. A golden light flickered around Tang Qingma's body in real time, and a large amount of heat lingered outside his body. Numerous golden lines continuously slid through his mind. After a while, Tang Qingma slowly opened his eyes, and several weak bolts of lightning emanated from his body, making a crackling sound. He slightly opened his palm, gathered the vitality within, and released a yellow lightning ball upwards. He successfully learned the Lightning Flash skill. After shutting down the cultivation space, Tang Qingma took a quick shower and changed into his pajamas before finally falling asleep. A dreamless night. *Weekend. Tang Qingma got up around 9:30, and as soon as he woke up, he heard the sound of regret values ringing. Bai Hualian regret value plus 200. Tang Ruoling regret value plus 200. Oh, it must be because of the medicinal soup. Normally, the original host would get up at 4 in the morning to make medicinal soup for Tang Ruoling and Bai Hualian, so they could have enough energy for the day ahead. Tang Ruoling, as the female CEO, often had stomach issues, while Bai Hualian suffered from headaches. After drinking the carefully brewed medicinal soup by the original host, their ailments had improved significantly. But now, Tang Qingma was not the original host, so he naturally wouldn't serve the Tang family. Therefore, Tang Ruoling and Bai Hualian regretted not being able to drink the delicious soup. How pathetic! Tang Qingma casually tidied himself up and changed into a new outfit before heading to the hall. "And Wang, are you there?" "Yes, young master, I've prepared breakfast and will bring it to you now." "Great, thank you." And Wang only worked half a day today, and Sunday was a full day off. For breakfast, she prepared hot corn porridge, white bread with sesame paste, and a piece of meat steak. While eating, Tang Qingma noticed that there were none of those annoying sounds in the villa and curiously asked, "And Wang, where is everyone else?" "Young master, the master said today is the weekend, so he took the madam and the young ladies out early this morning with Shishao." Aunt Wang reported truthfully, her tone a bit regretful. "Oh, they really have big hearts." Tang Qingma chuckled as he spread sesame paste on the white bread. The heat from the rumors about the true and false young masters of the Tang family had just cooled down, and these people were openly rejecting him. It made sense, after all, he had knocked Tang Xianqi down in the hospital last night, so they resorted to such childish tactics, thinking they could make him sad? If it were the original owner, perhaps, but he was actually feeling joyful because there were no annoying people at home. He had taken 20 million from Tang Jianrun and planned to go out to buy a house over the weekend. Tang Qingma arrived at a large real estate center in the city. To take revenge for the original owner, he needed a new residence outside, convenient for his future actions. Upon entering the center, a young lady in a suit and black stockings immediately approached him enthusiastically. "Hello, sir, what type of house are you looking for?" The young lady had sharp eyes. Even though the person in front of her looked young, she could sense a unique aura about him. Of course, she wouldn't be like some characters in novels who, thinking the other party couldn't afford a house, would mock them foolishly. Tang Qingma smiled and asked, "Do you have a 2-bedroom apartment? Preferably in the city, with convenient transportation." "Of course, please follow me." Since he would be living alone, the house didn't need to be too big, and he only planned to return home once or twice a week. The young lady led Tang Qingma to a comfortable spot, offering him tea and fruit. "Sir, I recommend this 2-bedroom apartment in the Langyi Weiju community. There's a supermarket and various breakfast shops downstairs, and the bus and subway stations are within a 5-minute walk. Plus, it's a new apartment, so the environment is elegant and safe. And we guarantee it's not a furnished apartment. It's only 4,500,000. Tang Qingma flipped through the brochure the young lady had given him, and the pictures looked quite good. While he was contemplating, the system spoke up, "Host, this community has a great environment. There's plenty of spiritual energy for cultivation nearby, and there haven't been any fire incidents or similar troubles in the future." "Oh, really?" Originally wanting to look at a few more places, Tang Qingma decided not to hesitate after hearing the system's words. He took out a card from his pocket. "I'll take this one, please help me pay in full." "Okay, if you want a 15-year mortgage, we can offer you a full payment." The young lady thought she had misheard. "Full payment." "Sir, please wait a moment, I'll call the manager right away." She hurried off to summon the manager. This was her lucky star for the month. In less than 5 minutes, the real estate manager had printed the contract, and the young lady came back with a tray, holding the keys. The manager was a balding man nearing middle age, and he respectfully rubbed his hands together, saying, "Sir, please give me your ID. Once you sign the contract, we can take you to see the apartment right away." Pretty efficient, Tang Qingma chuckled. It was ironic, really. The original owner had been back at the Tang family for 3 months without being registered in their household. Moreover, since the Tang family had never cared about the original owner, the ID was still in the original owner's possession. But because of this, he could purchase property as an independent individual. Then the contract. "Hey, who is it? Isn't this the famous true young master of the Tang family?" Just as Tang Qingma was about to look at the contract, he suddenly heard a familiar voice and turned his head in confusion. He then saw Song Qianjun and Su Jingchen. "You are Song Xiao?" He didn't expect to see him at the real estate center. Song Qianjun walked over with an air of arrogance, striding confidently. "If I'm not mistaken, Tang Xiao is looking to buy a house?" "Yes," Tang Qingma replied. Song Qianjun glanced at the real estate manager and the young lady, causing the manager to respond immediately. "Young Master Song, this Mr. Tang intends to purchase the apartment in Langyi Weiju, paying in full." "Humph, You, a young master with no status in the Tang family, actually have the ability to buy a house outright? What a joke! Song Qianjun scoffed, his tone full of mockery. Tang Qingman, manager and miss. Their eyes were like, look, there's a fool here. Then Song Qianjun suddenly snatched the keys from the miss's plate and arrogantly asked, how much is this house? 4,500,000. The miss was also taken aback. Song Qianjun, I'll add another million. 5,500,000. Let's buy it. Sign the contract now. Manager and miss. The manager and the miss looked at Tang Qingmo with concern. After all, the other party was the one who came to buy first, but the young master Song in front of them was not someone to provoke. Then, in the next second, Tang Qingmo grabbed the real estate manager's tie, pulling him close and whispering in his ear. Agree to him, I'll split the extra million with you 70-30, I take 70, you take 30. Manager. He immediately became serious and said softly, Mr. Tang, we can't be so unscrupulous. 50-50. Tang Qingmo frowned, I take 60, you take 40. If you don't agree, then forget it. The real estate manager struggled for 3 seconds, then finally nodded, alright, it's decided. Young Master Song, this way please. He then restored his bright smile and went to attend to Song Qianjun. Seeing that the ownership of the house was now his, Song Qianjun showed a triumphant expression to Tang Qingmo. Did you see? Only with more money can you get what you want at any time. Tang Qingmo raised his thumb. You're right. Humph. I hope young Master Tang can learn well this time. Then Song Qianjun left, with Su Jingchen silently following behind. System, is Song Qianjun really this foolish? You say he actively stirs up trouble, yet he also gives you money. It's embarrassing to slap his face. Actually, it's not. Song Qianjun's original personality was quite cold and ruthless, but now he's like this because he's been spoiled, the system silently explained, though it was also speechless about the earlier behavior. In any case, thank you for your 600,000. Big spender, no. Golden leaks. System, neither of these are good terms, right? Tang Qingmo looked at the miss again. Sorry, could you please introduce me to another house? Sure, Mr. Tang. I'll introduce you to an even better one. The miss's heart was already blooming. She was really lucky today. 2 houses sold. Although the house in Langguiweju was bought by Song Qianjun, Tang Qingmo successfully purchased the neighboring Xingaju. Since they were in the same area, the spiritual energy for cultivation and the transportation environment were the same. It's just that Xingaju had amenities like a gym and bar, making it 30,000 more expensive than Langguiweju. However, that 30,000 had already been obtained from Song Qianjun, the big spender, the golden leak, so it didn't matter. After touring the house, Tang Qingmo conveniently went to the hospital to pick up the injury report. That was the report he had just obtained 2 days ago after spending thousands. With it, many troubles could be resolved later. After leaving the hospital, Tang Qingmo looked at the sky. It was still early. System, help me check which banks will be open on Saturday. Okay, but host, what are you going to the bank for? Investment. If he wanted to destroy the Tang family, merely exposing the negative news about the Tang family was not enough. The Tang family was a large family that had always held a position in the business world. So to bring down the Tang family, he had to use the same means as in the business world. Another point was to create a backing for himself. A powerful presence is something others dare not provoke. In this world, besides the Tang family, there are many other wealthy families and martial arts clans. They would think that without the Tang family, they would be worthless, abandoned children with no background. Therefore, only by becoming a powerful and invincible existence can others dare not provoke you. Now that Tang Qingmo has bought a house, he still has 15 million in hand, enough to establish a small company and invest in the stock market. Of course, he also has the greatest advantage. System, first tell me which stocks are likely to rise in the next year, and also inform me about the major world events that will happen in the coming years. Alright, it seems that the host knows quite a lot. What are you talking about? As the head of the family, shouldn't I be able to invest and see the future situation clearly? Although his family before his transmigration was a martial arts family, it was also involved in various business dealings, such as alchemy, exotic beast materials, and secret techniques. Large families form commercial chains. Moreover, to better participate in investment and trade, it is essential to observe the future situation of the world and the country. Knowing which small countries have unstable regimes and are experiencing civil wars, or which countries have breakthroughs in emerging industries, will greatly impact the corresponding stock markets. Only by grasping business opportunities in future situations can a company grow larger. But there is one problem. Tang Qingmo does not know who would be best to manage this company. He couldn't help but sigh, if only there were a talented, management-savvy person who could perfectly complete any task I give them, and a powerful martial artist to help me manage the company. System. Is it just its illusion, Or does it feel like the host is hinting at someone? It must be its illusion. After finishing everything, Tang Qingma went to a restaurant outside to enjoy a delicious afternoon tea before returning to the Tang family. As soon as he entered, he heard the joyful laughter of the Tang family. Good, the annoying things have returned. Ah, brother, you're back. Tang Xianxi, as usual, pretended to be a well-behaved child as soon as she saw Tang Qingma. However, the originally cheerful members of the Tang family stopped laughing upon seeing Tang Qingma's return, replacing their expressions with vigilance and disgust. Tang Qingma glanced around and noticed that Tang Jianrun was not present. He might have gone back to the company. Brother, we went out to play today, but since we saw you sleeping so soundly, we left you at home. You won't be angry, will you? Tang Xianxi continued her stable performance, clearly having been knocked down by him last night, yet today she acted as if nothing had happened and continued to provoke him, even saying such fragrant words. Tang Qingma admired her persistence and talent. Tang Ali said disdainfully, Xiaoxi, you don't need to care about him, he just knocked you down last night. Tang Shuerong angrily added, yeah, what qualifications does a waste like him have to go out with us? Tang Meixin and Tang Ruoling frowned, while Bai Hualian nervously watched Tang Qingma. To them, Tang Qingma just chuckled and waved his hand. How could I be angry? I'm very busy. Unlike some idlers who have been suspended, I don't have time to go out and play. Tang Ali and Tang Meixin and Tang Shuerong, they were all struck to the heart. And you really don't know how to learn your lesson. Tang Qingma silently looked at Tang Xianxi. You were beaten so badly last night, yet you still insist on provoking me today. You're quite impressive. What are you talking about, brother? We're all family. Tang Xianxi twitched her mouth. She naturally heard the sarcasm but continued to ask as if nothing had happened. What were you busy with just now? Why did you come back so late? Tang Qingma coldly replied, I was studying how to hit someone without being discovered. Tang Xianxi, what did he just say? Tang Qingma smiled and patted his shoulder, his smile deep with meaning. Dear brother, would you like to help me with an experiment? Tang Xianxi immediately jumped back in fright, cold sweat pouring down. You, scoundrel, stay away from Xiaoxi. Tang Shuerong sensed that Tang Xianxi was in danger and immediately rushed over to slap Tang Qingma. Slap! Then she was slapped back by Tang Qingma. Ah! Tang Shuerong almost fell to the ground, half of her face swollen. Tang Qingma mocked, don't worry, you don't have a job now anyway, so it doesn't matter if your face gets hurt, right? Bitch! Upon hearing that she lost her job because of Tang Qingma and that her most important face was injured, Tang Shuerong lost control and charged at her again. This time, Tang Qingma said nothing, only slightly raised her arm, gathering a surge of vital energy in her palm. Shuerong! Tang Meixin was shocked and immediately activated her vital energy, quickly blocking Tang Shuerong. Third sister, let go of me. Calm down, don't provoke Qingma again. Tang Meixin gritted her teeth and forcefully stopped her. Now that Tang Qingma had mastered martial arts, although she hadn't yet broken through to become a martial artist, she could feel the opponent's vital energy was exceptionally strong. If that gathered vital energy slap really landed, Tang Shuerong's face would be ruined, and she might even end up in the hospital alongside the fourth sister. No wonder you were once a martial arts mentor, you know exactly what I want to do. Tang Qingma shook her palm, dissipating the vital energy. Tang Meixin gritted her teeth and asked, we're all family, is it really necessary to go this far? Would you make your family lie on the ground and bark like a dog? Tang Qingma smiled and countered. Tang Meixin's regret value plus 200. What a shameless person. He smiled and planned to turn away. Qingma. At that moment, Bai Hualian and Tang Ruoling, who had been silent, quickly approached. They didn't come to stop him during the argument with Tang Shuerong, and now they were trying to call him back, which surely meant trouble. But Tang Qingma still smiled brightly and asked, what do you want, mother, who claims to care about me but left me to go out and have fun? Bai Hualian. Bai Hualian's regret value plus 200. As expected, the saintly hypocrite's regret value was easily raised. Tang Qingma, we just saw you sleeping so soundly that we didn't want to wake you. You don't have to be sarcastic with mom. Tang Ruoling said without a hint of guilt, of course, as long as you. Tang Qingma immediately interrupted, you misunderstood, I have no desire to hang out with disgusting people, so you all don't need to call me anymore. Seeing the other party fall silent, Tang Qingma once again tried to turn away, but this time, Tang Ruoling stopped him. Tang Qingma, why aren't you helping us make that soup you usually make for me and mom today? Did I hear that wrong? Even though Tang Qingma knew the Tang family was hypocritical and selfish, he was still shocked by Tang Ruoling's shameless words. He immediately showed an expression of extreme surprise. Is there really such a shameless person in this world? You don't ask your gentle and kind little brother to do it, but you ask me, this vicious person, to do it. Aren't you just slapping yourself in the face? Qingma, don't say that. Bai Hualian, listening to Tang Qingma's cold words, wanted to cry again. Bai Hualian's regret value plus 200. Brother, don't say that. It's just that I can't do it. Tang Xianqi also showed a tone of regret. Tang Qingma sneered, then go learn. You are their beloved little brother, how can you not learn to make soup for your sister? And he turned to look at the sweating Tang Ruoling. I once again witnessed the shamelessness of your Tang family. Luckily, I didn't grow up in the Tang family. Tang Qingma, what do you mean by that? Tang Ruoling knew she was in the wrong but couldn't accept being mocked by her younger brother. Unfortunately, she wanted to hit him but couldn't, so she could only stand there. You all are idiots, and staying with you will turn me into an idiot too. Tang Qingma felt increasingly bored facing this group of people and really wanted to return to his room to continue his training. Haven't seen you for a while, still so vulgar. But at that moment, a strange female voice rang out from the direction of the door. Tang Qingma turned his head and saw a proud and beautiful woman, her expression cold and her gaze contemptuous. Behind her were two strong men in black sunglasses, clearly martial artists. Ruyin. Before Tang Qingma could respond, Tang Xianqi had already excitedly run over. This woman was the original owner's fiancée, Tang Xianqi's childhood friend, Lu Ruyan. It seemed that Tang Xianqi had been quite stimulated by him last night in the hospital, so today he brought Lu Ruyan over for support. Xianqi, are you okay? As soon as she saw Tang Xianqi, Lu Ruyan's icy demeanor melted away. I'm fine, Ruyan. With his slightly swollen face, Tang Xianqi smiled at Lu Ruyan as if nothing had happened, which pained her greatly. She had already heard from Tang Xuerong last night that Tang Qingmo had been mocking their family coldly and scolding them to their faces these past few days. He even live-streamed it openly, leading netizens and the public to misunderstand that they were being abused, causing the Tang group's stock to plummet, and all three sisters were suspended. Even more terrifying was that last night, Tang Qingmo had actually beaten Tang Xianqi in the hospital, leaving his entire face bruised and distorted. If it hadn't been for the timely medical treatment in the hospital, Tang Xianqi would have been disfigured in an instant. Xianqi, I know everything. You don't have to defend Tang Qingma anymore. Lu Ruyan glared at Tang Qingma, her eyes filled with venom. He actually dared to be so heavy-handed last night. That means he's opposing me. I want him to taste the consequences of going against me. As she spoke, she raised her arm, and the two men in black stepped forward slowly. Regardless of whether these two were martial artists, their imposing figures and aura were already quite oppressive. Ruyan, I'm really fine. It's too serious to bring them to deal with my brother. Tang Xianqi pretended to stop her, but inside he was quite excited. Hurry up and beat that scoundrel Tang Qingma to death. Xianqi, you can't be so kind, that will only encourage others. Lu Ruyan gritted her teeth and glared at Tang Qingma. Ruyan, what are you? Bai Hualian looked at the two strong men approaching aggressively and couldn't help but feel alarmed, wanting to stop them. Aunt, please don't worry, I just want to teach Tang Qingma a lesson. Now that he dares to lay hands on family, what if he accidentally offends the powerful in the future without being educated? Bai Hualian hesitated a bit, but listening to Lu Ruyan's somewhat reasonable words, she no longer obstructed her. Throughout the entire exchange, Tang Qingma had not said a word, nor had he even glanced at Lu Ruyan, merely staring silently at the two tall men in front of him. From the level of energy they were releasing, they were at most only at the first rank. TSK. So boring, can't they find someone stronger? Seeing that Tang Qingma showed no signs of defending or struggling, Lu Ruyan frowned and asked, Tang Qingma, do you have anything else to say? Tang Qingma chuckled, haven't you already sentenced me? Then what else is there to say? Come on, you. Lu Ruyan did not expect him to respond like this. As expected, just as Tang Xuerong had said, the originally timid Tang Qingma had changed quite a bit. Since that's the case, then don't blame me for being rude. Lu Ruyan waved her hand, deciding to let the two men in black teach Tang Qingma a lesson. She wanted him to know that even though Tang Xianqi was the fake young master of the Tang family, he was still someone she would protect. The two men in black clenched their fists and assumed fighting stances. One of them stepped forward and swung his arm at Tang Qingma. Although they all sensed that Tang Qingma had vaguely practiced martial arts, he was after all just a young master from a wealthy family, and it was impossible for him to compete with a true martial artist, so he didn't use any blood energy at all. However, in the next second, Tang Qingma coldly sneered and raised his leg, forcefully kicking the man's arm away with his toes. The man instantly lost his balance and his body tilted backward. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Tang Qingma threw powerful punches at the man's face with both fists. After two loud thuds, he raised his leg again, this time kicking straight at the man's stomach. Bang! The man in black was kicked far away, crashing to the ground with a loud noise, shocking everyone. What just happened? Tang Qingma kicked such a tall man away. Not only the Tang family and Lu Ruyan, but the two men in black were also stunned. Didn't Miss Lu tell them that the real young master of the Tang family was useless? So boring, Tang Qingma said quietly. You two come at me together. You two come at me together. Tang Qingma easily knocked the taller man in black to the ground and even made a provocative gesture towards them, instantly making them furious. They had just been careless and lost, yet they dared to provoke them like this, truly unaware of their own limitations. The two men in black quickly assumed a fighting stance, this time not underestimating him, but instead exuding a strong aura of blood energy. As martial artists, their blood energy alone was more powerful than that of ordinary people, and the strength of the two men filled the entire hall, making everyone except for Tang Meixin and Lu Ruyan feel as if they were struggling to breathe. Lu Ruyan also felt suffocated. Although she wanted to scold them, she needed to teach that useless Tang Qingma a lesson first. One of the men in black saw Tang Qingma standing there in a daze, thinking he was stunned by their aura. So he revealed a triumphant smile and said, Young Master Tang, here we come. Don't blame us if you get hurt. They rushed towards Tang Qingma, releasing their blood energy-filled fists, swinging them forward. Doesn't matter. Tang Qingma looked at the two tall men in front of him and casually said, After all, it's not me who will get hurt. He took a small step back, easily sidestepping one of the punches, then quickly grabbed that man's arm with both hands and pulled it upward with force. Ah! The sound of the man's arm bone cracking echoed. Tang Qingma kicked at his lower limbs again. You? The other man saw his companion fall and was shocked as he swung his fist forward. However, Tang Qingma leaned back to avoid the punch and then elbowed him in the face. The man never expected Tang Qingma to be so strong. Just the elbow attack made him feel like his nose was broken. He lost his balance and staggered back a few steps, but Tang Qingma quickly moved in front of him and punched him down to the ground. The two tall men were thus knocked down, one unable to move due to pain in his hands and feet, while the other felt like his face was about to be disfigured. At that moment, they saw a figure appear in front of them, and when they raised their heads in confusion, they saw Tang Qingma looking down at them from above, with yellow light emanating from his palm. By the way, I just learned a skill last night and was looking for someone to try it on. Tang Qingma revealed a meaningful smile, and his palm emitted several flashes of lightning, making a crackling sound. The lightning flash he had just cultivated last night could now be used. What is this? Tang Qingma's eyes widened, revealing a flickering look of anticipation. Let me give you an electric therapy, Billy. GG. No. A strong flash of lightning illuminated the entire hall, the brilliance so bright that the members of the Tang family and Lu Ruyan could not open their eyes. But at the same time, cries echoed, and by the time the light faded, the two men had already fallen. What the hell? Tang Qingma's disinterested voice rang out. They call themselves warriors, yet they can't even withstand something so simple. What useless things. He kicked the two bodies again, his face showing disdain. With this level, they'd be eaten in less than 10 seconds on the beast battlefield. The system silently remarked, No, the host can't compare them to you. The original body was already exceptionally gifted, and with Tang Qingma being so competitive, how could the others survive? Tang Qingma snorted lightly and walked to the wine cabinet in the hall amidst the crowd's shock. After Tang Qingma took the most expensive red wine from inside last time, Tang Jianrun had specially locked the cabinet door with several large locks. But once again, he swung his hand, and all the iron locks broke. So, what does Miss Lu want to do now? Tang Qingma took the second most expensive red wine and a glass from inside, opened the bottle, and poured it into the glass, swirling it. His provocative gaze fell on Lu Ruyan, who was half kneeling on the ground in shock. This was the first time Lu Ruyan had experienced such humiliation, especially from her most despised useless fiancé. She screamed in agitation, Tang Qingma, you bastard! How dare you treat the bodyguards my father left for me like this? I won't let you off. In the face of Lu Ruyan's anger, Tang Qingma slowly savored a sip of red wine. So how do you plan to not let me off? He asked with a cold smile. How can a crude and violent person like you compare to Xianqi? You and Xianqi are worlds apart. You're just mud on the ground. Lu Ruyan immediately shouted all the degrading things she could think of about Tang Qingma. The Tang sisters present felt a bit uncomfortable. Although they didn't like Tang Qingma, he was still their own brother. Was Lu Ruyan's humiliation of Tang Qingma a way of looking down on them and the Tang family? Bai Hualian had already been in tears upon hearing Lu Ruyan's insults, but since the other party was Tang Xianqi's beloved, she couldn't scold her. Only Tang Xianqi showed discomfort on the outside, while internally he was very pleased. Tang Qingma was truly a fool. By resisting Lu Ruyan like this, wouldn't it make her hate him even more? As expected, a lowly rat like Tang Qingma was not worthy of Lu Ruyan. Only he could become the son-in-law of the Lu family. But just as Tang Xianqi was feeling smug, he suddenly heard Tang Qingma say coldly, In that case, let's annul the engagement. Not only Lu Ruyan, but the Tang sisters and Bai Hualian were all shocked. Tang Xianqi also found it strange. Wasn't Tang Qingma always catering to Lu Ruyan, accommodating her in everything? Why suddenly decide to annul the engagement? What did you say? Lu Ruyan was also stunned. She never expected that Tang Qingma, who usually complied with her every request, would take the initiative to propose an annulment. However, Tang Qingma ignored her thoughts and continued, "Let's not waste time, you go inform your father to cancel our engagement." Tang Qingma, how long are you going to humiliate me? Lu Ruyan stood up. At that moment, she was so angry that her hair became disheveled. Her gloomy face and scattered hair made the originally beautiful and proud Lu Ruyan seem to be stepping towards the direction of a female ghost. "Weren't you the one who belittled me first?" Tang Qingma said with a laugh. "Now I'm giving you the opportunity to propose the annulment first, as a courtesy to you as a woman. If you don't mind me proposing it first, I can call the head of the Lu family immediately." Lu Ruyan looked at Tang Qingma's cold eyes and couldn't help but feel a sense of panic. Although she had long heard that the other party had changed, when she truly felt the disparity, her heart was filled with immense panic. But she couldn't show weakness to that bastard Tang Qingma. "Tang Qingma, that engagement originally belonged to Xianqi. You stole Xianqi's engagement. You forcibly took me away from Xianqi." Upon hearing Lu Ruyan's words, Tang Xianqi revealed a touched expression. "Ruyan." Only Tang Qingma was utterly speechless. "Have you read too many domineering CEO novels? You think I forcibly took you from Tang Xianqi? I wouldn't even want a version of a little fairy like you for free." Tang Qingma, how could he say that? How dare he? Tang Qingma showed an extreme look of disdain and splashed the remaining red wine in his cup onto Lu Ruyan's face. The air was filled with the sour aroma of red wine, truly worthy of being the second most expensive wine collected by Tang Jianrun for many years. The grape fragrance was incredibly rich. Ruyan. However, the Tang family members were all startled by Tang Qingma's action of splashing wine, and Tang Xianqi rushed to Lu Ruyan's side to check on her condition. "Tang Qingma, how dare you? How dare you treat me like this?" But Lu Ruyan was already too furious to care about Tang Xianqi's presence. She was enraged by Tang Qingma's actions, her face and hair dripping with red wine, making her look terrifying and horrific. Meanwhile, Tang Ruoling was also shocked by the scene before her. She recalled how she had also been splashed when she took Tang Qingma to the hospital last night. But on second thought, when Tang Qingma splashed her, it was water, not wine. Looking at it this way, her status was higher than Lu Ruyan's. Tang Qingma looked at Lu Ruyan, who resembled a ghost, and sneered, "I just saw Miss Lu daydreaming in broad daylight, so I kindly splashed you awake." "What did you say?" He ignored her further and directly took out his phone to dial a number. "Is this the head of the Lu family?" Lu Ruyan was shocked. Was Tang Qingma calling her father? But how did he have her father's number? This was naturally informed by the system. After the call connected, Tang Qingma also put it on the loudest speaker, allowing everyone present to hear the voice coming from the microphone. "Who are you?" A middle-aged man's voice came from the phone, and Lu Ruyan recognized it as her father's. "Tang Qingma, we met once before, your future son-in-law," Tang Qingma explained with a cold smile. "Qingma?" The man's voice was filled with confusion, as if he hadn't expected the other party to call him. The original host had met the head of the Lu family once after being recognized by the Tang family. At that time, the head of the Lu family looked down on the timid original host a bit, but after all, he was of Tang blood. Only by marrying a true member of the Tang family could the Lu family strengthen their alliance with the Tang family and solidify their position in the Magic City. So later, he had Lu Ruyan give up on Tang Xianqi and develop feelings for Tang Qingma instead. But how could the rebellious Lu Ruyan possibly obey? "Qingma, how did you get my phone number? What's the matter?" The head of the Lu family, knowing the other party was his future son-in-law, still maintained a friendly tone despite his inner disdain. "Head Lu, I naturally have many ways to find out your number. I'm calling you today to inform you of something important." Tang Qingma smiled lightly, but his gaze towards Lu Ruyan was as cold as silk, giving her a bad premonition. "An important matter?" Tang Qingma didn't waste time with the head of the Lu family and got straight to the point. "That's right. It's about me and your daughter breaking off the engagement." Lu Ruyan was immediately taken aback, and the head of the Lu family on the phone fell silent as well. How could they have imagined that the Tang Qingma, who had been accommodating and hard-working towards Lu Ruyan for the past 3 months, would take the initiative to propose breaking off the engagement? "Well, Qingma, what on earth is going on? Haven't you been getting along well with Ruyan lately? Why would you suddenly break off the engagement?" "Getting along well with MS. Lu?" It seems that the head of the Lu family doesn't care at all about the situation of his daughter and future son-in-law, Tang Qingma scoffed. "If you paid a little attention, you would know how your daughter insulted her fiancé. Just now, she sent 2 warriors to teach me a lesson." "What?" The head of the Lu family knew those two warriors. They were the bodyguards he had sent to Lu Ruyan. But how could Ruyan ask them to teach Tang Qingma a lesson? Qingma, there must be some misunderstanding. The head of the Lu family immediately said, "There's no misunderstanding, you can ask them." Tang Qingma walked over to the two black-clad men who had been knocked out by lightning and kicked one of them in the stomach. "Get up!" One of the men woke up in pain but pretended to be unconscious again. What a joke! Why would he wake up now to be beaten by Tang Qingma? But the next second, a familiar beeping sound came from above. "If you don't wake up soon, I don't mind giving you another electric therapy session," Tang Qingma said, raising her hand, which was crackling with yellow lightning. The beeping continued. "Ah, I'm awake." The black-clad man jumped up and shook his companion awake, but that companion's knee had been shattered by Tang Qingma, so he remained on the ground. "Great, then please tell the head of the Lu family how your young lady wanted you to educate me properly." Tang Qingma held out her phone, directly in front of the two men. The two men exchanged awkward glances at Lu Ruyan, who was glaring at them furiously. If they told the truth, would they be beaten by the temperamental young lady later? But they looked at Tang Qingma and saw her bright smile, her palms lightning suddenly growing enormous, and then, boom! A thunderous roar erupted. GG. Lu Ruyan could only keep them bedridden for 2 days, but Tang Qingma was truly going to take their lives. Head, the young lady wanted us to teach young Master Qingma a good lesson because young Master Xianqi was bullied last night. She also said that young Master Qingma is like mud on the ground, not worthy of comparison with young Master Xianqi. She wants us to break one of his hands, so that a toad like him doesn't dare to dream of eating swan meat. She said young Master Qingma has no right to take anything from young Master Xianqi, and that the person she likes is young Master Xianqi. She will never look at young Master Qingma. The two black-clad men revealed Lu Ruyan's true words without holding back, each statement making her face turn paler. Lu Ruyan's regret value plus 200. Lu Ruyan's regret value plus 200. Lu Ruyan's regret value plus 200. The two black-clad men continuously exposed Lu Ruyan's true nature in public, each word filling her with immense humiliation and guilt. She had always despised Tang Qingma and was dissatisfied with the engagement, but in front of her father, she would still put on a show. After all, as a wealthy young lady, she understood that the marriage between the Lu and Tang families could elevate the Lu family's status in the Magic City, and she could become a more outstanding socialite. Although she thought Tang Qingma was unworthy, he was still the true young master of the Tang family. Treating him like a dog by her side wouldn't be too bad. At worst, after the marriage, she could continue to dangle Tang Qingma along while secretly entangled with Tang Xianqi. But now, her disdain and even slander against Tang Qingma were being publicly revealed in front of everyone, including her father. A flood of regret surged from within, transforming into regret value. The head of the Lu family, hearing what the two bodyguards said through the microphone, was momentarily at a loss for words. As a father, he naturally knew that his daughter despised the true young master who had been lost for 18 years, but for her to say such harsh words was a bit too much. "Qingma, these are just the false words of those two bodyguards. You mustn't believe them." The head of the Lu family felt very guilty, but at this point, he could only awkwardly help his daughter cover up. However, Tang Qingma snorted coldly, showing no mercy. "What a pity, Lu family head, these words are not fabricated by your bodyguards. I and others heard them with our own ears. Your good daughter said I am a waste, mud, a dog. She said I am not worthy of that fake Tang Xianqi. She even said I stole this engagement. Since that's the case, I won't take away what others love and will give this engagement to Tang Xianqi." Tang Qingma's tone was cold and calm, and the use of the word give implied that he now despised Lu Ruyan. "Qingma, what nonsense are you talking about?" The Lu family head's originally friendly tone suddenly turned sharp and agitated. "Qingma, Ruyan is just playing with Tang Xianqi. You are the true young master of the Tang family, how can that fake compare to you?" The Lu family head's words instantly turned Tang Xianqi's face pale. This meant, the Lu family head did not acknowledge him as the future son-in-law of the Lu family. Clearly, he did not have this attitude before Tang Qingma returned. But now, Tang Xuerong, hearing the Lu family head belittling Tang Xianqi, also lost control and shouted loudly, "Lu family head, I won't be happy if you speak ill of Cici. Although Cici has no blood relation to the Tang family, he is still our young master whom we have raised for 18 years. How can he not compare to that fool Tang Qingma who just returned from the countryside?" Regardless of whether he was the head of the Lu family, as long as someone spoke ill of Tang Xianqi, Tang Xuerong, in her infatuation, would confront them. But the Lu family head was an elder, and the Lu family's assets were not inferior to the Tang family's, so he retorted without holding back. "Which junior of the Tang family are you? To say that your own brother is not as good as a fake? Have you lost your mind? If you like Tang Xianqi so much, then please keep him well locked up and don't let him bother my daughter anymore. Also, please tell Tang Xianqi that I will never acknowledge him. Let him give up on that. Although the Lu family head looked down on the original owner, he still regarded him as the true young master of the Tang family. Etiquette and knowledge could be cultivated over time, but a fake would always be a fake. Bloodline is too important for big families. What qualification does a fake who cannot inherit the Tang family have to marry into the Lu family? You old fool, what are you saying? Shuerong. You shut up. Tang Shuerong wanted to curse again, but was quickly stopped by Tang Ruoling covering her mouth. What a joke! If a rift with the Lu family occurred because of this dispute, it would be a loss. Dad! Lu Ruyan felt as if an invisible hand was slapping her face when she heard her father so resistant to Tang Xianqi and outright denying her words. Just a moment ago, she had confidently said that Tang Qingma was like dirt on the ground, completely incomparable to the heavenly Tang Xianqi. But now the Lu family head shattered her words. Ruyan, stop throwing a tantrum with Qingma, this time you are in the wrong. Apologize to Qingma and get along well. Dad, you want me to apologize to Tang Qingma? Lu Ruyan was astonished. Her father actually wanted her to admit her mistake, to apologize to that waste Tang Qingma. This time you are in the wrong. Clearly, you have never said such excessive words to anyone. Was it that bastard Tang Xianqi who taught you this? I told you not to have any dealings with him. The Lu family head looked at his confused daughter and couldn't help but feel helpless. No matter how much I dislike it, the superficial efforts between families must still be made. Someone like her, who humiliates others at every turn, how could the other party possibly endure it all the time? Dad, Xianqi didn't teach me anything. It's all me. In any case, you need to build a good relationship with Qingma. You must maintain this engagement well. If Qingma complains to me again next time, don't blame me for cutting off all your cards. After the head of the Lu family finished speaking, he hung up without waiting for Lu Ruyan to respond. He knew his daughter's temper wouldn't allow her to say anything good, so it was better not to let her speak. Daddy! Lu Ruyan was stunned. Dad said he would cut off all the cards? How would she buy designer bags and clothes then? How would she show off in front of the other family's young ladies? Tang Qingma snorted coldly and slowly put away her phone. She looked down at the pale-faced Lu Ruyan and the nearby Tang Xianqi with a lofty gaze. You heard clearly, Miss Lu. It's not that I don't want to break off the engagement, but the head of the Lu family insists on continuing it. Lu Ruyan, with disheveled hair and a twisted expression, pointed at Tang Qingma. Tang Qingma, you bastard! How dare you call my dad? How dare you humiliate me like this? Compared to the engagement issue, Lu Ruyan was angrier that Tang Qingma had taken the initiative to call her father and exposed her actions on the spot. Humiliation? Compared to your usual verbal abuse, what is this even? Tang Qingma laughed and waved her hand. But now you understand, even if I don't want this engagement, it won't be taken from the hands of that fake Tang Xianqi. Tang Qingma turned to glance at Tang Xianqi. He was silently lowering his head, his face pale and purple, as if he were about to faint at any moment. So what if it is? How do you deserve to compare with Xianqi? Lu Ruyan stomped her feet in despair. Ha ha ha, if you love the son of a kidnapper so much, then go tell the head of the Lu family. Tang Qingma widened her eyes and stepped forward with a bright smile. Breaking off the engagement is so simple. Why don't you say it? Is it because you don't want to? Or are you worried the head of the Lu family will kick you out? Tang Qingma. With every step Tang Qingma took forward, Lu Ruyan couldn't help but retreat in fear. The current Tang Qingma had changed so much that even she felt an invisible sense of oppression. Tang Qingma laughed heartily. Didn't you say Tang Xianqi deserves someone noble like you? Then you should give up everything from the Lu family and elope with Tang Xianqi for love. Why don't you do it? Finally, she walked in front of Tang Xianqi and reached out to pat his face. It seems that Lu Ruyan's love for you isn't that much, Tang Xianqi. You bastard! Lu Ruyan saw Tang Qingma stirring up trouble between her and Tang Xianqi, and in her agitation, she raised her hand, wanting to slap her. But as she swung down, Tang Qingma sidestepped, and immediately retaliated with a slap. Slap! Lu Ruyan was directly slapped to the side. The sound of the slap echoed in the air, the force so great it nearly knocked her to the ground. The Tang sisters were stunned. They thought Tang Qingma's actions against them in the past few days were surprising, but they didn't expect even the fiancé who had always fawned over him wouldn't escape his clutches. It seems Miss Lu is still not quite awake. No worries, I'll help you. The next moment, Tang Qingma raised her hand holding a bottle of red wine, pouring a large amount of wine from the bottle onto Lu Ruyan's head. A large amount of red wine poured down on Lu Ruyan from head to toe. Lu Ruyan clenched her fists in anger, gritting her teeth. Her slapped face still radiated heat and pain, and the sticky wine stained her beautiful face and clothes a deep purple red. Lu Ruyan, with a flushed face and disheveled hair, had transformed into a terrifying ghost. But compared to her earlier impotent rage, she was now desperately suppressing her anger, not daring to say anything more. Finally quiet, Tang Qingma said with a sneer as he put away the wine bottle, "Come on, apologize to me properly like your dad said." Lu Ruyan looked up in surprise, unable to believe what Tang Qingma was saying. "I won't say it a third time." "Apologize," he smiled, shaking his phone again. It was clear that if she didn't apologize, he would call her father again. At that point, her card would be completely cut off. There was no way out. Lu Ruyan could only bite her lip hard and softly say, "Sorry, I'm sorry." Louder, "I'm sorry, it was my fault." Lu Ruyan's remorse value plus 200. Lu Ruyan's remorse value plus 200. Lu Ruyan's remorse value plus 200. Everyone present was shocked. The usually high and mighty Lu Ruyan had actually apologized. A stream of tears flowed from the corners of her eyes, mixing with the red wine on her face, making it all seem quite ridiculous. What happened to the proud and beautiful daughter of the Lu family? She looked so dirty and disheveled, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to call her a beggar. "That's more like it, Miss Lu who doesn't want her money cut off," Tang Qingma scoffed, but then his gaze shifted to the terrified Tang Xianqi. "As for you, you understand the difference between true and false now, right? No matter how much effort you put into Lu Ruyan, the Lu family will never accept you." Tang Xianqi raised her eyes in fear, her voice a bit stammering, "Brother, Tisk tsk, weren't you just so arrogant? Why are you acting like a quail now, so useless?" Slap. Tang Qingma slapped Tang Xianqi's face again, but she didn't dare to resist or speak, standing stiffly. "Because of you two, I only have half a bottle of wine left." "Whatever, it's not my money anyway." Tang Qingma shook the bottle of red wine that was still half full, then picked up a glass from the table. But after picking it up, he threw it hard in front of the Tang sisters and Bai Hualian. With a loud crash, the glass shattered into pieces. "Ah!" Bai Hualian and Tang Shuirong screamed in fright. "From this afternoon until tomorrow, Wang Ma is off, so you all clean the floor properly to avoid embarrassment," Tang Qingma said, taking out a new tall glass from the wine cabinet, showing them a bright smile. It was unclear who he was mocking, but it made the Tang sisters fall silent, and Bai Hualian's eyes were like a faucet, tears streaming down. Bai Hualian's remorse value plus 200. Bai Hualian's remorse value plus 200. As Tang Qingma was about to return to the dormitory and passed by Tang Xianqi, he suddenly stopped. In a voice only the two of them could hear, he said, "You say the Lu family won't accept you as a son-in-law now. What do you think your value is in the Tang family?" "Tang Xianqi, you, who have no value, will soon be kicked out by Tang Jianren. If you want to continue living a wealthy life, what is the only way? You should know very well." Tang Xianqi's eyes widened, standing there in a daze. It's hard to go from luxury to frugality. He had enjoyed the life of a young master for 18 years, and now to be stripped of it all, how could he possibly accept that? He thought that as long as Lu Ruyan joined him in suppressing Tang Qingma, he could strive to become the son-in-law of the Lu family, but he never expected the head of the Lu family to reject him so thoroughly. Tang Xianqi couldn't help but turn to look at Lu Ruyan. She had already lowered her head in despair under the dual blows from Tang Qingma and the head of the Lu family, not daring to make any move. What a waste! How can they say that Tang Qingma is not as good as me, that the one I love will always be him? Then why not fight for a chance for him? It's really hateful. Tang Xianqi's regret value plus 200. Tang Xianqi's regret value plus 200. Tang Xianqi's regret value plus 200. Asterisk Tang Qingma returned to his dormitory with a glass of red wine in hand. Thanks to Wang Ma's efforts, the originally empty and simple room had gained quite a bit of furniture, especially a wardrobe and a bookshelf, along with a full-length mirror, making it convenient for Tang Qingma to place his things in the future. At this moment, the system excitedly said, "Host, you've made quite an impact this time and earned a lot of regret value. With the current speed at which the host is collecting, the power of the heavenly Tao will become stronger and can increase your luck value." "Is that so? That's great." Tang Qingma sat in a comfortable armchair, poured himself a small glass of red wine, and savored it slowly. "By the way, host, the 5 requests you made to Tang Jianren before, he has only fulfilled the first 4, and the last one is still pending." On the day Tang Qingmo revealed everything to the Tang family and went live, he had made 5 requests to Tang Jianren: the room, money, clothing, and dismissal of the servants. Tang Jianren had accomplished all 4, but the last point was to send Tang Xianqi's biological mother, the one who swapped the original host when he was still an infant, the culprit who took away his 18 years of life, and her accomplices to prison. However, since it involved Tang Xianqi's relatives, his sisters, led by Tang Feifei and Tang Shuirong, strongly opposed it. Previously, in order to repay the favor of giving birth to an excellent son, they even bought a house for her to live in downtown, and Tang Shuirong and Tang Feifei often visited her. It's something that wouldn't happen without 10 years of a cerebral hemorrhage. "Host, Tang Xianqi's biological mother has always been a pain in the original host's heart, but Tang Jianrun doesn't seem to plan on letting her go to jail, the system said quietly. He's stalling for time. Tang Qingma took a sip of red wine. Tang Jianrun is very concerned about his reputation. If he sends that nanny to jail, it would be equivalent to telling the public that the Tang family has been manipulated by a mere nanny for 18 years, unable to distinguish between the true and false son. Now that the truth about the fake young master is public, the Tang family can still control the direction of public opinion for the time being. How could Tang Jianrun allow the family scandal to grow larger at this moment? In the past, to silence Tang Xianqi's biological mother, he would rather spend more money to let her live in the city. Moreover, Tang Feifei and Tang Xuerong regularly visited her to boost Tang Xianqi's favor, and the nanny, who had already tasted a lot of benefits, would never leave or spill the beans. It was just a matter of making the original host suffer. But in my opinion, Tang Jianrun is also a fool. There are many ways to silence that nanny, yet he chooses the most hurtful and easily incriminating method for the original host. Tang Qingma sneered. The system was puzzled. Then what would the host do? Kill her. Tang Qingma's cold, emotionless voice rang out. He swirled the wine glass, the deep red liquid forming a dark hue under the sunlight. It looked a bit like blood. After reclaiming the original host, immediately kill that nanny and her accomplices in secret, then privately seal Tang Xianqi's mouth. Tang Qingma, Tang Xianqi is greedy for money. He would never expose this matter and cut off his own path as a young master, and the original host wouldn't have to suffer because his father avenged him. But Tang Jianrun is a fool. If I were an enemy family of the Tang family, upon seeing the matter of the true and false young master, I would immediately investigate the biological mother of the fake young master. This is simply a gift delivered to me. Is that so? The system trembled in fear as it listened to Tang Qingma's words. Indeed, its host was a ruthless character. Ordinary people, let alone killing anything, even just killing a flying cockroach would cause a commotion. But when the host said those words, their eyes didn't even blink, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. The system trembled and asked, "So, host, do you want to publicly reveal Tang Xuanqi's biological mother now?" Tang Qingma shook her head. It will be revealed, but now is not the best time. Besides, if I reveal it now, how can I go and thank her for giving birth to such an excellent brother for me? The system was surprised. Thank you? This thank you seems to carry a lot of meaning. Seeing the system's bewildered expression, Tang Qingma frowned. What are you surprised about? That nanny was the culprit who messed up the original owner's life. Yet the original owner had never sought revenge for the so-called family ties, and besides calling her an idiot, Tang Qingma couldn't find any other words to describe it. But since the Tang family treated her so well, how could she lose to them? System, help me open the cultivation space. At this moment, it was time to cultivate the right skills. Okay, host. After heart-to-heart with Tang Qingma, the system immediately executed her instructions without a word. Tang Qingma gestured at the screen and quickly found the skill she wanted to learn: repair. Repair is a semi-healing skill that many martial artists cultivate. By using the internal qi and blood power, it can heal injured bones and muscles. Of course, this skill does not truly belong to the healing category. The more severe the wound, the more powerful qi and blood are needed, and there is a painful price to pay during the repair process. Tang Qingma chose to cultivate this skill not just for herself, but because this skill can also be used to help other injured people. Such a good thing, how could she not share it well with that nanny? Asterisk on the other side, in the Tang family hall. After Tang Qingma returned to her dormitory, the atmosphere in the entire hall became very awkward. In the past, the Tang sisters and Tang Xuanqi would have warmly entertained Lu Ruyan and would have forced Tang Qingma to apologize to her until she was satisfied. But after what just happened, how could they still treat Lu Ruyan well? Lu Ruyan stood there in embarrassment, wanting to call Tang Xuanqi, but for the first time, Tang Xuanqi avoided her, saying she felt unwell and hid in her room. Seeing this, Tang Ruoling also told Lu Ruyan to go back first. Her tone was no longer as kind as before, but rather stern and cold. Lu Ruyan felt very unwilling, because Tang Qingma's actions made her look ridiculous, causing a rift in her relationship with the Tang family. But now she couldn't beat Tang Qingma, so she could only vent her anger on the two black-clothed bodyguards she brought. After slapping each of them, she angrily left the Tang family. After Lu Ruyan left, only the Tang sisters and Bai Hualian remained in the hall. Since Wang Ma was on leave in the afternoon and other servants had been dismissed, the glass shards and red wine stains on the floor had to be dealt with by them. Bai Hualian was still crying, and Tang Ruoling and Tang Ali could only handle business and hospital work, completely clueless about cleaning. Tang Xuerong was already so angry that she could explode at any moment. Letting her sweep the floor would only result in more broken cups. So in the end, it had to be Tang Meixin who cleaned up. When she was a martial arts instructor, she had to regularly tidy up the classroom, so she knew how to use a broom and mop. However, while cleaning, she suddenly said, "Are we too harsh on Qingma?" Su Meishin's words immediately shocked the other sisters and Bai Hualian, but Tang Xuerong quickly came to her senses and frowned, saying, "Third sister, how have we treated her? If we hadn't brought her back, she would still be fighting with dogs for food on the roadside, and she came and snatched Xiaoxi's things. We also lost our jobs because of her." Xu Meishin looked at the grimacing Tang Xuerong and felt a strange sensation for a moment. Was Xuerong too obsessed with Xiaoxi? But she still said, "Did you not hear what the head of the Lu family just said? Qingma is our real brother. Everything Xiaoxi has originally belongs to him. He should have a beautiful life and shouldn't have to fight for it." Tang Xuerong interrupted loudly, "Third sister, are you going to speak for that beast Tang Qingma and betray Xiaoxi?" Her words shocked the Tang sisters and Bai Hualian. Xu Meishin frowned in real time. "Xuerong, what do you mean? Xuerong, what do you mean?" After hearing Tang Xuerong's reckless words, Xu Meishin's attitude turned cold, an invisible sense of pressure radiating throughout the hall. As the only one in the family with decent martial arts talent, although her strength was not on par with those geniuses, she had reached the third rank before 30 through hard work and could serve as a high-level martial arts teacher outside. She usually treated people gently, so everyone forgot she was a martial artist. Tang Xuerong naturally felt the terrifying pressure and instinctively felt fear. However, facing Tang Xianqi's question, Tang Xuerong still bit her lip tightly, forcing herself to relieve this fear with pain. "I didn't say anything wrong. Xiaoxi is our brother. Tang Qingma is the destroyer of our family. If it weren't for Tang Qingma, why would Xiaoxi have to give everything up? Why would Xiaoxi be so sad?" Tang Xuerong's reaction also puzzled Tang Ruoling. "Xuerong, of course, Xiaoxi is our brother, but are you being too emotional?" Remembering that whenever Tang Xianqi was suspected of being bullied outside, Tang Xuerong would irrationally go find someone to settle the score. Just now, the head of the Lu family merely said that Tang Xianqi was a fake and couldn't compare to Tang Qingma, and she got so angry that she directly confronted the head of the Lu family. Whenever it was about Xiaoxi, Xuerong easily lost her rationality. It was really strange. Tang Ruoling's words brought Tang Xuerong back to her senses. Yes, if she was too emotional, it would make people feel something was off. It would also easily let her sisters discover her affection for Xiaoxi. "Xuerong?" Tang Ruoling stepped forward in confusion, but the next second, Tang Xuerong turned around, facing away from everyone. "In any case, I've said what I needed to say. I will absolutely not acknowledge Tang Qingma as my brother. My brother is only Xiaoxi, and anyone who dares to bully him will not be spared." After saying this, Tang Xuerong seemed to flee the scene in a panic. She didn't dare to stay any longer. If Tang Meishin and the others really saw through her, it would be troublesome. Watching Tang Xuerong's back, Xu Meishin suddenly felt a bad premonition in her heart. However, she immediately shook her head. No, she must be overthinking. It must be. After Tang Xuerong left, the atmosphere once again became stiff. But this time, Bai Hualian slowly stepped forward and asked with her head down, "Meishin, do you think I was wrong? Because I didn't care about Qingma, that's why he became like this." "Mom, if it weren't for Qingma throwing a tantrum these past 2 days, I wouldn't have known that he had been living in the storage room for 3 months, with only 500 a month. If I had cared about him a little more during this time." Bai Hualian's regret value plus 200. Bai Hualian's regret value plus 200. As Bai Hualian spoke, her eyes turned red again, but this time, Xu Meishin did not step forward to comfort her, because she didn't know what to say. Whether it was the storage room or only 500 a month, it was too much. She couldn't endure a single day, but Tang Qingma endured for 3 months. Clearly, Tang Qingma was her own brother, the one she discovered and brought back. Why couldn't she see his predicament? Why did she ignore him during this time, allowing him to suffer such grievances? Why? Tang Meishin's regret value plus 200. Tang Meishin's regret value plus 200. "Mom, Meishin, you don't need to blame yourselves anymore." Seeing the expressions on Bai Hualian and Tang Meishin's faces, Tang Ruoling stepped forward and patted their shoulders. "After all, we are family. Qingma is just temporarily angry with us. Once he calms down, everything will return to how it was before." Bai Hualian and Tang Meishin nodded, feeling a bit more relaxed inside. Tang Meishin clenched her fists. "Yes, as long as we wait a little longer, he definitely won't be angry with us anymore." Bai Hualian wiped her tears. "Yes, it must be so." On the side, Tang Ali. Although she felt that this conversation was strange, seeing her mother and Tang Meishin regain their emotions made her remain silent. Moreover, she recalled the times she used to poke Tang Qingma with a needle. Why had she become so cruel? Even if Tang Qingma had done something wrong, she shouldn't have been so harsh on her own brother. Tang Ali painfully rubbed her hair, feeling irritable and a bit of a headache. This heavy atmosphere lingered until dinner time. When Tang Jianran returned from the company, he immediately noticed something was off with everyone. Since Wang Ma was resting and the other servants had left, Tang Meixin ordered takeout for dinner today. The takeout platforms are very convenient now. As long as you give a little extra tip, even in remote areas, delivery people will come, not to mention the neighborhoods where the wealthy live. The Tang sisters silently arranged the takeout on the dining table, while Tang Qingma, after finishing his training, arrived on time in the hall and sat down in a chair without saying a word. Both sides remained silent, and the awkward atmosphere between everyone was palpable. However, when Tang Jianren sat down, he noticed that Tang Xianqi was missing. He frowned. Meixin, where is Xiaoxi? Although Tang Meixin was a martial arts instructor, facing the head of the family who had educated her since childhood, she still felt a subconscious fear. She cautiously said, "Dad, I just went to call Xiaoxi, and he said he wasn't hungry." "Not hungry? Is he sick?" He. Tang Qingma sneered sarcastically. "Is the reason he isn't hungry because of me? Whenever he shows any sign of emotion, you all immediately blame me." Tang Jianren's frown deepened, and Tang Meixin immediately said, "Qingma, how can you think like that?" Tang Xuerong was also a bit agitated. "Are you saying Xiaoxi is wrong to blame you? Have you thought about what you did this afternoon?" Xuerong. Tang Ruoling didn't want Tang Jianren to know what had happened that afternoon, but it was too late. Tang Jianren immediately asked, "What happened this afternoon?" Remembering that he had decided to take the whole family out to play to vent his anger after Tang Qingma had beaten Tang Xianqi at the hospital last night, he had left Tang Qingma at home. After playing for a while, he returned to work at the company, unaware of what had happened afterward. Now, seeing Tang Ali and Bai Hualian's pale faces, as if they were hiding something, he slammed the table hard. "What exactly happened? Speak up. Meixin, you tell me, what happened?" Tang Jianren's authority and sharpness made Tang Meixin feel frightened, and she quickly revealed everything that had happened that afternoon, including Lu Ruyan's arrival, being completely humiliated by Tang Qingma, and the call to the Lu family head. She said everything. The more Tang Jianren listened to the events, the more veins bulged on his forehead, and his face turned red with anger. "What on earth did you do?" Tang Jianren slammed the table with force, glaring angrily at Tang Ruoling and the others. "Although Lu Ruyan has a marriage contract with our Tang family, did you all just watch her humiliate Qingma?" "Father." The Tang sisters were all very surprised. If this had happened before, Tang Jianren would have directly reprimanded Tang Qingma, but now that Tang Qingma had escalated the matter and reported it to the head of the Lu family, Tang Jianren was instead scolding them. He then looked at Bai Hualian. "Hualian, why didn't you stop Lu Ruyan when she was humiliating Qingma?" "Bai Hualian, I. Bai Hualian sat stiffly in her seat. At that time, she had only cried as she listened to Lu Ruyan continuously say those hurtful words, and she hadn't reacted to stop it at all. "Hualian, you really?" Seeing her astonished expression, Tang Jianren didn't know what to say. She would verbally express her concern for Tang Qingma, but where were her actions? "Anyone can talk. Dad." Tang Qingma injured the bodyguard of the Lu family and treated Ruyan so harshly, even splashing red wine on her. "Don't you blame him at all?" Tang Xuerong, feeling unfair after being scolded while Tang Qingma sat there calmly as if nothing had happened, was determined to drag him down with her. After hearing Tang Xuerong's words, Tang Jianren frowned and looked at Tang Qingma. Although he didn't say anything, his gaze seemed to imply, "Isn't this a bit too much?" But Tang Qingma just leaned back in his chair, smiling as he said, "Head of the Tang family, the reason for the marriage alliance between the Tang and Lu families is to strengthen our positions, not to be bullied. If Lu Ruyan had already married, that would be another matter. But now we are only in the engagement stage. She dares to humiliate her future husband like this. Doesn't that prove she completely disregards the Tang family? Even if she is just a young lady being used for the marriage alliance, her existence represents the Lu family. For the sake of our two families' relationship, I naturally need to call the head of the Lu family to ask if his daughter's actions reflect the Lu family's stance, and to see clearly what attitude the Lu family holds towards the Tang family." Tang Qingma crossed his legs, resting his palms on his knees, rhythmically tapping his index finger. In the end, it seems Lu Ruyan's actions were all her own doing. The head of the Lu family only acknowledges the relationship between her and me, which means she is flirting with other men while engaged, humiliating me and the Tang family. That's why I taught Lu Ruyan a lesson today, to let her know what the consequences of opposing the Tang family would be. Tang Qingma's gaze shifted to Tang Jianren, his smile deepening as he asked, "So may I ask, head of the Tang family, do you think I did something wrong?" Tang Qingma's logic was clear and well-structured. He explained that his actions in the afternoon were for the reputation of the Tang family, even pointing out Lu Ruyan's infidelity, leaving no room for rebuttal. Even Tang Xuerong gritted her teeth, fists clenched, enduring her inner anger. She knew that if she spoke up for Tang Xianqi now, her father would only blame him more. She could only glare at Tang Qingma with resentment and hatred, wishing she could kill him with her stare. And after hearing Tang Qingma's response, Tang Jianrun couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. You did well this time. Our Tang family and Lu family are evenly matched in strength, and the marriage alliance is meant to achieve a win-win situation. Although you went a bit overboard today, it also sends a message to the Lu family that our Tang family is not to be bullied. Since they haven't managed their daughter's words and actions well, we'll help them manage. Tang Jianrun placed great importance on the family's reputation. If family members were to close the door and speak ill of Tang Qingma, he could still accept that. But he didn't know that even the daughters of the Lu family were continuously humiliating Tang Qingma, and the reason was still because of Tang Xianqi. The head of the Lu family was right. No matter what, Tang Qingma was still the young master who inherited the bloodline of the Tang family. Lu Ruyan publicly humiliating Tang Qingma before they were officially married was equivalent to trampling on the Tang family's face and dignity. Tang Qingma's actions made the Lu family realize that the Tang family was not afraid of them at all. Therefore, Tang Jianrun was very satisfied. Qingma, although you went a bit overboard, you saved our Tang family's face. Is there anything you want? The Tang sisters were once again stunned. Tang Qingma did those things, and instead of being punished by his father, he was actually going to be rewarded. Tang Xuerong, who had been enduring, finally exploded. Dad, by praising Tang Qingma like this, where does that leave Xiaoxi's face? Tang Qingma had made the Lu family head say to his face that Tang Xianqi was a fake and that he was unqualified to marry into the Lu family. But now that Tang Jianrun acknowledged Tang Qingma's actions, wasn't that equivalent to putting Tang Xianqi on the fire? Xiaoxi, this time, you've completely lost the Tang family's face. It was better not to mention Tang Xianqi, but as soon as he did, Tang Jianrun became angry. Why did Lu Ruyan suddenly come to the Tang family? Are you sure she wasn't called here? As soon as she arrived, she brought martial artist bodyguards to teach Qingma a lesson. Who gave her the authority? Even though the two families had already formed a marriage alliance, as a matter of family etiquette, heirs needed to notify each other in advance when visiting. Today, Lu Ruyan could be said to have come uninvited, and she brought two tall martial artists with her. If it weren't for Tang Qingma having come from the martial arts academy, he would have already been beaten to a pulp. Tang Jianrun was not concerned about Tang Qingma's physical condition, but rather worried about the Tang family's reputation. Since the Lu family head has already spoken openly, then let him stop looking for Lu Ruyan. Tang Jianrun said angrily. He felt truly disappointed with Tang Xianqi's performance these past few days. Even if he was fake, he had invested 18 years of resources and effort, and Tang Jianrun still hoped he could play a better role. Dad, don't be angry. At that moment, Tang Xianqi suddenly entered the hall. Xiaoxi, Tang Xuerong looked at him in surprise. However, the next second, she saw Tang Xianqi nervously walk up to Tang Jianrun and weakly say, Dad, I am willing to marry fourth sister. What? Tang Xuerong was stunned. Tang Xianqi actually took the initiative to say he wanted to marry Tang Feifei. No way, Xiaoxi, I won't allow it. She immediately stood up from her seat and ran to Tang Xianqi, excitedly grabbing his arm. Xiaoxi, tell me, is that shameless Tang Qingma forcing you? Tang Qingma sneered, how funny, isn't this just throwing the blame on me again? Shut up, Tang Xuerong said excitedly. If you hadn't brought up the idea of letting Xiaoxi marry fourth sister, how could he, such a simple-minded person, even think of this? It's all because of you. I absolutely won't let Xiaoxi marry fourth sister. Tang Xuerong's shouting echoed throughout the hall, making Tang Jianrun irritated as he slammed the table. You shut up. Your sister is already lying there, and in the future, no other family will marry her. Now your brother is willing to marry her and contribute to our Tang family. What right do you have to refuse? In Tang Jianrun's mind, among his 7 daughters, only Tang Ruoling, the president, could find someone to marry into the family. The other 6 daughters would marry into other families, thus allowing the Tang family's power and wealth to soar, reaching the status of a top family in Huagua. But now that one of the 7 daughters was out of commission, Tang Xianqi naturally had to step up. He had spent 18 years cultivating him, and now it was time for him to contribute to the family. Tang Xianqi also showed a bitter smile to Tang Xuerong. Yes, fifth sister, I voluntarily want to marry fourth sister. Fourth sister has always treated me well, and now that she is paralyzed and lying in bed, it's very hard for her. As her younger brother, I must take care of her. Tang Xianqi spoke with deep emotion, making it seem like there was an irresistible reason for him to marry Tang Feifei. But Tang Qingma found the unfolding drama amusing. Why should the younger brother take care of his paralyzed sister? In reality, it's just that he doesn't want to leave the comfortable life of the Tang family. Anyway, it's just a formality. After marrying, Tang Xianqi would never touch the paralyzed Tang Feifei, so whatever he does outside, no one would know. After the marriage, spending the Tang family's money and continuing to have fun is also possible. But Tang Xuerong, who has always admired Tang Xianxi, naturally wouldn't allow her fourth sister to taint her beloved younger brother. Even a formal marriage is not allowed. Therefore, she immediately rushed in front of Tang Xianxi and shouted at Tang Jianrun, "It's her own fault that fourth sister fell and became paralyzed. Why should Xiaoxi compensate for her?" Her words seemed to completely tear apart the sisterly bond, leaving everyone in the Tang family in shock. "Xuerong, how can you say that about Fei Fei?" Bai Hualian, as a mother, immediately reddened her eyes. Falling and becoming paralyzed is her own fault. Is that something a person would say? Both of them are daughters they are proud of, but Bai Hualian never expected such an outrageous statement to come from her fifth daughter. "Xuerong, what on earth is wrong with you?" Tang Mei Xin, standing by, also asked angrily. Since the afternoon, she had felt that Tang Xuerong was acting strangely, losing control whenever it came to Xiaoxi. But no matter what, Tang Feifei is her biological sister. How could she say that the other deserved to become paralyzed? Asterisk ha ha, ha ha ha. At that moment, a joyful laugh broke out, contrasting sharply with the heavy atmosphere. Tang Aili saw that it was Tang Qingmo laughing heartily and gritted her teeth, asking, "What are you laughing at?" "I'm laughing at how blocked your brains are. Tang Xuerong is so obvious in her behavior, and you so-called high-class people still haven't noticed?" After saying this, Tang Qingmo glanced at Tang Xuerong with a faint smile. That gaze, as if seeing through her heart, made Tang Xuerong involuntarily shudder. But Tang Ruoling still frowned in confusion and asked, "What do you mean? Love?" Tang Chengmo sneered, "Didn't I say before? As long as it's about anything related to Tang Xianxi, Tang Xuerong's emotions will irrationally lose control? What else could it be if not love?" His words instantly enlightened everyone present. Tang Xuerong really loves Tang Xianxi. In fact, it wasn't hard to guess, but after all, they had grown up together as siblings. How could they, as family, think of another layer of relationship? But now that it was pointed out by Tang Qingmo, the Tang family began to think in that direction. Then they realized that from the past, Tang Xuerong had already shown many signs of having special feelings for Tang Xianxi. Tang Qingmo continued to sneer, "It's precisely because she wants to mess with orthopedics that she tortures and humiliates me, her real brother, in every possible way, because I took the position of her most beloved brother." With this, everyone recalled. When Tang Qingmo was recognized back into the Tang family, the loudest objections came from Tang Xuerong and Tang Feifei. Now it seems, everyone present looked at Tang Xuerong, their eyes filled with confusion and fear. Especially Tang Xianxi. He showed a stunned expression, as if he couldn't imagine that his sister would have special feelings for him. Tang Xuerong was deeply pierced by that gaze and quickly denied excitedly, "No, what are you talking about, Tang Chengmo? I don't like Xiaoxi at all. I just regard him as my own brother." If that's the case, then since Tang Xianxi willingly marries Tang Feifei, do you have any objections? Tang Chengmo retorted. Tang Xuerong became dazed. If Tang Xianxi was forced, she could still find an excuse to refute, but now Tang Xianxi said it was his own willingness. She immediately turned her brain quickly, her voice stuttering, "I just think it's a pity for Xiaoxi, because fourth sister is disabled, so. The more she spoke, the quieter her voice became, and what she said lost all persuasiveness. Just as Tang Qingmo had said, Tang Xuerong looked awkwardly at Tang Xianxi's stunned face, and finally turned away in pain. But the next second, slap! Tang Jianrun stepped forward without saying a word and slapped her. He struck Tang Xuerong's face, making it swell and leaving red marks from his fingers. "Ah!" Bai Hualian immediately screamed in fright. The three sisters of the Tang family were also startled by that slap, but they dared not move, only standing silently aside to watch. "Beast! Unfilial daughter!" After that slap, Tang Jianrun was still not satisfied, his chest heaving with anger, his fingertips trembling as he pointed at Tang Xuerong. "Xianxi is your brother. How could you do this to your brother?" Even though Tang Xianxi had no blood relation, it was only 3 months ago that he discovered he had been Tang Xuerong's real brother for the past 18 years. How could Tang Xuerong entertain thoughts that went against moral principles towards her own brother? With one side of her face swollen, Tang Xuerong gritted her teeth. Since her secret love for Tang Xianxi had been exposed, she might as well just let it all go. Xiaoxi is so good. What's strange about me liking him? Anyway, he will marry into our family. Isn't it better to marry me than to fourth sister, who is already paralyzed? Tang Xuerong's words echoed throughout the hall, striking the hearts of everyone in the Tang family. Everyone was shocked by her thoughts. As a daughter of a prestigious family, Tang Xuerong actually harbored long-term feelings for her brother. What if this got out? "You unfilial daughter!" Slap! Tang Jianrun couldn't help but slap Tang Xuerong again. This time he used all his strength, directly throwing her to the ground. Tang Xuerong immediately felt dizzy, a ringing in her ears, and blood trickled from the corner of her mouth. How could I have given birth to such a bastard like you? Family law. Bring me the family law. Tang Jianran lost control. If Tang De were still around, he would have been ready with a whip by now. But since all the servants had left, and the only Wang Ma was also absent, Tang Jianran became even more irritable and kicked over a nearby chair. Dad, please spare fifth sister. Tang Xianqi seized the opportunity and pleaded, fifth sister is a girl, the family law is too harsh for her. Yes, Dad, Xuerong is a star, though currently in hiding. It would be troublesome if she were to be left with scars. Tang Ali also stepped forward to plead. Dad, please spare Xuerong this time. Tang Meixin also begged. Sir, please let Xuerong go this once. Bai Hualian was also in tears. Watching this harmonious family scene, Tang Qingma, sitting aside, could only sneer. See, original owner. How double-standard your family is. Tang Xuerong committed such a serious moral error, yet so many people pleaded for her when family law was being used against her. And what about you? You were just a little late coming home, wronged, insulted, and often subjected to family law. When you went to the hospital for a checkup, even the doctor was shocked by the new and old scars on your back. With such family, only a masochist would cherish them. TSK. Tang Qingma couldn't help but recall some unpleasant memories from her childhood, feeling a bit irritated as she clicked her tongue. Under the pleas of Bai Hualian and the Tang sisters, Tang Jianran also calmed down. Indeed, Tang Xuerong was a star, though currently in hiding, and it was not good to leave scars on her body. Moreover, even if she were not a star, she was still a Tang family daughter, who would need to marry into another family in the future. Therefore, he pointed at Tang Xuerong, still on the ground, and shouted angrily, "Go to your room. You are not allowed to come out without my orders." Putting it in ancient times, it means house arrest. The Tang family in the Great Qing is indeed not dead yet, although there is no throne to inherit. Tang Xuerong naturally does not want this. What difference does it make from being under house arrest? But Tang Ruoling immediately stepped forward to cover her mouth and pulled her up from the floor. Be good, Xuerong, you go back to your room first. If she doesn't obey Tang Jianran's orders, the family will be turned upside down. So Tang Xuerong struggled desperately, while Tang Ruoling pulled her with all her might, creating a strange scene. In the end, Tang Xuerong was injured and exhausted, and was dragged away by Tang Ruoling. Humph, let's eat. After dealing with Tang Xuerong's matter, Tang Jianran was so angry that he was starving. No one said anything further, just silently opened the packaging foil. It must be said that Tang Meixin truly enjoys food. Since the Tang family usually pays great attention to nutrition in their cooking, it's all low salt, low sugar, and low chicken essence. Takeout may not be healthy, but it's delicious. Everyone enjoyed tasting the delicacies in front of them, gradually forgetting about what had just happened with Tang Xuerong. But just at this harmonious moment, Tang Qingma suddenly broke the atmosphere. By the way, Tang family head, didn't you say you would reward me earlier? Tang Jianran's veins popped out, but he couldn't get angry at Tang Qingma, so he awkwardly asked, "What do you want?" Speaking of which, there were still 5 requests that Tang Qingma had asked him to fulfill, and the last one had not been realized. But once they took Tang Xianqi's biological mother to the police station, the Tang family would fall into a new round of public opinion turmoil. Tang Jianran couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. If the reward Tang Qingma wanted was this, he would have to think of other excuses to delay. "I want you to help me pay to recruit bodyguards." Unexpectedly, Tang Qingma actually wanted bodyguards. Tang Qingma said coldly, "You all know that today Lu Ruyan brought 2 martial artists to teach me a lesson without saying a word, so I need someone to protect me." The Tang family members, "No, we think you don't need protection at all." But Tang Jianran still agreed. "Alright, then I'll have my secretary." "No need." Tang Qingma interrupted him, "I will find someone myself. You just need to be responsible for the money." Tang Jianran, does he think of himself as an ATM? In the evening, after everyone finished eating, they casually wrapped up the garbage and threw it into the kitchen, then quickly returned to their rooms as if seeking refuge. However, since Tang Xianqi had promised to marry Tang Feifei, Tang Jianran was in a good mood and let him chat in the study for a while. Meanwhile, Tang Xuerong, trapped in her room, had no mood to eat the dinner that Tang Ruoling brought over and was studying the outside and the bed sheets. She was thinking of ways to escape, but just as she was studying around 10 o'clock at night, the door to her room suddenly opened from the outside. "Who? Looks like you're doing quite well." Tang Qingma unexpectedly appeared at the door, startling Tang Xuerong. "You, She wanted to curse, but Tang Qingma quickly rushed to her side, covering her mouth to prevent her from making a sound. He sneered, "You can call everyone over, and then be locked in again." Tang Xuerong's face turned pale, and she immediately shook her head. Tang Qingma then released her mouth and closed the door. How did you get in? Tang Xuerong frowned. The room had clearly been locked by Tang Ruoling. How did he open it? It's just a room lock. Is it that hard to open? Tang Qingma waved his hand in response. Tang Xuerong's curiosity instantly surged, but she didn't dare to ask further. She could only grit her teeth and glare at Tang Qingma. What exactly do you want? Why are you allowing Xiaoxi and fourth sister to get married? This was also the pain in Tang Xuerong's heart. Why? Why is Tang Qingma doing this? He clearly knows that she loves Xiaoxi. As Tang Qingma saw the hatred in the other person's eyes, he merely mocked, "Dear fifth sister, do you think Tang Xianqi can still stay in the Tang family now? What? Even if you want to keep him, the decision-making power in this family lies with father. Since Tang Xianqi was confirmed to be the false young master, what do you think his future will be? His ending will be to be kicked out, living with his criminal mother, never able to return to high society, forever separated from you. No, I won't allow that." Tang Qingma's words made Tang Xuerong shout uncontrollably. Her eyes were red, and she bit her lip in pain. Tang Qingma sneered and retorted, "You are just the fifth daughter of a wealthy family, with no strength to be a star, only able to be the lowest-tier internet celebrity, and now you're even being shelved. What right do you have to decide Tang Xianqi's fate?" Tang Xuerong was on the verge of collapse. Tang Qingma was absolutely right. She had no power or strength to determine Tang Xianqi's future. That's why I kindly let him marry Tang Feifei. Now, Tang Xianqi's only value is the 18 years of resources wasted by the Tang family. Only by marrying into the Tang family can he fully realize his potential. Tang Qingma's tone was teasing, but Tang Xuerong clenched her fists in agitation. Even so, why is it fourth sister? Fourth sister is paralyzed now. She is not worthy of Xiaoxi at all. But she is lucky. Tang Qingma scoffed, interrupting. Originally, all 7 of you sisters would be sent out to marry as daughters of the Tang family, but who knew Tang Feifei was lucky enough to accidentally fall and become paralyzed, so she can only be left for Tang Xianqi. Am I right? Tang Xuerong gritted her teeth. Yes. If Tang Xianqi didn't want to be kicked out of the Tang family, he could only marry in. And just so happened that Tang Feifei lost her value as a young lady, which is why she was able to exploit this gap. How infuriating. But you don't have to be so disheartened. Seeing Tang Xuerong's unwilling expression, Tang Qingma slowly walked to her side and said softly, "Now you can't even be the lowest-tier internet celebrity, becoming the least valuable young lady of the Tang family besides Tang Feifei. What if, at this time, Tang Feifei were gone?" Tang Xuerong's eyes widened in surprise as she looked at Tang Qingma. For a moment, she couldn't think straight, only feeling that Tang Qingma's words had activated some switch in her heart, and a buzzing sound echoed in her mind. What if Tang Feifei were gone? Then, as one of the 7 sisters, who was not particularly capable and could only be a star, and was even shelved, would she have a chance to marry her beloved Xiaoxi? Tang Qingma sneered mockingly. Clearly, he was belittling her with every word, but love-struck Tang Xuerong completely failed to understand these jabs. He slowly walked to the desk in the room, gently placed something down, and smiled at Tang Xuerong. Fifth sister, opportunities must be fought for. You want Tang Xianqi, and you don't want him to be taken away by fourth sister. Tang Xuerong lowered her head. I'll go out first and come back to find you in a couple of days. After saying that, Tang Qingma left the room, locking the door behind him. Tang Xuerong still kept her head down. The words Tang Qingma had just said echoing in her mind. What if Tang Feifei hadn't been paralyzed? What if she were gone? What if? At that moment, the moonlight shone through the window, illuminating something on the desk, which just happened to reflect in Tang Xuerong's eyes. She turned her head in confusion and saw the item Tang Qingma had placed there. She saw a sharp little knife lying on top. The next morning, Tang Qingma enjoyed the sweet tofu pudding and fragrant salty meat zonzi he had won from the system lottery. Since time doesn't flow in the system space, it was still warm when he took it out. The system produces only high-quality products. Even the food tastes quite good. However, Tang Qingma still prefers the savory tofu pudding. After finishing breakfast, he ignored the other members of the Tang family and left the villa without a word. Today is Sunday, no school. Tang Qingma headed to the commercial street in the city center. A few days ago, he had seen the commercial street on the map provided by the system, so he decided to take a look during the weekend and buy some suitable items. That commercial street is currently the longest and has the most diverse shops in the Magic City. Although it was morning, many shops were already open. The system's voice suddenly rang out, "Host, you can check out the nearby street vendor area first. There are already many people setting up stalls." Tang Qingma asked in confusion, "Street vendor area? You mean the kind where you can just wander around and find cheap treasures?" "Sort of, you seem to know a lot. Isn't that how novels are written?" After all, Tang Qingma had been exposed to many different types of novels through his subordinates and was quite familiar with these tropes. However, he was also quite curious, wondering if he could buy some strength potions and detoxifying beans. Arriving at the street vendor area, it was indeed as the system said, many vendors were already out setting up stalls. "Hey, young man, 3 pairs of shorts for $10. Don't miss out. Big brother, interested in some blood-boosting watermelons? Guaranteed ripe. This is a dragon-slaying sword passed down from a certain dynasty, only $300. Plus, it comes with a red jade pendant that was once possessed by a mysterious old man. Once you pass this street, it'll be gone." The vendors, both young and old, loudly promoted their goods when they saw Tang Qingma. As he walked past the stalls, he casually glanced at the items, getting a rough idea of what was available. In summary, all junk meant to swindle money. So the cheap treasures only exist in novels? Tang Qingma silently complained. The system. However, when he reached a certain stall, Tang Qingma was suddenly drawn to a stone. "Oh, you like this?" The stall owner was an old man wearing a straw hat and a gray coat, sitting cross-legged with a sword in his arms. He seemed to be imitating a profound old man. Tang Qingma asked, "Old man, how much for this stone?" After all, he had collected a lot of regret value for the heavenly Tao, so his luck shouldn't be too bad. 400, fixed price, the old man said with a smile. "If you think it's expensive." Tang Qingma directly handed over his phone. "Oh, do you prefer QR code or cash?" The old man, "Aren't you going to bargain? Strange, don't people usually haggle in the street vendor area?" Tang Qingma, "Didn't you say it's a fixed price? Can it be cheaper?" The old man, "No, you heard wrong." A middle-aged man from a nearby stall came over and said, "Kid, don't let him fool you. 400 for a broken stone, not worth it." The old man disdainfully said, "Get lost. This is a gambling stone. If you can't sell your stuff, don't interfere with my business." Tang Qingma, since it's a gambling stone, then it's just $400 for fun. In fact, he thought $400 for gambling was quite cheap, especially since he wasn't short on money at the moment. Middle-aged man and old man? $400 just for fun? You should know they spent less than $10 on breakfast today. Poverty limits my imagination. After scanning the $400, Tang Qingma used his qi and blood power to split the stone open. To his surprise, in an instant, a red light burst forth. The middle-aged man, this is. The intense light attracted everyone on the street, and a camper van parked by the roadside outside the street. The intense red light drew the attention of all the vendors and passers-by in the street vendor area, and they all showed expressions of surprise. But Tang Qingma was the only one without expression, and he used his bare hands to push the stones aside. A blood-red gem the size of a fist revealed itself. This is. The middle-aged man selling goods nearby was taken aback. Is this a blood-red stone? The blood-red stone, a type of spirit stone formed naturally by absorbing spiritual energy. It is generally used by martial artists to replenish their blood energy and physical strength, hidden within ordinary stones. The old man wearing a straw hat stroked his non-existent beard and said mysteriously, "This is not an ordinary blood-red stone, but the highest-grade blood moonstone." "What are you talking about?" someone exclaimed in a southern dialect. The blood moon, which not only absorbs rich spiritual energy but also the blood of exotic beasts, is the highest and rarest grade among blood-red stones. Just a single breath of it is enough for a third-tier martial artist to restore all their physical strength and blood energy. If used during cultivation, it can also protect the user with the power contained within, making it easier for martial artists to successfully break through to new realms. In short, a small piece of blood moonstone can sell for over 100,000 dragon coins in the market, and its value in the black market and auctions is beyond estimation. And now, the piece Tang Qingma held was as large as an adult man's fist. Everyone present was stunned. "I didn't expect you to really win the gamble." The old man adjusted his straw hat, seemingly calm. But if one looked closely, they could see the tips of his fingers trembling while holding the hat. "Damn it! If I had known, I would have sold it for a higher price." "No! If I had known, I would have taken it myself." 400 coins left him with nothing but his underwear. Tang Qingma let out a light breath, holding the shining red stone in his palm. "System, it seems that street market goods can really lead to great treasures. Do you think a certain big shot will show up and buy this blood moonstone from me?" Host. Although the system's appearance was invisible, its tone sounded like it was breaking out in a cold sweat. "What's wrong? The big shot you mentioned is already here. Make way, make way." Just as he said that, 2 bodyguards dressed in black and wearing sunglasses suddenly appeared, pushing the crowd blocking the stall aside. Speaking of which, do bodyguards in this world always dress in such dark shades? The 2 bodyguards cleared a broad avenue, and then an old man of average height, with a wrinkled forehead and an invisible sense of oppression, walked down the path. Behind the old man were a man and a woman. The woman, about 20, looked proud and frowned slightly in resistance after surveying the surroundings, while the man remained expressionless. The old man, leaning on a cane, slowly walked up to Tang Qingma and smiled, asking, "Kid, is that blood moonstone in your hand the one you drew?" System, who is he? In the original host's memories, this old man had not appeared. Host, he is the current president of the Martial Arts Association in the Demon City, Lu Rongxing. The two behind him are his daughter Lu Xiaoxiao and his adopted son Lu Tianrun. The system explained. Lu Rongxing, according to the original plot, after the host's strength shone brightly, would recruit him to become a member of the Martial Arts Association and promise to provide a large amount of cultivation resources. In the end, the honest original host agreed, which led to a series of errand running and monster fighting tasks, such as finding high-level herbs in a certain forest, being responsible for protecting someone, being sent to defeat powerful exotic beasts, and so on. In short, he became a tool that answered every request. Of course, with loss comes gain. The original host later gained Lu Rongxing's protection, significantly elevating his status in the martial arts world, obtaining good resources and connections. His daughter Lu Xiaoxiao, who initially looked down on the original host, gradually became attracted to his honest character, becoming one of his harem. His adopted son Lu Tianren became the original host's friend. However, after the heavenly path was invaded, the original owner did not shine in the martial arts world, failing to gain Lu Rongxing's recognition, nor did he have the opportunity to interact with Lu Tianren and Lu Xiaoxiao. Tang Qingma sighed after hearing the system's explanation, lamenting how small the demon city was. Not at all, host. Lu Rongxing has been searching for the blood moonstone. The system said. Really? Listening, Tang Qingma immediately put on an innocent expression and said, "Old man, I'm quite lucky. I drew this red stone for $400, so it's called the blood moonstone." He looked as if he didn't even know what the blood moonstone was. Lu Xiaoxiao, who was behind, couldn't help but laugh at Tang Qingma's foolishness. Other merchants and passers-by were startled by Tang Qingma's good fortune, and their gazes began to sharpen as they stared at the other stones on the old man's stall. "Kid, are you interested in selling it to old Xiao?" Lu Rongxing still asked with a smile. "How much will the old man give me?" Tang Qingma's eyes flickered. He. Seeing this, Lu Rongxing showed a kind smile. "In that case, I'm willing to pay 1 million to buy it." "Oh, 1 million. As soon as these words came out, the street vendors and passers-by present were stunned. 1 million. How many years and how many things would they have to sell to have that? Just one gamble on a stone could lead to soaring fortunes. How lucky could that be? The stones on the carpet once again bore the brunt of many scorching gazes. Upon hearing 1 million, Tang Qingma also reacted with surprise. "What, old man, are you really going to pay 1 million for this stone?" The system, seeing that Tang Qingma seemed willing to sell, quickly intervened. "Wait, host, that 1 million is a bit." Lu Rongxing nodded with a smile. "That's right. As long as you nod, the million will be in your hands immediately." He waved his hand, and one of the bodyguards immediately took out a briefcase. It was filled with shiny dragon coins. So much money! Tang Qingma joyfully walked up to Lu Rongxing, but the next second, his expression suddenly turned sharp. "But old man, don't you think it's very unkind to deceive a young person like this?" The sudden change in expression left Lu Rongxing stunned. In an instant, the originally joyful atmosphere became oppressive and heavy. Tang Qingma still wore a bright smile, but his eyes and the aura he exuded were extremely sharp. "You!" His adopted son, Lu Tianrun, rushed forward, shielding Lu Rongxing and Lu Xiaoxiao behind him. What was going on? Wasn't this person just smiling foolishly at that 1 million? How did it suddenly become so dangerous? Tang Qingma coldly shook his wrist holding the blood moonstone. The blood moonstone, the highest grade among blood-red stones, only requires a small piece during cultivation to increase the success rate of advancing realms and practicing skills. Therefore, martial artists with higher realms are willing to pay exorbitant prices to buy it. His tone was flat, but his expression and demeanor were completely different from the innocent simplicity just moments ago. Generally, a piece the size of a thumb can sell for over 100,000. And something as large as what I have in my hand would fetch at least 10 million at an auction. Then, Tang Qingma's sharp gaze turned to the now serious-looking Lu Rongxing. "Old man, as the president of the city's martial arts association, if word gets out that you deceived young people, it wouldn't be good for your noble reputation, would it?" As soon as Tang Qingma's words came out, everyone present was utterly shocked. The old man before them was actually the president of the Martial Arts Association. Speaking of the Martial Arts Association in Demon City, it was a place that gathered 60% of the city's cultivation resources and held the latest information. Although they usually opened the ground floor for ordinary martial artists to test or purchase resources, only top-tier martial artists were qualified to join the association. No one expected such a big shot to appear in the chaotic market stall area. However, what was even more surprising was the man in front of them. He clearly knew the other party was the president, yet he still dared to say something that sounded like a threat. Is he a newborn calf not afraid of tigers? The burden is too great. Do you know me? Lu Rongxing frowned. How could I not know such a famous figure as President Lu? Tang Qingma smiled and said, I just didn't expect you would come to trade with a small fry like me, and offer such a low price. So this man knew his identity from the start but pretended to be innocent all along. Lu Xiaoxiao, who was beside Lu Rongxing, immediately exclaimed, What are you? My dad kindly wants to buy your blood moonstone, and you dare to mock us. As the daughter of the president, Lu Xiaoxiao had lived a life of ease and flattery since childhood. In her mind, people like Tang Qingma, who come to the market stalls to buy things, must be poor country bumpkins. If it weren't for worrying about her elderly father being bullied inside, she wouldn't have come to such a place. Tang Qingma glanced coldly at Lu Xiaoxiao and snorted, President Lu, it seems your precious daughter's upbringing has a lot of room for improvement. High emotional intelligence, there is a lot of room for improvement. Low emotional intelligence, no manners. Lu Xiaoxiao immediately exploded, What did you say? How dare you speak to me like that? Having already witnessed the power of Tang's 5 sisters, encountering another spoiled young lady left Tang Qingma speechless as he rubbed his ears. System, are all the women in this world so hot-tempered? The system awkwardly replied, Not all, host. You often see this type of little princess in the harem of male protagonists right? Lu Xiaoxiao was originally one of the original host's harem members, so, little princess? Are you sure she's not a little fairy? Lu Xiaoxiao's voice was too loud, even causing Lu Rongxing to wince in pain, and he sternly said, Xiaoxiao, be quiet. Dad. Seeing her father, who had always doted on her, being so stern, Lu Xiaoxiao shrank back a bit in fear. Kid, my daughter has been spoiled by me, so I apologize on her behalf. Lu Rongxing nodded politely. Tang Qingma smiled and said, Since President Lu has personally apologized to me, I will certainly give you face. But when Lu Rongxing raised his head, he exuded an invisible sense of coercion. Kid, I really need the blood moonstone right now. If I say the blood moonstone in your hands is worth 8 million at market value, would you be willing to sell it to me? 8 million. The people present showed even more astonished expressions than before. This red stone is worth so much. Let me tell you, even if you want to take it to auction, not just anyone can sell things at our auction house. As the president of the Martial Arts Association, I don't know you, which proves you are not a top martial artist. Lu Rongxing tightened his grip on his cane and said, So, I hope you think it over carefully. Tang Qingma sneered. He naturally understood the other party's meaning. It was nothing but a threat. Not just anyone can sell things at the auction? What a joke. According to the usual plot, the auction house is the easiest place for the male protagonist to make money. But Lu Rongxing's words were merely meant to intimidate him or secretly sabotage him, preventing his items from being auctioned off. After all, as the president, he still had some power. However, from his somewhat anxious tone, it was clear he really needed the blood moonstone. At this moment, the system timely said, Host, Lu Rongxing's friend is currently at the 7th rank, but due to previous battles with exotic beasts, he was injured and has long-term sequelae. Only by successfully breaking through to the 8th rank can he recover, so, now I understand, it's for a friend. Tang Qingma suddenly realized. He hadn't broken through as a martial artist yet, so he didn't need the blood moonstone for cultivation at the moment, and even if he needed it in the future, he could buy it again. If you sell it to Lu Rongxing today, there is indeed a chance to befriend this big shot. But Tang Qingma doesn't want to sell the blood moonstone to him so easily. He revealed a meaningful smile, his tone a bit teasing, 9 million, plus a small request. Not only the people present, but even Lu Rongxing was surprised by Tang Qingma's words. This was clearly a good opportunity to befriend the powerful. A normal person would be willing to accept the deal no matter what. Yet this man actually raised the price by 1 million and added extra conditions? Lu Xiaoxiao couldn't help but want to step forward, but was stopped by Lu Tianrun. Lu Rongxing frowned and asked, What do you want? Tang Qingma replied, I'll tell you once you agree. Brother, I can't take it anymore. Let me hit him. Lu Xiaoxiao waved her arms and legs, frantically wanting to punch and kick Tang Qingma. Xiaoxiao, calm down. Lu Tianrun desperately held her back. Lu Rongxing looked at the large blood moonstone in Tang Qingma's hand, lost in thought. Ever since his friend was injured, he needed to take a large amount of medicinal soup every day. The doctor determined that only by quickly breaking through to the 8th rank could the internal damage be repaired. Otherwise, over time, the body would suffer even greater harm. Although he had already spent a fortune buying a lot of blood moonstones for his friend to break through, their sizes were too small to be used continuously. Only this one in front of him was the most suitable. But this man, did he notice his urgent need and think to maximize his own benefits? He looked so young, yet had such cunning. Alright, I agree. In the end, for the sake of his friend's health, Lu Rongxing still agreed. He waved his hand, and a bodyguard immediately handed over a blank check. Putting on his glasses, he signed a check for 9 million. Is this okay? Tang Qingma smirked and handed over the blood moonstone. Of course, as expected of President Lu, I admire you, Junior. Speak, what is your request? Dad. Lu Xiaoxiao wanted to stop him, but seeing the determined look in his eyes, she turned to glare at Tang Qingma. If he made any excessive demands, she would definitely not let him off. Both the Lu family members and the onlookers looked at Tang Qingma seriously and nervously. Lu Xiaoxiao was already prepared. If this jerk made any unreasonable demands to her father, she would immediately teach him a lesson. A multitude of gazes pierced Tang Qingma like needles, but his attitude remained very casual. You guys don't need to be so nervous. My request is really very small. You're making it sound so mysterious. How could we not be nervous? What if he wanted President Lu to do something illegal? I just want President Lu to give me a bodyguard. Ha! Everyone present was dumbfounded. Even Lu Tianrun, who had been on guard, looked confused. Just that simple? No other excessive demands? Just that simple. Tang Qingma asked in confusion. What did you think it was? Nothing. We didn't think of anything. Lu Tianrun immediately shook his head. What the? Is that it? There's nothing more to see, let's disperse. I need to go to work and fight against the underworld. Damn, what's your company called? Are you hiring? Keep setting up stalls. Those onlookers and street vendors, seeing Tang Qingma's request so simple, felt helpless and disappointed as they left. No, I won't sell. My stone, my money. Of course, before leaving, he swept clean the old man's stones. More and more stalls began to open, and Tang Qingma continued the conversation with the 3 members of the Lu family on a nearby path. You only need a bodyguard? Lu Rongxing was also surprised by Tang Qingma's request, but his expression remained calm. Of course, I hope this bodyguard is not ordinary. At least they should be a 3rd-tier martial artist, capable of protecting me at critical moments, and able to read the room to know when to take action. Of course, it would be best if they could also help me with document organization and receive guests. At first, it was still about being a bodyguard, but the latter part already belonged to a secretary's job, right? If I were to ask an ordinary leading company, it might take some time to find someone, but if it's Chairman Lu, it should be easy to find a candidate. For future actions, he needed a powerful assistant who wouldn't be bought off by the Tang family. The person Lu Rongxing found would be the most suitable. I don't need much time, just follow me for a year, of course. Tang Qingma suddenly turned to look at the stern-faced Lu Xiaoxiao. Please don't be impulsive and irritable. What do you mean by looking at me like that? Lu Xiaoxiao immediately wanted to rush up and hit Tang Qingma, but was stopped by Lu Tianrun. Tang Qingma ignored her, and during this period, the salary. Lu Rongxing immediately interrupted. I'll cover the money, after all, it's my promise to you. Perhaps because the request was simple, Lu Rongxing's attitude was much better than before. By the way, kid, I still don't know your name. Initially, Lu Rongxing thought that as long as he successfully traded the blood moonstone, he wouldn't have any further interactions with this kid, so he hadn't planned to ask for the other's name. But now, Tang Qingma didn't hide it, smiling as he said, my name is Tang Qingma. I can be considered a son of the Tang family. Tang Qingma. Before Lu Rongxing could react, Lu Xiaoxiao was already very surprised. You are the real young master of the Tang family. Lu Rongxing asked, real young master? Xiaoxiao, what's going on? He was only interested in martial arts and didn't know about the news and turmoil that had spread online in the past few days. Lu Tianrun briefly explained the situation of the Tang family to Lu Rongxing, which made him show a look of astonishment. How can there be such bizarre and heartless parents in this world, ignoring their own son's suffering and turning to pamper a fake son, and those sisters of yours? He really didn't know what words to use to describe it. Tang Qingma shrugged and chuckled. Humans can have various types, you know. I understand why you want to hire a bodyguard now. After hearing about Tang Qingma's experiences in the Tang family, Lu Rongxing was also quite emotional. But, the cunning he had just shown when facing him, would he really be bullied in a family like the Tang family that wasn't martial arts oriented? And the name Tang Qingma, it felt like he had heard it somewhere before, not because of the Tang family, but from somewhere else. Chairman Lu, if you're interested, why not investigate it yourself? Just as Lu Rongxing was pondering, he suddenly heard Tang Qingma asking him to investigate. You want me to investigate you? The Lu family members were all stunned, Who in the world would personally ask someone to investigate them? Tang Qingma, however, chuckled. You are the president of the Martial Arts Association, wouldn't it be more detailed for you to investigate personally rather than just listening to my account? It would be meaningless for him to narrate the original owner's experiences. It would be much more shocking to investigate personally. But, please don't backstab me. Tang Qingma suddenly widened his eyes, looking at Lu Rongxing with a bright smile, leaning forward and speaking in a tone only they could hear. Even if you are the president with a vastly different status, if you accidentally stab me, I will use all my strength to drag you down with me, to be shattered together. The sudden intense pressure startled Lu Rongxing, causing cold sweat to pour down. This kid, clearly not a martial artist, yet he could exude such a terrifying sense of pressure. He was definitely not an ordinary person. At the very least, he could never be an enemy. Lu Rongxing broke out in a cold sweat, his eyes warily watching Tang Qingma. Just now, he said he wanted a bodyguard with a third-tier realm who could also handle paperwork? Tianrun. Yes, father. Lu Tianrun stepped forward. You go be a bodyguard for that kid from the Tang family. Lu Tianrun and Lu Zhaozhao. Dad, what are you saying? Lu Zhaozhao immediately rushed in front of her father, pointing at Tang Qingma with a look of disgust. How can you let my brother work for this jerk? Lu Rongxing simply replied, it's just being a bodyguard for a year. Besides gaining experience in security work, he can also learn more about the backgrounds of different wealthy families. I think it's quite good. Although their Lu family was a powerful martial arts family in the Magic City, after all, his identity was the president of the association. If he needed to host distinguished guests from different places in the future, he had to ensure their security. Allowing Lu Tianrun to accumulate this experience now is also good, plus the Tang family is a wealthy family in the Magic City, which can help him learn more about and connect with the elite circles. Although Lu Tianrun was an adopted son, Lu Rongxing had really invested a lot of resources in him, treating him like a biological son. Tianrun, what do you think? Brother, you can't agree. Lu Tianrun thought for a moment and finally nodded. Father's arrangement must have his considerations. I am willing to be young Master Tang's bodyguard. What? Lu Zhaozhao was stunned. She never expected that her dad and brother had both gone crazy. In the end, she vented all her anger on Tang Qingma, glaring at him with a condescending look. However, even Tang Qingma was a bit surprised. I didn't hear wrong, did I, President Lu? You want young Master Lu to be my bodyguard? Yes, Lu Rongxing said with a smile. My son is only 21, but his realm has already reached the third tier. He usually helps me, the president, with paperwork and receiving guests, and his personality is calm and quiet, perfectly meeting your requirements. But being my bodyguard means he might see blood, is that okay? Tang Qingma asked jokingly. Protecting clients will definitely involve seeing blood. My son is not someone who hasn't seen the world. You can use him with confidence. Beside them, Lu Tianrun. What's seeing blood? Seeing that Lu Rongxing was so eager to push his son onto him, Tang Qingma shifted his gaze to Lu Tianrun and scrutinized him slightly. Then, let's test your abilities first. Lu Tianrun. The next moment, Tang Qingma's figure disappeared. Suddenly, a fist appeared in front of Lu Tianrun. The sudden attack rushed towards Lu Tianrun's face, making him widen his eyes. Almost unable to react in time, he used all his strength to twist his body, successfully dodging Tang Qingma's punch. However, Tang Qingma did not give him time to recover. As the fist was evaded, his calf quickly lifted, kicking straight towards Lu Tianrun's chest. You this. Lu Tianrun reflexively raised his hands, bracing against Tang Qingma's kick, but he still staggered back a few steps. Tang Qingma, you can counterattack, no need to hold back. Lu Tianrun had been training beside Lu Rongxing since he was young, achieving the third-tier realm at a young age. Now being provoked like this by Tang Qingma, he was getting a bit angry. Tang Qingma, how dare you lay a hand on my brother? Lu Zhaozhao was furious. She wanted to rush forward to help Lu Tianrun but was scolded by Lu Rongxing. What are you going over for? Don't interfere with Tianrun. The two men were testing each other's strength. Why should she run over? Lu Tianrun clenched his fists, gathering the energy and blood within him after blocking Tang Qingma's kick, and immediately swung a punch towards Tang Qingma's back. He was at the third-tier realm. This punch could shatter a person to pieces. But since it was Tang Qingma himself who said not to hold back, Lu Tianrun also did not hold back. However, at the moment the fist swung down, Tang Qingma suddenly turned to the side, narrowly avoiding Lu Tianrun's attack, even stepping on the floor to push his body backward. Lu Tianrun, having exerted all his strength in that punch, could not retract his body and was sent crashing down to the ground. With a loud bang, the ground was struck by Lu Tianrun's attack, creating a pit and sending a large number of stones flying into the air. The power of that punch was evident, capable of shattering the hard earth. Yet, despite this, Tang Qingma had already moved behind him and tapped Lu Tianrun on the shoulder. "That's enough, the test is complete." Tang Qingma's voice came from behind, and he released his hand. As expected of young Master Lu, very impressive. Lu Tianrun. Based on what just happened, if it were a real duel, Tang Qingma could easily take him down by attacking from behind. What great skills! But with such abilities, how could he possibly be bullied by the Tang family? "Kid, you don't seem like a beginner. Where did you learn your combat skills?" Lu Rongxing asked curiously. "From books." Tang Qingma smiled. "Someone like me, who gets bullied, how could anyone teach me? I learned everything from books." Strictly speaking, he wasn't lying. After crossing into this world, wasn't the martial arts and skills he learned from the system's manuals. However, both Lu Rongxing and Lu Tianrun looked speechless. Clearly, they didn't believe him. Tang Qingma noticed their expressions and laughed. "If you don't believe me, that's fine. You should be able to tell that I haven't broken through to the martial artist level yet. I find that strange too." Lu Rongxing squinted. From the first moment he saw Tang Qingma, he realized the other party was not a martial artist. If one looked at the earlier test with Lu Tianrun, it was true that he couldn't match Lu Tianrun in terms of chi and blood, but the problem was that his combat skills were very steady and mature. Even without using chi and blood, one could feel he was a battle-hardened warrior. It was quite eerie. Tang Qingma ignored Lu Rongxing's sharp gaze, which seemed to want to study him, and simply looked at Lu Tianrun. "Young Master Lu, if there are no issues, can I start the bodyguard work this afternoon?" Lu Tianrun nodded. "Sure, Tang Xiao. From now on, for a year, you don't have to call me young master, just call me Tianrun." He was serious by nature. Since he promised to be someone else's bodyguard, he would give it his all. Seeing Lu Tianrun's dedicated demeanor, Tang Qingma did not stop him. "All right, Tianrun, then you prepare a bit, and wait for me at the main gate of Longtan district at 5 this afternoon. I'll take you to the Tang family." "Okay." Tang Qingma then looked at Lu Rongxing. "President Lu, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave." Before Lu Rongxing could speak, Lu Xiaoxiao rushed over, shouting loudly, "Tang Qingma, even if my brother is your bodyguard, don't think about bullying him. If I find out you're exploiting my brother, I will definitely not let you off." After a few seconds of silence, Tang Qingma turned his head. "Sorry, someone told me not to talk to little fairies, or else I'd be entangled for eternity." "Who are you calling a little fairy?" The term little fairy was originally a compliment, but in Tang Qingma's mouth, it sounded extremely sarcastic. Seeing her about to explode, Lu Tianrun quickly stepped forward to calm her down. "Xiaoxiao, don't worry, I'm just going to work. It's to gain experience." Lu Xiaoxiao would soften her attitude when facing family. Since brother said so, then fine. After Tang Qingma left, Lu Tianrun turned to ask Lu Rongxing, "Father, did you want me to be Tang Qingma's bodyguard to report on his movements at any time?" "That's one of the reasons." Lu Rongxing said, "Based on my years of intuition, this Tang Qingma is not simple. He is not at all the weak and incompetent person you all say he is, bullied by the Tang family." "I find that strange too," Lu Tianrun nodded. From the test he just conducted with him, it was clear that in terms of combat skills, he was obviously no match for him. It was astonishing that such a powerful person had yet to break through to a martial artist. Beside them, Lu Xiaoxiao simply said, "So what? Even if he has good strength, isn't he just an orphan after leaving the Tang family?" Looking at his naive daughter, Lu Rongxing could only shake his head helplessly, tightening his grip on his cane. "In any case, I believe that regardless of whether there is a chance to befriend him, we must never be his enemy." After receiving the 9 million check, Tang Qingma immediately went to the relevant bank to cash the money. However, due to the large amount, he simply opened an account and withdrew the money in batches to transfer it into the system account. With another small sum of money coming in, Tang Qingma was in a good mood, so he decided to do something that would make him even happier. "System, tell me where the nanny lives." He had been in this world for several days, and it was time to meet the culprit who ruined the original owner's life. Located in the center of the Demon City, a residential community, AI Huanjing. Due to its beautiful environment, convenient transportation, and modern buildings, a 2-bedroom apartment here costs at least 5 million. Wang Mei was originally the nanny of the Tang family. 18 years ago, driven by her own selfish desires, she swapped her newborn son with the newborn young master of the Tang family and even had her brother throw the child into an unknown garbage dump. However, she had lived in regret all these years. When the true young master of the Tang family was found, she heard that he had picked up bad habits from the outside world and had gone astray, thus not being favored by the Tang family. In contrast, her own son remained the most beloved child of the Tang family. Therefore, in gratitude for her giving birth to such an outstanding son, the old master and the young ladies of the Tang family forcibly gifted her a house worth 8 million, with 3 bedrooms and a living room. Wang Mei was taken aback. She had lived in fear and guilt for 18 years after swapping the children. How could she accept the Tang family's kindness again? So at first, she refused. But helplessly, the fourth and fifth young ladies insisted that she accept it, even saying they would often buy her expensive gifts to visit her. So she could only accept it with tears in her eyes, bringing her brother from the countryside to live a life of monthly income, receiving gifts, and living in affluent guilt. Today, after returning from a high-end beauty salon nearby where she had a luxurious spa, Wang Mei found that the door to her home seemed to have been tampered with. However, after hesitating for just a second, she went inside. This was AI Huanjing community, where the prices were higher than ordinary apartments, and the security was quite good. So she opened the door without worry, and as she turned on the light, she was startled by the figure sitting in a chair inside. She dropped the LV bag that Tang Feifei had given her last week onto the floor, almost falling backward. The figure then leisurely stood up and walked forward slowly. I didn't expect that after becoming a kidnapper, you were living quite well. You, who are you? The figure stepped out from the shadows of the room, revealing Tang Qingma's face. You should know who I am, Tang Qingma said with dark eyes but an incredibly bright smile. If you forgot, I would be very sad. You. Wang Mei truly could not recognize who he was. After she swapped Tang Qingma, she immediately left the Tang family and had not seen him since he was found, so she had no idea who the person in front of her was. Of course, Wang Mei's reaction was already anticipated by Tang Qingma. He widened his eyes and said word by word, "Have you even forgotten the child you kidnapped?" Wang Mei really fell to the ground this time, looking at him with a terrified expression. You can't be. Tang. That's right, I am Tang Qingma, the young master of the Tang family who was swapped by you 18 years ago. Now you remember, right? I. Looking at Tang Qingma's half-smiling expression, Wang Mei trembled in fear. She remembered that the fourth and fifth young ladies had once said that their family did not like the young master in front of them, so they would not tell him where they lived, allowing her to live in peace. So why would young Master Tang know her address? Tang Qingma turned to look around the house, sarcastically exclaiming, 3 rooms and a hall, still in the expensive Iwanjing in the city center. Your life as a criminal is even better than mine as the true young master of the Tang family. Tang Qingma was smiling, but exuded an invisible sense of oppression, making Wang Mei feel a bit breathless as she knelt on the ground. Young master. It's not like that, I am because of the master and the young ladies. I know. Tang Qingma walked in front of Wang Mei. Each step he took on the floor sent shivers down Wang Mei's spine. Finally, Tang Qingma squatted down beside her, calmly stating, they forced you to accept this house, forced you to take 50,000 in living expenses every month, forced you to accept expensive gifts, and then you ignored my existence and lived recklessly under my nose, right? No, that's not it. Slap. As Wang Mei tried to lift her head, her face was immediately slapped, and the next moment a force pushed her down. Frozen. What do you mean it's not? Your son is disgusting my eyes every day, and you were doing beauty treatments just now, right? Tang Qingma sneered. Wang Mei was terrified. Why did Tang Qingma know her schedule? But before she could think, her whole body was in so much pain that she was about to lose consciousness. Bang! Bang! Ah! Tang Qingma pulled her up again, this time not just her forehead, but her entire face slammed against the ground, distorting her nose that she had just done 2 months ago, and her forehead oozed a lot of blood, clearly doing something brutal, but his tone remained calm. I don't understand why some people can be so thick-skinned, to ruin someone else's life into pieces, yet still have the face to continue living. If I were you, I would have found a tree to hang myself from. Bang bang. Wang Mei felt her face was extremely painful, and she began to stutter. No, young master, please. Wang Mei was just an ordinary woman. She had no strength to resist Tang Qingma's attacks and could only plead for mercy. You are begging me? Tang Qingma sneered. Ha, then why did you swap me with your son 18 years ago? I regret it very much. With her front teeth broken, she now spoke a bit unclearly. Bang! Regret? Just returned from the beauty salon, enjoying the big house and regretting it, huh? No, I'm sorry. Wang Mei felt she was about to faint from the pain, but Tang Qingma's oppressive presence made her dare not lose consciousness, tears of regret continuously flowing from the corners of her eyes. It's okay if you want to apologize, I will of course accept, but Tang Qingma's words suddenly took a turn, revealing a deep smile. If you want me to forgive you, shouldn't you taste the suffering I have endured for these 18 years? Ha! The next moment, Wang Mei's body felt intense pain. Tang Qingma mercilessly unleashed his blood energy. He was like having an iron heart, showing no pity for Wang Mei at all. Wang Mei's eyes widened in fear. In contrast, Tang Qingma was very pleased. Don't worry, there's still time. You don't have to worry about becoming useless. I will heal all the injuries you sustained, and then we can take it slow together. Of course, your family, partners, should also share in your joys and sorrows. No! Ever since the true young master of the Tang family was recognized and brought back, Wang Mei has been living a wealthy life, regularly receiving hush money from the Tang family. Wang Dafu, as Wang Mei's younger brother, was the accomplice responsible for throwing the baby Tang Qingma into the trash after Wang Mei brought him out 18 years ago. After Wang Mei received money from the Tang family, he bought a house in the neighboring community, settled in the Magic City, got married, and had children, living a pretty good life. Whenever he had free time, Wang Dafu would go to his sister's house to see if he could mooch a lunch before leaving. However, today, he felt something strange about the atmosphere in the house. It was clearly his sister's house, but it just felt off somehow. Moreover, when he called Wang Mei's phone, no one answered, which made him feel even stranger. But in the end, he shook his head. This was one of the best communities in the city center, where Rui and Ba was doing well. What outsider could break in here? So he suppressed the odd feeling in his heart and opened the door with the key he had. However, as soon as he opened the door, a strong force suddenly pulled him inside, and then the door slammed shut. Wang Dafu was thrown into the room by some force, and as the sound of the door closing echoed, his heart jolted. But before he could think, he saw his sister lying on the side, her limbs twisted and her face distorted. Ah, sister! Sister! Wang Mei was already unable to move. After being interrupted and having her hands and feet broken, she didn't know what method Tang Qingma used to heal her, only to continue breaking her again. Now she was exhausted, and could only weakly utter words to Wang Dafu, "Run, sister, run quickly." This time Wang Dafu understood clearly. Of course, he wanted to escape, but Tang Qingma was already in front of him, kicking him to the ground and then stepping hard on his abdomen. A strong feeling of nausea surged from Wang Dafu's throat. It was both painful and uncomfortable. Wang Dafu, Wang Mei's younger brother, 18 years ago, after Wang Mei brought the young master of the Tang family out, was responsible for throwing him into the trash outside the community, and then returned to the countryside with Wang Mei. 18 years later, the young master of the Tang family was recognized and brought back, and because his sister received a reward from the Tang family, he came back to settle in the Magic City. Now he is married, with a son and a daughter, and since he can receive money regularly, he doesn't work and idles around all day. Wang Dafu was stunned. Who knows his life story so well? The moment he thought of the other party knowing that he had participated in the kidnapping of the young master of the Tang family 18 years ago, his face immediately turned pale. Who are you? It's really sad that you can't remember me, the victim. Tang Qingma deliberately elongated the last word, then stepped down hard on Wang Dafu's abdomen again. This time the force was so strong that he vomited the bile from his stomach. But compared to the pain, Wang Dafu was more surprised by what the other party said. So, this person is the baby from back then, the young master of the Tang family who was recognized. How is that possible? Didn't his sister say that even if the true young master of the Tang family was recognized, the Tang family members despised him? Even though the matter of the true and false young masters of the Tang family had caused a stir these days, his sister had repeatedly confirmed with Tang Xianxi that the Tang family still treated him as one of their own. So how could Tang Qingma appear here? But the other party clearly didn't listen to what he said and kicked his left leg, breaking it. Wang Dafu immediately covered his left leg, unable to stand from the pain. But Tang Qingma just slowly stepped forward, wanting to cripple his other foot as well. Master Tang, are you not afraid that we will tell old Master Tang about how you treat me and my sister? Because Tang Xianqi had once told his sister that Tang Qingma had a weak character and was very nervous about the thoughts of the Tang family, Wang Dafu was certain that as long as he mentioned the Tang family, Tang Qingma would back off. However, Tang Qingma ignored him and immediately kicked towards Wang Dafu's right foot. With a loud crack, the bone was brutally broken. Who did you say you would tell? Then, Tang Qingma looked at Wang Dafu with amusement. Tell my family? No. I should directly call the police and have you kidnappers arrested. This statement shocked Wang Dafu, and even Wang Mei, who was lying on the ground. Tang Qingma continued, speaking of which, I once saw my good sisters. They were quite close to Tang Xianxi when they were together. I wonder why. Wang Mei. Clearly, before I came back, they interacted as if they were real siblings, but their attitude towards each other was not like that of ordinary siblings, which is quite strange. Tang Qingma slowly walked in front of Wang Mei, squatted down, and grabbed her hair again, pulling it hard. Do you know something? At this moment, Wang Mei had been beaten to a pulp by Tang Qingma and could hardly speak clearly. Sorry, I forgot to help you fix your wounds, Tang Qingma chuckled, using his other hand to channel his energy, activating the repair skill he had learned before. No. As the energy flowed into Wang Mei's body, she immediately widened her eyes in pain, her damaged cells forcibly regenerating, followed by intense agony. Master, I'm sorry, please, spare me. Once again, Wang Mei, whose wounds had been healed, knelt and knocked her head on the ground in despair. She had been beaten half to death by Tang Qingma, then treated with the repair skill, and then beaten half to death again. This back-and-forth torment made Wang Mei feel that life was worse than death. She would rather be killed directly. Tang Qingma only found it amusing and immediately slapped Wang Mei across the face. Slap! Ah! Wang Mei's face, which had just been healed, was once again distorted by Tang Qingma's blow, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Ha ha, didn't you teach your son to be close to my good sisters from the beginning, hoping they would fall in love with him? You did succeed with two, so instead of begging me for mercy, why don't I call Tang Feifei and Tang Shuerong and see if they can come to save you? How? How did he know? At that time, when he heard the system say that Tang Xianqi had been behaving intimately with the Tang sisters since childhood, Tang Qingma had his suspicions. Normally, in a family would Wang Mei listened to Tang Qingma's every word, her head lowered even further, because his analysis was correct. When Tang Xianqi was still in elementary school, she had secretly found him and offered her advice. At first, Tang Xianqi didn't believe Wang Mei's words, but after all, the seed of doubt had been planted, so Tang Xianqi secretly took the hair of the Tang couple for genetic testing. Upon discovering that she was indeed not a member of the Tang family, Tang Xianqi listened to Wang Mei and everything, and over the years, things went very smoothly. Even when it was discovered that she was not the real young master, the Tang couple and the 7 young ladies still supported Tang Xianqi, excluding Tang Qingma. But now, Tang Qingma smiled and said, "What do you think would happen if I revealed that Tang Xianqi has known since childhood that she is a fake? Do you think she could still stay in the Tang family, in the wealthy circle? No, don't." Young master, Wang Mei's face immediately turned pale, and despite the pain in her body, she wanted to kneel before Tang Qingma. But Tang Qingma just smiled and said, "You gave birth to such an excellent son for the Tang family, such an excellent brother for me, how could I not heal you? Giving birth to an excellent son for the Tang family, giving birth to an excellent brother for them." These two sentences were what the Tang couple and the 7 young ladies often said to her since Tang Xianqi was discovered to be a fake young master. At that time, she even felt honored. But now, Tang Qingma said the same words, yet the feeling was completely different. "Ah, young Master Tang, if you do this, the master and the young ladies will definitely not let you go." Wang Dafu, seeing his sister being tormented by Tang Qingma, blurted out in anger. This made Tang Qingma turn his head. "You're right." He released Wang Mei's hair and swung his hand towards Wang Dafu's face. "Since you say the Tang family won't let me go, then I'll see what they will do to me." Bang! Bang! No! Wang Dafu couldn't resist, and his consciousness began to blur. "No, young Master Tang, please don't hit him anymore. He will die." Seeing her brother about to be beaten to death, Wang Mei pleaded in despair. However, Tang Qingma really stopped. He widened his eyes, looking at her with a deep smile. Wang Mei was immediately frightened by his expression. "Don't worry, you will soon become my family. How could I kill you at this time?" Saying this, Tang Qingma extended his palm and used the repair skill. Slap! Tang Qingma felt very annoyed just hearing his voice. "Help! Sister!" Wang Dafu, terrified, looked like a child in his 40s, rushing to Wang Mei's side for protection. But Wang Mei was already shocked by Tang Qingma's earlier words and completely ignored Wang Dafu. "Young master, you just said, family. What family?" Tang Qingma took out a handkerchief to wipe the blood from his hands, smiling as he said, "Your son is very lucky. A few days ago, my dear 4th sister fell while climbing a wall and became paralyzed from the 3rd floor. So your son is taking over." Clearly concerning the safety of his own sister, Tang Qingma spoke joyfully as if telling a joke. "What?" Wang Mei was completely stunned. He said the 4th young lady was paralyzed, and then left it to her son. She was already paralyzed. How could her son take over? "What? As a kidnapper, your son can marry a Tang family young lady, and you feel wronged?" Tang Qingma coldly slapped Wang Mei's face, mocking her. "Do you think that counterfeit of yours can still become the son-in-law of the Gu family?" "No, no!" Wang Mei cried in terror. Tang Qingma continued to lightly slap her cheek, making a loud sound, his smile still radiant. "You will soon be my family. So, you won't tell my parents, sister, or Tang Xianqi about my visit today, right?" I. Wang Mei was alarmed, her eyes darting around. She felt her breathing becoming difficult, unable to draw in fresh air. Tang Qingma spoke in a flat tone. "Of course, it doesn't matter if you tell others, but I can't guarantee what will happen to your son in the Tang family in the future. You wouldn't want your precious son to come out in a wheelchair with Tang Feifei on the wedding day, would you now?" In Wang Mei's heart, Tang Qingma was a terrifying demon. Ignoring her physical pain, she exclaimed excitedly, "No, young Master Tang, you can do whatever you want to me. I beg you, please spare Xianqi." Indeed, a mother's love runs deep. Wang Mei had done many bad things, but she was truly good to her son. Tang Xingma smiled brightly. I already said we will soon be a family. As long as you and Wang Dafu behave and listen, I promise I won't lay a hand on Tang Xianqi before the wedding. The voice, like that of a malevolent spirit, sent chills down Wang Mei's spine. In the following time, Tang Xingma continuously used recovery skills. If his internal energy was depleted, he would take a blood-replenishing pill to restore it. After all, he had won many in the lottery. Happy times pass especially quickly. It's time to say goodbye. Tang Xingma glanced at his phone, planning to grab a bite before meeting Lu Tianran, and once again forcibly treated their wounds. No, don't hit me. No, I'm sorry. But Wang Dafu was already filled with dread. Just seeing Tang Xingma's face made him wet himself. Tang Xingma ignored their emotions and simply patted Wang Mei's head. I'll come to visit you again in 2 days. If I find out you moved away or told anyone about today, your precious son. Wang Mei immediately snapped back to reality, repeatedly bowing her head to Tang Xingma. No, please don't hurt my son. I beg you, don't hurt him. At this moment, the only thing that could support Wang Mei's mental state was Tang Xianqi. Tang Xingma's smile was profound. Then it depends on your performance. If one overlooked his earlier actions in the room, that handsome and charming smile could make many girls swoon. But only Wang Mei knew the malice and terror behind that smile. This time, she truly regretted it. She shouldn't have done such a thing 18 years ago, leading the demon to seek revenge on her. Wang Dafu was even more so. 18 years ago, believing his sister, he was a fool. Wang Mei's regret value plus 1,000. Wang Dafu's regret value plus 1,000. Ha! The system's voice suddenly rang out, surprising Tang Xingma. You can now collect Wang Mei and their regret values? Clearly, he had been toiling for so long without any regret values, and now it was possible? The system also sighed, Host, I just made some adjustments. In the original plot, Wang Mei and her family didn't appear much, only briefly mentioned that they ended up in prison, so they were considered not very relevant to the original character. But when you taught them a lesson just now, so many regret values poured out. Plus, I think Wang Mei and her family are the culprits who ruined the original character. How could they be classified as irrelevant people? So I tried to adjust the data to see if I could collect their regret values. In the end, it was successful. Although it was collected later, it still amounted to 2,000 points. Tang Xingma smiled. So that's how it is, no wonder it's you. Then I'll stay longer in the future and communicate with them well. Alright, host. Please give them love and hope. Since the collected regret values could be used for a lottery and to increase the power of the heavenly path, Tang Xingma had no reason to stop the system. However, regardless of whether he could collect regret values or not, he would make Wang Mei's family pay a heavy price. He promised the original owner. The original owner suffered for 18 years because of them. How could they let them off so easily? Asterisk at 4:30 in the afternoon, Lu Tianran was already waiting at the main gate of Longtan District. Longtan District is located on a small hill next to the center of the Demon City, where the Tang family villa is situated, and it is also a neighborhood where many wealthy families reside. As someone born into the upper class, Lu Tianran was very familiar with this place. Tianran, you're here. After finishing his meal, Tang Xingma walked up from below as if taking a stroll. Wang Mei's residence, Ai Huanjing, is not far from Longtan District. Tang Xingma only needed to walk for about 20 minutes to arrive. He just didn't expect Lu Tianran to come half an hour early. Did you wait long? Lu Tianran's expression was serious. Not at all, young Master Tang. I am all set. Seeing the other person dressed in a black suit and wearing black sunglasses, Tang Xingma felt a bit dazed. Then let's go. After reporting to the security outside the gate, Tang Xingma and Lu Tianran entered the neighborhood, heading towards the Tang family villa. During this time, Tang Xingma explained the work-related matters that needed attention to Lu Tianran. Tianran, I need you to pick me up and drop me off at school every day, and during my school hours, you can move freely. You should still be in college, right? I don't need you to protect me 24 hours a day. If you want to go home or practice, just let me know, but you must return to my side before 11 at night. Understood. Lu Tianran immediately took out a notebook and recorded Tang Xingma's words. Young Master Tang, I have a driver's license. Do you need me to drive you? Tang Xingma, drive? The Lu family's car? Yes, my father just told me that for safety, he is willing to lend me the family car. Lu Tianran nodded. This was a very thoughtful suggestion. This way, Tang Xingma wouldn't have to call a taxi or endure the discomfort and danger of riding in the Tang family's car. Okay, please thank President Lu for me. Sure. Tang Xingma continued, also, when we're outside, just do whatever I say without asking too many questions. If there's anything you don't understand, wait until it's just the two of us to ask. Okay. Lu Tianran looked up at him for a moment and continued to take notes. When we get back to the Tang family, you will encounter many fools and idiots. just stand behind me then. Of course, if those fools bother you while I'm not around, just ignore them. If they want to make a move, just fight back directly and wait for me to handle it when I return." Although no one should dare to touch President Lu's son, Tang Qingma still reminded him. "Understood, young Master Tang." Lu Tianren noted down all the precautions. They unknowingly arrived at the Tang family villa. Since the door was kicked open by Tang Qingma, Tang Jianrun no longer dared to lock it from the inside, so it opened easily. Today is Sunday, and around 5 in the afternoon, Tang Jianrun and other members of the Tang family were resting in the hall. When they saw Tang Qingma and the man in black behind him, they were all stunned. When Tang Qingma and Lu Tianrun appeared in the hall, everyone in the Tang family was shocked, especially Tang Jianrun and Tang Meixin. As the head of the Tang family and a martial arts mentor, how could they not recognize the young master of the Lu family, Lu Tianrun? Although Lu Tianrun is an adopted son, over the years, the outside world has seen that Lu Rongxing treats him like a biological son. He himself has also worked very hard and has not let down Lu Rongxing's efforts. At the age of 21, he had already reached the 3rd rank and would soon break through to the 4th rank. He also assists in handling the affairs of the association, making him a talented individual who is both scholarly and martial. Therefore, whether in the wealthy circles or the martial arts community, everyone treats Lu Tianrun with respect and courtesy, hoping to ride on the coattails of the Lu family by currying favor with him. But they never expected that this young master of the Lu family would now appear in the Tang family villa, and he came together with Tang Qingma. Although they did not understand why the other party was wearing a pair of black sunglasses, due to Lu Tianrun's heavy and serious expression, he followed behind Tang Qingma without saying a word after entering. The members of the Tang family unconsciously thought, did Tang Qingma offend Lu Tianrun when he went out just now, and is someone coming to the Tang family to seek justice? With this thought, Tang Jianrun's face turned ugly, and he quickly stood up. "Oh, isn't this young Master Lu? I didn't know you were coming today, and I failed to welcome you properly." He ignored Tang Qingma, who had rushed to Lu Tianrun's side, and his expression was completely different from his usual seriousness. It was one of flattery. After finishing his words, Tang Jianrun shot a glare at Tang Qingma, then said to Tang Ruoling, "Why aren't you quickly pouring tea for young Master Lu?" Coming. As the president of the Tang group, Tang Ruoling naturally wanted to build a good relationship with the young master of the Lu family. "Elder sister, I'll help too." Tang Meixin admired this young martial arts talent very much and had always wanted to get to know him. Good. Seeing his 2 daughters being so attentive, Tang Jianrun was very satisfied. If he could have one of his daughters get along well with the young master of the Lu family. However, in the next moment, Lu Tianrun refused. "Sorry, Master Tang, Miss Tang, I'm not here for tea." Because outside, Tang Qingma had asked Lu Tianrun not to reveal his identity as a bodyguard, so Lu Tianrun was merely rejecting the Tang family's kindness. But from his tone, it seemed like he was not in a good mood. This made Tang Jianrun even more convinced that Tang Qingma must have done something to offend young Master Lu outside. He immediately clasped his hands together, his tone filled with apology. "Young Master Lu, I don't know if my son has done something to you. As his father, I apologize to you here." "Lu Tianrun? Tang Qingma, what have you done outside again? Hurry up and apologize to young Master Lu." Tang Ruoling, who had come out with water, immediately scolded coldly upon hearing Tang Jianrun's words, and behind her, Tang Meixin and Tang Ali, who were in the hall, also cast reproachful glances at Tang Qingma. This left Lu Tianren even more confused. No, are the Tang family members sick? He hadn't said anything since he entered. How did they conclude that Tang Qingma had offended him? At this moment, Tang Xianqi also walked over with a worried expression. "Brother, what trouble have you caused outside again? You will make mom and dad sad like this, and it will also worsen our relationship with the Lu family." Bai Hualian's eyes turned red, her expression sorrowful. "Qingma, you should apologize to young Master Lu first." Lu Tianrun. He slowly turned to look at Tang Qingma, and Tang Qingma also turned to look at him. In that instant, it was as if they could read each other's minds, understanding the emotions conveyed in each other's eyes. "Tang Qingma, you see, I told you there are many fools and idiots in the Tang family." "Lu Tianrun, you are right, I have been ignorant." And seeing the other party silent, with an increasingly ugly expression, Tang Jianrun quickly said, "Young Master Lu, I." At this moment, Tang Qingma coldly interrupted, "Stop embarrassing yourselves, just shut up." "You." Tang Ruoling frowned. She wanted to scold him, but the next second she heard him say, "Tianrun, you can tell these fools about your matters." "Ha, Tianrun?" Tang Qingma actually called the young master of the Lu family so intimately. Lu Tianrun nodded. "Yes, young Master Tang." "Hello to everyone from the Tang family. This morning our Lu family received help from young Master Tang, so to express our gratitude, upon learning that young Master Tang needed a bodyguard, I voluntarily came over." Lu Tianrun's words left the Tang family members dumbfounded. So Tang Qingma did not offend Lu Tianrun, instead, he helped them. But the other party was the young master of the Lu family, the adopted son of the chairman of the Lu family. How could he possibly be a bodyguard for Tang Qingma? Young Master Lu really knows how to joke. After all, Tang Jianrun has seen the world, and he quickly regained his composure, awkwardly forcing a smile. "It is an honor for our Tang family to help you. How can we accept your repayment?" And President Lu Tianrun interrupted him. "Master Tang, I want to clarify something. I came here because of young Master Tang Qingma. It has nothing to do with anyone else in your Tang family. Please understand this and do not casually slander and accuse young Master Tang." The members of the Tang family. Lu Tianrun's words undoubtedly felt like a slap to their faces. They had just accused Tang Qingma without asking anything, and it was all seen. We know." Tang Jianrun continued to force a strained smile. "Qingma is fortunate to receive young Master Lu's care. Our Tang family must repay you well. Just like how both our names have the character Ren, it shows how fated our two families are." Lu Tianrun. He was completely taken aback by Tang Jianrun's shamelessness. Meanwhile, Tang Qingma mockingly asked, "Since Master Tang wants to repay Tianrun, how much do you plan to pay him?" "Ha!" Now it was Tang Jianrun's turn to be stunned. "Didn't I say yesterday? I'm responsible for finding someone, and you're responsible for paying." Tang Qingma patted Lu Tianrun on the shoulder. "Now that I've brought someone, how much do you plan to pay him monthly?" Tang Jianrun was at a loss. This was Lu Tianrun, the young master of the Lu family. Who knew how much he should pay to hire the young master of the Lu family? But in reality, not only the Tang family members but even Lu Tianrun was a bit surprised. After all, in the morning, Lu Rongxing had mentioned to Tang Qingma that this year he was here to gain experience and wouldn't be paid. But now, he was using himself to extort money from Tang Jianrun. Seeing Tang Jianrun unable to speak, Tang Qingma asked Lu Tianrun, "Tianrun, how much does your family's president usually earn monthly?" "About 800,000, I guess?" The Lu family is a nationally renowned martial arts family, so to hold the position of president there, one must at least be a 6th grade martial artist. Tang Qingma immediately smiled brightly. "In that case, let's make it a round number, 1 million. 1 million. Is this rebellious son robbing me?" Tang Jianrun had never had a good impression of his son Tang Qingma, and in these past few days, Qingma's rebellion had already cost him 20 million and 2 bottles of precious red wine. Now hiring a bodyguard would also require a million monthly salary. What kind of joke is this? However, seeing Tang Jianrun's shocked expression, Tang Qingma coldly remarked, "What's wrong, Master Tang? Do you think the young master of the Lu family isn't worth a million monthly salary?" Tang Jianrun. He stiffly turned his head, awkwardly looking at Lu Tianrun. He saw that Lu Tianrun had a blank expression, seemingly indifferent to whether he received this million monthly salary or not. "Did you not just say that both your names have the character Rin, showing how fated you are? Now that it comes to money, your feelings have disappeared?" With a clap, Tang Qingma gestured as if to say that Tang Jianrun was completely insincere. Lu Tianrun. He didn't want this fate at all. Tang Jianrun immediately said to Lu Tianrun, "Young Master Lu, that's not the case." He was pushed to a dilemma by Tang Qingma. If he refused to agree to pay, it would mean saying in front of Lu Tianrun that he wasn't worth a million, but if he agreed, "Brother, please don't pressure Dad anymore." Seeing Tang Jianrun's troubled expression, Tang Xianqi also came up to plead with Tang Qingma. "Dad works hard for us every day." But before she could finish, Tang Qingma looked at her and said, "Then you can pay for it." Tang Qingma smiled lightly. "You have 500,000 in pocket money each month, and your dear sisters have given you quite a few valuable things, so you should have a lot of savings, right?" "Bro, it's not like that. At least it's better than my 500 a month." Tang Xianqi could only fall silent, because Lu Tianrun also showed a surprised expression. "Tang Xiao, you only have 500 a month? And your fake brother has 500,000? Misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding." Tang Jianrun immediately rushed up to explain loudly. "Lu Xiao, Qingma is a child we've been looking for 18 years. How could we only give him 500 a month? We give him 1 million in pocket money every month, which is twice what Xianqi gets." This was also the second condition proposed by Tang Qingma, and they had already received 20 million. Tang Qingma followed his meaning and said, "So, the head of the Tang family has decided to give a monthly salary of 1 million? Tang Jianrun. Of course, there was no way out. Given the situation, he could only agree. Tang Qingma smirked and continued, "By the way, Tianrun will disturb you every night from now on, so you should tidy up the room today." Hualian was very surprised. "Qingma, there are no extra rooms in the house." "There is. Tang Qingma scoffed, isn't there one person in the house who has 2 rooms? Just ask him to give up one. Tang Xianqi, this bastard Tang Qingma. He had already taken his favorite room, and now he wanted to take the second one. Tang Qingma naturally sensed the other's reluctance and smiled. What's wrong? Do you think Lu Xiao is unqualified to live in your room? No, of course he can. Tang Xianqi lowered his head, looking somewhat sad. If Tang Feifei and Tang Xuerong were present, they would definitely come out to stop this. But one was lying in the hospital, and the other was locked in a room by Tang Jianrun, unable to come. And seeing the sorrowful Tang Xianqi, Bai Hualian's heart softened for a moment. Qingma, why don't you go clean Feifei's room? After all, she was in the hospital now. Tang Qingma shrugged, of course. Then I'll go show Tianrun the room I used to live in. Tang Jianrun suddenly woke up. The room Tang Qingma used to live in? Wasn't that the storage room? Was he deliberately threatening? If Tang Xianqi didn't give up the room, would he let Lu Xiao see that dark and damp space? Hualian, Feifei is not home. How can we mess with her things? You hurry and tidy up Xianqi's room. Master, stop with the master. Hurry up and clean up. You all go help. Tang Jianrun immediately pointed at Tang Ruoling and the others. Today, Wang Ma was on leave, leaving only Bai Hualian and the 3 sisters to do the work. At this moment, the Tang family was in a flurry, as no one dared to provoke Tang Jianrun's anger again. Tang Xianqi could only obediently give up his room. Tianrun, you come back to my room first. Okay. Tang Qingma saw that they were almost ready and took Lu Tianrun to his room. Once back in the room, Lu Tianrun immediately took a deep breath. Tang Xiao, your family. Lu Tianrun felt that his worldview had been refreshed many times today. In his 21 years of life, it was the first time he had seen such a peculiar family. It turned out that all the rumors online were true. I told you, there are a lot of idiots in the Tang family. Tang Qingma poured a glass of water for Lu Tianrun. You'll get used to it. Lu Tianrun took the cup, indicating that he did not want to get used to it. Tang Qingma smiled triumphantly. Are you scared? There's even more exciting stuff to show you tonight. Asterisk late at night, in Tang Xuerong's room. Tang Xuerong had been trapped in her room for 2 days, fasting in protest of Tang Xianqi's marriage, causing her to lose all color, her hair disheveled like a ghost. At this moment, Tang Xuerong sat on the floor with a blank expression, holding the fruit knife that Tang Qingma had left inside 2 days ago. But soon, the door was opened from the outside. Tang Qingma stood at the door, mocking, Tisk tsk. I didn't expect you to fall to this state in just 2 days. Tang Qingma, what are you doing? Seeing the figure she despised, Tang Xuerong revealed a look of hatred. Tang Qingma ignored her and said with a smile, of course, I'm here to help you. Help me? The head of the Tang family has decided to hold a wedding for Tang Xianqi and Tang Feifei in a month. This was a lie, but Tang Xuerong believed it. She immediately stood up excitedly. What did you say? You're so loud. Are you trying to attract the whole family? Tang Xuerong quickly covered her mouth. That's it. Whether you can grasp the happiness you want depends on yourself, Tang Qingma said before turning to leave. This time, he did not lock the door. Tang Xuerong lowered her head, looking at the fruit knife in her hand. The blade reflected her hateful gaze. Young Master Tang. After Tang Qingma left Tang Xuerong's room, Lu Tianrun also emerged from the corner. Tang Qingma sent him back to his dormitory. Just wait a moment, we'll soon see a good show. A good show? More than 10 minutes later, they saw Tang Xuerong wearing a thick coat. She also put on a hat and black glasses as she sneaked out of the room. Tang Xuerong donned her hat and sunglasses, stealthily leaving the Tang family. The streets at night were eerie and cool, the cold wind rustling through the leaves of the trees, creating a chilling sound. Although her phone had been taken by Tang Jianrun, Tang Xuerong did not plan to call a car, choosing to walk out of the community alone. Little did she know, Tang Qingma and Lu Tianrun were following closely behind her. Young Master Tang, where does your sister want to go? Lu Tianrun asked in a very low voice. It was his first time acting like a stalker, and he couldn't help but feel a bit ashamed. Tang Qingma laughed. To the hospital, she's going to see someone. At this time? It was 11 o'clock at night. That's exactly the time to go, so she won't be discovered. Lu Tianrun? He thought the Tang family was really strange. Before the true and false young masters were exposed, although the Tang family was not a martial arts family, they were envied by other wealthy families for having 7 outstanding daughters who shone in their respective fields. But he never expected that such a Tang family would commit outrageous acts against their long-lost biological son/brother while doting on a fake. Although he was also an adopted son, he had received attention from the Lu family since being adopted, and his relationship with Lu Xiaoxiao was also very good. So he couldn't understand. Tianrun, we're here. Just as he was deep in thought, Tang Qingma's voice rang out ahead. He saw Tang Xuerong walk into the first private hospital in Modu. This private hospital, although expensive, was frequented by many wealthy families for treatment, and it did well in terms of patient confidentiality and security. Lu Tianrun wondered, I wonder who Miss Tang is going to see. Tang Qingma said flatly, my fourth sister, Tang Feifei. Is your fourth sister sick? No, she just climbed the wall at midnight a few days ago to attack me for revenge on her beloved brother. But who knew she fell from the third floor and became paralyzed? Lu Tianrun was stunned. Why did I understand every word you said, but when combined, it sounds so bizarre? I didn't expect your fifth sister to go see your fourth sister so late. They have a good relationship? Of course, good enough to both like the fake brother and wish the other dead. Lu Tianrun. What's going on with the Tang family? Asterisk has a private hospital. The security is quite strict due to the high medical fees. However, Tang Xuerong, as a relative of Tang Feifei, can enter the inpatient department as long as she registers at the front desk in advance. At 1 o'clock in the morning, Tang Xuerong pushed open the door and walked into Tang Feifei's private ward. Since her paralysis, Tang Feifei had been in a state of deep sorrow. She was so young yet unable to take care of herself, and she could only fall asleep after midnight every night. Therefore, when Tang Xuerong opened the door, she was a bit surprised and moved her eyes. She couldn't speak, and her limbs couldn't move, only able to watch as Tang Xuerong walked closer. Fourth sister, I've come to see you. Tang Xuerong turned on the light and saw that Tang Feifei was still awake, and couldn't help but sneer, you're still not asleep? Well, it makes sense. Being disabled like this, how could you possibly sleep? With Tang Feifei's current physical state, it wouldn't matter whether she was awake or not. Are you wondering why I came to see you at this hour? Tang Xuerong took off her black glasses and coat, pulling out a sharp fruit knife from inside her clothes. Tang Feifei's eyes widened, and she opened her mouth to say something, but could only twitch. Look, you become like this, and you still think you have the right to marry Xiaoxi? Tang Feifei's eyes bulged. She had harbored special feelings for Tang Xianxi for a long time, but because he was engaged to Lu Ruyan, she had kept it hidden. After her paralysis, although the world felt cold and gray, she still wished to marry Tang Xianxi. But now, Tang Xuerong actually came in the middle of the night, saying she had no right. Now that Xiaoxi's identity has been exposed, the Lu family no longer acknowledges him as their future son-in-law. To avoid being kicked out of the house, Xiaoxi is willing to marry you. But it shouldn't be like this. Tang Xuerong suddenly became emotional, pointing the fruit knife at Tang Feifei. Xiaoxi should be marrying me. Tang Xuerong's confession left Tang Feifei shocked and enlightened. Could it be that she liked Xiaoxi just like herself? Was that why she had opposed their marriage so fiercely before? Fourth sister, in your current state, you have no right to marry Xiaoxi, and Xiaoxi shouldn't choose you. Tang Xuerong looked at Tang Feifei, who, despite being paralyzed, had a pale yet pitifully delicate face. If your face were ruined, wouldn't he refuse to marry you? Tang Feifei didn't even have time to react, and before she could, she felt a burning pain on her face. A warm liquid began to flow out. Tang Feifei's eyes widened, her face. It hurt so much. No, it's not because of my face. Even though she had just cut Tang Feifei, Tang Xuerong's emotions were in a strange state. She felt no guilt, instead recalling what Tang Qingma had said to her 2 days ago. What if Tang Feifei were gone at this time? Right, how could I have forgotten? The reason Tang Xianxi was going to marry Tang Feifei was that she had lost her value as the Tang family's young lady. Because of this, Tang Jianrun had forced Xiaoxi to marry her. So only if Tang Feifei were gone, would Xiaoxi be mine. Fourth sister, for your sister's happiness, you should just die. Only if you die can Xiaoxi marry me. Tang Xuerong unconsciously curled her lips, pulling out a smug smile. She had endured for so long. Ever since she realized her feelings for Tang Xianxi, she had been holding back. If the final bride was Lu Ruyan, she could treat it as a dream and give up on Tang Xianxi. But the one who succeeded in the end was the disabled Tang Feifei. That couldn't happen. With a paralyzed body, what else could she do besides being a burden to Xiaoxi? Xiaoxi and she together. It's simply impossible to find happiness. Now, the Tang family only has her. Only she loves Xiaoxi the most. Since they are both entering the Tang family, let her bring happiness to Xiaoxi. Fourth sister, I will remember you. Tang Xuerong raised the fruit knife in her hand, her expression showing excitement. Xiaoxi and I will definitely be happy. You must bless us when you're down there. She raised her arm, the tip of the knife aimed at Tang Feifei's abdomen, and thrust down with all her might. The sharp tip of the knife plunged directly into Tang Feifei's abdomen and was pulled out again. The intense pain made Tang Feifei's eyes widen, her mouth agape. She wanted to scream for help, but her throat couldn't produce any sound, only allowing blood to spurt from the wound. Ha ha, ha ha ha, I really did it. The warm blood splattered onto Tang Xuerong's palm and face, bringing her back to her senses. She really did it. The other party was her own sister, but for some reason, she didn't regret it, because she really liked Tang Xianxi. Tang Feifei had always used her status as the elder sister to monopolize Xiaoxi, and she was clearly just a fashion designer, yet her beauty didn't require special maintenance, and it could rival her own as a star. Clearly, she was the one who deserved Xiaoxi the most. Clearly, she was the prettiest. Tang Xuerong pulled out the fruit knife again, this time aiming for Tang Feifei's heart. Murder! However, at that moment, a nurse's scream suddenly came from outside the door. It was her time to patrol, and since she was used to starting from the highest VIP ward and then going down, she arrived at Tang Feifei's room. Who would have thought? Oh no! She stumbled upon a murder scene. Help! Murder! This was a private hospital, and security was hired to patrol outside the wards. The nurse's voice immediately called them over, and Tang Xuerong was quickly apprehended. The bloodied fruit knife slid to the floor. Blood! Stop the bleeding! Although the little nurse was quite frightened by the bloody scene before her, based on her professional ethics, after the security detained Tang Xuerong, she immediately took out a hemostatic bandage and medicine from the room to help Tang Feifei with her bleeding treatment. Let me go! She's not dead yet! You can't save her! Let me go! Seeing this, Tang Xuerong completely went mad, desperately trying to stop the nurse from saving her sister. I want her dead! I want her dead! But after all, she was just an ordinary young lady, and her strength was no match for the security, so she was dragged out of the ward. Great, luckily that knife didn't hit a vital spot. If we stop the bleeding, it will be fine. After the little nurse bandaged Tang Feifei's wound, she let out a sigh of relief. She never expected to witness such a thrilling and terrifying scene in her lifetime. It felt like her lifespan had shortened by a few years. She pressed the button to call the doctor, and after confirming that the bleeding had stopped, she felt at ease. What a deep grudge. The person was already paralyzed and still wanted to take her life. Did this person commit some heinous crime? But wait, isn't this a VIP ward? Only family members can enter to find someone, right? Little nurse. Never mind. Let's just wait for the doctor and head nurse to come. Asterisk at this moment, Tang Feifei was also staring blankly at the ceiling. Although the bleeding had stopped, that stab was just too painful. How did it come to this? Although their sisterly relationship wasn't very good, she had never thought of killing Tang Xuerong. Why would she? Excuse me, what happened? Just then, a familiar voice startled Tang Feifei, and she turned her eyes sharply to the side. It was Tang Qingma. Tang Xuerong had just been taken away, and Tang Qingma had arrived. It seemed like someone was following him, but because she was lying down, she couldn't see who it was. The nurse approached in confusion. Who are you? I'm her brother. I just finished my shift and now I have time to visit my sister. To prove his identity, Tang Qingma took out his ID to show her. Nurse, I think I saw a woman being dragged out by security. What happened? The young nurse glanced at Tang Feifei's name tag, saw that they both had the surname Tang, and believed Tang Qingma's identity, telling him about the assassination attempt that had just occurred. Tang Qingma showed a panicked expression. How could this happen? Is my sister okay? Don't worry, we've already stopped the bleeding. Now we just need the doctor to come. Although she said this, Tang Qingma still seemed uneasy. Nurse, it's been so long and the doctor hasn't come yet. Can you help call him? Well, please. Seeing Tang Qingma's handsome face, the young nurse blushed instantly. Alright, but you absolutely cannot see your sister while I go find the doctor. If the wound starts bleeding again, it will be a problem. Okay. But as soon as the nurse left the ward, Tang Qingma instantly changed to a mocking expression. I never expected Tang Xuerong to be so useless. She can't even kill a cripple. This statement made Tang Feifei's eyes widen in disbelief. Tang Qingma stepped forward slowly, looking down at her. Are you wondering why I'm here? Because it was me who sent Tang Xuerong here to kill you. I noticed that your feelings for Tang Xianxi are different from Tang Xuerong's, so after you became paralyzed, I deliberately had Tang Jianrun arrange your marriage with Tang Xianxi. Not only would it disgust Tang Xianxi, but it would also stir up Tang Xuerong's feelings for him. Tang Feifei. All along, you have both endured your love for Tang Xianxi because of Lu Ruyan's presence, enduring. But one day, Tang Xuerong hears that the Lu family won't acknowledge Tang Xianxi's identity, so she will start to think that she has a chance. Then, Tang Qingma pointed at the person lying in bed, revealing a triumphant smile. And you are her final obstacle. Clearly, she can finally realize her dream of being with Tang Xianxi, but your existence hinders her. Plus, you're paralyzed. Do you think if I keep hinting at her in the next few days, the already extreme Tang Xuerong would take action against you? The answer is obvious. Tang Feifei painfully closed her eyes. In fact, as long as Tang Xuerong's heart was a bit more resolute, or if her relationship with Tang Feifei was better, Tang Qingma's hints would have no effect at all. But it was clear that in Tang Xuerong's heart, her blood sister could not compare to a fake brother. It makes sense. Didn't she also do many excessive things to Tang Qingma together with Tang Xuerong for Xiaoxi? Now it was just her turn. Tang Feifei's regret value plus 500. Tang Feifei's regret value plus 500. Tears continuously flowed from the corners of Tang Feifei's eyes, and a large amount of regret value surged from her heart. This knife truly hurt too much. And looking at the overwhelming regret pouring out of Tang Feifei, Tang Qingma merely curled his lips. Don't worry, dear fourth sister. On your wedding day, this brother of yours will give you a big gift. About 5 minutes later, the nurse returned with the doctor. Tang Qingma also put on a worried family member's expression but was driven out of the ward to wait. Lu Tianrun, who left with him, stood nearby, trembling. Tang Qingma raised an eyebrow. What's wrong? Feeling cold? It's nothing, just deepened my understanding of you. Lu Tianrun turned his head away, his heart filled with panic and fear. This Tang Qingma is too terrifying. Although he was still unclear about the details, it was evident that one of the two sisters was paralyzed and the other had gone mad, all of it undoubtedly orchestrated by Tang Qingma. No wonder father said that we must never be enemies with him. Tang Qingma ignored him and simply chuckled, saying, "Alright, let's wait for a bit." This time, with Tang Xuerong's murderous actions, the hospital had to notify the Tang family to come over. Another good show was about to unfold. Slap! A loud slap echoed in the security room. After Tang Xuerong was discovered trying to kill Tang Feifei, for safety's sake, the security guard tied her up with rope and brought her to the security room to await further instructions. The two protagonists of this incident were both daughters of the Tang family. The head nurse and the doctor had no authority and dared not call the police, so they could only inform the hospital director. The director was having a sweet dream at the time, and upon receiving the news, he was so startled that he jumped out of bed and rushed back to the hospital, of course notifying the Tang family as well. It was still just past 1 in the morning, and the Tang family members were all sound asleep. With the arrival of the phone call, everyone was jolted awake and rushed to the hospital. You ungrateful daughter! Tang Jianrun brought everyone to the security room, and upon seeing Tang Xuerong tied up and half-kneeling on the ground, he stepped forward without a word and slapped her hard. This slap was delivered with all of Tang Jianrun's strength, causing Tang Xuerong to fall to the ground, a red and swollen handprint marking her cheek, and blood oozing from the corner of her mouth. Ungrateful daughter! Ungrateful daughter! I thought you would reflect on your actions these past few days in your room, but who would have thought you would sneak out and try to kill your sister? How could I have such a vicious daughter like you? Tang Jianrun was furious, his chest heaving with anger, feeling suffocated, and his mind dizzy from the rage. He staggered back a few steps. Dad! Sir! Bai Hualian and Tang Ruoling immediately stepped forward to support him, helping him sit down to calm his emotions. Xuerong, why did you do this? Feifei is already pitiful enough. Why do you want to take her life? Tang Meixin found it hard to believe. Tang Xuerong, what on earth is wrong with you? Tang Ali asked through gritted teeth. She had just been called by the director for a reprimand. Originally, she had been suspended from the hospital due to the issue of the fake young master, and now her fifth sister was openly committing murder in her workplace. Did she want her to be dismissed and never be able to stand in the medical field again? Xuerong, please say something. Bai Hualian's eyes were also red. She couldn't imagine how a family that once lived in harmony had turned against each other. Why was this happening? Meanwhile, Tang Xuerong, who was knocked to the ground, felt the heat and pain on her face and revealed a mocking smile. Ha ha, ha ha ha, what are you laughing at? Tang Jianrun gasped, questioning her. What's wrong with me? Didn't I say it before? At this moment, Tang Xuerong's face was twisted, her hair disheveled, looking like a madwoman, completely losing the demeanor of a young lady. I love Xiaoxi, but fourth sister stole him away. Tang Meixin was stunned, unable to utter a word. Although the sisters were not particularly close, they all cared deeply for Tang Xianqi, so Tang Meixin had always felt that the seven sisters were similar and understood each other. But it turned out, all of this was just her one-sided wish. Xuerong actually hated Feifei to the point of wanting to kill her. Tang Xuerong naturally ignored the three sisters' expressions of constipation and proudly declared, fourth sister is not worthy of Xiaoxi. Since we are all to marry into the Tang family, why not let Xiaoxi marry me directly? But you still don't care about Xiaoxi's future happiness, forcing him to marry fourth sister. Fourth sister knows she is not worthy, yet still forces Xiaoxi into a marriage without regard for his future, so I have no choice but to take action. Am I wrong? In the end, Tang Xuerong's gaze was directed at Tang Jianrun. The eyes filled with disgust and arrogance challenged Tang Jianrun's pride as a father, so he clutched his chest and stepped forward to slap her. You crazy woman! Slap! Am I forcing him? Tang Jianrun looked at Tang Xianqi with amusement. Xianqi, tell that madwoman whether I forced you. Tang Xianqi, who was called out, was immediately startled. Aren't you forcing little Xi right now? Tang Xuerong interrupted Tang Jianrun angrily, but the next second, she looked at Tang Xianqi with a beaming smile. Little Shi, you don't have to be afraid. Just tell fifth sister, it must be dad forcing you to marry fourth sister, right? As long as you say it, fifth sister can help you solve everything. Tang Xianqi, no. Your preferences are heavy. Ever since he learned that he was a fake young master, he had been following Wang Mei's instructions, maintaining a close distance with the seven sisters, and in the end, he successfully captured the hearts of Tang Feifei and Tang Xuerong. But he never expected to be so successful that he directly turned Tang Xuerong into a yandere, to the extent that she could even kill her own sister. Little Shi, hurry up and say it. You don't want to marry fourth sister, right? Tang Xuerong's eyes flickered, as if the moment Tang Xianqi said yes, she could go against the whole world. But how could Tang Xianqi dare to respond to her? In the past few days, he had thought carefully and realized that although Tang Feifei was paralyzed, because of that, after marriage, he could just hire a nurse to take care of her. He could continue to have the Tang family's wealth, and no one would interfere with whatever he did. Just thinking about this life made him feel blissful. But Tang Xuerong was different. Her crazy love suffocated him. If in the future he became close to any woman, would she do something like kill him, then commit suicide? So, after a few seconds of rapid thought, he lowered his head and said, "Fifth sister, Dad didn't force me." "No." Tang Xuerong immediately interrupted him, her expression panicked. "Little Shi, tell the truth. You must have been forced." "I know it." Her tone suddenly became passionate. Her eyes seemed to want to swallow Tang Xianqi whole. "No, fifth sister, I really wasn't forced." Tang Xianqi felt a chill run down his spine under her gaze and quickly said again, "Agreeing to you now is being forced." "No, impossible." Faced with Tang Xianqi's denial again, Tang Xuerong still didn't want to face reality. She had even attempted to assassinate her own sister for the man she loved. But now Little She said no one forced him, that he willingly married fourth sister? Impossible. Tang Feifei was paralyzed. No one would willingly marry her. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. That's enough. Seeing that Tang Xuerong was still stubborn, Tang Jianrun didn't want to slap her anymore. With her current crazy appearance, which young master from a prominent family would dare to marry her? While everyone was troubled by Tang Xuerong, a familiar voice came from outside the door. Since fifth sister has a mental issue, for everyone's safety, why not find a psychiatrist to take a look at her? The Tang family members all looked towards the door. Tang Qingma was leaning against the door, looking indifferent. "Qingma, how come you?" Bai Hualian was a bit surprised. Tang Qingma seemed to have appeared out of nowhere. No one knew where he had just been. "When the hospital called, all of you left me behind, so I came by myself," Tang Qingma said, arms crossed over his chest, lying without a change in expression. But Bai Hualian immediately believed his words, even feeling guilty as she lowered her head. Bai Hualian regret value plus 200. Because when they left just now, indeed no one called Tang Qingma, as if he wasn't part of the family. But this had already become a common occurrence. Luckily, the Tang family treated him as transparent, so his early tracking of Tang Xuerong's actions went unnoticed. "Tang Qingma, it's all your fault. It's all because of you." As Tang Xuerong saw Tang Qingma's mocking expression, all the resentment in her heart surged up. Since she had failed to assassinate Tang Feifei, she at least wanted to drag Tang Qingma down with her. "Mom and Dad, the knife in my hand was given to me by Tang Qingma. He opened the door and let me out. That's how I had the chance to assassinate fourth sister." Tang Xuerong's agitated words made the Tang family turn to look at Tang Qingma. Bai Hualian opened her mouth to say something, but was interrupted by Tang Qingma's cold laugh. "So, without any evidence, I'm supposed to take the blame for you?" This situation had happened too many times. If it were in the past, the Tang family might have forced Tang Qingma to admit it immediately. But now they all dared not. Not for any other reason, mainly because Tang Qingma would fight back, and Lu Tianrun was right behind him watching. "What blame? What I said is all true." Tang Xuerong propped herself up with all her might, wanting to charge at Tang Qingma fiercely. But Lu Tianrun immediately stepped forward and pushed Tang Xuerong away. "Miss Tang, please conduct yourself with dignity." Seeing Lu Tianrun's protection, Tang Jianrun jumped out again and slapped her across the face. "You ungrateful girl, are you not embarrassed enough? How could she be so rude in front of the young master of the Lu family?" Tang Xuerong was knocked down again, but at this moment, she no longer cared about the bruises and swollen purple marks on her face. For a moment, she couldn't recognize Lu Tianrun's appearance, only feeling that he was protecting Tang Qingma, just as much a villain. "Who are you? Are you in cahoots with Tang Qingma? It's all because of you. All of you." As Lu Tianrun's expression grew increasingly grim, Tang Ruoling frowned and shouted, "Xuerong, stop it. Don't say any more. I'm not saying anything. It's clearly all Tang Qingma's fault. Why don't you hurry up and catch him?" Tang Xuerong's emotions grew more agitated, her face contorted like a madwoman. and Tang Qingma still leaned against the door, chuckling as he said, "See, she's already lost her mind. Clearly, she is infatuated with Tang Hongxi, jealous of fourth sister who can marry Tang Xianxi. She is the one who killed her, the knife was brought by her, and she walked the road to the hospital herself, yet now she says it's all my fault. Tisk tsk. It really is a habit, even with a messed up mind, she doesn't forget to push the blame onto me. But what then? If we let her be, will the eldest, second, and third sisters who get close to Tang Xianxi also be stabbed to death? Tang Ruoling and Tang Ali and Tang Meixin." It must be said that Tang Qingma's words indeed shocked the three sisters. They had already seen Tang Xuerong's mental state deteriorating today. If they let her be. Tang Qingma shook his head, smiling helplessly as he said, "Even if not, with her current crazy appearance, if other families see her." Ha ha, the face of the image-conscious Tang Jianrun instantly turned serious. Tang Qingma's words were not without reason. He had originally let Tang Xianxi take over because the fourth daughter had lost her value. Who would have thought that even the fifth daughter loved deeply, even going so far as to commit fratricide? And now she was acting crazy, if not dealt with promptly. Which family would she provoke in the future? At that time, the Tang family would be doomed. *Ali. Soon, Tang Jianrun made a decision. You contact a psychiatrist and help Xuerong find a hospital. Not only Tang Xuerong, but the Tang family and Bai Hualian were also taken aback. Bai Hualian immediately asked, "Master, are you planning to send Xuerong to a mental hospital?" Tang Ruoling also frowned, "Dad, what kind of place is a mental hospital? Xuerong will be ruined if she goes in. Isn't she already self-destructive now?" Tang Jianrun said angrily, "Look at her condition, would you dare to take her home?" Tang Ruoling, "Naturally, she wouldn't dare." Tang Xuerong had already attacked Tang Feifei, and her current mental state was very extreme and violent. If she were taken home and sneaked into the kitchen at midnight to grab a kitchen knife, just the thought was terrifying. But even so, Tang Ruoling was wondering if sending Tang Xuerong to a mental hospital was too severe. At that moment, Tang Xianxi stepped in to advise, "Eldest sister, Dad has his reasons for doing this, let's just listen to him." Now that Tang Xianxi saw such a terrifying sight of Tang Xuerong, of course, he didn't dare to live under the same roof with her. "Xiao Shi, what are you saying?" But upon hearing Tang Xianxi's words, Tang Xuerong widened her eyes in surprise. She had gone to kill Tang Feifei for him, but now Xiao Shi actually agreed with Tang Jianrun to send her to a mental hospital. Tang Xianxi was horrified by her stare and quickly said with cold sweat, "Fifth sister, don't worry, you go there and receive treatment well. After I finish dealing with the marriage with fourth sister, I will come to visit you." Marriage. Tang Xianxi's words once again stirred the pain in Tang Xuerong's heart, and she stood up excitedly. "No, I won't allow you to marry fourth sister." Fifth sister. Tang Xianxi was frightened by her reaction and hurriedly ran behind Bai Hualian. "I've done so much for you. How can you marry fourth sister?" Tang Xuerong's eyes were filled with red threads, glaring at Tang Xianxi without letting go. With her like this, who wouldn't be scared? It seems that saying more is useless. Tang Qingmo looked at this good show nearing its end and felt there was no need to watch any longer, so he glanced at Lu Tianrun. "Tianrun, help her calm down." "Yes." Lu Tianrun quickly came to Tang Xuerong's back and knocked her out with a swift chop. "Thank you for your help, young Master Lu. Aili, hurry up and contact the hospital." Tang Jianrun didn't want Tang Xuerong to continue embarrassing herself, so he immediately instructed Tang Aili to call someone to take her away. Bai Hualian said sadly, "Master, please reconsider. Stop talking. Not reporting her to the police is already the greatest mercy. Hurry up and take her away." Lu Tianrun's strength wasn't very great, and about 40 minutes later, Tang Xuerong woke up. At the same time, the personnel from the mental hospital that Tang Aili contacted arrived on the scene. "Let go of me. Who are you?" They swiftly put a straitjacket on Tang Xuerong and forcibly tied her up. "Dad, Mom, Xiao Shi, eldest sister, second sister, third sister, help me." Even though Tang Xuerong cried out for help, the Tang family members ignored her and just watched as she was taken into the white vehicle. But just as Tang Xuerong was being pushed into the car, she suddenly saw Tang Qingma smirking and mouthing the words, "Deserved it. Tang Qingma, it's you. Everything is your doing." However, even though Tang Xuerong shouted randomly, any of her actions were already considered as losing control of her mind. "I will kill you. I will kill you." In that moment, Tang Xuerong seemed to have an epiphany. It was as if everything that had happened since Tang Feifei suddenly became paralyzed was premeditated. Whether it was making Tang Jianrun marry Tang Feifei and Tang Xianxi, calling the Lu family head to deny Tang Xianxi's identity, and then exposing her liking for Tang Xianqi on the spot. And that knife, the hints and the words, leading her to stab Tang Feifei, etc. Everything. Was it all planned by Tang Qingma? In that instant, Tang Xuerong wanted to break free from those people's restraints, wanting to drag Tang Qingma down to hell with her. But as an ordinary person who wasn't even a martial artist, how could she escape the strength of several people? Moreover, even if she shouted randomly, any action was already considered as being mentally unstable. The Tang family members, seeing her so mad, couldn't help but step back in fear, afraid she would rush over and hurt them. Only Tang Qingmo remained smiling, looking at them with a mocking gaze. This made Tang Xuerong's emotions even more extreme, and she once again tried to break free. It's all because of you. It's all because of you. The hospital staff finally took out a sedative and injected it into Tang Xuerong's neck. You, go die. The sedative worked well. Within 10 seconds, Tang Xuerong fell into a deep sleep, allowing them to successfully place her into the white car. Just like that, she was taken away. Ailey, the hospital you called really has no issues, right? Bai Hualian still felt a bit worried about Tang Xuerong's condition and couldn't help but ask. Tang Ailey nodded. Don't worry, Mom, I know the doctor's inside, and I will make sure they take good care of Xuerong. That's good. Tang Ailey was the most outstanding among all her children. Although she was currently suspended, she still held a significant place in Bai Hualian's heart. Tang Xianqi saw the crazed Tang Xuerong being taken away and finally breathed a sigh of relief, but he still worriedly said, Fifth sister, I didn't expect her to. I wonder how she's doing inside. Xiaoxi, you don't need to worry too much. Tang Meixin stepped forward and patted his shoulder. Second sister said she would instruct the doctors to take good care of Xuerong. She will recover soon. Tang Ruoling also said, That's right, Xiaoxi, don't think too much. If you're worried, we can visit her another day. Eldest sister, third sister, I understand. Tang Xianqi smiled. However, in the midst of this warm scene, Tang Jianrun felt a surge of dissatisfaction. In such a short time, so many major events had occurred in the usually smooth-sailing Tang family. His mood grew heavy. Moreover, Tang Feifei and Tang Xuerong, one mad and one injured, were both because of Tang Xianqi. If it weren't for seeking revenge on Tang Xianqi, Tang Feifei wouldn't have climbed the wall and fallen from the third floor. If it weren't for her infatuation with Tang Xianqi, Tang Xuerong wouldn't have gone mad and attempted to kill her own sister. But thinking of this made Tang Jianrun feel a bit of a headache, and he didn't want to think any further. After watching Tang Xuerong being taken away, Tang Qingmo lost interest in staying to watch the Tang family's warm family performance. System, give me the address of that hospital. Okay. Host, do you want to visit Tang Xuerong? The system asked. Tang Qingma sneered, of course, sending her to the hospital is just the first step. The real show is yet to come. He turned his head and saw Lu Tianrun with a dazed expression. Tianrun, are you okay? Ha! Since watching Tang Xuerong being taken away by the hospital staff, Lu Tianrun had been standing there in a daze, seemingly shocked by the impact of those scenes. After all, he and Lu Zhaozhao had always been well protected by Lu Rongxing, so they probably had no chance to see a madman and those who catch madmen. You seem tired. Are you alright? Tang Qingma gently patted his shoulder. I'm fine, just a bit surprised. Lu Tianren couldn't help but cover his mouth with his palm, his face looking pale. He had only been with Tang Qingma for less than 12 hours and had already seen so many things that challenged his worldview and left him feeling overwhelmed. Tang Qingma simply displayed a bright smile and said, Then go back and rest well, you'll see more in the future. Lu Tianren. Ha! It was already nearly 3:30 in the morning, and the Tang family was extremely exhausted due to Tang Xuerong's incident. Even though there were only a few hours until dawn, they wanted to go back and get some sleep. Young Master Lu, if you don't mind, please come back with us. Tang Jianrun, having forgotten about Tang Qingma when he arrived, now treated him with great courtesy. Lu Tianren simply asked flatly, Of course, I hope to hitch a ride with the Tang family head. But the Tang family head wouldn't forget that Tang Xiao is also going back, right? His implication was to address the family's earlier oversight of Tang Qingma. Of course, I would never forget. Tang Jianrun smiled awkwardly and immediately looked at Tang Qingma with a flattering expression. Qingma, why don't you get in the car with young Master Lu? I'll drive you both back. Tang Qingma replied, Oh? I didn't expect the head of the Tang family to rarely offer me a ride. Alright, I'll accept it. After saying that, she didn't even glance at Tang Jianrun and the others, walking straight into the car that Lu Tianren had driven over. Next, aside from Tang Ailey needing to report to the dean's office and Bai Hualian staying behind out of concern for Tang Feifei's injuries, the rest chose to return to the Tang family home. Once back at the villa, Tang Qingma told Lu Tianren to rest in the adjacent room. Lu Tianren didn't refuse. The scene of Tang Xuerong shouting and then being taken away was still fresh in his memory. and he was well aware that the person responsible for this situation was Tang Qingma. Returning to the room prepared for him at the Tang family, Lu Tianrun immediately took out his phone and sent a message about what had just happened to Lu Rongxing. The next morning. Today, Wang Ma was at work, and the Tang family could finally enjoy a hearty breakfast. Having only Wang Ma as the servant was clearly insufficient, prompting Tang Jianrun and Tang Ruoling to decide to quickly recruit new servants and a housekeeper. Of course, Tang Jianrun also wanted Lu Tianrun to join them for breakfast, but he was refused. "I'm a bodyguard, I can't eat with my employer." Seeing Lu Tianrun's serious demeanor, Tang Jianrun didn't insist further. Tang Qingma ignored them, finishing the meat buns prepared by Wang Ma before heading off to school. Now, Lu Tianrun was his driver, and the car was also provided by the Lu family, so there was no need to leave with the other Tang family members, avoiding the discomfort of being in the same space. After dropping Tang Qingma off at school, Lu Tianrun was free to move about. "Young Master Tang, I'll head back to the academy for a bit. You can contact me if anything comes up." "Alright, I'll go to the address you gave me after school." Be mentally prepared. Tang Qingma handed Lu Tianrun a note. "What is this?" Lu Tianrun took the note and was startled to see it was the address of a mental hospital. As soon as Tang Qingma walked into the classroom, the somewhat noisy sounds inside immediately quieted down. All the classmates turned to look at Tang Qingma, their expressions mostly filled with fear and curiosity. Tang Qingma glanced around the classroom and noticed that there were fewer people compared to last Friday. He curled his lips into a smile and returned to his seat under everyone's gaze. Due to the revelation of the campus bullying incident last Friday, the principal had already issued a notice to the entire school, specifically criticizing students like Zhang Ling. Tang Qingma's desk and chair had also been replaced with brand new ones. However, as he sat down, whispers began to spread among the classmates. "Have you heard? The one who bullied Tang Qingma, young Master Zhang Ling, seems to have died." "What? The news says he died in a car accident, but my cousin works there and said it was an old abandoned car that suddenly came out and hit him. All the surveillance footage from the roadside was blurred, and they still don't know who the culprit is." A couple of days ago, Zhang Ling's father was also taken away by the police, said to be related to an incident from 5 years ago. No way. Then the Zhang family is finished? Already finished. Now the Zhang family's house and company are sealed off by the relevant authorities, and those involved have been called in for questioning. And not just the Zhang family, I heard the homeroom teacher was also dismissed by the principal and was found in an alley at night, with all his limbs broken. Weren't there a few people in the class who had bullied Tang, young master? They seem to have also suffered serious injuries at home for no reason, all on the same night, and they're still lying in the hospital. This is too eerie. Could it be that Tang, young master, did it? He's not a martial artist, how could it be him? They say it was just random injuries, and no one knows what happened. Do you think something is trying to take revenge on young Master Tang? Don't say that. I'm most afraid of these unnatural things. No wonder there seem to be fewer people in the classroom today, so that's how it is. A lot of whispers spread through the classroom. Since Tang Qingma began his training, his senses had become sharper, and he could naturally hear what his classmates were saying. After the incident last Friday, everyone was too afraid to provoke Tang Qingma casually. Of course, except for a certain unkillable cockroach. "Brother, why didn't you wait for me before coming to school?" Tang Xianqi rushed into the classroom and quickly ran to Tang Qingma's side. "I know you don't like me, but you can't just leave me to sit alone in a car. I almost got late." His words hinted that Tang Qingma was selfish, hogging a car to school, which forced him to think of other ways to get there. This was also a tactic he often used to deal with the original owner at school. Previously, Tang Xianqi only needed to speak ill of the original owner in the classroom, and some classmates who had a good relationship with him and had received benefits would join in to blame the original owner. The goal was to isolate the original owner and provide them with a reason to bully him. However, Tang Xianqi had just returned and hadn't noticed that there were fewer people in the classroom today. Moreover, he had just been beaten up a couple of days ago, and his injuries weren't even healed yet he came back to show off. Tang Qingma admired his spirit. The system also said, maybe because he feels capable at school? Without saying a word, Tang Qingma stood up and walked towards Tang Xianqi, throwing a punch at his abdomen. Bang! Wow! The classmates in the classroom were startled by Tang Qingma's action. Tang Xianqi immediately clutched his stomach, the impact of the punch making him feel nauseous, his legs weakly retreating, almost falling to the ground. Bro, how could you? Ah! Bang! Another punch hit his face, knocking him to the ground. Although Tang Qingma's character had changed a lot these days, how dare he act out in front of so many people in the classroom? Tang Xianqi's regret value plus 200. This is the price of your careless words. Tang Qingma pulled out a handkerchief from his pocket to wipe his hands. If you think I wouldn't dare to do anything to you at school, then you're gravely mistaken. Also, if you think you can make me the target of everyone's scorn like usual, you're wrong. Don't you think there are fewer people in the classroom today? When Tang Qingma mentioned it, Tang Xianqi immediately looked around the classroom and indeed noticed several classmates were missing. And those classmates were the ones who usually joined him in blaming and bullying Tang Qingma. Why haven't they returned yet, with class time approaching? Tang Qingma, by the way, the one who sent me to school this morning was clearly the young master of the Lu family, and the car was also from the Lu family. Why did you say I used the Tang family's car? Lu family? Is it the Lu family of the martial arts world? Tang Qingma's words surprised the classmates in the class. The Lu family was one of the top martial arts families in the Magic City, and the head of the Lu family was also the president of the Martial Arts Association. Their status and position were not something these ordinary wealthy families could compare to. Tang Xianqi's regret value plus 200. Tang Xianqi felt embarrassed after being exposed but still forced himself to say, "So, brother, you took the young master's car today. Why didn't you say so earlier?" "I thought." "No," Tang Qingma interrupted him, "since I took the Lu family's car, why did you say I used the family car alone? What are your intentions?" Tang Xianqi stepped back in fright, hurriedly explaining, "No, I'm sorry, because we were short a car at home, so I thought it was brother." Tang Xianqi's regret value plus 200. "So," Tang Qingma said coldly, "you, the fake young master, don't even draft your lies, do you?" Tang Xuanqi immediately turned to look at his classmates in the classroom. Normally, there might be some people who had benefited from him coming forward to speak on his behalf, but now the ones present were merely bystanders who loved to watch the drama and did not favor either side. Their gazes towards Tang Xuanqi had also turned suspicious and serious. "Bro, bang!" Before he could finish, Tang Qingma punched him on the other side of his face, creating a symmetrical bruise. Tang Xuanqi's face was hit again. Tang Xuanqi's regret value plus 200. "Please don't pretend to be familiar with me anymore. I have no interest in playing house with the fake who replaced my 18 years of life." He really wanted to stab him to death, but such a simple death would not truly avenge the original owner. What a pity. Tang Xuanqi painfully returned to his seat, clearly failing in his usual tactics against Tang Qingma. Not only that, whispers began to circulate in the classroom again, but this time they were directed at him. Speaking of which, Tang Xuanqi is clearly a fake young master. How did he manage to be so high profile in front of the real one? Shameless. Doesn't he often say that Tang Xiao bullies him at home? But I clearly saw him telling Zhang Ling and the others to take action against Tang Xiao. Truly shameless. The real one is back, yet he still occupies the other's position. Better keep your distance from him. What if you get caught up in his rhythm and believe his lies? That would be troublesome. In just a few short minutes, Tang Xuanqi was being criticized by his classmates just like the former Tang Qingma. Scoundrel! That wretched Tang Qingma! Listening to the laughter and whispers coming from the classroom, Tang Xuanqi felt humiliated and lowered his head, revealing a look of hatred and resentment from an unnoticed angle. His good image at school over the years had been ruined by Tang Qingma. Of course, Tang Xuanqi was also curious why his friends, who usually got along well with him, had not come to class. He immediately contacted them secretly, but no one replied. Not only that, some friends even blocked him. What on earth was going on? In fact, the Zhang family incident had caused quite a stir on the school forum, but due to several events happening in the Tang family over the past 2 days, Tang Xuanqi had no mood or time to log into the forum. Until now, finally, a friend who had benefited from him quite a bit forwarded the information circulating on the forum to him and also mentioned that he had suddenly been injured and planned to transfer schools. After saying that, he also blocked Tang Xuanqi. Tang Xuanqi opened the message and was immediately shocked. What? Zhang Ling is dead? His dad was arrested? The Zhang family is gone. What's going on? Moreover, besides the Zhang family, Wu Dedong was dismissed by the school and was later found in an alley, missing hands and feet, ruining his life. And those classmates who had bullied Tang Qingma with him before had also suffered serious injuries at home for no reason, which was why they hadn't come to school today. How could this be possible? Tang Xuanqi immediately turned to look at Tang Qingma as if he had seen a ghost. He saw the other person expressionlessly organizing his books, then boredly twirling a pencil. Could it be Tang Qingma's doing? No, impossible. The forum said all the incidents happened at midnight. Someone like Tang Qingma, a useless person, sneaking into someone else's house in the middle of the night, how could he not make a sound? Not to mention that so many people were injured on the same night. Tang Qingma couldn't possibly be the culprit. But if that's the case, could it be the work of a ghost? Thinking of this, Tang Xuanqi felt goosebumps all over. Classmates, it's time for class, everyone return to your seats and stop talking. Just as his brain was about to explode, a female voice came from outside the classroom door. It was Zhao Yan, who usually taught them math. Dear students, before we start class, I have an announcement to make. Mentor Wu Dedong has resigned for personal reasons, so I will be taking over as the class teacher. Zhao Yan's words immediately caused the students below to murmur. After all, everyone knew that Wu Dedong had been dismissed by the school due to last Friday's incident. Ignoring the whispers, Zhao Yan cheerfully said, with just a few months until the exams, I hope you all won't let Mr. Wu's situation affect your mood. I will do my best to assist you. Zhao Yan had a bright personality and treated all students equally, so there were no objections to her replacing Wu Dedong. Alright, if there are no questions, let's get started. I believe many of you will soon be choosing your preferred schools, and recently more students have been opting to apply to the Martial Arts Academy, so today I will introduce it to you. The Martial Arts Academy? Tang Qingma, who had planned to slack off until class ended, immediately opened her eyes upon hearing the familiar term and looked towards the blackboard. As more and more people aspire to become martial artists, the admission requirements for the Martial Arts Academy are also becoming increasingly stringent. In Huagua, the era of martial arts is flourishing, and martial artists are held in high regard. The Martial Arts Academy is a prestigious institution dedicated to training outstanding martial artists, holding a status higher than many universities. Generally, there are two ways to enter the academy. One is to enroll like an ordinary student through examinations. As long as the results are satisfactory and the test values for vitality meet the standards, one can gain admission to the corresponding academy. The other way is for those with exceptional talent discovered by a mentor at a young age. If they pass the mentor's application, they can be admitted as a student and nurtured from a young age. The original protagonist was fortunate to be discovered by the head of the Demon Martial Academy at the age of 6 while in an orphanage and was brought to the academy. However, later on, when the alien beasts invaded, the head had to manage work while also fighting against the beasts, which was overwhelming. Just then, the academy's mentor, Fairy Qi Yang, recognized the protagonist's talent and actively applied to the head to take the protagonist as a student. At that time, Fairy Qi Yang was the most outstanding mentor in the entire Demon Martial Academy and had 7 direct female disciples. The head thought she was a good choice, so the protagonist was accepted into Qian Hall. But then, there was no more after that. A month later, when the Heavenly Dao was invaded, Fairy Qi Yang somehow recruited a little junior brother, instantly becoming the darling of Qian Hall. Meanwhile, the protagonist was wronged and slandered in various ways, tortured by the mentor and the 7 senior sisters, and ultimately expelled from the academy 3 months ago. Currently, there are 2 of the best martial arts academies in Huagua. One is the Yanqing Martial Arts Academy located in the capital, Yanjing. The other is the Demon City Martial Arts Academy, abbreviated as Demon Martial, which is where the protagonist grew up. Although other martial arts academies also have good qualifications, in terms of faculty and training resources, these 2 martial arts academies are the best. Therefore, they are the institutions that many martial arts students dream of entering. We will start applying for schools next week. This is your future path, so you all need to think carefully about which school you want to apply to. Zhao Yan distributed the collected information on key academies to the students. Then, as if remembering something, she said excitedly, by the way, I have a little insider information. I heard that the Demon Martial Academy recently recruited a very powerful female mentor who has been fighting against alien beasts for years and has reached the 8th rank. Many students want to apply to the Demon Martial Academy this year because of her, so if you're interested, you can search online. Zhao Yan's words sparked a lively discussion among the students in the classroom. If they could get into the Martial Arts Academy and become a martial artist, it would certainly allow ordinary people to stand out. But for these second-generation rich kids from non-martial families, getting into any school would still allow them to excel without worrying about their future. But the rich second generation also cares about face. If they can get into an excellent school, it will allow them to show off even more when they are out. The system looked at the writing on the blackboard and weakly said, "Host, about your application." Tang Qingma calmly interrupted it. "You don't need to worry. I will apply to the Magic Martial Academy." Besides seeking revenge for the original owner and collecting regret points, the Magic Martial Academy is also one of the top martial arts academies in Huagua, and since it is in this city, it is naturally his choice. Really? That's great. The system was very excited. But before that, I need to win first and make a name for myself. Generally, students who enter the academy for training from a young age can break through to become martial artists by the age of 15. becoming someone above others. But the original owner, after joining the Chiang Hall, had been living a life where he couldn't cultivate and was bullied, which led to him not breaking through to become a martial artist until now. Tang Qingma slightly curled his lips and began to plot his revenge against the Chiang Hall. After a whole day of classes, Tang Qingma quickly left the classroom. Now his study career only has a few months left, and the classmates in the class are all bystanders who did not help when the original owner was bullied, so Tang Qingma completely does not need to build good relationships with them. However, while walking in the corridor, he saw two familiar figures. "Hey, Jingchen, where are you planning to go?" As soon as Tang Qingma left the classroom, he saw Song Junxian and Su Jingchen from the next class. In response to Song Junxian's question, Su Jingchen simply said flatly, "Wherever the young master wants to go, I will go." "Don't! With your grades in realm, you can easily get into Yenwu and magic martial, right?" Song Junxian said self-deprecatingly. "Unlike me, just a rich second-generation waste, I will only go to some ordinary place in the future, just passing through life casually." Su Jingchen. And when Song Junxian looked up, he happened to meet Tang Qingma's gaze. "Yo, isn't this the young master of the Tang family? Are you going to find young master Lu to serve you now?" He immediately switched to a mocking tone. "That's great, to have the famous Lu Tianren as your bodyguard, even I can't do that." In the face of his sarcastic tone, Tang Qingma just asked, "How do you know, young master Song?" "Because my Song family's intelligence network is powerful. Nothing in Magic City can escape my Song family's eyes." When it came to this, Song Junxian was very proud. However, Tang Qingma silently looked at Su Jingchen behind him. It seems that it was the information he collected. Lu Tianren only became his bodyguard yesterday afternoon, but Song Junxian knew so quickly. Just as he said, "What excellent intelligence capability. Hey, where are you looking?" Song Junxian noticed Tang Qingma's gaze on Su Jingchen and suddenly felt a bit displeased. "Nothing, I was just wondering where young master Song plans to go to school." Tang Qingma changed the subject. According to the original development, Song Junxian would be recommended to the Magic Martial Academy as a powerful and excellent martial artist and establish a friendship with the original owner. But at this moment, he, who had achieved nothing, sneered, "Where to go? It doesn't matter. Anyway, my family is rich, so what if I don't go to school? My mom also said I can do whatever I want." Song Junxian said it as a matter of course, which was very much in line with his identity as a spoiled rich kid. If an ordinary person heard his words, they would definitely be filled with envy or jealousy. But Tang Qingma found it amusing. He really is so oblivious to being bullied like this, still helping others count money. So that's how it is. It seems that young Master Song's parents really pamper you. What? Tang Qingma's words made Song Junxian frown, and Su Jingchen behind him couldn't help but look at him. After all, this concerns the future of the child. Tang Qingma chuckled and said, "But even so, young Master Song's parents don't seem to care. By the way, young Master Song's mother seems to be an adoptive mother? What exactly do you want to say?" Song Qianjun detected the sarcasm in Tang Qingma's words and stepped forward, grabbing his collar with a fierce gaze. "It's nothing, I just think our parents are essentially quite similar." Tang Qingma coldly brushed off Song Qianjuan's hand and slowly straightened his wrinkled collar. "To me, they are hypocritical and contemptuous, while to you, they are indifferent and suffocating with affection." "You!" Song Qianjun immediately recognized the sarcasm in Tang Qingma's words and clenched his fists, swinging them in his direction. But Tang Qingma merely tilted his head slightly, easily dodging the punch, and in the next moment, raised his leg and kicked hard at Song Qianjuan's abdomen. Pain and nausea surged in Song Qianjuan's stomach, and he clutched his abdomen in agony, his body losing balance and stumbling back a few steps, nearly falling to the ground. "You! How dare you do this to me?" He gritted his teeth, glaring at Tang Qingma. He had never anticipated that his attack would be dodged, nor that the other party would retaliate. "Because young Master Song attacked me, how could I just stand there and let you hit me?" Tang Qingma scoffed, waving his hand. But just as he was about to step closer to Song Qianjun, the previously silent Su Jingchen moved. "That's enough, young Master Tang." Su Jingchen positioned himself behind Song Qianjun, speaking coldly, "If you continue to be disrespectful to the young master, I won't allow it." "Jingchen!" Song Qianjun looked at Su Jingchen's back, deeply moved. But the next moment, he heard Tang Qingma say in disbelief, "No, you should have come to stop me when I kicked him." Song Qianjun, it seems he has a point? Why didn't Su Jingchen come to stop him when Tang Qingma kicked him? Su Jingchen turned his head away. "Ha, it seems you're also disappointed by Song Qianjuan's foolish remarks." Tang Qingma looked at Song Qianjun, who was dazed like a fool, shaking his head helplessly. TSK. That makes sense, you're a martial artist with a decent level, yet you have to follow a foolish young master into an ordinary academy. You must have some feelings about that. Song Chen-jun immediately exclaimed, "What are you talking about? If Jingchen can get into the martial arts academy, I certainly won't stop him, but your adoptive mother will stop him," Tang Qingma interrupted with a scoff. "Do you really not understand, or are you just deceiving yourself? Su Jingchen is the person your biological mother left for you, not under the control of your adoptive mother. Since you have no intention of applying to the martial arts academy, how could your bodyguard not follow you?" After hearing Tang Qingma's words, Song Qianjun looked at Su Jingchen in surprise. "Is that true, Jingchen?" Su Jingchen was his biological mother's personal bodyguard, and they had grown up together. In Song Qianjun's heart, Su Jingchen was more important than a brother or a friend. If he ruined his future because of himself, Su Jingchen silently glanced at Tang Qingma, then turned to look at Song Qianjun, politely bowing his head. "Don't worry, young master, wherever you go, I will willingly follow." In that moment, Song Qianjun's heart felt as if it had been struck hard by something. So it turns out, he really was the fool hindering Su Jingchen? Song Qianjun's regret value plus 500. Song Qianjun's regret value plus 500. Song Qianjun's regret value plus 500. A large amount of regret value continued to accumulate, followed by a severe pain in his head. Ah! Song Qianjun cried out in pain, clutching his head. It felt as if something was trying to tear his brain apart. "Young master, what's wrong?" Seeing Song Qianjun suddenly in pain, Su Jingchen changed his previously cold demeanor and hurriedly stepped forward to assess the situation. Tang Qingma also felt it was strange, but he was more concerned about the regret value that Song Qianjun was generating. "Wow, I didn't expect to regret saying just a few words to him like this. I should have gone to take advantage of him earlier." Tang Qingma also regretted it. He should have gone to find Song Qianjun long ago. "System, host, this is not the time to talk about that." Song Qianjun seemed to be in excruciating pain. Ahm. "Young master, what's wrong? Where do you feel pain?" At this moment, Song Qianjun's eyes were filled with red veins, shouting in agony from the pain in his head. However, strangely, his body suddenly emitted a bizarre aura. Tang Qingma was also stunned. Song Qianjun's aura had changed. He suddenly revealed a fierce gaze filled with killing intent. Despite the pain in his head, his body was still trembling, yet it released a powerful force of vitality. Yes, killing intent. It was impossible for the current, rewritten life of the foolish Song Qianjun, who had never been exposed to any martial arts, to release killing intent. Song Qianjun pressed one hand against his head, while the other clenched into a fist. His blood-red eyes stared at Tang Qingma, then he softly uttered, "You. Who are you?" Tang Qingma was taken aback by his sudden question, and Su Chenjing, who was supporting him, was equally astonished, showing an expression of disbelief. "Young master, you. System, oh, host." The system's surprised voice echoed in his mind. I suddenly detected a powerful fluctuation from Song Qianjun. "It's completely different from his usual self." Tang Qingma silently replied, "I noticed it too." He looked at Song Qianjun, whose eyes were red and whose expression was twisted in pain, and suddenly cupped his hands, smiling politely. "My name is Tang Qingma. I am the young master of the Tang family. Young master Song, please take care of me." Tang Qingma. Song Qianjun slowly called out the name, then his eyes went dark, and he collapsed to the ground. "Young master." Su Jingchen immediately became anxious and supported him, only relaxing when he saw that the other had merely fainted. At this moment, Tang Qingma stepped forward and asked, "Does your young master often faint like this?" Su Jingchen. In that instant, Song Qianjun's aura was completely different from usual. It was as if it was the way he was meant to be. Could it be? Seeing Su Jingchen fall silent, Tang Qingma did not press further. He simply took out a pen and a notepad from his pants pocket and wrote down a string of numbers. "This is my contact number. This isn't a good place to talk. Let's find a time to discuss it later." Su Jingchen silently took the note, finally nodding at Tang Qingma before carrying the unconscious Song Qianjun to the infirmary. Tang Qingma didn't say much. He left the school building and walked towards the luxury car of the Lu family that was waiting at the school gate. "Sorry, Tianrun, there was a bit of a situation at school just now." As soon as he entered the car, Tang Qingma said to Lu Tianrun, who was in the driver's seat. "Lu Tianrun, it's fine, young master Tang. I'll take you to your destination now." "Okay, thank you." During the drive, Tang Qingma, who had been looking at the scenery, suddenly asked Lu Tianrun, "Tianrun, what do you think of young master Song?" "Young master Song?" Lu Tianrun, who was focused on driving, felt it was strange. "Are you referring to the legitimate son of the Song family or the son born to the current Mrs. Song?" "The legitimate son, he's my classmate in the next class." Hearing Lu Tianrun say this, it seemed that everyone outside knew about the internal matters of the Song family. If it's the eldest young master of the Song family, I just feel it's a pity, Lu Tianren said flatly. A pity? I heard my father mention that when the eldest young master was 6 years old, a mentor from the martial arts academy said he had an extremely high talent. It's a pity that afterward, Mrs. Song passed away, and the head of the Song family suddenly married her younger sister, neglecting the affairs of the Song family. Almost a year later, when father went to the Song family again to discuss business, he found that all the servants had been replaced by Madame Song, and the young master of the Song family had also been spoiled. So that's how it is, Tang Qingma nodded. He had already learned this information from the system and found nothing new. However, at this moment, Lu Tianren continued, but although the head of the Song family seems indifferent to the young master, it doesn't seem like he is completely clueless. Tang Qingma raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? I heard that when the head of the Song family wanted to marry the current Madame Song, he suddenly issued a family announcement in will, stating that all the affairs of the Song group would be entrusted to the young master. All affairs? Yes, currently the Song group is managed by an old minister who worked alongside the head of the Song family and his wife, and after the announcement was made, even if he married the current Madame Song, she would have no right to interfere with the Song group. Because of this announcement, even if Song Qianjun's adoptive mother replaced the servants with her own people and spoiled Song Qianjun, she could not completely sideline him from the entire Song group. So my father said back then that the head of the Song family really loves his children, Lu Tianren said with a faint smile. Tang Qingma, is that really the case? If it were before, Tang Qingma might have believed this statement, but after seeing Song Qianjun's appearance just now, he hesitated a bit. Tang Qingma asked, System, is what Lu Tianren just said true? Yes, host. Is there a problem? Because the development of the plot in Song Qianjun being spoiled, as well as the infiltration of the family by that adoptive mother, were quite similar, the system did not see any issues. Tang Qingma continued to ask, can you confirm that the head of the Song family has been in a state of decline for 12 years without any change? Yes. Ever since the heavenly path was violated, the head of the Song family has locked himself in his room, indulging in despair, and hasn't even returned to the company. His subordinates have advised him many times. After a while, they probably got tired of it, so those subordinates no longer cared about him and went to find Su Jingchen for any issues. The system did not understand these family struggles, so it thought these details were unimportant. But for Tang Qingma, there were significant problems. How could the head of the Song family, who had been in decline, suddenly issue an announcement in will that would affect the entire Song family? And the aura that Song Qianjun had just released, which was completely different from usual. It seemed he really needed to find a time to have a good talk with Su Jingchen. Asterisk at this moment, in the infirmary. After Song Qianjun fainted, Su Jingchen had been sitting beside the hospital bed, waiting for him to wake up. Soon, Song Qianjun's fingers and eyelids began to twitch, and a sharp gaze slowly emerged, making Su Jingchen nervously stand up. Young master, are you okay? I'm fine. Song Qianjun's voice sounded a bit weak, but his tone was cold. That person just now. His name is Tang Qingma? Yes, he is the real young master of the Tang family who has been causing a stir online these past few days, Su Jingchen replied. He just told me about the martial arts academy, right? Song Qianjun felt a severe headache, and the images before his eyes gradually became blurry, so he gritted his teeth. Yes, today the teacher said we would soon fill out our college application forms. As soon as Song Qianjun heard this, he grabbed Su Jingchen's hand and said with difficulty, Jingchen, when the time comes, no matter what is written on my application form, you must change it to the Demon Martial Academy when you submit it. No matter what was written on the form. Song Qianjun's words seemed to anticipate that his application would be altered, reminding Su Jingchen. Su Jingchen immediately nodded. Please rest assured, young master. I will. Jingchen, I'm sorry, I have to. Before he could finish, Song Qianjun's face turned pale, his eyes suddenly closed, and he once again tried to faint. Young master, these years have made you suffer. Young master, Su Jingchen nervously observed the other person's condition, but before he could check, Song Qianjun opened his eyes again. Where is this? He looked dazed, as if he didn't know what had happened. However, he quickly remembered the confrontation with Tang Qingma in the corridor. Where's that bastard Tang Qingma? I remember he kicked me. I want revenge. I want to kick him twice. Song Qianjun tried to get up from the bed but couldn't move vigorously due to the pain in his abdomen. Seeing this, Su Jingchen's earlier worry turned back to his usual indifference. Young master, you fainted after being kicked by young master Tang. He has already gone back. That damn Tang Qingma. How dare he treat me like this? I want to go home and tell my mother. The mother he referred to was his adoptive mother. Usually, when Song Qianjun suffered any grievances, he would go back and tell her, and then his adoptive mother would comfort and praise him, allowing Song Qianjun to completely sink into a warm and beautiful state. Seeing that Song Qianjun was fine, Su Jingchen said, since young master is awake, let's go back. Okay. Song Qianjun felt like he had forgotten something, but seeing Su Jingchen's calm demeanor, he didn't think much of it and endured the pain in his abdomen as he left. On the other side, Tang Qingma also arrived at the designated place in the morning under Lu Tianren's driving. Pukong Mental Hospital. This is a place specifically for the treatment of mental patients, and anyone with money can enter. Young Master Tang, are you here to visit Miss Tangwo? After getting out of the car, Lu Tianren observed his surroundings. It was his first time at a mental hospital, and his previous stereotypical impression of such places came from horror games or TV dramas, which depicted them as eerie and dirty. Now, upon looking, he found that the environment here was brighter and cleaner than he had imagined. Noticing Lu Tianren's thoughts, Tang Qingma smiled. After all, it's a place for the wealthy, so it has to look nice on the surface. The two walked into the lobby, and after Tang Qingma spoke a few words with the nurse at the front desk, she immediately picked up the internal phone. It's Mr. Tang with a reservation, right? Dr. Chen has already informed me. I will take you to the room now. Tang Qingma smiled lightly. Thank you. Lu Tianren felt puzzled, not understanding what the other party had reserved, but he still followed along. The three entered an elevator, and the nurse pressed a red button, but the elevator suddenly descended underground. When the door opened, it was completely different from the bright environment just now. The elevator door connected to a long, dark corridor lit by dim green lights, which looked very eerie. This way, young masters, please. The nurse seemed completely unfazed, calmly leading Tang Qingma and Lu Tianren deeper into the corridor. On both sides of the corridor were several rooms with an unknown liquid splattered on the doors, and Lu Tianren couldn't help but swallow hard, following behind Tang Qingma. Young Master Tang, are we going to see Tang Xuerong? Tang Qingma said cheerfully. But this place, it looked just like a scene from a horror game. But didn't Tang Ali say last night that she knew Dr. Chen here? Since they were acquaintances, how could Tang Xuerong be in such a dark and terrifying place? Then he heard Tang Qingma cheerfully say, because I paid Dr. Chen to arrange for Tang Xuerong to be here. Just as Lu Tianren was pondering, the nurse had already arrived at one of the doors, entered a password, and opened it. As soon as the door opened, a familiar scream echoed out. Inside the room, there was a glass wall separating them, and Tang Xuerong was seen wearing a white outfit inside the wall. She was tied to a bed, letting out a heart-wrenching scream. Beside him stood a man dressed in a doctor's coat, wearing a mask and a cap, holding a syringe-like object in his hand, injecting it into Tang Xuerong's arm. This is a muscle relaxant that will cause Miss Xuerong's muscles to contract powerfully. It might hurt a bit. From the position of Tang Qingma and Lu Tianren, they could hear the man's voice was a bit excited and agitated, carefully observing Tang Xuerong's reaction. Seconds later, Tang Xuerong's pupils suddenly widened, her muscles were contracting. A large number of blood vessels emerged simultaneously. In the state of muscle contraction, the nerves sent intense pain. At that moment, the nurse opened the microphone in front and said, Dr. Chen, young Master Tang and young Master Lu have arrived. Her voice reached inside the glass wall, and the man immediately put down the syringe in his hand and ran towards the door like an excited child. Is it young Master Tang? I finally get to meet you in person today. Dr. Chen took off his cap and mask, revealing a young and capable face that looked like an excellent doctor, and he actively extended his hand to Tang Qingma. Tang Qingma politely shook his hand. Hello, Dr. Chen, we just finished our phone call last night. Dr. Chen also looked at Lu Tianren beside him, his smile radiant. You must be young Master Lu. I didn't expect to have the honor of meeting you. He extended his hand to him as well. Lu Tianren, what to do? Just thinking about the fact that this hand had just injected an unknown liquid into Tang Xuerong made him hesitant to touch it. Hello, but out of politeness, he still reached out to shake his fingertips, then immediately let go. Tang Qingma secretly laughed at Lu Tianren's reaction, then looked back at Dr. Chen. Dr. Chen, can you tell us the specific situation? Sure, young Master Tang. Dr. Chen excitedly spun around and began to immerse himself in his own world. Miss Xuerong was brought in during the early morning. At that time, she was still a bit agitated, and I was afraid she would hurt herself, so I tied her up and injected a sedative. I see, Lu Tianren murmured. Looking at it this way, Dr. Chen seemed quite normal. Then he heard the other party say, after all, if her body gets hurt, I won't be able to conduct complete research. I've prepared quite a few medications and instruments for her. Lu Tianren, sorry, I was too naive. Tang Qingma ignored Dr. Chen's excited demeanor and simply crossed his arms and asked, so how long have you been working on Tang Xuerong now? About 5 hours. I only started working after Miss Xuerong woke up. Isn't that considerate? Dr. Chen spun around excitedly once more. These 5 hours have allowed me to pass a fulfilling time. I injected Miss Shuerong with vasodilators, muscle relaxants, and bone growth agents. These are all newly developed drugs that I haven't collected data on yet. I've been troubled these past 2 days because I couldn't find a female test subject, but I didn't expect young Master Tang to be such a good person, willing to give me such a perfect body. Dr. Chen remembered that he had forgotten to clock out in the early morning because he was engrossed in interrogating a certain murderer, and then received a call from Tang Ailey, asking him to take care of her sister, who was having mental issues. He found it boring. Listening to Tang Ailey, it was just another story of unrequited love, merely wanting to send her love-struck sister over to cool off for a few days. What was there to take care of? But just when Tang Shuerong was sent over and arranged for hospitalization, Dr. Chen received a strange phone call. The caller was Tang Qingma. He said he would give him a good reward and hoped he could take care of Tang Shuerong without being discovered. That's right, this was the job he had been looking forward to. Chen Biantai appeared to be a talented individual, having achieved significant accomplishments in the field of psychiatry at a young age, successfully treating numerous mental patients. Although no one knew how he treated them, his reputation was so prominent that he was dubbed the mental killer, alongside Tang Ailey. Therefore, who could have imagined that such a young and promising doctor would conduct such lifeless experiments and interrogations in private? As long as Dr. Chen makes progress, I won't interfere with whatever you want to do. But Tang Qingma turned his gaze away, coldly laughing as he said, Tang Shuerong has just been sent here, and there will definitely be visitors in the next couple of days, so rest assured, young Master Tang. Chen Biantai knew what Tang Qingma was implying, and he immediately raised his voice sharply. Miss Ailey has already scheduled a visit with your family to see Miss Shuerong in the afternoon 2 days from now, so the products I use will only stimulate her body, leaving no visible traces outside. And even if young Master Tang doesn't pay, as long as you say a word, I will take good care of Miss Shuerong for you. He raised both arms, his heels lifted, excited like a child in his 30s. However, upon hearing his words, Tang Qingma raised an eyebrow and asked with a smirk, "Oh, so you don't want money?" Chen Biantai quickly changed his tune, "Of course not, young Master Tang. Without money, it would be very difficult for me to develop new drugs." So, Tang Qingma waved his hand to interrupt him. "Alright, you don't need to worry about the money. Just take good care of Tang Shuerong, and you won't be shortchanged." "Got it, young Master Tang, don't worry, this is my area of expertise." Since childhood, he had a strong interest in the human mind and consciousness, while also pondering how much pain the human brain could endure before it broke down. Thus, he hid another side of himself, working as a psychiatrist in a large hospital after completing his internship while secretly accepting various interrogation commissions from the government and occasionally taking on private jobs. So, he lived a very fulfilling and happy life every day. Asterisk after Chen Biantai reported the situation, Tang Qingma asked with a smile, "By the way, Dr. Chen, have you prepared what I requested last night?" "It's already prepared for you." Dr. Chen gestured, and a nurse immediately pushed a silver card over. "Can I go in to see my fifth sister now?" Tang Qingma looked at the glass wall. "Of course, but Miss Shuerong is still conscious, and she might get a bit excited upon seeing young Master Tang," Chen Biantai replied. "I want to see her excitement." Tang Qingma coldly smiled as he put on medical gloves, glancing at the pale-faced Lu Tianrun. "Tianrun, you can stay here. Remember, no matter what happens later, don't come in." "Okay." Lu Tianrun looked at Tang Qingma's radiant smile, subconsciously feeling a bad premonition. With the help of the nurse, Tang Qingma put on a white coat and entered the enclosed space. Just a wall apart, the atmosphere inside the glass wall was completely different from outside. Tang Qingma glanced at the wall and realized it was a one-way magic wall. Moreover, apart from his own footsteps and breathing, there were no other sounds inside. The air was filled with a sweet scent from various mixed potions, but it was also tinged with the metallic smell of blood. At that moment, Tang Shuerong, having just experienced terrible pain, stared blankly at the somewhat moldy ceiling. But soon, a familiar yet hateful voice reached her ears. "Dear fifth sister, how are you feeling?" "Ha!" Tang Shuerong was stunned for a few seconds, then turned her head as if awakened, seeing Tang Qingma's hateful face mocking her with a smile. You. She clenched her fists tightly, her beautiful face instantly turning fierce. However, her face was weak and pale, making her look completely devoid of anger. "That's right, it's me. Are you surprised to see me come over?" In contrast, Tang Qingma looked pleased. Just seeing Tang Shuerong's gaze filled with hatred yet unable to do anything made him feel great. "Tang Qingma, you vicious beast." Although her body was exhausted, Tang Shuerong still shouted with all her might. "Yes, I am very vicious." Tang Qingma spread his hands happily. "If I weren't vicious, you should be upstairs now, living in a clean and spacious room, resting for a few days while waiting for the doctor's judgment, and then you would be discharged. But unfortunately, when you were brought in, I had a few words with Dr. Chen, and then you were sent here, becoming his experimental subject. You dare! Just thinking about how she was suddenly sent here after waking up, forced by that so-called doctor to take various injections and medications, made Tang Xuerong feel nauseous and panicked. Of course I dare. Tang Qingma chuckled, isn't this what you call vicious? His gaze gradually became sharp. Since you say that about me, how can I not show you my viciousness? What? With such a obedient and well-behaved brother, isn't fifth sister happy? Bah! Wretch! Wretch! Tang Qingma's words turned Tang Xuerong's face a pig liver color, but she was still as angry as she had always been towards Tang Qingma and the Tang family. Perhaps she still harbored a fantasy that Tang Qingma would, as before, feel dejected and repentant upon hearing her angry scolding and would apologize and beg for mercy. But everything had changed now. Even seeing her furious and twisted expression, Tang Qingma still looked delighted, completely disregarding her. Wretch! After doing such things, do you think mom and dad and the eldest sister will let you off? What does it matter whether they let me off or not? Tang Qingma slowly walked to Tang Xuerong's bedside, looking down at her mockingly. As long as I see you suffering, I am very happy, dear fifth sister. You? Why? Tang Xuerong's eyes trembled. Why had Tang Qingma changed like this? Clearly, he had tried so hard to please them during the time he was recognized back into the family. Even after being humiliated and beaten by her, he had never complained. But in just a few days, in such a short time, Tang Qingma seemed to have become another stranger. Despicable, hateful, yet terrifying. I became like this all because of you. Tang Qingma, sensing her thoughts, sneered. Since I returned, what exactly have you done to me? You should be very clear. Tang Qingma leaned down, his smile radiant. The overwhelming humiliation instantly surged from Tang Xuerong's body. Tang Xuerong's regret value plus 200. Tang Xuerong's regret value plus 200. Bastard! What do you want? Tang Xuerong shook her head vigorously, trying to shake off the hand that insulted her. She clenched her fists tightly, and after regaining some strength in her arms, she struggled upward, trying to break free from the ropes. Damn it! After being humiliated by Tang Qingma, Tang Xuerong naturally felt regret. But her regret was not guilt towards Tang Qingma, but rather wondering why she hadn't killed him immediately when she first recognized him back into the Tang family. If she had killed him then, she wouldn't be subjected to such humiliation now. Tang Qingma, you die. I want to kill you. Tang Xuerong excitedly pulled at her arms, but unfortunately, they were bound by ropes, and she couldn't break free at all. Her current appearance is far from that of a popular star. Her long hair flies wildly in the air due to her struggles, and her fierce expression looks as if she wants to tear the person in front of her apart, like a madwoman. However, Tang Qingma leans forward and slowly unties the ropes binding Tang Xuerong's hands. Fifth sister, you don't have to try so hard. If you want to untie the ropes, of course, your good little brother will help you. Although Tang Xuerong is unclear about what Tang Qingma is doing, she stops struggling. The most important thing now is to gain her freedom. Therefore, as soon as the ropes are untied, Tang Xuerong immediately turns fierce and tries to pounce on Tang Qingma. Pa! Tang Xuerong's face turns pale, and her throat feels extremely nauseous. Do you remember what you did to me just to appease Tang Xianqi? Tang Qingma snaps his fingers, and the nurse pushes over a silver conche. In these 3 months, fifth sister has constantly tormented, and thus, Tang Xuerong's heart was filled with intense grievance. Why? Why did that beast Tang Qingma dare to treat her like this? She had to tell her parents and sisters about this. As long as she spoke up, her dad and eldest sister would definitely teach Tang Qingma a good lesson. That's right. She just had to wait. Xiaoxi was so kind and gentle, he would definitely come to visit her with their parents today or tomorrow. As long as they came, she could go back. Therefore, Tang Xuerong endured internally, putting on a face of bearing humiliation, allowing the other party to knead her at will. But just as she was dreaming sweetly, Tang Qingma's mocking voice rang out again. Fifth sister, why did you suddenly stop resisting? She had to endure. She must endure until Xiaoxi and the others. Could it be that you're thinking of letting the Tang family know, and then they will rescue you? Tang Qingma's words startled Tang Xuerong. How did he know her thoughts? Ha ha! Tang Qingma only found it amusing. Her thoughts were simply too easy to guess. Clearly, she had been resisting fiercely just a moment ago, but suddenly she was no longer struggling, as if she had compromised. However, Tang Qingma knew very well that Tang Xuerong was still in a proud state. She couldn't possibly compromise and lose heart so easily, so she must be thinking that as long as she waited for the Tang family to come visit, she could escape. But Tang Qingma wouldn't give her even that little hope. He leaned down, yanked Tang Xuerong's head up, and brought his lips close to her ear, speaking in a voice like a demon. Fifth sister, let me tell you a secret. The reason fourth sister became like that was all my doing. In that instant, Tang Xuerong looked at Tang Qingma in terror. You said, what? When Tang Feifei was discovered fallen under Tang Qingma's dormitory window, they had suspected that it might have been Tang Qingma's doing, but because Tang Qingma had always been pleasing the whole family, there were indeed shoe prints of Tang Feifei on the wall, and the surveillance outside had captured Tang Feifei sneaking toward the dormitory in the middle of the night. So in the end, they concluded that Tang Feifei had accidentally fallen, but now, Tang Qingma actually told her. I remember fourth sister's expression was quite similar to yours, filled with great hatred toward me. Tang Qingma slightly tilted his head back, as if reminiscing about that scene, but then he revealed a joyful smile. At that time, she did successfully sneak into the room, wanting to beat me up, but afterward, I just threw her out the window, and with a bang, she was paralyzed. Tang Xuerong. Tang Feifei was lucky not to die from the fall, but because of that, a series of events unfolded later. Tang Feifei was lucky not to die from the fall, but because of that, a series of events unfolded later. You. Seeing Tang Qingma's smiling face, Tang Xuerong involuntarily felt a surge of fear. Tang Qingma sneered and pulled her hair harder. Do you know? Last night, your second sister did indeed ask Dr. Chen to take good care of you, and you would be released in a few days. But how could I possibly let that happen? Now that you have fallen into my hands, how could I let you go? Dear fifth sister. So my dear fifth sister, your fourth sister is now unable to move her hands, body, or even speak. Do you think you have a chance to tell your Shaoxian family the truth? Tang Qingma whispered coldly in Tang Xuerong's ear, deliberately placing his palm on her shoulder, slightly exerting a small amount of blood energy. Electric currents coursed through her, and Tang Xuerong's eyes widened immediately. In that instant, her mind became clear. No. Tang Qingma's demonic whispers made Tang Xuerong feel fear for the first time. At this point, even if she was unwilling to admit it, she knew that Tang Qingma no longer had any familial affection for her. The fact that he openly told her the truth about Tang Feifei's downfall only made her feel an overwhelming fear. If Tang Feifei's paralysis and inability to tell the truth to her family were truly orchestrated by Tang Qingma, then what would become of her, who had now fallen into his hands? She dared not think, did not want to acknowledge this reality. Tang Xuerong's regret value plus 500. Tang Xuerong's regret value plus 500. A large amount of regret value continuously surged from Tang Xuerong's heart, and the system's notification echoed in Tang Qingma's mind like a shot of adrenaline that never ceased. Tang Qingma listened with satisfaction to these electronic sounds, continuing to double down on the words that plunged Tang Xuerong into deeper despair. Fifth sister, don't worry, I'm a well-behaved and obedient little brother. Everything you've done to me in these 3 months, I will repay you tenfold, 100-fold. Tang Xuerong's regret value plus 500. Tang Xuerong's regret value plus 500. In the time that followed, Tang Xuerong's heart felt as if it had fallen into an abyss. She was in unbearable pain, but could not resist or stop it. It kept looping. Next, Tang Xuerong had no idea how much time had passed. Tang Xuerong's regret value plus 500. No, don't, Tang Xuerong's regret value plus 500. Please, no. Tang Xuerong's regret value plus 500. Every action Tang Qingma took filled Tang Xuerong with immense sorrow and intense regret. No, please, don't. Tang Xuerong's regret value plus 500. What? As if hearing Tang Xuerong's pleas, Tang Qingma expressed surprise. I didn't mishear, did I? Are you begging me? Tang Xuerong, no. Before she could finish her sentence, Tang Qingma slammed her down to the ground again. Ha? Have you been possessed? How could someone with your temperament beg me for mercy? I must have misheard. He feigned surprise and exaggeration, but at that moment, Tang Xuerong was already in unbearable discomfort. The harsh environment, along with her once proud, star-worthy face, all of it was intolerable. Tang Xuerong's regret value plus 500. Tang Xuerong's regret value plus 500. No, Tang Qingma, dogs don't speak. Tang Qingma flashed a brilliant smile. You want me to spare you, right? Tang Xuerong widened her eyes, looking at him in fear. Tang Xuerong's regret value plus 500. Tang Xuerong's regret value plus 500. At this moment, endless regret lingered in Tang Xuerong's heart. She began to think, if only she hadn't treated Tang Qingma so harshly back then, would she not be suffering this torment? But there are no ifs. Now she could only bear the consequences of her own making. Tang Xuerong shed large tears, finally unable to hold back her cries. Pa! However, Tang Qingma swung his palm once more. What are you shouting about? No. Tang Xuerong's regret value plus 500. Pa! Can't hear you. Tang Xuerong's regret value plus 500. Pa! I said I can't hear you. Tang Xuerong's regret value plus 500. Shout. Tang Xuerong's regret value plus 500. Tang Xuerong's regret value plus 500. Tang Xuerong's regret value plus 500. Asterisk I'm sorry. It was my fault. Don't, brother, please. please let me go, brother. I was wrong. Her face hurt so much, so miserable. She didn't want it anymore. TSK. So pitiful. Tang Qingma chuckled and shook his head. Where has my proud Tang Xuerong gone? Don't. Please don't. Alright, since you've promised me, I will also agree to your request. In that moment, Tang Xuerong felt an overwhelming sense of emotion. She was finally escaping from hell. She wanted to go out, to find her parents, to find her elder sister and the others. She wanted to. I don't need to do it myself. There are better options waiting for you. Ha! A single sentence from Tang Qingma was like a bucket of cold water, extinguishing the hope in her heart. After playing with you for so long, I'm a bit tired of it. Tang Qingma slowly took off his soiled gloves and casually tossed them to the ground. Leave the professional stuff to the professionals. I think Dr. Chen is quite good. Tang Xuerong instantly recalled the 5 hours of darkness she had just experienced. No, please, Qingma, brother, don't touch me when you're this dirty. Tang Qingma looked at her with disdain, his expression full of disgust. Who's your brother? Just now, you called me a beast. How quickly you change your tune. Tang Xuerong. Tang Xuerong's regret value plus 500. No, that's not it. It's all my fault. I'm sorry, it's all my fault. Seeing Tang Qingma's ruthlessness, Tang Xuerong, ignoring the pain in her body, crawled towards him again. Brother, Qingma, please don't let that doctor come over. That was introduced to you by your second sister. I'm just letting him take care of you properly. What's there not to like? Although Tang Qingma was wearing a mask, the joy in his eyes was evident from his upper face. But in contrast was Tang Xuerong's despair. Tang Xuerong's regret value plus 500. Tang Xuerong's regret value plus 500. No, please, Qingma. I will listen to you from now on. I will do whatever you ask. So please, don't let that doctor come over. After being tormented for so long, Tang Xuerong had completely lost her proud little princess image, crawling helplessly on the ground. She was filled with extreme fear and couldn't even imagine what kind of hell awaited her. At this moment, she only hoped that Tang Qingma would remember their slight blood relation and take her away from this hellish place. But how could Tang Qingma possibly grant her wish? He turned his head, a smile appearing in his eyes. Dear fifth sister, I believe your beloved Xiao Shi and your trusted family will come to visit you soon. I hope by then, you can let them rescue you. No, don't go. As Tang Qingma turned around and slowly walked towards the exit, Tang Xuerong, lying on the ground, struggled to stretch out her arm, wanting to call out loudly to keep him. Tang Xuerong's regret value plus 500. No, please, Qingma. I am your sister. Tang Xuerong's regret value plus 500. Don't. Save me. Tang Xuerong's regret value plus 500. Then, the figures of Tang Qingma and the nurse disappeared, and the door slowly closed. The room once again fell silent, and Tang Xuerong sank into the abyss of despair. Tang Qingma closed the door. Once outside, he took off his mask. Dr. Chen, handle it as you see fit before the Tang family arrives. Tang Qingma ignored Lu Tianrun, who was in a daze with a grim expression, and turned to Chen Biantai. But Chen Biantai looked at the weeping Tang Xuerong inside with a bitter smile, feeling a bit helpless. Of course, I can handle it, but young Master Tang, you were so rough with Miss Xuerong just now, leaving her face like this. If your family asks, he usually avoided leaving marks on the skin, especially on the face, to prevent being discovered. But Tang Qingma's actions just now were truly ruthless. Knowing that Tang Xuerong is a wealthy young lady and a popular star, who values her looks and self-esteem the most, yet he deliberately aimed to destroy the two things she cherishes the most. Chen Biantai's words made Tang Qingma coldly shrug. You can just apply some powder on her and say she went crazy and hurt herself. Chen Biantai? Anyway, she was sent over from the Tang family defined as mentally unstable. As long as you keep her from speaking the truth, she won't be discovered. Chen Biantai helplessly shrugged. Young Master Tang makes it sound so easy, but there are still 2 days until your family comes to visit. It's quite difficult to keep Miss Xuerong quiet. That's true, then let me give you something. Tang Qingma knew it was a bit challenging, so he took out a mute pill from his pants pocket, system space. Chen Biantai, may I ask what this is? A pill that can render someone mute. As long as she takes it, she won't be able to make any sound for the next 3 months without harming her throat. He had already tested the effect on Tang Feifei. It's reliable. 3 months? So she can speak again after 3 months? How is that possible? Chen Biantai frowned. In fact, there are many ways to keep Tang Xuerong from speaking, but most would cause destructive damage to her vocal cords or throat. Besides, it would likely be discovered, and it wouldn't be possible for her to return to normal after 3 months. Although Chen Biantai is a psychiatrist, he often develops various drugs out of interest, so he didn't believe Tang Qingma's words. Whether you believe it or not is your freedom. Tang Qingma could see Chen Bientai's skepticism but didn't want to bother convincing him. Moreover, practice is more convincing than a lot of theory. So Tang Qingma handed the pill to the nurse and asked, "Miss Nurse, would you be willing to let me buy your voice for 3 months for 500,000? The nurse had been listening to the conversation between Tang Qingma and Chen Bientai and also didn't believe that such a miraculous pill existed. So she said seriously, "I'm sorry, young Master Tang, you should know that voice is an important bridge for smooth communication between people. What if this pill has side effects? 1 million. Young Master Tang, while voice can facilitate communication, it is not the only channel. Since it's for Dr. Chen's work, I, as his assistant, willingly sacrifice, not because of money." After saying that, the nurse took Tang Qingma's mute pill and resolutely swallowed it. Chen Bientai, your change of heart is quite fast. After the nurse took it, Chen Bientai carefully observed her body for any abnormalities. A minute later, there were no issues. The nurse also curiously touched her throat, then began to make sounds. No sound came out. Chen Bientai was immediately stunned. Could it be that this mute pill really works? The nurse also showed an expression of disbelief. She started to open her mouth wide and try to speak. But no matter what she tried to say or how hard she yelled, in the eyes of Tang Qingma and Chen Bientai, she was just mouthing words, unable to produce any sound from her throat. She really had no voice. Clearly, she felt no pain and showed no signs of injury, yet her throat just couldn't make a sound. Is there really such a miraculous pill in this world? Chen Bientai immediately asked, "How is it, Xiaohong? Do you feel anything in your throat?" Nurse Xiaohong shook her head and made a gesture indicating she felt nothing. Incredible! Chen Bientai conducted a simple and quick physical examination on Xiaohong, and after finding no abnormalities, his expression became very excited. His eyes sparkled as he looked at Tang Qingma, wishing he could see through him. If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't win, he would even want to search him and find all the extra silent pills. "Don't look at me with that expression, here you go." Tang Qingma felt a bit creeped out by his gaze, so he took out a new silent pill from the system space and handed it to Chen Bientai. "This is it." Chen Bientai looked like a child in his 30s, excitedly cradling it in his hands, just like when he saw an Ultraman figurine as a kid. "Young Master Tang, do you have any more? If possible, I would also like you to give me the formula for the pill. After all, we are in this business together. Of course, the patent rights are yours, and I will share the profits with you proportionally." Such a drug, which is completely harmless to the human body and vocal cords but can render a person mute, certainly has a market, especially in the struggles between martial arts families. Although Chen Bientai is young and accomplished, with the title of mental assassin, he does not consider himself a good person. To maintain his unique interests, he needs to learn various ways to make money. As long as he can earn money, he often sells interrogation poisons to those in need. And this silent pill is so magical and effective that it is bound to sell well. Even if he doesn't sell it, he can use it for data collection during interrogations. It must be very interesting. Tang Qingma looked at the extremely excited Chen Bientai and remained silent for a few seconds, then asked in his mind, "System, can the pills I drew in the lottery be analyzed for their ingredients and production methods by others?" System, no. Host, those pills are produced by the system, and others cannot analyze them. Alright then. Tang Qingma pretended to be regretful. "Sorry, Dr. Chen, this pill was given to me by a friend who is currently not in the country and often disappears without a trace. I don't even know where he is now." "The one you have is the last one." "What?" Chen Bientai felt as if struck by lightning, his pupils shocked. How could there be only one left of such a wonderful interrogation pill he had just discovered? Moreover, it was such a precious thing to be used on someone like Tang Xuerong, a spoiled young lady. It was simply too wasteful. Chen Bientai took a deep breath and suddenly said seriously, "Young Master Tang, since you are giving me this pill, do I have the right to use it?" "What do you mean?" Tang Qingma was confused. "I can make Miss Xuerong not say anything unnecessary in front of your family, but at the same time, I would like you to give me this pill." Chen Bientai's meaning was clearly that he wanted to analyze the production method of this pill himself and did not want to give it to Tang Xuerong. Tang Qingma went along with him. "Sure, as long as you can make Tang Xuerong obedient, this pill is yours. After all, it belonged to the system, and he couldn't analyze it anyway. Rather, if he really succeeded, he would want to collaborate with him." "Awesome. Thank you, young Master Tang." Chen Bientai happily wanted to open his arms to hug Tang Qingma, but upon seeing the other party smiling and raising his palm, he immediately turned around and hugged the dazed Lu Tianren beside him. Lu Tianren snapped back to reality? "Since that's the case, I can't let young Master Tang down. I will get to work immediately." Chen Bientai rubbed his hands. There were still 2 days until the Tang family came to visit, and he needed to tame Tang Xuerong to be obedient during this time. "Xiaohong, let's go." Xiao Hong, unable to speak, respectfully nodded and walked back into the glass wall with Chen Biantai. As soon as Tang Xuerong saw Chen Biantai's figure inside the wall, she immediately screamed in terror. Then a wave of regret surged forth. Tang Xuerong's regret value plus 500. Tang Xuerong's regret value plus 500. Tang Xuerong's regret value plus 500. Before the Tang family arrives, just enjoy yourself. Dear fifth sister Tang Qingma chuckled to himself, his goal already achieved, and he no longer needed to stay here. Tianrun, let's go back. Ha! But when he wanted to call out to Lu Tianrun, he saw the other person's face was pale and ghastly, large beads of sweat streaming down his forehead and back. Clearly, he hadn't done anything, and the cold air still lingered in this space, yet he was sweating profusely. Tang Qingma smiled and asked, "Are you okay?" Ha! Lu Tianrun came back to his senses, but when he looked up again, he saw Tang Xuerong being held up by a nurse, while Chen Biantai approached her slowly with a syringe filled with an unknown liquid. No, don't Tang Xuerong's regret value plus 500. Tang Xuerong's regret value plus 500. Why? Tang Xuerong's regret value and Lu Tianrun's confusion echoed at the same time. What do you mean why? Tang Qingma asked flatly. Tang Xuerong, what exactly did she do? Why are you treating her like this? Lu Tianrun's voice trembled. Clearly, he was a third-grade martial artist and the young master of a martial arts family. Yet he felt timid and shivered in front of Tang Qingma. He was truly terrifying. Even when facing his own family, he showed no mercy or compassion, even aiming to destroy the other's mind. It was simply too frightening. In response to Lu Tianrun's confusion, Tang Qingma countered, "Do you want me to let her go?" "No, that's not what I mean." Lu Tianrun immediately denied it. Although he came from a prestigious family, he understood the principle of do not advise others to be good without experiencing their suffering. The online uproar about the true and false young masters of the Tang family had revealed that the Tang family treated Tang Qingma poorly, so it was normal for him to harbor resentment. But now, seeing Tang Xuerong suffer such inhumane treatment, Lu Tianrun couldn't help but wonder how the Tang family had previously succeeded. A multitude of questions flooded his mind, and he couldn't help but want to know and understand more about Tang Qingma. Meanwhile, Tang Qingma merely squinted his eyes and slowly said, "What I did may seem a bit extreme, but I cannot show mercy to Tang Xuerong, because this is my promise to someone. Ha! I once promised him to take revenge on all those who bullied him. Tang Xuerong is one of them." Tang Qingma smiled lightly, but his eyes were somewhat dim. Lu Tianrun was a bit surprised and reflexively asked, "Young Master Tang, is it because of the true and false young master issue? Because your family treats Tang Hongxi?" Tang Qingma chuckled lightly, "That's just part of it. Just part of it." After such a response, Lu Tianrun's curiosity only grew. Who exactly was that person Tang Qingma mentioned? What had the Tang family done? And besides the Tang family, did Tang Qingma have any other targets for revenge? These questions were almost burning out Lu Tianrun's CPU. Tang Qingma might not have expected Lu Tianrun's curiosity to be so strong, and he sighed with a faint smile. "You don't need to think so much. You'll know the answers in the coming year." The coming year. But he was only on his second day of work and had already witnessed so many terrifying and shocking scenes. Could it be that there would be many more occurrences in the next year? Lu Tianrun dared not think. And Tang Qingma looked again at the glass wall, shrugged. "Let's go. Dr. Chen and the others should take a long time to come out, so let's head back first." "Okay." Lu Tianrun nodded immediately. He didn't want to stay here any longer. Whether it was the suffocating space, the smell of chemicals and sweet potions, the stench that made him feel nauseous, or the horrific cries for help from humans, Lu Tianrun felt that if he continued to stay here, he would get dizzy and have difficulty breathing. As the two were heading to the elevator, Lu Tianrun suddenly asked, "By the way, Tang Xiao, the soundless pill you just gave to Dr. Chen, was it given by your friend? Did you already give the last one to Dr. Chen?" If possible, he also wanted to get one for his father to study. A pill that could render a person voiceless for 3 months without harming the body had high research value for the academy. But Tang Qingma stopped in his tracks, turning his head in confusion. "I didn't expect you to hear that. I thought you were daydreaming." At that time, Dr. Chen and the others were still there, so I felt embarrassed to speak up. Lu Tianrun felt a bit awkward. In fact, he had been questioning life after seeing Tang Xuerong's tragic state, only vaguely hearing their conversation. However, later, Tang Qingma had made Xiao Hong conduct a test, so it was hard for him to pretend he didn't know. Tang Qingma turned back to continue walking. "The soundless pill you mentioned was indeed given by someone I know. It was the system. It sends me things regularly because it sees that my life isn't going well, but because of its casual nature, it always shoves things in randomly, so I don't even know what's inside until I open it. After all, it's a lottery. System, It all depends on the host's luck for the lottery. Lu Tianren nodded. So that's how it is. Tang Qingma reached the elevator door and pressed the up button. If you report back to President Lu and he seems interested, I can see if there's a chance to get another one for you to take back. Ah, okay, Tang Xiao, then I'll report to my father today. Ha! Lu Tianren was stunned. Just now, Tang Qingma said he would report to President Lu. What's wrong? Tang Qingma looked at him while waiting for the elevator. No, Tang Xiao, you said I would report to my father. Lu Tianren was at a loss. He knows. Tang Qingma raised an eyebrow, half smiling. What's wrong? Does President Lu have something to say to me? No, it's not. I didn't mean to report. Tang Qingma interrupted him. You don't need to deny it. When President Lu sent you to be my bodyguard, didn't we reach a tacit understanding? Lu Rongxing must have sent his precious son to monitor. No, to protect him, so he could know his whereabouts at all times. Now seeing Lu Tianren's bewildered expression, Tang Qingma found it amusing. You and President Lu aren't gossips. Anything you see, you can casually tell him. Moreover, the elevator dinged, and the doors slowly opened. Tang Qingma walked in slowly, turning his body. As Lu Tianren quickly followed, he saw Tang Qingma showing him a brilliant smile. If it were something I didn't want you to see, I wouldn't let you see it. Just like Tang Xuerong, she wouldn't have thought she was sent to the underground ward to be experimented on. Lu Tianren, who had just stepped into the elevator, was stunned. In that moment, he once again felt a chill run down his spine and sweat pouring down from Tang Qingma's words. Tang Qingma brought him here today to let him see the scene of him tormenting his own sister. Was it on purpose to use him to report this to Lu Rongxing? To let the Lu family know the consequences of offending him, backstabbing him? Would be like Tang Xuerong. Lu Tianren slightly raised his head and saw Tang Qingma still smiling, but his eyes seemed to sharpen. Tianren, why are you daydreaming again? Come in quickly. He unconsciously swallowed hard. Although he didn't know if Tang Qingma had brought him here with that intention, just having these doubts was enough to make him feel anxious. It shouldn't be possible. They had only known each other for less than 2 days, and the Lu family was a top martial arts family in the Magic City, with Lu Rongxing being the president of the Martial Arts Association. Tang Qingma was just an ordinary young master from a wealthy family. How could he dare to warn them? But the more he thought about it, the more cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Lu Tianren took a deep breath to calm his emotions and tried to walk into the elevator as calmly as possible. Clearly, the elevator was rising at a decent speed, but the short time made Lu Tianren feel incredibly heavy. It wasn't until he heard the ding sound again that his heart finally relaxed. As Tang Qingma walked while checking his phone on the ground floor, he casually asked again, by the way, Tianren, if I remember correctly, you're a student at the Magic Martial Academy, right? Lu Tianren, yes, I'm a junior this year. He had entered the Magic Martial Academy with excellent grades. Moreover, during the last semester, he had already completed all the theoretical courses for the 4 years. Next year, he only needed to finish the practical courses and regularly complete the internship tasks assigned by the academy to earn the remaining credits. As a freshman, Lu Tianren had received guidance from the 6th grade martial artist Huang Huaxi, and since he was the young master of the Lu family, he was upright and sincere, making him well-liked among teachers and students. However, because he often had to return to assist Lu Rongxing, he spent most of his time away from the academy except for classes and rarely took on external tasks to eliminate exotic beasts. Why did Tang Qingma suddenly ask about this? The other party revealed a meaningful smile. So you're already a junior. Although there's only 1 year left, I'll also be your junior next year. Please take care of me. Young Master Tang, what do you mean? Today, the school told me that the application form for choosing majors will be filled out soon, and of course, I want to go to Magic Martial. Magic Martial and Yen Martial are the 2 best martial arts higher education institutions in the country, and any student who wants to become a martial artist in the future will aim for them. Even if Tang Qingma hasn't broken through to become a martial artist yet, as long as he has sufficient vitality and excellent grades, he can still get in. But Lu Tianren felt a bit strange. Tang Qingma's tone sounded as if he was deliberately trying to tell him something. Was it because he knew he was a student at Magic Martial and wanted his opinion? Lu Tianren, if young Master Tang wants to successfully get into Magic Martial, you can break through to become a martial artist first. Most martial arts academies set their admission standards based on the vitality value. During the exam, whether through taking drugs or intense training, as long as the vitality value meets the standard, it's fine. Among them, breaking through to become a martial artist is one of the methods. Once you become a martial artist, both the upper limit of vitality and the speed of skill absorption will be much higher than that of non-martial artists. So every year, as the vitality exam approaches, there are many news reports of candidates who become disabled due to overdosing on drugs and forcing breakthroughs. But in Lu Tianren's eyes, Tang Qingma definitely had the strength to become a martial artist. He just didn't know why he hadn't broken through yet. Young Master Tang, if you need someone to assist you, no need. Tang Qingma shook his head and smiled. Thank you for your kindness, but I don't need to break through to become a martial artist for now. I actually want to enter the Magic Martial Academy as a non-martial artist. Lu Tianrun? Why? After leaving the hospital, Lu Tianrun immediately floored the gas pedal, wanting to drive away at top speed. He really wanted to get out of this damn mental hospital as soon as possible. No matter how bright and clean the exterior of the building looked, Lu Tianrun would think of the underground laboratory he had just seen, remembering the scene of Tang Xuerong being tortured. He was tired. He really wanted to go back and rest for a while. As soon as he returned to the Tang family villa, Lu Tianrun weakly said he wanted to go back to the Lu family. Tang Qingma naturally agreed, leading Lu Tianrun to rush back to the Lu family at the fastest speed. Brother, you're back? Upon entering the Lu family's gate, he saw Lu Xiaoxiao, who wanted to go out and have fun with friends. Tianrun is back? Lu Rongxing happened to come out of the study and was a bit surprised to see Lu Tianrun. Father, sister. The moment he saw the Lu family father and daughter, Lu Tianrun suddenly felt a bit of heat in his eyes, and his mood fluctuated like a stone thrown into a lake. A surge of joyful emotions filled his heart. What's wrong, brother? Lu Xiaoxiao was a bit startled to see Lu Tianrun suddenly showing a tearful expression. It's nothing, sister. Lu Tianrun gently rubbed her little head, feeling a sense of gratitude. After the experiences of the past 2 days, he suddenly felt that being able to safely stay by his family's side was really quite good. It's really inexplicable. Anyway, I'm going out first. Lu Xiaoxiao, unaware of Lu Tianrun's thoughts, put on her shoes and bid them farewell. After sending Lu Xiaoxiao off, Lu Rongxing asked Lu Tianrun, haven't you had dinner yet? But I'm not hungry. Lu Tianrun lowered his head. Forget about dinner. After seeing Tang Xuerong being forced to eat that food and vomit, he felt like his stomach wanted to throw up. Come in. I didn't expect you to come back so soon. I thought I wouldn't see you until the weekend. Seeing Lu Tianrun hesitating to speak, Lu Rongxing continued, since you're not having dinner, let's go to the study first. Once in the study, Lu Rongxing, sitting in his office chair, got straight to the point. What's wrong? Are you not happy with your bodyguard job? Lu Tianrun, not just unhappy. It was almost spiraling out of control, on the verge of collapse. Could it be that Tang Qingma forced you to do something bad? Lu Tianrun immediately shook his head. No, these past 2 days he just had me drive, nothing else. Then why do you look so pale? Is that so? Lu Tianrun unconsciously touched his cheek, feeling that the temperature was a bit lower than usual. What happened? Having raised Lu Tianrun for many years, Lu Rongxing could tell at a glance that his mood was unusually low. Actually, with no outsiders around, Lu Tianrun openly recounted the scenes from the psychiatric hospital and how Tang Qingma took turns tormenting Tang Xuerong. Lu Rongxing listened carefully and soon felt shocked by what Tang Qingma had done. He really did those things to his fifth sister? Yes, Lu Tianrun nodded. He initially couldn't believe it. Tang Xuerong was his biological sister. He thought he was already shocked last night when he saw Tang Qingma use the Tang family's influence to send Tang Xuerong to the psychiatric hospital. But he showed no mercy, continuing to torment his own sister to the brink of death. This was no longer a matter of family. It had reached the level of enmity. Lu Rongxing seemed to ponder for a few seconds before suddenly speaking in a deep tone. However, you can't blame him for this. Father, take a look at this. He handed Lu Tianrun 2 documents placed on the table. Lu Tianrun looked at the cover in confusion and found that they were both personal files on Tang Qingma. What is this? Lu Rongxing, I had someone investigate. You'll understand why he is like this after you read it. Although Tang Qingma had told them 2 days ago that they could freely investigate his background, Lu Tianrun didn't expect his father to find out in just 1 day. Truly worthy of being the president of the Martial Arts Association, Lu Tianrun began to read the contents carefully, slowly widening his eyes. This. Although he already knew about the true and false young masters of the Tang family, Lu Tianrun didn't expect the Tang family to be so outrageous and excessive towards Tang Qingma. Lu Rongxing's people also found a servant who had previously worked in the Tang family but was dismissed and suddenly injured a few days ago. According to his response, Tang Qingma had been abused and insulted by his elder sisters every day during the 3 months he was recognized. The head of the family, Tang Zhenrun, would occasionally use family rules to beat Tang Qingma into a state beyond recognition. Although the matriarch, Bai Hualian, did not physically harm Tang Qingma, she would always demand an apology from him first without asking for the truth. What was even more excessive was that whenever the fake young master, Tang Xianxi, was unhappy, everyone would first hold Tang Qingma accountable. This is too much. Lu Tianrun's hand trembled as he held the documents. No wonder he was so harsh on Tang Xuerong. Because at home, Tang Xuerong never let him off the hook. Lu Rongxing then said, besides the data from the Tang family, take a look at another document. Lu Tianrun opened another binder in confusion and was instantly struck by a thunderbolt. What? Tang Qingma. He was actually a disciple of the Qiyang master. The martial arts academy was also a training ground for martial arts talents. If the mentors inside recognized a child with potential, they could apply to take him back to the academy and cultivate him with the goal of becoming a martial artist from a young age. Generally, these children would join the sect of their mentor at a young age, establishing a master-disciple relationship. The Qiyang fairy, as a female martial artist, possessed a 7th grade realm. Although she was over 40, she still maintained herself well, exuding a mature charm, and she had 7 excellent and beautiful senior sisters under her Qiyang Hall, each with their own achievements. Therefore, before last year, the Qiyang fairy was still the most sought-after mentor among all new students. Here, choosing a mentor is one of the regulations of the Demon Martial Academy. To help new students quickly enter the world of martial artists, the academy appoints martial artists above the 5th grade as mentors every year, guiding new students in small classes for a year. If the new student has high potential, they can truly become a disciple of the mentor in the future. Lu Tianren never expected that Tang Qingma had joined the Qiyang Hall at the age of 6. This is impossible. If Tang Qingma is a disciple of the Qiyang master, how could I not know him? Currently, the Qiyang fairy had 7 female disciples and 1 male disciple, and every student in the academy knew them, especially since her male disciple grew up under the care and affection of the 7 senior sisters, making all the boys extremely envious. But Lu Tianren couldn't even say she had a 9th disciple. He only learned Tang Qingma's name through the fake young master incident. How is this possible? His reaction was anticipated by Lu Rongxing, who calmly said, Tianrun, keep reading. Looking at the information above, Lu Tianrun was shocked once again. How do the people from Qiyang Hall look just like the Tang family? The people Lu Rongxing dispatched specifically inquired with staff who had worked at the academy for many years, as well as other mentors and disciples from different sects, to investigate Tang Qingma's situation more deeply. In the end, they found that everyone felt immense sympathy for Tang Qingma's plight. Tang Qingma was brought back by the principal at the age of 6, originally meant to become the principal's disciple. Later, the Qiyang fairy recognized Tang Qingma's talent and also wanted him to become her disciple, but at that time, the principal refused. Unfortunately, later, when the alien beasts attacked, the heads of various academies had to go out to defend, and it was only then that Tang Qingma was allowed to join the Qiyang Hall. But unexpectedly, the Qiyang Hall did not cherish this martial arts genius at all. They gave all the cultivation resources to the little disciple/brother and even prevented Tang Qingma from practicing at all to ensure he did not surpass the other. Sometimes, other mentors couldn't stand it and wanted to take Tang Qingma away from the Qiyang Hall. But to prevent Tang Qingma's talent from blooming, the Qiyang fairy would not allow him to leave, citing that he was her disciple. In fact, they had not failed to seek help from the dean, but the dean was already very busy going out to fend off the alien beasts. In order not to worry him, Tang Qingma always said he was doing well. In the end, he was finally discovered. 3 months ago, Tang Qingma was once again wronged by the people of the Qiyang Hall and beaten to near death. Just as the dean and the academy's scientists returned after exterminating the alien beasts ahead of schedule, they discovered that Tang Qingma had been living a subhuman life for the past 12 years. Moreover, the Qiyang Hall had demanded that Tang Qingma confess to their little apprentice/disciple without any evidence. The dean was so angry that he activated his skills and struck the Qiyang fairy hard, and he deducted the budget of the Qiyang Hall, demanding that they find the truth immediately. But the good times didn't last long. Within 3 days, the alien beasts invaded again, and the dean and the saintess had to leave once more. Although he entrusted other mentors to take care of Tang Qingma before leaving, the Qiyang fairy used her power to pressure them to expel Tang Qingma. After all, the Qiyang fairy was a 7th-rank warrior, and most mentors couldn't defeat her. Even if they could, they didn't want to suffer mutual losses, so they could only watch the pitiful Tang Qingma leave. This is outrageous. The Qiyang mentor and those 7 senior sisters are too outrageous. After reading the entire document, Lu Tianrun was so angry that he almost threw the paper in his hand down. How could there be such shameless people in this world? Clearly, it was she who wanted to take Tang Qingma as her disciple from the very beginning. If it weren't for the dean wanting to protect the country and its people, how could he have entrusted Tang Qingma to her? But unexpectedly, the people of the Qiyang Hall did not cherish Tang Qingma after getting him. They even went to great lengths to suppress and abuse him for the sake of their little apprentice/disciple. Is this something a warrior, no, a human being can do? Lu Tianrun's hands trembled with anger as he placed the documents back on the table and took a deep breath. What kind of physique does Tang Qingma have? Why does he keep encountering such exceptional people? First the Qiyang Hall, then the Tang family. There is really only one sentence to sum it up. I bought a Swiss watch last year. Lu Rongxing also felt helpless. Tang Qingma is indeed very unfortunate. Clearly possessing great talent, if he had been well nurtured from a young age, he could have been an outstanding talent for the future of Huadua. But because of the selfishness and hypocrisy of certain people, Lu Tianren fell silent. He couldn't help but recall what Tang Qingma had said to him earlier in the hospital. At that time, Tang Qingma said that Tang Xuerong was just one of the targets for revenge and did not say that the Tang family was the whole. Does that mean that Qiyang Hall is also his target? So Tang Qingma wanted to enter the Demon Martial Academy as a non-warrior? But no matter how you look at it, the Qiyang fairy and her 8 disciples were too much. Even if Tang Qingma wanted revenge, it could be understood. It's just, another new question arose in Lu Tianren's mind. At that time, Tang Qingma told him, because I promised someone, that was why he would take revenge on Tang Xuerong. But in these 2 documents, he couldn't see that Tang Qingma was particularly close to anyone. After joining the Qiyang Hall, in order to prevent Tang Qingma from interacting with outsiders, he was monitored in turns by his 7 senior sisters, which also isolated him from others. And when he returned to the Tang family, let alone interacting with the rich second-generation circle, there wasn't even a family reunion banquet arranged. So who exactly is the certain person Tang Qingma mentioned? Tianren. While Lu Tianren was deep in thought, he heard Lu Rongxing calling him. Ha, father, you saw the cruel side of Tang Qingma today, but in the coming year, you may see much more, and it could involve your life safety. If Tang Qingma really took action against the Qiyang Hall in the future, then Lu Tianren might have to face a warrior stronger than himself. Do you want to continue being his bodyguard? Lu Tianren lowered his head. He recalled everything that Tang Qingma had done in the past 2 days, as well as the nauseating scenes of torture he had just witnessed. Almost 10 seconds later. Yes, father. After about 10 seconds, Lu Tianren regained his determined gaze. I believe that during this year of protecting young Master Tang, I have learned quite a bit. Father, you must have made me his bodyguard for this purpose. Lu Rongxing replied, that's right, but I have a second purpose. At that time, I saw ambition and schemes in Tang Qingma's eyes, which is why I thought of having you build a good relationship with him. No matter how Tang Qingma achieves in the future, if he rises to prominence, our Lu family will have a closer connection with him than others. Lu Tianren nodded, yes, just as you think, father. After witnessing Tang Qingma's cruel methods, Lu Tianren also thought that he must never be his enemy. No matter what, spending a year by his side is also a good opportunity for him to learn various tactics. I understand. Seeing Lu Tianren's resolute gaze, Lu Rongxing felt comforted. Tianren, you should continue to stay by Tang Qingma's side, but you must remember, this will always be your home. Whenever you feel tired, you can come back to rest at any time. Father, okay. Lu Rongxing's loving smile made Lu Tianren's eyes feel warm. Although he was abandoned by his parents when he was young, meeting Lu Rongxing and Lu Zhaozhao was the greatest fortune of his life. Young Master Tang, I'm back. At 9 o'clock in the evening, after having dinner at the Lu family, Lu Tianren returned to the Tang family's villa. Tang Qingma, who was browsing the news online, looked a bit surprised. Oh, you're here. He had a face full of despair before going back, but now he seemed normal again. It seems Lu Tianren's mindset is stronger than he imagined. By the way, young Master Tang, this is what you asked me to buy. Lu Tianren took out a large bag of spicy strips and grilled meat skewers, which Tang Qingma had contacted him to bring over. Thanks. Tang Qingma took it and immediately pulled out a skewer, the aroma of meat and seasoning wafting out. He took a few bites, revealing the happiest expression he had since coming here. The delicious sauce and the freshness of the meat blended perfectly, and he quickly ate 2 more skewers. Although he lived a wealthy life before crossing over, he had no time to taste these authentic snacks due to frequent trips to the beast battlefields. Want some? He casually pulled out a skewer for Lu Tianren. He shook his head. No, you eat it, young Master Tang. Tang Qingma had been living under oppression and abuse for years, often without even a meal. Now seeing him enjoy a grilled meat skewer so much, a wave of affection surged in his heart. Tang Qingma, what's going on? Why does Lu Tianren look at him with such pity after coming back? Tianren, if there's nothing else, you should go back to your room and rest tonight. We need to go to another place tomorrow. Okay, young Master Tang. Before leaving, Lu Tianren once again showed a sympathetic gaze before departing. The next morning, while having breakfast in the hall, Tang Jianren suddenly looked at Tang Qingma. Qingma, the head of the Lu family called yesterday. Inside, Tang Xianxi, Tang Ruoling, Tang Ali, and Tang Meixin all looked at him in surprise. Especially Tang Xianxi. Oh, Tang Qingma had no reaction, enjoying the century egg and lean meat porridge and the fried egg pancake made by Wang Ma. However, he didn't like century eggs, so he picked them out. Bai Hualian felt a bit sad seeing the indifference but asked, Master, what happened with the head of the Lu family? A few days ago, that child Ruyan caused a scene, didn't she? The head of the Lu family planned to hold a banquet to help them clear their misunderstandings and cultivate their feelings. He also intended to sign a business cooperation agreement with the Tang family. The head of the Lu family mentioned that he would have a surprise to unveil at that time, but that didn't need to be said. A banquet? Tang Qingmo raised an eyebrow. As the young master of the Tang family, I haven't even held a recognition banquet yet. Now you're asking me to attend the Lu family's banquet. Are you sure Lu Ruyan won't conspire with her rich second-generation friends to slander me? Upon hearing this, Bai Hualian immediately lowered her head. Qingmo. Tang Qingmo had been recognized by the Tang family for 3 months. But if it weren't for the recent online exposure of the true and false young master incident, no one would have known that the Tang family actually had a true young master. Thinking of this, Bai Hualian felt guilty once again. Bai Hualian's regret value plus 200. Since the head of the Lu family is willing to let you attend, you, as a junior, should just go. Why say so much nonsense? Tang Ali, sitting in front, spoke coldly. Because of Tang Xueron's assassination of Tang Feifei, she had been scolded by the dean again, and her time to return to work had been extended. Now that Tang Xueron had been sent to the hospital, she vented her anger on Tang Qingmo. Then you should go. Tang Qingmo didn't even look at her, taking a bite of meat porridge. I'm not like you, a free person. I'm very busy and have no time to attend a boring banquet. Bang! Tang Ali slammed the table angrily, gritting her teeth. Who are you calling a free person? The way I am now, who is to blame? Of course it's you. Tang Qingmo interrupted with a smile. If it weren't for you trying to please the fake brother and harming your real brother, you wouldn't have been suspended. Tang Ali's regret value plus 200. You, cough cough. Although Tang Ali wanted to curse Tang Qingmo, she was immediately silenced by a glare from Tang Jianrun. Lu Tianrun, who was pretending to be invisible, is watching you. Tang Ali's regret value plus 200. Tang Jianrun immediately smiled. Qingmo, you haven't attended any banquets since you came home. This is also an opportunity for you to meet peers. If you're worried, you can have Hualian accompany you. She'll accompany me? What a joke! Tang Qingmo immediately looked at Bai Hualian with disdain. When Tang Xianqi calls her, she'll immediately abandon me, her own son. Qingmo, how could I do something so excessive? Upon hearing her son's cold words, Bai Hualian's eyes turned red. Tang Qingmo sneered, Dear mother, you know very well how I've been living these past 3 months, right? Bai Hualian's regret value plus 200. Bai Hualian's regret value plus 200. The system sighed. No wonder she's a hypocritical white lotus, easier to exploit than anyone else. Tang Qingmo, yeah, always regretting but never changing, and won't even get depressed, pretty good. Cough cough. All right. Tang Jianren said softly, Qingmo, the head of the Lu family has already said that Xianqi will not be invited to this banquet. Tang Xianqi. Moreover, I have already started planning his marriage with Feifei, to get them married as soon as possible, so you can just focus on cultivating feelings with Ruyan. After he finished speaking, Tang Xianqi's eyes widened. Tang Xianqi gritted his teeth, his palms unconsciously tightening. Although he had already mentally prepared himself, hearing Tang Jianrun plan a wedding for him and Tang Feifei still made him feel extremely unwilling and humiliated. Originally, he should inherit the Tang family as the heir and become the son-in-law of the Lu family, possessing the wealth of both families. But now, Tang Xianqi glared at Tang Qingmo with resentment. If it weren't for Tang Qingmo deliberately calling the head of the Lu family to threaten with a withdrawal of the engagement, he would still be the one engaged to Lu Ruyan. How infuriating. Qingmo, you will attend the banquet, right? Tang Jianrun, having been focused on Tang Qingmo, did not notice the fleeting resentment in Tang Xianqi's eyes. At that moment, the system timely spoke in his mind, Host, I have found out that the head of the Lu family plans to do something big on the night of the banquet. Hearing the system mention the big event at the banquet, Tang Qingmo couldn't help but scoff. Is that true? Is he really that reckless? System, it's true. The system guarantees it. In that case, I must go. Tang Jianrun, Qingmo? After finishing his porridge, Tang Qingmo picked up a tissue to wipe his mouth and asked casually, I want to ask if the Lu family will invite the media that night? Tang Jianrun was unclear why he asked that but replied, I only heard that he would invite some powerful families over, but he doesn't plan to invite reporters. Tang Qingmo, I see. So, does this mean Tang Qingmo doesn't want to go? Just as he prepared himself to confront Tang Qingmo, the latter agreed, I will go that night. You agreed? Tang Jianrun couldn't believe it. He had prepared for a verbal sparring match, yet Tang Qingmo agreed so readily? Tang Qingmo said coldly, I can attend, but you have to agree to one condition. What condition? Tang Jianrun frowned. It turned out the agreement was a lie. he must be trying to propose a difficult condition to force him. Give me 3 invitation letters. Tang Jianrun? Invitation letters? That's right. Is it that simple? Based on what he had learned about Tang Qingma these past few days, would he really make such a simple request? Tang Qingma took a sip of soy milk. Otherwise, if you want to make it harder, I don't mind, then just give me $1 million. I can give you all of it, but you must attend that day. To avoid any unexpected issues, Tang Jianrun was willing to agree to anything. I have a few invitation letters on hand right now. Wang Ma, please help me get them from the study. These were given to him by the head of the Lu family when he contacted him last night. He could take more if needed, but he didn't quite understand why Tang Qingma specifically needed the invitation letters. Why do you need these? If you want to invite friends, you can just let them in directly. Invitation letters are generally for unfamiliar families or partners. Those who have a good relationship with the Tang and Lu families can ask the butler to let them in. However, Tang Qingma scoffed. It's nothing, just to avoid someone saying that the guests I invited are unworthy of coming to the Lu family, and then having them kicked out without my knowledge. After saying that, he deliberately glanced at the 3 Tang sisters sitting across from him. What do you mean? Tang Ali felt insulted, and her expression immediately darkened. Do you think I'm deliberately targeting you? But you haven't been to the social circle even once since returning to the Tang family. Besides the friends you know outside, who else could you possibly know? If you bring them to the banquet, wouldn't that be embarrassing? Ali, Tang Ruoling hurriedly tried to stop her, but it was too late. Tang Qingma sneered. It's really strange, isn't it? Don't people say that a doctor's responsibility is to save lives and that all lives are equal? I didn't expect the so-called surgical master, Dr. Tang, to say such biased things. It seems this title is quite inflated. Bang! Tang Ali couldn't help but slam the table, her eyes fierce. Don't forget you grew up outside for the first 18 years. Who knows if you met someone just as wild as you? Ali, Bai Hualian immediately interrupted her in shock. The reason Tang Qingma grew up outside was that he was taken away by Tang Xianqi's mother. How could her sister say such outrageous words to her brother, who had been lost for 18 years? Seeing Tang Qingma's mocking gaze, Tang Ali realized she had gone too far. Because she had been suspended and had some time before returning to work, her bad mood led her to vent her frustrations on Tang Qingma. In the past, she wouldn't have had to consider Tang Qingma's feelings, but now it was different. Lu Tianrun. Tang Qingma looked at her with a gaze that was half smile, half mockery, while Lu Tianrun closed his eyes, pretending he hadn't heard their conversation. But no matter what, Tang Ali had said the wrong thing, making the already heavy atmosphere in the hall even more awkward. Tang Ali's regret value plus 200. Tang Jianrun speechlessly supported his forehead. Indeed, no comparison means no harm, right? In the past, the ones who scolded Tang Qingma the most were those 2 fools, Tang Feifei and Tang Xuerong. Because of them, Tang Ali, the doctor, appeared smart and calm, but now that they were gone, Tang Ali's true nature was revealed. She exploded at the slightest provocation from Tang Qingma. Qingma. Bai Hualian wanted to say something to Tang Qingma but was completely ignored by him. It wasn't until Wang Ma finally brought over 3 invitation cards that the awkward atmosphere was broken. Tang Jianrun quickly said, Qingma, here are 3 invitation cards. You can bring any friends you want, but make sure they have appropriate clothes. After all, it was a gathering of prominent families, and suitable dresses and shoes needed to be prepared. They couldn't just wear casual clothes to get in. Tang Qingma smiled lightly. Tang family head need not worry. The people I invite are all respectable. It's just that my dear second sister has no idea about my social circle and keeps pointing fingers. It really feels miserable to be her patient. You. Alright, Ali, stop making a fuss. Hurry up and eat breakfast. Tang Jianrun didn't want to hear any noise at home so early in the morning. He was already troubled enough by Tang Feifei lying in the hospital and Tang Xuerong in the care facility. He didn't want to add another Tang Ali to the mix. Speaking of which, Tang Jianrun, by the way, today I will come back early with Ruoling, and then we can all go see Xuerong. His words made everyone present look at each other. They still didn't know Tang Xuerong's situation, but just thinking about how she had gone mad the day before made them lower their heads in contemplation. Although Tang Xianqi felt resistant inside, he smiled and nodded to maintain his younger brother persona. That's great. I can go see 5th sister. I really hope she recovers soon and can attend my and 4th sister's wedding. Put. Tang Qingma almost couldn't help but laugh upon hearing his words. Well said. He wanted Tang Xuerong to hear this immediately. Tianrun, take me to school. After finishing the breakfast cooked by Wang Ma, Tang Qingma left without even looking at the Tang family. Yes. Lu Tianrun politely followed behind. These past few days, Tang Qingma had been coming down to eat on time, finishing his meal, and leaving. Unless there was something to discuss, he wouldn't even spare them a second glance. Tang Jianrun felt even more embarrassed by his son's cold shoulder, but what could he do now? he could only endure it. Ailey, what's wrong with you today? Tang Ruoling also felt something was off with her second sister today. Why did you suddenly scold Tang Qingma? Normally, Tang Ailey would sit quietly on the side, but today, she exploded so easily. Not at all like her. Tang Ailey irritably rubbed her hair. Eldest sister, I don't know. I just can't stand the sight of him. Ever since she was suspended from the hospital, her mood had been getting worse these past few days. Especially when she saw Tang Qingma's figure at home, she felt an overwhelming urge to pick a fight with him. In the past, because of Tang Feifei and the others, even if I found Tang Qingma unpleasant, I had someone to speak up for me. But now that both of them are gone, I can't help but feel irritated when I look at Tang Qingma. It's really annoying. Tianrun, these 3 invitation letters are for you. After leaving the Tang family villa and entering the car, Tang Qingma suddenly handed all the invitations in his hand to Lu Tianrun. Lu Tianrun was puzzled. Tang Xiao, don't you want to invite your friends to attend? Tang Qingma silently said, I have no friends. Lu Tianrun, he wasn't lying. In fact, the original owner really didn't have any close friends. After being adopted by the principal and entering the martial arts academy, he had already lost contact with the children from the orphanage. During his time at the academy, due to the principal often going to the battlefield and the original owner being a ninja turtle, he was unable to communicate with peers and other teachers and students under the isolation and oppression of the Red Sun Fairy and the 7 Fairies. For 12 years, he was all alone. Until he was expelled from the academy and returned to the Tang family, the original owner was again not brought into the social circles of the rich second generation because of Tang Xianxi. It can be said that the original owner had always been a lonely existence. Even Song Qianjun, who had the best relationship with him in the original plot, had become unfriendly due to the invasion of the Heavenly Dao. So Tang Ailey didn't need to worry about the original owner knowing any bad friends, because he originally had no friends. Then Tang Xiao, what do you want me to do with these invitations? Tang Qingma smiled and said, one for you, one for your sister, and the last one, please help me tell President Lu to find a media person with a background to attend. Lu Tianrun, this is clearly trying to stir things up. Tang Xiao, I'm your bodyguard, the Lu family shouldn't need me to use an invitation, right? Lu Tianrun felt confused. As the young master of the Lu family, as long as he said a word, the head of the Lu family would directly invite him in. But Tang Qingma shook his head. No, I need you to attend the banquet in an official capacity. If you come in as my bodyguard, you have to protect me at all times, but coming in as a guest gives you a lot of flexibility, so I want you to bring your sister along. Of course, if you don't mind the rumors, you can bring another female companion too, Tang Qingma joked. Now only the Tang family knows that Lu Tianrun is Tang Qingma's bodyguard, so when Lu Tianrun attends the Lu family banquet with his female companion, no one will think of their relationship. After analyzing this statement, Lu Tianrun nodded in understanding. I see, I'll bring Zhao Zhao over then. As the daughter of a martial arts family, Lu Zhaozhao's peer circle mostly consists of exchanges among martial artists, and she looks down on ordinary wealthy banquets like this. But if he brings her, she should follow along. As for the last invitation, Tang Xiao, besides me and Zhao Zhao, do you want the media person to come? That's right, this time the Lu family won't invite reporters, which means that whatever happens inside will be settled privately, so I want that person to carry a hidden camera, so whatever is captured can be exposed to the outside. Lu Tianrun felt as if struck by lightning. How did Tang Qingma say this? As if he anticipated that something big would definitely happen at the banquet. Looking at the other's shock, Tang Qingma chuckled. This banquet is hosted by my fiancé, who is from the Lu family. Our relationship is terrible. It's impossible for her to hold a banquet just to cultivate our feelings. Tang Xiao, do you think your fiancé? Lu Tianrun suddenly realized. Although he hadn't understood much about the wealthy second generation, after reading about Tang Qingma yesterday, he also knew that his relationship with the fiancé named Lu Ruyan was very poor. For the past 3 months, Lu Ruyan has been hitting and scolding him. At this moment, she would immediately accept hosting a family banquet. There must be some conspiracy behind it. Even if there isn't, it's wise to be cautious. Tianrun, I want to go to this place after school today, check it out. After Lu Tianrun dropped Tang Qingma off at school, he handed him a note with an address written on it. Got it. Lu Tianrun felt a bit strange seeing the address of a residential area in the city center. Why would Tang Qingma go to a residential area? Back at school, Tang Qingma made his way to the classroom unscathed. Ever since his true identity was exposed, Tang Xianxi dared not cause him trouble at school. The class teacher who had been complicit in the bullying was replaced, and Tang Xianxi's lackeys were too scared to come to school after being beaten by him. It was truly peaceful. So, during class, Tang Qingma pretended to read a book while secretly playing a lottery game with the system. In the past 2 days, he had gained quite a bit of regret value from Tang Feifei and Tang Xuerong, almost 47,000 points. Coupled with the lottery chances awarded after leveling up his skills, Tang Qingma was just a step away from a 5 times 12 consecutive draw. Ding! Obtained a large amount of honey water x1. Ding! Obtained happiness sweetness doubled coffee x1. Ding! Obtained sweet to death milk tea x1. Tang Qingma, little system, what's going on? Why are all the draws just useless water? And the sweet to death kind? System, all prizes depend on the host's luck. Want to throw something? Didn't expect to have my mindset messed up by gambling so early in the morning. After that, Tang Qingma, unwilling to give up, went for another 12 consecutive draws, but aside from a few big treasure pills and cold medicine, everything else was hard and dry compressed biscuits and finger biscuits. Tang Qingma was at his wit's end. He decided to go to Wang Mei's place to have some fun after school. After school, Tang Qingma, whose mood had collapsed from drawing a bunch of useless water and biscuits, left the classroom with a gloomy expression. He really forgot to check the calendar before going out today. Had he known, he wouldn't have played the lottery. Perhaps because he was exuding a dark aura, the students passing by didn't dare to approach him. Ah, it's Tang Qingma. You dare to come back. Even when a familiar voice shouted from behind, Tang Qingma didn't turn around. Tang Qingma, you kicked me and ran away. You made me faint. Song Qianjun rushed forward, wanting to take revenge for being kicked unconscious. However, just as he was about to get close to Tang Qingma, his whole body suddenly felt as if it had been struck by an electric current. Song Qianjun suddenly felt a sharp pain in his head and couldn't even call out to Tang Qingma, clutching his head in agony. Young master! Seeing Song Qianjuan's strange behavior from behind, Su Jingchen hurriedly ran over in shock. It hurts. Jingchen, my head hurts so much. Due to the intense pain, Song Qianjun instinctively curled up, causing his blood vessels and veins to bulge, and his skin turned blood red. Young master, please breathe slowly. Su Jingchen saw that the vital energy within Song Qianjun was actually leaking out and quickly placed his palm on his back, releasing power into him. The strength of a martial artist can help alleviate the impact on each other, and now Song Qianjun, not knowing what had happened, was suddenly leaking vital energy, but he was not a martial artist and didn't know how to self-regulate. If he didn't help cushion it, Song Qianjun could potentially explode. A large amount of cold sweat continuously flowed from Song Qianjuan's forehead and body. Although the vital energy within him was alleviated by Su Jingchen's power, he still felt immense pain. At this moment, it felt as if his insides were being struck by a flood, his blood boiling, and his organs twisting. It wasn't until nearly a few minutes later that Su Jingchen felt the vital energy within Song Qianjun gradually calming down. He didn't relax and continued to release power to soothe him. This was the first time he had seen Song Qianjun in such a situation. Before, it was just a slight headache, but now it felt like he was about to explode. It was still the first time. Just as Su Jingchen was rummaging through his belongings for a suitable pill, a tall, slender figure approached them, handing him a red box. Take this, it's better for his health. Su Jingchen looked up in confusion, only to find that it was Tang Qingma, who he thought had already left. Just now, Song Qianjun had lost control suddenly in order to catch up with him. Seeing the confusion on the other person's face, Tang Qingma simply smiled and said, I was about to leave, but with such a commotion from young Master Song, how could I just abandon you? System, no. In fact, Tang Qingma had already noticed Song Qianjun, but due to the lottery, he was in a bad mood and didn't pay attention even when he heard the other calling out and collapsing. It was himself. Or it was the system that told Tang Qingma that Song Qianjuan's body was experiencing serious abnormalities, as if receiving a signal from the heavenly path, which piqued Tang Qingma's curiosity to come over. Of course, Tang Qingma calculated the timing, approaching only after Su Jingchen had almost calmed down Song Qianjuan's chaotic energy. This way, he could gain Su Jingchen's favor with just one big pill. A kid like Song Qianjun had already been spoiled by his stepmother and had no real value. But Su Jingchen was different. He was a martial arts genius carefully selected by Song Qianjuan's biological mother, originally a third-grade warrior, and possessed strong supportive abilities, making him far more valuable than that kid Song Qianjun. So after a few seconds of consideration, Tang Qingma decided to achieve the greatest return with the smallest investment. Su Jingchen opened the red box and saw a deep brown pill inside, leaning closer to smell it. The medicinal materials were rich, and it was clear that the refining process had been excellent. It was an extremely high-quality big pill. How could a neglected young master like Tang Qingma possess such a precious item? Su Jingchen asked suspiciously, Young Master Tang, are you really willing to give me such a valuable pill? Of course, young Master Song's health is the most important. Tang Qingma revealed a pure and sincere smile. If it were someone else, they might have been deceived by that friendly smile. But Su Jingchen was different. He had grown up in the icy grip of the Song family, guarding Song Qianjuan's side, and had faced all kinds of people, so he was very clear that the big pill Tang Qingma was giving him likely had some ulterior motive to gain something from him or Song Qianjun. Thank you. But at that moment, Song Qianjun's condition was poor, and Su Jingchen had no time to hesitate. He shoved the big pill into Song Qianjun's mouth and continued to inject power into him. Song Qianjun had already fainted from the intense headache, but with the help of the big pill and Su Jingchen, the energy in his body gradually calmed down, and his pained expression eased. Su Jingchen breathed a sigh of relief, and after confirming that Song Qianjun was really okay, he carried him on his back. Although his build didn't seem as tall as Song Qianjun's, he was very strong and easily lifted him up. This time, Su Jingchen didn't remain silent like before. Instead, he looked at Tang Qingma and said, "Young Master Tang, may I ask if you are free next Saturday?" Was he trying to ask him out? "I am for now." Although he didn't know if it was due to Song Qianjun's condition, it was a coincidence that he was present during both fainting episodes, so Su Jingchen naturally wanted to invite him out to talk. "Alright, I'll contact you tonight, and I'll let you know the time and place." Okay. Previously, Tang Qingma had given Su Jingchen his contact information. Although he didn't know why he hadn't added him as a friend, Tang Qingma had no interest in pursuing it. Finally, he watched Su Jingchen carry Song Qianjun to the infirmary. Watching them leave, Tang Qingma also headed towards the RV parked at the school gate by Lu Tianren. "Sorry, Tianren, I ran into young Master Song again and came late." "It's fine, Tang Xiao." Lu Tianren started the engine and set off for the address Tang Qingma had given him that morning. As the car started, Lu Tianren suddenly remembered something. "By the way, Tang Xiao, speaking of young Master Song, I've heard some arguments have arisen in the Song family these past few days." "Arguments?" "Yeah, I heard that young Master Song suddenly changed his college application to the Magic City Martial Arts Academy. But since he doesn't have the strength of a martial artist, Madame Song wants to discourage him. What's strange is that young Master Song usually listens to Madame Song, but this time he is adamant about applying. And although Madame Song used to dote on young Master Song, she has been strict this time, leading to their argument." "I see." Tang Qingma sneered upon hearing Lu Tianren's words. Of course, Madame Song would refuse. The Magic City Martial Arts Academy is the most prestigious martial arts institution in Huagua. If Song Qianjun were to get in by chance and become a top martial artist, he would once again threaten her son's position. All her years of managing the Song family could go to waste. But the question is, why would Song Qianjun suddenly want to apply to the Martial Arts Academy? Is it because of my previous sarcasm? Or is it for Su Jingchen to have a better future? However, in a sense, his stepmother is not wrong. The current Song Qianjun is just an ordinary person and cannot compete with martial arts candidates. To get in, he can only rely on that talent of his, which may or may not be awakened. Unless he has a cultivation system like mine, otherwise, there's no way. But this has nothing to do with me. The current Song Qianjun is not the friend that belongs to him in the original plot. As long as he is not an enemy, Tang Qingma doesn't care what kind of relationship they will have in the future. Otherwise, he would treat the Song family like the fairies of the Tang family and the Qiyang Hall. Lu Tianren drove the car to the AI Huanjing community and parked at the gate of the second building. He knew that the apartments in this community were located in the center of the Magic City, and the prices were not cheap for an average family. But why would Tang Qingma come here? Moreover, since it was a new apartment complex, Lu Tianren saw that there were security guards managing the gate, and without property management, it wouldn't be easy to get in. Then he saw Tang Qingma walk to the security booth next to the gate and flash a bright smile at the security uncle inside. "Good afternoon, Master. You're on duty today. Oh, are you here to visit your relatives again?" The security uncle seemed to know Tang Qingma and had a good attitude. Lu Tianren, "Oh, so Tang Qingma has relatives living in the apartment, which means he can come in any time." The next moment, he saw Tang Qingma pull out a red bill from his pocket and hand it to the security uncle. "Master, it's so hot today, remember to stay hydrated. Take this to buy some water, it's winter now." "You sweet-talking kid. Alright, go on in." The security uncle joyfully took the bill and opened the gate. "Tang Qingma, Tianren, let's go in." "Lu Tianren, Tang Xiao, don't you have relatives inside? Why do you still need to pay?" "Ha, no relatives, that was a toll." Smile. So this is how social interactions work. Lu Tianren followed Tang Qingma up to the upper floors, but as they walked, he vaguely sensed something was off. Tang Xiao, who are you looking for now? Looking for Mom? Who did he say he was looking for?" Lu Tianren was confused, but before he could react, he was pushed by Tang Qingma to the door of a certain unit. "Come on, Tianren, stand here." Tang Qingma pressed the doorbell. "Lu Tianren?" Bang! Just when Lu Tianren was completely confused about what Tang Qingma was doing, a sound of something falling suddenly came from inside the unit, startling him. After about 10 seconds, the wooden door of the unit slowly opened from the inside. Do you need something? The one who opened the door was a middle-aged woman. Although she was wearing a luxurious dress and adorned with expensive jewelry, her face was pale and haggard, with dark circles under her eyes. It was as if she had suffered some kind of blow. Who are you? Seeing Lu Tianrun's silence, the woman furrowed her brows. No, I am. Lu Tianrun didn't know what was going on. He had just followed Tang Qingma up, and suddenly he was treated as a shield. But just as he was at a loss for words, Tang Qingma's mocking voice came from behind. What's wrong, kidnapper lady? You look so haggard after not seeing you for 2 days? Hearing the voice, Wang Mei immediately jumped in fright, instinctively trying to close the door. However, with a bang, as she tried to shut the door, Tang Qingma kicked it open. Wang Mei couldn't withstand the force, and as the door flew open, she was thrown to the ground. Why are you closing the door so quickly? Tang Qingma walked in with a smile, lightly stepping on Wang Mei's waist. We haven't had a good gathering today. No. Even without seeing Tang Qingma's expression, just hearing the voice was enough to make Wang Mei feel like she was collapsing. She immediately curled up her body, her hands tightly clutching her head. Wang Mei's regret value plus 500. Wang Mei's regret value plus 500. Wang Mei's regret value plus 500. She hadn't even done anything yet, and just seeing his figure had already put Wang Mei in a state of immense regret. This was exactly the effect Tang Qingma wanted. What's wrong, kidnapper lady? I told you 2 days ago that I would come today. Why haven't you even prepared a cup of tea for me? Tang Qingma rubbed Wang Mei's body with the sole of his shoe, sneering. Looks like you've been doing quite well these past 2 days. A gorgeous dress, expensive jewelry. What a wonderful life. No, that's not it. Listening to Tang Qingma's sarcasm, Wang Mei shrank her body in fear. I haven't been doing well. 2 days ago, under Tang Qingma's torment, Wang Mei had 2 full days of nightmares. In her dreams, she kept reliving the scene from 18 years ago when, out of a moment of selfish desire, she swapped her son with the child of the Tang family, and then the scene shifted, and she was killed by a shadow. Therefore, feeling guilty, she was terrified that she might suddenly die, afraid that the money she had gained during this time would vanish in an instant. So for the past 2 days, she kept wearing the expensive clothes she had bought earlier, using the best foundation and blush to make up. She needed a sense of reality. She needed these materials to prove that the money she had received was real. But now, seeing Tang Qingma come again, the feeling of fear flooded her heart once more. I'm sorry. It's all my fault. Tears streamed down from the corners of Wang Mei's eyes, her body trembling, feeling an immense regret. Wang Mei's regret value plus 500. Wang Mei's regret value plus 500. And watching the scene before him, Lu Tianrun unconsciously took 2 steps back. What on earth was going on? Who was this woman? Why was she so scared just at the sight of Tang Qingma? Tianrun. Tang Qingma turned his head, revealing a meaningful smile, saying, close the door, and after I finish my business, I'll introduce her to you. Close the door. As a bodyguard, he should execute the employer's orders. However, when Lu Tianrun saw the woman lying on the ground desperately pleading for help, he hesitated a bit. That Tang Xiao, this lady. Tianrun, didn't I tell you? Tang Qingma interrupted with a smile, his gaze becoming a bit sharp. If there's a problem, you can only ask when it's just the 2 of us. Close the door, don't make me say it a 3rd time. Lu Tianrun still closed the door. Although Tang Qingma was still smiling, he could sense the invisible pressure emanating from the other party, as well as the piercing gaze. He had indeed agreed to Tang Qingma's work instructions, which was why he had become the other party's bodyguard. But now, seeing the woman on the ground, pale and trembling with fear, people do have a sense of compassion. Although he wouldn't refuse the employer's request, seeing this unarmed lady still made him feel soft-hearted. But at that moment, Tang Qingma's cold voice came, haven't you recognized reality yet? Clearly, when you returned last night, you were back to normal. I thought you had accepted it. So, when you see a vulnerable person, you want to let her go? Lu Tianrun turned his head away, feeling embarrassed at being hit with the truth. Then let me tell you directly, this woman's identity. Tang Qingma smiled as he looked at Wang Mei. Just being stared at by those cold eyes, Wang Mei recalled the scenes of her and Wang Dafu being tortured repeatedly 2 days ago. No, please don't, Tang Xiao, I beg you. Tang Qingma ignored Wang Mei's pleas and said directly, she is Tang Xianqi's biological mother. Do you understand now? Tang Xianqi's biological mother? Tang Xianqi's biological mother, isn't that? Tang Qingma said with a calm smile, that's right, she's the kidnapper who swapped me and Tang Xianqi 18 years ago and ruined my life. If I say it this way, will your compassion lessen a bit? Lu Tianrun. In that instant, Lu Tianrun felt all the blood in his body turn cold. His head was buzzing with shock, and because Tang Qingma's tone was too flat, as if he were talking about someone else's affairs, he found himself stumbling back a few steps. Is what Tang Qingma said true? Did he just actually sympathize with a kidnapper? Lu Tianrun immediately looked at Wang Mei, only to see her originally fearful face now becoming even paler and more panicked. It's all true. This seemingly weak and innocent woman in front of him, she actually did such a heartless thing. Isn't it ironic? Look at the clothes she's wearing and the jewelry she has, and this downtown apartment, filled with brand-name furniture, all of it isn't cheap. Tang Qingma continued, watching Lu Tianrun's shocked expression. But to conceal the truth about the fake young master, because she fell in love with the fake young master, my father, my sister, they all gave money to the kidnapper of their own son and brother regularly, along with this house. And then they say, this is to repay her for giving birth to an excellent son and brother for the Tang family. Lu Tianrun's eyes widened, shocked to the point of not knowing what to say. The Tang family? Did Tang Qingma's family really say such heartless things about their own son/brother? I was wronged by the fake young master at home, abused and insulted by my own family, but this woman who caused the tragedy of my life, she can actually receive money and live a good life. Lu Tianrun, do you still feel soft-hearted towards her now? Under Tang Qingma's questioning, Lu Tianrun's mind went blank, unable to think at all. At this moment, he certainly no longer felt any sympathy for Wang Mei. Instead, his heart was filled with a great deal of regret. Just now, he had judged her to be a weakling because he saw her fragile exterior and hoped that Tang Qingma would let her go. Little did he know, she was the root cause of all this. A multitude of regrets surged within Lu Tianrun, truly making the system drool. So much regret value. I want to collect it. Since Lu Tianrun's relationship with the original protagonist in the original plot only became family and brothers after Lu Xiaoxiao became part of the harem, he couldn't collect his regret value now. Watching so much power drain away, the system wanted to cry out in despair. It's rare for the host to make Lu Tianrun feel guilty. The system couldn't help but admire Tang Qingma's methods. In such a short time, Lu Tianrun's mindset had completely changed. At this moment, he spoke cautiously, I'm sorry, young Master Tang. I really didn't know this woman was yours. Lu Tianrun didn't even know how to speak without hurting Tang Qingma. Moreover, he had actually felt sympathy for such a kidnapper. His brain must have been kicked by a donkey. It's okay, you didn't know at first, Tang Qingma said deliberately in a sighing tone, causing his heart to feel guilty again. But the next second, his tone suddenly turned cold. Do you know, Tianrun, this woman is best at playing the victim, and she has passed this skill on to her son. So many people are deceived by their facade. Tang Qingma squatted down, grabbing Wang Mei's hair and pulling her face up. I'm already very happy that you can think for yourself. After saying that, Tang Qingma immediately slapped her across the face. Slap. I'm sorry, young master. Please spare me. Wang Mei's regret value plus 500. Wang Mei's regret value plus 500. Wang Mei's regret value plus 500. Spare you? What a thick skin. Lu Tianrun no longer looked at Wang Mei being slapped with sympathy. Instead, he felt that someone like her deserved to be slapped. She looked pitiful and weak, but Tang Qingma had endured 18 years of misfortune. Slap. Tang Qingma slapped her on the other side, making Wang Mei's face symmetrically swollen and red. Do you think I would spare you? You criminal who destroyed my life. Tang Qingma kicked Wang Mei in the waist, causing her to sweat in pain, tears streaming from the corners of her eyes. I'm sorry. I was wrong. She was truly wrong. I shouldn't have been selfish. I've lived with so much guilt for these 18 years. I want to earn young Master Tang's forgiveness. Wang Mei's regret value plus 500. Wang Mei's regret value plus 500. Wang Mei's desperate voice and the sound of regret value in her mind made one think she was truly remorseful, but Tang Qingma still scoffed. If you really feel regret, then please go find the police and turn yourself in right now, or I might consider sparing your life for the sake of the police uncles. This sentence made Wang Mei hesitate immediately. For Wang Mei, she was born in an unknown village in another province. Her family favored boys over girls, and after finishing middle school, she was sent by her parents to the big city to work. After going through several jobs, Wang Mei was hired by the Tang family as a nanny, and she happened to meet a certain urban man, quickly falling in love. The man told her that as long as she married him, she could get a household registration in the Magic City, just needing some small expenses. So Wang Mei handed over her years of savings to the man, happily waiting for him to marry her. Unfortunately, a month later, the man ran off with all the money, and she ended up pregnant. In despair, she also learned that the lady of the Tang family was pregnant too, and like her, she was having a boy. She couldn't help but start complaining. Why is that woman by Hualian so lucky? Born into a prestigious family, pampered since childhood, loving marriage with her husband, 7 daughters, and now a son on the way. Why does she get to be so fortunate? Wang Mei's thoughts began to twist, her heart filled with jealousy and resentment. So, after giving birth to her son, she momentarily lost her mind. To be honest, over these 18 years, she had indeed felt regret. Regret that the Tang family might one day see through Tang Xuanqi's false identity. That's why she had recognized Tang Xuanqi in advance, offering him advice to solidify his position in the Tang family. At the same time, Tang Xuanqi, for his own luxurious life and noble status, regularly gave her a lot of money to keep her quiet. Looking at the amount she had never seen in her life, Wang Mei felt a surge of relief, grateful for the exchange of her child with the Tang family. And the most unexpected surprise was that even if the real young master of the Tang family was recognized, she would still gain an immeasurable amount of money and a big house in the center of the magical city. She wore beautiful clothes and jewelry every day, shining brightly whenever she went out. This life was something she could never have imagined. So, now that Tang Qingma was asking her to turn herself in, Wang Mei unconsciously clenched her fists, her gaze a bit distant. If she went to prison, everything she had would turn to ashes. What? Seeing the hesitation in Wang Mei's eyes, Tang Qingma found it extremely amusing. Haven't you regretted it for the past 18 years? Then why is it so hard for you to call the police and have them come arrest you? Wang Mei, Tang Qingma curled her lips. As she had thought, a hypocritical person like Wang Mei could be easily exposed with a little firmness. It's true, you don't need to be a nanny now, living in such a nice house, and my family gives you money every month, so it's normal that you don't want to turn yourself in. Tang Qingma slapped Wang Mei's face. Tang Xuanqi really is your son, inheriting such selfish blood. Woo woo. Wang Mei, exposed, shrank in humiliation. At that moment, she truly wished someone would come to save her, rescue her from this demon's hands. But compared to these fantasies, Tang Qingma's voice continued, by the way, I came to find you today to discuss serious matters. Ha! Wang Mei, already tormented, looked at Tang Qingma in disbelief. He had serious matters to discuss with her. You must be curious why Tang Xuerong, who usually comes to see you every week, hasn't come this time, Tang Qingma said with a smile. Indeed, since both Tang Xuerong and Tang Feifei had feelings for Tang Xuanqi, they would almost come every week to bring gifts to please her as his biological mother. And each time, they brought priceless, latest seasonal clothes and bags, sometimes even taking her to the art academy. Now that Tang Feifei was paralyzed, but Tang Xuerong was fine. Yet she hadn't come this week, and she had forgotten due to her fear of Tang Qingma. Now that it was mentioned, it felt strange. Tang Qingma spread her arms with a bright smile, her tone teasing. The Tang family has already started preparing for the wedding between Tang Feifei and your son. But Tang Xuerong couldn't accept it, and in her despair, she planned to kill Tang Feifei, and now she's locked up in a mental hospital. Wang Mei, although you're just a nanny, you've taught well over the years, and my two sisters have fallen for your son. So when he was about to marry Tang Feifei, it triggered Tang Xuerong's murderous intent. What I want to talk about today is this. Seeing Wang Mei's stunned expression, Tang Qingma chuckled. Although my fourth sister is paralyzed, she is still a daughter of the Tang family, far above the status of your criminal son, so you and Wang Dafu will attend the wedding, right? Wang Mei, we will attend. Tang Qingma actually wants to attend Tang Xianqi's wedding. As his mother, you naturally need to witness your son's important life event. Tang Qingma patted Wang Mei's shoulder hard, startling her into trembling. Look how kind I am. Clearly you destroyed my life, yet I still let you witness your son's wedding. Wang Mei felt nothing but fear at Tang Qingma's words. He had clearly tortured himself to the brink of death. How could he be so kind? Moreover, the fact that Tang Xianqi is a fake young master is a stain on his life. Tang, young master Tang, I can't attend. He actually wants someone like her to attend his son's wedding. If outsiders find out, wouldn't that embarrass Tang Xianqi? What? You don't want to come? Seeing Wang Mei refuse, Tang Qingma immediately tugged at her hair, his eyes darkening. If you don't want to come, of course, you can. Just wait for your son to get married and come out in a wheelchair with my sister. Wang Mei was terrified. No, please don't. Young Master Tang, I will attend, and I will go with Dafu. Please, don't harm Xianqi. Upon hearing that her precious son was threatened, Wang Mei agreed without a second thought. Very good. Tang Qingma smiled with satisfaction. I will send you an invitation then. Remember to dress nicely to see your son get married. She had no choice. As long as Tang Xianqi was safe, she could only compromise with this devil. You wouldn't feel wronged, would you? Tang Qingma sneered, but even if you do, just bear with it, because this is your retribution. Wang Mei lowered her head, painfully closing her eyes. Wang Mei's regret value plus 1,000. Wang Mei's regret value plus 1,000. Asterisk. Although she didn't see Wang Dafu this time, Tang Qingma was in a good mood, humming a tune as he left the house. However, when he opened his phone, he saw many messages from Wang Ma. Wang Ma? Tang Qingma opened the message section in confusion, instantly revealing the expression of an elderly person on the subway looking at a phone. Young Master Tang, may I ask what's the matter? Lu Tianren recalled that the Wang Ma mentioned was probably the only normal person in the Tang family, and the maid who treated Tang Qingma better than anyone else in the Tang family. My family sent me a message through Wang Ma's phone. Tang Qingma frowned. They don't have my contact information, so they used her phone. Since he bought the phone, the only people who had his contact number were Wang Ma, Lu Tianren, and Su Jingchen. Even though the Tang family knew he had a new phone, they never thought to ask him for his contact information, and of course, even if they did, he wouldn't give it. So, in utter desperation, they sought Wang Ma to send him a message. Lu Tianren saw Tang Qingma staring at his phone and thought he was feeling down. After all, even someone like Wang Mei, who did all sorts of bad things for her own selfish desires, agreed to all demands for the safety of Tang Xianxi. But the Tang family, when facing their own son/brother, just, young Master Tang, Tang Qingma put his phone away. It's fine, they said I'm not home, so they want me to go see Tang Shuero myself. That's already a big improvement. They even forgot about me when Tang Feifei had her incident. He finished with a scoff. Lu Tianren, having just seen Wang Mei, was still in a state of extreme guilt towards Tang Qingma. Seeing that the Tang family actually needed to use a servant's phone to contact Tang Qingma made his sympathy swell to the maximum. That Tang Xiao, although it seems inappropriate for me to say. Lu Tianren suddenly stopped, his expression awkward and sympathetic. Tang Qingma looked at him in confusion. If you're in pain, I can ask my father for help to sever your ties with the Tang family, Lu Tianren said cautiously. You don't have to worry about food and accommodation, I have some savings. If you're willing, I can rent a place outside, and then. Stop. You need to stop right there. Tang Qingma interrupted him in time, showing a look of disgust. What you're saying sounds like you're trying to support me. Lu Tianren recalled what he had said, and it was indeed quite misleading. But he really just wanted to help Tang Qingma. No, that's not it, Tang Xiao. I just think that since the Tang family treats you this way, it's better to cut ties quickly and start a new life. Tang Qingma was a bit speechless. Why are you feeling sorry for me again? Ha, he sighed. You, the young master of the Lu family, are too soft-hearted. You just felt sorry for Wang Mei's facade, and now you want to help me for no reason. At this rate, no matter how much money you have, it won't be enough for you to spend. After these few days of interaction, and the evaluation given by the system, Lu Tianren was different from Bai Hualien, who was hypocritical. He was genuinely upright and wanted to help others within his ability. But because of this, he was easily taken advantage of. To be honest, you have power and influence. Many people's futures can change because of your words. So before you decide to take action, you need to investigate everything thoroughly first. Even seeing Lu Tianren's dejected expression, Tang Qingma firmly said, for example, if you tell me to sever ties with the Tang family, do you think that will solve my pain? But in my heart, I can only wonder why I should sever ties with them. Why should I give those people an advantage? Lu Tianren, even if I cut ties with them now, who can guarantee that those people won't come back to me in the future for family or personal interests? Blood ties are shameless and unchangeable. Rather than trying to sever something that cannot be changed, it's better to turn it around and use it. First, let yourself gain the maximum benefit, and then, whether by coincidence or not, Tang Qingma opened his palm, and a withered leaf slowly fell onto his palm. It was then crushed with force, making a crisp cracking sound. Then bury it with your own hands. Tang Qingma opened his palm, and the withered leaf was already shattered, scattering to the ground. Lu Tianren. Tang Qingma's words enlightened him. Yes, clearly Tang Qingma was the true young master of the Tang family, but because of the crimes of the wicked, he had endured a painful life for the past 18 years. Now that he was recognized back by the Tang family, not only did the Tang family fail to fulfill their responsibilities as relatives, but they also believed the false young master's slander and turned around to mistreat their true kin. In all of this, Tang Qingma was not at fault. He had never wronged anyone. Why should he bear the pain that had nothing to do with him because of others? Tang Xiao, it was my narrow-mindedness. Lu Tianren clenched his fist tightly, feeling guilty for his immaturity once again. I was abandoned by my biological parents, so before being adopted by my father, I lived a life of poor treatment. I thought that as long as I actively helped the weak, I could reduce the number of people suffering like I did, but only now do I realize that the weak can be disguised, and some have been bullied by others and retaliated. I shouldn't have questioned the other party before understanding the truth of the matter. Lu Tianren closed his eyes, slowly relaxing his fist. I really was too self-righteous. He spoke sincerely, with a charm that could persuade others and make them believe him. Tang Qingma smiled lightly and shrugged. It's nothing. Although you have your own opinions, you haven't really hindered me from doing my work. The truly self-righteous people are those who interfere with others' methods under the guise of doing it for their own good, in order to achieve the results they want to see. You haven't hindered me, and if you have any questions, you'll wait until I'm done to ask. Just this point makes you better than many others. Lu Tianren lowered his head, not daring to reveal that he had already seen information about Tang Qingma from Lu Rongxing yesterday. If he hadn't known how miserable Tang Qingma had been over the years, he might have interfered and acted foolishly. This also confirmed the importance of understanding and investigating the whole matter that Tang Qingma mentioned. Tang Qingma casually scrolled through his phone. The messages from the Tang family were nothing more than "Where are you? And why aren't you coming back soon?" So unoriginal. He put his phone away. It's about time, let's go directly to the hospital. Lu Tianren, okay. This morning, when Tang Jianran suggested visiting Tang Shuerong, Tang Qingma had already given Chen Biantai a heads up. He also made sure everything was in place before the Tang family arrived. Tang Shuerong was settled in a luxurious ward on the ground floor, and everything was ready before the Tang family came. The Tang family soon arrived at the hospital entrance. They didn't see Tang Qingma but had no intention of waiting for him. Tang Ali went straight to the front desk, got the number, and headed to the ward to visit. Since this was a private hospital, the VIP ward where Tang Shuerong was located was quite large. Inside, there were sofas and various household appliances, and a nurse was stationed outside. However, despite having such a good environment for recovery, when the Tang family entered the ward, they saw a large, soft hospital bed against the wall, with Tang Shuerong curled up on it. Not to mention greeting her, her expression was one of fear, her lips trembling. Even with the sound of the door opening, she seemed not to hear, hugging her head. There were also obvious scars on her face, as if she had been harmed. "Shuerong, what happened to you?" Bai Hualian, seeing her proud daughter in such a state, couldn't help but step forward, wanting to touch her. But unexpectedly, just a light touch made Tang Shuerong react as if startled, slapping Bai Hualian's hand away and hugging herself tightly, her eyes warily watching her. Shuerong, what's wrong? I'm your mother." Bai Hualian was terrified. Her daughter had been fine just 2 days ago. How had she turned into this? "Ali, what is going on with this hospital?" Tang Jianrun, seeing Tang Shuerong like this, was also furious and could only turn his gaze to Tang Ali. This hospital was recommended by her. How could she have been able to speak 2 days ago and now look like this? "I'll immediately call Dr. Chun over." Tang Ali also didn't know the reason. Tang Shuerong had only acted out after being stimulated, attempting to harm Tang Feifei. But as long as she rested for a while and calmed down, there shouldn't be any issues. In fact, she had even planned to help Tang Shuerong get discharged today. Tang Xianxi, hiding behind the Tang family, slowly stepped out after seeing Tang Shuerong's unusual behavior. He had initially thought that if Tang Shuerong still radiated intense affection towards him like she did 2 days ago, he would pretend to be invisible. But unexpectedly, she now seemed not to recognize them. This allowed him to walk to her bedside with ease, cautiously saying, "Fifth sister, it's me, Xiaoxi. Do you recognize me? Are you feeling unwell? Fifth sister?" Tang Xianxi continued to call out several times, but Tang Shuerong still seemed not to recognize him, her gaze fixed on the bed. He felt a surge of joy in his heart. Although he didn't know what was going on, if Tang Shuerong's suffocating and crazy love for him had disappeared, that would be a good thing. "Has Miss Shuerong's family arrived?" At that moment, a young-looking man in a white coat, kind and benevolent in appearance, walked over. "Who are you?" Tang Jianrun frowned and asked. "I am Miss Shuerong's attending physician, introduced by Miss Ali. My name is Chen Biantai." Chen Biantai took out a card from his pocket and handed it to Tang Jianrun. Tang Ali also said, "Dr. Chen is the best doctor for treating mental illnesses in Magic City, known as the mental killer." But Tang Jianrun casually accepted the card, his tone unfriendly. "I don't care what kind of killer you are. I just want to know why my daughter has become like this." "Yes, doctor." Bai Hualian was also very anxious. Shuerong was perfectly fine 2 days ago. What on earth happened? Faced with the Tang family's urgency, Chen Biantai could only shake his head silently. "Head of the Tang family, Mrs. Tang, I am very sorry. Actually, on the night you brought Miss Shuerong here, she kept shouting about a woman named Tang Feifei." Upon hearing Tang Feifei, everyone present was shocked. Miss Shuerong kept saying she wanted to go back and kill her, and then she charged at our staff. But at that time, it was too dark nearby, and she ran up the mountain behind the hospital and accidentally fell. "What?" Chen Biantai turned his head, his handsome face showing a look of regret. "I am sorry for you and Miss Shuerong. If I hadn't been working at that time and had gone out to meet her." So he meant that when Tang Shuerong first came here, she was uncooperative, went mad, and then fell down the mountain. Chen Biantai continued, "Now Miss Shuerong is still feeling fear from that incident and hasn't fully regained her sanity. Moreover, since that day, she has been afraid and wary of everyone. Dr. Chen, Could it be that the message you sent me yesterday was? Thinking of this, Tang Ailey trembled as she took out her phone. She remembered that yesterday Chen Biantai had told her that Tang Shuerong's condition was very bad and that something unpleasant had happened, but at that time, she didn't take it seriously because Chen Biantai was there to help take care of Shuerong, but now seeing her condition. Yes, Chen Biantai lowered his head in disappointment. With this, the Tang family believed what Chen Biantai said, because they had never mentioned to each other that the person Tang Shuerong wanted to kill was Tang Feifei, and the mad shouting to kill the other person was also something Tang Shuerong had done before she was sent here. Of course, no one expected that the matter of Tang Feifei was an excuse successfully concocted by Tang Qingma to deceive Chen Biantai. In the past 2 days, Chen Biantai had been constantly tormenting Tang Shuerong's body and mind, leading to her mental breakdown and starting to experience memory confusion about the people she saw. In other words, Tang Shuerong's brain could not even recognize that the people in front of her were her family. And seeing his daughter in such a terrible state, Tang Jianrun was very angry. What kind of hospital are you running? I have given you a lot of money. Shuerong has been turned into this by you. How are you going to compensate? For Tang Jianrun, he had already lost Tang Feifei, a daughter who could marry out for profit. Could it be that he was going to lose Tang Shuerong now too? Although Tang Shuerong was usually proud and irritable, she was beautiful. She was still a popular star, capable of maintaining a loyal fan base to serve her and clean up after her. As long as he waited 2 more years, when her commercial value peaked, it would be the best time for her to get married. But now her most proud face was injured, and she had become mentally unstable. How could he accept this? It's so lively, did I come at the wrong time? As Tang Jianrun was about to argue, a familiar voice came from outside. It was Tang Qingma and Lu Tianrun, who had come directly without being at the Tang family home. Sorry, doctor, my father can be quite unreasonable, Tang Qingma said as he entered and saw Tang Jianrun gripping Chen Biantai's collar, ready to strike. No, I completely understand the family's feelings. Lu Tianrun from behind. They are really impressive, pretending not to know. Bang! However, at that moment, a sound of something falling to the ground echoed in the room. Tang Shuerong, who had shown no reaction to anyone, looked at Tang Qingma with a face full of terror. The moment she saw Tang Qingma, her inner fear surged like a flood. Even though her mind was filled with chaos, and she couldn't even recognize her own family, there was only Tang Qingma. Only his terrifying figure was deeply etched in her memory. No, don't! Her hands trembled violently, and in her emotional turmoil, she knocked a plate meant for fruit off the bedside table, causing a loud crash. Tang Shuerong couldn't help but recall the scene from 2 days ago when she was tormented, and then, that person had pushed her into the dark abyss with his own hands. Tang Shuerong's regret value plus 500. Tang Shuerong's regret value plus 500. These past 2 days, Tang Shuerong felt as if she were living in hell. She wanted to die. If only she could die, she wouldn't have to endure such terrifying torment anymore. But no matter how much Chen Biantai tormented her, she couldn't die. It was as if some force was preventing her death, forcing her to stay alive. Tang Shuerong felt she had had enough. She was the daughter of the Tang family, a star active in front of the camera. She shouldn't be locked up here. She shouldn't. And the one who had put her in this situation was Tang Qingma, that terrifying, malicious devil. What's wrong, fifth sister? It's only been 2 days since we last met, and you've turned into this? Tang Qingma naturally noticed Tang Shuerong's panicked gaze. He stepped forward slowly, his smile radiant. You're a star in the public eye. How can you face your audience looking like this? No! Tang Shuerong's regret value plus 500. The moment Tang Qingma approached, the psychological shadow left 2 days ago resurfaced. Tang Shuerong, frightened, hurriedly picked up a cup nearby, intending to throw it at Tang Qingma. Fifth sister, are you going to smash me? His face still wore a cheerful smile, but his tone was icy, and his eyes widened as he stared at her, as if warning her that any further action would lead to consequences worse than death. Bang! Tang Shuerong's hand slipped, and the cup fell to the ground, shattering with a loud crash. I am sorry, she said, fearfully covering her face, her eyes wide with terror as she begged for mercy. I'm sorry. It's all my fault. It's all my fault. Tang Shuerong's regret value plus 500. Tang Shuerong's regret value plus 500. At that moment, Tang Shuerong was no longer the proud young lady, nor the star in the spotlight. Her self-esteem had been completely shattered. I'm sorry. Please don't. Tang Shuerong's regret value plus 500. Tang Shuerong's regret value plus 500. A flood of regret values surged upon seeing Tang Qingma, making the system ecstatic. Fifth sister, what's going on with you? Tang Xuanqi and the others from the Tang family were puzzled by her sudden change. Just moments ago, she couldn't even recognize them, but now that Tang Qingmo was in the room, she kept apologizing. The Tang family members unconsciously looked at Tang Qingmo, wanting to know the motive behind Tang Xuerong's transformation. Brother, I didn't expect that as soon as you walked in, fifth sister would change like this. Tang Xuanqi seized the opportunity, appearing concerned on the surface while secretly mocking, implying that Tang Qingmo was not well received in front of Tang Xuerong. When they just entered the ward, Tang Xuerong might not have recognized him, but she wasn't as agitated as she was now. Could it be that Tang Qingmo? Isn't that obvious? However, facing the questioning gazes of the crowd, Tang Qingmo sneered even more. I'm not like you, being loved by fifth sister every day. Since I got home, I've either been scolded or beaten. Now that her brain has been stimulated, it's possible that her guilt towards me has erupted. Tang Qingmo deliberately emphasized the word love, making everyone present recall Tang Xuerong's affection for Tang Xianqi. Standing beside him, Chen Biantai nodded in agreement. That is possible. When a person's brain is severely stimulated, they may start to repent for things they have done in the past. Tang Qingmo waved his hand. There's nothing I can do. I'm different from the loved fake younger brother, but I didn't expect that fifth sister, who loves her fake younger brother so much, would actually have feelings of repentance towards me. Shouldn't I be a bit happy? The Tang family members. Tang Xianqi lowered his head in shame. This scoundrel Tang Qingmo kept saying that Tang Xuerong liked him in front of outsiders, making everyone's expressions very unpleasant, and Dr. Shen's gaze towards him became even stranger. He really wanted to sew his mouth shut. In any case, how is Xuerong now? When can she recover? Tang Jianran didn't want to pay attention to Tang Xianqi and the others, but frowned as he looked at Chen Biantai. I will conduct a full brain examination for Miss Xuerong. If we're lucky, with about 3 months of rest, she can slowly recover, but if her nerves become chaotic again, then it could last for a much longer time. Chen Biantai lowered his head, looking very guilty. My poor Xuerong, your sister has already become like that. Why are you also? Bai Hualian immediately felt faint upon hearing this bad news, warm tears streaming from the corners of her eyes. Tang Ruoling quickly helped her up. Meanwhile, Tang Jianrun furrowed his brows tightly. No, please spare me. I was wrong. He looked at Tang Xuerong, who was still filled with fear towards Tang Qingmo, begging loudly, and his mood suddenly became irritable. Usually, she bullied and insulted Tang Qingmo the most fiercely, so why was she suddenly repenting now? It was simply absurd. Dr. Chen, I don't care what method you use, help me cure her. Although Tang Xuerong had been shelved as a star, as a daughter of the Tang family, she still held value. If possible, Tang Jianrun didn't want to give up on her. I will do my best. After a brief exchange, Tang Jianrun didn't want to stay here any longer. After casually saying a few words to Tang Ali, he intended to take the dejected Bai Hualian and the others away. Before leaving, Tang Xianqi also pretended to be a good younger brother, walking up to Tang Xuerong and saying, Fifth sister, you should rest well. I'll come to see you again later. Although Tang Xuerong couldn't even recognize Tang Xianqi, perhaps because he looked familiar, she looked at him timidly. However, before she could look for long, Tang Ruoling called for Tang Xianqi to leave. Xianqi, let's go. Okay, big sister. Tang Xianqi immediately turned around, his appearance disappearing from Tang Xuerong's sight. But just as he was about to leave, he suddenly turned to look at Tang Qingmo beside him. Brother, are you coming back with us? Tang Qingmo had not been at the Tang family, so he had come separately. Tang Qingmo smiled. Don't you often leave me behind? Why are you asking me now? I'm sorry, brother, I didn't mean anything else. Tang Xianqi immediately raised both hands, looking dejected. Tang Ali said sternly, Enough, Tang Qingmo, Xiaoxi is just being kind, don't be so excessive. Tang Qingmo asked with a smile, Then I'll say it directly, you should have come in the same car, right? Is there a seat for me inside? The Tang family's car is a 5-seater, so if Tang Jianrun and the others get in, the seats will be just right. Tang Xianqi immediately said, Brother, if you don't mind, I can give up my seat. I mind very much sharing the same air with you. Tang Qingmo interrupted, and why would I choose to squeeze into the same car with you 5 when I have the Lu family's luxury car? Tang Xianqi clenched his fists upon hearing this, stealing a glance at Lu Tianrun. In the past few days, Tang Qingmo had been traveling alone in the Lu family's luxury car, with Lu Tianrun as the driver, making quite an impressive exit. How infuriating. Why does Tang Qingmo get to know the Lu family? Why is he so lucky? Alright, since Qingmo has a car, let's leave first. Seeing that Tang Ali was about to start another argument, Tang Jianrun felt a headache coming on outside the hospital room. Too much had happened in the past few days for him to keep up. Now, aside from the wedding of Tang Feifei and Tang Xianqi, he didn't want to deal with anything else. After the Tang family left, only Tang Qingmo, Lu Tianrun, and Chen Biantai remained in the room. Tang Xuerong was still trembling in bed, her gaze unfocused, unable to recognize them at all. TSK. Young Master Tang, your family is really cold-blooded. After Tang Jianran left, Chen Biantai immediately put on a calculating expression. When your father learned that Miss Xuerong had mental issues, he didn't want to take care of her, and your mother and sister seemed to be concerned for a moment, but left without a second thought. Even your fake brother. Chen Biantai recalled Tang Xianqi's green tea demeanor just now and shook his head. He seems to be worried about your sister, but in reality, he can't hide his happiness. Tang Qingma sneered. After all, his marriage with Tang Feifei is already set in stone. If Tang Xuerong were to cause trouble now, his reputation would be severely damaged. Marrying the paralyzed Tang Feifei could still be portrayed as being forced, garnering sympathy from others. But if Tang Xuerong were to stir up trouble, that would be like staging a drama of sister falling in love with brother and two sisters fighting over one brother, which would be a devastating blow to his reputation. Thinking of this, Tang Qingma glanced at Tang Xuerong. At this moment, she was terrified, her head lowered, completely unable to look at anyone. What did you do to her? Why can't she recognize anyone? Tang Qingma asked. Upon hearing this, Chen Biantai became very excited. I injected her with my latest developed sedative. Anyone who receives this drug will be unable to distinguish the people and objects in front of them for 2 hours, falling into deep fear. After all, people are filled with fear of the unknown, and after being injected with this sedative, the entire brain will be in a state of inability to think or recognize things. Simply put, in Tang Xuerong's eyes, the Tang family members just now were a bunch of black shadows. Her senses would also become extremely sharp and alert, especially since her original personality was already very violent. After the injection, she would become afraid to approach people and would not allow others to touch her. But because it's newly developed, there will be side effects that could cause devastating damage to the brain. Chen Biantai sighed lightly. But Lu Tianren felt puzzled. Miss Five seemed to still recognize young Master Tang just now. Chen Biantai paused for a few seconds, then grinned. Perhaps it's because young Master Tang's terrifying image has been perfectly etched in her heart. Even the drug can't block it. Tang Qingma snorted coldly. I really didn't expect my charm to be so great. Just a little torment left such a deep impression on her. There is still about half an hour until Miss Xuerong's drug effect wears off. Young Master Tang, do you want to wait for her to recover? Tang Xuerong felt as if she had a dream. In the dream, there were a bunch of dark shadows that seemed to care for her, but she only felt their malice. Then, she saw a black man who looked very much like Tang Qingma. The tormenting fear immediately surfaced, causing her to tremble and scream for help. Yet none of those so-called caring shadows came to her aid. She could only remain deep in her fear. Until the dream awakened, everything she had just seen disappeared. But when she opened her eyes, she saw that familiar yet terrifying person again. Dear fifth sister, you're awake? Tang Qingma sat on the chair by the bed, eating an apple alone. Tang Xuerong was immediately frightened and wanted to jump up, but due to her weakness and her arms being bound by several belts, she couldn't move. Tang Qingma, how could you? Normally, she would have scolded Tang Qingma long ago, but now, just talking to him was enough to instill fear, and she was sweating all over. A strong sense of regret surged within her. Tang Xuerong's regret value plus 200. Tang Xuerong's regret value plus 200. Like Wang Mei, now whenever Tang Xuerong saw Tang Qingma, her heart would fill with regret. Of course, this regret wasn't true repentance towards Tang Qingma. It was just the feeling that she had been too harsh back then, leading to her current retribution. Tang Qingma smiled and said, I came here to share some good news with you. Good news? Tang Xuerong trembled, fearing that Tang Qingma would suddenly do something to her, destroying her body and mind. But the next second, she saw his radiant smile. Yes, today your dad said that Tang Xianqi will officially marry Tang Feifei. Isn't that a surprise? This sentence struck Tang Xuerong's heart like a bolt from the blue. She widened her eyes in disbelief. No, it can't be true. This isn't real. Qingma, this isn't true, right? Tang Xuerong endured the pain in her body, shouting excitedly, this isn't real. Xiao Shi, he can't marry fourth sister. He clearly belongs to me. To me. Tang Xuerong felt as if she was about to shatter. It must be said that her face was beautiful. Although some scars had yet to fade, it was still evident that she looked pitiful and heartbroken. If it were an ordinary man, he might have been moved long ago. But Tang Qingma felt no sympathy at all. Instead, he thought she deserved it. By the way, fifth sister, do you know why I deliberately proposed to the Lu family head to annul the engagement, causing the Lu family head to not acknowledge Tang Xianqi, thus speeding up his marriage to Tang Feifei? Ha! Tang Xuerong was confused. What was he saying? Deliberately? Because I want to take revenge on you. Because I want to take revenge on you. Ha! Tang Qingma's words caused Tang Xuerong's brain to crash. What was he saying? 2. Take revenge on her? I already knew you liked Tang Xianxi, so to take revenge on you and Tang Feifei, I planned all of this. Tang Xingma slowly stood up from the chair, taking a bite of the apple in his hand. Now you're locked up here, only able to watch your beloved Xiao Shi marry your fourth sister. Isn't that helpless? But that's not all, do you know? Just now, my father and the others came to see you. Tang Xuerong's eyes widened. Dad and the others came here? But at such an important moment, fifth sister, you were dreaming, unfortunately missing them. I missed the chance to ask them for help, but the one who caused all this is me? Tang Xuerong was stunned, unable to believe what she was seeing in Tang Xingma. Did you think that as long as you waited for them to come, you would have a chance to ask for help and then leave here? Tang Xingma slowly approached her, coldly smiling as he said, how is that possible? You can never escape the hell I've created for you until my revenge on you is satisfied. And this satisfaction is forever. By the way, just now your dad saw you in a daze and felt that your illness hasn't improved. He's quite disappointed in you. Tang Xingma continued to gloat. Tang Xuerong, the head of the Tang family, who is already disappointed in you, do you think he will come to see you again? Dear fifth sister, Tang Xuerong had always been a noble daughter of the Tang family, living a carefree life, so she had never thought that her parents would be disappointed in her. But now, hearing Tang Xingma's words, an invisible fear suddenly arose. Once again, she couldn't control her emotions and shouted excitedly, using all her strength to try to lift her arm and rush at Tang Xingma. What are you talking about? However, her arms were bound by a belt, and she couldn't struggle at all. I am his daughter, his biological daughter. You are trying to sow discord between me and Dad. How can you be so malicious? Tang Xingma smiled and interrupted. Didn't Tang Feifei make him lose hope? Didn't I say before that it was because Tang Feifei lost her value as a daughter of the Tang family that she could marry Tang Xianxi? Value? Tang Xuerong's eyes widened. Yes, that's why she had wanted to assassinate Tang Feifei, just so she could smoothly marry Tang Xianxi after Tang Feifei's death. Tang Xingma sneered. You have already lost the head of the Tang family's expectations. You don't think that as a daughter of the Tang family, living a wealthy life for so many years, you wouldn't have to pay a price, do you? Tang Xuerong really didn't think so, showing a clear and foolish gaze. Tang Xingma, true, a clueless, silly young lady is very easy to control. Moreover, as the fifth daughter of the Tang family, she had no other use except for marriage alliances, so turning her into such a foolish love-struck girl, Tang Zhenran might have played a significant role. However, to make Tang Xuerong fall into deeper despair, Tang Xingma didn't mind explaining it clearly to her. Just as I have a marriage contract with the Lu family to strengthen the interests of both families, do you think your father raised you 7 sisters so that you could live freely and choose whoever you like? Tang Xuerong. She had been raised by Bai Hualian and her 4 older sisters, so subconsciously she thought this way. You are too naive. The purpose of raising you was naturally to marry you off for the family's greater benefit. Tang Xingma said as a matter of course, otherwise, why do you think when I first came back, your father allowed you to bully me? Because I didn't show my value. But now he knows that if he really offends me, I will take the Tang family down with me, and I have been recognized by the head of the Lu family as the future son-in-law, so his attitude towards me has improved. This is a very realistic issue. However, Tang Xuerong had never seen through it. A daughter who has already made Tang Zhenran lose hope. Would he come to visit again? Didn't Tang Feifei never go to see him again? No, it won't happen. Tang Xuerong naturally didn't want to believe it. I am Dad's biological daughter. He wouldn't do this to me. I am also his biological son. Didn't you see how I've been treated these past 3 months? Tang Xingma interrupted her fantasy. No, that's not it. Every word he said pierced deeply into Tang Xuerong's heart. So now she not only lost the chance to seek help from the Tang family but also disappointed Dad? No way. Everything is Tang Xingma's deception. It's all a lie. I won't believe you. Absolutely won't believe you. Tang Xuerong gritted her teeth, wanting to tear off Tang Xingma's mouth so he wouldn't say anything that would shake her heart again. Tang Xingma revealed a sharp smile. Whether you believe it or not is your business. I'm just stating the reality. Why? Tang Xuerong roared, shaking her head violently, her hair becoming disheveled. Why are you doing this to me? I've only bullied you for 3 months. It's not like I'm the only one bullying you. What gives you the right to treat me like this? The intense shouting left her throat hoarse. Overwhelmed by emotion, tears streamed down Tang Xuerong's face. Yet, facing such an agitated Tang Xuerong, Tang Xingma merely pressed the call button in the room. A nurse walked in with a serious expression. Who are you? Seeing the figure, Tang Xuerong immediately felt frightened. This nurse was Xiao Hong, an accomplice of Chen Diantai who had been helping him these past few days. My 5th sister is crying too hard. can you help clean her up? Tang Xingma said with a smile. Xiao Hong nodded silently. She had taken a mute pill earlier, so she couldn't speak. She simply took out a handkerchief from her pocket, wanting to help wipe the tears from Tang Xuerong's face. No, no. Tang Xuerong shook her head repeatedly, not wanting to be touched. Tang Xingma, what gives you the right? Why are you treating me like this? Tang Xingma's eyes darkened, a cold smile on his lips. Don't worry, I won't let any of you go. When you hurt me, did you ever think I would retaliate against you? Tang Xingma smiled, just like Tang Feifei's paralysis was caused by me. Now her wedding with Tang Xianxi, and you being sent to Dr. Chen's hands, were all done by me. Besides you, I won't let go of my 5 sisters and a pair of parents. Tang Xuerong was stunned. At that moment, looking into Tang Xingma's wicked eyes, she was unconsciously shocked by the murderous intent he displayed. Is he really the Tang Xingma from 3 months ago? Back then, he was filthy and timid, not at all like a member of the Tang family, and because of Xiaoxi's sadness, she despised him greatly. But now, the fear he exuded was terrifying. Tang Xingma no longer wasted words with her, simply instructing Xiao Hong to call in Chen Biantai. No! As soon as Tang Xuerong heard this, she panicked and shook her head. No, Xingma, please don't. If Chen Biantai came in, she would return to hell again. Tang Xuerong's regret value plus 500. Tang Xuerong's regret value plus 500. But it was all too late. Young Master Tang, have you come to an agreement with Miss Xuerong? Chen Biantai had appeared, accompanied by several nurses, ready to take Tang Xuerong's bed away. No, don't, no, Xingma, please. The cold Tang Xingma smiled, waving, but if Tang Xingma knew, he would only find him disgusting. Those images had no value at all, and he was merely cooperating with Chen Biantai's interest in torturing Tang Xuerong more thoroughly. He had no plans to send anyone else to Chen Biantai for research in the future, except for those who offended him. The Lu family's banquet was scheduled for next Friday at 8 in the evening. During this time, Lu Tianren returned to the Lu family and handed 2 of the invitation letters to Lu Rongxing and Lu Zhaozhao. That's how it is. Zhaozhao, will you accompany me that night? Lu Tianren explained the situation in detail. Lu Zhaozhao sighed softly. To be honest, I usually don't attend these ordinary wealthy families' banquets, but if it's my brother's request, then I will go. After all, her brother rarely troubled her since they were young. It was just attending the banquet as his companion, nothing wrong with that. Really, my brother is already acting as his bodyguard, and that guy Tang Xingma still wants us to go in as guests. What a hassle, Lu Zhaozhao complained. Since Lu Rongxing didn't engage in family favoritism, neither she nor Lu Tianren had made any engagement arrangements. If Lu Tianren attended the banquet with other female companions, it would definitely stir up unnecessary rumors. So it was most appropriate for her, as his sister, to go along. Seeing her agree, Lu Tianren was very pleased. Thank you, Zhaozhao. I'll treat you to something next time. I want a large portion. Lu Rongxing, watching the harmonious interaction between the siblings, nodded approvingly. You rarely attend banquets of wealthy families. It's good to accumulate some experience. At the same time, he picked up the invitation letter and asked curiously, Tianren, did Tang Xingma ask me to invite a media person? Lu Tianren nodded. Yes, father, he said he hopes for someone with a background and to secretly bring in a needle camera. Upon hearing this, Lu Rongxing couldn't help but shake his head helplessly. I see, he truly lives up to his reputation. Father, what's going on? Lu Zhaozhao asked, confused. But when she heard Tang Xingma's name, she involuntarily recalled the rude man from before, frowning. Zhaozhao, you may not know, but the Tang family and the Lu family have a marriage agreement, Lu Tianren explained to her. However, for the past 18 years, Tang Xuanqi has replaced Tang Xingma's identity. So his fiancée, Lu Ruyan, has always been infatuated with Tang Xuanqi, and their relationship with Tang Xingma is quite poor. Lu Rongxing agreed. This time, the Lu family is hosting a so-called family banquet, and Lu Ruyan is likely to set a trap to humiliate Tang Xingma, waiting for him to step in. Tang Xingma understands this, so in order to collect evidence of being bullied on Lu's territory, he wants to borrow someone from me. It's really absurd. After listening to Lu Rongxing and Lu Tianren, Lu Zhaozhao said arrogantly, why would they suddenly bully him for no reason? Isn't he being too sensitive? In any case, I'm only helping my brother this time. I won't care what happens to him. Lu Tianren and Lu Rongxing exchanged glances, both helplessly shrugging their shoulders. Tang Xingma doesn't need your help. On the other side, since the Lu family banquet did not invite Tang Xuanqi, he sent a message to Lu Ruyan. Tang Xuanqi conveyed to Lu Ruyan that he was going to marry Tang Feifei and could not attend the banquet, using a tone of helplessness and compromise. As soon as Lu Ruyan saw these messages, she immediately got scared and asked Tang Xuanqi to meet. Tang Xuanqi initially refused, but after Lu Ruyan pleaded repeatedly, he had no choice but to reluctantly agree to the meeting and arrived at the agreed cafe right on time, deliberately letting Lu Ruyan see him coming but wanting to leave. Xuanqi. As soon as Lu Ruyan saw Tang Xuanqi, she rushed forward to intercept him, a bit excitedly asking, Xuanqi, why did you come and then want to leave? Seemed to be startled and quickly lowered his head. Ruyan, I'm sorry. Don't be sad, I didn't mean to blame you. Seeing the pitiful and almost tearful expression on his face, Lu Ruyan's heart softened completely. She took Tang Xianqi's hand and walked back to their seats, gently asking, Xianqi, what did you mean in the text message? Why can't you attend our family's dinner? And why are you marrying Fei Fei? After Lu Ruyan returned home last time, she was scolded by the head of the Lu family and put under house arrest. After being released, the head of the Lu family said he would hold a dinner to help her cultivate feelings with Tang Qingma. Naturally, Lu Ruyan didn't want to attend, but thinking of the head of the Lu family threatening to cut off her allowance, she had no choice but to agree. Moreover, she had already planned. At that time, she would stay by Tang Xianqi's side and give Tang Qingma a joyful and beautiful surprise. But now Tang Xianqi said he couldn't attend the banquet? What was going on? Ruyan, don't say anything. Under Lu Ruyan's questioning, Tang Xianqi showed a pitiful look and detailed his situation with Tang Feifei. How could this be? Feifei actually, why didn't you tell me? Lu Ruyan was shocked. Recalling the last time she was humiliated by Tang Qingma at the Tang family, no one had told her about Tang Feifei's accident and paralysis. So now she learned that Tang Xianqi was forced to marry Tang Feifei, and the Tang family had already started making arrangements. The Tang and Lu families wanted to forcibly separate them. Tang Xianqi lowered his head in disappointment, his voice a bit choked. I'm sorry, Ruyan, it's all my fault. If it weren't for the fact that I'm a fake, the head of the Lu family and my brother wouldn't be angry and wouldn't let me attend this banquet. As long as I marry the fourth sister, it would also repay the Tang family's kindness for raising me for 18 years. Xianqi, how can you think like that? You were just a baby at that time. This matter of being switched has nothing to do with you. Seeing the pitiful Tang Xianqi, Lu Ruyan felt her heart melting completely. This is all Tang Qingma's fault. If it weren't for that scheming bitch calling my dad, pretending to want to break off the engagement with me, how could my dad have fallen for it? Lu Ruyan gritted her teeth in anger. In her heart, everything Tang Qingma did was to attract her attention, a game of cat and mouse. After being released by the head of the Lu family, she wanted to call Tang Qingma and scold him, saying that all his actions would only make her dislike him. However, she suddenly realized she didn't have Tang Qingma's contact information at all. During the time Tang Qingma was recognized back by the Tang family, he had always taken the initiative to find her, and she only went to the Tang family occasionally when she looked for Tang Xianqi. And whenever she appeared, Tang Qingma would stick to her like a dog, not needing her to put in any effort. So until now, she realized she couldn't find Tang Qingma at all. Frustration filled her heart. Clearly just a scoundrel, yet he made her feel annoyed. Lu Ruyan thought she could never forgive him so easily. Xianqi, just come with me to this banquet. She took Tang Xianqi's hand and said, don't worry, as long as you stay by my side, the butler and security won't make things difficult for you. Tang Xianqi pretended to want to shake off her hand. No, Ruyan, if the head of the Lu family finds out, you'll be scolded again. I don't want you to be scolded by the head of the Lu family because of me. As long as I don't go, everyone will be happy. No, Xianqi, I've already said this isn't your problem. Regarding Tang Xianqi's green tea quotes, Lu Ruyan found them quite useful. She tightened her grip on Tang Xianqi's hand and said firmly, don't worry, as long as you get inside, even if my dad doesn't like it, he won't say anything. And that beast Tang Qingma won't see you coming. It will only bolster his arrogance. By then, he will bully you even more without restraint. But, no buts. Xianqi, remember, my partner Lu Ruyan is only you, Tang Xianqi, and that will not change. Although I can't change Uncle Tang's decision for you to marry Feifei for now, I still have the right to bring you into this banquet. No matter what anyone said, Lu Ruyan was determined to bring Tang Xianqi to this evening's event. She wanted everyone to know that her beloved was Tang Xianqi, not that street rat Tang Qingma. This time, Tang Qingma made her lose such face in front of her father and the Tang family. Even if he kneels and begs for mercy later, she would never let him off the hook. As for the marriage between Tang Xianqi and Tang Feifei, although she felt sorry for her friend, wasn't Feifei already paralyzed? Even without blood ties, how could they force Xianqi to marry his own sister, especially someone who was already paralyzed? Lu Ruyan decided to visit Tang Feifei in a few days and tell her to give Tang Xianqi back to her. As a good friend, she knew that Tang Feifei loved Tang Xianqi very much, so she surely wouldn't want to delay him. She would find a way to make both the Tang and Lu families acknowledge her in Xianqi. Ruyan, thank you so much. Hearing Lu Ruyan's promise, Tang Xianqi immediately felt grateful and wanted to hug her. However, just as he was about to step forward, he suddenly froze for a moment, then slowly took a few steps back, looking dejected and hesitant to embrace her. I'm sorry, Ruyan, I lost my composure. My father has decided that I will marry fourth sister, and you have a marriage contract with my brother, so it's better if we don't get too close. Xianxi. This made Lu Ruyan feel even more pity for Tang Xianxi, and she took the initiative to hug him tightly. Xianxi, you've been wronged by the marriage with Fei Fei. Lu Ruyan whispered in pain, don't worry, it won't be long before I convince my father to annul the engagement with Tang Qingma, and then we can be together openly. I will wait for you, Ruyan. Faced with Lu Ruyan's deep affection, Tang Xianxi held her tightly as well. Therefore, he did not notice that Tang Hongxi's expression had turned serious at that moment. What waiting for you? What being together openly? These words are just for show, don't deceive yourself. If you really loved him so much, then why didn't you take the initiative to propose annulling the engagement with the Lu family when you wanted to deal with Tang Qingma? Why didn't you run away with him like Tang Qingma said? The Lu family had only said to cut off financial support, and wouldn't Lu Ruyan be too scared to even let out a fart? What deep feelings, what openness. In the face of one's own interests, love and emotion are all false. Of course, Tang Xianxi wouldn't directly expose Lu Ruyan. Ruyan, I appreciate your kindness, but I am no longer the young master of the Tang family. My allowance has decreased a lot, and I can't buy the latest dress. Lu Ruyan immediately said, don't worry, I still have a lot of savings, I can buy you clothes, and let me give you 500,000 first. Ruyan, don't do this. If you give me your savings, you won't have any money left. Xianxi, I can get that money from my dad later, you take this first. Without caring whether Tang Xianxi refused, she directly transferred the money over. Thank you, Ruyan. Looking at the extra money in his account, Tang Xianxi was extremely happy. In fact, even after being discovered as a fake young master, he still received love from his parents and sisters, and his allowance hadn't decreased. But ever since Tang Qingma made 5 demands to Tang Jianrun, in order to avoid paying a large sum of money to Tang Qingma, Tang Jianrun had also cut down on his allowance. With Tang Feifei and Tang Xuerong, who used to give him the most money, no longer around, and Tang Ali and Tang Meixin being suspended, now only Bai Hualian and Tang Ruoling remained to secretly give him money. So when he saw Lu Ruyan willing to spend on him, of course, he had to accept. At this moment, he still appeared to her as a vulnerable existence, so she would unconditionally provide him with resources and money. He almost wished she would give a little more. In contrast to Tang Xianxi needing Lu Ruyan to buy a dress, Tang Qingma directly called for someone to come to measure his size in the hall of the Tang family villa. There was also a whole row of the latest season's suit samples laid out in front of him, ready for selection. Tang Xuerong's regret value plus 500. Tang Xuerong's regret value plus 500. Meanwhile, Tang Xuerong's regret value kept ringing. Ever since he revealed the truth to Tang Xuerong last time, Tang Qingma had not visited her again, but the system would periodically chime in with her regret value. Tang Qingma knew very well that this meant she was undergoing Chen Biantai's research time. Even if he didn't go back to the psychiatric hospital, he could tell that Chen Biantai was not neglecting his work. Rather, he was so passionate about his research on Tang Xuerong that a large amount of regret value would ring out at short intervals. So great. The system was the most delighted, its tone filled with excitement. Host, the regret value was popping out like exploding gold coins, continuously. And most importantly, Tang Qingma didn't even need to be present at the scene where Tang Xuerong was. As long as Tang Xuerong was tormented by Chen Biantai, she would automatically think of Tang Qingma, thus continuously generating regret value. This is just wonderful. Host, you are truly amazing. Seeing so much energy replenishment, if the system had a physical form, it might have gone into a frenzy right there. Is that so? In contrast, Tang Qingma remained very calm. System, host, I noticed that during this period, neither Tang Xianxi nor Bai Hualian went to see her, only Tang Jianren visited once to understand her condition, but after seeing that Tang Xuerong was still in a daze, he seemed to leave in disappointment. In simple terms, he had completely lost hope for his daughter, Tang Xuerong. Tang Qingma chuckled. Tang Jianren is truly a heartless father. Even when facing his children, he would abandon them as soon as they lost their value. Truly cold-blooded and heartless. So, what would he do if all 7 of his daughters lost their value one by one? Thinking of this, Tang Qingma revealed a contemptuous smile. Host, what do you plan to do next? I want to first dissolve the engagement with Lu Ruyan. Tang Qingma took out his phone and typed on it. The so-called engagement was something that bound the Tang family and the Lu family together, hindering his actions. If Lu Ruyan were a smart woman, he could still make good use of her. But she wasn't. Her actions were quite foolish. As long as she was his fiancée for a day, Tang Qingma felt embarrassed and disgusted. Then host, What do you plan to do? The system asked. Tang Qingma sneered, isn't the Lu family going to hold a banquet soon? Do you think Lu Ruyan will take action against me then? According to his memory, Lu Ruyan's pride was not inferior to that of the eighth fairy among the Tang family's 7 sisters. Given how he had humiliated her, she must still harbor resentment, waiting for the right moment to take revenge. And the Lu family, hosting the banquet, was her territory. He believed she would prepare a lot to retaliate against him. Since that's the case, why not turn it around and use it to his advantage? I see. The system suddenly understood. It had no doubts about Tang Qingma's decision. Rather, it was impressive that its host had collected such a large amount of regret value in such a short time. It can only raise questions about the host's actions at most, and it won't impose restrictions or doubts like other systems. Tang Xueron's regret value plus 1,000. Tang Xueron's regret value plus 1,000. Suddenly, the system was surprised to collect a large amount of regret value from Tang Xuerong. Host, Tang Xuerong has suddenly generated a lot of regret. Tang Qingma calmly shook his phone and said, didn't you say that Tang Jianran went to see Tang Xuerong? I conveyed this to Qin Biantai, so he could have a good talk with Tang Xuerong. Only by letting Tang Xuerong know that she missed Tang Jianran's arrival once again, and that this time she truly disappointed him, would turn her excited emotions into intense regret for herself. Being abandoned by Tang Jianran, her beloved Tang Xianxi and respected mother and sisters no longer came to see her. For Tang Xuerong, isn't this equivalent to being abandoned by her most important family? Especially Tang Xianxi. She had done so much for Tang Xianxi, but in the end, she gained nothing and was locked in a mental hospital to be used as a test subject. Tang Qingma curled his lips in a cold smile. So whether it's hatred or regret towards me, in the end, it only brings deep despair to Tang Xuerong. She will forever be trapped in this despair, unable to escape. Host, you are truly terrifying. After hearing Tang Qingma's words, the system was already trembling. It's nothing. The reason for such a good effect relies entirely on the selfishness and cold-bloodedness of the Tang family. Just like how they treated the original host cruelly, now it's time to return the favor. Alright, host, if you need any help, just let me know. The system was very excited about Tang Qingma's next move and looked forward to the day of the banquet. Young Master Tang, do you have a preferred style? At this moment, a stunningly beautiful woman dressed in a red-fitted dress and black stockings, with a figure that was beyond reproach, walked towards Tang Qingma. She was Zhao Xian, the Tang family's exclusive designer, and also Tang Feifei's mentor. Rather than saying she was a mentor, it was more accurate to say she was forced into it. Most of Tang Feifei's designs bore Zhao Xian's influence. If one were in the know, they would see through it at a glance. But if Zhao Xian refused to be her mentor, the Tang family would announce the termination of their collaboration. Although Zhao Xian was a well-known designer in the high society due to her good designs and stunning appearance, the Tang family was also a prestigious family among the wealthy. If the Tang family cancelled their collaboration, unless she could find a family better than the Tang family, Zhao Xian would never be able to mix in the high society again. Therefore, for the sake of her livelihood, Zhao Xian had no choice but to agree to teach her ideas and designs to Tang Feifei. Now that she knew Tang Feifei was paralyzed, she pretended to express sorrow on the surface, but in reality, she was extremely happy. Today was Zhao Xian's first time serving Tang Qingma, and she needed to gauge the others' preferences. However, Tang Qingma only glanced at the suits in front of him for a few seconds before pulling out a black card that Tang Jianran had given him earlier. I want all of these, help me customize a complete set. Help me customize a complete set. Zhao Xian and Lu Tianren. All of them. Zhao Xian was so excited that she lost her composure, her facial expression uncontrollable, and her long legs and black stockings were shaking continuously. Meanwhile, Lu Tianren, who was behind, was also shocked. The Lu family usually had dedicated designers come to help him and Lu Zhaozhao customize dresses, but there were more than 20 sets of samples displayed in front of him. Customizing a complete set of all of them. How much would that cost? But seeing Zhao Xian's uncontrolled expression, Tang Qingma merely frowned slightly. Is there a problem? No, there's absolutely no problem. Oh my god, this is a huge business. How could she possibly say there was a problem? How could she miss this opportunity to make a fortune? Tang Qingma did not press further, only coldly said, I need a new outfit for the banquet on Friday night, so please make me the latest style. Sure. Indeed, seeing is believing. A month ago, when Zhao Xian came to teach Tang Feifei, she had heard nothing but derogatory remarks about Tang Qingma from her. Because of this, she felt quite nervous when called to the Tang family to measure for clothes today. However, she saw Tang Qingma's handsome appearance, his surprisingly strong physique, and the model-like aura that made even casual clothes look good on him, along with his generous demeanor. It was nowhere near as bad as Tang Feifei had said. Was Tang Feifei blind? But for Tang Qingma, having already heard from the system that Zhao Xian was serious about her work and personally made each outfit, he couldn't be bothered to waste time choosing a formal dress. After all, he had a legitimate reason to have the Tang family pay for it. Please rest assured, young Master Tang, I will make you the most eye-catching outfit at the event. At this moment, Zhao Xian had lost her calm and composed image in front of money, looking at Tang Qingma as if she had just seen the god of wealth. Alright, then I'll wait for your news. Tang Qingma casually nodded, but then he thought of something and flashed a mischievous smile at Zhao Xian. By the way, Miss Xiao, before you complete my order, to ensure quality, please do not take on any other clients, including my family. Zhao Xian was surprised. Not even the other members of the Tang family? Tang Qingma crossed his legs and smiled. As far as I know, when you take orders from my family, you must focus entirely on completing them before you can take on other business, right? So shouldn't it be the same for me? That's true, but since young Master Tang needs a larger number of custom dresses, Zhao Xian glanced at the samples she had brought over, which totaled 20 sets. She needed an average of a week to make each one, but if rushed, she could finish in a few days, but 20 sets was a bit. As long as you provide me with satisfactory quality, the extra payment for your hard work will naturally not be less. Tang Qingma pulled out that black card once again. Rest assured, young Master Tang, I, Zhao Xian, will focus entirely on making your dresses. Upon hearing about the extra payment, Zhao Xian immediately straightened up, her hand going to her forehead as if saluting. Alright, if there's nothing else, you can go. Yes, at your command. Zhao Xian hurriedly packed her things like the wind, her emotions too fervent, making her a bit flustered. Hey, aren't you Zhao Xian? Just then, Tang Ailey, who had come down from the dormitory, heard the commotion in the hall and curiously approached. You're just in time. I was looking for you to help customize a dress for Friday. Normally, Zhao Xian would agree and then stay up all night to rush out the dress, but now it wasn't necessary. I'm sorry, second miss, but I have a big order now, so I can't take on any other clients for a while. What? As soon as Tang Ailey heard this, her expression tightened. You are our family's designated tailor. Why can't you make me a dress? In the past, Tang Ailey rarely attended banquets due to work commitments, but now that her job had been suspended, feeling down, she was comforted by Hualian to attend some banquets to relax. Who would have thought Zhao Xian wouldn't make her a new dress? Second miss, it's because Zhao Xian held up her folder. Just as she was about to explain, Tang Qingma's voice came from the side. Because she has to prioritize making mine. Tang Ailey immediately turned her head, seeing Tang Qingma comfortably leaning back on the sofa, looking quite pleased. She has to make this dress for me first, so she doesn't have time to help you. You. Tang Ailey's eyes widened in surprise as she immediately turned to Zhao Xian. Zhao Xian, you don't have to pay attention to him. He doesn't have the right to use our Tang family's money to buy clothes. Zhao Xian. Then who has the right? That fake Tang Xianqi? Tang Qingma sneered, Dear second sister, you're a doctor. Is it appropriate to create a hierarchy among your own brother here? Shut up, Tang Ailey scolded. She wanted to say something more humiliating, but was interrupted directly. Fine, I can choose not to buy the dress, but you should know that this banquet hosted by the Liu family is set up for me. If I show up in rags and then tell everyone that it's because my second sister wouldn't let me buy it, what do you think will happen to the reputation of the Tang family and you? Tang Qingma's sharp gaze made Tang Ailey grit her teeth in anger. Although she didn't explode like Tang Feifei and Tang Xuerong, she also looked down on Tang Qingma and couldn't stand to see him do well. What? Didn't you say you wouldn't let me buy it? I can tell the head of the Tang family to see how his good daughter wants to ruin the Tang family's reputation. Tang Qingma even took out his phone, his finger pressing the call button. Stop it. Tang Ailey was immediately intimidated. Ever since she obtained her medical license and earned the title of surgical master through hard work, she had always been considered the smartest in her parents' eyes, so she had always hated that her own brother was a stupid waste. But recently, Tang Qingma had changed. Because of his resistance, her work was being hindered, and she couldn't vent her frustrations on him like before. Beast. Truly despicable. Unreasonable. Tang Ailey gritted her teeth. Now, in order to prevent Tang Qingma from taking actions that would harm the Tang family, Tang Zhenran was almost accommodating everything he wanted, even requiring that the sisters couldn't offend him. But as the second young lady of the Tang family, she had been sailing smoothly in her career after graduating from university, and had never experienced such a setback. The other party was still her most despised younger brother. Tang Ailey wanted to turn and leave. Since she couldn't rely on Zhao Xian, she would just go out and buy it herself. As long as she said a few words, those sisters who wanted to curry favor with the Tang family would come out to accompany her. Zhao Xian, who had been watching the whole time, didn't speak. Rather, she didn't dare to intervene in the conflict between the siblings. Seeing that Tang Ailey was finally about to leave, she breathed a sigh of relief and went to find Tang Qingma. Then young Master Tang, I will try to complete the 20 suits you ordered within 6 months. Just as Tang Ailey stepped out the door, she was immediately shocked and turned back. What? 20 suits? What? 20 suits? This time, Tang Ailey was truly astonished. She rarely attended banquets, so at most she would order 2 dresses a year, while Tang Xianqi, as the family's favorite, would buy at most 4 to 5 suits a year. How dare Tang Qingma order 20 suits? However, Tang Qingma remained calm, not changing his mind due to Tang Ailey's excitement. I understand, you can handle it over the next 6 months, and the expenses can be reimbursed directly to the Tang family. Okay, I'll help you prepare the invoice now. Wait a minute. Tang Ailey wanted to step forward to take the invoice from Zhao Xian's hands, but at that moment, Lu Tianren stepped forward and directly blocked her with his arm. Young Master Lu, this is our Tang family's business. Tang Ailey was very dissatisfied. This Lu Tianren had already obstructed her multiple times, but he was the young master of the Lu family and also a martial artist, so she didn't dare to touch him at all. I am young Master Tang's bodyguard now, and I suspect you want to harm him, Lu Tianren said to Tang Ailey without giving her any face. I just want to take the invoice book from Zhao Xian. Tang Ailey clenched her fists tightly, unable to step forward any further. Lu Tianren frowned, then please wait for Miss Zhao to finish the invoice before taking it. The implication is that he is Tang Qingma's personal bodyguard. If she makes any more moves, I won't be polite to her. This is really unreasonable. I want to tell Dad. Tang Ailey was so angry that she wanted to stomp her feet, but Tang Qingma just looked at her with the eyes of a clown. It doesn't matter, you can definitely tell the head of the Tang family about today's events, but, as the true young master of the Tang family, since being recognized back into the family, he hasn't even had a decent suit. Now he's only ordered 20 sets, and he's being obstructed by his own sister, while the fake young master can order 4 to 5 sets a year. If this news gets out, I wonder how many trending topics the Tang family will have. Tang Ailey. Trending topics. As soon as this was mentioned, her brows furrowed again. Only Lu Tianren remained expressionless, but his heart was filled with disdain. Although ordering 20 suits at once seemed a bit exaggerated, considering that Tang Qingma was a poor young master who had only been recognized after 18 years, it wouldn't be too much even if the Tang family gave him the most precious gifts in the world. But the Tang family completely did not treat him as part of the family and did not allow him to use the family's wealth, which was really excessive. In any case, I will tell Dad, just you wait. After saying what she thought was a harsh remark, Tang Ailey left without looking back. Zhao Xian truly breathed a sigh of relief when she saw the other party leave. I'm sorry, young Master Tang, I was too anxious. She hadn't expected Tang Ailey to care so much about Tang Qingma buying suits. Although ordering 20 sets at once wasn't cheap, Tang Qingma had never ordered suits before, which should be acceptable for a wealthy family like the Tang family. The head of the Tang family, Mrs. Tang, and their 7 sisters would order 1 or 2 sets every year, while Tang Xianqi ordered 4 to 5 sets each year. Tang Qingma was just making up for the 18 years of suits he missed. Don't worry about her, she's under too much work pressure and just wants to vent her frustrations. Tang Qingma didn't care at all. You don't need to take her to heart, just focus on making the suits for me. If I'm satisfied, I'll give you more rewards. Okay, I will. Zhao Xian was very touched inside. This young master of the Tang family is really nice. Unlike his sisters who have so many demands and are so picky. More importantly, he is very generous. Asterisk on the other side, Tang Ailey really called Tang Jianren and recounted what had happened. However, she did not get the scene she imagined of Tang Jianren scolding Tang Qingma. Instead, he scolded her. Did I not tell you not to provoke him? Why don't you ever listen? But Dad, he ordered so many suits at once, I couldn't stand it. Shut up, have you forgotten what I promised him? Tang Jianren shouted angrily. Ha, he said that whatever Xianqi has gotten, he will demand double in return. Since he wants to buy, let him. In Tang Jianren's mind, as long as money can solve it, it's not a problem. Since money can keep Tang Qingma from doing bad things, then let him buy. After all, for the Tang family as a wealthy family, what does 20 suits count for? It can even earn the reputation of compensating for the lost and found son. Such a simple truth, how could Tang Ailey, as a doctor, not understand? She really doesn't understand the ways of the world at all. Dad, but Tang Ailey wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Tang Jianren. Don't say but anymore. I trouble you not to provoke Tang Qingma again. You can't win in a debate, and you can't win in a fight. Do you think it's fun to provoke him? Don't make things worse for me at this time. After saying that, Tang Jianren directly hung up the phone. Dad. Tang Ailey stared at her phone in shock, having been ruthlessly hung up on. At this moment, she felt as if her face had been slapped by an invisible hand. Just a moment ago, I had sworn to Tang Qingma that I would make Tang Jianrun pay for it, but unexpectedly, Tang Jianrun turned around and scolded me instead. If that little beast Tang Qingma finds out. No, I can't let that happen. Thinking about the ruthless humiliation I would face, Tang Ailey immediately rolled back to her room as if nothing had happened. Tang Ailey's regret value plus 200. Tang Ailey's regret value plus 200. However, her regret value kept surging, indirectly telling Tang Qingma that she had been scolded by Tang Jianrun. Subsequently, Zhao Xian also rejected by Hualian's order, and everyone in the Tang family knew that Tang Qingma had customized 20 sets of dresses. Although Tang Ruoling and Tang Meixin felt that Tang Qingma's actions were domineering, they dared not criticize her due to Tang Jianrun's warning. Bai Hualian, upon hearing that Tang Qingma had customized dresses, suddenly felt guilty for not fulfilling her duties as a mother over the past 18 years, and for not helping her daughter order clothes in the past 3 months. Regret value skyrocketed. With Tang Jianrun's advice, Tang Xianqi also refrained from showing off in front of her. Tang Qingma was delighted to have some peace. After waiting for several days, Zhao Xian, with the speed of a shot of adrenaline, customized a brand new dress, wrapped it in a blue box, and sent it to the Tang family. Seeing this, Tang Xianqi couldn't help but clench his fists, filled with jealousy. If it were before, this new dress should have belonged to him. All because of Tang Qingma. She had brazenly snatched away his chance to attend the banquet along with the dress. Just wait. This time, he would definitely use Lu Ruyan's hand to ruin Tang Qingma's reputation. Time passed, and soon it was the day of the banquet. The Lu family was still busy preparing in the afternoon, and to highlight the family's grandeur, the mansion and garden were lavishly decorated, while also inviting many prominent families from the Magic City to attend. To prevent Tang Qingma from escaping at the last minute, Tang Jianrun personally asked Lu Tianrun to safely take him to school. In the end, he even came to pick up Tang Qingma himself after school, immediately heading back to the Tang family to prepare. Lu Tianrun had to return to the Lu family to prepare for the banquet as well. After getting into the car, Tang Qingma teased, "I didn't expect you to be so nervous this time, even coming to pick me up personally, when you usually forget I exist." Tang Jianrun, who was driving, felt embarrassed and slowly said, "I wasn't good before, but you have to understand that as the chairman of the Tang group, I am very busy every day, so I leave the family matters to Hualian." Tang Qingma smiled, "I see, so now you want to push all the responsibility onto your wife?" Cough cough. "That's not what I meant." Tang Qingma's sharp tongue left Tang Jianrun at a loss for words. "You don't even know where your own son has been living for 3 months or that his living expenses are only 500. Yet you can regularly give your illegitimate son and 7 daughters hundreds of thousands in pocket money. TSK. You set the double standards." Tang Jianrun didn't want Tang Qingma to bring up old matters, because no matter how he looked at it, he was in the wrong. So he quickly changed the subject. "In any case, I will pay more attention to family matters in the future. You should cultivate a good relationship with Ruyan at today's banquet." Tang Qingma sneered, "Haha, Lu Ruyan looks at me like I'm her enemy now. Do you think she will cultivate any feelings with me? I don't care about you young people. In any case, a marriage alliance with the Lu family will only benefit our Tang family." Tang Jianrun said firmly. To ensure that the Tang family could gain more benefits, their engagement must go smoothly. Only benefits? Ha! Tang Qingma curled her lips, looking coldly out the car window. "I hope you still say that after this banquet." After returning to the Tang family villa, Tang Jianrun immediately called the stylist he had booked to design a hairstyle for Tang Qingma. The young lady and her assistant were originally busy dressing up the 3 sisters of the Tang family, but since the person who paid to have her come was Tang Jianrun, she naturally prioritized her employer and directly abandoned the 3 sisters. This left Tang Ruoling and the others, who were almost done with their makeup but were kicked out, quite dissatisfied. However, due to their father's anger, they could only wait in the hall for now. That little beast Tang Qingma must be very arrogant right now. Tang Ailey sulked on the sofa. "Dad kicked all 3 of us out for him." Lu Meixin sighed and said soothingly, "Don't be angry, second sister. We've been doing our makeup since morning, and we're almost done. Of course, it takes longer for 3 of us to get ready. I haven't been to a banquet in a long time, and I was really looking forward to it." For Tang Ailey, she rarely attended high society banquets because she was often busy with work and had to go back to the hospital for overtime. Now that she was at home with nothing to do, she was eager to attend. Who knew her anticipation would be ruined by Tang Qingma? "Sister, aren't you all still getting ready?" At that moment, Tang Xianqi walked out of the room and was surprised to see the 3 sisters waiting in the hall. "Don't mention it. It's all because of Tang Qingma." Tang Ailey said irritably. Dad took our stylist away just to let him get ready first. We were already picky about stylists, and it was hard to find one we were satisfied with, only to have her called away before we were done. Tang Ruoling said helplessly. I see. Tang Xianqi nodded in understanding but couldn't help but complain internally. If it weren't for your pickiness, would you have only found one stylist? That stylist had been there since before he started school and was still busy running around in the afternoon, which shows how much work the three of them had. When Tang Jianran returned and saw only one stylist, it was natural for him to kick them out. But that wasn't his concern. Usually, when he went to banquets, it was his exclusive stylist Bai Hualian who helped him with makeup, and she was very famous in the industry. However, since he couldn't attend this banquet, that stylist only helped Bai Hualian with her look. While the three sisters of the Tang family were still complaining, Tang Meixi noticed Tang Xianqi dressed in casual clothes, seemingly wanting to go out. Xiaoxi, are you going out? Tang Xianqi nodded. Yeah, I can't go to the Lu family's banquet today, so I made plans to hang out with friends. Seeing his thoughtfulness and lack of complaints, the three sisters felt a twinge of guilt. You've been wronged, Xiaoxi. Tang Ruoling sighed. If possible, she would naturally want Tang Xianqi to attend with them. But this time, the head of the Lu family had already stated that he wouldn't invite Tang Xianqi, so to avoid awkwardness, it was better for Tang Xianqi not to go. I think that little beast Tang Qingma must have said something to the head of the Lu family, which is why Xiaoxi can't go. Tang Ailey gritted her teeth. Tang Xianqi immediately advised, second sister, don't say that. Brother just lacks confidence. This is his first time attending a banquet, so it's understandable. Tang Ailey snorted coldly. Xiaoxi, don't defend him anymore. You can't be too kind. If it weren't for us, you wouldn't even know how Tang Qingma would bully you. Tang Xianqi, as if you could do anything about him. Of course, Tang Xianqi didn't voice his thoughts and continued to smile brightly. Don't worry, second sister, I'm fine. Then I'll go find my friends first. Goodbye, eldest sister, second sister, third sister. Goodbye. The three sisters watched as she left alone, their dissatisfaction with Tang Qingma reaching a peak. Poor Xiaoxi, it's all Tang Qingma's fault. That day when he was picking out the formal wear, he acted like he had never seen the world before, ordering 20 sets without even looking. Tang Ailey continued to grit her teeth. With his shabby appearance, does it even matter what he wears? No matter how beautiful and expensive the clothes are, it's a waste to put them on him. But my shabby appearance is inherited from the same parents as you. Tang Ailey's words were interrupted as everyone looked at Tang Qingma walking down from the stairs. His tall and sturdy figure, handsome appearance, and the unique cut of the luxurious black dress designed by Zhao Xian highlighted Tang Qingma's charming aura even more. Everyone was stunned, especially Tang Ailey, who had just said he looked shabby. Who would have thought that the emaciated Tang Qingma, who was brought back 3 months ago, had changed so much now? Tang Jianren, standing nearby, looked at the handsome Tang Qingma with great satisfaction. No wonder he was his son. The stylist who came out with him was even more excited. Young Master Tang has a great foundation. He looks good without heavy makeup. Moreover, due to his training, Tang Qingma's physique was stronger than before, radiating more vitality than most male stars. But Tang Qingma scoffed and shook his head. What a pity. I just heard my dear second sister say I look shabby. I wonder what the head of the Tang family, who shares the same genes, thinks. Tang Ailey's face turned pale, and she looked at Tang Jianrun with a hint of panic. Tang Ailey's regret value plus 200. Tang Jianrun frowned tightly. He had also heard what Tang Ailey said. How could she say her brother looked shabby in anything? What did that make their father? Tang Ailey, since you think Qingma looks shabby, then don't go. Tang Jianrun coldly reprimanded. Because you both inherited your father's genes. Just as shabby. Dad, that's not what I meant. Tang Ailey immediately explained awkwardly. It was such a rare opportunity for her to attend the banquet. How could she miss it? Tang Ailey's regret value plus 200. I just thought Qingma's clothes were a bit old before, so I felt he wasn't suitable for this banquet. But with Xiaoli's help today, he looks great. Xiaoli was the stylist's nickname. Tang Qingma sneered sarcastically. My clothes are old because no one buys clothes for me. Speaking of which, I've been back for so long, and besides the lighter you gave me on the first day, second sister, you haven't given me anything else clearly. Tang Xianqi gets different gifts every few days. Tang Ailey. She suddenly had a bad premonition. Tang Qingma revealed a brilliant smile. Second sister, you wouldn't want your words just now to make your dear brother too sad and not attend the banquet, would you? To be honest, if Tang Qingma didn't attend the Lu family's banquet, Tang Ailey and the others would wholeheartedly agree. After all, they're little she couldn't go, so how could they let Tang Qingma succeed? But Tang Jianrun was very displeased to hear this. This Lu family banquet was meant to better promote the relationship between the Tang and Lu families, and they would also discuss business cooperation. The Tang family had already lost Tang Feifei and Tang Shuerong, two daughters who could marry for profit. Therefore, the marriage between Tang Qingma and the Lu family absolutely could not go wrong again. If Tang Qingma, the fiancé, didn't go, how could he cultivate feelings with Lu Ruyan? What would they say if other guests asked about it? So Tang Jianrun immediately looked seriously at the three sisters. Qingma is right. What kind of sisters are you? Why haven't you bought him a gift after all this time? The three sisters. Before they could react, Tang Jianrun smiled broadly at Tang Qingma and said, Qingma, don't blame your sisters, they are just too busy with work. Whatever gift you want, just say it, don't let it hurt your relationship. The most important thing now was to get Tang Qingma to the Lu family. Everything else was secondary. And he wasn't wrong. If Tang Ruoling and the others had pretended to be nice to their younger brother before, so many things wouldn't have happened now. Tang Qingma smiled faintly and unceremoniously took out his phone's QR code. How about this? Talking about feelings costs money. Each of you three sisters give me 1 million, and I'll pretend I didn't hear the hurtful words the second sister just said. The three sisters of the Tang family. 1 million. Just because Tang Ailey said one sentence, she demands 1 million in compensation. Not to mention that Tang Ruoling and Tang Meixin were implicated without saying anything. They were so wronged. Tang Ruoling's regret value plus 200. Tang Meixin's regret value plus 200. Moreover, now besides Tang Ruoling, both Tang Ailey and Tang Meixin were suspended. As young ladies, they spent money lavishly and had hardly any savings. It's just 1 million, hurry and give it to him. But Tang Jianrun showed no sympathy for the three sisters and directly defined their crimes and demanded compensation. Their feelings were extremely complicated. But upon reflection, wasn't this the treatment Tang Qingma often received before? As long as Tang Xianqi said a few words and shed a couple of tears, they would immediately define Tang Qingma's crime without even listening to an explanation. The wheel of karma turns. Only when the boomerang hits back do they feel the pain. Tang Qingma coldly handed over the QR code, mocking, "Three sisters, please hurry and give me the money, so I won't be sad and can smoothly go to the Lu family." Tang Ruoling's regret value plus 200. Tang Ailey's regret value plus 200. Tang Meixin's regret value plus 200. Tang Jianran also urged, "Don't I give you a lot of pocket money every month? Hurry and give it to him." As the president, Tang Ruoling had no problem giving 1 million, and under Tang Jianrun's gaze, she reluctantly paid the money. But Tang Ailey and Tang Meixin still hesitated, finally looking at Tang Ruoling together. Tang Ruoling's regret value plus 200. Fine, after all, she was the eldest sister, and just a glance was enough to know what they wanted to say. "Give me the QR code again, I'll help them pay 2 million first." Tang Ruoling transferred 2 million to Tang Qingma. "I just need to receive 3 million, whether you borrow or give it to me is none of my business." Tang Qingma smiled. His attitude was really infuriating. If possible, she really wanted to curse him out. But they couldn't win the argument, and with Tang Jianrun beside them, they could only hold their anger in. Tang Jianrun saw that Tang Qingma had already received the money and immediately showed a flattering smile. "Qingma, are you satisfied now? Can we go to the Lu family?" "Of course, I also want to thank the second sister for giving me the opportunity to get 3 million." Tang Qingma deliberately mocked Tang Ailey and then left with Tang Jianrun. At this moment, Tang Ailey clenched her fists, her entire face flushed. Tang Ailey's regret value plus 200. Tang Ailey's regret value plus 200. After they left, Tang Ruoling shook her head helplessly. When you speak, you should also look around, don't let others catch you off guard." Clearly, the second sister was an excellent surgeon. Why did she lose her mind when facing Tang Qingma? Tang Ailey lowered her head in guilt. "I understand, I'm sorry, eldest sister." Sigh. "Alright, let's continue with our makeup and go to the Lu family." After that, the three sisters of the Tang family no longer criticized and let Xiaoli do their makeup, and they quickly finished. When Tang Qingma arrived at the Lu family, it was already 7:30 in the evening. When the two arrived at the scene, the butler of the Lu family immediately came over to greet them. However, when Tang Qingma tried to enter the mansion, he heard the system's panicked voice. "Host, it's inside. I can already sense the aura of a strange beast in this mansion." "Really, there is." After hearing the system's words, Tang Qingma sighed. Previously, when Tang Jianrun asked Tang Qingma to attend the Lu family's banquet, the system had informed him that the head of the Lu family wanted to hold a large event that night. It was to showcase a strange beast obtained through some unknown transaction. Speaking of strange beasts, in today's world where spiritual energy has revived and martial arts are flourishing, the massive influx of spiritual energy has caused distortions in space and the earth, connecting to a mysterious place, the other world. It is rich in resources, and countless martial artists are drawn there by the abundant spiritual energy. However, they soon discovered that the other world is not a paradise. It is home to numerous fierce and powerful mutated monsters, strange beasts. Strange beasts are omnivorous, lacking intelligence, yet they are filled with a thirst for human flesh. Just as humans can enter the other world through spiritual energy passages, strange beasts can also invade the human world. Therefore, to protect the country and its people from harm, the government and martial arts academies regularly dispatch powerful martial artists for suppression and defense. The dean who adopted the original owner had to frequently go to the borders of Huagui to fight for the country and its people. But now the system says there is a strange beast's aura in the mansion? Tang Qingma looked up at the Lu family's mansion. Nowadays, for the safety of the citizens, transactions involving strange beasts must be approved by the government and martial arts associations. However, some prestigious families, in order to showcase their financial power or influence to the outside world and attract more business collaborations, turn these fierce and dangerous strange beasts into tools for flaunting and consolidating their power. One can only say, what a way to court death. Qingma, Qingma. Just as Tang Qingma was pondering, Tang Jianrun called out to him loudly. What is it? I'm taking you in now. Tonight, besides the head of the Lu family and Ruyan, you might also see the Zhou family members. You need to perform well and not embarrass yourself. The Zhou family is the family of the head of the Lu family's sister, who married out, and is also one of the prominent families in the Magic City. However, compared to the Tang and Lu families, the Zhou family's influence is slightly weaker. Tang Qingma chuckled. What the Tang family head said is true. If people respect each other, there naturally won't be any problems. Is he implying that as long as the Lu and Zhou families respect him, he will also perform well? This is such a basic principle, yet Tang Jianrun unexpectedly felt uneasy. The two were led by the butler to a certain room. The banquet had not yet started, and they saw several people chatting and laughing inside. Among them was Lu Ruyan's father, Lu Shuye. Standing next to him was a middle-aged woman who appeared to be of similar age, likely his sister, Madame Zhou. Lu Ruyan was sitting in the room, chatting with two young men and women. The moment she saw Tang Qingma, a flash of hatred and killing intent appeared on her face. Brother Tang, you're here. Lu Shuye, seeing the arrival of the two from the Tang family, excitedly walked up to Tang Jianrun. He glanced at Tang Qingma beside him and pretended to be polite, patting his shoulder. Isn't this Qingma? Haven't seen you in a while, you've grown quite a bit. Lu Shuye knows how to put on a show. No matter how much he dislikes Tang Qingma, he still acts polite in front of others. Thus, Tang Qingma smiled and returned the greeting. Good evening, Head Lu. You are still as charming as ever. Ha ha ha, you really know how to flatter. Shuye, who has come? The middle-aged woman who had been chatting with Lu Shuye asked curiously. Let me introduce you. Lu Shuye immediately ushered Tang Jianrun and Tang Qingma into the room. This is my sister, Lu and I, the matriarch of the Zhou family. Sister, they are from the Tang family. This is the head of the Tang family, Tang Jianrun, and Ruyan's fiancé, Tang Qingma. Hello, Madame Zhou. Tang Qingma smiled and extended his hand, taking the initiative to shake hands with Madame Zhou. You are Qingma, huh? You are really handsome. Madame Zhou gently patted his hand and then looked at Tang Jianrun beside her. Master Tang, thank you for attending our family's dinner today. Madame Zhou, don't mention it. Tang Jianrun beside her smiled in response. Seeing that Tang Qingma was performing well, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. After a brief introduction, Lu Shuye said to Tang Qingma, Qingma, I'll have a few words with your father, you go play with Ruyan. Tang Qingma turned his head and saw Lu Ruyan sitting inside, still looking displeased with him, while the two young men and women beside her wore malicious smiles. Although their expressions seemed friendly, it was clear they had been influenced by Lu Ruyan, and the atmosphere among the three made it feel like he wasn't welcome. Qingma, go on, Tang Jianrun urged when he saw Tang Qingma not responding. After all, tonight's banquet was not only to elevate the relationship between the Tang and Lu families but also to help Tang Qingma and Lu Ruyan develop some feelings. Okay, sure. Tang Qingma smiled at Tang Jianrun and walked over to Lu Ruyan. Nice to meet you, I'm Tang Qingma. Tang Qingma didn't even glance at Lu Ruyan, politely looking at the two people he was meeting for the first time. Of course, Tang Qingma already knew who they were. Zhou Ting and Zhou Shang, Madame Zhou's pair of fraternal twins, were also Lu Ruyan's cousins. In the original owner's memories, the three of them often gave the original owner different care along with Lu Ruyan. Sure enough, as soon as Zhou Shang heard Tang Qingma's introduction, he immediately mocked him with a disdainful look. He said in a voice only they could hear, So you are Tang Qingma, huh? I heard you really like to steal people's things? Zhou Ting chimed in, So it's you, huh? You look quite handsome, but I didn't expect you to like stealing things so much. Truly a wild child raised outside, like a beggar. Seeing Tang Qingma's expressionless face, Lu Ruyan raised an eyebrow in triumph, feeling pleased inside. Tang Qingmo had humiliated her severely before. so she wouldn't let him off easily at tonight's banquet. She wanted to ruin Tang Qingma's reputation, to make sure he had no place in the high society anymore. Ha ha. However, after being mocked by Zhou Shang and Zhou Ting, Tang Qingma suddenly laughed. He laughed out loud without holding back, leaving Lu Ruyan and the others puzzled. Zhou Shang frowned. What are you laughing at? Nothing. Tang Qingma suppressed his laughter, looking kindly at him and Zhou Ting. You must be Lu Ruyan's older cousins, right? Since you say I like to steal other people's things, it must be from her that you heard I took Tang Xuanqi's identity. So, since it's our first meeting, I wish you both that in the future, a pair of twins suddenly show up and say you are fakes, asking you to return everything to the rightful owner. Bang. What nonsense are you talking about? Zhou Shang immediately slammed the table in anger upon hearing Tang Xuanqi's blessing. This slam also caught the attention of Tang Jianrun and Lu Shuye. Tang Qingma still wore a bright smile. I'm just speaking the truth. After all, this true young master has been said to like stealing from the fake young master. In that case, I hope in the future a pair of twins come to steal your things, you bastard. Zhou Shang, hearing Tang Qingma's sarcasm and malicious blessing, couldn't help but clench his fists, wanting to swing at Tang Qingma's face. Bang! Tang Qingma sidestepped and extended his foot forward. Ah! Zhou Shang was tripped by Tang Qingma and fell to the ground. The impact with the ground made a loud noise, immediately attracting the attention of Tang Jianrun and the other two. Xiao Shang, what happened to you? Madame Zhou saw her son fall and rushed over in shock. What on earth is going on? Seeing her cousin suddenly fall to the ground, Lu Shuye's expression turned ugly. How could he have fallen for no reason? And right in front of Tang Qingma. Zhou Ting was also very angry after hearing Tang Qingma's words and was about to complain to her mother and uncle. However, when she stood up, Tang Qingma had already stepped in to take the blame. I tripped him. What? Lu Shuye and Madame Zhou were both surprised. What's wrong with you, kid? Tang Jianrun gritted his teeth, not expecting that after just a moment of not watching him, he would get himself into trouble. But Tang Qingma showed no signs of remorse, looking down at Zhou Shang and mocking. It's because this young master wanted to hit me that I tripped him, otherwise, I would have been knocked down by now. So, I guess it's self-defense. This statement made Lu Shuye and Madame Zhou's faces turn awkward, while Tang Jianrun's previously panicked expression brightened. If it was self-defense, then it made sense. That's not true. Of course, Zhou Ting disagreed with Tang Qingma's statement and immediately rushed in front of him to argue loudly. It's because you spoke disrespectfully to us that my brother couldn't help but act. Tang Qingma smiled. Oh, then could Miss Zhou explain why I was disrespectful? Isn't it because we... Xiao Ting, Zhou Shang, who was on the ground, immediately interrupted. Zhou Ting, caught up in her emotions, almost let slip something in front of Tang Qingma. She quickly covered her mouth, but the people in front of her were not fools. It was obvious that the ones who provoked first were the Zhou siblings. Meanwhile, Lu Ruyan, who had been silent inside, clenched her fists in anger. That Qingma, why don't we? Lu Shuye, seeing the atmosphere tense, hurriedly stepped in to mediate. But Tang Qingma completely ignored him and directly looked at Madame Zhou. Madame Zhou, may I ask if they are your children? Madame Zhou, who was helping Zhou Shang, was taken aback and slowly nodded. Tang Qingma coldly said, then I would appreciate it if you could teach them properly. I don't know them at all, but they came up and said I like to steal from others and that I'm a beggar raised outside. Tang Jianrun and Lu Shuye were shocked, and Madame Zhou looked at Zhou Shang and Zhou Ting in disbelief, causing them to turn their heads away in guilt. Tang Jianrun frowned even more. Although he thought that Tang Qingma, who had just returned 3 months ago, looked dirty and disheveled like a beggar, it was still an internal matter of the Tang family. Now, the Zhou siblings saying such things about his son was equivalent to trampling on his dignity, wasn't it? And Tang Qingma continued to question in confusion, it's really strange. Clearly, I don't know them, so why did they come up and insult me? Lu Shuye had caught the implication in Tang Qingma's words and secretly glanced at the embarrassed Lu Ruyan. His meaning was that he didn't know the Zhou siblings, yet was suddenly insulted, all because Lu Ruyan, who was close to them, incited it. So I blessed them, hoping that when they encounter the same situation as me in the future, they will return what they possess to its rightful owner. But it seems my blessing was too strong, causing young Master Zhou to want to hit me hard. Tang Qingma smiled brightly. But his words had already made Madame Zhou and Lu Shuye's expressions very unpleasant. What kind of blessing was this? It was clearly a curse. But since the Zhou siblings were the ones who provoked first, as elders, they didn't know what to say. Qingma, Tang Jianrun, seeing the atmosphere very awkward, reflexively wanted to step in to ease the tension. But he was interrupted just by calling the name, Master Tang. If you want me to let this go, then please don't speak. The predicted Tang Jianrun fell silent. Tang Qingma sneered, you should know that the one being insulted now is not just me, but the entire Tang family, including you. If I don't retort, wouldn't that just encourage others' arrogance? Of course, if you want to let others insult us at will, then I won't say anything. How can that be? Tang Jianrun immediately blurted out. After all, what he cared about most was the family's reputation. The Zhou family is even weaker than the Tang family in Magic City, yet their heir dares to insult his son like this. Isn't this a slap in the face? Tang Jianrun immediately frowned at Lu Shuai, his tone cold. Brother Lu, Madame Zhou, I need your explanation. Seeing that Tang Jianrun was also angry, Lu Shuai quickly said, Brother Tang, this is just kids messing around. Please don't take it to heart. So the head of the Lu family thinks it's a joke. Tang Qingma seemed to have anticipated that Lu Shuai would smooth things over, and said with a calm smile, then I'll be straightforward. Lu Ruyan acted like a madwoman when she came to the Tang family last time. To protect a fake, she became something unrecognizable, just a crazy, foolish fairy. You shameless wretch, what are you saying? Sure enough, upon hearing Tang Qingma's insult, Lu Ruyan, who had been silent, couldn't help but slam the table, glaring at Tang Qingma with fury. This is just kids messing around. You don't need to take it to heart, you. Lu Ruyan immediately looked at Lu Shuai, who also felt extremely awkward and speechless. Originally, they had called them over to cultivate their relationship, but now, let alone cultivating, they were about to come to blows. In any case, Zhou Shang, Zhou Ting, quickly apologized to Qingma. To quell Tang Jianrun's anger, Lu Shuai immediately reprimanded the Zhou siblings. Uncle! The two looked at Lu Shuai in surprise, not expecting their uncle, who had always doted on them, to ask them to apologize to Tang Qingma. Hurry up! But this time, Lu Shuai showed no signs of backing down. Even though Madame Zhou wanted to say something out of pity, a single glance from Lu Shuai silenced her. With no choice, the two had to lower their heads. Sorry. Although the Zhou family's status in the wealthy circle wasn't very high, due to their mother's family being the Lu family, Zhou Shang and Zhou Ting had grown up surrounded by praise and pampering. Even as Lu Ruyan's followers, they had never suffered such humiliation. But now their all-powerful uncle actually wanted them to apologize to Tang Qingma. Zhou Shang clenched his fists, his eyes red with restraint. Zhou Ting couldn't help but feel tears welling up. In the past, when following Lu Ruyan, they were the ones who insulted others, but this was the first time they had been humiliated like this. Tang Qingma, you better remember this. The system noticed the anger of the two and couldn't help but remind Tang Qingma, host, this brother and sister might cause trouble. Isn't that obvious? Tang Qingma had long sensed their unwillingness and chuckled. This banquet was originally attended by Lu Ruyan to take revenge on me. How could her close cousins not participate? Qingma, are you satisfied now? Can you let them off this time for my sake? After the Zhou siblings apologized, Lu Shuai smiled at Tang Qingma. If this matter affected the marriage alliance between the Lu and Tang families, it would be a loss. Madame Zhou also took the opportunity to lower her head. Yes, young Master Tang, this matter is due to my poor parenting. I will definitely discipline them well when I go back. Since both the head of the Lu family and Madame Zhou are so sincere, as a junior, I naturally have to give you face. Tang Qingma retracted his earlier cold demeanor, his face returning to a smile. But the next second, he suddenly turned to Lu Shuai. But head Lu. He took a step forward and whispered into Lu Shuai's ear in a voice only the two could hear. I hope you don't do anything foolish tonight. Besides taking good care of your daughter, please don't play with fire. Lu Shuai, what does he mean? In an instant, Lu Shuai felt a chill run down his spine. Tang Qingma's gaze seemed to see right through him, and cold sweat involuntarily broke out on his back. Could it be he knows what I want to do at the banquet? Impossible. He has kept it hidden from everyone. Tang Qingma couldn't possibly know. Seeing Lu Shuai's panicked expression, Tang Qingma merely curled his lips in a cold smile. Although he had just given a similar piece of advice, he knew very well that Lu Shuai would not stop his planned activities just because of his words. So, tonight would be quite lively. The Lu family had decorated the hall in a resplendent manner for this banquet. Celebrities from all walks of life were invited, highlighting the Lu family's influence. As the banquet time approached, Tang Qingma walked into the hall. His handsome appearance, tall and sturdy physique, and elegant, unique demeanor drew a lot of attention. Since the original owner had never attended any banquets after being recognized by the Tang family, the guests present did not know Tang Qingma's identity and were all guessing which young master he belonged to. However, there were still some who recognized Tang Qingma. Young Master Tang, we're over here. Lu Tianren waved at him upon seeing Tang Qingma. Standing next to him were Lu Zhaozhao and a young man he didn't recognize. Tianren, you're here. Tang Qingma smiled as he approached. Although Lu Tianren was dressed in a suit like usual, he seemed more relaxed than when he was working. I'm here too. Did you only see my brother? Lu Zhaozhao pouted a bit, feeling left out. Tang Qingma glanced at her and smiled with his eyes closed. Miss Lu, hello. Humph. Although it was her request for Tang Qingma to greet her, she sulked and turned her head away after he did. Zhao Zhao, be a bit polite. Lu Tianren felt speechless at her willfulness and apologized to Tang Qingma. Sorry, young Master Tang. It's fine. Lu Tianren changed the subject and introduced the young man beside him to Tang Qingma. By the way, young Master Tang, let me introduce you. This is the son of my father's old friend, Li Wei. Hello, young Master Tang. It's an honor to meet you. Li Wei took out a business card and handed it over. Hello, Mr. Li. After receiving the card, Tang Qingma glanced at it and saw the words journalist written on it, instantly realizing that the other party was sent by Lu Rongxing. He then noticed a hidden black object on Li Wei's clothing and immediately smiled broadly. Tang Qingma, is this your first time at the Lu family, Mr. Li? Yes. Then I recommend you check out the pond outside and the garden maintained by the Lu family. It's a great place to go for a walk alone, very comfortable. Li Wei smiled and said, I'll consider it. Lu Tianren. They were all sharp individuals and naturally understood what Tang Qingma meant. Only Lu Zhaozhao remained confused, impatiently saying, the banquet is about to start. Why are you asking someone to go to those places? It's so strange. Tang Qingma slowly replied, it's nothing, just a recommendation. Lu Zhaozhao wanted to say something else, but Li Wei immediately interrupted. It seems young Master Tang is quite familiar with the Lu family. I suppose so. I used to come here to see my fiancée. Tang Qingma smiled. Strictly speaking, the original owner only came to the Lu family to see Lu Ruyan, but after being rejected, he quickly left and never learned about the Lu family's structure. Now, Tang Qingma could speak about those places so familiarly only because the system provided the Lu family's floor plan. As the three continued chatting, the lights in the venue suddenly went out. Everyone was surprised and looked towards the stage, where Lu Shuya held the microphone, and the lights quickly focused on him. Thank you all for attending the banquet hosted by the Lu family. Tang Qingma saw that the banquet had started, so he greeted Lu Tianren and the others before leaving. Lu Shuya's speech was similar to what was said at other banquets, and Tang Qingma felt bored. However, he soon said, our Lu family is very honored to have obtained a research specimen, which we will reveal to everyone in an hour. Research specimen. What a reckless description. Also, today I have invited the Tang family, who have a good relationship with the Lu family, to attend the banquet. After saying this, Lu Shuye invited Tang Jianran to the stage to give a speech together. They teased each other about their children's engagement, business cooperation, and so on. Surprisingly, Lu Shuye did not call himself and Lu Ruyan to the stage to publicly announce their engagement. Perhaps it was because of Lu Ruyan, but this had nothing to do with Tang Qingma, as he noticed unfriendly gazes directed at him throughout the venue. Normally, this was his first time attending a high society banquet, and aside from people from the Tang, Lu, and Lu families, there shouldn't be anyone who knew him. So those unfriendly gazes must have been prepared by Lu Ruyan. Tang Qingma watched Lu Shui and Tang Jianran excitedly conversing on stage, while Bai Hualian and Tang Ruoling went to socialize, completely forgetting about his existence. Thus, Tang Qingma slightly curled his lips and turned to leave the banquet hall. He arrived at the pool outside the Lu family's mansion. The pool wasn't very deep, but it was enough to reach the waist of an adult man. Tang Qingma looked at the surface of the pool like a tourist, revealing a handsome smile. But at that moment, a familiar voice suddenly came from behind. Isn't this my brother? Why aren't you inside? Tang Qingma turned his head and saw Tang Xianqi's figure. Tang Qingma turned his head and saw Tang Xianqi, who shouldn't be here. He was dressed in an expensive, fitted suit that made him look extraordinarily noble. He smiled at Tang Qingma and said, Brother, what are you doing here? Why aren't you at the venue? Did you know you weren't welcome, so you sneaked out? Tang Qingma looked at Tang Xianqi for a few seconds and scoffed. Did my so-called fiancé bring you in? Tang Xianqi had been explicitly told by the head of the Lu family that he couldn't attend, so the only reason he could be here tonight was that Lu Ruyan brought him in. Brother, you know how much Ruyan likes me. Tang Xianqi lifted his leg, wanting to walk closer to Tang Qingma, but he was stopped by Tang Qingma's outstretched hand. Stop, please stay 10 meters away from me. Recently, there have been many news stories online about young people trying to scam others. Look at you, so weak, I could knock you down with one slap. So it's better we keep our distance. Is this a roundabout way of saying he's useless? Moreover, being reminded of this by Tang Qingma, Tang Xianqi recalled the memories of being tossed around by him in the hospital with punches and slaps. He instantly felt his teeth clench and his face flush with anger. Tang Xianqi's regret value plus 100. Tang Qingma saw him stop in his tracks and nodded in satisfaction. So you're here to find me? Just to show off that Lu Ruyan doesn't listen to the head of the Lu family? Breaking the rules to bring you in? Before Tang Xianqi could respond, Lu Ruyan's voice came from behind. This is the Lu family. I can do whatever I want and bring whoever I want without asking. Not only Lu Ruyan, but also Zhou Sheng and Zhou Ting, all three glaring fiercely at Tang Qingma. Lu Ruyan walked to Tang Xianqi's side, looking at him with affectionate eyes. I want you to know that no matter what you do, you will never marry me. Everything about me belongs to Xianqi. Like Yin. Tang Qingmo raised his hand. Oh, you locked it tight, thank you. Then he turned and left. Do you think you can just walk away? Seeing Tang Qingma's indifferent attitude, Lu Ruyan felt as powerless as if she had hit a cotton ball. Clap, clap. She clapped her hands forcefully. 7 or 8 men dressed in black approached from different directions, surrounding Tang Qingma. To avoid repeating past mistakes, this time Lu Ruyan used her own savings to hire a group of martial artists at a high price under the pretext of security, all of whom were at least second tier. Even if Tang Qingma knew a bit of martial arts, so what? In front of so many martial artists, Lu Ruyan didn't believe he could escape this time. Tang Qingma turned to look at these black-clad martial artists, his gaze darting to another direction. Then he looked at Lu Ruyan, his expression showing disappointment as he said, Ruyan, no matter what, I am still your true fiancé, the one recognized by the Lu family. Are you really going to treat me this way for a fake brother? Shut up, you dog! Lu Ruyan angrily pointed at Tang Qingma. Ever since the humiliation at the Tang family last time, she had decided to repay Tang Qingma 100-fold. Now he actually dared to use his identity as her fiancé to beg for mercy. It was simply too despicable. I already said last time, you are just mud on the ground. So what if Dad doesn't let Xiaoxi come over? I can make him come. Zhou Ting chimed in gleefully from the side. That's right. Uncle is just temporarily not acknowledging Xianqi for the sake of face. Zhou Sheng shouted loudly. And Ruyan can never marry you, a useless person who has been living outside for 18 years. Being with you would only humiliate Ruyan's status. Tang Qingma showed an incredulous expression, involuntarily taking a few steps back. But, no matter what, I am the one who inherits the Tang family bloodline. I was cast out because of Tang Xianqi's mother, Ruyan. Shut up, Lu Ruyan shouted loudly. Now seeing Tang Qingma's submissive demeanor, she thought to herself that calling so many martial artists over was indeed the right decision. The resentment from the previous humiliation had lessened significantly, and she felt a greater sense of triumph. This time, she would definitely trample Tang Qingma underfoot. Lu Ruyan coldly said, You were swapped by Xianqi's mother, that's your fate. You can't blame anyone else, and it is all thanks to Xianqi's mother that I got such an excellent fiancé, unlike you, who inherited the Tang family bloodline but is a waste. A dog like you doesn't even have the right to hold my and Xianqi's shoes. Lu Ruyan's voice echoed in the air, and Tang Qingma was greatly impacted by her words, unable to help but take 2 steps back, revealing a look of terror. This scene thrilled Tang Xianqi. Indeed, Tang Qingma still had feelings for Lu Ruyan. After a long time, seeing Tang Qingma suffer again made him feel very pleased. But on the surface, he still had to pretend to persuade, Ruyan, you shouldn't say that about your brother. Brother has already suffered a lot, it's all my fault. If it weren't for my mother. Lu Ruyan immediately said with deep emotion, Xianqi, don't blame yourself. You are just too kind. This time I will definitely teach Tang Qingma a good lesson, so he won't dare to bully you again. After saying that, Lu Ruyan waved her arm at those black-clad martial artists. The 7 or 8 tall martial artists immediately twisted their wrists, grinning wickedly as they approached Tang Qingma. Zhou Sheng saw this and maliciously laughed. You all teach him a good lesson, just don't kill him. Zhou Ting, tear his mouth apart for me. Ruyan, are you really going to be this ruthless? Tang Qingma pleaded with Lu Ruyan again. However, his pleas only brought Lu Ruyan pleasure. Since you are unwilling to give up your fiancé's identity, don't blame me for being rude. She ruthlessly waved her hand, and those black-clad warriors instantly leaped towards Tang Qingma. Then, yes, I was thinking the same. The originally timid Tang Qingma suddenly widened his eyes, his expression turning icy in an instant. Lu Ruyan, huh? With a thunderous roar, his body emitted flickering yellow lightning. Just as Lu Ruyan and the others watched triumphantly as the warriors pounced on Tang Qingma, a flash of lightning burst forth from him. Several black-clad warriors were immediately convulsed by the yellow lightning, and Tang Qingma kicked one of them flying far away. What's going on? Tang Qingma paid no attention to the warriors' cries, concentrating his energy in his limbs. His lightning could paralyze those struck, and during their immobility, it was his perfect opportunity to counterattack. He punched a black-clad man in front of him, breaking his nose, then kicked another black-clad man in the abdomen, sending him crashing to the ground and stomping on his ribs. He then focused his energy to strike the face of a nearby black-clad man, distorting his face before landing another punch on his chest, making him feel like vomiting. Two black-clad warriors, having been a beat too slow to be affected by Tang Qingma's lightning, saw their companions being taken down one after another and angrily rushed over to retaliate. Bang! Tang Qingma used the back of his hand to block the descending punch, sliding to the opponent's arm, grabbing it from behind, and forcefully kneeing upwards. Ah! A crack was heard as the arm broke and the bone shattered. Tang Qingma threw him to the ground, his heavy leather shoe stomping on the broken bone, making the already fractured bone suffer even more. Ah! Tang Qingma had already taken down 5 or 6 people, with only 2 remaining black-clad warriors who were too shocked to act. Monster! What a joke! I didn't hear he was this strong when I took this job. How much are they paying me to fight this monster? They watched as Tang Qingma, a non-martial artist, easily knocked down their companions, an invisible fear filling their hearts. They had to escape. If caught, they would either lose a hand or be disfigured. You can't escape. However, just as the 2 were about to turn and flee, Tang Qingma had already concentrated his energy in his legs, swiftly rushing in front of them. He lifted one of their heads with both hands and jumped up, forcefully kneeing him in the face. The man's mouth and nose were instantly smashed, blood gushing out, and several teeth broke. The other black-clad warrior standing nearby was already dumbfounded, unable to react in time. Tang Qingma gave him no chance to resist, his electrified palm pressed down, instantly turning him into a charred figure. Ah! His hair stood on end from the lightning, and his skin turned a purplish black. With a bang, he fell to the ground. After continuously taking down these black-clad warriors, Tang Qingma was only slightly dusted. Considering that this body had not yet broken through to become a martial artist, in a prolonged battle, his stamina might not keep up, so Tang Qingma focused on attacking the most painful areas to quickly take down his enemies. He lightly clapped his hands and adjusted his collar, then turned to look at the already dumbfounded Lu Ruyan and the others. Is that it? Tang Qingma mocked with a smile. You spent so much money to teach me a lesson, and this is all you brought? Lu Ruyan timidly took a few steps back, her originally arrogant voice now stuttering. I am not. How could this be? These martial artists were hired with a considerable amount of money. How could they be defeated so easily? But in the next moment, Tang Qingma had already vanished from sight. Lu Ruyan suddenly felt a strong wind rush towards her face and body. Then, bang, crash, Zhou Shang and Zhou Ting, who were behind her, had already been knocked to the ground by a punch and a slap from Tang Qingma. What's going on? Lu Ruyan immediately turned her head and saw Tang Qingma stepping on Zhou Shang's calf with her leather shoe, the sole emitting a red aura, followed by a cracking sound as Zhou Shang's leg bone was brutally crushed. The intense pain made Zhou Shang cry out, his face still swollen from the beating, tears, and snot streaming down, making him look filthy. But he couldn't care about that anymore. Zhou Shang, no longer arrogant, lay on the ground reaching out to Tang Qingma, begging for mercy. No, don't, it hurts so much. Tang Qingma, let go of my brother. Zhou Ting, who had been slapped, stood up in a panic, wanting to rush to Tang Qingma to rescue Zhou Shang. Bang! However, as she stood up, Tang Qingma slapped her on the other side of her face, leaving her with symmetrical handprints. Don't hurt Xiao Ting. Zhou Shang, seeing his sister knocked down again, hurriedly tried to grab Tang Qingma's ankle, but his hand was brutally stomped on. What? Are you begging for mercy now? Seeing the Zhou siblings in such a sorry state, Tang Qingma sneered, weren't you both so tough just now? Didn't you say you would break my arms and legs? But now, it's you who has broken arms and legs. Saying this, she stomped hard on the swollen area of Zhou Shang's fractured calf, producing a sound of bones and tendons tearing. No! Tang Qingma showed no sign of stopping at his cries. She continued to channel her energy into her legs, crushing the bones in his hand. A man may not easily shed tears, but with 10 fingers connected to the heart, Tang Qingma crushed 5 of Zhou Shang's fingers in one go, causing him unbearable pain, tears streaming down his face. Pull yourself together, young Master Zhou. Tang Qingma kicked his filthy face with her toes. You wanted to teach me a lesson. How can you give up so quickly when it's your turn? No. Now that his legs and hands were in such a state because of Tang Qingma, Zhou Shang was filled with regret and despair. Had he known it would come to this, he wouldn't have stirred up trouble with Lu Ruyan and the others. Zhou Ting was also knocked to the ground. She tried to secretly crawl away to find help, but was grabbed by her hair by Tang Qingma, who slapped her face again. Bang! Bang bang! Several slaps struck Zhou Ting's face, making it even more swollen. No! After being slapped multiple times, Zhou Ting realized she couldn't escape from Tang Qingma's clutches, so she turned her gaze to Lu Ruyan and Tang Xianxi. Xianxi, save me. Lu Ruyan and Tang Xianxi. It was better that she didn't say anything. As soon as she mentioned their names, Tang Qingma threw her to the ground and slowly turned her head. With crimson eyes and a stiff smile, like a predator eyeing its prey, Tang Qingma took a step toward them with a smile. You really have a strong sense of loyalty. You didn't take the chance to run away, although I wouldn't let you escape anyway. It wasn't that they didn't want to run, but they were too scared to move under Tang Qingma's brutal actions. Lu Ruyan's regret value plus 200. Tang Xianqi's regret value plus 200. However, Lu Ruyan gritted her teeth, suppressing the panic within, and said, Tang Qingma, if you want to do something to me, I'll tell Dad. He definitely won't let you go. Tang Qingma showed a surprised expression upon hearing this, then quickly rushed in front of Lu Ruyan. What did you say? The head of the Lu family won't let me go? Lu Ruyan was startled by his sudden appearance and almost fell backward. However, in the next second, Tang Qingma had already swung his palm down. Slap! A strong slap sent Lu Ruyan crashing to the ground, making her fall completely. Tang Qingma smiled brightly. Since you said that, let me see. How won't he let me go? Watching Tang Qingma slap Lu Ruyan fiercely, Tang Xianqi screamed in fright from the side. Brother, what are you doing? He wanted to rush over to help Lu Ruyan up, but he didn't dare approach Tang Qingma and could only stand stiffly in place. If you do this, the head of the Lu family will. Slap! Tang Qingma slapped again, smiling as he asked, what will happen? Lu Ruyan's regret value plus 500. Slap! Over time, Lu Ruyan's original appearance was no longer visible. Lu Ruyan's regret value plus 500. No! Tang, shut up! You're so annoying. Slap! Tang Qingma slapped again, producing a crisp sound. Lu Ruyan's regret value plus 500. I'll go call someone. Tang Xianqi looked at the formidable Tang Qingma, knowing he couldn't possibly defeat him, and could only escape first. But how could Tang Qingma let him succeed in escaping? He unleashed his blood energy, pinning Tang Xianqi to the ground. Tang Xianqi felt his whole body become extremely heavy. It was as if he had been struck by a giant stone, and his insides felt like they were about to be crushed. Don't run away, Tang Qingma smiled as he grabbed Lu Ruyan's hair, pulling her while slowly walking in front of Tang Xianqi. They were harmed just to vent for you, shouldn't you, the beneficiary? Take a good look at their fate. Tang Xianqi's regret value plus 200. Tang Xianqi's regret value plus 200. Tang Xianqi's regret value plus 200. What beneficiary? If I had known Lu Ruyan and the Zhou siblings were this useless, I would have run away long ago. However, to avoid being misunderstood by them, Tang Xianqi could only pretend to be forced by Tang Qingma, showing a sorrowful expression. Under Tang Xianqi's gaze, Lu Ruyan felt her heart shatter, gritting her teeth as she looked at Tang Qingma. You let Xianqi go, it's all my. Slap! Tang Qingma slapped her directly. I told you to shut up, he said coldly with a smile. Don't worry, how could I easily let you go after saying that? He forcefully pulled Lu Ruyan's hair, dragging her to the edge of a nearby pool. Lu Ruyan was instantly stunned. What did Tang Qingma want to do to her? No, you want to. He grabbed the back of her head and forcefully pushed it down into the water. The icy water rushed into her nostrils, making her struggle desperately. However, she had no strength to resist, and the splashing sound echoed from the pool, leaving her in a wretched state. Lu Ruyan's regret value plus 500. Lu Ruyan's regret value plus 500. However, just when Lu Ruyan thought she could relax, Tang Qingma pressed the back of her head again, forcefully pushing her down into the water once more. No! She wanted to escape from his palm, but she couldn't break free at all. After about 5 seconds, Tang Qingma pulled her up again. Cough. Lu Ruyan's regret value plus 500. Less than 2 seconds later, he pressed down again. No. The violent sound of water erupted from the basin as Tang Qingma pulled her head up once more. Cough. Don't. He pushed her back into the water again. Lu Ruyan's regret value plus 500. Lu Ruyan's regret value plus 500. Lu Ruyan's regret value plus 500. In an instant, Liu Ruyan, with her nose and mouth choking on water, felt a terrifying sense of suffocation. It was as if a huge, dreadful force was tormenting her sanity. The cold water continuously invaded her brain and upper body, filling her with fear. She was pulled up by Tang Qingma again, her entire head and body soaked. Lu Ruyan's regret value plus 500. Lu Ruyan's regret value plus 500. No, don't. Tang Qingma, don't. This time, Liu Ruyan no longer had her previous arrogance. Please, don't. Qingma, please don't. She didn't want to die. As she was repeatedly pushed into the water, Liu Ruyan felt she was about to perish. But every time she was on the verge of suffocation, Tang Qingma would pull her up, giving her hope to survive, only to then shatter that tiny hope with his own hands, pushing her back into hell once more. It was too terrifying. Ha. Tang Qingma found Liu Ruyan's pleading expression extremely amusing. What's wrong? Weren't you very arrogant just now? Slap. He slapped her again, splashing a lot of water onto the ground. Lu Ruyan's regret value plus 500. Weren't you going to help Tang Xianqi get revenge? Didn't you say I took his place? Why are you begging me now? Slap. He slapped her again. Yes, I'm sorry. Lu Ruyan's regret value plus 500. I didn't mean to. I'm sorry. What's wrong? Weren't you strong? Why are you apologizing now? Tang Qingma tugged at Liu Ruyan's hair, causing her pain, as if her scalp was about to be ripped off. I'm sorry. Lu Ruyan's regret value plus 200. Lu Ruyan's regret value plus 200. Even though intense regret surged from her heart, she could only keep apologizing, hoping Tang Qingma would let her go. But having fallen into the hands of this demon, how could he easily grant her relief? Tang Qingma pushed her back into the basin again, a torrent of cold water rushing into her airway, making her wish for death. Cough cough. When he finally yanked her out of the water again, she was already in tears. I'm sorry. Lu Ruyan's regret value plus 200. Please, don't. I'm sorry. Her disheveled appearance no longer held the pride from before, but there was no time or heart to think about her image now. All she thought about was surviving from Tang Qingma's grasp. Thud, thud, thud. Perhaps heaven heard her pleas, as the sound of bells rang out from the Liu family mansion. What is that sound? Tang Qingma stopped his actions and turned to look in the direction of the mansion. System, host, this is the 9 o'clock time announcement. The Liu family bell rings every hour. 9 o'clock. So, Liu Shuiye is going to hold that event? Tang Qingma recalled that the other party had mentioned a surprise would come in an hour during his speech. System, yes, host, and I sense the aura of the exotic beasts growing stronger. Is that so? Tang Qingma tossed Liu Ruyan aside, then glanced at the bushes for a few seconds, as if signaling. Of course, he couldn't just leave her and the Zhou siblings here. With a smile, he concentrated the power of his vital energy in the palm of his hand, then cast the repair skill on Liu Ruyan. The scars on Liu Ruyan's face were forcibly healed, and the wounds sent sharp pains coursing through her. Tang Qingma paid no heed to her screams and forcefully helped her mend her wounds. Soon, the redness and bruising on Liu Ruyan's face disappeared. However, since it was a forced cellular repair, Liu Ruyan still had to endure the pain, leaving her face pale and lifeless. Tang Qingma said nothing, merely finishing the repair on Liu Ruyan before walking over to the Zhou siblings. He used the repair skill on them as well. Horrific screams echoed from outside the Liu family mansion, yet inside, the banquet was in full swing, and no one paid any attention to what was happening outside. Of course, except for two people. Is the filming done? After taking care of Liu Ruyan and the Zhou siblings, Tang Qingma slowly approached the bushes, where he met up with Lu Tianren and Li Wei, who had arrived earlier. Yes, it's all filmed, and the angle is perfect. Li Wei held the hidden camera clipped to his collar, nodding in shock. At first, when he saw Tang Qingma being bullied by Liu Ruyan and the Zhou siblings, he wanted to rush in to help, but was quickly stopped by Lu Tianren, because in the next moment, Tang Qingma seemed to transform into a different person. In an instant, he knocked down 7 or 8 second-tier martial artists and then ruthlessly tormented the Zhou siblings and Liu Ruyan, leaving him dumbfounded. It was terrifying. Just a second ago, he had looked like a weak young master, but it turned out to be all an act, and it was all part of his plan. Thankfully, Lu Tianren had stopped him in time, otherwise, he would have been utterly embarrassed. Thinking of this, Li Wei shivered. He quickly said firmly, "Don't worry, young Master Tang. I'll edit the footage quickly and put it online." For a professional media person like him, once the camera captured the footage, it would automatically upload to his phone. As long as he had his phone, he could quickly edit the video. Moreover, to enhance the authenticity, he could simply cut out the part where Tang Qingma was rampaging, and netizens would naturally believe it was Liu Ruyan and the Zhou brothers bullying someone. Perfect. However, Tang Qingma suddenly said, "Mr. Li, please don't upload the footage just yet." Why? Because something even more exciting is about to happen that I want you to film, and we can upload it all together for even better effect and traffic. Li Wei. A bad premonition arose, feeling that someone else was about to have bad luck. Lu Tianren gently patted his shoulder, signaling him to get used to it. Tang Qingma and the others returned to the banquet hall. At this moment, Lu Shuiye was on stage, excitedly giving a speech. "Brother, I finally found you." Lu Zhaozhao had been looking for Lu Tianren in a bit of a panic. "Why didn't you answer your phone?" "Sorry, Zhaozhao, we had to step out for a bit." Lu Tianren picked up his phone and indeed saw that Lu Zhaozhao had sent over a dozen messages. Stepped out? Upon hearing this, Lu Zhaozhao immediately looked at Tang Qingma beside her, saying with ill intent, "It must be you who took my brother and Mr. Li out, right?" Because aside from them, Tang Qingma had also been missing just now, making it highly likely. Tang Qingma did not deny it, Yes, it was my first time attending a banquet, and there were too many people earlier, so I felt a bit uncomfortable. Tianran and the others kindly accompanied me outside. Lu Xiaoxiao raised an eyebrow. You felt uncomfortable? Then you need to take care of your health. She pulled out a large medicinal pill from her pocket and handed it over. You are now my brother's employer. If anything happens to you, my brother will have to take care of you. Oh, thank you. Surprised that Lu Xiaoxiao would give him a large medicinal pill, Tang Qingma took it with confusion. Although there is some gap compared to the system's products, it's not cheap on the market. Just as Lu Xiaoxiao urged him to eat quickly, Lu Shui's excited voice came again. Ladies and gentlemen, our Lu family has recently had the honor of acquiring a lion-tiger hybrid beast from the border, and today we can give everyone a good look at it. Several staff members, following his voice, pushed out a large square iron cage covered with cloth from the back of the stage. The system panicked and said, "Host, it's this cage. I can feel it. Since tonight's exhibition is a secret reveal from our Lu family, please do not take photos." Lu Shuiye saw a guest take out their phone and quickly instructed the staff to take it away. For privacy, please hand your phones to our staff, and we will return them to you after the banquet, so please rest assured. The waitstaff began collecting guests' phones. The people present were all prominent figures, and naturally, they did not want their belongings taken away, but if they did not hand over their phones, they would be asked to leave the hall. Moreover, they couldn't lose their temper in front of so many wealthy families, so they had no choice but to silently hand over their phones. Alright, now let's reveal its true form. Lu Shuiye saw that most of the phones had been collected and instructed the staff to push the cage to the center of the stage, one of them directly uncovering the cloth. A massive, fierce beast, bound by several iron chains, resembling both a lion and a tiger, appeared before everyone's eyes. Roar! Upon seeing so many humans, it let out a fierce roar, its oppressive aura spreading throughout the crowd. So big. Since it was a banquet hosted by the Lu family, most of the invited guests were ordinary wealthy families, and they were all terrified and trembling at the ferocity of this beast. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the lion-tiger hybrid beast that our Lu family has worked hard to acquire from the border. Enjoy it to your heart's content at our Lu family's banquet today. In contrast, Lu Shuiye was still excited and had not noticed that under the beast's fierce roar, some small cracks had appeared in the chains binding it. When Lu Xiaoxiao saw this huge and fierce beast, she couldn't help but be shocked by the wild aura it exuded. Although she was a martial artist, as a well-protected young lady by her father, she rarely ventured to the border areas, having only seen beasts in books or films. Therefore, when a real beast appeared before her, the overwhelming feeling was far more terrifying than she had imagined. Only Tang Qingma calmly asked, "Tianran, are you okay?" I'm fine." Lu Tianran also trembled slightly. "It's just that it's my first time seeing such a powerful beast. I'm a bit surprised." As a student of magic and martial arts, Lu Tianran had encountered beasts before, but the powerful and fierce beast before him seemed to possess strength above the third rank, making him wonder where the Lu family had gotten it. "And is it safe? Tang Xiao, are you okay?" Tang Qingma asked in confusion. "Me? I'm fine." "Really? You're amazing." Lu Tianran had just experienced the beast's roar and had not fully calmed down from the shock. He didn't expect that Tang Qingma, who wasn't even a martial artist, was completely unaffected. He saw Tang Qingma turn back to the beast and calmly explain, "That's a lion-tiger, a mutation formed from a tiger that absorbed a large amount of spiritual energy. Since it also resembles a lion, it's called a lion-tiger, not a hybrid monster of a lion and a tiger." The Lu siblings looked at him in surprise. "Lu Xiaoxiao, I didn't expect you to be so familiar with these monsters." After all, only martial arts families or students from martial arts academies would specifically study knowledge related to exotic beasts. Although she had heard Lu Tianran mention that Tang Qingmo came from a martial arts academy, she didn't believe it at the time. Who would have thought? Tang Qingmo just glanced at her. "It's okay." Before her crossing, she often had to go to the battlefield to, physically, communicate with the exotic beasts, and the lion-tailed tiger was a common exotic beast. But to bring it from the border area to the city center and display it so openly to so many distinguished guests, the Lu family is really asking for trouble. Tang Qingmo glanced at Li Wei. "Mr. Li, did you get it on camera?" "Don't worry, I've been filming the whole time." Li Wei gave her a thumbs up. So this surprise Tang Qingmo mentioned earlier was this. It had to be said, it was quite spectacular. No wonder the Lu family didn't invite reporters. Once this news gets out, it would be enough for several headlines. If this exotic beast exhibition is successful, the Lu family's reputation in the Magic City will rise significantly. But accidents? Well, it's the unpredictability that makes it an accident. Roar! Just as Lu Shuiyi continued his explanation, the lion-tailed tiger in the iron cage suddenly roared again. Exotic beasts have an extreme craving for human flesh, and right now it was like a pile of delicious fatty meat was standing right in front of it, putting the lion-tailed tiger in an excited state, trying to break the chains binding it. "Hey, what's happening?" The guests in front saw the lion-tailed tiger acting strangely and screamed in panic. Roar! The lion-tailed tiger exerted its breath with all its might, and with a bang, it broke the chains on its body, then charged its head against the bars of the iron cage. Bang! Bang! Ah! The guests in the venue were startled. That monster seemed to see them as a delicious meal, wanting to rush out and tear them apart. "Everyone, please don't worry." Just as everyone was about to flee, Lu Shuiya's voice rang out in time. "Please don't worry, this cage was specially customized by me with martial artists. No matter how advanced the exotic beast, it can't break it." Then with two bangs, two of the iron pillars of the cage were broken by the lion-tailed tiger's claws. Lu Shuiyi and the guests. "Tang Changmo, it didn't break, it was torn apart." Lion-tailed tiger, roar. "Ah, ah." Seeing this, everyone panicked and tried to run away. "Why?" Lu Shuiyi also looked in horror as the lion-tailed tiger broke out of the iron cage, its sharp gaze fixed on him like a predator. His brain kept telling him to run, but in extreme fear, his hands and feet forgot to move. His legs unconsciously knelt on the ground. Don't be fooled by his earlier excitement, that was based on the premise that the exotic beast was tied up. How could an ordinary person like him deal with this ferocious monster? Roar! Ah! But just when he thought he was about to become the exotic beast's meal, the lion-tailed tiger suddenly leaped down to the stage, roaring loudly at the crowd. The fierce breath pressed down on the fleeing crowd, their bodies pinned to the ground by the terrifying power of its blood and energy. "Ah! Help!" The lion-tailed tiger extended its barbed tongue and opened its sharp fangs. The reason it ignored Lu Shuiyi was to prevent the food in front of it from escaping the scene. With so many people, it was enough to fill its belly. And Lu Tianren quickly said, "Zhao Zhao, Li Wei. I'll attract its attention, you two run." He was a martial artist and also the young master of the Lu family. He had to protect ordinary civilians and eliminate the dangerous exotic beast. "No way, brother. You run too." Lu Zhaozhao was also very scared, but she couldn't just leave her brother behind and run away. Damn the Lu family. Where did they even get this monster from? Plus, her phone had just been taken away, so she couldn't even contact her family for help. Asterisk at that moment, the lion-tailed tiger seemed to sense the power of their vital energy. It couldn't help but turn its head to look at the Lu siblings, Lu Tianren and Lu Zhaozhao. They were both martial artists, so their aura was completely different from that of ordinary people, and the vital energy of martial artists was something that exotic beasts loved. Roar! With that, it roared and leaped towards the Lu siblings with lightning speed. With a thud, a large amount of bright red liquid splattered onto the ground. Ah ah ah. With a crash, the sound of shattering glass echoed throughout the hall, and the sweet scent of red wine spread out. Just when Lu Zhaozhao thought she would be attacked by the lion-tailed tiger, she saw Tang Qingma holding the broken wine bottle, the sharp shards piercing into one of its eyes. Roar! The most vulnerable part of any creature is its eyes. When the glass shard pierced the lion-tailed tiger's eye, it let out a fierce roar of intense pain, its large cat-like body jumping around wildly. In the chaos, Tang Qingma glanced at the Lu siblings and asked in confusion, "It's already jumped over, why are you just standing there doing nothing?" Implying that they were just waiting to die. Lu's siblings. Lu Tianran awkwardly said, "Sorry, Tang Xiao." If exotic beasts were categorized, the lion-tailed tiger belonged to the feline family, moving incredibly fast. They couldn't react in time, then observe its weaknesses carefully. Tang Qingma turned to look at the lion-tailed tiger. At that moment, it had recovered from the pain in its eye and recognized that the one who had hurt it was the human in front of it radiating vital energy. "Oh whoa!" The lion-tailed tiger immediately released a strong pressure in anger. The guests in the hall were heavily pressed down, some even unable to withstand the force and falling to the ground, but they all dared not move or make a sound, fearing they would be discovered by the exotic beast. Only Tang Qingma continued to explain to the Lu siblings, generally, for large exotic beasts like this, while their attack power is strong, they also expose many vulnerabilities, so you need to watch for the right moment. Just as the lion-tailed tiger was about to pounce on him, Tang Qingma yanked the tablecloth from the nearby table, sending the bowls and wine glasses crashing to the ground. He quickly covered the lion-tailed tiger's head with the tablecloth, making it even harder for the already one-eyed beast to see ahead. "Oh whoa!" At that moment, Tang Qingma quickly picked up several dinner knives from the ground. Although to others, the attack power of dinner knives was minimal, to Tang Qingma, anything could become his weapon. "Oh whoa! Oh whoa!" He infused the knives with vital energy and quickly ran in front of the lion-tailed tiger, launching the knives at it just as it managed to shake off the tablecloth. "Oh whoa!" The knives infused with vital energy increased their speed, quickly embedding themselves in the lion-tailed tiger's lower abdomen. However, Tang Qingma could tell that the depth of the knife insertion was very shallow, unable to deal a fatal blow to the lion-tailed tiger. As expected, this body, which had not yet become a martial artist, was very weak. He had to finish this quickly. The lion-tailed tiger shook its body violently, trying to shake off the knives stuck in its lower abdomen. As one or two knives were pulled out, blood splattered, some even landing on Tang Qingma's suit. But he didn't care at all. Gathering the vital energy in his body again, he kicked it in the chest with one knee and then spun around to kick it away. Woo woo! At this moment, the lion-tailed tiger had wounds on both its eyes and lower abdomen, and blood flowed like a river from the gashes. In a state of excessive blood loss, even if its power was fierce, its strength would gradually decline, allowing Tang Qingma to strike again with his fist. The lion-tailed tiger was hit hard, its brain shaken, causing it to stagger. Finally, Tang Qingma casually grabbed a new bottle of red wine and struck it forcefully on the tiger's head. Bang! The sound of shattering and the aroma of red wine lingered throughout the banquet hall, with the wine spilling all over Tang Qingma's body and dress, dyeing him in a bloody hue. But Tang Qingma merely curled the corners of his lips. As the wine bottle shattered on the tiger's head, he gathered the power of his vital energy in his palm and unleashed a violent lightning strike directly at its head. The flickering yellow light illuminated the entire banquet hall. The lion-tailed tiger's body was drenched in red wine, and part of a dinner knife was still embedded in its lower abdomen, the combination of water and metal doubling the power of Tang Qingma's lightning strike. Under the multifaceted assault, the tiger's fur and flesh were charred black, and its eyes rolled back as it collapsed. Ha! Tang Qingma let out a breath upon seeing the lion-tailed tiger fall. Is it dead? Are we saved? Guests in the hall leaned in to look, and upon seeing that the terrifying beast had truly been defeated, they instantly showed excitement and joy. I'm not dead. Someone saved us. Young man, thank you so much. Which young master is this? I want to repay him. Everyone excitedly surrounded Tang Qingma, expressing their gratitude. Lu Tianren was the first to regain his senses, pushing through the crowd to stand in front of him. Tang Xiao, are you okay? I'm fine, just a bit dirty. Tang Qingma looked at his dress, all stained with the tiger's blood and red wine. It emitted a scent that was hard to tell if it was blood or wine. Don't worry about the clothes for now. Are you hurt? Lu Tianren ignored Tang Qingma's dirtiness and immediately took off his coat, wanting to check for any injuries. After seeing there were no wounds, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Tang Qingma smiled and said, Tianren, you should go to the Lu family head now. Since it involved the beast's attempted attack, it was most appropriate for the young master of the Lu family to question them. You're right, I'll head over now. Lu Tianren understood Tang Qingma's intention. He nodded and led a group of guests over to the still-dazed Lu Shuya. Tang Qingma, is that monster dead? After the crowd dispersed, Lu Zhaozhao slowly approached, warily staring at the already charred lion-tailed tiger. Tang Qingma casually replied, probably dead. After all, it was charred to carbon, the flesh was cooked. Is that so? Are you okay? Lu Zhaozhao felt a bit awkward. She hadn't expected to be saved by Tang Qingma, and her heart was still racing from the earlier danger. I'm fine, just a bit drained. Tang Qingma responded lightly. To ensure he could eliminate that lion-tailed tiger, he had let his entire body radiate with vital energy. If he were a martial artist, it wouldn't be a problem, but since this body hadn't yet broken through, the consumption of vital energy was exceptionally high. Hearing this, Lu Zhaozhao became very anxious. Are you alright? I'll find a doctor for you. Tang Qingma had acted to save her and her brother. If he ended up exhausting himself, she would feel guilty. It's fine, didn't you give me a big treasure pill? Tang Qingma had kept it in his pocket, and now was the perfect time to take it out. Taking it will be fine. Although it couldn't compare to the quality produced by the system, the efficacy of this big treasure pill was still quite good, capable of restoring a significant amount of vital energy. In less than 10 seconds, Tang Qingma's complexion returned to a healthy hue, and while Lu Zhaozhao felt relieved inside, she still pretended to turn her head away haughtily. You're fine, that's good. You are the boss of my brother. You must take good care of your health. Oh, recovering his vitality, Tang Qingma didn't want to pay attention to Lu Zhaozhao and instead walked over to Li Wei. Mr. Li, was the video shoot just now successful? What Li Wei secretly filmed was what he cared about the most. Don't worry, young Master Tang. Li Wei looked at the chaotic surroundings and spoke in a voice only the two of them could hear. From when the head of the Lu family pushed that beast out, to when it charged out wanting to attack the guests, to when you saved everyone, it's all been recorded. Moreover, based on his instincts as a professional media person, this video would explode online once it was released. He had even prepared 2 phones for today. Even though one was taken by the Lu family just now, he still had the other. Getting the answer he wanted, Tang Qingma nodded in satisfaction. That's good, then I'll trouble you. He pulled Li Wei's collar and whispered a few words in his ear. Li Wei was a bit surprised after hearing this. Young Master Tang, you don't plan to release everything completely? Everything needs to be done step by step. If you release everything at once, the surprise factor will be greatly diminished, understood? Then I'll release the first one now. Ah, right. Just as Li Wei was about to unlock the hidden phone, Tang Qingma suddenly said, "Can you help me record the guests in the venue? Just need to capture their faces." Li Wei was puzzled. Why? Because I saved them. Tang Qingma smiled. As a wealthy and influential and respectable noble family, how can we not repay our savior well when they are in trouble in the future? Li Wei. So scary. Head of the Lu family, shouldn't you give us an explanation for this beast riot? On the other side, Lu Tianran and some guests walked onto the stage, sternly approaching Lu Shuye. The guests attending the banquet were all prominent figures, and naturally, they were very dissatisfied with the surprise of this beast riot. What a joke! I attended your banquet out of respect, and then almost lost my life. Lu Tianran sternly asked, head of the Lu family, you need to apply to the Martial Arts Association for activities involving beast exhibitions. And why were there no martial artists present for security? Even for the segment of the auction where beasts were to be exhibited, there should be at least 2 martial artists of corresponding levels present for security to prevent accidents. If it weren't for Tang Qingma's timely intervention, the guests here would have already been bloodied by that lion-tiger beast. Head of the Lu family, what is going on? If you don't give us an explanation today, I won't let the Lu family off the hook. By the way, return our phones first. The guests present all looked angrily at Lu Shuye. Lu Shuye was also shocked. He hadn't expected that an exhibition of beasts, intended to enhance the Lu family's reputation, would encounter such a huge accident. If it weren't for Tang Qingma killing it in time. Right, Tang Qingma. Everyone, this incident is indeed a problem that has arisen from our Lu family. In his panic, Lu Shuye thought of using Tang Qingma as a scapegoat, so he excitedly said, I will give everyone a satisfactory explanation in the future. Why don't we let the young man who just saved everyone come on stage? Actually, the young man who just saved you all is the young master of the Tang family, and he is also my daughter, Lu Ruyan's fiancé. As soon as these words were spoken, the guests present were all astonished and began to discuss among themselves. What did he just say? The handsome young man who saved everyone just now is actually the young master of the Tang family. Speaking of the Tang family, the recent event that has spread throughout the city is the true and false young master. Everyone knows Tang Xianxi, but it has already been publicly confirmed that he is the swapped false young master. If that's the case, then this Tang Qingma must be the true young master? At this moment, the Tang family present at the scene had no idea what was happening. Just now, Bai Hualian and the 3 Tang sisters were so frightened by the appearance of Shirzantiger that they all fled for their lives, completely forgetting about Tang Qingma's existence, and naturally did not realize that Shirzantiger was the one he executed. Only Tang Jianrun quickly regained his senses and hurriedly searched for Tang Qingma's figure. Qingma, so you are here. Just then, Tang Qingma was standing right next to the stage. From the moment Lu Shuye publicly revealed the other party's identity, Tang Jianrun had wanted to bring him up to take credit. After all, he had saved all the guests at the venue. Rounded up, isn't that just the result of his father's good teaching? Although the previous incident with the fake young master had damaged the Tang family's reputation, now that Tang Qingma had saved everyone, it could be said that he had added quite a bit of glory to the Tang family. Qingma, come up and let everyone get to know you. Lu Shuye on the stage also hurriedly called Tang Qingma up. At this moment, the guests at the scene were very dissatisfied with the surprise from the Lu family. As long as they brought Tang Qingma up and announced his identity as the future son-in-law of the Lu family, everyone might overlook the incident in light of the life-saving benefactor. Tang Qingma pretended to be pushed onto the stage by Tang Jianrun. Lu Shuye, excited, did not notice Tang Qingma's cold expression and handed the microphone to him. Tang. Lu Tianrun was a bit surprised, but he received the other party's gaze and did not continue to speak. Lu Shuye flatteringly said to Tang Qingma, Qingma, how did you defeat that beast just now? Why don't you say a few words to everyone? Tang Qingma, Lu Shuye's intentions were too obvious. He merely wanted to push himself forward to cover up this incident of the beast's rampage. Although he had saved everyone like a savior, from another perspective, he was also Lu Ruyan's fiancé. Would the people present speculate that he was in cahoots with the Lu family? Tang Qingma snorted. How could he let Lu Shuye have his way? Lu family head, before you ask me how I killed that beast, I want to ask you, didn't the Lu family hire many martial artist bodyguards? Why didn't we see them just now? Lu Shuye was caught off guard by Tang Qingma's sudden question and was stunned. In fact, he also found it strange. He had previously hired 2 martial artist bodyguards, but they were dismissed by Lu Ruyan for being disrespectful at the Tang family. Who would have thought that Lu Ruyan later used her own savings to ask him to hire a new batch of martial artist bodyguards to attend this banquet? At that time, He thought she was considering the family and agreed, but now, when they were most needed, not a shadow was seen. No! Why did Tang Qingma suddenly bring this up? And how did he know that the Lu family had hired many martial artist bodyguards? Lu Shuya suddenly realized something and looked at Tang Qingma in shock. Qingma, what do you mean by that? Tang Jianrun, standing beside him, did not understand. Tang Qingma ignored him and coldly looked at Lu Shuya. Let me tell you the reason, Lu family head. Because those bodyguards were taken away by your good daughter and nephew to deal with me. Tang Qingma still held the microphone in his hand. His voice echoed throughout the hall and into the ears of all the guests. Lu Shuya, listening, quickly interrupted in surprise. Qingma, what are you saying? Tang Qingma sneered. Lu family head, why don't you return the phones to everyone first, so they can go online and take a look? Go online. One guest, feeling the commotion was not loud enough, rushed to the staff who had just taken his phone and retrieved it. He searched immediately and exclaimed, Lu family head, your Lu family and the Zhou family are trending. What? Lu Shuya immediately took out his phone in shock and searched. Sure enough, a video that had just been released not long ago had already garnered millions of likes and was rapidly climbing the trending charts. The background of the video was set at night, and the location was unmistakably the backyard pond of the Lu family. What? What is going on? Lu Shuya suddenly felt darkness clouding his vision, struggling to stay upright. The date was clearly marked at the bottom of the video, around 8:30 tonight. This meant that while he was still giving a speech at the banquet, something he was unaware of was happening outside. Moreover, the filming angle indicated it was a long-distance covert shot, showing a young man confronting four others. And those four people were Lu Ruyan, the Zhou siblings, and Tang Xianqi. Why did his daughter suddenly appear there? Why were the Zhou siblings with her? And most importantly, Tang Xianqi was also there. He had clearly said not to let Tang Xianqi attend this banquet. Why was he still showing up? As soon as Tang Xianqi appeared, he provoked Tang Qingma, and then Lu Ruyan and the Zhou siblings continuously insulted and humiliated him, even to the point where the video showed several tall men in black suits, clearly martial artists. Lu Shuya recognized these people as the bodyguards Lu Ruyan had hired at the cost of her own savings. They actually. Ruyan, no matter what, I am your true fiancé, the one recognized by the head of the Lu family. Are you really going to treat me this way for my fake brother? Tang Qingma's sorrowful voice could be heard in the video, but the next second, Lu Ruyan immediately retorted. Shut up, you worthless dog. I already said last time, you were just mud on the ground. Even if Dad doesn't let Cici come over, so what? I can let him come. Lu Shuya. He closed his eyes, turning his head away in pain. It's over. He had long told Lu Ruyan not to look for Tang Xianqi anymore, nor to speak to Tang Qingma like that, to avoid being caught with a handle. Who would have thought? Now not only the Tang and Lu families, but the whole country knew Lu Ruyan's attitude towards her fiancé. That's right. Uncle is just temporarily not acknowledging Xianqi for the sake of face. Ruyan would never marry you, a useless person who has been living outside for 18 years. Even his own nephews were bullying Tang Qingma for Tang Xianqi. What else could he say? And at the end of the video, Lu Ruyan and the others ignored Tang Qingma's pleas and let those martial artists attack. The faces of the assailants reveling in the misfortune were exposed, and then the video cut off, cutting off at such a suspenseful moment. Although Tang Qingma was standing safely in front of him now, it was a fact that Lu Ruyan and the Zhou siblings had hired martial artists to bully him. It was also a fact that Lu Ruyan nearly pushed her fiancé, the true young master of the Tang family, into hell for the sake of a fake young master. The truth was that his daughter and nephew from the Lu family had committed such a heartless and insane act. Lu Shuya painfully lifted his head. He could already feel the piercing gazes from all sides in the venue, constantly thinking about what to say to salvage the situation. But before he could speak, Tang Qingma had already raised the microphone again. I believe the head of the Lu family already knows that I can no longer get along with your daughter. Qingma. Lu Shuya opened his eyes, looking at him in pain. Anyone with eyes could see that Lu Ruyan's treatment of Tang Qingma in the video was not that of a fiancé, but rather like that of an enemy who had killed her entire family. Head of the Lu family, I am the young master of the Tang family, and there is no reason for your daughter to bully me in every way, so, Tang Qingma turned his head, looking at the guests below the stage. I implore everyone to bear witness. I am here today to annul my engagement with Lu Ruyan, and to clarify that the beast riot that occurred at the Lu family tonight has nothing to do with me. Tang Qingma's words detonated like a bomb, shocking everyone present. Whether it was Lu Shuya, Tang Jianrun, or the guests, they were all stunned. Tang Qingma, what are you talking about? Tang Jianrun was the first to express his disagreement. How much effort had he put into collaborating with the Lu family? Now, just because Lu Ruyan bullied him a bit, he wanted to break an important engagement. How could the long-standing promises between the two families be treated so lightly? However, Tang Qingma merely looked at Tang Jianrun with a gaze of disbelief, put down the microphone, and said in a voice only they could hear, "Tang family head, you might want to empty your head of water. The Lu family is going to be finished soon. If you want to drag the Tang family into this, then I will maintain the engagement and let you go help them." Tang Jianrun. He immediately lowered his voice and asked sharply, "What do you mean?" "Just keep an eye on the trending topics," Tang Qingma replied, speechless. Since Tang Jianrun's phone was still with the Lu family's staff, he snatched Lu Shuige's phone and carefully scrolled through the screen. Besides the earlier news about Lu Ruyan hiring warriors to deal with Tang Qingma, the incident of a beast riot at the Lu family's banquet had also quickly made the trending topics. Tang Jianrun, this is. He looked at Lu Shuiye with a complicated expression, momentarily at a loss for words. Clearly, this banquet had not invited any media, and all guests had undergone full-body checks before entering. Moreover, when they tried to take out their phones, they were stopped by the staff. So, who would have thought that a guest had secretly brought in a hidden camera, capturing everything that happened at the banquet and dragging the Lu family into the abyss? Could it be the work of a rival family of the Lus? But regardless of who the shooter was, the current situation of the Lu family left Tang Jianrun deep in thought. He had originally thought that as long as the Tang family formed a marriage alliance with the Lu family, their family's power and status would rise. But who would have thought that both the father and daughter of the Lu family were fools? Now, the Tang family has only one path to choose. At this moment, Tang Qingma's voice rang out again, that is to sever ties with the Lu family before this fire burns them. The Lu family is destined to be finished. Tang Jianrun looked at Tang Qingma in shock. He saw the other party reveal a knowing smile, their eyes seeming to have foreseen everything. In that instant, a wild thought suddenly emerged in Tang Jianrun's mind. Could it be that tonight's events for the Lu family were all orchestrated by Tang Qingma? At this time, the guests in the venue were buzzing with discussion. They found the gossip and grievances between the Lu and Tang families to be incredibly exciting. Who would have thought that the well-known Lu Ruyan in the elite circles of the Magic City would secretly condone counterfeit goods and harm her legitimate fiancé? And as her cousins, the Zhou family not only did not stop her but instead joined in the wrongdoing. Exciting! So exciting! Tang Qingma saw that the atmosphere had built up enough and it was time to wrap things up. In any case, I only have one life, and I can't afford such a terrifying fiancé. Moreover, I did not receive any prior notice about the Lu family's event showcasing the beasts today. Yes, it's a shame that our Tang family treated your Lu family as in-laws. Whenever there was a good business deal, we would collaborate with you first, but how come we weren't informed about such a significant event like the Beast Showcase? Your daughter even bullied my son like this. Tang Jianrun's mind was racing, and he immediately took the moral high ground to criticize Lu Shuiye. Now that the Lu family's scandal had already fermented online, regardless of whether it was a premeditated scheme by Tang Qingma, the Lu family was destined to be finished. Therefore, the Tang family had to cut ties with them as soon as possible. And he wasn't lying. This time, Lu Shuiye had only told him that there would be a surprise at the banquet, without mentioning it was a beast showcase. Beside him, Lu Tianrun also walked over to Tang Qingma's side and said to Lu Shuiye, "Master Lu, regarding the incident where the Lu family recklessly exhibited the exotic beasts, which nearly resulted in casualties, I will represent the Martial Arts Association to have the government issue an investigation order to you." The Martial Arts Association has a close relationship with government departments, and an investigation order holds significant power in the Magic City. Once executed, the internal affairs of the Lu family would be thoroughly investigated. If anything unfavorable is discovered, it would cause serious damage to both their reputation and future business. But this is not surprising. The banquet this time nearly harmed an important heir of the Lu family, so the Lu family would naturally take corresponding measures. You all. Under multiple blows, Lu Shuiye realized. The leaked video of Lu Ruyan and the exotic beast riot, the ruthless fallout with the Tang family, and Lu Tianrun's appearance. One link after another, as if it were a meticulously calculated scheme. In that moment, Lu Shuiye felt a chill all over, as if something was blocking his chest and causing him pain. It was also at that instant that Tang Qingma deliberately revealed a wicked smile to him. Lu Shuiye, could it be? Is all of this? Under the multiple blows, Lu Shuiye felt an increasing blockage and pain in his chest. Finally, his vision went black, and he lost his balance, collapsing. His fall shocked the guests at the venue, but Tang Qingma merely coldly smiled and said to those present, "Please help call an ambulance. If anything happens to Master Lu, we would be eternal sinners." Seeing this, Tang Jianrun immediately distanced himself from Lu Shuiye. "That's right. Qingma, let's leave quickly." Now, he looked at the Lu family as if they were dirty things, wanting to leave the scene as soon as possible. This banquet hosted by the Liu family ended with the exotic beast riot and the bullying incident involving Liu Ruyan and the Zhou siblings. There is no doubt that Li Wei's leaked video went viral online. Since the protagonist was once again involved with the true young master of the Tang family, it garnered over 10 million views in just 2 hours. After greeting, Li Wei quickly returned to his media company to ensure the video's traffic continued to soar. Liu Tianrun had brought Liu Xiaoxiao over as a guest this time. He planned to take his sister back to the Liu family first and discuss follow-up matters with Liu Rongxing before temporarily leaving. Meanwhile, the online uproar continued to be lively. Netizens mercilessly attacked the Liu family and called on various government departments and public relations agencies to conduct a thorough investigation. Moreover, after the previous incident involving the true and false young masters, this time the fiancé bullying incident once again garnered sympathy for Tang Xingma, with calls for him to quickly annul the engagement and regain his freedom. Of course, since Tang Xianqi appeared in the video, the Tang family suffered again. Even though Tang Jianrun quickly distanced himself from the Liu family, he was still affected because of Tang Xianqi. At 11 o'clock at night, Tang family villa. Clap. When the Tang family members returned, a strong sound of slapping echoed in the hall. Tang Xianqi, caught off guard, was struck with all of Tang Jianrun's strength, falling to the ground. "You scoundrel! You disgraceful scoundrel!" This time, the Liu family's damage was the most severe. But because of Tang Xianqi, the Tang family also suffered innocent repercussions. Tang Jianrun, who had only slapped him, was still not appeased and wanted to kick him again, but was stopped by Hualian and the 3 Tang sisters. "Dad, little she was just standing next to Liu Ruyan, did you have to hit him so hard?" Tang Ruoling quickly said. She didn't expect Tang Jianrun to strike so heavily and hurriedly shielded Tang Xianqi behind her. Tang Aili strongly agreed. "Yes, Dad. I say this incident was all planned by Liu Ruyan and the Zhou siblings. It has nothing to do with little she at all. Father, Xiaoxi was also implicated by the Liu family. It's those netizens who are just spreading rumors." Tang Meixin was also pleading. Bai Hualian saw blood seeping from Tang Xianqi's mouth and painfully begged, "Yes, sir, Xiaoxi is still young. It must be Ruyan who forced him to come here. Please spare him this once." At this moment, Tang Xianqi was dizzy from the beating, with a buzzing sound in his ears, yet he still showed a pitiful expression, looking at Tang Jianrun with pain in his eyes. "Father, I'm sorry. I really didn't mean to tarnish the family's reputation. At that time, I was just curious why my brother was by the pool, so I went to see him. I didn't expect Ruyan and the others would do this." Truly him. Even when being held accountable, he could drag the victim into it. The members of the Tang family couldn't help but glance at Tang Qingma, who had returned and was sitting on the sofa in the hall, focused on his phone. He paid no attention to their farce because when he contacted Li Wei, the system suddenly became very agitated. "Host, it seems Tang Xuerong's mind has collapsed. She suddenly can't collect her regret value." Since Tang Qingma appeared to be in a daze, Tang Aili approached him, quite dissatisfied. "Tang Qingma, why were you by the pool at that time? Are you sure Chen Biantai was conducting an experiment?" "Yes, host. But even if he was conducting an experiment, Tang Xuerong had no reaction at all." Tang Qingma was still conversing with the system, completely ignoring Tang Aili, which made her even angrier as she shouted, "Tang Qingma, are you even listening to me? You're so noisy." Slap. Feeling annoyed, Tang Qingma stood up, first slapping Tang Aili hard, then kicking her in the abdomen. Tang Aili was caught off guard, being slapped and kicked, her whole body sent flying, rolling several times on the ground. Aili, second sister. Bai Hualian and the others didn't expect Tang Qingma to be harsher than Tang Jianrun, unconsciously abandoning the still-lying Tang Xianqi to rush over and check if Tang Aili was hurt. "Mom, big sister, it hurts so much." Because of Tang Qingma's slap, Tang Aili's hair was disheveled, and a red palm print appeared on her snow-white face. Plus, her abdomen was kicked hard by Tang Qingma, causing her both pain and nausea. Tang Ruoling saw her swollen face and was furious. "Tang Qingma, how can you?" Tang Qingma interrupted directly, "If she wasn't pushing me around in front of me, would I have slapped her? Or rather, this time the one affecting the Tang family is her precious fake brother. What does it mean for her to come here to question me instead of seeking justice? Is she trying to make me take the blame again like before?" Tang Qingma's words instantly chilled the atmosphere in the hall. Wasn't Tang Aili's questioning exactly that intention? Clearly, it was Tang Xianqi who made the mistake, and clearly, Tang Qingma was the victim, yet she was blaming him. "Qingma, it's all a misunderstanding. Your sister didn't mean it like that." Bai Hualian, seeing the significant rift between the siblings, couldn't help but shed tears of sorrow. Tang Qingma smiled, "Then could Madame Tang explain what she means? As long as I was pricked by your good daughter, it's no longer a misunderstanding?" "No, it's not like that." Upon hearing Tang Qingma mention past experiences, Bai Hualian's guilty heart ached again. Bai Hualian's regret value plus 200. Bai Hualian's regret value plus 200. It doesn't matter anymore. Tang Qingma slowly walked in front of Tang Ailey. Due to the force of the slap and kick just now, Tang Ailey shrank back a bit timidly, while Tang Ruoling and Tang Meixin shielded her behind. Seeing the two of them protecting her like a chick, Tang Qingma found it amusing. What? Were you this vigilant when you used to bully me? You. Even if you want to protect her, it makes no difference to me. After finishing her words, Tang Qingma quickly stepped forward. Ha! Tang Ruoling's eyes couldn't keep up with the other's speed. She was soon pushed aside, and then, slap! Ah! Bai Hualian didn't expect Tang Qingma to hit her sister again, and she screamed in fright. Tang Qingma, Tang Meixin, standing nearby, also didn't expect the other party to be so bold. She quickly activated her blood energy, gathering power in her fist, intending to strike Tang Qingma. But Tang Qingma seemed to have anticipated her attack, emitting a fierce yellow current all over her body. Tang Meixin was instantly shocked by the current. Her whole body was thrown back, her head feeling dizzy. Meixin, Tang Ruoling was alarmed. Meixin was the only martial artist in the family, and she was at the 3rd rank. How could she be defeated by Tang Qingma? Speaking of which, when I was surrounded and bullied by so many martial artists in the video, didn't any of you ask about my safety? Tang Qingma sneered sarcastically, cracking her knuckles, and slapped again. Slap! Ah! Tang Ailey's regret value plus 200. Did you ever think that if they succeeded, I wouldn't be able to stand in front of you now? No, you didn't. Slap! Ah! No! Tang Ailey's regret value plus 200. No matter what, Tang Xianqi was standing right next to Lu Ruyan at that time, and it is a fact that he participated in her bullying. He was secretly filmed, affecting the reputation of the Tang family. So, what is your intention in coming here to question me? Slap! Ah! No, please don't. Don't hit me again. Tang Ailey's regret value plus 200. The intense pain made her feel fear and regret towards Tang Qingma. However, Tang Qingma grabbed her front hair with one hand, forcefully pulling her head, while the other hand patted her swollen face, which was unrecognizable. What's wrong, second sister? Where did your arrogance go just now? Slap! Another slap was delivered. Her body shrank, and her eyes looked painfully towards Tang Jianrun and Tang Xianqi, hoping for their help. However, Tang Jianrun just silently turned his head away from Tang Qingma's beating. In his heart, Tang Ailey had previously used a syringe to poke Tang Qingma, and this time she brought it upon herself, simply asking for trouble. As for Tang Xianqi was lying on the ground waiting to be rescued. How could he save her? Thus, Tang Ailey fell into despair. If she had known this, she shouldn't have questioned Tang Qingma. I'm sorry. Tang Ailey's regret value plus 200. Tang Ailey's regret value plus 200. She cried out in pain under Tang Qingma's torment, large tears streaming from the corners of her eyes, her hair becoming disheveled from the pulling, resembling a mournful ghost. Tang Ruoling saw the once proud surgical master now pleading with Tang Qingma, and her heart felt a bit of pity. She slowly stepped forward, bowing her head to Tang Qingma. Qingma, please do me a favor and let your second sister go. Tang Ruoling's regret value plus 200. Although she spoke sincerely, she felt regret as soon as she bowed. Tang Qingma smiled brightly. The good big sister who loves her younger sister and fake younger brother. May I ask what face you have that is worth me letting go? Tang Ruoling, loving her younger sister and fake younger brother. This sentence was especially ironic for her as the eldest sister. Qingma, Ailey has already realized her mistake. I will compensate you. I hope you can let her go. Compensation? Tang Qingma widened her eyes, still pulling Tang Ailey's hair, and asked with a smile, what will you compensate me with? What do you want? Money. Tang Qingma raised an eyebrow, sneering, what else can your Tang family offer besides money? Tang Ruoling ignored the mocking words and asked directly, is 1 million okay? 2 million. All right. Tang Ruoling had no objections, as continuing like this might cause a breakdown for Tang Ailey. Forget it. As the elder sister, she would just take care of her younger sister. Ding! 2 million was transferred to Tang Qingma's phone, and it arrived quickly. Upon receiving the money, Tang Qingma felt great. Alright, it seems that for the sake of 2 million, I'll let her off this time. Since the money was in hand, Tang Qingma casually tossed Tang Ailey aside. Tang Ailey was thrown to the ground, crying in pain. If there's nothing else, I'll step out for a bit. Second sister, if you feel like acting up again next time, you can come over and give me a beating. Tang Ailey. She tensed up and immediately shrank behind Tang Ruoling. Tang Qingma left the villa just like that, and once he was gone, the Tang family members felt very awkward and stiff. Tang Jianrun was the first to regain his composure, but he sighed in anger and said to Bai Hualian, I'm going back to the company to handle public relations. Dad, I'll go with you. Tang Ruoling also planned to return to the company tonight. She had just helped Tang Ali pay 2 million and didn't want to see her for a while. After the two mainstays of the Tang family left, Bai Hualian and Tang Meixin had no choice but to continue comforting Tang Xianqi and Tang Ali. After leaving the villa, Tang Qingma called a taxi and contacted Lu Tianrun. Upon hearing the system mention that Tang Xuerong's mental state had issues, he felt a bit regretful but also refreshed. Alright, let's go check on dear fifth sister. That night, at the Lu family. After dropping Lu Xiaoxiao off at home, Lu Tianrun told Lu Rongxing everything that had happened at the banquet tonight. After understanding the whole situation, Lu Rongxing closed his eyes and sighed slightly. So that's how it is. It seems Tang Qingma has long planned to ruin the Lu family's reputation to find a legitimate reason to break off the engagement. Originally, the relationship between Tang Qingma and Lu Ruyan was extremely poor, but they had to be bound together due to an agreement made long ago between their families. Therefore, to dissolve the engagement and take revenge on Lu Ruyan, tonight's plan was born. Although it was unclear whether the beast incident was an accident, Tang Qingma did save Lu Tianrun and Lu Xiaoxiao, so to repay this kindness, the Lu family would work with government departments to execute an investigation order against the Lu family. During this period, no family would dare to continue associating with the Lu family. They would rather cut ties immediately. After today, the Lu family and Lu Ruyan would become the most despised figures in Magic City, to the point where anyone could step on them. Tang Qingma is really ruthless. Although he said this, Lu Rongxing's expression was full of admiration. Lu Tianrun nodded in agreement. Fortunately, he's not our enemy. Just as they continued discussing tonight's events, Lu Tianrun's phone suddenly received a message notification. It's from Tang Qingma. Lu Rongxing asked, "What did he say?" "He wants me to go to the Pukong mental hospital." Lu Tianrun put his phone away, his expression becoming serious. "I believe it's related to his fifth sister." "Fifth sister? Is she the Tang Xuerong you mentioned who was sent to the hospital by the Tang family?" Yes, although Tang Xuerong was originally a popular star, due to the previous incident of abusing her younger brother, her entertainment company had to put her on ice, so there was no trace of her online anymore. The news about her being sent to a mental hospital was also tightly controlled by the Tang family. If it weren't for Lu Tianrun becoming Tang Qingma's bodyguard, Lu Rongxing wouldn't have known so many major events were happening within the Tang family. Lu Tianrun also said, "Tang Qingma told me that for us to continue working harmoniously in the future, he needs me to go witness some things." This is what you said. Regardless of whether there are witnesses, he will be his bodyguard this year. However, Lu Rongxing chuckled and said, "Since it's so important, you should hurry over." "All right." Lu Tianrun sighed softly. After a short time spent with Tang Qingma, he felt a sense of foreboding about this visit. "Then I'll go ahead and contact you later, father." "Okay." Lu Rongxing smiled as he watched Lu Tianrun's departing figure. He noticed that Lu Tianrun seemed to have become more composed and serious in such a short time while following Tang Qingma, and he couldn't help but feel grateful. It was indeed the right decision to let him follow Tang Qingma. Lu Tianrun quickly drove to the Pukong mental hospital at the fastest speed. When he arrived at the entrance, he saw Tang Qingma playing with his phone. As soon as he got out of the car, he walked up to him and said, "Tang Xiao, sorry I'm late." "It's fine, I called you over at this time," Tang Qingma replied expressionlessly, putting away his phone and turning to enter the hospital. "Let's go in." "Okay." Lu Tianrun followed behind Tang Qingma. Since they were at this hospital, it must be related to Tang Xuerong, so he curiously asked, "Tang Xiao, is there something wrong with Miss Tanghua?" After being sent here, Tang Xuerong had been subjected to various painful experiments under Tang Qingma's arrangements. In such circumstances, it was no surprise that something went wrong. However, Tang Qingma remained silent for a few seconds before softly saying, "It should be. During the Lu family's banquet today, I suddenly thought of my fifth sister, so I curiously messaged Qin Biantai and found out that she really had an accident." Lu Tianrun was confused, but Tang Qingma's tone was very flat, as if he were talking about a stranger. The two arrived at the front desk, where Nurse Xiaohong was already prepared to take them to the hospital's underground level. They reached the room belonging to Tang Xuerong, and as soon as they opened the door, they saw Chen Biantai with a serious expression, no longer looking like the spirited young man he used to be. Through the glass wall, they could see Tang Xuerong sitting on the bed inside, her eyes vacant and her expression dazed. Upon seeing the two, Chen Biantai immediately stepped forward. "Young Master Tang, young Master Lu, you're here." Tang Qingma got straight to the point and asked, "How is Tang Xuerong?" Chen Biantai sighed and led them inside the glass-walled area. They saw that even with people coming in, Tang Xuerong showed no reaction, her eyes still staring blankly ahead, not knowing what she was looking at. Lu Tianrun, seeing Tang Xuerong like this, couldn't help but break into a cold sweat and asked, What happened to her? Like a broken doll. Chen Biantai said dejectedly, it seems her brain has suffered too much impact and stimulation, causing extreme damage to Miss Xuerong's psyche. To escape reality, she has sealed her heart away. What a pity! After so much difficulty to obtain this experimental subject, she broke down so quickly. Lu Tianrun. It was not surprising that Tang Xuerong had become like this. Before being sent to the hospital, she had already been affected by the marriage of Tang Feifei and Tang Xuanqi, and then subjected to various experiments in Tang Qingma's torment. A mental breakdown was only a matter of time. Seeing this, Lu Tianrun couldn't help but feel a sense of pity and sympathy for Tang Xuerong. But the next moment, he saw Tang Qingma slowly walk in front of Tang Xuerong and raise his hand. Slap! Slap! Tang Qingma suddenly slapped Tang Xuerong, startling Lu Tianrun and Chen Biantai beside him. Tang Xuerong was knocked off the bed and fell to the ground. Lu Tianrun hurriedly asked, Tang Xiao, what's wrong with you? Why suddenly attack Tang Xuerong for no reason? Tang Qingma simply raised his hands and said coldly, I want to confirm whether she is truly foolish or just pretending. Even if that's the case, can you not suddenly go hard? It almost scared his heart to a stop. But Lu Tianrun just covered his chest, not voicing his thoughts, because he knew that even if he spoke, Tang Qingma wouldn't listen. He could only force himself to get used to it as soon as possible. Tang Xuerong, even after being slapped so harshly, her pale face turned red, but her body only twitched for a moment, still lying on the ground without any reaction. It was as if she didn't know she had been hit. Chen Biantai couldn't help but shake his head, sighing, alas, it seems Miss Xuerong's mind is really broken. Even seeing young Master Tang's appearance doesn't cause any emotional fluctuation, and being slapped so hard doesn't elicit any awareness. Everything happening outside doesn't affect her at all. It seems she's really done for. His tone was filled with regret. After all, he had prepared many experimental agents and research waiting for test results. Who knew Tang Xuerong would break down so quickly? Is it because she was pampered? What a waste! Is that so? Tang Qingma's expression remained unchanged as he struck again with great force. Slap! This time he hit the other side of Tang Xuerong's face, making it red and swollen, creating a symmetrical effect. But he seemed unsatisfied and kicked her in the waist, sending Tang Xuerong flying several meters away. Bang! Tang Xuerong's body twitched continuously, reflexively contracting. However, after a few seconds, she still had no expression, her gaze hollow and unfocused. Even though her face and body bore bruises, it was as if she hadn't felt the blow she had just endured. Seeing the once arrogant Tang Xuerong reduced to her current state, Lu Tianrun silently turned his head away. Meanwhile, Tang Qingma grabbed Tang Xuerong's hair, pulling her face up. He asked the system, what now? Can we still collect Tang Xuerong's regret value? The system replied dejectedly, No, we can't. It has been detected that Tang Xuerong's consciousness has suffered severe trauma. To escape reality, she has actively forgotten everything and reflexively chosen not to recognize anyone anymore. Tang Qingma frowned. Are you saying that even if Tang Xianqi comes, she won't recognize her? Yes. She might have a slight reaction at first, but it won't matter. Moreover, since the last collective visit from the Tang family, aside from Tang Jianrun and Bai Hualian visiting once more, Tang Xianqi and the other sisters hadn't come again. Now, Tang Jianrun felt disappointed in Tang Xuerong and was considering giving up on this daughter. Therefore, in Tang Xuerong's heart, after being tormented by Tang Qingma and Chen Biantai, she felt abandoned by her important family and beloved Tang Xianqi. After enduring a long period of despair and multiple blows, she ultimately chose to self-destruct in a breakdown. After analyzing Tang Xuerong's entire psychological journey, the system finally became sad. Woo-woo. What a pity! This was one of the sources of the host's regret value. How could it just disappear like this? Clearly, she had been adjusted to automatically generate regret value whenever Chen Biantai appeared, becoming a gold coin tool. But the wool hadn't been fully sheared before it was gone. Tang Xuerong is really useless. Clearly, she was so vicious and cruel when tormenting others, but when it came to her, she broke down so quickly. What a waste. Oh, faced with the system's anger and endless complaints, Tang Qingma simply responded with a sound. He turned to look how decisive. Lu Tianrun felt incredulous and quickly asked, Young Master Tang, are you saying you want to kill Miss Tang Wuxia? She is his biological sister. Even if Tang Qingma was treated unfairly after being recognized by the Tang family, could one really casually say the word kill? Tang Qingma showed a puzzled expression. Yes, she is already useless. If something is already useless, can no longer collect regret value, why not deal with it quickly? I originally came here at this time just to confirm whether she still has any use. In that moment, Tang Qingma's words struck Lu Tianrun like a bolt from the blue, leaving his mind blank as if it had crashed. The temperature in the room was not cold, but he was sweating profusely from his forehead and back, feeling a chill run down his spine. Useless things don't need to be capped. Is it the same even for a biological sister? Lu Tianran gritted his teeth, trying hard to control his nearly out-of-control expression. So, Tang Qingma's message to him tonight, saying she wanted him to witness something, was to witness Tang Xuerong being ruthlessly discarded by him? Seeing Lu Tianran's reaction, Tang Qingma asked, "Do you think I'm cold-blooded?" Lu Tianran looked at Tang Qingma in shock, only to see her revealing a meaningful smile, leaving him at a loss for words. At that moment, Chen Biantai jogged over. His expression was completely different from Lu Tianran's gloomy face, as he excitedly asked, "Young Master Tang, how do you plan to deal with Miss Xuerong?" For an experimental subject that had already lost its value, Chen Biantai naturally had no interest in Tang Xuerong. No matter how Tang Qingma handled it, he wouldn't even furrow his brow. Tang Qingma slightly curled her lips. Killing her outright will definitely be discovered, so let's create a suitable accident. After all, Tang Jianran and Bai Hualian need to deal with online comments and plan the weddings of Tang Xianqi and Tang Feifei. Tang Xianqi would rather Tang Xuerong not show up. The other sisters of the Tang family only have eyes for Tang Xianqi, so they have already forgotten about Tang Xuerong, and at this point, no matter what is done, it won't be discovered. Moreover, last time, Tang Feifei was paralyzed and didn't die from the fall. This time, he wanted to see if the mentally broken Tang Xuerong would be harder to kill than Tang Feifei, but dying like this would be too easy for Tang Xuerong. System, is there any pill that can restore her sanity? Just for a short time. Tang Xuerong felt like she had been in a dark, cold place for several days. Ever since being sent to a psychiatric hospital by her family, tortured by Tang Qingma, and painfully subjected to Chen Biantai's inhumane experiments, and experiencing the disappointment of her father when her beloved Xiao was to marry her fourth sister. All of this was actually Tang Qingma's scheme. He designed all the scripts, instigated her to harm her fourth sister, made Xiao fear her, and caused her father to be disappointed in her. Thus, under multiple blows, Tang Xuerong decided to close off her heart. If she could hear nothing, see nothing, and know no one, would she not have to think about anything anymore and would not be harmed again? With this thought, Tang Xuerong fell once more into a deeper abyss, until a figure suddenly appeared before her, gripping her throat tightly, bringing terrifying restraint and suffocation. At that moment, her consciousness seemed to come back. Can this recovery pill really restore Tang Xuerong's consciousness? The next morning, Tang Qingma arrived at the back mountain of Pukong Hospital, looking puzzled at the brown pill in her hand. System, yes, host, the recovery pill can forcibly restore the sanity of a mentally disturbed person within 3 minutes, somewhat like a good medicine that brings people back to life. In general, the spirit recovery pill is used on individuals who possess crucial testimony but have lost consciousness. It is a precious pill for the police in solving cases. Alright, I hope it doesn't disappoint me after I drew it 40 times. Tang Qingma turned around to look at Tang Xuerong, who was brought over behind him. Ever since Tang Xuerong caused Tang Jianran to lose hope, no one from the Tang family had come to visit. They only sent money to the hospital regularly to ensure the nursing staff took good care of her. The hospital, having received the money, naturally sent someone to look after her. Thus, after Chen Biantai and Xiao Hongma volunteered, they were assigned by the hospital director as Tang Xuerong's primary doctor and dedicated nurse, and no one would specifically care about her condition. Just like now, even if she was taken out of the hospital, no one would pay attention. After all, Chen Biantai was well liked in the hospital, and taking a patient out wouldn't raise any suspicions. And after bringing Tang Xuerong out, it was Tang Qingma who handled her. Of course, the bodyguard Lu Tianran also followed to the scene. He saw Tang Qingma force a mysterious pill into Tang Xuerong's mouth, then tightly grasp her neck, forcibly lifting her up. Dear fifth sister, can you hear what I'm saying now? Tang Qingma shook Tang Xuerong's body several times, but she remained calm, her expression unchanged. This puzzled Lu Tianran. Clearly, they had learned last night that Tang Xuerong's brain had issues. Why did Tang Qingma suddenly want to wake her up today? Wasn't that a waste of effort? Just as he thought this, the next moment, Tang Xuerong's features moved. Lu Tianran, what's going on? Why did she suddenly react when her brain was malfunctioning? Since Lu Tianran was the only one present, he merely showed surprise without approaching to ask. If Chen Biantai were there, he would have excitedly questioned her endlessly. Dear fifth sister, do you remember me? Tang Xuerong, who had originally sunk into darkness, regained her senses, her hollow eyes widening in surprise, looking fearfully at the man before her. Tang Xuerong's regret value plus 500. Hearing the sound of the regret value rising, Tang Qingma nodded in satisfaction. It's really too boring to deal with a bad doll like this. I'm so happy you can wake up, dear fifth sister. No, don't. Even though Tang Xuerong had regained her senses, she was still in a state of extreme fear towards Tang Xingma. She didn't understand. Clearly, she had been able to spend this time in darkness, where no one could enter her imagined dark space. Why did she still have to see this devil, Tang Xingma? Tang Xueron's regret value plus 500. Tang Xueron's regret value plus 500. Facing her terror, Tang Xingma grinned wickedly. Don't worry, you will never feel afraid again, because you are going to die. Before Tang Xueron could react, she felt her neck being tightly squeezed, her whole body lifted, her feet dangling in the air. Cough. No. Cough, cough. She felt Tang Xingma tightening his grip while stepping forward. However, Tang Xueron's mind was blank, and she was engulfed in an invisible panic. No. She wanted to escape from the demon before her, hoping to break free from the hell she was in. But at that moment, Tang Xingma suddenly laughed and said, "Do you know? Last night, you broke down. Ha! To get you back to normal, I spent quite a bit of effort mainly." He spent over 40,000 of his regret value. You, what are you talking about? Tang Xueron's voice trembled, not understanding what Tang Xingma was saying. But Tang Xingma just smiled. It doesn't matter if you don't understand, because it's already the end. Look below. Tang Xueron. Her pupils reflexively looked down, and then she saw her body being lifted by Tang Xingma, already at the edge of the cliff on the hill. Tang Xingma took another step forward, causing Tang Xueron to panic and grab his arm with both hands. No, don't. Even though she wanted to escape the hell she was in, when she truly faced death, her heart trembled with fear, desperately wanting to shake her head and plead for mercy. Since you want to be free, it should be me who sends you off while you are still conscious. This was also the reason why Tang Xingma had drawn lots 40 times to get the awakening pill. Tang Xueron's regret value plus 500. Tang Xueron's regret value plus 500. Tang Xueron's regret value plus 500. Tang Xueron's panic also greatly satisfied Tang Xingma. After extracting regret values for a full 3 minutes, the hand that was gripping her neck finally loosened. Goodbye, my dear fifth sister. No. As the grip released, Tang Xueron's entire body fell vertically from the air. Tang Xueron's regret value plus 500. Tang Xueron's regret value plus 500. Tang Xueron's regret value plus 500. Endless regret surged within her heart, until the moment her body was about to hit the ground. Bang! Asterisk with a bang, Tang Xueron fell to the bottom of the cliff. Tang Xingma jumped down the mountain as well, finding Tang Xueron's fallen body. For some unknown reason, Tang Xueron, like Tang Feifei back then, was still alive. Host, Tang Xueron. In the next second, a sharp branch suddenly appeared. Just as Tang Xueron was still hanging on, a long, sharp branch pierced directly into her throat. Tang Xingma twisted the branch, completely penetrating and destroying her trachea. It's quite normal to get your throat pierced by a branch when you accidentally fall off a cliff, right? He said with a smile. Yes, very normal. The system responded silently. Cough. Tang Xueron's eyes widened, feeling her whole body enduring unimaginable pain. She could no longer move, and breathing became extremely difficult, with a large amount of blood uncontrollably pouring from her mouth. So painful, so uncomfortable. What on earth happened? Tang Xueron didn't understand. Was she thrown down by Tang Xingma? She didn't know. Only that her consciousness was gradually becoming blurry. That's right, it was like she was about to return to the darkness she had personally fallen into before. What? Is this how you die? Much easier than Tang Feifei. At that moment, Tang Xingma's mocking voice entered her ears. It seems that as long as you pierce the neck or sever the head, the daughter of fortune will still die. Tang Xueron didn't understand what Tang Xingma was saying, just feeling very tired. Could she finally sleep like this? Finally free from being tormented by these demons. By the way, my dear fifth sister. But at that moment, Tang Xingma's figure slowly leaned closer to her, finally looking down at her. Even if you die, you still have great value to utilize, Tang Xueron. Don't worry, I will make good use of your death, letting your dear brother and the Tang family be disgraced. Just before her consciousness turned pitch black, Tang Xingma's words shocked Tang Xueron for a moment. Even if you die, I won't let your tombstone rest in peace. Your reputation, everything about you, will be stinking for eternity. Tang Xueron's regret value plus 500. Tang Xueron's regret value plus 500. Tang Xueron's regret value plus 500. Until the last moment before her life stopped beating, Tang Xueron once again surged with a wave of regret values. Then her pupils rolled back, and her body convulsed for a few seconds before going still. The system softly said, "Host, Tang Xueron's death has been detected." I saw it. Tang Xingma stretched her arms and looked at Tang Xueron's corpse. "Young Master Tang, may I ask how Miss Tang Wu is?" Lu Tianrun, who rushed over, saw that Tang Xueron had already stopped breathing. This is. Although he had mentally prepared himself, the scene before him still shocked Lu Tianrun. Tang Xueron was wearing a light green hospital gown, heavily stained with blood. Lu Tianrun instinctively covered his mouth, feeling as if his stomach acid was suddenly rising. It was the first time he had truly seen a corpse in such a tragic state, and he felt a tightness in his chest, a strong wave of nausea threatening to overwhelm him. Ugh! He rushed to the base of a large tree. He wanted to vomit but couldn't, feeling both tight and nauseous in his chest. Pull yourself together. Tang Qingma sighed helplessly. You are the young master of the Lu family. You will have opportunities to go to the beast battlefield in the future. Compared to the brutality on the battlefield, this is nothing, right? Upon hearing beast battlefield, Lu Tianrun's eyes widened involuntarily. Although he had never personally been to the border area, the academy's instructors had shown them related videos, and seeing the suffering of the injured had made him feel very heavy-hearted. Thinking about it now, Tang Xueron's appearance didn't seem so terrifying. Oh, no, how could he compare like this? Isn't this thought equivalent to being PUA'd by Tang Qingma? Lu Tianrun quickly shook his head, trying to correct his thoughts. Dr. Chen, come help. Tang Qingma ignored his troubles and called Chen Biantai to help collect the body, while also repairing the wound on Tang Xueron's throat. Even though she was already dead, her cells hadn't immediately died and could still move for a very short time. Chen Biantai arrived in less than 10 minutes. When he saw Tang Xueron's tragic state, he became even more excited and emotional. If possible, he really wanted Tang Qingma to be his assistant. So, young Master Tang, how do you want to handle Miss Xueron? Tang Qingma smiled and said, Dr. Chen, do you have some potions that can help me preserve Tang Xueron's body completely? Although Tang Xueron was gone, she still had many uses. Although Chen Biantai hadn't known Tang Qingma for long, he understood the other's ruthlessness, so he nodded with a wicked smile. Rest assured, young Master Tang, as long as it's your request, I will do my best to comply. Very well, then I'll trouble you first. After a pleasant exchange with Chen Biantai, Tang Qingma turned to Lu Tianrun, who was still in a state of mental turmoil. Tianrun, think about it some more when you get back. Young Master Tang. Lu Tianrun hadn't come to his senses when he saw Tang Qingma hand him a note. I've made an appointment. I need to go to this place. Take me there. This is. What? It's just an ordinary cafe. Asterisk at this time, in the Royal Hospital of Magic City. Rebellious girl. Slap. Lu Shuye, wearing a hospital gown, used all his strength to slap Lu Ruyan's face. Lu Ruyan couldn't fight back and was thrown to the ground. And you all. After slapping Lu Ruyan, he continued to look at Zhou Shang and Zhou Ting, who had come to plead for mercy, and Lu Shuye kicked Zhou Shang without any courtesy. Uncle. No. Don't! Zhou Shang had already endured Tang Qingma's torment the night before, and now facing Lu Shuye's anger, he was even more psychologically traumatized. Even though Lu Shuye was so angry that his chest hurt, he endured the pain in his heart and needed to vent his anger first. Yi, please don't do this. Mrs. Zhou, who had come along, saw her son being kicked and couldn't help but step forward to stop her brother. Sister, you're still protecting them. Lu Shuye shouted excitedly, his fingertips trembling as he pointed at Lu Ruyan and the Zhou siblings. It's all because of them. Now both the Lu family and the Zhou family have been ruined. Last night, due to the beast riot that occurred at the banquet and the video of Lu Ruyan hiring warriors to bully Tang Qingma being posted online, Lu Shuye nearly suffered a heart attack and had to be rushed to the hospital for emergency treatment. After finally waking up, he disregarded the doctor's advice and hurriedly summoned Lu Ruyan and the Zhou siblings to his hospital room. At first, the Zhou siblings didn't want to come, but unable to withstand Mrs. Zhou's crying and the Zhou family's head scolding, they had no choice but to go to Lu Shuye's hospital room. Sure enough, as soon as they entered, they were immediately met with Lu Shuye's violent beating. Lu Ruyan, I told you long ago not to get so close to that Tang Xianxi. Now look, the Lu family has been ruined because of you. Are you happy now? Slap, slap, slap. Lu Shuye alternated slapping Lu Ruyan, turning her already pale face red and swollen. Master, please stop hitting her. Ruyan knows she was wrong. Mrs. Lu, seeing her daughter's face marred with blood, rushed forward to embrace her in pain. Knows she was wrong? No. If she knew she was wrong, she wouldn't have gone to the banquet with Tang Xianxi after what happened with the Tang family. Lu Shuye shouted, pointing at Lu Ruyan. Thinking of how she still disobeyed his orders and insisted on bringing Tang Xianxi to the banquet, Lu Shuye was so furious he wanted to slap her again. Master, please don't hit her. Mrs. Lu quickly held Lu Ruyan in her arms, preventing her husband from hitting her. Mom. Lu Ruyan, protected, shed tears of grievance. She never expected to be secretly filmed at home and have it posted online. Now she had become a joke in the elite circles, and it felt like she could hear people laughing at her every time she stepped outside. If it weren't for needing to come to the hospital, she wouldn't even dare to go out. Clearly, she had been tormented by Tang Qingma last night, yet now he had become the victim while she was being pointed at by everyone. Thinking of this, a feeling of hatred appeared in Lu Ruyan's eyes. Lu Shuya naturally noticed her expression, realizing she still didn't understand the mistake she had made, and he was instantly furious, clutching his chest and gasping for breath. I held this banquet to promote the relationship between the Lu and Tang families, and you all dared to bully Tang Qingma in our home. You really have some nerve. That's not how it is, uncle. Upon hearing that they bullied Tang Qingma, Zhou Shang immediately retorted excitedly, we wanted to teach Tang Qingma a lesson, but we didn't bully him at all. On the contrary, he single-handedly defeated all the warriors and brutally tortured me and Xiao Ting Ruyan. Zhou Ting cried with tears, saying, really, uncle, what my brother said is true. My face was ruined by him. At that time, Tang Qingma suddenly unleashed his martial skills and quickly defeated all those warriors, then broke my and my brother's limbs, and after that, he even held Ruyan underwater. Zhou Shang nodded repeatedly, yes, those warriors can testify. Lu Ruyan. Because of the Zhou siblings' words, Lu Ruyan recalled the memory of being tortured by Tang Qingma by the pool last night. At that time, she was constantly pressed down into the water, unable to breathe. No matter how she pleaded, Tang Qingma was like a demon from hell, continuously dragging her to the edge of hell. Just thinking of his handsome smile while torturing her made Lu Ruyan shrink in fear, her whole body trembling in terror. And Mrs. Lu, seeing her frightened appearance, held her even tighter. Ruyan, my poor daughter. Master, you shouldn't blame them now. You should go to the Tang family and capture the one who harmed our daughter, as well as Xiao Shang and Xiao Ting. Zhou Shang and Zhou Ting nodded in agreement. Lu Shuye, seeing his wife so naive, he took a deep breath and looked again at the Zhou siblings. Fine, you say Tang Qingma hit you, right? Where are the injuries? Zhou Shang hurriedly rolled up his sleeve, but there were no marks on his arm, leaving him speechless. Where are the injuries? The injuries you mentioned. This is. Zhou Shang and Zhou Ting broke out in a cold sweat. They had clearly endured Tang Qingma's terrifying attack last night, but when they woke up in the backyard, they found that apart from Lu Ruyan being wet, all the injuries on their bodies had disappeared. If it weren't for their shared memories with those martial artists, it would seem as if everything had just been a dream. Uncle, it must be that Tang Qingma did something to us. Zhou Shang said excitedly, he really beat us to the point of broken hands and feet last night, but when we woke up, we don't know why the wounds were gone. Zhou Ting nodded vigorously, yes, uncle. What my brother said is true. Dad, we really didn't lie to you. Lu Ruyan lowered her head in pain, trembling as she recalled yesterday's experience. However, Lu Shuya looked at the three of them, who were constantly shifting the blame to Tang Qingma, yet showed no signs of injury, only coldly sneering in silence. Seeing the lack of trust in the others' eyes, the Zhou siblings wanted to explain again but were directly interrupted by Lu Shuya. Enough. Do you think saying so much is useful now? I'll take it that everything you said is true, but so what? Lu Shuya raised his head, his eyes filled with anger. No matter what the process was, the video circulating now shows you and Tang Xianqi hiring martial artists to bully Tang Qingma. Unless there's a second video of Tang Qingma torturing and beating you, nothing you say will matter. Lu Ruyan and Zhou siblings. Lu Shuye was right. Even if they wanted to prove themselves, what difference would it make? Now Tang Qingma had already occupied the moral high ground. No matter what they said, no one would believe them. Everyone only believed that Tang Qingma was bullied by the Lu and Zhou families, a complete victim and weakling. But who exactly recorded all of this? Uncle, can we find that person who filmed it secretly? Zhou Shang immediately said, if we find him, won't we have a chance to get the video of Tang Qingma beating us? Zhou Ting, yeah, uncle. As long as we find that person who filmed it, we can clear up the misunderstanding with the public. Lu Ruyan said nothing, but her eyes also sparkled with hope. Just when they thought they had found a way to remedy the situation, they heard Lu Shuya snort coldly. Humph, 3 fools, do you think I haven't thought of that? As the head of the family, Lu Shuya naturally had someone investigate the source of that video after waking up in the hospital. He quickly discovered that it was filmed by a media person named Li Wei. But when he had someone continue the investigation, he found out that this Li Wei had close ties with the Lu family. Li Wei's father was a subordinate of Lu Rongxing, so he had the support of the Lu family as a media person and didn't need to care about the opinions of any wealthy family. And now, unfortunately, the lion exhibition that the Lu family showcased last night almost harmed the Lu siblings, and the one who saved them was Tang Qingma. One link led to another. Not to mention the Tang family's attitude, he wouldn't believe that these 2 videos could still be circulating online without the Lu family's involvement. The urgent matter is that we need to gain the Lu family's forgiveness. Lu Shuye decisively thought about the biggest threat to the Lu family at the moment. Lu Ruyan, and you all. come with me to the Tang family immediately. Uncle, weren't you supposed to go to the Lu family first? Zhou Shang looked confused. Didn't he just say he wanted to gain the Lu family's forgiveness? Why were they going to the Tang family? Bang! You idiot! Seeing his nephew being so foolish, he angrily punched him in the face. Zhou Shang was hit hard again, but he didn't dare to say anything to his furious uncle. Last night, Tang Qingma publicly announced the annulment of his engagement with your cousin in front of everyone and distanced himself from us. And Tang Qingma was the benefactor of the Lu siblings last night. Do you think the head of the Lu family and young Master Lu will listen to us or to Tang Qingma? Zhou Shang and Zhou Ting looked at each other, not daring to speak. Lu Ruyan clenched her fists tightly, her expression suddenly revealing boundless hatred. That bastard Tang Qingma, beast! He had already hurt her so much last night, and yet he still annulled their engagement in front of so many people. He clearly wanted her to be unable to hold her head high in the noble circle. But just as Lu Ruyan was getting angry, she heard Lu Shui angrily pointing at her and saying, once we get to the Tang family, the three of you must sincerely apologize to Tang Qingma. Lu Ruyan, no matter what method you use, make sure Tang Qingma retracts his idea of annulling the engagement. Lu Ruyan immediately looked up, surprised at her father. Dad, Tang Qingma hurt me like this last night, I can't be with him anymore. Recalling the terrifying memories of last night, Lu Ruyan felt an invisible fear. She didn't dare to go to the Tang family, didn't dare to face Tang Qingma again, and the Zhou siblings had also witnessed Tang Qingma's cruelty and didn't want to see their cousin fall into that demon's hands again. Zhou Sheng couldn't help but plead, Uncle, that beast Tang Qingma is inhuman. What you're doing will only push Ruyan into hell. Shut up! Lu Shuye was furious at the sight of them and couldn't help but kick Zhou Shang again. The Lu family is on the verge of collapse, and you're still saying such naive things. If it weren't for you hiring warriors to teach Tang Qingma a lesson, would he have retaliated? Seeing her son being scolded so harshly, Madame Zhou wanted to say something but was sharply interrupted by Lu Shuye. Aunt, don't say that to me anymore. If the Lu family collapses, I can guarantee the Zhou family will go down with it. Madame Zhou was so frightened by Lu Shuye's words that she took a few steps back. Due to the marriage alliance between the two families, the Zhou family's interests had been tied to the Lu family for many years. Moreover, since the Zhou family's financial power and influence in the Magic City were not as strong as the Lu family's, their business cooperation often relied on each other. But what if the Lu family collapsed? Then the Zhou family, tied to it, would also suffer serious damage. Not to mention that the Zhou siblings had also been photographed harming Tang Qingma alongside Lu Ruyan. If the Lu family fell, the Zhou family would definitely be next. Because of this, the head of the Zhou family had sent Zhou Sheng and Zhou Ting to the hospital to apologize to Lu Shuye today. Thinking of this, Madame Zhou took a deep breath to calm her emotions, looking displeased at Lu Ruyan, who was still hiding in Madame Lu's arms. After all, it was all because of Lu Ruyan. Growing up, due to their kinship and similar ages, her children would always play with Lu Ruyan. But because the Zhou family was not as powerful as the Lu family, to gain more benefits, they would often have Zhou Sheng and Zhou Ting listen to Lu Ruyan. But, unexpectedly, they really listened obediently, only to follow her in bullying the young master of the Tang family. If it weren't for Lu Ruyan, how could the Zhou family also be made a laughingstock? Now the Zhou family couldn't hold their heads high in the noble circle either, and even in the ladies' group she usually stayed in, there were people laughing at her. Just thinking about it was so bleak. Enough! Stop wasting my time with your nonsense. Lu Shuye pointed directly at Lu Ruyan. You come with me to the Tang family right now. If I can't get Tang Qingma's forgiveness and restore the engagement, then I have no daughter like you. Lu Ruyan was shocked. Dad, go! Faced with Lu Shuye's fury, the Zhou siblings dared not say anything. Therefore, they also had to follow Lu Ruyan to the Tang family. Meanwhile, while Lu Shuye was throwing a fit in the hospital room, Lu Tianren had already taken Tang Qingma to the outside of a cafe. Lu Tianren parked the car by the roadside, curiously observing the cafe's exterior. It seemed small inside, but the decor was quite exquisite. His first thought was that Tang Qingma would come to such an ordinary place. After seeing Tang Qingma get out of the car, he reflexively followed suit but was stopped. Tianren, you don't need to come in with me, you can just walk around nearby. Tang Xiao, you don't want me to go in with you? Lu Tianren was shocked. Normally, Tang Qingma would always ask him to enjoy everything together, but this time he wanted him to wait outside. Why? Tang Qingma nodded calmly. Yes, I have an appointment. You don't need to come alone. What? An appointment? An appointment with whom? Who could it be that he couldn't even meet? Was it a lack of trust in him? You can expect me to talk for about an hour. During this time, you can move freely. Tang Xiao. Tang Qingma ignored Lu Tianren's astonishment and slowly walked into the cafe. The cafe was not large, with only 2 square tables and 1 long table by the window. The interior was mainly decorated in brown wood tones, giving it a classical style that was very comfortable. However, when Tang Qingma opened the door and entered, he sensed a hidden surge of vitality. Young Master Tang. Su Jingchen was seated at the innermost table of the cafe, waiting for Tang Qingma's arrival. Sorry, I was dealing with family matters and arrived late. Tang Qingma smiled as he pulled out a chair. It's fine, young Master Tang. I know you're busy. Su Jingchen's tone was cold as he handed over the menu on the table. If young Master Tang isn't in a hurry, you can order a cup of coffee. Sure. While Tang Qingma was browsing the menu, a gentleman in uniform approached amiably. May I ask what you would like to drink? I'll have a hot latte. Tang Qingma glanced at him and noticed that he was quite sturdy, and it seemed that the vitality wafting through the cafe was emanating from him. Su Jingchen, I'll have the same as usual. Please wait a moment. After the staff left, Tang Qingma took the initiative to speak. Su classmate, I'll ask directly. Did Song Xiao show any abnormalities when he encountered me? Tang Qingma had always thought based on what the system said, the more regret value I obtain, the stronger the power of the heavenly path will become. If so, could someone like Song Junxian, whose fate was forcibly altered, be corrected? Upon hearing Tang Qingma's question, Su Jingchen only coldly asked, what do you want to ask, young Master Tang? If you want to ask whether the young master had any physical abnormalities when he met you, then I will answer yes. The last 2 times the young master saw you, he had severe headaches. At this moment, the system timely said, Host, Song Junxian is not just having headaches, his personality and temperament have changed significantly. Yes, I felt that too. Tang Qingma recalled those 2 encounters. Each time, Song Junxian suddenly had a headache, then there would be a brief change, and he would eventually faint. And the system had previously told him that Song Junxian's original personality was quite cold, completely different from the current foolishness. So Tang Qingma began to calculate. The 2 times he had seen Song Junxian, whose temperament had become sharp. Could that be the real him? It was just that because the heavenly path had been invaded, Song Junxian was controlled by another consciousness, and when he approached the self that had collected a large amount of regret value, enhancing the power of the heavenly path, could there be a brief moment to break free from the control of that consciousness? Young Master Tang? Su Jingchen, seeing Tang Qingma suddenly fall silent, couldn't help but call out in confusion. At that moment, the cafe staff placed a latte and a cup of unsweetened black coffee in front of Tang Qingma and Su Jingchen, then nodded and left. System. Rest assured, host, nothing was added inside. Student Su, you grew up with young Master Song, right? Tang Qingma took a sip of the hot latte, the rich coffee mixed with silky milk, fragrant and delicious. He didn't expect the coffee brewed by this staff to taste quite good. Yes, I was adopted by the lady, young Master's biological mother when I was 2 years old. According to the information provided by the system, Su Jingchen's parents passed away in an accident when he was 2, so he had lived in an orphanage. Later, Song Junxian's mother adopted Su Jingchen to find a childhood companion for her son. The 2 lived and grew up together, their relationship closer than that of brothers. Then you should be able to see the changes in young Master Song, right? For example, Tang Qingma paused for a moment, then smiled and asked, when he was 6, there was a change? Su Jingchen. Why? Su Jingchen's expression was one of shock, but he widened his eyes, his whole body radiating a strong aura of vitality. In an instant, the porcelain cups holding the black coffee and latte in front of him shattered. Why do you know about young Master's situation at 6? A large amount of coffee splashed and spilled in different directions under the boiling, while Tang Qingma silently released his vitality, not getting any of that coffee on his clothes. Please calm down. Tang Qingma exhaled lightly. He had long been mentally prepared for Su Jingchen to go berserk when it came to mentioning Song Junxian. He glanced sideways at the cafe staff, who had already hidden beneath the counter, their movements seeming quite practiced. After releasing his vitality for several minutes, Su Jingchen finally lowered his head in defeat. Sorry, young Master Tang, I lost control a bit just now. I will compensate you for the coffee. It's fine. After all, it was no concern of his if something was damaged. Tang Qingma continued to smile and said, you just asked how I knew about young Master Song at 6. That's right, Su Jingchen nodded. Because I recently had an opportunity to establish a relationship with the Lu family. Tang Qingma smiled as he watched the staff bring over another cup of latte, looking pleased as he took a sip. Of course, he wouldn't mention the system, but instead wanted to drag the Lu family into this. As long as Lu Tianrun continued to follow him, more and more people would know he had become his bodyguard. So that's how it is. Upon hearing about the Lu family, Su Jingchen immediately understood. Tang Qingma, aren't you surprised? Did you know already? I have been keeping an eye on the movements of the martial arts families in the Demon City, so I also knew that recently, young Master Lu Tianren suddenly became the bodyguard of a certain wealthy young master, which seems to be you, young Master Tang. Su Jingchen regained his calm, his tone slowing. If it's the head of the Lu family, he is aware of young Master's background. Hitting the key point, Tang Qingma pressed on to ask, so, does that mean young Master Song really underwent a change at 6? After a few seconds of silence, Su Jingchen nodded. Yes, it was very sudden. When young Master was 6, the lady passed away, and after the lady's funeral, young Master's personality suddenly changed dramatically. The head of the Song family also suddenly became entangled with the lady's younger sister, and the entire Song family was thrown into chaos. These changes came so suddenly that neither I nor the old members of the Song family knew how to respond. What surprised us even more was that the head of the Song family suddenly had an affair with his wife's younger sister, and she became pregnant. So, for the sake of the Song family's reputation, the head of the Song family had no choice but to marry her, and then that woman immediately sought benefits for her son, even raising the young master to be useless. Su Jingchen said calmly, sharing the information that Tang Qingma had already learned from the system. But compared to this, Tang Qingma wanted to know other information. So you didn't conduct a paternity test on young Master Song's brother? Normally, shouldn't amniocentesis be done before birth? To his surprise, Su Jingchen nodded. Of course we did. After the second young master was born, we immediately conducted a paternity test between him and the head of the Song family, and found out they were not biologically related at all. Then why? Tang Qingma frowned. Clearly, they knew he wasn't of the Song bloodline, so why? Because the head of the Song family had no intention of driving them out, Su Jingchen said, suddenly turning his head away. Although his face remained expressionless, it was clear that his tone was quite unfriendly, and the young master also claimed to like this adoptive mother very much, so. I understand. Tang Qingma smiled. Since neither father nor son from the Song family spoke up, that mother and son had stubbornly stayed in the Song family, and the Madam Song even wanted to eat away at the Song family's wealth. But regarding this, Tang Qingma asked the question he had always wanted to know. But I heard that the head of the Song family transferred the ownership of the Song group to young Master Song. Is that really the head of the Song family's intention? To be honest, if the head of the Song family had already been controlled by another world's consciousness, would he really take actions beneficial to the Song family's development? But a few seconds later, he saw Su Jingchen shake his head. Of course not. It was the young master. Who forced the head of the Song family to do it? Young Master Song forced the head of the Song family? Tang Qingma was a bit taken aback. Would Song Junxian, who had already been controlled by consciousness, really force his father to hand over the group to him? But Su Jingchen nodded. Yes, otherwise with the young master's current foolish appearance, he would have been kicked out by that woman long ago. Indeed, after obtaining the Song family's wealth, how could that younger sister allow Song Junxian to exist? Tang Qingma, but, if I may ask, based on my understanding of young Master Song, he shouldn't be the type to threaten his own father, right? Rather, he didn't have that capability. Su Jingchen was silent for a few seconds and said, weren't you just asking what abnormalities appeared when the young master was 6 years old? I did ask that. It was at the age of 6 that the young master's personality suddenly changed from calm and composed to the current foolishness. I kept wondering why he underwent such a huge change until one night, the previous young master appeared. Tang Qingma appeared? Su Jingchen said flatly. It was as if he had lost part of his memory, unable to recall what he had done when he was still foolish, and when I told him everything that had happened, the young master was very surprised. Tang Qingma timely asked the system, is it like a split personality? Do you know about this? The system weakly replied, I'm sorry, host. If I had been investigating regularly, I could have discovered it, but I hadn't specifically focused on the Song family's matters before. To be honest, after the heavenly path was invaded, Song Junxian became irrelevant and lost connection with Tang Qingma, so the system hadn't thought to pay attention to him. Alright, then please help keep an eye on it from now on. System, okay. Tang Qingma didn't dwell on this, asking Su Jingchen now was the same. Su classmate, didn't the calm and composed young Master Song drive out his adoptive mother and fake brother? I've thought about it, but there's a force preventing the young master. Every time he thinks about driving that mother and child away, he gets a severe headache. Su Jingchen's tone was filled with regret. So that's how it is. Understood. Moreover, back then, Song Junxian was only 6 years old. Being able to withstand the headache was already impressive. In the end, the young master used the family head's feelings for his wife to force him to transfer the management rights and shares of the Song group to himself, leaving the family head to fend for himself in the room. Su Jingchen averted his gaze, showing indifference towards the head of the Song family. But as time passed, the young master's appearances became less frequent. Now, aside from when he is close to young Master Tang, he hardly shows up. Tang Qingma. In other words, for almost 12 years, that foster mother couldn't completely erode the Song group, likely relying on Song Juinxian's cleverness at the age of 6. Thanks to his judgment back then and his understanding of how to utilize talent, Su Jingchen, he has managed to prevent that foster mother from succeeding until now. It must be said, for a 6-year-old child to make such precise decisions, truly a genius. Su Jingchen looked at Tang Qingma, who was deep in thought, and unconsciously asked, "Young Master Tang, did you invite me out this time because you know why the young master has undergone these changes?" He inferred that Tang Qingma also wanted to understand these matters, which was why he had invited him out. Tang Qingma did not hide it and said, "That's right. I've realized that I've only seen young Master Song 4 times, but during the last 2 times, he experienced severe headaches. His aura and impression felt like a completely different person. So I wanted to ask if young Master Song had experienced similar conditions before." Su Jingchen sighed. As time has passed, the young master has appeared less and less over the years. Indeed, after encountering young Master Tang, although it was only for a short time, he had the opportunity to show himself. This was also the reason Su Jingchen agreed to meet with Tang Qingma. Over the years, he had been searching for a way to help Song Junxian recover, but unfortunately, he had not found one yet. Now, Song Junxian had only met Tang Qingma 4 times, and already there were signs of recovery in 2 of those instances. Thus, Su Jingchen also wanted to observe Tang Qingma, to understand whether he knew the reason. Of course, Tang Qingma, who was aware of the information regarding the heavenly path, had already deduced it. "System, do you think Song Juinxian's recovery is due to being close to me?" After hearing Su Jingchen's words, he began to speculate. Could it be the power of regret value that caused it? Every time before I meet Song Junxian, I collect a large amount of regret value, and you convert this regret value into the power of the heavenly path, so. The system understood and spoke excitedly. "Yes, host, you are absolutely right. Because the power of the heavenly path is gradually growing stronger, whenever Song Junxian is close to the host, his originally altered thoughts can be restored, which is why he experiences severe headaches. This headache is proof that the heavenly path is battling against the invading world consciousness." Tang Qingma nodded. "Exactly." Once the system understood the situation, it quickly said excitedly, "In that case, the host can continuously approach Song Junxian, harvesting his regret value while also helping him recover. Isn't that super easy?" Tang Qingma said coldly. "Do you think the other 2 world consciousnesses would allow Song Junxian to recover so easily? They have obstructed Song Junxian for a full 12 years. In a sense, the Song family has been able to remain safe all these years thanks to the loyal subordinates' assistance. I would rather ask, after Song Junxian recovers, will he still be able to provide regret value?" Tang Qingma considers the pros and cons before doing anything. If he allows Song Junxian to revert from his foolish appearance but cannot regain the remorse value again, then it would be better to keep him as a fool, continuing to have wool to harvest. System, don't worry, host. You don't need to be concerned about this at all. The targets I collect remorse value from are all closely related to the original owner, so no matter how Song Junxian changes, the host will still be able to collect it. In fact, I think if you help Song Junxian return to normal, he will have to offer help from the Song family to thank you. He. Tang Qingma chuckled. "You have quite the plan, huh? Young Master Tang, do you know why the young master has become like this?" After confessing Song Juinxian's condition, Su Jingchen looked at Tang Qingma with a hint of expectation. Tang Qingma smirked. "I know the reason for his change. But I can only tell you it might be due to evil energy." Su Jingchen frowned. "Evil energy?" Tang Qingma took a sip of his latte and said with a smile, "Yes, isn't our world filled with spiritual energy? Sometimes this spiritual energy can turn into evil aura, invading talented children. To be precise, it was the heavenly Tao being invaded by 2 other world consciousnesses that caused the change in Song Juinxian's original personality." But Tang Qingma couldn't possibly say that, so he used different terminology. Of course, Su Jingchen didn't quite believe this, but still asked, "In that case, does young Master Tang have a way to help the young master recover?" Tang Qingma suddenly revealed a radiant smile and asked, "Su classmate, have you ever regretted serving such a Song Junxian?" Su Jingchen's eyes widened. "I don't know what you're trying to say, but since the young master has become like this, I definitely won't give up on him." Tang Qingma asked directly, "Is it because you're afraid he might recover at any moment, and you would regret it?" Su Jingchen turned his gaze away. "Maybe. But no matter what, from the moment I was adopted by the lady, I decided to protect the young master forever. Even if Song Junxian remains in this foolish state forever." Tang Qingma's smile grew triumphant. "Very well, then I know how to help young Master Song recover." Su Jingchen and system. "What? Why are you surprised too?" Tang Qingma was speechless. The system weakly said, "Because I also don't know how to make Song Junxian return." "Then what use are you to me?" System. "Forget it. Do you know when people finally regret and feel helpless? It's when they lose their most precious things. I can try to help you restore young master song, but I can't guarantee success 100%, of course. Tang Qingma chuckled to himself, raising a finger to point at Su Jingchen. If I succeed, I must receive the reward I want. Okay. Su Jingchen agreed without hesitation. As long as it's for his young master, he would do anything. With your word, I feel reassured. Tang Qingma smiled lightly, then took out his phone and placed it on the table, deliberately letting Su Jingchen see the screen. Su Jingchen. On the screen, the recording interface was visible. Then let's leave it at that. This topic can be concluded. After asking all the questions about Song Junqian, Tang Qingma finished the remaining latte. He wanted to open the QR code on his phone to make a payment, but was stopped by Su Jingchen. No need, young Master Tang. It's just coffee. I'll treat you. Is that so? Tang Qingma glanced at the staff member, who just smiled and nodded. He smiled faintly. The service attitude of your shop is very good, and the coffee tastes nice. I will come again next time. The clerk revealed a business smile. Thank you for the compliment, dear customer. But, if you could hide your aura a bit better, it would be even more perfect. The clerk, huh? Although Su Jingchen had just broken a cup and some surrounding items, the clerk seemed to be accustomed to such situations, leading Tang Qingma to guess that this cafe was likely run by him or the Song family. Moreover, it was highly probable that this was a place where Su Jingchen gathered intelligence. So, Su, let's move on to the next topic. Tang Qingma suddenly changed the subject and pulled out a black card from his pocket. I want to hire some people from you first. In response, Su Jingchen asked coldly, hire people? What do you want to do? Help me watch and catch people, then I'll notify you when the time comes. Let's meet again next time. After finishing their conversation, Tang Qingma quietly stood up and turned to leave. Su Jingchen. After he left the cafe, the clerk finally came to his senses and looked at Su Jingchen in a bit of a panic. Boss, what was that? It's fine, you don't need to worry about him. Su Jingchen sighed lightly. And how many times have I told you to conceal your aura? Did you take my words lightly? Su Jingchen shot him a cold glance, and the tall clerk immediately shrank back in fright. Why yes, sorry, boss. I'll be more careful next time. After leaving the cafe, Tang Qingma saw the Lu family's car still parked outside, with Lu Tianren waiting in the driver's seat. Knock knock. He tapped on the car window and opened the back door. Tianren, have you been sitting in the car the whole time? No, young Master Tang. I went around outside for a bit. Lu Tianren started the car. In reality, he had been sitting in the car, pondering who Tang Qingma was meeting. But since he couldn't guess, he ended up reading a manual in the car. Oh, then let's go home. Tang Qingma didn't dwell on it and just glanced at his phone screen. Yes. Not long after the car started driving, a voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Host, I detected that the head of the Lu family brought Lu Ruyan and the Zhou siblings to the Tang family. I expected that. Tang Qingma looked at the time on his phone. Lu Shuye was sent to the hospital last night, and if he was lucky enough to wake up in the morning, he would definitely bring Lu Ruyan and the Zhou siblings over to apologize without a second thought. After all, only he could persuade the Lu family to resolve the online video and investigation issues. With that in mind, Tang Qingma smiled brightly. Tianren, there's going to be a good show to watch soon. Lu Tianren. When the two returned to the Tang family's villa, they immediately heard a commotion coming from the hall. Is Qingma back? Lu Shuye's panicked voice came from inside. As Tang Qingma and Lu Tianren entered the hall, they saw Lu Shuye grabbing Lu Ruyan and the Zhou siblings, forcing them down to the ground. With a thud, Lu Ruyan and the Zhou siblings knelt down in surprise before Tang Qingma. This startled everyone in the room except for Tang Qingma. Tang Qingma sneered, head of the Lu family, what are you doing? Lu Shuye immediately pressed Lu Ruyan's head down, pleading, Qingma. This time it was Uncle Lu's fault. I shouldn't have spoiled my daughter and nephew like this. I beg you, have mercy. Help Uncle plead with the Lu family. At this moment, Tang Jianrun and Tang Ruoling had returned to the company to handle the public relations for Tang Xianqi's appearance, so the only Tang family members in the villa were Bai Hualian, Tang Ali, Tang Meixin, and Tang Xianqi. It was the first time Tang Xianqi and her two sisters saw Lu Shuye being so humble, especially towards someone they looked down upon the most, Tang Qingma. Tang Xianqi wanted to say something, but because Lu Shuye had just exploded at him, he didn't dare to speak. Only Tang Qingma sneered and said, Master Lu, instead of talking about this, I have an acquaintance I want to introduce to you. Lu Shuye, huh? A bad premonition arose in his heart. Tianrun, make sure to greet Master Lu properly. Tianrun, make sure to greet Master Lu properly. Yes. Ha, Tianrun? A familiar voice entered Lu Shui's ears, and he unconsciously raised his head to look at the man behind Tang Xingma. The man was dressed in a black suit and sunglasses, and his appearance was Lu Tianrun. Wasn't he the young master of the Lu family who told him last night at the Lu family's banquet that he would carry out an investigation order against him? Why is he here with Tang Xingma today? And why does he look so much like a bodyguard? Lu Tianrun, expressionless behind his dark sunglasses, made his demeanor even more serious. He coldly said, Master Lu, I am young Master Tang's personal bodyguard, please take care of me. Be bodyguard? Not only Lu Shuai, but also Lu Ruyan, who was forced to kneel, and the Zhou siblings were all shocked. The famous young master of the Lu family is actually Tang Xingma's bodyguard? This is a joke. Zhou Sheng couldn't help but shout, looking at Tang Xingma excitedly, how could a useless person like you, who was just recognized and looked down upon and neglected by your whole family, have young Master Lu protecting you? Zhou Sheng. Lu Shuai wanted to stop Zhou Sheng's disrespectful words, but it was too late. Lu Tianrun had already rushed in front of him and punched him hard in the face. The strength of a third-tier martial artist was indeed tremendous. Although Lu Tianrun held back, Zhou Sheng was still sent flying 5 meters away, crashing into the wall. Bang bang! After Zhou Sheng hit the wall, he fell to the ground, losing a tooth from the impact of the punch and spitting out several mouthfuls of blood. Lu Tianrun retracted his fist and coldly said, this punch is just a small lesson. If you dare to be disrespectful to young Master Tang again, just wait to die. Bai Hualian and Tang Ali screamed in fright for the first time witnessing the power of a martial artist. And the only other martial artist present, Tang Meixin, also broke out in a cold sweat. Although she was also at the third-tier level, she did not have Lu Tianrun's talent or the support of famous masters and martial arts families, so the power she could wield was not as swift and fierce as Lu Tianrun's. Lu, young Master Lu, Zhou Sheng is still young, please have mercy. Spare him. Lu Shuai immediately stepped forward, bowing his head in apology to Lu Tianrun. Regardless of whether Lu Tianrun was Tang Xingma's bodyguard or not, his protective actions had already said it all. Now, only by gaining the forgiveness of Tang Xingma and Lu Tianrun could the Lu family be saved. Xingma. Seeing that Lu Tianrun was completely unmoved, Lu Shuai turned to Tang Xingma, his tone full of flattery, we will be family in the future. Please plead for young Master Lu. As long as Tang Xingma was willing to speak up, their Lu family could be freed from this turmoil. However, Tang Xingma smiled and said, Master Lu, your words are truly amusing. Zhou Sheng is young? Clearly, he is older than me, yet he bullies someone younger than me along with his sister and cousin. Also, I have already annulled the engagement with the Lu family last night, so you should become family with Tang Xianqi instead. Tang Xianqi, who was dragged into this, was shocked. It's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. Lu Shuai immediately said excitedly, I would never allow Ruyan and Tang Xianqi to be together. Moreover, this incident was indeed their fault. I will make them apologize to you. After saying that, he no longer cared about the beaten Zhou Sheng, but forcefully pressed Lu Ruyan and Zhou Ting's heads down, pressing their foreheads to the ground. Ruyan, Zhou Ting, hurry up and apologize to Qingma. Lu Ruyan and Zhou Ting had already been forced to kneel, and now they had to bow to Tang Xingma, feeling a deep sense of humiliation inside. However, at this moment, they were under the coercion of Lu Shuai and could not resist. Hurry up! In a fit of anger, Lu Shuai reflexively slapped Zhou Ting on the back of the head, causing her to lower her head in fright. I'm sorry. Lu Tianrun frowned, I can't hear you. Lu Shuai immediately shouted, Zhou Ting, speak louder. I'm sorry. Tears streamed down Zhou Ting's face. Since last night, she had been kneeling and apologizing to Tang Xingma, enduring torment. This was the first time she had suffered so much pain. At the same time, she was engulfed in deep regret. Why had she been so foolish to follow Lu Ruyan to bully Tang Xingma? Otherwise, she wouldn't be like a rat in the street now, nor would she be in such a miserable state. Ruyan, you hurry up and apologize too. Lu Shuai angrily pushed her. Lu Ruyan slightly raised her head, just in time to meet Tang Xingma's smiling gaze. The memories of humiliation and torment from last night immediately flooded her mind, and she couldn't help but hug her arms tightly, timidly lowering her head. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Please spare me. The Tang family members had never seen such a humble Lu Ruyan before, and they couldn't help but wonder what Tang Xingma had done to her. At that moment, Tang Xianqi stepped forward at the right time. Brother, I was over there last night too. I'm really sorry. Xiao Shi. Tang Xianqi's apology surprised Bai Hualian and the others, but the next second, they heard Tang Xianqi say, but afterwards, Ruyan and the others didn't harm my brother. Instead, it was my brother who hurt them. Also, she began to shift her gaze towards Lu Tianrun. Young Master Lu's current identity is my brother's bodyguard, so he doesn't count as a guest at the banquet. You shouldn't let young Master Lu use the Lu family's influence to investigate the Lu family. Lu Shuye. Lu Shuye's words made him look at Tang Qingma and Lu Tianrun. Indeed, as he said, if Lu Tianrun entered the banquet as Tang Qingma's bodyguard, then he was nominally just a security personnel, and he could use this point to make Lu Tianrun cancel the pressure on the Lu family. If the Lu family refused, then they would confront the Lu family. Although the damage would not be great, the head of the Lu family would have to consider the damage to their reputation and other aspects. Ha ha. But before he could think for long, Lu Shuye's thoughts were interrupted by Tang Qingma's laughter. Brother, what are you laughing at? Tang Xianqi felt that Tang Qingma's laughter was a bit eerie and quickly took a few steps back. Tang Qingma chuckled, I'm laughing at your foolishness. Did you think I hadn't thought of this? Who doesn't know that Tianrun's identity is special? That's why I specifically let Tianrun take a day off yesterday. We came in separately. Tang Qingma crossed his arms and sneered, but you couldn't formally attend the banquet last night, so you wouldn't know, right? Although you had a beautiful companion to take you in, it seems it was of no use. Tang Xianqi, stabbed at a sore spot, he couldn't help but grit his teeth. Tang Xianqi's regret value plus 200. Tang Xianqi lowered his head, his eyes turning red, causing Tang Ali to feel heartbroken. She couldn't help but step forward to shield Tang Xianqi behind her, whispering to Tang Qingma, but young Master Lu doesn't have an invitation, so he can't. Who says he doesn't? Tang Qingma interrupted coldly, did you forget? I specifically asked the head of the Tang family for 3 invitations. The Tang family members suddenly remembered. When Tang Jianrun asked Tang Qingma to attend the Lu family's banquet, Tang Qingma had asked him for 3 invitations. Could it be that? Upon hearing that Tang Qingma had received the invitation, Lu Shuye suddenly looked at him as if he had just awakened. Tang Qingma's smile was radiant, but his eyes were sharp. Let me be straightforward, this time, Tianren and his sister are attending the Lu family's banquet as guests, and it was all arranged by me on purpose. What did you say? Lu Shuye was shocked and took 2 steps back, revealing an incredulous expression towards Tang Qingma. Tang Qingma continued to smile brightly, saying, Master Lu, you should have already investigated, right? Who the 2 videos publishers are, and what their relationship is with the Lu family. That's why you came to the Tang family to find me, hoping I could plead for you with the Lu family. Tang Qingma's words were cold and mocking, but since you've already seen the relationship between me and Tianrun, you should be able to guess the cause and effect. You actually. Lu Shuye listened to Tang Qingma's every word, as if they were pounding on his heart and brain. He had indeed found out this morning that the person who secretly filmed the videos was a media person closely related to the Lu family, and now Tang Qingma was saying he had received 3 invitations, 2 of which were given to the Lu siblings. That last one, could it be that he gave it to? Lu Shuye suddenly felt his brain lacking oxygen, as if a wave of coldness was continuously invading his body, making him feel bone-chillingly cold. So this time, the Lu family was pushed to the forefront, all designed by Tang Qingma. Why are you? Lu Shuye seemed unable to believe what was happening, trembling as he pointed at Tang Qingma. His chest felt as if something was blocking it, causing him pain and discomfort, and the scenery before him began to blur. Dad! Lu Ruyan saw her father about to faint again and quickly stood up to support him. Meanwhile, Tang Qingma spoke in a teasing tone, Master Lu, please don't faint here. I really don't want to be caught in a situation with your daughter in the Zhou family. What did you say to Dad? Lu Ruyan felt furious seeing Tang Qingma's triumphant demeanor, but she didn't dare to vent her anger. Miss Lu still doesn't understand? It seems your father has raised you too well. You can't even guess such a simple truth. Tang Qingma sneered at Lu Ruyan, his gaze as if looking at a fool. Lu Ruyan was both angry and intimidated, not daring to confront Tang Qingma directly, only able to grit her teeth. Tang Qingma ignored her, his sharp gaze fixed on Lu Shuye, smiling as he spread his hands. So, Master Lu, do you think it's possible for you to beg me now, hoping I would plead for you with the Lu family? Qingma, why are you doing this to my Lu family? At this moment, Lu Shuye had guessed that all of this was Tang Qingma's plan, but he couldn't comprehend why the other party wanted to push the Lu family into a dead end. However, when he asked this, Tang Qingma's originally cheerful expression instantly turned cold. How dare you ask? Last time when Lu Ruyan came to the Tang family to humiliate me, I made it very clear that I wanted to dissolve the engagement with your Lu family. As a result, because of your strong opposition, the engagement has continued until now, but I didn't expect Lu Ruyan to still be ungrateful, this time even teaming up with the Zhou family to hire multiple warriors to teach me, her fiancé, a lesson. Tang Qingma stepped forward, and before anyone could react, he slapped Zhou Ting, who was still kneeling on the ground, across the face. Slap. Everyone present was stunned by Tang Qingma's sudden action. Zhou Ting was knocked to the ground, her hair disheveled. Tang Qingma slowly crouched down, grabbing Zhou Ting's hair and pulling it forcefully. If it weren't for my ability to resist, if I didn't have enough strength to cope, do you think I would be like this now? Slap. He slapped Zhou Ting's other cheek with his backhand. Ah, this woman actually told her brother that she wanted to break all my limbs. Slap. Yes, I'm sorry. Zhou Ting's entire face was swollen from the slaps, warm tears streaming down her cheeks as she desperately pleaded, I'm sorry. Please spare me. You're so noisy. Slap. You didn't say that when you wanted to teach me a lesson last night. Slap, slap. What? Now that it's your turn, you understand how to apologize and beg me? Such double standards. Slap, slap. Tang Qingma kept slapping Zhou Ting's face, then threw her to the ground. He then slowly walked towards Lu Xueye, who was being supported by Lu Ruyan. Ah, no. Ah. Lu Ruyan saw the demon from last night approaching her again and instinctively wanted to run away. However, her legs trembled with fear, and she couldn't move because she was supporting Lu Xueye. Don't! Tang Qingma. Young Master Tang, I'm sorry. The psychological shadow of being slapped and pushed underwater last night made Lu Ruyan tremble in fear. Lu Xueye wanted to help her, but he was on the verge of suffocating himself and had no strength. Tang Xianqi and the Tang sisters, standing nearby, were already dumbfounded with fear. They didn't dare to say anything to help Lu Ruyan. Only Bai Hualian, seeing the brutal Tang Qingma, had red eyes. Qingma, please don't do this. Don't hurt others anymore. Tang Qingma frowned and stopped in his tracks upon hearing Bai Hualian's voice, taking a deep breath. Qingma? Just when everyone thought he would listen to Bai Hualian and back off, Tang Qingma's figure suddenly vanished. Before anyone could react, he appeared in front of Lu Ruyan in a flash, kicking her in the abdomen and sending her flying several meters away. Ah! Lu Ruyan rolled on the ground several times, the intense pain twisting her pale face, making her want to vomit. Tang Qingma smiled at Bai Hualian, as expected of my good mother, I get bullied without a word from you, and when I want to fight back, you want me to stop. Having you as my blessing, Qingma, that's not what I meant. Bai Hualian's regret value plus 200. Lu Ruyan's regret value plus 500. Seeing Tang Qingma's sarcastic smile, Bai Hualian felt immense pain in her heart, generating regret value along with Lu Ruyan. Bai Hualian and Lu Ruyan's regret values continuously flowed into Tang Qingma's mind from the system's voice. This was one of the sounds he loved to hear the most in this world. Tang Qingma smiled brightly and said to Bai Hualian, it doesn't matter anymore. I never thought I could receive care and fairness from you. Just keep regretting. Bai Hualian. Like being hit hard by Tang Qingma's words, she unconsciously reddened her eyes, her body tilting as she lost balance. Mom! Tang Meixin quickly stepped forward to support her, preventing her from falling. Bai Hualian's regret value plus 200. Bai Hualian's regret value plus 200. Lu Xueye beside them had no mood to watch Bai Hualian's hypocritical solo performance. He just looked at Tang Qingma with a pleading expression. Qingma, since you don't want to marry Ruyan, I won't force you. His tone was unusually humble, so, please spare the Lu family. A normal person might feel pity seeing Lu Xueye's small frame and Lu Ruyan's serious injuries. The Tang family thought so, but Tang Qingma just slowly walked back to Lu Ruyan, grabbing her hair and pulling her up forcefully. Spare? MMHM. Lu Ruyan felt pain, as if her scalp was about to be torn off. After I was recognized back into the Tang family, the head of the Lu family should be very clear about how I was treated under your daughter, right? Tang Qingma curled his lips in a cold smile, but before I annul the engagement, you won't even move your lips, completely ignoring how your daughter has been abusing me. Of course, at least you will put on a show, unlike some who can't even be bothered to do that. Tang Qingma's gaze shifted to Tang Ali and Tang Meixin. The two unconsciously turned their heads away, feeling guilty. I'm sorry, I'm really sorry for you. Lu Xueye, now looking at Lu Ruyan's plight, could no longer care. He could only apologize to his daughter, hoping that after Tang Qingma vented his anger, he would spare the entire Lu family. Enough, Lu family head, you're old enough, don't cry in front of me, it's disgusting. Tang Qingma coldly shook off his hand, throwing Lu Ruyan to the ground. Once freed, Lu Ruyan immediately crawled fearfully on the ground, struggling to reach Tang Xianqi. Xianqi. She felt pain all over her body. At this moment, she hoped to receive comfort from her beloved. Xianqi, it hurts so much. Her trembling hand reached out towards Tang Xianqi's leg, hoping he would squat down immediately and hold her hand. However, the next second, Lu Ruyan heard Tang Xianqi turn his head away in cold sweat, awkwardly saying, Sorry, Ruyan, you can't get close to me anymore. Lu Ruyan, huh? What did he say? Can't get close anymore? She saw Tang Xianqi take 2 big steps back, no longer looking at her, saying, because of our situation, the relationship between the Lu and Tang families has already become terrible. If you get any closer, both my brother and the Lu family head will be angry. Tang Xianqi's words struck Lu Ruyan like a bolt from the blue. Shenxi, what are you saying? She had endured Tang Qingma's torment for Tang Xianqi, becoming a pariah in the elite circles, from a high and mighty young lady to someone anyone could ridicule. But now, Tang Xianqi actually told her not to get close to him, and Tang Xianqi looked at Lu Ruyan as if she were a hot potato. If before she was still the Lu family's young lady, providing him with some economic support, now the Lu family was on the verge of collapse because of those 2 videos and the investigation order. How could he still be involved with her? Ruyan, no, Miss Lu, let's keep our distance from now on. I will soon be marrying 4th sister. Now she had become a laughingstock in elite circles, and even money was running out. Tang Xianqi wished he could stay far away from her. What did you say? But Lu Ruyan was stunned, looking at Tang Xianqi in disbelief. Xianqi, what are you saying? Clearly, I hired warriors for you. It was all because of you. Stop it, Miss Lu. Tang Xianqi immediately interrupted her. I never asked you to do anything for me, and I've always told you not to blame my brother. But you kept using my name to harm my brother. I don't want to continue associating with someone like you. WH. Shenxi. You. Lu Ruyan was dumbfounded. She was so shocked by Tang Xianqi's words that she couldn't speak. Indeed, Tang Xianqi had always only expressed his difficulties at home and had never asked her to do anything. All of this was her own decision. Ha, ha ha ha, clap, clap. Hearing this, Tang Qingma finally couldn't help but clap and laugh. Wonderful, so wonderful. He sneered at the already dumbfounded Lu Ruyan, looking down at her and saying, you were used as a pawn from start to finish, then ruthlessly abandoned. You deserve it, Lu Ruyan. The intense anger gave Lu Ruyan the strength to break through her limits. She immediately rose up in a situation where no one could react, wanting to fiercely attack Tang Qingma. But she forgot that she was just an ordinary person. In terms of reaction, the martial artist Lu Tianrun was much faster than her. Lu Tianrun quickly blocked her arm and struck her shoulder with a palm. Ah! Lu Ruyan was sent flying by the palm wind, rolling several times on the ground. A cracking sound came from her shoulder, and she felt her bones inside slightly shatter. Yet even so, Lu Ruyan endured the pain and looked up at Tang Xianqi. Deep down, she still had a bit of hope, hoping that Tang Xianqi was not so heartless. However, in the end, she was still disappointed. Tang Xianqi took a few steps back again, his eyes filled with unease and disdain as he looked at her. Lu Ruyan's expression went blank, unable to regain her senses for a long time, until Tang Qingma smiled and stepped forward, his tone full of mockery and sarcasm. How pitiful. Ah! Lu Ruyan's regret value plus 500. Lu Ruyan's regret value plus 500. Lu Ruyan's regret value plus 500. Lu Ruyan couldn't hold back any longer. A wailing cry of pain erupted from her throat, and a large amount of regret value continuously surged. It turned out she had always been a fool. A complete fool who had been thoroughly used by others. You bastard. Hearing the conversation between Tang Xianqi and Lu Ruyan, Lu Xue also understood. His daughter had always been instigated by Tang Xianqi, always used. So in the end, she fell into the trap designed by Tang Qingma. Lu Xue forcefully grabbed Tang Xuanqi's collar, wanting to punch the scumbag who had used his daughter, a fake, right in the face. But now the Lu family was on the verge of collapse, and with the protection of her sisters, Tang Xianqi didn't need to give him face and pushed him away forcefully. Master Lu, don't get physical. Tang Xianqi no longer had the flattering demeanor he used to have towards Lu Xue, only feeling annoyed as he straightened his collar. I'm about to marry 4th sister soon, so please take care of your daughter and don't let her come near me again. Lu Ruyan and Lu Xue. Tang Ali quickly walked to the front of Tang Xianqi, shielding him behind her. She also warned seriously, yes, Master Lu, do you know how much discussion there has been online about your daughter's bullying video? How much has Xiaoxi suffered, especially since she had also been beaten up by Tang Qingma? Lu Meixin also said, now the Lu family has nothing to do with our Tang family, so please leave here and stop bothering us. Lu Ruyan and Lu Xue were both shocked. Were the Tang family really this shameless? Lu Ruyan's regret value plus 500. Lu Ruyan's regret value plus 500. Tianrun, I don't want to see them anymore, Tang Qingma said coldly. This farce had reached its end, the regret value had been collected, and it was time to wrap things up. Yes, although Lu Tianrun also looked down on the hypocritical and shameless behavior of the Tang family, he equally didn't want to see the Lu family and the Zhou family, especially Lu Ruyan and the Zhou siblings, so he grabbed Lu Ruyan and Lu Xue, first driving the father and daughter away from the Tang family, then throwing the already incapacitated Zhou siblings out the door as well. Xingma. Ruyan was deceived by that fake Tang Xianqi. Please spare the Lu family. Bang bang. Lu Shuye was naturally not willing to give up, continuously banging on the Tang family's door. Soon, Tang Qingmo really opened the door, smiling brightly. Qingma. Lu Shuye felt extremely surprised. Sure enough, Tang Qingma was still the same as before, not truly heartless towards them. The next moment, he saw Tang Qingma pull out a wallet from his body. After all, you are running out of money, and Master Lu is a senior. As a junior, I naturally cannot be too ruthless. With that, he took out 300 dragon coins from his wallet and threw them in front of Lu Shuye. This is your fare home. Call a car from here back to the Lu family, there will be some left over. Qingma. Lu Shuye's eyes widened in shock as he looked at the 300 coins that had fallen to the ground. The Lu family had indeed suffered serious damage from this incident, but they were not so destitute that they couldn't come up with 300 coins. Tang Qingma's actions were undoubtedly humiliating them. Then I trouble Master Lu to be careful on your way back, and don't let anything happen in front of the Tang family, lest you come back to cause trouble again. Seeing the door about to close once more, Lu Shuye hurriedly ran up. Qingma, please, plead with young Master Lu for me. If you want to blame someone, blame your daughter for being played by that fake. Bang! After saying that, Tang Qingmo really closed the door this time. Tang Xianxi. Facing the door of the Tang family, Lu Shuye knew he could no longer persuade Tang Qingma and began to ponder why he had become so heartless. Clearly, Tang Qingma used to care so much for his daughter. No matter what she did, he would forgive her, always sticking by her like a devoted admirer. When did things go wrong? Everything started from the day Tang Qingma called him. At that time, Tang Qingma wanted to break off the engagement with Lu Ruyan because she said he was inferior to Tang Xianxi, that he was like mud on the ground. So wasn't all of this the fault of that fake Tang Xianxi? Damn counterfeit. Just thinking about this made Lu Shuye grit his teeth in anger. If it weren't for him, how could his daughter have been deceived? How could she have provoked Tang Qingma's revenge? How could the Lu family have fallen to such a state? Tang Xianxi, you beast. We have become like this all because of you. In that moment, Lu Shuye transformed all his emotions into anger towards Tang Xianxi. Lu Ruyan. Lu Ruyan's regret value plus 500. Lu Ruyan's regret value plus 500. Lu Ruyan's regret value plus 500. And Lu Ruyan no longer spoke. It was clear from the continuous surge of regret that she was deeply remorseful because of Tang Xianxi. Beast, do you think dragging my Lu family down will let you escape? I tell you, I will never let you go. Tang Xianxi, you worthless scum who only uses people as tools. Lu Shuye kept shouting in front of the door, his voice nearly hoarse, yet he did not stop. After all, this was a community where many wealthy families lived, and the Tang and Lu families had made headlines due to last night's events, becoming a topic of discussion in the elite circles. If Lu Shuye continued shouting like this, the Tang family would surely make another trending topic. Naturally, the door of the Tang villa opened again. This time it was Tang Xianxi who opened it. As soon as he opened the door, he immediately pushed Lu Shuye to the ground, his expression no longer as obedient and gentle as usual. Get lost, old man. Ah, dad/uncle. Lu Shuye was pushed to the ground like this, but Lu Ruyan and Zhou Shang had just been beaten by Tang Qingma and Lu Tianran to the point of having some bones fractured, leaving only the relatively lightly injured Zhou Ting to help him up. Tang Xianxi showed a disdainful expression. What are you shouting about? Do you think the Lu family is anything? It's almost finished and you still dare to threaten me. Xianxi. This was the first time Lu Ruyan saw Tang Xianxi's true colors, and she was involuntarily stunned. I haven't even settled the score with you yet. Because your daughter and nephew are so useless, getting beaten to a pulp by Tang Qingma is one thing, but they even got secretly filmed, and now I'm dragged into this mess. As soon as she thought about being slapped by Tang Jianrun last night because of that bullying video, and then having to plead with Tang Qingma and Lu Tianran, Tang Xianxi felt disgusted with Lu Ruyan and the Zhou siblings. I am the future son-in-law of the Tang family, there's nothing to discuss with you, the already declining Lu family. Just get lost. Lu Ruyan felt as if struck by a bolt from the blue. Xianxi, I've told you not to call me so intimately again. Tang Xianxi coldly interrupted. When your Lu family still had value, I might have played along, but now the Lu family is on the verge of collapse. Instead of wasting time here, why not think about how to face the Lu family and the government's investigation order later? After saying this, Tang Xianxi intended to turn back into the house, and just before closing the door, he disdainfully added, "This is the last warning. If you disturb me again, don't blame me for being ruthless." Bang! The door slammed shut, shattering Lu Ruyan's heart. Lu Ruyan's regret value plus 500. Lu Ruyan's regret value plus 500. Lu Ruyan's regret value plus 500. Back in his room, Tang Qingma sat in a chair, the system sound of Lu Ruyan's regret value echoing in his mind. After the Lu father and daughter and the Zhou siblings were driven out of the villa, a wave of regret surged from Lu Ruyan's heart. Tang Qingma's dormitory was on the third floor, but he could still hear Lu Shuya cursing loudly outside the door. Lu Tianrun, also in the dormitory, asked, "Young Master Tang, do you need me to go out and drive them away?" After all, if Lu Shuya continued to shout outside, it would attract the attention of the neighbors. Although the Tang family had already trended on social media for the second time, Tang Qingma casually shook his head. "No need to worry, Lu Shuya is only cursing Tang Xianqi now, let him shout. Someone will take care of it soon." Sure enough, a few minutes later, Tang Xianqi told Bai Hualian and the others that for the sake of the Tang family's reputation, he would go out and clarify things with them, causing those Tang family women to feel a pang of heartache. Soon, Lu Ruyan's regret value experienced another wave of harvesting. It seemed that Tang Xianqi had revealed his true self to Lu Ruyan, leading her to feel intense regret. This wool is so easy to shear. Of course, the system was not satisfied that only Lu Ruyan could explode coins. Why is it only Lu Ruyan's regret value? Clearly, Lu Shuai and Zhou Shang and Zhou Ting are also easy to exploit. Tang Qingma played with his phone, "There's nothing to be done," who told the other three not to have a deep relationship with the original host. So regrettable. Indeed. At this moment, Tang Qingma pressed the call screen and smiled lightly. Now that the Lu family is finished is just the first step. What happens next is the main event system. About 2 days later, the government agency officially executed the investigation order against the Lu family. The Lu family instantly shocked the entire martial arts and prestigious circles. Soon, personnel from the Magic City Martial Arts Association and government officials entered the Lu family and Lu group, conducting a comprehensive search. In an instant, all the wealthy families in the prestigious circles announced a complete severance with the Lu family, fearing to provoke the wrath they should not provoke. Only the Zhou family. Since Madame Zhou is Lu Shui's sister, the Zhou family couldn't escape. As the two prestigious families of Magic City, the Lu and Zhou families were quickly found guilty of various crimes such as illegal trading of exotic beasts, tax evasion, and bribing public officials for profit. Not to mention that those later crimes are often committed by wealthy families. Just the illegal trading of exotic beasts had already attracted attention from all sides, especially at the previous banquet, where the lion and tiger almost harmed the guests inside and the Lu siblings, all of which pushed the Lu family onto the path of death. The heads of the Lu and Zhou families were taken back to the relevant authorities for investigation, and the large mansions of both families were sealed off. Lu Ruyan and the Zhou siblings went from being the lofty young masters and ladies to becoming the despised rats of the streets. Moreover, due to the investigation order, no other families dared to take them in, wishing they would stay far away. Thus, the three had no choice but to wander the streets. The assets of the Lu and Zhou families were frozen, and they had little cash on them, forcing them to save and look for work everywhere. But how could they, who were originally young masters and ladies, do hard labor? Plus, they were still suffering from the severe injuries inflicted by Tang Qingma, making their movements even more inconvenient. Lu Ruyan's regret value plus 500. Lu Ruyan's regret value plus 500. Lu Ruyan's regret value plus 500. In these few days, Lu Ruyan had been continuously generating regret value like a coin machine, making the system very excited. Host. Now Lu Ruyan and the Zhou siblings are wandering the streets, forced to stay under the overpass. The system became more and more excited. After all, the Lu and Zhou couples have been taken away by the government, their homes and companies have been sealed, and no other families dare to take them in. They truly brought this upon themselves. Lu Ruyan's regret value keeps pouring out. It's so satisfying. However, Tang Qingma merely shrugged and said, "This is a phenomenon that occurs because Lu Ruyan has not yet accepted this reality. After a couple of days when she calms down, the regret value will decrease. Moreover, they still have the final role of angering the Lu and Zhou couples, so." Tang Qingmo made a phone call, smiling as he said, "Student Su, it's ready now. The people I hired before can start working." Beside him, Lu Tianrun. Student Su? Who is he? What kind of people did he hire? Although he didn't know what Tang Qingmo was planning, based on his understanding of him, he felt that Lu Ruyan and the Zhou siblings' future wouldn't be good. In these days, Lu Ruyan and Zhou Ting had been staying under a certain overpass in the Magic City, enduring their suffering. Their bodies and hair, unwashed for days, were sticky, and they emitted a foul odor. Just a few days ago, they were high and mighty young ladies, but now they had become the targets of scorn and dirty existence. And all of this was the fault of Tang Qingma and Tang Xianqi. If it weren't for them, Zhou Ting gritted her teeth, her hatred for them reaching its peak. But at the same time, she also hated Lu Ruyan. If it weren't for Lu Ruyan, her parents wouldn't have been taken away, and she would still have a warm room and plenty of food. She would never be in a situation where she couldn't even afford a place to stay or had lost the chance to take a shower. It was all because Lu Ruyan brought them together to bully Tang Qingma that the Zhou family got implicated. Xiao Ting. I have good news. At that moment, Zhou Shang, wearing a dirty tank top, suddenly brought over a flyer. His body hadn't fully recovered from Lu Tianrun's attack, so his movements weren't as agile as before, but the flyer in his hand caught Lu Ruyan and Zhou Ting's attention. Brother, what good news? Zhou Ting asked. It's this. Zhou Shang handed over the paper. It read, let young people embark on the journey to make money, with a background of a vast sea and a ship. Is this about sending young people abroad to make money? Brother, is this flyer reliable? How did you get it? Zhou Ting was skeptical. Making money abroad? It sounded too fake. However, Zhou Shang said, don't worry, Xiao Ting, you can't imagine it. I just saved a certain big shot. Big shot? Zhou Ting frowned. Yes. Zhou Shang excitedly recounted his recent experience. He had just been wallowing in despair on the street when he happened to run into a luxury car and the young master who emerged from it. Unfortunately, as soon as the young master got out of the car, he was attacked. A man who seemed to have appeared out of nowhere lunged at him with a knife. At that moment, Zhou Shang instinctively rushed over and pushed the attacker away, successfully saving the young master. In gratitude for Zhou Shang's help, and knowing that the Zhou family was being oppressed by the Lu family, the young master wanted to recommend the siblings to another country to make a fortune and then return for revenge. Zhou Shang was very excited upon hearing this and immediately went back to tell Zhou Ting. Brother, do you think this could be a scam? Zhou Ting remained skeptical. She still doubted what Zhou Shang had said. Their Zhou family had just fallen from grace. Could they really be so lucky to encounter a benefactor? Was this really happening to them, like something out of a novel? But Zhou Shang said, we've already come to this point. What more could we lose? Besides, that young master also said he didn't dare offend the Lu family and could only give us some money to leave the magic city. That made sense. Although the Lu family and the Zhou family were still under investigation, everyone knew that it was highly likely they would be finished. In such circumstances, the siblings could be said to have nothing and could only go to another place to develop. Zhou Shang said, that benefactor asked us to go to the dock this afternoon. Someone will come to pick us up. Zhou Ting thought for a few seconds and finally nodded. I understand. Let's go together. She was originally the young lady of the Zhou family and could not bear a life like a street rat. Even if it meant taking some money to leave, it was still better than being homeless and blamed by everyone. But at that moment, she slowly turned her head to look at Lu Ruyan, who was still sitting on the ground in a daze. Brother, what about her? Since their parents were taken away, Lu Ruyan had been silently sitting under the overpass, only eating a little when she was hungry. Whether it was her dirty and disheveled appearance or her vacant expression, Lu Ruyan no longer had her previous arrogance. She was in a state of deep melancholy. In response, Zhou Shang gritted his teeth and frowned. Forget about her. If anything, our Zhou family has been harmed by her and our uncle. If it weren't for her dragging them to bully Tang Qingma in the first place, they wouldn't have been secretly photographed. If Lu Shuya hadn't suddenly done something with the exotic beast exhibition, their Zhou family wouldn't have been investigated along with it. Although it was Tang Qingma's revenge, if it weren't for her being used as a pawn by Tang Xianxi, dragging them down with her, how would their Zhou family have ended up in such a miserable state? Everything was Lu family's fault. Zhou Ting also harbored resentment towards Lu Ruyan and agreed, yeah, brother, let's just go by ourselves and not worry about her. Whatever happened to her afterward was none of their business. Zhou Shang and Zhou Ting shot a disdainful glance at the still-dazed Lu Ruyan, then headed to the dock without saying another word, leaving her all alone. Zhou Shang and Zhou Ting quickly walked towards the dock. Although Zhou Shang's wounds had not yet healed, the thought of a bright future ahead made him feel invigorated, and he poured all his strength into moving forward. When they reached the port, they found more than 10 bodyguards in black, and the man standing among them looked elegant and noble, a true example of a young master. That's him. Zhou Shang recognized the young master at a glance and immediately ran over with Zhou Ting. Young master, my sister and I are here. The young master turned to look at them and suddenly raised his arm. Then, the 10 or so bodyguards heavily surrounded Zhou Shang and Zhou Ting, binding them up. What's going on? Zhou Shang was shocked. Who are you? We only bullied you a little. Why are you treating us like this? The agitation caused tears to stream down the corners of her eyes, and her voice became hoarse from shouting. It's all because Lu Ruyan instructed us. The Zhou family's strength is no match for the Lu family. Since she asked us to join, we had no choice but to listen to her. We feel very guilty too. We never wanted to bully you. However, Tang Qingma interrupted with a sly smile. Is that really the case? Zhou Ting. His gaze suddenly became sharp like a needle, piercing deeply into her heart. Are you really sure that bullying me is because Lu Ruyan forced you? For many years, you have been Lu Ruyan's followers because of your family, and when you see someone weaker than yourselves, can you really feel guilty when you bully them openly? Zhou Ting felt increasingly guilty under Tang Qingma's gaze. I really. No, rather, you are very happy. Tang Qingma revealed a sharp smile, because you finally get to see someone worse off than yourselves. Zhou Ting, struck in her heart, quickly denied, no, that's not it. It doesn't matter how it is, people must take responsibility for what they have done. Tang Qingma smiled at the Zhou siblings, don't worry, I won't go through Lu Ruyan. Anyway, your Zhou family and the Lu family can no longer develop in Magic City, so you all work well over there, and if you're lucky, you might get a chance to become leaders provided you can come back alive. Tang Qingma's radiant smile left the Zhou siblings feeling utterly helpless. I'll stay here, hoping that when you get there, you can succeed in your career and come back to find me for revenge. After saying that, Tang Qingma put away his smile and looked coldly at Su Jingchen beside him. Classmate Su, please take Zhou Sheng and Zhou Ting over, and ensure they arrive safely. Su Jingchen sighed lightly. Don't worry, if they lose anything, they won't be wanted over there. Zhou siblings. No. They wanted to plead for mercy and shout for help, but the men in black behind them had already covered their mouths, forcibly dragging them onto the cargo ship docked at the shore. No. After the Zhou siblings were pulled onto the ship, Su Jingchen quietly said, this ship will arrive in northern Myanmar 3 days from now, and someone will be there to meet them at the dock, so there's no need to worry about them escaping. Tang Qingma smiled, even if they escape, it doesn't matter, just consider it an opportunity for them to experience the flavor of Southeast Asia. After all, they were two precious young people, both their bodies and their appearances were valuable. Su Jingchen pretended not to hear that remark and continued, if needed, I can ask someone to find the boss of the group and have him send videos of that pair of siblings regularly. In simple terms, it was after-sales service, able to satisfy the guest's desire for revenge at any time. Sure, if you can send it over, then do it. Tang Qingma certainly wouldn't refuse. Although he had no interest in those images, they could be put to good use after handling the Zhou siblings matter. Tang Qingma continued to smile and ask, by the way, classmate Su, besides this pair of siblings, you remember I have another favor to ask of you, right? Su Jingchen closed his eyes. Of course, I just didn't expect young Master Tang to be so ruthless towards his former fiancée. You also said she is my former fiancée, so what I'm doing now is just a small act of revenge. When she wanted to hire warriors to cripple me, she should have anticipated the consequences she would have to bear in the future. Tang Qingma curled his lips in a cold smile and took out his phone to send a message to Lu Tianrun. At that moment, under the overpass, Lu Ruyan still squatted under the bridge, staring blankly without saying a word. At this moment, she no longer cared where the Zhou siblings had gone. For the past few days, they had constantly hurled cold words at her, pushing all the blame onto her. Lu Ruyan did not refute them at all, because no matter what, the fact remained that she had been deceived by Tang Xianxi, had her disgraceful state seen by netizens across the country, and was mocked by the elite circles. So, Lu Ruyan just kept listening to the sounds of vehicles passing over the overpass, and smelling the stench of gasoline and sewage. Now she had become what she once called Tang Qingma, a street rat. Just then, a large, long truck drove over the bridge, making a huge mechanical noise. The rumbling sound pierced Lu Ruyan's ears, so jarring that she instinctively covered her ears. Then, a shadow appeared in front of her. I didn't expect the famous Lu Ruyan to end up like this. The voice was. Lu Ruyan immediately looked up, her whole body retreating in fear. Why you? It was Tang Qingma. Tang Qingma had appeared before her. Lu Ruyan, you've changed so much after just a few days? Tang Qingma looked down at her, smiling brightly, and said, you really deserve it, Tang Qingma. Lu Ruyan immediately recalled the shadows he had cast over her during this time and hurriedly tried to escape. However, when she turned around, she stumbled and fell to the ground. Ah, tisk tsk. The Lu family's young lady who was shouting at me for the fake young master not long ago is now in such a sorry state. Tang Qingma shook his head, chuckling, how boring. I'm sorry. However, Lu Ruyan no longer had the spirit to retort. She was already well aware of the consequences of offending Tang Qingma. Lu Ruyan's remorse value plus 500. Lu Ruyan's remorse value plus 500. Lu Ruyan's remorse value plus 500. I'm sorry, please spare me. A large amount of remorse value continuously surged from Lu Ruyan's body. Even as she lay on the ground, she desperately held her head, hoping Tang Qingma would let her go. Spare you? Tang Qingma's gaze instantly turned sharp as he stepped forward and kicked her. You've done so many outrageous things since I returned to the Tang family, and now you want me to spare you? Lu Ruyan was kicked to the ground again, painfully apologizing. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have listened to Tang Xianxi. I shouldn't have treated you like this. I'm sorry. Lu Ruyan's remorse value plus 500. Lu Ruyan's remorse value plus 500. Listening to the system's notifications of remorse value and seeing Lu Ruyan desperately begging for mercy, Tang Qingma curled his lips. Don't worry, you are my ex-fiancé after all. Tang Qingma revealed a radiant smile. I've already prepared a hell suitable for you. Lu Ruyan was taken by Tang Qingma to an abandoned warehouse, where Su Jingchen was also inside. Ah, no, please don't. The sound of bones cracking echoed in the warehouse as Tang Qingma brutally broke Lu Ruyan's legs, leaving her body lying helplessly on the ground. Lu Ruyan's remorse value plus 500. Lu Ruyan's remorse value plus 500. So painful. Why? Clearly, she had already lost her identity as the Lu family's young lady. Clearly, she had nothing left. Why wouldn't Tang Qingma let her go? Why did he have to torment her like this? No, anyone. Is there anyone who can come to save her? It's a pity, no one can save you. However, Tang Qingma walked to her side, his voice like that of a demon, filling Lu Ruyan with despair. No. Lu Ruyan's legs were broken, and the intense pain only made her shake her head continuously. Tang Qingma merely smiled lightly and took out a cup of deadly sweet milk tea from the system space. What seemed useless at first was now of great use. The system thought Tang Qingma had a twisted sense of humor, wanting to drink milk tea while tormenting Lu Ruyan, and thus asked in confusion, "Host, didn't you say you don't like milk tea with high sweetness?" Remembering that there were still many high-sugar waste liquids in the system space, all extracted by Tang Qingma when the non-lucky spirit possessed him, Tang Qingma frowned. "Who said I want to drink it? Ha? I thought you wanted to drink milk tea while torturing Lu Ruyan. Sometimes I think you're quite perverted too." Tang Qingma's palm slightly lowered, and the cup of rich sweet milk tea spilled onto Lu Ruyan's body and hair. The sweet tea flavor mixed with the smell of blood, wafting throughout the space. But Lu Ruyan felt very uncomfortable. The sticky sensation and strange sweetness on her body made her feel as if her clothes, hair, and body were all sticking together. Moreover, Tang Qingma sneered, his gaze signaling Su Jingchen. Su Jingchen took a deep breath again and flicked his fingertips. A man in black walked out from the shadows, holding a deep blue paper box. Judging by the man's ugly expression, what was inside that box probably wasn't anything good. Tang Qingma looked at the man and smiled, saying, "You can let go of the box in your hand now." Oh. The man was a bit startled by his cheerful demeanor and hurriedly threw the box to the ground. The moment the paper box hit the ground, a large number of small black bugs, resembling ants, quickly crawled out. They were immediately attracted by the strong sweetness in the air, continuously climbing onto Lu Ruyan's body. What? No. Lu Ruyan's regret value plus 500. Her body was quickly covered by a multitude of small black bugs. Although they were tiny, their sharp teeth were biting into Lu Ruyan's skin. The intense pain felt as if her wounds were splitting apart, with redness and rashes constantly appearing on her body. Don't! So itchy, so painful. Lu Ruyan's regret value plus 500. Lu Ruyan, unable to move due to her broken legs, could only keep slapping her body with her hands, but she couldn't stop these little bugs from biting her skin. This milk tea had the deadly sweet level given by the system, attracting all kinds of bugs. Soon, Lu Ruyan felt dizzy, with a large number of bugs crawling onto her neck and face, causing swelling and rashes due to tearing and allergies, which was extremely disgusting. At this moment, she could only shake her head and wave her palms, trying to prevent those bugs from crawling onto her face. However, these little black bugs, resembling ants, were relentless. They were deeply attracted to Lu Ruyan, who was filled with a sweet aroma, continuously crawling all over her body. Help! No! Tang Qingma, please! Her whole body was so itchy and painful. Breathing felt difficult, and she felt extremely nauseous. No! Tang Qingma, I'm sorry, please let me go. Tang Qingma smiled, easily saying under the grim expressions of Su Jingchen and the man in black, "Don't worry, Lu Ruyan. These bugs were specially found for me, and being bitten for a day or two won't kill you. It's just..." He raised his index finger and thumb, making the gesture most hated by Western men. "It might make you feel a little itchy and painful, oh Lu Ruyan." No! So itchy. Her face was so itchy and painful. You just have to endure it yourself. Trust me, my dear ex-fiancé can definitely handle it. But be careful, don't swallow them. No! Lu Ruyan's regret value plus 500. Lu Ruyan's regret value plus 500. Countless red rashes have erupted from Lu Ruyan's face and skin, making her originally beautiful face terrifying and ugly. But compared to this, she felt an unbearable itch where the bugs had crawled. In the end, her hands couldn't help but scratch her face hard, instantly bursting the blood-filled sores above, causing a large amount of blood mixed with Lu Ruyan's tears to flow down. It hurts so much. It's so itchy. No, She could no longer bear it and scratched the red spots on her face and arms, the pain that was both itchy and uncomfortable felt like it was stabbing her nerves. She might as well be killed. Lu Ruyan's regret value plus 500. Lu Ruyan's regret value plus 500. Lu Ruyan's regret value plus 500. Endless regret continuously emerged from Lu Ruyan's heart, making the system feel both happy and scared. Although it wanted to check the host's mental state, the most important thing was still to collect regret value. About half an hour later, Lu Ruyan lay on the ground. She had completely scratched her face open, tear stains and blood had stained her entire face. Her consciousness and sense of touch had also become numb, lacking the strength to stop the crawling of those bugs. Finally, Lu Ruyan murmured softly, kill me, just kill me. 125. The beginning of hell so ugly, don't use that face to play with me. As soon as Tang Qingma saw Lu Ruyan with her face full of rashes and scratched to pieces uttering the representative words of play, he kicked her in disgust. Her body was kicked over, unable to move due to the torment of the bugs and exhaustion. Those small black bugs continued to crawl. The itchy pain made Lu Ruyan extremely uncomfortable, struggling to breathe. But she had no strength left, only able to stretch her arm towards Tang Qingma, still begging him, "No, please don't." Lu Ruyan's regret value plus 500. Please, young Master Tang, spare me. At this moment, Lu Ruyan looked nothing like the high and mighty young lady she used to be. Even if someone called her a dirty beggar, no one would argue. Tang Qingma approached her again, looking down at her. TSK, look at your miserable state now. You look like a beggar, so pathetic. Lu Ruyan, beggar. This description seems like she had said something similar to him the first time she saw Tang Qingma. At that time, she was very dissatisfied with her family's arrangement after being suddenly told to change her fiancé. Plus, Tang Xianqi was very sad at that time, so to give him a breath of relief, she had directly spoken disrespectfully upon seeing Tang Qingma for the first time. You are my real fiancé? No wonder you grew up outside, dressed so dirty. You must have been a beggar before, right? What kind of expression did Tang Qingma have back then? Lu Ruyan couldn't remember. Only now did she feel that this sentence had come back to stab her like a boomerang. Tang Qingma saw Lu Ruyan close her eyes, and to prevent her from fainting, he directly stepped on the back of her hand. The intense pain brought Lu Ruyan back to her senses, her eyes wide open. She heard Tang Qingma sneer, "It's clear that you were used as a pawn by that fake young master, but after your Lu family fell, he easily dumped you and turned to marry my fourth sister." Lu Ruyan, who was already feeling desperate, was shocked to hear something related to Tang Xianqi. Tang Xianqi, he really married Tang Feifei? Tang Qingma continued to laugh. Why do you have that expression? Do you know? After your father rejected Tang Xianqi, he immediately agreed to marry fourth sister. Logically, as the future son-in-law of the Tang family, he shouldn't have come looking for you, but he continued to use your feelings to deal with me. He incited your hatred towards me, turning you into a sharp blade against me, seeking revenge. At that moment, Lu Ruyan was covered in black chongzi, so Tang Qingma didn't use his hands but lifted his leg to step on her. Lu Ruyan closed her eyes in pain, not wanting to face what Tang Qingma had said. Ever since she heard Tang Xianqi's ruthless words that day, she had lost all illusions about him. She never expected that the gentle and compliant Tang Xianqi she had known all along was just a facade. In the past few days, when the Lu family was sealed off and she and the Zhou siblings were left on the streets, she had thought a lot. She suddenly felt that even if she didn't like Tang Qingma, her real fiancé, she could just ignore him. Why? Why did she harbor such great malice towards a stranger she barely knew at that time? Looking back now, she realized she had been deceived by Tang Xianqi's tears. Because Tang Xianqi said he was worried that Tang Qingma would take his place. Because he said he didn't want to be separated from her. So for the 3 months since she met Tang Qingma, her attitude towards him had been like treating a dog that came when called. No, even dogs would receive praise and rewards, but she treated Tang Qingma with nothing but beatings and scoldings. Pure malice. I'm sorry. Thinking this way, she realized she had done too many wrong things. I'm sorry, young Master Tang. I shouldn't have treated you like this. Lu Ruyan's remorse value plus 500. Lu Ruyan's remorse value plus 500. You don't need to apologize to me anymore. However, Tang Qingma chuckled, everyone has the chance to make mistakes, and when you do, you have to bear the consequences. And now you lie here, abandoned, turned into a beggar, bitten by bugs. This is the consequence you have to bear. No. Lu Ruyan endured the pain in her body, trying to raise her hand. I was wrong. She really felt terrible. Those bugs kept crawling, making Lu Ruyan feel goosebumps. So disgusting, so uncomfortable. She wanted to die. Lu Ruyan's remorse value plus 500. Forgive me. But Tang Qingma kicked her again, do you think after you teach that fake a lesson, you can get my forgiveness? Lu Ruyan's remorse value plus 500. Lu Ruyan's remorse value plus 500. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have listened to Tang Xianxi. I was deceived by him. I'm sorry, it's too late now. Bang. Tang Qingma stepped on the back of Lu Ruyan's other hand. Ah, I'm sorry. Lu Ruyan's remorse value plus 500. Don't worry, during this time, I'll have someone keep a close watch on you, so you can have more wonderful experiences. No. Lu Ruyan's remorse value plus 500. Lu Ruyan's remorse value plus 500. A large amount of remorse value surged from Lu Ruyan's heart. When she heard that she would have to experience more hell in the future, she wanted to reach out and grab Tang Qingma's pants. She felt unbearable pain all over, but to survive, Lu Ruyan still summoned her strength. Tang Qingma naturally ignored her. He took out his phone to check the time, revealing a brilliant yet wicked smile. It's time for me to go, so please enjoy your experience, Lu Ruyan. No, young Master Tang, I beg you. She saw that he wanted to leave, wanting to leave her in this abandoned space. Lu Ruyan's remorse value plus 500. Lu Ruyan's remorse value plus 500. But Tang Qingma turned his head and looked at Su Jingchen. Classmate Su, let's go. Okay. Su Jingchen assigned the man in black to monitor Lu Ruyan's situation inside, then left with Tang Qingma. No, don't, please. Lu Ruyan's regret value plus 500. Lu Ruyan's regret value plus 500. With a bang, Lu Ruyan's screen was shut along with the warehouse door. At the same time, this was the beginning of Lu Ruyan's descent into hell. 126. This phenomenon of mine should be called awakening, right? Classmate Su, I'll leave my former fiancé in your care then. After exiting the warehouse, Tang Qingma looked at Su Jingchen. Remember to find someone you trust to keep an eye on her for me. He smiled brightly. If he didn't say anything, no one would suspect he was the one who had just tortured Lu Ruyan with black bugs. Su Jingchen closed his eyes. You don't need to worry about that. My people handle things very well. Although his expression was calm, his heart was stirred by Tang Qingma's cruel actions earlier. Even though he had followed Song Qianjun since childhood, removing various dangers and doing many dirty deeds for him. But it was different from Tang Qingma, who, while clearly doing something terrifying and ruthless, showed no change in attitude, even revealing an inhumane smile. It seemed he truly had no attachment to this former fiancé, even hating her enough to want to kill her. How strange. Classmate Su, what's wrong? Seeing Su Jingchen's sudden scrutinizing gaze, Tang Qingma asked in confusion. Su Jingchen was silent for a few seconds. After looking around to ensure there were no third parties, he turned back to look at Tang Qingma. Young Master Tang, are you really young Master Tang? Ha! In an instant, Tang Qingma reflexively widened his eyes, but he quickly calmed down and asked with a smile, why do you ask that? Su Jingchen turned his head away and said calmly, because you were once a disciple of the Red Sun Fairy. You know? Yeah. Su Jingchen did not deny it. Young Master has wanted to get into the Magic City Martial Arts Academy for a long time. So for him, I investigate the mentors there in detail every year. According to the Academy's regulations, first-year students would follow one of the mentors for a year of education and training. To ensure Song Junxian had a better development, Su Jingchen naturally would investigate everything about the Magic Martial Academy in detail. To be honest, before seeing you at school, I already knew you were the neglected disciple of the Red Sun Fairy. But, Su Jingchen slowly darkened his eyes, his tone a bit cold. After seeing you in person, I found that you are completely different from the information I saw. Especially now. Su Jingchen turned around and silently looked at the warehouse that had already closed its doors. If it were the information I saw, the Tang Qingma inside would never do anything cruel and terrifying to Lu Ruyan and her elder sisters, so, his body unconsciously emitted a strong pressure, his gaze fixed on Tang Qingma. Who are you? In that moment, Tang Qingma understood. Su Jingchen was indeed the capable assistant of the Song family in the original plot. In just a few days, he could analyze and compare the information he had on hand with everything he saw in front of him. Moreover, based on the words he revealed, he must have also investigated what he did to Tang Feifei and Tang Xuerong. Regardless of whether it was true or not, his ability was truly outstanding. I really want that. However, compared to Tang Qingma, the system in his mind was quite nervous. Host, are you being suspected by Su Jingchen? Tang Qingma casually replied, maybe. The system felt flustered. Then, what should we do? Just respond casually. Tang Qingma showed a look of what use are you to me? Young Master Tang, what exactly are you? Su Jingchen saw Tang Qingma fall silent and couldn't help but ask sharply again. Tang Qingma revealed a meaningful smile, his eyes dark. You can consider me as having awakened. Awakened? Tang Qingma spread his hands and smiled, saying, just like your young master, one morning I suddenly realized many things. I was thinking, why should I please my master and senior sister, and those family members who gave birth to me but did not raise me. Clearly, I shouldn't be so foolish. Then, Tang Qingma continued, looking up. I am an independent individual. I shouldn't live to please those people, right? So this phenomenon of mine should be called awakening, right? Su Jingchen. He is lying. If it were really just the awakening that Tang Qingma mentioned, even if he no longer acted to please the Tang family, the aura and vitality emanating from him couldn't have improved so much. So besides this so-called awakening, he must be hiding something from himself. But even if he continued to question, the other party would find new excuses to block him. Does Su classmate have any other questions? Tang Qingma looked at the still suspicious gaze of the other party, maintaining an indifferent expression. Even if his identity was guessed by Su Jingchen, so what? They are now in a half-cooperative relationship. Su Jingchen is a smart person, so Tang Qingma knows that he won't pursue things he shouldn't be curious about. As expected, Su Jingchen coldly said, no, if young Master Tang says it's awakening, then let's leave it at that. But you said before that you would help the young master recover. That was the truth, right? No matter when, his eyes only had his own young master, and he wouldn't care much about others. Of course. Tang Qingma smiled lightly, but then he suddenly thought of something and asked with confusion, but that method might harm your young master, and your relationship might also break down. Are you still willing? Su Jingchen was silent for a few seconds, then firmly said, yes. Better a short pain than a long one, as long as the young master can recover, any harm in the future I will bear. His words left Tang Qingma a bit speechless. What a wonderful self-sacrifice. Simply absurd. Asterisk after instructing Su Jingchen to have someone keep an eye on Lu Ruyan, Tang Qingma notified Lu Tianrun to come pick him up at the dock. Lu Tianrun was quick, arriving at the exit in less than half an hour. Tang Qingma entered the car and said apologetically, sorry for making you come to pick me up. It's fine, young Master Tang, it's just. Lu Tianrun looked towards the dock through the car window. Clearly, there were no figures inside, yet there was a strange sense of incongruity. Young Master Tang, why did you suddenly come here? Tang Qingma took out his phone, scrolling the screen and said, I have someone I know who is leaving, so I came to see them off. But this is a cargo dock. The ships inside are all for transporting containers. Moreover, he said, to see them off. Why does it sound like he won't see them again? Lu Tianrun couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat again. Based on his understanding of Tang Qingma, he couldn't have come here for no reason. He must be doing something unspeakable. But thinking this way, Lu Tianrun suddenly felt very unwilling. Clearly, before, Tang Qingma would tell him everything, but now he was hiding everything from him. Does he not trust him? Tianrun, what's wrong with you? Tang Qingma noticed the car hadn't started and couldn't help but ask in confusion. It's nothing, I'm leaving now. Tang Qingma was bewildered. Why did the tone suddenly turn cold? The car quickly returned to the Tang family. When Tang Qingma and Lu Tianrun arrived at the hall, they happened to see the Tang family gathered together. It was rare to see Tang Jianrun and Tang Ruoling. In the past few days, they had been dealing with the video of Lu Ruyan and the Zhou siblings bullying Tang Qingma at the banquet, so both had been staying at the Tang group for public relations work. Tang Jianrun and the others were also ruthless. After the incident with the Lu family, the Tang family was the first to publicly break off the engagement and sever ties with the Lu family. All previous connections were as if they had never happened, completely cut off. But this was also within Tang Qingma's expectations, as he had managed to extract a lot of regret value from Lu Ruyan at that time. However, now, due to the video capturing Tang Xianqi following Lu Ruyan and being unable to delete it from the internet under the manipulation of the Lu family, the Tang family still could not completely shake off the impact of this incident. Young Master Lu. So when Tang Jianrun and Tang Ruoling saw Tang Qingma and Lu Tianrun returning, they immediately rushed in front of him. Young Master Lu, the Lu family and Zhou family have already been investigated by the relevant departments regarding this incident, so could you please ask the head of the Lu family to delete that video? Facing the younger Lu Tianrun, Tang Jianrun was obsequious, his tone full of flattery. The originally aloof Tang Ruoling also lowered her head and said, Young Master Lu, I beg you, please spare our Tang family. At this moment, the system's voice timely sounded, Host, just now Tang Jianrun and Tang Ruoling were scolded in a meeting at the Tang group by the first and third branches. First and third branches? Tang Qingma knew that the Tang family was a large family, but Tang Jianrun was actually the second son. System, yes, because Tang Jianrun married by Hualian and has a talent for business, the family unanimously decided to let him be the current head of the family. However, after the exposure of the true and false young master incident, dissatisfaction with the second branch began to emerge within the Tang family. Coupled with the recent incident involving Tang Xianqi that harmed the Tang family's interests, they all demanded that Tang Jianrun quickly handle the video online. They proposed that if this video incident was not resolved soon, they would initiate a vote to strip Tang Jianrun of his position as head of the family. Tang Qingma couldn't help but laugh. Is there such a good thing? System, yes, so now Tang Jianrun is also very troubled, not knowing what to do. Tang Qingma chuckled to himself, I see. Since that's the case, as a son, I naturally have to help my father share the burden. Right, little system? System. You're right. On the other side, facing the flattery and pleas of Tang Jianrun and Tang Ruoling, Lu Tianrun merely turned his gaze away. What are you talking about? He pretended not to understand the meaning of this father and daughter. Our Lu family is a martial arts family and doesn't pay much attention to what happens online. Young Master Lu. Anyone with eyes could see that Lu Tianrun was playing dumb, so Tang Jianrun immediately took out his phone and opened the bullying video. It's this. Young Master Lu, this video has been online and is already affecting our Tang family. Tang Ruoling gritted her teeth. Young Master Lu, we are now facing public accountability, and the stock price of the entire Tang group has dropped. Although the main culprits of the video were Lu Ruyan and the Zhou siblings, the problem was that Tang Xianqi was also involved. Not long after the last true and false young master incident, now there was another case of a false young master teaming up with his fiancée to hire martial artists to bully the true young master. With the two incidents combined, all of the Tang family's past dark history was being spread online again. Although Tang Jianrun and the others quickly hired online influencers to control the narrative and pushed all the blame onto the Lu and Zhou families, as long as the video remained online, the Tang family would never find peace. If they didn't resolve this quickly, both the possibility of hostile families taking action and his position as head of the family would be in danger. And Lu Tianren watched the father-daughter duo's antics, finding it quite amusing. He turned to Tang Qingma and said, Tang Xiao, I really don't understand what the head of the Tang family is talking about. Clearly, in the video, besides you, the victim, there are no other members of the Tang family. Why do they say that video affects the Tang family? Lu Tianren was clearly asking a question he already knew the answer to. His question instantly made Tang Jianrun and the others' faces turn difficult, feeling awkward. Meanwhile, Tang Qingma chuckled and deliberately replied, There's nothing we can do, Tianrun. After all, everyone knows that fake item is still in the Tang family. And this time, he even came to bully me with my ex-fiancée. The conversation between Tang Qingma and Lu Tianrun made the Tang family members lower their heads, not knowing how to respond. Brother, young Master Lu. Tang Xianqi, who had been pretending to be invisible in the hall, also reddened her eyes upon hearing their sarcasm, looking quite pitiful. I'm sorry, it's all my fault. If I hadn't been forced by Lu Ruyan, none of this would have happened. Young Master Lu. Seeing Tang Xianqi being wronged, Tang Ailey forgot her previous lesson and quickly ran to Lu Tianrun's side. Xiaoxi is innocent. She was dragged over by Lu Ruyan that night. Bai Hualian also stepped forward, sorrowfully saying, Young Master Lu, Xiaoxi didn't want this to happen. Now she is very sad, feeling that her mistake has implicated the Tang family. Please forgive her. Although Lu Tianrun was already used to the Tang family's antics, he was still disgusted by their shamelessness and the strange favoritism towards Tang Xianqi. He looked at Bai Hualian and asked, By the way, Mrs. Tang, that night I attended the banquet as a guest with my sister. I remember the head of the Tang family asked you to stay close to Tang Xiao that night. May I ask why Tang Xiao was at the pool and was bullied by Lu Ruyan and the others? Bai Hualian. Under such questioning, Bai Hualian immediately felt guilty and lowered her head, her eyes darting around. She remembered that night, she had intended to stay by Tang Qingma's side. But before the banquet started, she was called over by several ladies, and thinking of her status as Mrs. Tang, she forgot about Tang Qingma and went to socialize with those ladies. Then, she had no idea when Tang Qingma left the venue until the beast riot occurred, and only then did she remember him. Seeing Bai Hualian's flustered expression, Lu Tianrun understood everything. It seems Mrs. Tang did not fulfill her responsibilities as a mother that night, leaving her son, who was attending a banquet for the first time, all alone. Tang Qingma smiled, It's nothing. Didn't I say it earlier? My dear mother would definitely abandon me and leave Bai Hualian. Bai Hualian's regret value plus 200. Bai Hualian's regret value plus 200. Young Master Lu, at that time, Hualian was called by the ladies from other families, so she thought to let Qingma walk around. Tang Jianrun immediately stepped forward with a forced smile. After speaking, he shot a fierce glare at Bai Hualian. He had clearly instructed her to keep a close eye on Tang Qingma, but unexpectedly, even in Tang Xianqi's absence, she couldn't stop her. Since you keep saying you care about Tang Qingma, then take action. It's really disappointing, but what could he do? His wife could only help clean up the mess. I'm sorry, Qingma, it's all my fault. Bai Hualian saw Tang Qingma misunderstanding her again and couldn't help but shed tears. I didn't mean to abandon you, I truly didn't mean it. Bai Hualian's regret value plus 200. Bai Hualian's regret value plus 200. After taking advantage of Bai Hualian, Tang Qingma coldly said, as the matriarch, please don't cry and whine in front of Tianren. Right. Tang Jianren fully agreed and immediately said to Bai Hualian, Hualian, you mustn't be rude in front of young Master Lu. Bai Hualian was scolded by the two, instantly frightened enough to stop her tears. Tang Xianqi, seeing this, hurriedly ran in front of Tang Qingma and pleaded, brother, please don't blame Mom. It's all my fault. If it weren't for my family, these things wouldn't have happened. If you're angry, just hit me. Ah! Bang! Then Lu Tianren stepped forward and punched Tang Xianqi in the face, followed by a kick to his chest. The three Tang sisters, Xiaoxi, cough cough. Tang Xianqi was kicked away, his clothes marked with Lu Tianren's shoe print, coughing uncomfortably. Tang Qingma spread his hands, revealing a brilliant smile. Since you want to be hit so much, I will naturally satisfy you. Tang Xianqi clutched his chest in discomfort, feeling like he was about to vomit the bile in his stomach. Bastards! Tang Qingma and Lu Tianren, those bastards! Tang Xianqi's regret value plus 200. Enough! Lu Tianren coldly glanced at the Tang family and said, there are clearly no members of the Tang family in this video, so why should you worry about your reputation being harmed? Unless you still want to protect this imposter. The members of the Tang family looked at each other, not daring to speak. Tang Xianqi, lying on the ground, secretly clenched his fists, gritting his teeth in anger at the other party's words. Lu, young Master Lu. Tang Jianren wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Lu Tianren, head of the Tang family. Shouldn't you have more important people to care about than pleasing an outsider like me? Tang Ruoling immediately guessed who Lu Tianren was referring to and quickly looked at Tang Qingma. Qingma, this time Xiaoxi is at fault, we will compensate you in the future. So, then tell me what kind of compensation you have in mind. Tang Qingma smiled, opening his palm and extending it towards Tang Ruoling. Since you're compensating me, then give me shares of the Tang group and make Tang Xianqi publicly apologize and sever ties. The Tang family members, sever ties. I won't allow it. Tang Ali immediately retorted upon hearing Tang Qingma's demands. Qingma, do you really have to be so heartless? Bai Hualian also knelt on the ground, tears streaming down her face. Tang Xianqi's face turned pale at Tang Qingma's demands, pleading with him, brother, how can you? Tang Ali scolded, you're clearly premeditated. You want to drive Xiaoxi away. Isn't that obvious? Tang Qingma didn't look at Tang Ali, playing with his fingertips and said, if you don't want this condition, then I'll hire 7 or 8 warriors to come back. As long as Tang Xianqi can hold out for 2 hours in their hands, then there's no need to sever any ties. Being beaten by warriors for 2 hours. Qingma, no. Xiaoxi will die. Tang Meixin immediately stepped forward to stop it. Being beaten by warriors for 2 hours, let alone severing ties, isn't that asking for Tang Xianqi's life? Tang Qingma sneered, in the beginning, he and Lu Ruyan wanted to do this to me. So you think I won't die, and it doesn't matter how much you hit me? No, we didn't mean that. Bai Hualian lowered her head in pain. How could this be? How could her 2 sons turn out like this? If it weren't for her, if she had stuck close to Tang Qingma during the banquet, would things not have turned out this way now? Bai Hualian's regret value plus 200. Bai Hualian's regret value plus 200. Meanwhile, Tang Xianqi, still lying on the ground pretending to be pitiful, gritted his teeth. He never expected things would develop like this. He thought that as long as the Lu family was gone, with time, that video would be deleted by Tang Jianren and the others. But I didn't expect that Lu Tianren, this dog of Tang Qingma, would use the power of the Lu family to help him. Now the condition to delete this video is actually for him to sever ties with the Tang family. How dare this beast, Tang Qingma. Tang Xianqi's regret value plus 200. Tang Xianqi's regret value plus 200. Tang Xianqi and Bai Hualian continuously accumulated regret value, but Tang Qingma ignored them and instead turned his gaze to the pale-faced Tang Jianren. Tang family head, do you think I want Tang Xianqi to sever ties with the Tang family just out of my personal selfishness? Tang Jianren was surprised. What do you mean? Right now, the public's impression of Tang Xianqi is still that of a fake young master, a shameless person who refuses to leave the Tang family. Tang Xianqi, how despicable, to mock him like this. Tang Qingma slowly walked towards Tang Jianren, gently patted his shoulder, and chuckled, but he is going to marry 4th sister soon. Tang Jianren. It would have been fine if this incident hadn't happened, but now the internet is saying Tang Xianqi is a fake young master and a despicable person. If news of him marrying the Tang family's 4th young lady comes out now, how will people view our Tang family? Tang Qingma's words were like the whispers of a devil, constantly tempting Tang Jianren. So, making Tang Xianqi publicly apologize and sever ties with the Tang family then marrying fourth sister later would be quite good. This. Tang Jianrun suddenly felt that what he said made a lot of sense. Now that Tang Xianqi's reputation is already ruined, it is necessary to cut ties with the Tang family as soon as possible. But it was precisely because of the opposition from the women in the family that Tang Jianrun had not spoken up. However, the Tang family had already held an emergency meeting internally, and if he didn't handle this matter well, his position in the Tang group would suffer serious damage. Dad. Seeing the change in Tang Jianrun's expression, Tang Xianqi felt a twinge of fear. Could it be that he really wanted to follow Tang Qingma's suggestion and drive him out of the Tang family? Dad, you absolutely cannot listen to Tang Qingma's sophistry. Tang Ali immediately rebutted to stop when she saw Tang Jianrun's expression change. Tang Qingma is just trying to drive Xiaoxi out. But what I said is all true. Tang Qingma interrupted her with a cold smile. Right now, Tang Xianqi's reputation is extremely poor. Does dear second sister really want to abandon the entire family's interests for a fake brother? I didn't mean that. Don't wrong me. Hearing Tang Qingma compare her to someone who disregards the family's survival, Tang Ali became agitated. But what you're doing now is exactly that. Tang Qingma sneered at Tang Jianrun. Tang family head, your good daughter doesn't understand this, but you should be very clear. Tang Jianrun's eyes widened. The Tang family has suffered losses and criticism twice because of Tang Xianqi. If he were the real young master, it would be one thing, but he is just a fake. If you don't quickly sever ties with him, what do you think the other shareholders and power holders in the Tang group will think of you? Tang Qingma's voice was like a tempting devil, reasonable and clear, pointing out his current predicament. Tang Jianrun felt a moment of confusion in his mind. To be honest, he felt that what Tang Qingma said made a lot of sense. Just like when the Lu family had an incident, didn't the Tang family immediately announce a severance of ties? The relationship between the Tang family and the Lu family is even longer than Tang Xianqi's 18 years, as long as they drive Tang Xianqi away. But why did he still want to continue considering it? The system was surprised. Host, strange fluctuations have appeared in Tang Jianrun. I know, he is hesitating. Tang Qingma chuckled to himself. With a selfish character like Tang Jianrun, once it involves his interests in the Tang family, he should have acted long ago. However, it was the intervention of another world's consciousness that led to his inability to drive Tang Xianqi away. The system asked in surprise, should we persuade Tang Jianrun again? If the host really drove Tang Xianqi out of the Tang family, the resulting plot effects and regret value could greatly enhance the power of the heavenly path. No need, someone will help stir the pot soon. Before the system could understand what he meant, it saw Tang Ali and Bai Hualian excitedly stepping forward. Master, little she is still young. Even if he did something wrong this time, if we cut ties with him, he won't be able to live on his own. Bai Hualian cried and pleaded. Dad, we can't treat little she like this. Tang Ali also tried to stop it. Dad, Tang Meixin, standing by, wanted to intervene, but her instinct made her a bit afraid of Tang Jianrun, so she said nothing. Dad, as the female president, Tang Ruoling normally prioritized the interests of the Tang family, but when facing Tang Xianqi, she hesitated. Clap, clap. Tang Qingma saw that the women of the Tang family had almost created the right atmosphere and came in at the right moment to wrap things up. Very well, since no one in the family is thinking of the Tang family, then there's no need for Tang Xianqi to sever ties, and the wedding doesn't need to proceed. Tianrun, let's go. After saying that, he turned to leave. No! Seeing Tang Qingma and Lu Tianrun wanting to leave, Tang Jianrun's mind quickly started to turn. Young Master Lu, please don't go. He suddenly remembered how he had been forced by the people from the first and third branches during the meeting at the Tang group. If he didn't handle the online video well, his position as the head of the family would be precarious. But the women at home didn't understand at all. They still wanted him to accommodate Tang Xianqi. What a bunch of fools. Tang Jianrun said to Tang Ruoling, immediately notify the media, we will hold a press conference tomorrow morning. Dad, what are you? Tang Ruoling was surprised and widened her eyes as she sensed Tang Jianrun's intentions. Tang Jianrun ignored her and turned to Tang Xianqi, his tone cold. Xianqi, you will move out tonight, apologize at the press conference tomorrow, and announce your severance from the Tang family. Tang Xianqi, Dad, Bai Hualian and the Tang sisters. Dad, I won't allow you to drive little she away. As soon as Tang Ali heard Tang Jianrun take Tang Qingma's suggestion, she rushed forward to stop him. How can we drive little she away just because of a video? Bai Hualian was also in tears. Yes, master, how can little she live alone? Dad, Tang Meixin looked at Tang Jianrun with distress, but she still didn't dare to say anything. Tang Jianrun directly ignored them and continued to look at Tang Xianqi. Xianqi, whether you were forced by Lu Ruyan or not, the video indeed captured you standing next to her. That's a fact, right? Yes. Tang Xianqi nodded painfully. Now, only if you sever ties with the Tang family can the Tang family emerge from this turmoil. Do you understand? I understand. His eyes were red, as if he were compromising. If this is Dad's wish, I will comply. If Tang Xianqi were truly 100% innocent, Tang Jianrun wouldn't believe it. He hadn't received an invitation from the Lu family, so how did he get into the Lu family's venue? Wasn't it to plead with Lu Ruoyan? But now that the Lu and Zhou families were in the spotlight, Tang Xianqi seemed less important. However, if that video wasn't dealt with soon, once the Lu and Zhou families' momentum passed, it would be the Tang family's turn to be affected. Anyway, Tang Xianqi's reputation was already tarnished, so the best way was to formally sever ties with this fake young master. After this turmoil passed, Tang Xianqi could return with another identity and marry Tang Feifei, then he would still be a member of the Tang family. But at this moment, Tang Ailey still excitedly asked, "Dad, can't we think of any other way?" "Yes, old master. We can't." "Then what do you think we can do?" Tang Jianrun couldn't help but shout loudly, startling Bai Hualian and the others into silence. "You all stay at home all day. Do you know how my brother and the younger one scold me and ruwaling at the company?" Originally, Tang Jianrun had a deep plan, and all the blueprints of his plans floated in his mind. However, the women at home did not understand him and constantly went against his wishes. They didn't consider him at all. "There is still time for the Lu family and the Zhou family to help us block the knives, but what about after that?" Tang Jianrun gritted his teeth and stared at them. "When the heat from both families is gone, the Tang family will once again be pushed to the forefront. Do you think at that time, my brother and the younger ones will still continue to let me be the head of this family? Of course, they won't consider these things." In the tense atmosphere of the hall, Tang Qingma coldly walked to Tang Jianrun's side. From beginning to end, they only think about their fake son and fake brother, never considering how difficult it is for the head of the Tang family who supports them. Bai Hualian immediately reddened her eyes and said sadly, "Qingma, how can you say that?" Tang Qingma looked at her coldly. "Now the Tang family is once again facing a crisis, and you still only care about Tang Xianqi. That's not wrong, right?" Bai Hualian regret value plus 200. Tang Ailey gritted her teeth. "That's because of you. As long as you persuade young Master Lu to delete the video of Xianqi, wouldn't nothing have happened?" Lu Tianrun frowned. "Shut up, you ungrateful girl." Slap. Tang Ailey's words were so explosive that Tang Jianrun couldn't help but slap her. "Ah!" Tang Ailey felt a burning pain on her face, looking at the furious Tang Jianrun in shock. "Dad, how can you? If you say another word, I'll freeze your card," Tang Jianrun said excitedly. Tang Ailey really fell silent. Ever since she was suspended from the hospital, she could only rely on the Tang family to survive, and all her living expenses came from the Tang family. If Tang Jianrun really froze her card, she would have no money. Tang Qingma sarcastically laughed. "I didn't expect that the second sister who once had the title of surgical master would turn into a parasite at home after being suspended, and still argue against the head of the Tang family who supports the whole family." "You, shut up." Tang Ailey gritted her teeth. "The one who should shut up is you." Tang Jianrun frowned. Ever since Tang Ailey was suspended, his originally smart and steady second daughter seemed to have turned into a fool. Rather, she originally only knew about medical knowledge and had no understanding of the wealthy world at all. Before, it was just because she often stayed in the hospital and had no opportunity to come into contact that he mistakenly thought she was very smart. Thinking of this, Tang Jianrun's gaze towards Tang Ailey became sharp. "Ailey, since you can't work now, and you have so much free time at home, why don't you go on a blind date? Starting tomorrow, I will arrange for some young masters for you to meet, and if you like that man, just marry him." Tang Jianrun's words struck Tang Ailey's mind like a thunderbolt, shaking her to the core. Find a man to marry? Does Tang Jianrun really think that the only path for her is to get married? Tang Ailey's face turned pale, and Tang Xianqi ran to Tang Jianrun's front, pleading, "Dad, please don't be angry. Second sister is also thinking of me." Tang Jianrun was annoyed by them and directly announced, "Then you move out tonight. Go to the press conference to apologize first thing tomorrow morning." Tang Xianqi, "As long as you're not angry, I can go anywhere." Tang Xianqi regret value plus 200. Tang Xianqi's regret value plus 200. Damn it. As expected, this Tang Jianrun only cares about profit. Once something happens, he will be the first to abandon him. "Master, Xiaoxihe," Bai Hualian wanted to say something, but was immediately coldly rebuked by Tang Jianrun. "If you say any more, you can move out with him." Seeing that Tang Ailey and Bai Hualian had finally quieted down, Tang Jianrun frowned and looked at Tang Ruwaling. "Ruwaling, I'll leave these matters to you. Although Tang Ruoling was also reluctant to see Tang Xianqi move out and didn't want him to announce his severance from the Tang family, she knew that if she didn't deal with that video, the interests of the Tang family would be severely harmed. At that time, as Tang Xianqi's sister, her position as president would also be threatened. Okay, I understand, Dad. There was no choice but to first make things difficult for Xiaoxi. After discussing these matters, Tang Jianran turned his head, his previously angry face now smiling like a Sichuan opera master. Young Master Lu, you see, Xianqi is already related to our Tang family, so that video, Lu Tianren coldly said, let's talk after the press conference tomorrow. The head of the Tang family need not worry. If that video really has no connection to anyone in the Tang family, it will automatically disappear. So everything depends on whether Tang Xianqi truly cuts ties with the Tang family at tomorrow's press conference. Okay, good. After receiving the other party's verbal promise, Tang Jianran nodded happily. This is young Master Lu's promise, and so many people are listening. He needs to return to the company immediately to share this good news with relatives and shareholders, so that his elder brother and younger brother will no longer pose any threat to his position as head of the family. After Tang Jianran left, Tang Xianqi finally couldn't hold back and knelt on the ground. By Hualian and Tang family sisters, Xiaoxi, eldest sister, Mom, I don't want to leave home, I don't want to leave you all. His eyes were red, tears lingering, looking very pitiful, stirring the hearts of the Tang family women. Tang Ruoling also said with great reluctance, don't worry, Xiaoxi, I'll arrange for you to stay in a house in the city center. After you marry Fei Fei, you will still be a member of our Tang family and can move back. Tang Xianqi lowered his head, even so, but with such words, before he returns, everything he has in the Tang family will be swept away by Tang Qingma. And now he is still carrying the identity of the Tang family young master. If he marries Tang Feifei to enter the Tang family, he would go from young master to son-in-law. Tang Aili was also extremely heartbroken. Clearly, Xiaoxi, you are also a victim. Why does Dad want to drive you away? Second sister, I really don't want to leave you all, but if I stay, both brother and Dad will be angry. Tang Xianqi shed tears, crying so hard it was choking. Tang Aili also turned her gaze to Tang Qingma, who was leaning against the wall watching the drama. Seeing the other party so relaxed, she angrily said, you drove Xiaoxi away, are you satisfied now? Of course. Tang Qingma chuckled, rather, it's all thanks to him that he rolled out of the Tang family so smoothly, all due to his own self-destruction. Tang Xianqi. Tang Xianqi's regret value plus 500. Tang Xianqi's regret value plus 500. Brother, you just... Tang Qingma smiled and interrupted, stop. You should go pack your things, lest the head of the Tang family comes back and sees you, and gets angry again. Tang Qingma. Tang Aili angrily raised her arm, wanting to slap the other party. However, Lu Tianren had already stepped forward, striking Tang Aili's fair face with a backhand. Slap. Tang Aili's regret value plus 200. Bai Hualian was startled, Aili. TSKS. Tang Qingma looked down at Tang Aili and sneered, dear second sister, instead of wasting time here, why not see if your beloved surgical master, who enjoys poking people with syringes, has any other hospitals that want her? But with your current worth as a worthless pest, you might as well find a man to marry. After saying that, Tang Qingma and Lu Tianran left with smiles. Tang Aili gritted her teeth, clenching her fists. Tang Qingma's words felt like a denial of her years of medical study, saying that she was only left with the value of marrying. No, she had to bring back the 6th and 7th siblings as soon as possible. 131. Tang Jianran would unhesitatingly give you up as dusk approached. Wang Ma had already packed Tang Xianqi's luggage, leaving his dormitory completely empty. She painfully dragged one bag after another, moving them to the door. Tang Qingma smiled brightly, as expected of Wang Ma, packing up Tang Xianqi's things in such a short time. Wang Ma twitched her mouth, glanced at the completely unhelpful Tang Qingma, and continued to move the heavy bags with a numb expression. Tang Xianqi's regret value plus 200. Tang Aili's regret value plus 200. Tang Meixin's regret value plus 200. Bai Hualian's regret value plus 200. During this time, the regret values of Tang Xianqi, the Tang sisters, and Bai Hualian kept ringing in Tang Qingma's mind. They might all be regretting why they didn't stop Tang Jianran earlier, allowing him to drive Tang Xianqi out. But Tang Qingma enjoyed listening to the system's voice. Due to the numerous and varied personal items of Tang Xianqi, in the end, Wang Ma packed a total of 5 34-inch suitcases, and on top of that, there were 10 large and small bags. Seeing this, Tang Qingma couldn't help but smile and sarcastically say, TSKS, really impressive. This is going to empty out the entire Tang family. What kind of sarcastic remarks are you making? Tang Aili glared at Tang Qingma, gritting her teeth. If it weren't for you, Xiaoxi wouldn't. If he hadn't wanted to enter the banquet venue and tried to use Lu Ruyan to get rid of me, he wouldn't have been filmed and wouldn't have been posted online. Tang Qingma interrupted coldly. Tang Xianqi, who was hit right in the center of his thoughts, was shocked. But Tang Ali naturally wouldn't believe Tang Qingma's words and gritted her teeth even more, saying, "What nonsense are you talking? Xiao Shi is the victim. He was just being used by Lu Ruyan. Do you want to guess why he was able to enter the venue?" Tang Qingma smiled. The head of the Lu family issued an order not to let Tang Xianqi attend this banquet. If he really didn't want to enter, he could have asked the butler for help when Lu Ruyan brought him into the venue. If your fake brother is really that innocent, there should be footage in that video showing him trying to stop Lu Ruyan and the Zhou siblings, and people online wouldn't be attacking him. Tang Qingma slowly walked towards Tang Ali, reaching out to slap her face, making a sound like humiliation. "Dear second sister, even if you are some surgical master, please be a bit smarter in dealing with human affairs. Don't let people look down on you. But it's okay, since you can't find a hospital to hire you now, you'll have to marry in the future." Tang Qingma knew very well what Tang Ali's pride as a strong woman was. She worked hard to shine in the medical field because she didn't want to marry without doing anything. Even if she really had to marry in the future, she wanted to find a quality man who could match her and hold the same status in the professional field. However, now her reputation in the medical field had already soured, and with the Tang family's increasingly negative news, which hospital would dare to hire Tang Ali again? Sure enough, Tang Ali was so furious at Tang Qingma's sarcastic words that her whole body trembled, and her hands clenched into angry fists. Tang Ali's regret value plus 500. Tang Xianqi saw Tang Ali's face turn red with anger and hurriedly stepped forward. "Brother, don't treat second sister like this." Tang Qingma swung a punch back. He directly knocked Tang Xianqi to the ground. "Xiao Shi." Tang Ali and Bai Hualian immediately rushed forward in shock. Tang Qingma pulled out a handkerchief, wiped his hands, and said coldly, "If you want to leave, then hurry up and don't come over to disgust me." "What did you do to Xiao Shi, Tang Qingma?" Tang Ali, seeing the swelling on his face, was momentarily agitated and wanted to confront Tang Qingma. However, when she ran in front of him, before she could even raise her hand, he kicked her away. Tang Ali was suddenly kicked down, crouching on the ground in pain. "Ali." Bai Hualian looked at her in surprise, then with red eyes turned to Tang Qingma. "Qingma, you. Tianrun." Tang Qingma directly ignored them and gestured to Lu Tianrun, "Help Wang Ma throw everything out." "Yes." Lu Tianrun, who had been acting like a transparent person, immediately stepped forward to take the large bag from Wang Ma's hands and walked straight to the door to throw it out. Brother! Tang Xianqi's face turned pale, unable to believe his belongings were just thrown outside. A wave of humiliation flooded his heart. Tang Xianqi's regret value plus 200. Tang Xianqi's regret value plus 200. Tang Qingma. This bastard actually dared to treat me like this. However, even though his heart was filled with hatred, Tang Qingma had already walked to his side, his tone teasing. "If you don't leave now, are you waiting for the head of the Tang family to come back?" Tang Xianqi clenched his fists, but with red eyes looked at him. "Brother, are you really that heartless?" "Of course, because you are a fake and I only provide suggestions. The one really driving you out is the head of the Tang family, your good father Tang Xianqi." Tang Qingma looked pleased, sneering, "Ha, you also saw it, although this time you brought it upon yourself. But as long as you are kicked out of the Tang family, Tang Jianrun will not hesitate to abandon you." Yes, compared to Tang Qingma's cruelty, Tang Jianrun's indifference was even more chilling. Whether biological or not, as long as it was for his own benefit, Tang Jianrun would ruthlessly abandon Tang Feifei, Tang Xuerong, even himself. Of course, now besides publicly apologizing and severing ties with the Tang family, you have one last value, which is to marry Tang Feifei. Tang Qingma continued to sneer in his ear. "Although after marriage you will once again become a member of the Tang family, at that time you will be entering the Tang family as a son-in-law. How do you think Tang Jianrun will view you then?" Tang Xianqi's mind was heavily struck by Tang Qingma's words. At that time, he would no longer be the young master of the Tang family, but a son-in-law. A son-in-law. At this moment, Tang Ruoling, who had finished greeting Bai Hualian, approached Tang Xianqi. Seeing his somewhat broken expression, she couldn't bear to say, "Xiao Shi, let's go." She planned to arrange for Tang Xianqi to stay in a 2-bedroom apartment in the city center. That was one of her properties. The nearby environment was beautiful, security was good, and they would regularly hire a maid to clean, so Tang Xianqi could feel at ease living there. Eldest sister. Tang Xianqi naturally didn't want to leave, didn't want to abandon his current identity as a young master. But the current situation no longer allowed him to stay, and he could only leave the Tang family villa in despair. Tang Xianqi got into Tang Ruoling's RV. Due to the large size of the vehicle, it could forcibly accommodate a lot of his luggage. As Tang Ruoling drove away, outside the villa, Bai Hualian's heart-wrenching cries and Tang Ali and Tang Meixin's reluctant shouts immediately rang out. "Xiao Shi ah, Tang Qingma and Lu Tianrun. Tang Qingma, it's just moving out. Why does it sound like a funeral? If you didn't know better, you'd think Tang Xianqi was dead. Tang Ali, hearing Tang Qingma's indifferent words, gritted her teeth and glared at him once more. How can you be so vicious? Little she is like this because of you. Ah, slap. This time, Tang Qingma didn't give her a chance to speak, quickly stepping in front of Tang Ali and slapping her. You really don't understand a lesson, dancing in front of me again and again. Tang Qingma yanked her hair, pulling it so hard it felt like he was going to rip her scalp off. The intense pain made Tang Ali's vision go dark, her head spinning. Tang Ali's regret value plus 500. Ali, second sister. By Hualian and Tang Meixin, seeing this, both wanted to stop Tang Qingma. The only one who could confront him on the scene was Tang Meixin, a third-grade warrior, but the moment she tried to move, Lu Tianrun immediately stepped forward, launching a fierce gust of wind towards her. Tang Meixin sensed the attack and quickly dodged, but Lu Tianrun's attack range was wide, and Tang Meixin's arm was grazed, leaving a bloody mark. Meixin. Bai Hualian looked at Tang Meixin in shock, but she couldn't care about anyone else, because Tang Qingma had already come in front of her before she could react, one hand gripping her neck. 132. You have always looked down on me. Your own son Bai Hualian's neck was suddenly gripped tightly by Tang Qingma. Qingma. She widened her eyes in disbelief. Even though Tang Qingma had been very indifferent towards her during this time, it was the first time he had gripped her so forcefully. My dear mother, how long are you going to keep dancing in front of me? Tang Qingma still wore a smile, but his gaze towards Bai Hualian was as cold as ice. Qingma, what are you talking about? What I mean is, it's fine if you favor others over me, but you keep jumping around in front of me for a little bit of hypocrisy. It's just annoying to watch. As he spoke, Tang Qingma tightened his grip even more. No, Qingma, cough. During this time, Bai Hualian had also seen how Tang Qingma treated Tang Xianqi and her daughters excessively, but this was the first time Tang Qingma had laid hands on her. Bai Hualian's regret value plus 500. Bai Hualian's regret value plus 500. In an instant, her regret value surged like a flood. Qingma. A stream of tears flowed continuously from the corners of her eyes. Compared to the pain her body felt, her heart hurt even more. Why? Why would her own son do something so excessive to her? Why had they come to this point? Why did heaven treat her this way? Mom! The fallen Tang Ali looked at Tang Qingma in shock. Although Tang Qingma had always spoken coldly to Bai Hualian, today was the first time he had laid hands on her. She and Tang Meixin wanted to rescue Bai Hualian, but Lu Tianrun directly blocked Tang Meixin's path, while Tang Ali. As an ordinary person, just getting close to Tang Qingma, she was flung away by the blood energy he emitted. Tang Qingma didn't even glance at her, only coldly smiling at Bai Hualian. Madam Tang, every time something happens, you always tell me to stop. But have you ever thought that it's your good son, your good daughter who provoked me first? Bai Hualian, you never thought that as long as I let them bully as before, you could see the so-called peaceful scenery, right? No, that's not it. For some reason, after hearing Tang Qingma's words, Bai Hualian felt unusually guilty. Clearly, I should care about Tang Qingma, but why do I feel so shocked by those words? Isn't it? Then why do you always want me to compromise whenever something happens? Bai Hualian's eyes kept darting from side to side. Tang Qingma's grip on her hand tightened, and he asked in a somewhat frantic tone, why, Mrs. Tang? She couldn't answer, and a deep sense of regret surged within her. Bai Hualian's regret value plus 500. Bai Hualian's regret value plus 500. Tang Qingma shook Bai Hualian's body and continued to sneer and scold, speak. Aren't you my mother? Why do I always have to apologize first? Why do I feel like it's my fault every time I'm bullied? It's not. A stream of tears flowed from the corners of her eyes, and she felt her heart was about to break. She didn't know how to respond. It was as if answering would mean Tang Qingma would tear open the part of her heart she was most unwilling to acknowledge. But even if she didn't want to face it, her hypocritical true self would be forcibly exposed by Tang Qingma. Let me tell you, Tang Qingma sneered, because you've always looked down on me, your own son. The scales in your heart have long been tipped, but for the sake of your beautiful image, you want me, your own son, to compromise for you. Only then can you continue to pretend to be magnanimous. As long as I don't resist, you can remain trapped in a false peace. No, that's not true. Listening to Tang Qingma unveil the truth of her heart, Bai Hualian painfully grasped his arms, wanting to struggle and escape. She had never been willing to admit that from the first time she saw Tang Qingma, she was disappointed by the fact that her own son, who looked like a beggar fighting a dog for food. She was the daughter of the Bai family, the wife of the Tang family. She had 7 excellent daughters, and even if her son wasn't her biological child, she had raised him to be so well-behaved and kind. But why? Why was her own son, the one she carried for 10 months, so dirty and coarse? She didn't want to admit it. But now, the true side of her heart was torn open by Tang Xingma, causing a severe shock to Bai Hualian's mind. Bai Hualian's regret value plus 500. Bai Hualian's regret value plus 500. Bai Hualian's regret value plus 500. No, Xingma, that's not what I think. I've always been heartbroken over your experiences. Bai Hualian's regret value plus 500. I really just want to care about you. Bai Hualian's regret value plus 500. Tang Xingma sneered, then why don't you call the police and have Tang Xianqi's birth mother arrested, to punish the one who put me through 18 years of hell? Can you do that? Tang Xianqi's birth mother was the culprit who switched baby Tang Xingma, leading him into 18 years of hellish life. Isn't it only natural to call the police to have such a kidnapper arrested? But Bai Hualian hesitated. Her mind momentarily crashed, and she didn't dare to look at Tang Xingma, because what she thought of was Tang Xianqi's feelings. If she had Tang Xianqi's birth mother locked up, wouldn't Tang Xianqi be sad? She actually had such thoughts. But soon, the suffocation and pain around her neck brought her back to reality. Tang Xingma's voice reached her ears. So, my dear mother, if you really love and care about me, shouldn't you immediately have the person who kidnapped me arrested and make her suffer? Bai Hualian's face turned red from difficulty breathing, her mouth slightly opened, but she couldn't say a word. What's wrong? Why are you still considering? Don't you care about me? Tang Xingma grabbed Bai Hualian's hand and shook it hard twice. She felt her brain being shaken painfully. Xingma. Tang Xingma suddenly let go, causing her to fall to the ground. Cough. Bai Hualian coughed painfully from the earlier choking. But what hurt more was her heart. Bai Hualian's regret value plus 500. Tang Xingma smirked coldly, his gaze fixed. Come on, my dear mother. Now take out your phone and call the police. Bai Hualian, frozen in place, looked shocked, trembling all over and too afraid to move. Bai Hualian's regret value plus 500. Bai Hualian's regret value plus 500. A surge of regret values flooded from her heart. She felt as if she were in a state of extreme choice, choosing between her own son, whom she carried for 10 months, and the adopted son she had raised for 18 years. It seems that your concern for me was all fake. Seeing the hesitation on the other's face, Tang Xingma instead revealed a brilliant smile, but his eyes were extremely cold, piercing Bai Hualian's heart like fine needles. No, it's not like that, Xingma. She wanted to refute and deny, but Tang Xingma took out his phone, intending to shove it into her hands. Then hurry up and call the police. Quickly catch Tang Xianqi's mother, the criminal who destroyed my life. Hurry up. No, I can't. Xingma. As Bai Hualian watched Tang Xingma grip her fingers, his fingertips pressing the number, she suddenly jerked her arm away in terror. Bang! Bai Hualian forcefully flung Tang Xingma's hands aside, the force so great that it made a loud noise. It was only then that Bai Hualian came to her senses, staring in shock at Tang Xingma. But what surprised her more was that Tang Xingma seemed to have anticipated her reaction, a faint smile on his face that felt mocking. The phone in his hand was held tightly, otherwise, it would have been flung far away. Xingma. Seeing Tang Xingma's indifferent reaction, a trace of fear crept into Bai Hualian's heart. It felt as if she had made the most wrong choice of her life. Tang Xingma said nothing more, silently putting the phone back in his pocket and standing up to straighten his clothes. Xingma, say something. Seeing that Tang Xingma no longer paid her any attention, Bai Hualian hurriedly got up from the ground, reaching out to grab the hem of his pants. However, Tang Xingma took a step back, as if he didn't want to be touched by her. Bai Hualian's regret value plus 500. Bai Hualian's regret value plus 500. Xingma, please don't do this. Bai Hualian regretted. She shouldn't have been so heartless in rejecting Tang Xingma. Even if that woman was Tang Xianqi's biological mother, she was still the criminal who kidnapped Tang Xingma. She shouldn't have only thought of Tang Xianqi and ignored Tang Xingma's feelings. Xingma, please say something. Tears streamed continuously from the corners of Bai Hualian's eyes, making her look very pitiful. But Tang Xingma merely smiled, sarcastically asking, what do you want me to say? Choose the good mother of the adopted son. Bai Hualian. No, it's not like that. Bai Hualian's regret value plus 500. Then what do you want? Do you want me to get along well with the son of the criminal, or the criminal who ruined my life? This is my good mother, thinking of everyone except for her own son's feelings. No, Xingma, it's not. Bai Hualian was still crying, sobbing uncontrollably. But Tang Xingma remained silent. Stop crying, your tears are really worthless. Bai Hualian was choked by this, immediately stopping her tears, her whole being stunned. But the tears that had already hung at the corners of her eyes continued to flow, creating a comical appearance. Tang Xingma coldly laughed as he walked in front of her, looking down with a smirk and said, all right, since you've chosen Tang Xianqi, please don't talk to me anymore. Just seeing you annoys me. No, you can't do this, Qingma. Bai Hualian saw her own son completely reject her this time. Her heart ached as she wanted to salvage the situation. But as she reached out, Tang Qingma dodged back, then turned and left. Tianrun, let's go. Yes. No. Bai Hualian's regret value plus 500. Bai Hualian's regret value plus 500. Watching the endless stream of regret values surge, the system was ecstatic. Host. Bai Hualian's regret value is really easy to harvest. If it were any other member of the Tang family, Tang Qingmo might have to put in some effort and means, but facing Bai Hualian, this hypocritical white lotus, he could explode gold coins with just a few words. Tang Qingma, yeah. If he had to say who he found most disgusting among all the Tang family members, it would be this Bai Hualian. But disgusting as she was, her regret value was the most stable to harvest. Even the heavenly Tao had to thank her. Tang Qingma, system, let me know if there are any new developments in the Tang group. Got it. If Tang Xianqi could be successfully driven out of the Tang family this time and sever ties with them, who knows if it would strengthen the heavenly Tao. Now, all he had to do was wait for tomorrow's press conference to see the final outcome. On the other side, Tang Ruoling was driving the RV. In the back compartment, Tang Xianqi had been silent since getting in the car, his head lowered as if he had lost his soul. Xiaoxi, you don't have to be so pessimistic. Tang Ruoling, looking at Tang Xianqi through the rearview mirror, said with a pained heart, the company is facing losses right now, and if we don't resolve it soon, both Dad and I will be impeached by the shareholders, so. I know. Tang Xianqi whispered sadly, this is all my fault. If I hadn't accidentally been filmed, nothing would have happened at home. This time, being kicked out by Dad, I deserve it. Tang Ruoling looked at the dejected Tang Xianqi, feeling pain in her heart as well. She quietly said, Xiaoxi, you don't really have to feel like you've been kicked out. Although your image was captured, and your reputation isn't great lately, Dad did this for the benefit of the Tang family and so you can marry Feifei smoothly. As long as you marry Feifei, you can still come back home. Tang Xianqi. But do you know that by then, his status will be diminished? Later, after marrying Tang Feifei, he could still come back as the younger brother. Xiaoxi, you can stay in my place for now. Tang Ruoling drove the car to a simple apartment complex and used her guest card to swipe the entrance to the parking lot. You can stay here for a while. Once this online uproar passes and after the wedding with Feifei, you can come back. Okay. Tang Xianqi nodded. In Tang Ruoling's eyes, he was still the obedient child, so he couldn't have any objections. But as soon as Tang Ruoling parked the car, Tang Xianqi began to tremble, his eyes filled with sorrow. Big sister, do I really have to live here alone? I was really wrong this time. Tang Xianqi lowered his head, although his expression couldn't be seen, his trembling body and voice revealed his sadness. Xiaoxi, you don't have to worry too much. Tang Ruoling didn't know how to comfort him, so she could only step forward and pat his shoulder. I've already found a nanny, she will cook and clean regularly. Just tell her if you need anything. But I don't want to be apart from you. I also don't want to publicly apologize tomorrow. Tang Xianqi still wanted to salvage the situation. He didn't want all his years of management in the Tang family to go to waste. I really regret it now. If I had known that Lu Ruyan was so foolish, I shouldn't have expected anything from her. Now I have to deal with being kicked out of the Tang family and publicly apologize tomorrow. Tang Xianqi gritted his teeth. To the other members of the Tang family, that press conference seemed like just a formality. But if he publicly announced his severance from the Tang family tomorrow, he might lose the protection of the Tang family before marrying Tang Feifei. Eldest sister, if I sever ties with the Tang family tomorrow, I will no longer be a child of the Tang family, and everyone will bully me. Tang Xianqi's eyes turned red, hoping to persuade Tang Ruoling once more. However, to Tang Ruoling, she only saw Tang Xianqi as a child who had not grown up, thinking he was reluctant to act because he would feel lonely after separating from his family. Although she felt heartbroken for Tang Xianqi, this matter concerned her and her father's position in the Tang group, so she needed Tang Xianqi to cooperate. Xiaoxi, you don't need to think so pessimistically. Tang Ruoling patted his shoulder again. In the hearts of Dad, Mom, and our sisters, you will always be our son and brother. Even without blood ties, it doesn't change your place in our hearts. And you will marry Feifei later, so you will become our brother in a more legitimate way. How could you think someone would bully you? Seeing Tang Ruoling speak so lightly, Tang Xianqi was momentarily speechless. His current identity as a young master of the Tang family was completely different from becoming a son-in-law after marrying Tang Feifei. But in Tang Ruoling's mind, as long as Tang Xianqi could stay in the Tang family, no matter what identity he was given, it wouldn't affect their sibling relationship, so she felt it was inconsequential. Eldest sister, Alright, Xiaoxi. Tang Xianqi wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Tang Ruoling. In fact, I don't want you to step forward. but for the position of our second branch in the group we can only temporarily sacrifice you. Don't worry, I will urge Dad to speed up your marriage with Fei Fei. We will always keep your room at home, waiting for you to come back. If there's nothing else, I need to head back to the company. Tang Ruoling glanced at the time. She needed to return to deal with the first and third branches with Tang Jianren. Xiaoxi, I'll come to pick you up tomorrow morning. You should rest well today and prepare for the press conference. The way she said it, the more haggard the person involved looks at the public apology press conference, the better. But what does it mean to let the person involved rest well and regain their spirits? Eldest sister. Fine, but even if Tang Xianqi wanted to make one last struggle, Tang Ruoling simply couldn't understand his meaning. If this continued, his obedient image would be shattered, so Tang Xianqi didn't dare to continue speaking and could only silently watch Tang Ruoling leave. That night, Tang Xianqi indeed slept very poorly. Just thinking about how everything he had in the Tang family was thrown out by Tang Qingma in the morning made him extremely angry. On the other hand, Tang Qingma was very pleased. He was in a warehouse at the dock, watching Lu Ruyan being tormented, crawling and writhing on the ground. Ah, help, help me. Lu Ruyan, lying on the ground, had her entire face scratched up, and her body was covered in allergic red rashes. She no longer knew where she had crawled. She only saw a man's shoes and wanted to reach out for help, but unexpectedly, the place she reached for was Tang Qingma's figure. Bang! Tang Qingma lifted his foot and stomped hard on the back of her hand. Ah! Already in pain all over, Lu Ruyan had to feel the bones in her hand being crushed, and the tears that had dried were once again marked by new tears. Lu Ruyan's regret value plus 500. Lu Ruyan's regret value plus 500. No, young Master Tang, please spare me. Once high and mighty, Lu Ruyan had now turned into the mud on the ground, constantly begging for mercy from Tang Qingma, whom she had looked down upon the most. Tang Qingma shook his head slightly, coldly asking, TSK, Lu Ruyan, do you know what you look like now? No, young Master Tang, mud, you look just like the mud on the ground. Lu Ruyan was stunned. She remembered very clearly when she went to the Tang family, intending to vent her anger for Tang Xianqi. She had used mud to describe Tang Qingma, but unexpectedly, in such a short time, their positions had reversed. Now, under the harsh revenge of the other party, she had truly become filthy, like mud. No. A strong fear made Lu Ruyan want to escape, but with her legs already broken, she couldn't move at all. Tang Qingma's voice came again. By the way, the Tang Xianqi you care about will sever ties with the Tang family tomorrow? The Tang Xianqi you care about will sever ties with the Tang family tomorrow. Tang Xianqi will sever ties with the Tang family tomorrow. Lu Ruyan's expression was shocked, momentarily forgetting the pain on her body. Tang Qingma chuckled. Do you know why he wants to sever ties with the Tang family? Of course, it's to smoothly marry Tang Feifei. Even though she already knew about the marriage between Tang Xianqi and Tang Feifei, Lu Ruyan still felt heartache. The man she wholeheartedly loved, who she had given everything for, ended up being deceived and reduced to this miserable state. Tang Qingma continued to gloat, saying, how pitiful, Lu Ruyan. It's because Tang Xianqi is a fake young master. Even if he severs ties with the Tang family, he can change his identity and marry Tang Feifei, then he can still become a member of the Tang family. And you? Tang Qingma kicked the back of Lu Ruyan's head with his toe, her disheveled hair slightly caught on his shoe. You were used by Tang Xianqi, drained of your last value, and then ruthlessly abandoned. While Tang Xianqi marries the Tang family's daughter, so-called severing ties, he can still use the Tang family's wealth and live a beautiful and happy life. Wu, Lu Ruyan kept shedding warm tears. Tang Qingma's words were like a dagger to her heart, plunging her into even deeper despair. Lu Ruyan's regret value plus 500. Lu Ruyan's regret value plus 500. Lu Ruyan could say that besides her regret value, she also developed a hatred for Tang Xianqi. It's all his fault. It's all Tang Xianqi who caused her to end up like this. But before Lu Ruyan could think much more, she heard Tang Qingma's triumphant voice again. By the way, you've been here for so long, don't you care about Zhou Shang and Zhou Ting? Lu Ruyan's eyes widened. But thinking about how the Zhou siblings had already abandoned her and left in the morning, she closed her eyes in despair. They had already abandoned her. However, she then heard Tang Qingma say something shocking. Do you know? They really wanted to leave you and run to another place, so I helped them. Lu Ruyan looked up in surprise. Helped them? She saw Tang Qingma reveal an evil smile, his voice sounding like a malevolent spirit. Although I don't know if you've heard, but Zhou Shang happened to save a wealthy young master this morning. She knew. Although she had been dazed under the overpass at that time, she had heard it, and because she felt guilty towards them, she didn't stop the two from leaving. Little did she know, Tang Qingma grinned wickedly and said, but what Zhou Sheng doesn't know is that the so-called young master was someone I had someone pretend to be what? Lu Ruyan was truly shocked this time, her eyes widening as she instantly forgot the pain in her body. The young master that Zhou Sheng saved was actually a fake set up by Tang Xingma. I even gave him hope, making him think he saved a noble and could leave Huagui to make a fortune, and he actually believed it. Ha ha, Tang Xingma laughed out loud as he recalled Zhou Sheng's foolishness at that moment. When he brought Zhou Ting to the dock, do you know what was waiting for them? Tang Xingma lifted Lu Ruyan's chin with the tip of his shoe, forcing her tear-streaked, ruined face to look at him. What awaited them was a cargo ship heading to northern Myanmar. Lu Ruyan was instantly stunned, her mind going blank from his words. Tang Xingma, what was he saying? Northern Myanmar. He had taken the Zhou siblings to northern Myanmar. That place was the base for telecom fraud, a hell for young people. Tang Xingma actually sent them to such a place. And seeing Lu Ruyan's ugly, dazed expression, Tang Xingma felt even more pleased. It's a pity you didn't come with them. You should have seen their excited faces as they thought they were going to heaven, but when they saw me, their expressions instantly fell to hell. Ha ha, it's so funny. Clap. He clapped his hands and made a spreading gesture. That fool Zhou Sheng really thought he had the ability to save a noble and escape the muddy life? TSK. How is that possible? Tang Xingma chuckled. In the end, they will realize everything was part of my plan. They merely walked from one hell to another. But for Zhou Sheng and Zhou Ting now, living a muddy life here might be better than going to northern Myanmar. Ha! Tang Xingma's mocking voice pierced Lu Ruyan's ears. Her mind was blank, unable to think of anything. Upon hearing that the Zhou siblings had been captured in northern Myanmar due to someone else's scheme, her already uncomfortable body felt even colder, her hands and feet icy, and her breathing became difficult. The scene before her blurred, and a buzzing sound filled her ears. After a while, Lu Ruyan finally stammered, "Wi. Tang Xingma looked at her with a smile. Why? Do this? To them? Lu Ruyan felt very uncomfortable, as if something was trying to come out from her chest. But even so, she couldn't help but ask, why be so cruel to the Zhou siblings? Although they bullied you, was it really necessary to be this excessive? Lu Ruyan's remorse value plus 500. Lu Ruyan's remorse value plus 500. In Lu Ruyan's heart, the Zhou siblings had always been her followers since childhood. Even though their attitude towards her had been terrible these past few days, she still had feelings for them. Therefore, she could not accept Tang Xingma's excessive actions against them. She was also thinking whether it was because of her that they encountered such cruel things, feeling guilty. However, Tang Xingma laughed and countered, so do you think I'm being more excessive to you or to them? Lu Ruyan. Both sides were cruel hells, how could she choose? But Tang Xingma, looking at Lu Ruyan's shocked face, continued to laugh joyfully. Right, to me, you are all the same. My principle is an eye for an eye, 100-fold return. So not just you. Everyone who has bullied me in the past will not be spared. As for how to take revenge, Tang Xingma's smile was radiant. It all depends on my mood, depending on his mood. So his way of dealing with the Zhou siblings was to send them to northern Myanmar, while for her, Tang Xingma smiled. Are you satisfied with my answer? No. Tang Chung. Young master. Lu Ruyan's regret value plus 500. Lu Ruyan's regret value plus 500. Lu Ruyan shook her head in pain, raising her already swollen and rash-covered hand, wanting to plead for mercy once more. However, she was kicked away. Alright, we've talked for quite a while, it's time to continue. No. Lu Ruyan's regret value plus 500. Tang Xingma chuckled as he walked over to the corner where the black-clad young man, Xiao Chen, had been instructed by Su Jingchen to watch over Lu Ruyan. Since Tang Xingma arrived at the warehouse, Xiao Chen had been standing in the corner, holding a black box, pretending to be invisible, trembling in fear from the other's words and cruel actions. Are you all right? Tang Xingma asked when he saw Xiao Chen's hand shaking while holding the box. I'm fine. Xiao Chen, wearing sunglasses, dared not look at him. Tang Xingma smiled, then hand me the box, I'm afraid you might drop it. Oh, okay. He hurriedly handed over the black box and continued to shrink back into the corner, pretending to be invisible. Tang Xingma pulled out a cup of intensely sweet coffee from the system space, which he had won in a boring lottery earlier, and poured it all over Lu Ruyan. No, don't. Although it was just sweet coffee, it filled Lu Ruyan with an unusual fear, because after pouring this sweet drink on her, Tang Xingma would turn her into the food for the bugs. However, this time, Tang Xingma had his subordinates find small scorpions. He put on thick cloth gloves and took out a small brown scorpion from the box, its limbs still moving, and upon smelling the fragrance in the air, its two pincers above its head were twitching. Chirp! Lu Ruyan saw this terrifying creature and was instantly too afraid to speak. Lu Ruyan's regret value plus 500. Lu Ruyan's regret value plus 500. Don't worry, these little scorpions are non-venomous. How could I let you die so quickly? Tang Qingma said with a bright smile, uttering words that made Lu Ruyan feel as if she were trapped in hell. But if you get bitten, it will hurt just a little bit, so just endure it. Well, no, don't. Tang Qingma flipped the box over, and a large number of brown scorpions fell to the ground. They seemed to be searching for the source of the fragrance, crawling rapidly. Eventually, they all climbed onto Lu Ruyan's body, biting and pinching at her skin, which was covered in bloodstains and red spots. The scorpions were completely different from the small black bugs before. Even though they were small, their sharp pincers could leave numerous cuts on Lu Ruyan's tender and fragile skin. At this moment, there wasn't a single inch of her skin that was unharmed. Lu Ruyan's regret value plus 500. Lu Ruyan's regret value plus 500. Lu Ruyan's regret value plus 500. Ha 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 ha. The sound of Tang Qingma's laughter and Lu Ruyan's screams filled the entire warehouse, while Xiao Chen remained hiding in the corner. Faced with the scene before him, cold sweat had already broken out on his forehead and back, trembling as he took out his phone to secretly record the footage of Tang Qingma tormenting Lu Ruyan, then sent it to Su Jingchen. Su Jingchen. Just as Xiao Chen was about to feel nauseous and turn off his phone, he suddenly saw Tang Qingma appear right in front of him. The sudden appearance startled him so much that he jumped, but the next second he awkwardly looked at his phone, his voice a bit stammering. No, young Master Tang, I was just reporting to Boss Su. Tang Qingma smiled broadly, gently patting his shoulder. It's fine, as long as you don't leak it out. You can enjoy watching it slowly. No. Xiao Chen shook his head frantically. I deleted it right after sending it to Boss Su. He immediately showed Tang Qingma all the deleted records on his phone. What a joke! How could he possibly leak that video? He valued his life too much. Besides, he wasn't a sadist, he wouldn't secretly watch it alone. Tang Qingma smiled but said nothing, and after a few seconds of silence, he turned and left, continuing in the direction of Lu Ruyan. That finally let him breathe a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, a large number of scorpions continued to pinch Lu Ruyan's skin with their sharp pincers, drawing blood. She had already suffered from insect allergies and rashes yesterday, and now these little scorpions were tormenting her like this. The intense pain made Lu Ruyan black out for a moment, her head growing dizzy. Lu Ruyan's remorse value plus 500. Lu Ruyan's remorse value plus 500. No, please, don't. It hurts so much. I'm in so much pain. Those things were causing her so much pain. I'm sorry, young Master Tang. I'm sorry. Tears slid down her face once again. At this moment, she was no different from the mud on the ground. Even if Tang Qingma was willing to let her go now, her face and body were ruined. She couldn't go out to see anyone. Lu Ruyan's remorse value plus 500. Lu Ruyan's remorse value plus 500. It hurts. No, because she still carried the sweet scent of coffee on her, those scorpions wouldn't let her go so easily. Tang Qingma nodded in satisfaction. It seemed that before Lu Ruyan's mental breakdown, the wastewater that had been thrown into space had its purpose. System, no, I didn't expect the host to use the wastewater in these places. Until Lu Ruyan was almost in pain and despair, blacking out. The remorse value prompt in her mind finally stopped. Tang Qingma stretched his back. Let's call it a day. Xiao Chen, still hiding in the corner, Are we coming back tomorrow? He saw Tang Qingma extend his palm, emitting several beams of yellow light. With a beep, countless bolts of lightning burned all the little scorpions on Lu Ruyan's body into charred remains, while the thunder also made the unconscious Lu Ruyan leap up like a fish, before blacking out again. Xiao Chen's eyes widened as he adjusted his black sunglasses. Wow, that's amazing. Although the lightning skill had great attack power, it was actually very difficult to control. If one wasn't careful, it could easily affect the people around. But Tang Qingma only used the most basic lightning, yet precisely electrocuted all those countless little scorpions without fully harming Lu Ruyan. This had to be reported to Boss Su. Tang Qingma ignored the expression on Xiao Chen's face and simply smiled, saying, I'm heading back now. I'll leave the watch over her to you tonight, don't let her escape. Xiao Chen, oh, no, you've broken her legs, how can she run? But he didn't dare to say it out loud. By the way, do you have any good brothers? Suddenly, Tang Qingma asked Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen, I have a good business opportunity. Are you interested in hearing about it? After communicating with Xiao Chen, Tang Qingma no longer paid attention to him or Lu Ruyan and left the warehouse. He wanted to sleep well tonight and watch Tang Xianqi's press conference tomorrow. Lu Ruyan had been having nightmares since she fell unconscious. She dreamed of being trapped in an endless darkness, chased by a swarm of grayish-white flying insects. She kept running. Finally, when her strength gave out and she accidentally tripped, she fell to the ground. No, no. Lu Ruyan turned her head in terror, looking at a vast swarm of flying insects, a terrible sense of fear filling her heart. Those bugs treated themselves as food, gnawing at their own skin. Her body gradually became riddled with blood holes, blood flowing uncontrollably. In the end, she dreamed of Tang Xingma. Tang Xingma, with an evil smile, commanded those bugs to torment her. No! Lu Ruyan's regret value plus 500. Lu Ruyan's regret value plus 500. At this moment, Tang Xingma, who had already left the warehouse and returned to the Tang family villa, was continuously receiving the sounds of Lu Ruyan's regret value, feeling a bit astonished. What? Lu Ruyan has woken up? Is his scorpion army so ordinary that Lu Ruyan woke up so quickly? System, no. Host, she had a nightmare. Nightmare? Regret value can be generated even in dreams? Perhaps she was having a very scary nightmare related to the host. Upon hearing this, Tang Xingma was very pleased, rubbing his palms together. I didn't expect to collect regret value even while sleeping. Isn't this even easier system? No, it's the host who is too terrifying, making others dream about you, in a negative way, while they sleep. Asterisk the next morning, Tang Xingma woke up refreshed, his whole being glowing, while Tang Xianqi, due to the press conference, couldn't sleep well, looking haggard with dark circles under his eyes. When Tang Ruoling came to pick him up, her heart nearly broke. But there was no other way. Only if Tang Hongxi personally announced the severance of ties with the Tang family could they resolve this video scandal, and the Lu family would delete it from the internet. After all, he would become the son-in-law of the Tang family in the future, so Tang Ruoling thought that severing ties wasn't a big deal, and Tang Xianqi, for the sake of his obedient image, couldn't speak directly. Now that Tang Jianrun and Tang Ruoling, who held the highest authority in the Tang family, had decided he should sever ties, he was destined to not escape. Soon, Tang Ruoling took Tang Xianqi to a conference hall in a high-end hotel. After receiving news from the Tang family, reporters worked overtime through the night, arriving at the hotel venue around midnight to grab the front row seats. Since the last incident of the true young master of the Tang family being bullied and neglected by his family, the Tang family had become a focal point for the media. Both regular reporters and paparazzi wanted to obtain the latest information. However, the Tang family's villa was located in a wealthy community with strict security, and even with money, one couldn't enter, while the Tang family had tightly sealed their information. The media relied on the latest hot topics for their livelihood, and after several days without news from the Tang family, they quickly gave up. But the fake young master, Tang Xianqi, still had a lot of attention online. It had been less than a few months since the incident where the true young master was bullied by his family, and now it was revealed that the fake young master, along with his fiancée, had hired martial artists to teach the true young master a lesson. Additionally, the Lu family had secretly held an exotic beast exhibition, leading to a near-fatal incident at the venue, and now both the Lu and Zhou families were under investigation by government departments, soon to be finished. Therefore, the media turned their attention back to the Tang family's fake young master. Just yesterday, the Tang group announced that they would hold a press conference the next day to give the public an explanation. So how could they possibly give up on this hot topic? Asterisk at the innermost part of the conference hall, a long table was set up with several microphones on it. The reporters had already set up their cameras, and some channels had even started live broadcasts, ready at any moment. After all, the privacy of a wealthy family was not something ordinary people could see often. Tang Xianqi entered the conference hall through the back door with Tang Ruoling. As soon as he arrived at the back room, he saw Bai Lianhua and the Tang sisters inside, all looking at him with worried expressions. Mom, second sister, third sister. Tang Xianqi's eyes immediately turned red, shimmering with tears. My little Shi, why do you look so haggard? Bai Hualian couldn't bear to see Tang Xianqi's aggrieved expression and quickly stepped forward to hug him. Mom, I really don't want to sever ties with you. Even though I will marry fourth sister later, I have to be apart from you for a while. I don't want to. He had always been the darling of the Tang family, never having lived apart from his family. So Tang Ali and Tang Meixin also reluctantly hugged Bai Hualian and Tang Xianqi together. But despite the seemingly warm scene, Tang Jianrun on the side was exceptionally dissatisfied. The reporters outside were all waiting. It was just one night without seeing each other. Why make it seem like a life and death separation? So he impatiently asked, all right, Xianqi, are you ready? Dad, Tang Xianqi glanced at the outside of the hall. He could see over 100 reporters standing in the venue, nearly filling 2/3 of the hall. Oh my, so many people. His face instantly turned pale, and he felt dizzy. Little Shi, Bai Hualian and the three sisters of the Tang family immediately supported him. Tang Xianqi said painfully, Mom, sister, there are so many people outside. Seeing this, Bai Hualian couldn't bear to let Tang Xianqi show such a pitiful look, so she pleaded with Tang Jianrun, Sir, Why not let little she stay? Tang Ailey also nodded. Yes, little she is so timid. How can he face so many reporters? Dad. Tang Meishin also looked at Tang Jianrun but said nothing. If it were any other time, Tang Jianrun might have been persuaded by them, but now the reporters had been invited, and that video was still online. How could he say no? Stop joking. If he doesn't go, how am I supposed to explain to the reporters and the public? Tang Jianrun angrily pointed at Bai Hualian and the others, shouting, "These women! They couldn't help at ordinary times. Now, at a critical moment, they had to come and make trouble." But sir. However, Bai Hualian looked at Tang Xianqi's pale face and softened her heart. Just then, a mocking laugh echoed in the room. I didn't expect that even at this time, Mrs. Tang is still thinking about her adopted son's feelings instead of considering the overall interests of the Tang family. Tang Qingma leaned against the wall, chuckling as he watched them, while Lu Tianren silently closed his eyes beside him. Tang Qingma. The moment Tang Xianqi saw his figure, he gritted his teeth in anger, filled with hatred for him. If it weren't for Tang Qingma, how could he have fallen to this state? Qingma. Bai Hualian looked at Tang Qingma's indifferent gaze and couldn't help but recall her wrong choice yesterday. The hand that had been holding Tang Xianqi unconsciously dropped, filled with guilt. Bai Hualian's regret value plus 500. Bai Hualian's regret value plus 500. But before Tang Xianqi could be angry for long, he heard Tang Qingma continue to laugh and say, "Since Tang Xianqi is unwilling to go out, I will reluctantly step in for him." When Tang Qingma said this, everyone in the Tang family was stunned, especially Tang Xianqi. What? Weren't you afraid to go out? Tang Qingma sneered at him. I'll help you. As the victim, my presence will only enhance the persuasiveness. Tang Xianqi instantly clenched his teeth. Of course not. Tang Qingma stepping in. Wouldn't it give him a chance to embellish the story? No, I can't trouble my brother. Tang Xianqi immediately got out of Bai Hualian's embrace, forcing an awkward smile as he said, "This time it's all my fault, so I should take responsibility." Tang Qingma laughed triumphantly. Oh, then hurry up. I'll keep a close watch. Tang Xianqi's regret value plus 500. Damn it! Tang Ailey was also very dissatisfied with Tang Qingma's attitude, so she said to Tang Xianqi, "Don't worry, little she, this is just a formal severance of ties. We originally have no blood relation. Even if you publicly announce it to the reporters today, our relationship will never change." That's right, you will always be our little brother. Tang Meishin said as well. Exactly, Xiaoxi, you will always be mom's son, Bai Hualian said while wiping her tears. Tang Xianqi. However, facing the promises of the three of them, Tang Xianqi felt not the slightest bit moved. What they said was quite similar to what Tang Ruoling said yesterday. They still didn't grasp the main point. What he feared was not the change in feelings between him and the Tang sisters, but the downgrade in his identity. After all, he was a fake young master, previously flaunting his power through the Tang family to different people. If in the future he no longer had the protection of the Tang family's identity, then the days ahead would be very difficult. But Tang Xianqi no longer had time to delay, and Tang Qingma smiled and said, "What's wrong? If you don't go up now, the reporters will be waiting until the flowers wilt. If you don't want to go up, let me." "No, I'll go up." Tang Xianqi immediately interrupted Tang Qingma. He straightened his collar, revealing a pitiful and nervous expression. "I will handle it well, no need to trouble my brother." Tang Xianqi regret value plus 500. Tang Xianqi regret value plus 500. At 10 in the morning, the small door at the front of the conference hall was opened. As soon as the reporters saw Tang Xianqi's figure come out, their fingers quickly pressed the shutter buttons like a reflex. The conference room filled with flashes and the sound of clicking. Tang Xianqi came out with Tang Jianran and Tang Ruoling. He wore a white shirt, his face pale and unappealing, and his red eyes showed that he had cried heavily before. The three of them approached the long table, and Tang Ruoling was the first to pick up the microphone on the table. "Dear reporters, thank you for coming to our Tang Group's press conference today." Tang Ruoling read the opening statement, and the reporters quickly turned their flashlights on her face. She was the president and had seen many grand occasions, so she did not feel nervous while giving her speech. But for Tang Xianqi, his face was extremely pale, and upon seeing the not-so-friendly gazes of the reporters, he showed an expression that suggested he wanted to faint. But the media wanted this effect. The more pitiful the other party appeared, the more tragic it would be when they got to the point. Tang Ruoling focused on looking at the reporters and did not notice Tang Xianqi's condition. Continuing, "Our Tang Group apologizes to the public for occupying public resources for several days due to personal reasons." Although she did not want this trending topic, as the party at fault, Tang Ruoling still had to apologize to the public first. "I believe everyone is very curious about the matter of our Tang family's true and false young masters. Here, I want to confess to everyone that we indeed did many cold-hearted things to the real young master of the Tang family, my brother." As soon as Tang Ruoling's words came out, the reporters present were even more surprised and began to discuss among themselves, quickly pressing the shutter to capture the scene. Sure enough, the previous live broadcast was not wrong. Did the Tang family do many excessive things after recognizing the real young master? Some live streaming platforms were also flooded with shocking comments. But the next second, Tang Ruoling continued, "But please rest assured, we have taken everyone's opinions into account and have reconciled with my brother, the young master of the Tang family, Tang Qingma, and our family relationships have improved." Although Tang Ruoling said this, the trustworthiness of her words was very low. After all, videos of the real young master being bullied by the fake young master and his fiancée were still circulating. Moreover, if the relationship was really good, why wasn't the real young master brought out at today's press conference? In response, Tang Ruoling continued, "I know everyone won't believe what I say, but what I say is the truth. Our Tang group also knows that everyone is very dissatisfied with my other brother. So, the main purpose of today's press conference is to announce something to everyone." After speaking, Tang Ruoling turned to look at the pale-faced Tang Xianxi and softly said, "Xianxi, it's your turn to speak." In an instant, all the reporters on the live camera turned their attention to Tang Xianxi. Under the gaze of so many people, Tang Xianxi was so frightened that his hand holding the microphone trembled, his face turning from pale to a bluish purple, looking as if he might faint at any moment. Tang Xianxi's regret value plus 200. Tang Xianxi's regret value plus 200. Tang Xianxi's regret value plus 200. He really regretted it. If he hadn't shown off at the banquet to provoke Tang Qingma, he wouldn't have been caught on camera, and there wouldn't be today's press conference. Tang Ruoling's regret value plus 200. At the same time, seeing Tang Xianxi like this, Tang Ruoling felt a deep pain in her heart. But there was no other way. For the sake of the Tang group, for their second branch, for her position in the company, she could only let Tang Xianxi step forward publicly. At this moment, the entire conference hall was very quiet, the reporters were polite and silent, all staring at Tang Xianxi, wanting to see what kind of explanation he would give. However, Tang Xianxi gritted his teeth, wanting to faint to buy some time, but he immediately saw Lu Tianrun's figure. He had mixed in among the reporters, looking at him with a half-smile, as if warning him that if he didn't announce it right away, Tang Qingma behind him would personally take the stage. Therefore, Tang Xianxi could only close his eyes and painfully speak. "Everyone, regarding this video, I want to sincerely apologize to my brother. Regarding this video, I want to sincerely apologize to my brother." After a round of psychological struggle, Tang Xianxi still bowed his head and apologized to the reporters present. His tone was filled with pleading and sadness, and his face looked very haggard, clearly showing that he hadn't rested well these past few days, looking weak and fragile. "Although this incident was instigated by my ex-fiancé Lu Ruyan, I have a great responsibility for not being able to stop it. I'm really sorry." Tang Xianxi shed tears, bowing his head once again to the reporters and the public. His tone was very sincere, and he looked extremely vulnerable. People have compassion. Plus, since the masterminds of this incident were Lu Ruyan and the Zhou siblings, Tang Xianxi's frail figure looked like it had no fighting power, so some viewers in the livestream began to believe his words. Some viewers even started to feel sympathy. Tang Xianxi took out the handkerchief he had been carrying and wiped his tears. "I know everyone has prejudices against my identity. After my brother was recognized, I didn't specifically care about him. But when I realized I was fake, I found that I really loved my family and fear losing my warm home." The more he spoke, the more tears flowed, and both his voice and the speed of his speech, along with his tearful state, evoked feelings of sadness among the women present. Tang Ruoling beside him couldn't help but take a tissue from the table to wipe her tears. At the same time, many viewers in the livestream who didn't know the details of the last fake young master began to feel that Tang Xianxi was understandable. Although he was fake, he had no idea for the previous 18 years. Moreover, he had always lived a wealthy life and had feelings for his family. How could he just leave? Comments like that started to appear. Host, the online public opinion about Tang Xianxi has changed. The system had been observing the situation online and saw many uninformed netizens starting to find reasons to clear his name when they saw him crying. In response, Tang Qingmo remained very calm. "This is very normal. The information online is ever-changing. Even a trending topic that explodes for a moment isn't investigated by everyone throughout. Moreover, this time, Tang Xianxi is indeed not the mastermind. He merely told Lu Ruyan that he was having a hard time at home, and that silly Lu Ruyan took it upon herself to seek revenge for him." As he spoke, Tang Qingma suddenly thought of something and mockingly said to the system, "One could say this is also because the heavenly Tao is too weak, allowing Tang Xianxi to easily change the narrative direction system." It dared not say anything. Whether it was a powerful host or the heavenly Tao struggling against the world's consciousness, it dared not speak. Tang Qingma sneered, "Alright, selling misery online to gain the support of netizens is a common public relations tactic. Tang Xianqi, the screen tea, certainly knows how to use it well. And, outside, Tang Xianqi was still in tears, his voice trembling as he said, because of my identity, many things have happened recently that have affected my family, so, to prevent the Tang family from being impacted because of me, my goal is to completely sever ties with the Tang family. I have decided to cut off all relations with the Tang family. I am truly sorry. Tang Qingma scoffed, as long as Tang Xianqi loses the Tang family as a shield, how do you think those women from the Tang family will help him when someone troubles him in the future? At the moment Tang Xianqi lowered his head again, a flurry of flashbulbs and shutter clicks were directed at him. Some reporters even imitated the press conferences from the small country of Japan, pulling the camera back from close-ups of his expression to full-body shots. After he announced this matter, the entire internet practically exploded. The fake young master, who had long occupied the nest of the real young master, finally decided to officially sever ties with the Tang family after experiencing 2 waves of turmoil. The fake young master has finally left home, returning the position to the real young master? Deserved it. He should have left long ago, but he has lived in the Tang family for 18 years. What will he do after leaving? The Tang family will pay him. We commoners just need to work. We don't need to care about the rich. He looks quite pitiful. You feel sorry for the fake young master who has occupied the nest, but not for the real young master who is homeless? Are you even human? What the heck? People should have some empathy. Thus, Tang Xianqi's press conference online split into 2 factions. Some felt he deserved it, while others felt sorry for him. But regardless of which side, Tang Xianqi had to leave the Tang family and live outside until he married Tang Feifei. After Tang Xianqi announced the severance of relations, Tang Jianrun also took the microphone to explain the details to the reporters on site. He just wanted to quickly resolve the Tang family's online turmoil. Asterisk for this press conference, Tang Jianrun did not arrange any Q&A session to avoid Tang Xianqi making mistakes in his responses. After finishing his speech, Tang Xianqi left the stage accompanied by Tang Jianrun, while Tang Ruoling began instructing security to clear the area. Young Master Tang, can you provide more details? What is the current situation of the real young master? Is the severance of relations with the Tang family ordered by the real young master? Will you? Although those reporters wanted to obtain more information, Tang Xianqi did not continue to respond. He felt extremely embarrassed, like a monkey in a zoo, being watched by everyone, and wanted to leave quickly. Upon entering the back lounge, Tang Xianqi saw Bai Hualian, Tang Ali, and Tang Meixin looking worried, and tears instantly streamed down his cheeks again. Mom, second sister, third sister, Xiao Shi. Bai Hualian and the others had wanted to hug the crying Tang Xianqi since the press conference began, but to avoid affecting the proceedings, they had endured it painfully. Now, seeing Tang Xianqi return, they could no longer hold back and tightly embraced him. Xiao Shi, my child, you have suffered. Bai Hualian was also in tears. Mom! Tang Xuanqi hugged her tightly. I really don't want to leave the Tang family. I don't want to leave you and sister. Xiao Shi. Tang Meixin naturally felt reluctant as well. However, seeing Tang Jianrun's increasingly grim expression, she dared not say anything and lowered her head. Xiao Shi. Even if you're alone outside, you don't have to worry. I will come to see you every day. Tang Ali, in her anxiety for Tang Xuanqi, did not notice Tang Jianrun's expression. Just as she was speaking passionately, Tang Qingma sneered sarcastically from the side. That's great, dear second sister can move out together and learn the ways of a housewife over there. You. Upon hearing Tang Qingma's sarcasm, Tang Ali gritted her teeth and glared at him. I didn't say anything wrong. Since second sister is so reluctant to part with this fake, you can move over together. Anyway, you can't find a job now, just wait to get married. Tang Ali's regret value plus 500. The word married that Tang Qingma mentioned was what Tang Ali least wanted to hear. She had thrown herself into the medical field to avoid being a mere rich girl, treated as a vase. But now, just because of some negative news, no major hospitals dared to hire her. How could this be? And Tang Jianrun, seeing Tang Ali's lingering attachment to Tang Xuanqi, couldn't help but think of Tang Xueron. His proud daughter had gone mad because she fell in love with Tang Xuanqi. Although the second daughter wasn't that exaggerated yet, to prevent her from following in the footsteps of the fifth, Tang Jianrun decided to arrange a blind date for her as soon as possible. Ali, Qingma is right, starting tomorrow, I will arrange a blind date for you, so get ready. Dad, I don't want to. Upon hearing Tang Jianrun's decision, both Tang Ali and Tang Meixin widened their eyes in surprise. Tang Jianrun ignored her dissatisfaction and coldly reprimanded. What right do you have to say you don't want to? Since you were suspended, you've been doing nothing at home. Isn't it all my money that's supporting you? A few years ago, when your career was successful, I thought if you could gain more authority in the medical field, I could let you choose whoever you wanted to marry in the future. But now what? Clap, clap. Tang Jianrun clapped one hand against the other, making a sound. You were suspended, held accountable by netizens, and no major hospitals dare to hire you. Tell me, if you are no longer the Tang family's young lady, what use are you? Since you've eaten and used so much of the Tang family's resources, isn't it time to repay me and the Tang family? Tang Ailey. In that moment, Tang Ailey was shocked by Tang Jianrun's words like a bolt from the blue. So in her father's heart, was she left with only the value of getting married? Dad, what you're saying about second sister is too much. Seeing Tang Ailey's dejected expression, Tang Xuanqi wanted to speak up for her, but was immediately met with Tang Jianrun's cold glare. You are no longer a member of the Tang family. Since the press conference is over, you should go back to where you were yesterday. Tang Xuanqi, rejected like this by the father he once respected, Tang Xuanqi was first shocked, but quickly regained his composure, clenching his fists. Then, a wave of hateful anger filled him. Damn it, damn Tang Jianrun. Because he was a fake young master, he was easily squeezed for his last value and then discarded, only to have him recycled to marry the unwanted Tang Feifei. How selfish and hypocritical. Leaning against the wall, Tang Qingma naturally noticed the intense resentment that flashed across Tang Xuanqi's face, and couldn't help but curl his lips. Xiaoxi, let me take you back. At that moment, Tang Ruoling, who had been silent, took the initiative to offer to take Tang Xuanqi back to his residence to ease the awkward atmosphere. Alright, big sister. Tang Xianqi felt quite dejected due to the press conference and being treated coldly by Tang Jianrun. He wanted to leave this suffocating place as soon as possible, so after saying goodbye to Bai Hualian and the others, he left with Tang Ruoling. The two arrived at the back door, and Tang Ruoling said to Tang Xianqi, Xiaoxi, I'll go down and bring the car up. You wait for me at the back door. Alright, big sister. Tang Xianqi nodded, feeling downcast. Tang Ruoling sighed lightly and patted his shoulder. Don't take what Dad said to heart. He's been in a bad mood lately because of the company. I'll go down first. Be careful not to run into any reporters. As the elevator doors opened, Tang Ruoling headed to the underground parking lot to get the car, while Tang Xianqi sighed and planned to go to the back door. Didn't I already say it? Tang Xianqi. At that moment, a familiar voice came from behind. Ha! Tang Xianqi immediately turned around and saw Tang Qingma with a triumphant expression, along with Lu Tianrun, who was trying to blend in with the background. He was instantly furious. Tang Qingma, what do you want? If it weren't for that wretched Tang Qingma, how could he have fallen to this state? However, Tang Qingma merely sneered and said, I just want you to see the reality. What? Tang Xianqi was stunned. You see it now, right? In Tang Jianrun's eyes, there is only profit and value. Now, as the fake young master, and a disgraced one at that, aside from being a waste to be used to marry that paralyzed Tang Feifei, you have no value left. What do you think your position will be like even if you marry Tang Feifei and return to the Tang family? Tang Qingma's words made Tang Xianqi's eyes widen, and his heart became complicated. Yes, although he hated Tang Qingma, she was right. Hadn't he already experienced how Tang Jianrun abandoned him? Even though he still had the love of Bai Hualian and Tang Ailey, the highest authority in the Tang family was still Tang Jianrun. So even if he would return to the Tang family later, his position would no longer be as solid as before. Thinking of this, Tang Xianqi couldn't help but clench his fists tightly. No, for the sake of his future, he had to find a way. If necessary, even if it was Tang Jianrun, he would. Tang Xianqi left in a fit of anger. Lu Tianrun and the system, who had watched the entire process, were dumbfounded. Did Tang Qingma only need a few words to completely stir up the conflict between Tang Xianqi and Tang Jianrun? So powerful. But Tang Qingma, seemingly unsatisfied, turned around and returned to the backstage lounge. At this time, Tang Jianrun had already left, leaving only Bai Hualian, Tang Ailey, and Tang Meixin. Qingma. As soon as Bai Hualian saw Tang Qingma, she wanted to step forward to greet her, but Tang Qingma completely ignored her, walking directly to the long table against the wall, picking up a bottle of water provided by the hotel, twisting it open, and taking a sip. Bai Hualian immediately lowered her head in disappointment. Bai Hualian regret value plus 500. She felt that the distance between her and Tang Qingma had reached the sky. Tang Qingma, didn't you hear your mother talking to you? Seeing that Tang Qingma didn't pay them any mind, Tang Ailey said angrily. Tang Qingma picked up another bottle and handed it to Lu Tianrun, then smiled and asked, Oh, isn't this the second sister who's about to get married? What do you want? You. Tang Ailey regret value plus 500. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. I'm different from you, who can't even get hired by a big hospital. I'm very busy. No. Tang Ailey gritted her teeth. She couldn't just get married so easily and casually. She couldn't let Tang Qingma look down on her. Since the big hospital wouldn't take her, she would go find a small hospital. She believed that with her own talent, she could carve out a space for herself no matter where she was. The Lu family's actions were swift. After Tang Xianxi announced his severance from the Tang family in the morning, that afternoon, the video of him bullying Tang Qingma alongside Lu Ruyan truly vanished. The Tang group immediately bought several scandals about some C-list celebrities from the paparazzi, instantly burying all trending topics related to the Tang family. The information on the internet changes rapidly, and contemporary young people are very fond of gossip, even if it's about C-list celebrities. Exposing several at once is enough to divert their attention from the Tang family. Days passed like this, and the Tang family's stock market began to stabilize gradually. Clearly, this incident was orchestrated by the Lu family to vent their anger for Tang Qingma, yet in the end, to repay the Lu family's action of removing the video, Tang Jianrun and Tang Ruoling had to personally thank Lu Tianrun and present him with gifts. Lu Tianrun was stunned when he saw their actions. Although he had been the young master of the Lu family for many years, it was still the first time he witnessed what it meant to slap someone and then have them thank you. Ever since he followed Tang Qingma, he had been amazed almost every day. Meanwhile, Tang Qingma had been living a fulfilling life these past few days. During the day, he returned to the office building located in the center of the Magic City and began to develop a business related to martial arts products. Lu Tianrun was also brought in to perform secretary duties. Once again, Lu Tianrun was incredibly surprised. "Young Master Tang, so you started a company?" Lu Tianrun looked at Tang Qingma, who was already recruiting alchemists and martial artists of different levels, wanting to engage in the martial arts business. Although he knew Tang Qingma was not simple, this was business. What about connections and resources? Moreover, for ordinary families, martial arts medicines and courses were extremely expensive. Their finances simply couldn't afford it. If Tang Qingma wanted to develop a martial arts business, he could only rely on support from wealthy families or martial arts clans like the Lu family. But Tang Qingma had never mentioned this to the Lu family. An ordinary young master, who had just been recognized not long ago and was not favored, could not possibly have a family willing to support his entrepreneurial endeavors. But the next moment, he saw Tang Qingma pull out dozens of business cards from his pocket. "You don't need to worry about money and investment at all." Lu Tianrun curiously flipped them over and found they were all business cards of wealthy family heads. Although these wealthy families lacked martial arts heritage, they had plenty of money. As long as there was money, most problems were not problems. But how could an 18-year-old young master like Tang Qingma have so many connections with wealthy families? Tang Qingma smiled and asked, "Tianrun, do you notice any commonality among the families on these cards?" Lu Tianrun puzzledly browsed through the business cards and then realized that the names on them were all from families that had attended the Lu family's banquet previously. "Young Master Tang, they are all." Tang Qingma sat in his chair, smiling, and said, "Otherwise, why do you think I made a move that day?" Was he referring to the act of resolving the rampage of the beast and saving all the guests? Tang Qingma collected the business cards back and put them in the drawer of the desk, sneering, "I saved them from the jaws of a terrifying beast, so they must buy my company's products and invest money to repay me in the future. Isn't that reasonable?" Lu Tianrun. Moreover, Mr. Li had his hidden camera on the whole time, capturing their appearances. "If they don't repay me well, and I feel disappointed, thinking they are ungrateful, then it wouldn't be friendly for everyone involved." Tang Qingma sighed as he looked at Lu Tianrun. "Tianrun, do you think I'm right?" Lu Tianrun was already sweating coldly, his voice a bit stammering. Yes, you are right." He originally thought that Tang Qingma had asked their family to send a media person over just to collect evidence of the Lu family and Lu Ruyan's wrongdoing. Little did he know, he was too naive. It seemed that Tang Qingma had anticipated that the exotic beasts would cause trouble, which was why he stepped in to help the guests at the venue, and then smoothly asked them to return this favor. One must admit, this scheming was quite slick. The new company will officially start operations soon, and we will call it Jianrun Group, Lu Tianrun and System. What kind of name is that? In the following days, compared to the emotionally troubled Tang Xianxi, who had been kicked out of the Tang family, and Tang Ali, who was desperately looking for a job to avoid marriage, Tang Qingma was living quite fulfillingly and sleeping well. But then the system sent new news. "Host, the 6th and 7th members of the Tang family have returned." The 6th and 7th? According to the original owner's memory, the 6th and 7th members of the Tang family were twins, Tang Qingqing and Tang Ziqing. Both were university students who had performed well academically since childhood, and they entered the university in Yanqing together, studying mathematics. Since they were close in age to Tang Xianxi, they had a good relationship with him. Since they had gotten along well with the fake young master, it meant their relationship with the original owner was poor. When the original owner was just recognized, they had ignored this emotionless younger brother. However, it wasn't long before they began to play different pranks on the original owner. For example, tearing up the original owner's textbooks, cutting up his clothes, locking him in the storage room, and so on. Their behavior became increasingly malicious, pushing the original owner down the stairs, splashing water on him late at night causing him to have a high fever, and finally even sneaking into the original owner's room in the middle of the night to beat him up. The reason for their pranks on the original owner was simple. Tang Xianqi was sad. As long as that fake cried in front of them once, the two would indiscriminately teach the original owner a lesson. So in the original owner's memory, those twins were like demons. After their vacation ended, they had to return to the university dormitory, which spared the battered original owner a little bit of harm. And when Tang Xingma was traveling over, those twins were still at the university. It wasn't even a holiday, yet they had returned? Tang Xingma couldn't help but ask the system, how did they come back? Host, I found out that it was Tang Ailey who called them back. Tang Ailey? Yes, a few days ago. Didn't Tang Xianqi hold a press conference to sever ties with the Tang family? It was then that Tang Ailey quickly contacted Tang Qingqing and Tang Ziqing, wanting them to come back to stop Tang Xianqi. But coincidentally, they were participating in a team competition at the university, and to focus on the competition, their supervising teacher confiscated their phones. Tang Xingma, that's quite a coincidence. However, even if they returned early, it wouldn't change much, because the one who decided to sever ties between Tang Xianqi and the Tang family was Tang Jianrun. What right did Tang Ailey have to think that something she couldn't stop could be resolved just by calling those twins back? What purpose did it serve other than delaying time, allowing the Tang family to continue in trouble, and making Tang Jianrun more annoyed with Tang Xianqi? Truly foolish. The system continued. Tang Qingqing and Tang Ziqing finally completed their competition yesterday and got their phones back, so when they saw the message, they immediately packed their bags to come back. Is that so? It's good that they came back. Tang Qingma smiled slightly. Originally, Tang Qingqing and Tang Ziqing were in Yendu, and it was inconvenient for him to find them to take revenge for the original owner while he was in Modu. He had planned to wait until the holidays to go to Yendu and properly host the twin sisters. But since they returned to this warm home early, they might as well not leave again if traveling by plane. The distance between Yendu and Modu was about 2 hours. By dusk, Tang Qingqing and Tang Ziqing had already returned to the Tang family, and as soon as they arrived, they started making a scene in the hall. Dad, Mom, what on earth happened that Xiaoxi was kicked out of the Tang family? The sixth child, Tang Qingqing, hadn't even put her luggage down when she shouted at Tang Jianrun and Bai Hualian. Yeah, Qingqing and I just didn't pay attention for a few days, and Xiaoxi cut ties with us and got kicked out. His room was even taken by that useless person. How are we supposed to accept this? The seventh child, Tang Ziqing, frowned and shouted as well. When they returned from Yendu, they specifically notified Tang Ailey to come pick them up. The two usually had a good relationship with Tang Xianqi, and after hearing from Tang Ailey about what had happened in the Tang family during this time, both Tang Qingqing and Tang Ziqing were extremely shocked. They never expected that the fourth sister and fifth sister had ended up in such dire situations, one paralyzed and the other gone mad. And to save the fourth sister's marriage, they actually made Xiaoxi marry her. Xiaoxi was their brother, their gentle, kind, and intelligent brother since childhood. How could they sacrifice Xiaoxi's marriage just because the fourth sister became disabled? But that wasn't the main point. The main point was that Tang Qingma, that worthless person, actually dared to take away Xiaoxi's identity and status, and the poor Xiaoxi was forced to sever ties with them. So as soon as they got home, the two rushed to find Tang Jianrun to vent their dissatisfaction and deepen their hatred for Tang Qingma. Qingqing, Ziqing, what are you two doing? Bai Hualian was also very surprised that her two daughters suddenly returned. It was clear that it wasn't a university holiday, and Tang Jianrun, seeing the two immediately blaming him for what happened to Tang Xianqi, was very displeased. Why did you suddenly come back? Aren't you going to school? Upon noticing Tang Jianrun's somewhat gloomy tone, Tang Meixin immediately stepped forward and tugged at their sleeves, saying, Yes, Qingqing, Ziqing, why did you come back without saying a word? After being tugged by Tang Aixin, the furious Tang Qingqing calmed down but still frowned and said, We just finished a school competition, so the teacher gave us a break. Tang Ziqing added, And with so much happening at home, how can we focus on school? Where's that bitch Tang Qingma? How dare that bitch take away Xiaoxi's identity and room while we're at school? She's made a mess of the house. They had just heard from Tang Ailey that Tang Qingma had been living quite happily recently. Why should that bitch be able to take Xiaoxi's room and live comfortably while their beloved Xiaoxi was kicked out of the Tang family? The more Tang Qingqing thought about it, the more agitated she became, and finally couldn't help but shout, Dad, Mom, how can you abandon Xiaoxi and indulge that useless person? Exactly. Tang Ziqing nodded in agreement. Qingqing, Ziqing, seeing her sixth and seventh daughters so resistant to Tang Qingma, Bai Hualian was momentarily stunned. Based on her guilt towards Tang Qingma over the past few days, she couldn't help but say painfully, You can't say that about your brother. Little did she know, This only made Tang Ziqing angrier. He's not our brother. My brother is Xiao Shi, not that useless person. Since my dear sister loves that fake so much, why don't you just cut ties with the family and live with that fake? At this moment, a familiar voice came from the second floor of the villa. The Tang family members looked up in surprise to see Tang Qingmo leaning on the second floor railing, looking at them like they were clowns, and of course, he was holding a phone in his hand, deliberately waving it at them. And Lu Tianren was standing behind Tang Qingmo, watching coldly. Tang Jianran was startled. He was now particularly wary of phones, especially Tang Qingmo's phone. So, in a reflex, he hurriedly stepped forward and slapped Tang Ziqing. Slap! Ah! Tang Ziqing was suddenly slapped hard, completely caught off guard. In her memory, her father rarely laid a hand on the seven sisters, except when dealing with that useless one. Dad, what are you doing? Tang Qingqing was also taken aback, but Tang Jianran immediately pointed at them in anger and shouted, "You two ungrateful daughters, shut up! Do you even know what Xianqi did to get kicked out? Or are you just making a fuss without knowing anything?" Tang Qingqing and Tang Ziqing fell silent. They had been trapped at school preparing for a competition, and after getting their phones, they hurried back because of Tang Ali's text. After returning, they only heard Tang Ali's embellishments. How could they really know the true reason why Tang Xianqi was kicked out? However, since Tang Ziqing had been slapped, they vented all their anger on Tang Qingmo, saying, "Anyway, it's all that bitch Tang Qingmo's fault." Seeing this, Lu Meixing quickly intervened. "Ziqing, don't say any more, because it's all second sister's fault." She said it was his fault that Xiao Shi got kicked out. In a moment of panic, Tang Ziqing sold out Tang Ali. Tang Ali. So it was my dear second sister, who has been expelled from the medical field and can only stay at home like a vampire, who said that. Tang Qingmo immediately mocked with a cold smile. Tang Ali's regret value plus 200. Tang Qingqing immediately retorted, "Shut up. What vampire? Second sister is a surgical master. She got kicked out of the hospital because of you." "That's right." Tang Qingmo instead smiled brightly, slowly walking down the stairs. "So now I can happily watch how the sister who bullied and humiliated me before is now suspended and staying at home like a useless person." You. Seeing Tang Qingmo's smug expression, Tang Ziqing couldn't help but grit her teeth. She didn't expect that after not seeing Tang Qingmo for a while, he had really turned into a different person. It must be that they hadn't taught him a lesson for too long, and he thought he could get away with it. Just wait and see. She and Tang Qingqing would put on a show and wouldn't teach Tang Qingmo a lesson in front of their parents, but by night, they definitely wouldn't let him off the hook. But Tang Qingmo was completely uninterested in them and was instead focused on the situation over at the Song family. Tang Ali might have been provoked by Tang Qingmo's words, and after gaining a lot of regret value, she left to look for a job. The recruitment process for public hospitals takes a long time and has many rules, so she had been applying to private hospitals these days. However, due to her previous scandal of using a syringe on her younger brother, most hospital directors were worried about Tang Ali's mental state. After all, most of the people who could afford to be treated in private hospitals were either rich or noble, and Tang Ali was the daughter of the Tang family. If one day she suddenly felt bad and treated a patient like her younger brother, randomly stabbing them, the patient might let it slide because she was from the Tang family, but the hospital would be in big trouble. So no private hospital dared to hire her. But unfortunately, Tang Jianran provided Tang Ali with a list of potential suitors. With no other choice, the frustrated Tang Ali spent a night pondering in her room and decided to see if there were any small clinics or community medical centers hiring. Late at night, after everyone had fallen asleep, Tang Qingqing and Tang Ziqing secretly made their way to Tang Qingma's room. Before they lived on campus, they often snuck into the storage room where Tang Qingma used to stay at night to vent their anger for Tang Xianqi. They would pour water inside, release snakes and other harmful creatures, often making it impossible for Tang Qingma to sleep peacefully. Now, knowing that Tang Qingma occupied Tang Xianqi's original dormitory, they were even angrier and got several dead mice from a familiar shop, wanting to throw them on Tang Qingma's bed to give him a big scare. What right did a bastard like him, who grew up in the wild, have to take Xiaoxi's things? This morning, he even dared to speak rudely to them. Make sure to teach him a good lesson, so he knows his place in the Tang family. Although they had been living on campus for a while, they were very familiar with the location of Tang Xianqi's room and quickly walked to the door. It was so late, they thought Tang Qingma should be asleep. The two moved quietly, wearing gloves, planning to throw the dead mouse from the bag directly. However, just as they were about to open the door with the dead mouse in hand, a cold voice suddenly came from behind. "Miss Tang Lu, Miss Tang Qi, may I ask what you are doing here at this hour?" Tang Qingqing was already feeling guilty about what she was doing, and the sudden voice startled her into a scream. The dead mouse in her hand accidentally flew into the air and landed on Tang Ziqing's face. So dirty! Tang Ziqing immediately panicked, flailing her hands as she tried to wipe the traces off her face. The mouse had already been gutted and had its tongue out when they bought it, and since it hadn't been dead for long, its body was still warm overall. It was extremely disgusting, and now it had fallen on her face, making Tang Ziqing feel like she was about to vomit her dinner. "Who are you?" Tang Qingqing came to her senses. Since the villa was dark, she could only see a tall figure. "I am young Master Tang's bodyguard. May I ask what you two young ladies are doing at young Master Tang's door in the middle of the night?" Lu Tianran glanced over. As a martial artist, his vision and sense of smell were superior to ordinary people, so he noticed the dead mouse and the foul smell it emitted. Plus, he already knew about Tang Qingma's situation in the Tang family, and these two sisters returning from another province were not good people either. Therefore, his attitude became very cold. "That useless person actually has a bodyguard?" Tang Qingqing frowned immediately and said, "What dirty means did he use to get something that even Xiaoxi doesn't have?" Tang Qingqing felt that Lu Tianran was just a bodyguard, and now that the lights in the villa were off, she couldn't see what he looked like at all. Even if she did see him, she was just an ordinary rich girl and had no chance to interact with someone from a martial arts family like Lu Tianran, so she couldn't recognize him. "Miss Tang Lu, please be careful with your words." Lu Tianran's tone was cold. As a rich young lady, she had no manners at all. He really didn't know what kind of education the Tang family had. "Shut up!" Tang Ziqing, beside her, immediately raised her hand in anger, wanting to slap him. She was already furious about the dead mouse, and now being treated coldly by Tang Qingma's bodyguard made her want to slap him even more. But Lu Tianran would not indulge them. Slap! Lu Tianran retaliated with a slap directly on Tang Ziqing's face. "Ah!" Tang Ziqing was shocked and covered her face, incredulously saying, You dare hit me." She was a Tang family young lady. How dare a mere bodyguard treat her like this? "You bastard!" Tang Ziqing was furious and wanted to rush up to hit Lu Tianran again. However, this time Lu Tianran slapped the other side of her face. With a loud slap, Tang Ziqing's swollen face became symmetrical. Who are you? I will have my dad fire you." This was the first time Tang Ziqing had experienced such humiliation. "I serve young Master Tang. The head of the Tang family cannot decide my fate." In front of the Tang family, Lu Tianran didn't even give Tang Jianran any face. This was also the first time Tang Qingqing had seen a servant with such an arrogant attitude. She wanted to go up and hit him like her sister, but seeing her seventh sister fail to hit him and instead get slapped twice, she just screamed loudly, "Help! Lu Tianran! The sixth and seventh of the Tang family are equally crazy." For Tang Qingqing, she couldn't beat him but didn't want to leave just like that, so she screamed loudly, waking everyone in the house. "What's going on?" As expected, Tang Jianran and Bai Hualian, who were on the second floor, along with the three Tang sisters, were all awakened by her shout. They came out of their rooms in their pajamas and turned on the lights, but as soon as the lights were on, they saw the dead mouse on the floor, causing Lu Tianran to frown. "Qingqing, Ziqing, what are you doing at Qingma's door?" As Bai Hualian reached the third floor, she saw her two daughters and Lu Tianran standing at her son's door in the middle of the night. Lu Tianran, as Tang Qingma's bodyguard, could be explained as guarding the door at night, but what about Tang Qingqing and the others? "Wow! What is this thing?" Tang Jianran was immediately startled to see a dead mouse in his house. At this moment, Lu Tianran coldly said, "Master Tang, I just saw the sixth and seventh young ladies sneaking to young Master Tang's door. I went over to ask them what was going on, and they were startled by me." As soon as he said this, Tang Jianran looked at Tang Qingqing and Tang Ziqing with confusion. The two felt a bit guilty under his gaze, so Tang Ziqing angrily pointed at Lu Tianran. "No, Dad. We couldn't sleep and came out in the middle of the night, and we saw this person at Qingma's door. We thought he was trying to steal something, but who knew he slapped my face instead." Tang Ziqing's cheeks were still swollen. Tang Qingqing also chimed in, "Yeah, Mom and Dad. Where did you recruit such a person? His hands are so dirty. What if we lose something in our house?" Tang Jianran and Bai Hualian and the three Tang sisters. "Awesome. I didn't expect my good sixth sister and good seventh sister to be so good at turning right and wrong." At this moment, the door to Tang Qingma's room opened. "Tang Qingma, what do you mean?" As soon as Tang Qingqing saw Tang Qingma appear and mock them, she shouted angrily, "This bodyguard looks like he has dirty hands. I was just trying to remind you kindly, and you actually mocked us." Tang Ziqing, still angry from being slapped by Lu Tianran earlier, was determined to keep slandering him, but in her agitation, she didn't notice Tang Jianran's increasingly ugly expression, while Bai Hualian and her three sisters all tried to show expressions to stop her from speaking. "Lu Tianran, Tianran, they say you have dirty hands." After hearing their words, Tang Qingma looked at Lu Tianran with a sarcastic smile. "What do you say?" Lu Tianran calmly stated the facts. the truth is that the 6th and 7th young ladies wanted to throw the dead mouse into young Master Tang's room, and when I saw them, they turned it around and bit me back. For the first time being insulted and wronged like this, he wasn't shocked, instead, he felt like laughing. It turns out that people really do laugh when they are extremely speechless. Dead mouse? Ah. Bai Hualian unconsciously looked at the ground after hearing Lu Tianran's words and indeed saw a disgusting corpse. The strong shock made her head feel dizzy, and she was about to faint. Mom! Tang Ruoling and Tang Meixin hurriedly helped her up in fright. You're talking nonsense! Tang Qingqing immediately retorted, you're lying. Clearly, all of this was done by you. Tang Ziqing also shouted loudly at Tang Jianrun, Dad, hurry up and kick him out. You all shut up. Tang Jianrun, who had been unsure of what to say, felt both ashamed and embarrassed at this moment, and quickly looked at Lu Tianrun. Young Master Lu, I'm sorry. I apologize for my two daughters' rudeness. He immediately bowed his head, and this action surprised Tang Qingqing and Tang Ziqing. Dad, what's wrong with you? Tang Qingqing was stunned to see her usually proud father bowing to Lu Tianrun. How could their father be speaking up for Lu Tianrun? Shut up, don't embarrass me anymore. Tang Jianrun saw his two daughters suddenly drag Lu Tianrun into the water, and what was there to not understand? Young Master Lu would never do what you said. If you know, hurry up and apologize. Apologize. The two sisters were both very surprised. Although Tang Jianrun couldn't say he was particularly fond of them, he would always help them when they needed it. But this time he was actually speaking up for that bodyguard and even called him young master, asking them to apologize to him. What on earth? Tang Qingqing and her sister wanted to refute, but were stopped by Tang Ruoling. Meanwhile, Lu Tianrun coldly said, let's talk about the apology later. Head of the Tang family, if I say that Miss Tang Qingqing and Miss Tang Ziqing just now wanted to throw a dead mouse into young Master Tang's room, would you believe me? Tang Jianrun might not have expected Lu Tianrun to be so straightforward, but he quickly replied, Young Master Lu, don't worry, you don't need to ruin your reputation over this. What on earth is going on with you two? He immediately turned to scold the two sisters. Why are you here? And throwing dead mice into Qingma's room. Tang Qingma chuckled, and why? Of course, it's to take revenge for their fake brother. Since the time of my good 6th sister and good 7th sister, as long as that fake cries, I will definitely suffer. Throwing dead mice is mild. When I was asleep, they splashed water on me, threw my things around, pushed me down the stairs, and even bundled me up in a sack to beat me. The scars on my body at that time were quite a few of their masterpieces, Tang Qingqing and Tang Ziqing. What are you talking about? Tang Ziqing panicked immediately. Although they all knew that Tang Qingma's personality had changed drastically, they didn't expect her to actually bring up the things they had done before. Sure enough, Tang Jianrun and Bai Hualian looked at them in shock. Bai Hualian, who was about to faint, widened her eyes in disbelief. You actually did that to Qingma. How could she have imagined that her proud daughter would do such excessive things to the son she had found? Bai Hualian's regret value plus 500. Qingqing, Ziqing, is what Qingma said true? Tang Jianrun immediately turned to question them. With Lu Tianrun present, he couldn't just brush it off. Dad! Lu Tianrun showed no mercy as he said, you even dared to throw a dead mouse at your own brother. It seems the upbringing of the two young ladies is truly astonishing, but the other Tang family young ladies are about the same. After all, the rumors of Tang family young ladies mistreating their own brothers had already taken root in people's hearts. Hearing the mocking words, Tang Jianrun felt extremely ashamed for a moment. He stepped forward and slapped Tang Qingqing and Tang Ziqing across the face. Dad! The two looked at Tang Jianrun in shock. As young ladies of the Tang family, it was the first time they had been publicly humiliated in front of outsiders. You both immediately apologized to young Master Lu and Qingma. Hurry! Young Master Lu. So why on earth should they call a bodyguard young master? Tang Ruoling naturally saw the unwillingness in their eyes, so she whispered in their ears, Qingqing, Ziqing, he is the young Master Lu Tianrun of the martial arts family. Lu, you've messed with the wrong person. What? Martial arts family? Although Tang Qingqing and Tang Ziqing hadn't heard much about the Lu family, they knew what a martial arts family was. In this era rich in spiritual energy, martial arts families are at the pinnacle of power in society. So the Lu Tianrun they offended is the young master of a martial arts family. No, wait, why would such a young master become a bodyguard at home and be responsible for protecting Tang Qingma? Tang Qingqing's regret value plus 200. Tang Ziqing's regret value plus 200. When Tang Ruoling said this, both of them realized their mistake. They were smarter than the other sisters, their minds quick to turn, and immediately lowered their heads. Yes, we're sorry, young Master Lu. It was our fault. Who would have thought that a young master from a martial arts family would be a mere bodyguard in a wealthy household? The two were shocked and raised their heads, only to see Tang Qingma wearing a triumphant and mocking smile. Tang Qingma knew they would come to seek revenge, so she deliberately let them offend the young master of the Lu family. This little farce ended with Tang Qingqing and Tang Ziqing apologizing. However, Tang Jianrun had lost patience with his daughter's repeated rudeness and took them to the study for a good scolding. Tang Ali's regret value plus 200. Tang Meixin's regret value plus 200. Tang Qingqing's regret value plus 300. Tang Ziqing's regret value plus 300. Tang Qingma was in her dormitory, her mind constantly listening to the alternating regret values of the four, unable to help but laugh out loud. Young Master Tang, do you need me to seek justice for you from your two sisters? Lu Tianrun, who was also in the room, felt it was unfair. How could a biological sister treat her brother by throwing dead mice at him? These Tang family young ladies were truly outrageous, each one more extraordinary than the last. Tang Qingma just shook her head. Thanks, Tianrun, but not yet. On the contrary, after tonight, those two sisters will definitely find a way to take revenge on me, and they might try something on you, so just pretend to be fooled. Lu Tianrun frowned. They've already failed tonight, will they still come? You know these little fairies won't give up until they achieve their goals. Tang Qingma chuckled and waved her hand. Besides, they just suffered a setback without achieving anything. They won't give up until they see me being taught a lesson. Young Master Tang, it must be tough dealing with these people every day. Lu Tianrun couldn't help but feel sympathy for Tang Qingma. Although he didn't need to worry, still, facing those guys every day would be quite annoying if it were him. It's nothing, anyway, the entrance exams are coming up soon. Tang Qingma took out her phone and casually checked her schedule. Before the written exam, there would be a martial arts academy's recruitment test, and afterward, Tang Xianqi and Tang Feifei would hold their wedding. That should be about it. The next morning, when Tang Qingqing and Tang Ziqing saw Tang Qingma appearing in the hall for breakfast, they couldn't help but recall how they were scolded in front of Lu Tianrun and Tang Jianrun last night. The unwillingness in their hearts spread throughout their bodies. They had embarrassed themselves to the extreme last night, yet Tang Qingma was so leisurely sitting inside eating breakfast. Why was that? Their gazes were almost piercing through Tang Qingma, but she paid no attention at all. In these past few days, Tang Ruoling finally hired a new nanny to relieve Wang Ma's pressure. Although the Tang family's reputation was not good recently, the pay was still higher than outside. As long as the money was good, there would be no shortage of applicants. Today's breakfast was prepared by the nanny named Zhao Ma, consisting of simple dishes like fried eggs, bacon, lean meat porridge, youtiao, and wide noodles. Tang Qingma casually ate the lean meat porridge and youtiao, finding the taste quite good. I'm full. At that moment, Tang Ali, who had only taken a few bites of porridge, suddenly stopped. Ali, aren't you eating anymore? Bai Hualian asked, a bit puzzled. I have an interview today, so I won't eat too much. Tang Ali set down her utensils. She had been sending out job applications these past few days and had just received a notification yesterday, hoping she could go for an interview today. In fact, most large hospitals were unwilling to hire her, so Tang Ali had no choice but to start looking for smaller clinics and medical centers. After all, if she continued to cling to the idea of working in a large hospital, she would be forced to marry under Tang Qingma's ridicule. Bai Hualian said worriedly, Ali, you don't have to rush to find a job. Tang Ali, being a surgeon, often left early and returned late, sometimes not coming home for days due to surgeries. Bai Hualian frequently worried about Tang Ali's health. To this, Tang Ali just smiled and said, don't worry, Mom, I'll plan it out myself. She was the surgical master. Even if she got married, it had to be her own choice, not one picked by Dad. On the side, Tang Jianrun, even upon hearing that Tang Ali was going out for an interview, showed no reaction. He knew that no major hospital in Magic City would dare to hire Tang Ali now, so the places she was applying to must be clinics or small centers with low pay and tough conditions. Tang Jianrun had subconsciously believed that Tang Ali could not endure the environment of those small clinics and would soon quit and come back. No. It should be said that whether those clinics and small centers could afford her salary requirements was still uncertain. Meanwhile, Tang Qingma, who was eating porridge, was also listening to the system's report. System, I found out that there is a medical center willing to let Tang Ali go for an interview. Wait a minute, that medical center. Host, it seems you once asked me for information about it? Yes, that's right. As soon as Tang Qingma heard where Tang Ali was interviewing, he couldn't help but smirk. He took out his phone and typed a message on the screen. Since she was working so hard to find a job, as her younger brother, I naturally had to give my sister a big gift compared to Tang Ali looking for a job. Tang Qingqing and Tang Ziqing were only angry at Tang Qingma. After being scolded by Tang Jianrun last night, they finally figured out Lu Tianrun's identity. Although they didn't know why the young master of the Lu family would voluntarily come to protect this useless Tang Qingma, they knew that because of Lu Tianrun's presence, Tang Qingma's treatment in the Tang family had improved a lot during this time. Moreover, with a martial artist protecting her, they couldn't properly teach this bitch a lesson last night. With Lu Tianrun's identity in play, they didn't dare to confront him, so they had to find a way to divert his attention. Sure enough, the next evening, Tang Qingqing and Tang Ziqing bought a bottle of red wine from outside, and after everyone finished dinner, they suddenly knocked on Tang Qingma's room. Who is it? The one who opened the door was Lu Tianren. To this, the two seemed to have guessed it long ago. They ignored Tang Qingma in the room and were full of flattery and apologies towards Lu Tianren, that, "Young Master Lu, what happened last night was our fault." Tang Qingqing took out the red wine in glasses, smiling, "This is a special wine we bought to apologize to you." Tang Ziqing also changed her previously irritable tone, speaking softly, "Yes, we were too rude last night, and Dad has already scolded us. We hope to earn young Master Lu's forgiveness." Lu Tianren. He wasn't a fool. The red wine looked very suspicious. The system also quietly said, "Host, the red wine has been laced with sleeping pills that can knock someone out instantly." This was the sleeping medicine that Tang Qingqing and the others specifically went out to buy. As long as they had money, they could get the pharmacy to provide it. Then they bought an expensive bottle of red wine from the winery and put the drug inside. As long as they could remove this troublesome guy Lu Tianren, they could successfully teach Tang Qingma a lesson. But at that moment, Lu Tianren just shook his head slightly, looking a bit disdainful as he said, "Sorry, as a bodyguard, I can't casually drink beverages given by others." Just as Tang Qingma had said, these two sisters would definitely find a way to separate themselves from Tang Qingma to take revenge. And as soon as Tang Qingqing heard Lu Tianren refuse to drink, she immediately showed a pleading expression. "Young Master Lu, if you don't want to drink, is it because you don't want to forgive us? Young Master Lu, if you don't want to drink, is it because you don't want to forgive us?" Tang Qingqing looked at Lu Tianren with great anxiety and a bit of excitement. It was as if refusing to drink was a heinous crime. Lu Tianren frowned. "One thing is one thing, I'm not drinking because of work principles. And even if I don't forgive, what do Miss Lu and Miss Qi want from me? Being inexplicably treated like a petty thief, what kind of Lesan giant Buddha would forgive them? That's not what we mean." Tang Ziqing said sadly, still holding the wineglass as she stepped forward, trying to please him. "Young Master Lu, please. Last night, our father said that if you don't forgive us, we will be driven away." Even Tang Jianren was brought up. Lu Tianren's tone was cold. "Fine, then I'll go with you to find the Tang family head right now and tell him I forgive you." "No!" Tang Qingqing and Tang Ziqing shouted in unison. Lu Tianren's gaze turned icy, and the atmosphere around them gradually exuded a sense of oppression. Both Tang Qingqing and Tang Ziqing were non-warriors. Even a small amount of blood energy suppression could feel intimidating. "Ladies, what exactly do you want?" Tang Qingqing and Tang Ziqing could hardly bear the pressure of the blood energy, their legs painfully kneeling on the ground. I am sorry, young Master Lu. We really just want to apologize." Tang Qingqing clutched her chest, feeling as if she could hardly breathe. "Yes, young Master Lu, we really just want to apologize." Tang Ziqing was sweating profusely, unable to move. Lu Tianren glanced sideways at the bottle of red wine, naturally not believing their words. However, when he thought about directly releasing his pressure to shatter the bottle, Tang Qingma, who had been silent in the room, suddenly smiled and said, "Tianren, since my two sisters want to apologize, let them come in and pour a glass." Lu Tianren looked at him in confusion. Based on his understanding of Tang Qingma, calling them into the room was not a good idea. But Tang Qingqing and the others were still oblivious to the situation, thinking this was a great opportunity. "Young Master Lu, look, Qingma has agreed, so let us in." Tang Qingqing immediately said joyfully. Tang Ziqing nodded continuously beside her. Lu Tianren. He couldn't help but look at Tang Qingma, and when he saw the other's radiant smile, his heart trembled slightly. "You really want to come in?" Lu Tianren asked Tang Qingqing and the others one last time. But the answer remained unchanged. "Yes, we want to come in and pour wine, to apologize to you." "All right." Lu Tianren did not stop them and opened the door to let them in. Tang Qingqing and Tang Ziqing exchanged triumphant glances and then excitedly entered the room. The room that originally belonged to Tang Xianqi had now become Tang Qingma's, and the decor had completely changed. At a glance, Tang Qingqing and the others were furious, wanting to drive Tang Qingma, who was sitting in a chair, away. Tang Qingma ignored the hatred in their eyes that flashed for a moment and instead smiled. "All right, sisters, if you want to apologize to Tianren, please hurry up." "Ah, right. Ziqing, quickly prepare the cups." Tang Qingqing felt very pleased seeing Tang Qingma jump into the trap voluntarily. As long as they dealt with the troublesome Lu Tianren first, they could teach Tang Qingma a lesson without holding back. Tang Ziqing raised the wine glass, allowing Tang Qingqing to pour the red wine, then respectfully handed it to Lu Tianren. "Young Master Lu, last night, Ziqing and I were blind to the situation. Please drink this glass of wine and forgive us." Lu Tianren let out a light breath, glancing at Tang Qingma. He saw her give a signal, and Lu Tianren speechlessly took a couple of sips from the glass. Suddenly, he stumbled, and the wine glass slipped from his hand, crashing to the ground with a bang. The glass shattered everywhere, red wine spilled out, and Lu Tianren's body leaned backward. What did you put in there? Lu Tianren's voice became weak as he saw Tang Qingqing and the others displaying triumphant smiles. Of course, Tang Qingqing wouldn't expose herself. She just smiled and said, "No, young Master Lu. It must be because you have to be Qingma's bodyguard all day, so you feel tired." Tang Ziqing added, "Yeah, it's probably because you're too tired. You guys." Lu Tianren fell silent, his legs weakly retreating a few steps before he accidentally tripped and fell to the ground. At that moment, Tang Qingma, who had been sitting, stood up, supporting the nearly collapsing Lu Tianren and throwing him onto the bed to let him sleep. Only then did Tang Qingma coldly look at Tang Qingqing and the others. "What did you put in the wine?" Tang Qingqing triumphantly replied, "Sleeping pills. Even a martial artist can fall asleep quickly from these sleeping pills. Don't worry, even if we find young Master Lu unpleasant, we wouldn't dare do anything to the young master of the Lu family. He'll wake up tomorrow." Tang Qingma crossed her arms and looked at them coldly. Tang Ziqing couldn't help but frown. "Aren't you surprised? Because I guessed it early on." Tang Qingma sneered, "If it weren't for Tianren stopping you last night, you would have wanted to help that fake take revenge long ago." "Don't call Xiaoxi a fake," Tang Qingqing immediately said angrily. "In our hearts, Xiaoxi is our brother. You're the one pretending to be Xiaoxi." Tang Ziqing also shouted, "That's right. This room originally belonged to Xiaoxi. You took it over and drove Xiaoxi away. We will never let you go." "Ha! But no matter how much you deny it, it doesn't change the fact that Tang Xianqi is the son of a trafficker, and his mother switched me and him 18 years ago. Tang Qingma scoffed. "Also, this room belongs to me. If you have the ability, go protest to the Tang family head and let him take the room back." Tang Qingqing was furious seeing Tang Qingma so triumphant. Clearly, before they moved into the school, Tang Qingma was a timid, dirty street rat. Now, after such a short time, she seemed to have undergone a complete transformation, and she even had the protection of the young master of the Lu family. Why did she get such good things? Tang Qingqing immediately stepped forward, wanting to raise her hand to slap Tang Qingma. However, Tang Qingma didn't waste time with them. She directly stepped back to dodge the slap and countered with a strike to Tang Qingqing's face. Slap! Ah! Tang Qingqing was forcefully knocked to the ground. Tang Qingma immediately stepped forward, delivering a kick. Bang! Bang! Tang Qingqing's calf made a sound under the force. Tang Qingqing wanted to scream but was forcefully covered by Tang Qingma's hand, unable to make a sound. "Do you think putting Tianren to sleep means you can successfully teach me a lesson?" Tang Qingma asked with a smile. Tang Qingqing felt her left calf unable to move, the intense pain making it hard to believe. She was knocked down by Tang Qingma, and her foot was stomped on by that Tang Qingma who had been timid and submissive after being brought home. Although she knew the other party's personality had changed a lot, she was still taken aback. Tang Ziqing, beside her, also came to her senses. As someone who had always bullied Tang Qingma, she naturally couldn't believe the other party's personality had changed so completely, so when she saw Tang Qingma fighting back, she couldn't help but want to step forward. Almost forgot about you. But Tang Qingma just smiled and turned her head. Before Tang Ziqing could react, another slap was delivered. Slap! Tang Ziqing looked at Tang Qingma in terror. She hadn't done anything yet and had already been slapped. "I've always wanted to teach a lesson to the person who's gotten close to me, so how can I not defend myself well?" Tang Qingma smiled brightly. "Tang Qingma!" Tang Ziqing screamed hysterically. She seemed to want to attract attention, but Tang Qingma only mocked. "Dear seventh sister, are you trying to attract others with such a loud voice? But is that really okay? You all used red wine to put young Master Lu to sleep. What will you do if the head of the Tang family comes and sees young Master Lu unconscious?" Tang Qingqing and Tang Ziqing. Right. They remembered the foolish thing they had just done. To teach Tang Qingma a lesson, they had struggled to put Lu Tianren to sleep. If Tang Jianren and the others found out, Tang Qingqing's regret value plus 200. Tang Ziqing's regret value plus 200. Tang Qingqing's regret value plus 200. Tang Ziqing's regret value plus 200. Seeing the foolish expressions on the faces of the Tang sisters, Tang Qingma felt disgusted. "Are you all this brainless as university students?" "You are." Tang Ziqing, hearing the constant mocking from the other side, once again felt the urge to raise her arm. But this time, Tang Qingma directly grasped Tang Ziqing's arm and forcefully pulled it back, followed by a loud bang. The intense pain made Tang Ziqing break out in a cold sweat. Tang Qingma then swung her back, causing her to lose balance and accidentally trip over Tang Qingqing, falling onto her. The two of them fell to the ground like a stack of pancakes, in a sorry state. Tang Qingqing's regret value plus 200. Tang Ziqing's regret value plus 200. It seems my two good sisters want to perform acrobatics for me, Tang Qingma said, pulling up a chair and watching them like a clown. A wave of shame made Tang Qingqing and Tang Ziqing feel furious, but Tang Qingma continued to humiliate them. So what other performances do you have? Hurry up and show me something to make me happy, Tang Qingma, you shameless person. Don't get too proud. Just because you put on pretty clothes, do you really think you're a young master? Tang Ziqing covered her arm and struggled to get up. Although she only had one hand, she could still help Tang Qingqing up. Otherwise? Tang Qingma sneered, although I don't really want to have it, I share the same blood as you. If you can be a young lady, why can't I be a young master? Big families only care about bloodlines. Only you fools would mistake the fake for treasure. If you have the ability, cut ties with the Tang family and move out together. After hearing this, Tang Qingqing and Tang Ziqing fell silent. What's wrong? Can't do it? Tang Qingma chuckled. It seems that between the Tang family's young ladies and a fake brother, you can't give up your wealthy life. Shut up, you shut your mouth. As if hit in a sore spot, Tang Ziqing shouted excitedly. Ziqing, lower your voice. Tang Qingqing quickly reminded her upon hearing Tang Ziqing's uncontrolled volume, to prevent her from calling over the other members of the Tang family. However, the next second, Tang Qingma suddenly laughed and said, if you're afraid Tianren will wake up, then you don't have to worry. What do you mean? Tang Qingqing frowned, suddenly feeling a bad premonition. She saw Lu Tianren, who had been sleeping on the bed, suddenly open his eyes and sit up in their astonishment. Because Tianren never actually fell asleep, he was just pretending to fool you into acting. Lu Tianren. For a martial artist, if they don't want to drink a beverage, they can first gather the liquid in their mouth using their breath and then find a chance to spit it out. At that time, when Tang Qingqing and the others brought over a bottle of red wine, it looked very suspicious. I just didn't expect them to be so bold as to give themselves sleeping pills. Tang Qingqing and Tang Ziqing saw that Lu Tianren was not asleep at all, and when they realized they were the only clowns in this situation, their hearts filled with fear. Their original plan was to make Lu Tianren fall asleep, teach Tang Qingma a lesson, and then have him lie to cover for them. As long as Tang Qingma refused to admit it, even Lu Tianren couldn't pin the blame on them for bullying Tang Qingma. However, they didn't expect the timid Tang Qingma to fight back and possess the strength to defeat them, and even more unexpectedly, Lu Tianren had not succeeded at all. From beginning to end, it was only them who fell into the trap. Now, Lu Tianren said nothing, only slightly darkening his eyes. An invisible aura emanated from him, a strong sense of oppression surged towards Tang Qingqing and Tang Ziqing. No, the two of them were just ordinary young ladies and could not withstand the aura of a martial artist, their legs painfully kneeling on the ground. Young Master Lu, we were wrong. Young Master Lu, please forgive us. Under the pressure, Tang Qingqing and Tang Ziqing were sweating profusely, their blood slowly heating up, and their insides felt like they were twisting. Lu Tianren looked down at the two coldly. Indeed, the Tang family people were all so peculiar. He didn't want to talk to the Tang family members and directly turned to Tang Qingma. Tang Xiao, how do you want to handle this? Tang Qingqing and Tang Ziqing were stunned. Lu Tianren actually handed the decision-making power to Tang Qingma. Tang Qingma revealed a smile, her fingertips resting on her chin, slightly tilting her head in thought. Speaking of which, seeing my two good sisters reminds me of the time they pushed me down the stairs. Tang Qingqing and Tang Ziqing. So, if you want us to forget what just happened, then roll down the stairs for us. Roll down the stairs. Tang Qingqing and Tang Ziqing's eyes widened. How could the seemingly harmless Tang Qingma say such cruel words? Meanwhile, Lu Tianren had already gotten used to it, silently watching Tang Qingqing and Tang Ziqing. No, please wait a moment, young Master Lu. Seeing the look in his eyes, Tang Qingqing couldn't help but feel he was serious. Young Master Lu, we are girls. How can you treat us like this as a man? Tang Ziqing no longer had the arrogance she had when facing Tang Qingma, her expression filled with pleading. But to this, Tang Qingma only coldly smiled and said, rolling down the stairs isn't a good cover for you? What? Tang Qingma said flatly, right now, one of you has a broken leg, and the other a broken arm. How will you explain this to the head of the Tang family if they see you? You can't say that you were teaching your younger brother a lesson and drugged young Master Lu's wine, only to be interrupted by your younger brother, right? If you want, I can reveal this fact. I don't mind. In fact, Tang Qingma could use the repair skill to forcibly heal Tang Qingqing and her friend's injuries, but he just wouldn't use it. He wanted to return the harm that the original owner had suffered from them. Tang Qingqing's regret value plus 300. Tang Ziqing's regret value plus 300. And it must be said that Tang Qingma's words indeed made Tang Qingqing and the others ponder. Now each of them was injured and had offended young Master Lu. If Tang Zhenren found out that they had once again done something detrimental to Lu Tianren, both shivered. Tang Qingma showed no mercy. So, how are my two good sisters? What are you considering? Do you want to roll down the stairs, or should I explain to the head of the Tang family for you? Qingma, we are your sisters. How can you be so cruel to us? Seeing that it was impossible to be tough, Tang Qingqing began to play the family card, hoping that they could spare her for the sake of their sibling relationship. But how could Tang Qingma show them any mercy? With a teasing tone, he said, No, your brother is Tang Xianqi. I'm the one who stole your brother's identity, didn't you say that yourself? In that moment, Tang Qingqing and Tang Ziqing wished they could travel back in time and slap the version of themselves that said those words. However, it was too late for any words. Tang Qingma slightly propped up his cheek with the back of his hand, a brilliant smile on his face. Alright, I'm only thinking of such a good plan for you. Do you want the head of the Tang family to know that you intentionally drugged Tianren for Tang Xianqi? It was obvious they didn't want Tang Jianren to know about this, and Tang Qingma was well aware of that. Then that's right, so the next second, his gaze and tone turned icy. Tianren, take them out of the room and throw them down the stairs. Lu Tianren let out a quiet breath in his heart and nodded, understood. Lu, young master Lu. No, don't. Tang Qingqing and Tang Ziqing felt a surge of panic as they saw the expressionless Lu Tianren approaching them, wanting to escape immediately. However, with their hands and feet broken, even if they were fine, they couldn't escape from Lu Tianren, a martial artist. Therefore, Lu Tianren didn't need to exert much effort. He simply grabbed each of their arms and forcefully pulled them out of the room. No, young master Lu, please let us go. Tang Qingqing regret value plus 300. Tang Ziqing regret value plus 300. Both of them were terrified by Lu Tianren's actions, wanting to cry out for mercy. You can shout as loud as you want, attract everyone over, and then. Tang Qingma smiled slightly and said, I'll just mention the sleeping pills I gave you. Sure enough, the two of them didn't dare to shout anymore, and their regret values kept rising. Tang Qingqing regret value plus 300. Tang Ziqing regret value plus 300. Soon, Lu Tianren had already brought them to the stairwell. At this moment, Tang Qingqing and Tang Ziqing were disheveled, tears streaming down their faces, still pleading for mercy. I'm sorry, please, I beg you. In that instant, Lu Tianren's hands trembled. It was the first time he had to do something as terrifying as pushing someone down the stairs. It felt as if there was a force within him trying to stop him. If he really took action, it felt like he would never be able to return. Can't you do it? But at that moment, a frivolous voice came from behind. Tang Xiao. Lu Tianren turned around in surprise, still gripping Tang Qingqing and Tang Ziqing by the back of their collars. Sorry, I'm just. Tang Qingma interrupted him. If you can't do it, let me do it. He let go of his grip, and then Tang Qingma extended his arms, and Tang Qingqing and Tang Ziqing fell down the stairs in terror. No! Ah! Their screams filled the entire Tang family villa, startling everyone inside the rooms to rush out. In fact, it wasn't just them, even Lu Tianren on the third floor was startled. Tang Qingma didn't hesitate at all to push them down. Although Tang Qingqing and Tang Ziqing only rolled from the third floor to the second, their heads and skin were bruised from the impact with the steps. A stream of tears flowed from the corners of their eyes, and the pain left them speechless. They were already injured, and now they were hurt even worse. Tang Qingqing regret value plus 300. Tang Ziqing regret value plus 300. Qingqing, Ziqing, what happened to you? White Lotus saw her two daughters rolling down the stairs and hurriedly went to observe with Tang Ali. Your hands and feet. Mom, we can't move them now. As a surgeon, Tang Ali could see that their hands and feet were both fractured, but whether it was related to falling down the stairs still needed to be checked and confirmed. Tang Ruoling immediately asked, I'll go call an ambulance. How did you fall from up there? At that moment, Tang Qingqing and Tang Ziqing both gritted their teeth, not daring to speak the reason, only slightly glancing upwards. The direction they were looking at had Tang Qingma and Lu Tianren standing there. You too? Tang Ruoling's eyes widened. No way. Not to mention Lu Tianren, could Qingqing and Ziqing have been pushed down by Tang Qingma? Tang Qingma naturally noticed the suspicious gazes from everyone, but he showed no signs of panic. Instead, looking at Tang Qingqing and Tang Ziqing, he chuckled lightly. Sixth sister, seventh sister, why are you both looking at me? Why don't you tell everyone how you fell down? Tang Qingqing and Tang Ziqing were shocked. How did they fall down? If they revealed the truth, wouldn't Tang Qingma also expose the fact that he had drugged them for Lu Tianren? But they were really in pain now. The feeling of falling when pushed was too terrifying. At that moment, they truly thought they would die. And now, my good sixth sister and good seventh sister, you must speak up properly at this moment. Tang Qingma was on the third floor, his devil-like voice reaching Tang Qingqing and Tang Ziqing's ears. His tone was frivolous yet sounded like a warning. A warning that if they said anything wrong, we just accidentally fell. Tang Qingqing immediately lowered her head, not daring to speak recklessly. Yeah, it was just an accident. Tang Ziqing was very angry inside, but seeing Tang Qingqing conceal the matter, she also didn't dare to say more. However, Tang Ailey saw the two younger sisters sweating profusely, looking guilty and unable to speak, and she didn't believe what they were saying. What are you talking about? How could you both fall at the same time? It looks like someone pushed you down. Tang Ailey's words made Tang Qingqing and the others shiver simultaneously. Qingqing, Ziqing, you don't have to worry. Whatever grievances you have, just say it. Tang Ailey glared angrily at Tang Qingma on the third floor. You quickly say, who pushed you? Tang Qingqing was a bit frightened by Tang Ailey's momentum. Clearly, they had said it was an accident, so why was the second sister still so persistent? She couldn't help but glance again at Tang Qingma and Lu Tianrun on the third floor. Tang Qingma's expression remained unchanged, still wearing a mocking look. And Lu Tianrun opened his eyes, looking at them with a cold expression. Although he said nothing, his expression was filled with coldness, and his gaze held no emotion. It was as if he was saying that if they revealed the truth about how they fell down the stairs, an invisible fear filled Tang Qingqing's heart, causing her to shout, "No, I already said no. Second sister, we really just accidentally tripped and fell down with Ziqing." Tang Ziqing was also trembling all over, constantly nodding. It's true, second sister. Just like Qingqing said, no one pushed us. You. Tang Ailey saw the two of them hysterically insisting they fell by themselves, which made it even more suspicious. Her gaze turned once again to Tang Qingma and Lu Tianrun, then back to Tang Qingqing and Tang Ziqing's ugly expressions. Could it be they were threatened? This wasn't surprising. Given Tang Qingma's despicable nature, it was very normal for Tang Qingqing and Tang Ziqing to be threatened and not dare to speak the truth. Fine, since you won't say anything, I'll go check the surveillance myself. At this moment, Tang Ailey just wanted to catch Tang Qingma in a mistake and thought this was a great opportunity, so she stood up regardless of the ugly expressions on Tang Qingqing and the others' faces. Second sister, what are you doing? Tang Qingqing was shocked. Why wouldn't the second sister listen to them and insisted on getting to the bottom of it? Ailey, what's going on? Tang Meixin and Bai Hualian, who were nearby, also felt puzzled. Clearly, the injured party had already said they fell down, so why was Tang Ailey insisting on investigating? Tang Ailey simply said, I just feel something is off, it's better to clarify it. No! Tang Qingqing, ignoring her injuries, pulled on Tang Ailey's sleeve with her fractured leg. Second sister, we're really fine. Just help us call an ambulance, and don't worry about anything else. Yes, second sister, we're begging you. Tang Ziqing also felt that Tang Ailey was meddling. Was she trying to help them or harm them? And Tang Jianrun also felt very strange. The Tang family's staircase was designed with handrails. It was impossible for both of them to fall at the same time by accident. Moreover, it was clear that Tang Qingqing and the others were hiding something, as if they didn't want anyone to know why they fell. Just then, Tang Qingma's voice came again. Great, second sister, you have a spirit of exploration for the truth. He looked like he was watching a show. With a bright smile, I don't mind, if you want to know the truth, go ahead and investigate, but if anything extra comes to light afterward, I won't take responsibility. No, that's not okay. Tang Qingqing and Tang Ziqing immediately tried to stop Tang Ailey again. Hearing Tang Qingma's words and seeing his daughter's panic, Tang Jianrun finally guessed what was going on. It was clear that the two of them had caused trouble first, and then Tang Qingma retaliated by pushing them down the stairs. Although he didn't know what those two had done, if it was just related to Tang Qingma, they wouldn't be so flustered. In other words, Tang Jianrun slightly raised his head, cold sweat forming as he looked at the expressionless Lu Tianrun. In other words, they must have done something outrageous to Lu Tianrun. Qingqing, Ziqing, you don't have to be afraid. Even though Tang Ailey saw that her two younger sisters were unwilling to reveal the truth, she still didn't want to give up on the chance to convict Tang Qingma. However, at that moment, Tang Jianrun's voice suddenly rang out. Alright Ailey, don't pursue this any further. Ha! Tang Ailey was stunned. Tang Jianrun sighed lightly and said slowly, Qingqing and Ziqing, as they said, accidentally fell down the stairs. That's the conclusion. Let's see when the ambulance arrives. Seeing the head of the family, Tang Jianrun, say this, Tang Qingqing and Tang Ziqing both breathed a sigh of relief. No matter what, as long as their father didn't find out about the disgraceful things they wanted to do to Lu Tianrun, that was enough. Dad, how can you come to such a simple conclusion? However, Tang Ailey didn't want to let it go just like that. Anyone with eyes could see that it was Tang Qingma who had acted. How could she give up such a good opportunity to convict him? Did you not hear what I said? Tang Jianrun gritted his teeth, looking coldly at Tang Ailey. Since I said they fell by themselves, then that's the fact. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. Tang Ailey fell silent, unwilling. She had been humiliated in front of Tang Qingma so many times before, and naturally, she wanted to find a way to retaliate. Tang Jianrun was well aware of this. If it were just about their internal family matters, or if Tang Ailey had a way to take down Tang Qingma a notch, he certainly wouldn't stop her. But now it seems that this is not just a matter for the Tang family. If Tang Ailey's investigation of the surveillance leads to losses for the Tang family, he absolutely will not allow it. Dad! Tang Ailey lowered her head unconsciously when she saw her father wanting to settle things peacefully. Alright, since Qingqing and Ziqing both say it was an accident, we'll just wait for the ambulance to take them to the hospital. Tang Jianrun gave instructions, not allowing Tang Ailey to pursue the matter further. Although Tang Ailey felt unwilling, it was not the right time to continue speaking. If she angered Tang Jianrun, it would be troublesome. However, Tang Qingma, who was upstairs, sneered and said, as expected of the head of the Tang family, a very accurate judgment. Sometimes, after uncovering the truth, it might expose another secret that cannot be spoken of. After saying this, he deliberately glanced at Lu Tianrun and then turned back to his room. Tang Jianrun understood clearly. His two daughters had really done something to Lu Tianrun. So, after seeing Tang Qingma and Lu Tianrun return to their dormitory, he couldn't help but glare at them sharply. Qingqing, Ziqing, you two better confess honestly, did you provoke Tang Qingma again? Tang Qingqing and Tang Ziqing immediately lowered their heads, their guilty expression said it all. You! Tang Jianrun was instantly furious, feeling a tight pain in his chest. He really wanted to slap each of them. Tang Ailey also asked excitedly, Dad, Qingqing and Ziqing just wanted to teach Tang Qingma a lesson for Shaoxi. Why did you stop me just now? Did you not see how foolish your two younger sisters look? Tang Jianrun couldn't help but point at them. If it were just related to Tang Qingma, I could pretend I didn't know anything. But it looks like they have laid hands on the young master of the Lu family. The Lu family. Tang Ailey was startled upon hearing this. She thought her two younger sisters had only acted against Tang Qingma and fell down the stairs. But who knew they were so bold as to even Tang Qingqing and Tang Ziqing turned their heads away in guilt, a wave of regret washing over them. Seeing that the atmosphere was off, Tang Ruoling quickly advised, Alright, let's wait for the ambulance to arrive before discussing this. Meanwhile, Tang Meixin and Bai Hualian nodded worriedly, planning to stay by Tang Qingqing and Tang Ziqing's side while waiting for the ambulance. TSK. Tang Ailey could only click her tongue at the sight. How could her two younger sisters be so foolish? If they were going to do something, they should have targeted Tang Qingma. If Tang Qingma fought back, she could use her two younger sisters to strike at him. But how could they lay hands on the young master of the Lu family? Now it was truly a case of losing more than gaining. Thinking of this, Tang Ailey felt a bit weary. However, at that moment, Tang Jianrun's unfriendly voice rang out again. By the way, Ailey, I've already arranged for you to meet the second young master of the Chen family. See when you have time to go out for a meal with him. Tang Ailey was immediately stunned. Dad, I don't want to go out with the young master of the Chen family. She didn't expect her father to act so quickly. Tang Jianrun merely said coldly, Anyway, you have nothing to do, just staying at home all day, right? I have interviews, but no hospital wants you. Tang Jianrun silently shook his head, his tone very indifferent. Ailey, even if you don't want to admit it, you should be clear about your situation. Tang Ailey. She gritted her teeth, clenching her fists tightly. Of course, she knew. Ever since it was revealed that she would use a syringe to stab her own younger brother, she had been suspended. And with the Tang family continuously exposed to scandals, no hospital would dare to hire her now. But Tang Ailey was unwilling to accept it. Clearly, she had worked so hard for so many years to earn the title of surgical master. Patients from all over the world are seeking surgery because of this title. But just because she injured Tang Qingma, she was suspended and even expelled from the medical community. How can she accept this? Ding! Just then, the notification sound from her phone caught Tang Ailey's attention. She opened the message in confusion, and her eyes instantly sparkled. Dad, I received a notification. I got accepted. What? Tang Jianrun frowned. Which hospital would want you? He wasn't frowning because Tang Ailey could use work as an excuse to avoid blind dates, but because he thought, with her reputation, how could any hospital dare to take her? Aren't they afraid of the negative rumors that would spread if she hurt a patient due to her bad mood? Tang Ailey glanced at the message and saw it was from a medical center in Magic City. It was called a medical center, but in reality, it wasn't even a hospital, just a clinic. It's just a small hospital. Tang Ailey felt a bit guilty, but more than that, her heart ached. She had no choice now. During this time, she had sent many job applications to different large hospitals, but not a single call back. Now, only this clinic that isn't even a hospital was willing to accept her. Seeing her expression, Tang Jianrun understood everything. He said sharply, Ailey, don't think you can just find a small hospital to deal with me because you don't want to go on blind dates. Even if you work in such a place, it's not only hard but also lacks prestige. Why did Tang Ailey earn the title of the surgical master? Besides her outstanding achievements in surgery, it was also because she worked in a prestigious private hospital. Private hospitals, unlike public ones, mainly serve wealthy people. Therefore, to attract more affluent patients, the hospital would naturally promote her, spreading her good reputation. But small hospitals don't have that much funding. Moreover, to save costs, they might not even be able to hire enough staff, and doctors sometimes have to do nursing work too. Tang Ailey, having come from a private hospital, and with her status as the daughter of the Tang family, surely had a lighter workload than other doctors. But now, she was actually taking the initiative to work in a small place. Could she really handle it? Tang Ailey tightened her grip on her phone, her gaze resolute. Dad, I didn't choose this just to deal with you. In reality, this was the only clinic that would take her. Don't worry, I will prove to you that your daughter can make a name for herself in any work environment. Tang Jianrun. He wanted to say more, but seeing Tang Ailey so determined, he held back. He just hoped she wouldn't regret it. At that moment, in Tang Qingma's dormitory, he was happily listening to the system's report. Host, there is a medical center willing to hire Tang Ailey. That's great, dear second sister finally got the job she wanted. She's really working hard to avoid blind dates. Tang Qingma smiled as he opened his phone, looking at his chat history with Su Jingchen. Oh, host, the owner of that medical center is, the system discovered something. The medical center willing to accept Tang Ailey was on the verge of bankruptcy. The owner's original intention was to care for the health of the public, which is why he established this medical center, making it convenient for residents to seek medical care and checkups. However, with rising prices over the years and most people preferring to go to hospitals, the medical center's business dwindled, and the owner decided to close it next month and retire overseas. Thus, Tang Qingma planned to take full advantage of this. When the time comes, I will pay for Su Jingchen to instruct the Song family's subordinates to go for physical examinations and medical consultations. Can a well-known private hospital doctor like Tang Ailey really handle the flow of people at the community center? Tang Qingma said with a smirk, silently. No matter what, in order to avoid going on blind dates in a daze, Tang Ailey will persist no matter how hard it gets. He understood Tang Ailey's character very well. Her pride was extremely high. To avoid marriage, she would do anything. But without the security of a private hospital and the status of a Tang family young lady, can Tang Ailey really help others with their medical needs? Tang Qingma revealed a charming smile, a series of plans flashing through his mind. System. This host is truly terrifying. But at that moment, Tang Qingma suddenly said, compared to Tang Ailey and the others, I am now more concerned about Tang Xianxi's movements. What's up with Tang Xianxi? He has now severed ties with the Tang family and is no longer the young master of the Tang family. The system agreed, that's correct. Tang Qingma's smile deepened, raising both hands and saying, so, since Tang Xianxi has lost the protection of the Tang family, if he accidentally provokes someone, getting hurt is unavoidable, right? The system was a bit unsure how to respond. It seems that way? Then give me the address where Tang Xianxi is currently living. Okay. The next morning, Tang Xianxi woke up in bed. At this point, he had severed ties with the Tang family through a press conference and, pretending to be heartbroken, had not answered the calls or messages from the Tang family. Therefore, he was still unaware that Tang Qingqing and Tang Ziqing had broken their limbs for him and that Tang Qingma had pushed him down the stairs. However, even if he knew, he could only offer verbal comfort. Although Tang Xianxi was currently living alone at Tang Ruoling's place, the daily cleaning and meals were taken care of by a hired maid, so in a sense, he was living more easily than when he was at the Tang family. After all, when he was at the Tang family, he had to regularly provide emotional support to Bai Hualian and the Tang sisters. Now that he had moved out, everything was arranged by Tang Ruoling, and he just needed to relax and wait for the wedding day. Thinking this way, Tang Xianxi excitedly went out, planning to use the bank card Tang Ruoling had given him yesterday to shop and have fun. However, when he reached the bottom of the building in the community, a man wearing a tank top and with an exceptionally strong build suddenly bumped into his shoulder. Tang Xianxi was caught off guard and felt a bit of pain in his shoulder. But compared to himself, the man who seemed to have intentionally bumped into him pressed down on his shoulder and shouted in an exaggerated voice, "Ah, it hurts so much. Who just bumped into me?" The man turned around, glaring fiercely at Tang Xianxi. Tang Xianxi, huh? Is it you? You little fish. He quickly stepped forward, grabbing Tang Xianxi by the collar and pulling him up forcefully. Tang Xianxi was shocked. No, it wasn't me. Clearly, this person had bumped into him on purpose. How had it now become his fault? Could he be a scammer? There's only you and me here. If it wasn't you who bumped into me, then who was it? The man refused to let Tang Xianqi go, his expression twisted as he shouted, "You thought you could bump into someone and not take responsibility? You! What are you?" Tang Xianqi couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. He reflexively looked up. There were no surveillance cameras, and the man clenched his rough fist, preparing to raise it. "You, don't be so agitated. You just want money, right?" Seeing the other party about to make a move, Tang Xianqi immediately took out his phone, thinking that as long as he gave the big man enough money, he wouldn't have to suffer physical pain. "You tell me how much medical expenses you want, and I'll transfer it to you." However, the next second, the man's furious voice rang out again. "What money are you talking about? Am I such a vulgar person? Are you looking down on me?" Unexpectedly, the man became even more irritable. "Then, what do you want to do?" Tang Xianqi had no way out, if he wasn't after money. "It's simple. You hurt my shoulder, I hit you back, and that makes it even." Tang Xianqi, huh? In that moment, Tang Xianqi didn't have time to react at all. He saw a massive fist quickly coming towards his face, and then with a bang, his face was hit hard, and he was knocked to the ground, rolling several times. Tang Xianqi lay there in shock. Compared to the pain on his face, he was more surprised about why he was being hit. Generally, people who fake accidents are all after money, right? Why suddenly? But before Tang Xianqi could gather his thoughts, his collar was yanked up again by the man, his swollen face looking quite comical. Why are you?" Tang Xianqi looked at the man in astonishment as he raised his fist again. "I just don't like you, so I want to hit you." Bang! The man punched Tang Xianqi on the other side of his face, making both sides of his face symmetrical. Tang Xianqi had no idea what was happening. He was hit again. "How dare you try to buy me with money? What a bastard! Do I look like that kind of person?" Bang! The burly man punched Tang Xianqi in the face again. "Looking at your clothes, you must be a rich family's young master. How dare you look down on me?" Bang bang! One punch after another. "Bastard! Bang! Bang! No, please don't." Tang Xianqi had already taken several punches, his entire face swollen and red, looking like a pig's head. Why was he being treated like this? "Please, I am the young master of the Tang family." Tang Xianqi felt his cheeks throbbing with pain, struggling to speak. "Young master? Of the Tang family? Ha ha ha." But the man laughed even more wildly. Speaking of which, I think I've seen your face before. Wasn't it just a couple of days ago that the Tang family held a press conference, saying that the fake young master was going to sever ties with the Tang family? That person is you, right?" The man revealed an evil smile. "Let me ask you, as a fake young master who occupied the position of a rich family's son for 18 years, and now has severed ties with the Tang family, who do you think you are now?" Bang! Another punch landed. Tang Xianqi cried in pain, a surge of unwillingness filling his heart. If he were still the young master of the Tang family, he wouldn't have ended up like this. It's all because of that bastard Tang Xingma that he lost his identity as the young master of the Tang family. Tang Xianqi's regret value plus 200. Tang Xianqi's regret value plus 200. "I beg you, please, stop hitting me." Fists continued to rain down on Tang Xianqi's face, causing him immense pain. "I beg you, please, stop hitting me." Tang Xianqi reached out his hand, hoping to stop the man's actions. But how could his little strength stop this strong man? The man simply threw Tang Xianqi to the ground and then kicked him hard in the abdomen. Originally only feeling pain in his face, Tang Xianqi curled up in agony, feeling nauseous and wanting to vomit. "You're just a fake young master who has occupied someone else's position for 18 years. Do you really think a little money can make it real?" The burly man seemed to have found a point to vent his anger, continuously attacking Tang Xianqi with fists and kicks. "No, please, don't hit me." Tang Xianqi couldn't fight back at all, only able to protect his head with his hands, enduring all the pain. "What right do you, a fake, have to live so well?" The man kept kicking Tang Xianqi's abdomen and stomping on his legs, but Tang Xianqi could do nothing but wait for the other to stop. Until the other party vented for more than 10 minutes, he finally stopped the violent attack. "Humph, bastard." The man seemed to have completed his emotional release and finally turned to leave at Tang Xianqi's pleading. Tang Xianqi lay on the ground, battered and bruised. He wanted to call the police, but he had just held a press conference 2 days ago. He couldn't afford to lose face. Fortunately, this time the attack hadn't injured his bones, and he could still manage to get up and return to treat his wounds. Back in the house, Tang Xianqi endured the pain, took the gauze and bandages from the medicine box, and began to bandage himself. What on earth was going on? Why, on the very first day of severing ties with the Tang family, did he immediately receive an attack from a stranger? Was this a coincidence, or intentional? Although Tang Xianqi could ask Tang Ruoling for help in investigating, it was only his first day moving out, and contacting her right away would only be seen as being overly dramatic. To better elicit sympathy from the Tang family for his plight, Tang Xianqi decided to conceal the incident for a few days, waiting for the right moment to let them know. Tang Xianqi's thoughts were perfect in his mind. As long as he waited a few days and then let Tang Ruoling and the others see the scars on his body, he would surely gain their sympathy and pity. However, a few days later, Tang Xianqi realized he had been too naive. Bang! Bang bang! No, no! Tang Xianqi was once again hit by a strange man, his whole body sent flying by a punch. This was after several days, when he planned to pretend to miss the Tang family and return to the Tang family villa, deliberately letting them see his scars to evoke their sympathy. But just as he stepped out of the house, he was inexplicably provoked by another unknown man, who, like before, didn't ask for money and simply knocked him down. Once could be called a coincidence, but twice was not. Who are you? Sent by? Tang Xianqi was hit in the abdomen, curling up in pain. But the man attacking him arrogantly replied, "What do you mean sent by someone? I just don't like the look of you. Can't I hit you?" Saying this, he stomped on Tang Xianqi's shoulder. Tang Xianqi felt pain in all his limbs. Although his face had swollen less, many scars were still visible. He originally planned to go directly to the Tang family villa, but how could he go now? Not going to the hospital already showed his resilience. Thinking this way, it proved that these two encounters with strangers were likely acts of revenge against him. Tang Qingma. It must be Tang Qingma. Tang Xianqi immediately thought of Tang Qingma. Although he had no evidence, based on their terrible relationship and his gut feeling, he concluded it was Tang Qingma's doing. But wait, if it really was Tang Qingma, how did he know he was here? Did Tang Ruoling let it slip? No, Tang Ruoling had a bad relationship with him too. It couldn't have been her. But if that's the case, then who else knew? Or was it yet another coincidence? The two consecutive coincidences left Tang Xianqi feeling very puzzled. But now he had to deal with the man who was deliberately provoking him. Tang Xianqi was knocked down again, struggling to say, how much did the other party offer? I can give you double. The man, hearing Tang Xianqi's words, became even angrier and kicked him. What? You bastard, if you have money, hurry up and take it out. You're wasting my time. Tang Xianqi threw 2,000 at him, and the man became very excited. Remember, this is what you owe me. He stopped his punches and kicks, just nudging Tang Xianqi with his toes. If you dare to call the police, don't blame me for being rude. After saying this, he turned and left, leaving Tang Xianqi alone. Tang Hongxi, with new injuries on top of old ones, frantically pulled out his phone. Sister, help me. No. Although his original plan was to walk to the Tang family villa to have a chance encounter with Bai Hualian or another sister, his current situation meant that if he didn't seek help from Tang Ruoling, he might not survive. Tang Ruoling was originally in a meeting with her subordinates, but upon hearing Tang Xianqi's call, she immediately abandoned everyone and rushed from the company to the house without holding the meeting. Xiao Shi. As soon as she opened the door, she saw Tang Xianqi sitting on the sofa, exhausted and alone, pitifully bandaging the wound on his arm. Sister. Tang Xianqi, pale from his injuries, looked weak, as if he could collapse at any moment. Seeing Tang Xianqi like this broke Tang Ruoling's heart. Xiao Shi, what on earth happened? She immediately stepped forward to check his injuries. Why? How did you get hurt like this? She lightly touched Tang Xianqi's hand, but he flinched as if startled. It hurts. Sister, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Tang Ruoling was a bit startled and worriedly asked, Xiao Shi, what happened? Why are you so hurt? Normally, she had arranged for Tang Xianqi to live in this community because of its good security. He shouldn't have been hurt so badly. However, Tang Xianqi just lowered his head, panic in his expression as he said, I'm sorry, sister, I was beaten. Xiao Shi was beaten. When did this happen? Tang Ruoling immediately became anxious, wanting to assess Tang Xianqi's condition, but fearing that touching him might cause further injury, she didn't dare to move too much. Tang Xianqi lowered his head, looking very dejected. Just now, and a few days ago, I wanted to go home to see Mom and you sisters, but as soon as I left the community, someone suddenly bumped into me, claiming I hit him, and then, Tang Xianqi suddenly paused at the crucial point, then silently turned his head, revealing a sorrowful expression. What more could Tang Ruoling not understand with that expression? Xiao Shi, why didn't you tell us? Tang Xianqi turned his head away. Sorry, sister, I've already cut ties with the family. I shouldn't trouble you anymore. Tang Ruoling was stunned and lowered her head in pain. Indeed, strictly speaking, Tang Xianqi was no longer considered a member of the Tang family. With his kind nature, if it weren't for this near-death experience, he probably wouldn't have even told her. Tang Xianqi, with an apologetic expression, said, Sister, please don't tell Mom and the second sister about my injuries. They will worry and be sad. Because I've already caused them a lot of trouble with this video incident, I can't let them be sad again. Xiao Shi. What a good child he is. Clearly, he was threatened by Lu Ruyan, which led to him being secretly filmed. Yet now he still had to bear the responsibility for the trouble caused by Lu Ruyan, and now he was hurt so badly. Speaking of which, why did Xiaoxi suddenly get beaten? While Tang Ruoling was pondering this, she heard Tang Xianqi say, "Sister, I find it strange." He sadly rubbed the wound on his arm. "Clearly, I just cut ties with the family the day before, but the next day when I went out, someone immediately came looking for me. And a few days later, the same thing happened again. Indeed, this is a civilized society. Even if it's a scam, the goal is usually money, and the chances of them resorting to violence are very low. Moreover, according to Xiaoxi, he was violently attacked the day after the press conference, and after staying at home for several days, he was attacked again upon going out. Could it be that Xiaoxi has been targeted by certain families that are enemies of the Tang family?" Thinking of this, Tang Ruoling excitedly said, "Xiaoxi, let's call the police. I believe it must be the work of our enemy families. After all, Tang Xianqi used to be the young master of the Tang family, but now, due to blood relations, it has been revealed that he is a false young master. Now this false young master has to sever ties with the Tang family because of the video scandal, and those families that hold a grudge against the Tang family wouldn't take this opportunity to attack Tang Xianqi. Xiaoxi, let's report it to the police first. Don't worry, I will definitely find the family that bullied you and make them pay." Although Tang Ruoling wanted to firmly grip Tang Xianqi's shoulders, she hesitated, unsure if he was injured, so she lowered her raised hand. How dare they treat Xiaoxi like this? She absolutely cannot let them go. But unexpectedly, when Tang Hongxi heard that they were going to call the police, he immediately stopped her. "No way, big sister. I announced at the press conference a few days ago that I would sever ties with my family, so you can't take me to the police station. If the police make it public, the media will definitely get wind of it. At that point, the fact that he is still interacting with the Tang family will be known to the public, and his apology will be in vain. Moreover, he cannot afford to lose face. But if this continues, Xiaoxi, you will be in a lot of pain," Tang Ruoling said, feeling distressed. Tang Xianqi smiled bitterly, appearing considerate as he said, "It's okay, as long as I don't trouble you, what's a little injury to me?" Xiaoxi, seeing Tang Xianqi's self-sacrificing demeanor, Tang Ruoling's heart ached. No, she must find out who is bullying her Xiaoxi. She wants those people to know that even if Xiaoxi has severed ties with the Tang family, it is merely a facade. In their hearts, Tang Xianqi is still the most beloved younger brother. In the end, Tang Ruoling called a private doctor to treat Tang Xianqi's injuries and had him sign a confidentiality agreement before leaving. Once she left the community, she sharply instructed her subordinates to investigate if there had been any suspicious individuals lingering around the neighborhood recently and to pull up all the surveillance footage inside and outside the community to see who had bullied Tang Xianqi. Her subordinates were quite efficient. Before long, they had retrieved the surveillance footage and discovered that there had indeed been suspicious individuals who were not residents walking around the community in recent days. Although Tang Xianqi said he didn't want to call the police, that didn't mean Tang Ruoling couldn't find out who they were. So she hired several martial artists, planning to wait for the right moment to capture those suspicious individuals and interrogate them. 2 days later, she specifically took a day off from work and, along with those martial artists, hid outside the community at 8 in the morning, watching for any suspicious individuals walking around. By around 10 o'clock, they indeed saw 3 stout men in vests walking by. Their behavior and demeanor seemed rough, and sometimes they even spoke foully. "Hey, do you think that little young master will come out today? Haha, we've beaten him to a pulp twice already. How could he dare to show up again?" Tang Ruoling, who was eavesdropping nearby. "What do you mean by beating him to a pulp? How can there be such shameless people, not even a legitimate child, yet they dare to stay in the victim's house? There are all kinds of people in this world, which is why we take it upon ourselves to teach him a good lesson. Next time, why not send him a box full of razor blades? I wonder what expression he will have when he opens it." Ha ha ha. Tang Ruoling felt extremely shocked. What they were saying. The little young master who isn't even considered a legitimate child, isn't that referring to Xiaoxi? Xiaoxi had previously mentioned that the person who hit him was a man wearing a tank top and of a sturdy build. So it's them. These are the ones bullying Xiaoxi. Tang Ruoling couldn't stand it any longer and immediately instructed the warriors behind her, pointing at the few burly men ahead, shouting, "It's them. Quick, capture them for me." The warriors immediately obeyed Tang Ruoling's command and rushed out from their hiding places. "Hey, who are you? What's going on? What do you want? Help! They're hitting me!" The 3 burly men were easily captured by the warriors hired by Tang Ruoling, their expressions fierce. At this moment, Tang Ruoling stepped forward slowly from behind. "Who are you? Why are you capturing us for no reason?" Tang Ruoling didn't answer him but instead said with a harsh tone, "You're the ones, the trash that bullied Xiaoxi. The three burly men, huh? What are you talking about, woman? One of the burly men looked confused, as if he didn't understand what Tang Ruoling was saying. Shut up, slap. Without saying another word, Tang Ruoling slapped him. You clearly beat up a boy and are pretending not to know. I really don't know. The man was inexplicably slapped and now was being wrongfully accused, feeling wronged inside. You damn woman better let us go quickly. Otherwise, I'll call our boss over. Another man glared at her viciously. Call your boss? Sure. Slap, slap. Tang Ruoling slapped him twice more. Go ahead and call. I want to see who your boss is, daring to send people to bully my brother. Tang Ruoling even took out her phone, pressing it against the man's face in a humiliating manner, rubbing it hard. In her heart, since the men in front of her were all brawny and brainless, they were generally just low-level thugs. Even if they had a boss leading them, in front of the prestigious Tang family, they were just slightly bigger thugs. She wanted these people to deeply understand that bullying her brother would come at a heavy price. The burly man whose face was being rubbed by the phone shook his head in frustration and shouted at Tang Ruoling, Fine, then let our big brother come over. Tang Ruoling triumphantly raised her head. Great, give me the phone number. Miss, you better think this through. At this moment, the third man who hadn't been slapped yet said in a deep voice, You can still let us go now. It's really too late once our big brother arrives. Slap, slap, slap. Then Tang Ruoling took turns giving him 3 slaps. Stop talking nonsense. I just want to teach your big brother a lesson for daring to bully my brother. The man with a swollen face was speechless. We've said we didn't bully anyone. We're here for security. Slap. Still dare to talk back. Hit him. At this point, Tang Ruoling didn't want to hear these men's excuses, just thinking about the scene of Tang Xianqi covered in injuries but not daring to tell by Hualian and the others made her eager to take revenge for him. The warriors also followed Tang Ruoling's orders and immediately began to beat the man with fists and kicks. Ah, no! The man was knocked to the ground, curling up in pain. Since his limbs were tied up, he couldn't escape. His 2 companions were stunned and quickly shouted, Don't hit us! Help! You're going to kill someone! Tang Ruoling saw the burly man being beaten to a pulp and felt a great sense of satisfaction inside. She once again held her phone in front of the panicking man. Quick, tell me your boss's phone number. You better not regret this, woman. The man gritted his teeth and recited a string of numbers. After Tang Ruoling dialed the number, she held the phone to the man's ear. Boss, help! You need to come save us. Another man immediately shouted into the microphone, Boss, a woman suddenly came with a bunch of martial artists and tied us up and she beat up old 3 half to death. After letting them speak for a while, Tang Ruoling finally moved the phone to her own ear and said triumphantly, Did you hear that? Who are you? The voice on the other end sounded like a young man, surprisingly youthful. I am the young lady of the Tang family. During this time, you sent people to bully my brother, so I'm returning the favor. Bully? What are you talking about? In short, my brother was injured because of your people. I won't let them off so easily. Hearing the calm voice on the other end, Tang Ruoling felt extremely furious. She pointed at the other 2 strong men and angrily said, Beat them up too. Yes. The martial artists obeyed the order and began to punch and kick the 2 sturdy men. Ah, no, help, boss, save us. Seeing the miserable state of the 3 men, Tang Ruoling finally felt satisfied and ended the call. You heard that? Your subordinates are outside Ping Shui community. If you don't want them to die, come alone. Before the other party could respond, Tang Ruoling hung up the phone directly. Before their boss arrives, teach them a good lesson. Yes. Tang Ruoling revealed an evil smile. Just wait, I will teach your boss a lesson too. No matter who it was, she wouldn't let go of anyone who dared to bully Xiao Shi. However, half an hour later, Tang Ruoling deeply regretted why she had done all this. So, can anyone tell me what happened? Half an hour later, Su Jingchen appeared outside Ping Shui community and saw his 3 subordinates, all at the 3rd level of cultivation, being beaten to the ground by martial artists at the 1st to 2nd level. And they were clearly built but pretending to be weak. Are you their boss? Tang Ruoling frowned. She had thought that the boss of a gang would look as burly as those strong men, but she didn't expect him to be so young. He looked to be only 17 or 18, about the same age as Tang Xianqi. Could it be a case of mistaken identity? But the next second, the 3 battered strong men pleaded for help from Su Jingchen. Boss, that woman wants to kill us. It hurts so much. Come save us. Su Jingchen, TSK. His previously expressionless face showed extreme disdain, and his tone was sharp. Do you want to die? The 3 immediately shut their mouths, and Tang Ruoling couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. She didn't know why, but even though the boy in front of her was very young, he exuded an indescribable sense of oppression, like someone untouchable. Yet she still gritted her teeth and said, you are their boss, right? Do you know they have been bullying my brother these past few days? Su Jingchen's eyes shifted to Tang Ruoling. Your brother? You are Miss Tang Ruoling, right? As far as I know, your brother is Tang Qingma, isn't he? We haven't bullied him. Rather, no one would dare to risk their lives to bully him. Tang Ruoling. No, I'm not talking about Qingma. I'm talking about another brother. For some reason, Tang Ruoling felt a bit guilty saying this. Another brother? Who? Su Jingchen asked knowingly. Tang Xianxi, my other brother. Ah, that fake. Su Jingchen let out a light breath, then looked at the three men lying on the ground. Did you bully him? Rather, why were they here? And the three strong men immediately said, no, boss. Of course we didn't. We were introduced by someone to work security here. Now it was Su Jingchen's turn to be a bit confused. Security work? Security work? Su Jingchen was a bit dazed. Although he had never been very strict in managing his subordinates, as long as they completed their tasks and didn't cause trouble for the Song family and Song Junshen, it didn't matter if they took on part-time jobs. But now, as third-tier martial artists, they were actually doing security work in this neighborhood? The hiring fee for third-tier martial artists was quite substantial, which neighborhood owner was so wealthy that they could recruit 3 third-tier martial artists. Moreover, the martial artists currently holding them down were only first to second tier. One of them would be more than enough to deal with them, so why were all 3 of them on the ground? Su Jingchen felt a bit of a headache, pressed his fingertips against his temple, and looked at the 3 men with an unfriendly tone, asking, what on earth is going on? Don't ignore me. Tang Ruoling felt humiliated when she saw that they weren't looking at her. She immediately ordered the martial artists she hired to capture Su Jingchen. One of the martial artists ran up to Su Jingchen, and he suddenly lifted his leg, kicking the larger martial artist far away with a bang. Ah! The martial artist rolled on the ground in pain several times before fainting. It was clear that the opponent had great strength. What? Tang Ruoling found it hard to believe. Clearly, the martial artists she hired were taller than the boy in front of her, so why did he knock one out with a single kick? Several other martial artists hesitated and were afraid to step forward when they saw their companion easily knocked out. At this moment, Su Jingchen looked speechlessly at his 3 subordinates, his expression cold. How long are you going to keep up this act? Hurry up and clean these people up. Tang Ruoling, what is he saying? She saw the 3 men who should have been tied up and bruised suddenly untie the ropes, then radiate a strong aura, healing all their wounds. What are you? Tang Ruoling, not from a martial arts family and having never seen the healing skill, was dumbfounded by the scene. Bang! Then she saw the 3 sturdy men, who she thought were weak, knock her hired martial artists flying with just one punch. It was like the wheel of fortune turning. They easily knocked all the martial artists to the ground, leaving only Tang Ruoling. Ah! Tang Ruoling was so scared that she was stunned, her legs couldn't help but go weak, and she knelt on the ground. You guys. Her voice trembled. Clearly, those 3 were captured weaklings, so why did they suddenly become so powerful? One of the strong men grinned wickedly and said, ah, I'm really dedicated. I really got beaten up to make the act more realistic. After all, the pay for this job is quite good, so it's better to act real. Another man said cheerfully, just getting lightly beaten for a while will earn so much money, what a steal. The third sturdy man's eyes sparkled even more. Only Su Jingchen had a dark expression, standing directly behind the 3 men, asking, you 3, explain yourselves clearly. The 3 were startled. Boss. Seeing Su Jingchen's face, which looked like he was about to hit someone, one of the strong men immediately said, a few days ago, Xiaoqin contacted us, saying there was a well-paying job, which was to patrol outside this neighborhood at this time. If we found someone wanting to teach us a lesson, we would pretend to be captured and then find a chance to call you over. Su Jingchen frowned. Call me over? The 3 of them nodded slightly and said weakly, yeah, according to what Xiaoqin conveyed from that client's message, it said that as long as you come, everything will be clear. Xiaoqin. Wasn't he the one arranged by Tang Qingma to watch over Lu Ruyan? So this so-called grand performance today, and the act of calling himself over, were all orchestrated by Tang Qingma? The purpose was to use his power to suppress Tang Ruoling? What a clever move to kill with a borrowed knife. Oof, ha ha. Su Jingchen couldn't help but sneer a few times at this thought. The anger of realizing he was being used made his body emit a force of blood and energy. An invisible sense of oppression immediately transmitted to Tang Ruoling and the 3 subordinates. Boss, please calm down. Boss, we were wrong. The 3 subordinates kept trying to appease Su Jingchen's emotions, while Tang Ruoling, who had already knelt on the ground, was too scared to move. So, who exactly did she provoke? She thought these people were just thugs, easily dealt with in front of the power of the wealthy. However, all the scenes now indicated that these people were far from just simple thugs. Tang Ruoling could no longer say anything. She only felt that under the pressure of the opponent's blood energy, her body felt as heavy as if it were being crushed by a stone. After more than 10 seconds, Su Jingchen calmed down. He withdrew the blood energy he had emitted, but his expression was as cold as ice as he stared at the three sturdy men. I give you two choices. One is that all the rewards you receive today will be confiscated. The three, no, the money is their lifeline. They must choose the second option. Two is to take turns fighting me for 30 minutes. If you get injured or die, I will still give your family a compensation. The three, oh, then it's nothing. It's just money. You can take it. God knows that although Su Jingchen was at the same third-tier level as them, he had been suppressing his true strength to protect Song Junshen discreetly. Not to mention that Su Jingchen was far superior to them in combat experience and fighting skills. So, between money and life, they would certainly choose life. After dealing with the three subordinates, Su Jingchen glanced sideways at the still motionless Tang Ruoling on the ground. Let's talk, Miss Tang Ruoling. He stepped forward slowly, his footsteps echoing softly on the ground. At this moment, Tang Ruoling was trembling in fear, her instincts telling her that she had provoked someone absolutely not to be offended. You, who are you? Sorry, after talking for so long, I seem to have not introduced myself. Su Jingchen walked to a distance of several meters from Tang Ruoling and slightly bent down. My name is Su Jingchen. Su Jingchen? The other party's demeanor was filled with elegance and etiquette. Could he be the young master of the Su family? But is the Su family in the Magic City a martial arts family? But in the next second, she heard Su Jingchen continue, I am the bodyguard of the young master of the Song family in Magic City, and also the acting authority. I hope Miss Tang Ruoling will guide me. Song family, the martial arts family that can rival the Lu family, the Song family. In that instant, Tang Ruoling knew she had stirred up a hornet's nest. Why? Why were those three seemingly rough thugs actually from the Song family? In today's era of spiritual energy revival, martial arts are flourishing. However, the ordinary wealthy Tang family simply cannot compare to the martial arts family of the Song family. Although she had heard that the Song family had experienced a management crisis years ago due to the death of Madame Song, they were now doing very well, standing strong in the Magic City. Why on earth did she get involved with this colossal figure? Su Jingchen ignored Tang Ruoling's stunned expression and quietly asked, by the way, Miss Tang, did you say that you sent someone to bully her fake brother? Is that true? The three immediately shook their heads. No, I don't even know what brother you're talking about. It was just during patrol that this woman brought people to beat us. Yeah, we were just walking fine when these people suddenly charged at us. I don't even know what brother she has. We only started this job yesterday. We have no idea what this woman is talking about. Tang Ruoling, no, I clearly heard you say you taught a lesson to the fake young master. Isn't that you bullying my brother? Tang Ruoling gritted her teeth, and despite being filled with fear, she still spoke through clenched jaws. Little did she know, after she finished speaking, one of the burly men just looked at her with a dumbfounded expression. Miss Tang, we were talking about the plot of a TV drama from last night. Another burly man also speechlessly took out his phone and played the cover and preview of the drama. On the phone, the impoverished female lead was being wronged by the wealthy female antagonist, only to find out that they were maliciously swapped as children, and the female lead was the real wealthy young lady, and so on. That's the drama airing at 8 o'clock. We were discussing the content of the next episode. So you sent people to beat us because of this? Tang Ruoling suddenly felt as if struck by lightning, her entire mind going blank. Ever since she became the president, she had been busy with work every day, with no time or interest to watch any dramas. So had she mistaken the person? Had she mistaken the subordinates of the Song family for the thugs bullying Xiaoxi? Su Jingchen, seeing the panic-stricken look on her face, couldn't help but sneer. So, Miss Tang, what can you explain now? You suddenly tied up my subordinates and beat them. Can I take that as a provocation against the Song family? As the acting head of the Song family, Su Jingchen naturally had to uphold the family's reputation. Although he was quite displeased with being used by Tang Qingma, he decided to deal with Tang Ruoling first. Seeing the situation turning against her, Tang Ruoling hurriedly said, No. Although I was the one who gave the initial order, your subordinates were the ones who self-healed and even took down the martial artists I hired. Su Jingchen coldly replied, So you admit you acted first? Tang Ruoling, so the whole matter is that Miss Tang acted against a fake brother with no blood relation, only to accidentally mistake the person, bringing martial artists with offensive capabilities to act, and even intended to seriously injure someone. Every word from Su Jingchen made Tang Ruoling's face turn pale, leaving her at a loss for how to respond. If the ones you attacked weren't my Song family's martial artists but ordinary people with no power, and they only realized they were mistaken after being beaten half to death, wouldn't that be tragic for them? Su Jingchen's calm narration made Tang Ruoling feel ashamed. Yes, if she had attacked someone with no background, Forget it, the most important thing now is to discuss family matters. Su Jingchen raised his head, his gaze cold as he looked down at her. I would appreciate it if Miss Tang could provide reasonable compensation for my subordinates. Otherwise, the Tang family has just resolved the video of the fake young master teaming up with his fiancée to bully the real young master. You wouldn't want the already weakened Tang family to face another attack from the Song family, would you? No, please don't. Tang Ruoling's body jumped in fright. This was what she feared the most. The Tang family was already exhausted from the two incidents involving the true and false young masters, and both the main and third branches were constantly blaming her and her father. It's not easy to make that video disappear from the internet nowadays, giving the Tang family a chance to breathe. But if they are attacked by the Song family at this time, then the people from the second branch can just pack their things and leave the Tang group. Young Master Song, I beg you, this time I was too impulsive, which led to this blunder. I won't dare to do it again. At this moment, Tang Ruoling completely lowered her stance, half kneeling as she pleaded with Su Jingchen. I'm sorry, this time it's all my fault. Please don't make a big deal out of this. She wasn't losing her position in the Tang group because of this blunder. Seeing the other party's obsequious demeanor, the three burly men revealed malicious smiles. Miss Tang, didn't we say it earlier? If the boss comes, you'll be in big trouble. Tang Ruoling took a painful breath. Another burly man showed a somewhat lewd expression. What can Miss Tang compensate us for? Just look at your figure, and that face of yours. Ah, ouch. Slap. Su Jingchen mercilessly slapped the back of his head. Be serious. I am serious. You're the one who said she should compensate me. He protested. Su Jingchen coldly said, Miss Tang, we are serious people. Let's settle this with money. Money? Tang Ruoling was a bit stunned. 10 million, as long as you pay. I'll pretend nothing happened today. 10 million. Young Master Su, that's so much. 10 million was something she could afford as a wealthy heiress and president. She just didn't expect that after just hitting someone, they would demand such a large compensation. Su Jingchen saw through Tang Ruoling's thoughts and sneered, Miss Tang, you acted impulsively for your counterfeit brother without even investigating, and now you only need to pay 10 million. You should be able to afford it. Tang Ruoling gritted her teeth. At this moment, she had no choice. Only by paying this 10 million would the incident of her accidentally hitting someone from the Song family for Tang Xianqi not be exposed. Her position in the Tang family would remain unchanged. Alright, I'll give it to you now. Su Jingchen snapped his fingers, and the three subordinates behind him immediately prepared different bank checkbooks and pens. Tang Ruoling, how could they be ready so quickly? Even though 10 million was an amount she could afford, seeing the other party take out the checkbook so swiftly made her heart feel very complicated. After all, losing 10 million because of her blunder made her feel like a fool. But compared to being retaliated against by the Song family and threatening her position, she had no choice but to spend this 10 million. With no other option, Tang Ruoling picked up the pen handed to her and trembled as she wrote the number on the checkbook. Su Jingchen decisively tore off the paper and handed it to one of his subordinates. Shaolin, take this to the bank to exchange. Okay. The subordinate named Shaolin immediately ran off. Su Jingchen coldly watched Tang Ruoling and said softly, that'll trouble Miss Tang to wait here for a while. Once my subordinate exchanges the money, you'll be free to leave. Su Jingchen's words made Tang Ruoling feel humiliated, and she couldn't help but ask, do you think I would cheat you? Even if she wasn't from a martial arts family, she was still the president of the Tang group, the heiress of the wealthy Tang family. The other party held the lifeline of her career. How could she dare to deceive him? If it were the Miss Tang in the workplace, I might still believe you, but today I saw with my own eyes that you neglected your own brother and made so many absurd moves for a fake brother, so I'd better be cautious. Su Jingchen's words further stimulated Tang Ruoling's heart, and she quickly said, this has nothing to do with my biological brother. Moreover, Xiaoxi really got hurt. He was seriously injured, but he didn't dare to tell us to avoid causing trouble, and this severing of ties is also. Tang Ruoling didn't dare to continue. If she went on, Su Jingchen would discover that Tang Xianqi's break with the Tang family was only temporary. However, what she didn't know was that Su Jingchen had already guessed it. Since the relationship has already been severed, isn't it natural not to tell you? Perhaps feeling displeased because he was used by Tang Qingma, Su Jingchen wanted to vent his anger on Tang Ruoling. Also, I just found it a bit funny to see Miss Tang sacrifice so much for someone who has no blood ties to the Tang family and has severely damaged the family's reputation twice. Tang Ruoling lowered her head and said, no matter what, Xiaoxi is still my brother. I can't give up on him just because he made a mistake. Su Jingchen silently interrupted, but your biological brother didn't do anything wrong, yet you gave up on him, didn't you? Tang Ruoling's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at Su Jingchen. How did I give up on my biological brother? In these two incidents involving the fake young master, the victim was your biological brother, right? But now you're running around for a fake brother, even beating up my people without investigating. Indeed, quite impressive. This brain really doesn't seem like what a CEO should have. Her words had already shown her bias towards Tang Xianqi, making her seem like a little brat with no judgment, only acting impulsively. Is it really okay for the Tang family to be led by someone like this? Well, that's none of my business. However, Tang Ruoling showed a somewhat shocked expression because of Su Jingchen's words, and she couldn't help but become dazed. Boss, I've exchanged the money. Not long after, a subordinate of Shaolin finally returned, excitedly handing the receipt to Su Jingchen. It seems the check is real, Miss Tang. You can leave now. Su Jingchen put the receipt back in his pants pocket. He had no reason to stay here any longer and was about to turn to leave. However, before leaving, he still said to Tang Ruoling, by the way, Miss Tang, you're always welcome to come back for such money-giving activities in the future. Ha ha, yes, Miss Tang. We'll be patrolling here for the next few days, so if you want to come back to cause trouble, just bring enough money to find us. We can give you a 20% discount then, ha ha. Not only Su Jingchen, but Tang Ruoling also felt a surge of resentment in her heart as she saw herself being mocked and ridiculed by these three scoundrel subordinates. But what could she do? She couldn't resist or fight back at all. She couldn't even win. Asterisk at this time, at the Tang family villa, Tang Qingma leaned back in his chair, elegantly sipping on Tang Jianren's expensive red wine while listening to the system's report. Host, Su Jingchen extorted 10 million from Tang Ruoling and then left. Tang Qingma put down his wineglass and chuckled. He must have guessed that I used him to pressure Tang Ruoling, which is why he asked for such a small compensation. Compared to using the Song family's power to ruin himself, giving 10 million is indeed too cheap. At this moment, Tang Qingma heard a message notification on his phone. It was sent by Su Jingchen. It seemed he immediately sent a message to reconcile after leaving that community. Your sister said her fake brother was beaten up. Did you do it? Tang Qingma curled his lips in a cold smile and typed on his phone. It was indeed all his design. Days ago, he had a conversation with Xiao Chun, who was watching over Lu Ruyan, saying he wanted him to find a few companions to do something, promising them a generous reward upon completion. So Xiao Chen immediately found several colleagues he had a good relationship with and divided them into two groups. The first batch was to observe Tang Xianqi's movements. Once they discovered he wanted to go out, they would deliberately approach him to bump into him, then casually find an excuse to beat him up. Tang Qingma was very clear about Tang Xianqi's character. At first, to gain the sympathy of the Tang family, he wouldn't mention being injured, at least not for a few days. So during this period, Tang Qingma continued to send people to watch the other party's movements. As soon as Tang Xianqi went out, they would have someone beat him up. After experiencing several beatings, Tang Xianqi would surely be unable to resist contacting the Tang family, but he didn't expect that he would crack after the second time. When Tang Ruoling heard that her precious younger brother had been beaten, she would definitely take action. As an ordinary person who couldn't fight, she couldn't act alone, so she would hire several martial artists. Therefore, at this moment, Tang Qingma sent out the second batch of people from Xiao Chun, instructing them to pretend to patrol in front of the community, say some words that hinted at Tang Xianqi, and then tempt him to strike first. Finally, they told them that as long as they could lure Su Jingchen out, they would secretly give them a reward. So the three of them acted very hard and successfully called Su Jingchen out. What happened next was beyond Tang Qingma's expectations. If Su Jingchen was in a bad mood at that time and wanted to take Tang Ruoling's life or cut off her hands and feet, she could only blame her own bad luck, but Tang Qingma didn't expect that Su Jingchen would leave for just 10 million. What a bargain for her. Then, Su Jingchen sent another message, just give me the reward you promised your subordinates. Tang Qingma? Su Jingchen even wanted to take his subordinates' money? Was he that short on cash? After Su Jingchen and his men left, Tang Ruoling still knelt half-heartedly on the ground. Her body was still paralyzed with fear from Su Jingchen's aura just now. At the same time, she was also lost in thought about what Su Jingchen had just said to her. Miss Tang sacrifices so much for someone who has no blood ties to the Tang family and has severely damaged the Tang family's reputation twice. I just find it a bit funny. In both incidents of the fake young master, the victim has always been your own brother. Yes, in both exposed incidents of the fake young master, the victim had always been Qingma. Why? Why didn't she ever worry about Qingma, or check if he was hurt, but instead always favored Tang Xianqi? When did she become so unable to distinguish right from wrong? Clearly, the one who was hurt and bullied every time was Qingma. And clearly, the characteristics of the people Tang Xianqi described were just like those three strong men. But why were they from the Song family? Could it be, he lied to me? Suddenly, a sharp pain surged from inside her head, and Tang Ruoling covered her forehead in discomfort. Soon, her mind went blank. What is this? Tang Ruoling stood up in shock. she needed to go back and ask Tang Xianqi for more detailed information about the people who bullied him. However, when she got up and saw the martial artists who had just been knocked down by Su Jingchen and his subordinates, she couldn't help but feel furious. You useless bunch, you can't even deal with such a small person. What use is it for me to pay you to come back? Tang Ruoling fiercely pointed at the martial artists still lying on the ground and scolded them. The martial artists, they couldn't help it. Their levels were only first to second rank, and their wages were limited. How could they risk their lives for her? All of you get out of here. After scolding them again, Tang Ruoling angrily left alone. After returning to the house, Tang Ruoling saw Tang Xianqi in the hall changing the bandages on his wounds. Looking at his arms and upper body filled with bruises of varying degrees, her heart ached. In fact, when she returned just now, she had thought about whether Tang Xianqi had deceived her, but the injuries on his body were real. A person, even if they were self-directing and acting, could not possibly make themselves look this miserable. So someone must have beaten Tang Xianqi. It was just her bad luck for provoking the wrong person. Sister, why are you here? Tang Xianqi asked in confusion. Don't you have to work? He had been sitting by the window playing on his phone to pass the time, but when he saw Tang Ruoling approaching, he immediately took out the medicine box and sat in a place where he could be seen as soon as the door opened to change the bandages. Sure enough, it caused Tang Ruoling another pang of heartache. I took a day off today, planning to go find those who bullied you, Tang Ruoling said as she sat down beside Tang Xianqi to help him change the bandages. However, upon hearing her words, Tang Xianqi immediately exclaimed in surprise, "No, sister, those people are very scary. You can't go find them for my sake. It hurts." Because he was a bit agitated, Tang Xianqi accidentally tugged at his wound, letting out a painful cry. "Xiao Shi, are you okay?" Tang Ruoling was frightened and quickly checked to see if he was hurt. But Tang Xianqi continued, "I'm fine, sister. Please promise me you won't go find them, okay? If you get hurt because of me, what am I supposed to do?" Seeing the concern on her face for him, Tang Ruoling was deeply moved. "Don't worry, Xiao Shi, I have hired martial artists to go with me." Although she had just mistaken the target and got beaten up herself. "Even if you sever ties with us, in my heart, you will always be my brother, and as your sister, of course, I have to protect you." Tang Ruoling didn't mention that she had just been scammed out of 10 million by Su Jingchen, not wanting Xiao Shi to worry about her. But when it came to hiring martial artists, Tang Ruoling suddenly had a bright idea. She immediately said excitedly, "Right, Xiao Shi, why don't I spend money to hire martial artists to protect you?" Tang Xianqi was shocked. "Sister, you mean to hire martial artists for me?" "Yes. Just like Tang Qingma has third-grade martial artists like Lu Tianren as bodyguards, why can't Xiao Shi have even better ones? Why hadn't she thought of this before? As long as someone was protecting Xiao Shi, he wouldn't have to be afraid of going out anymore. In that case, those who harmed Xiao Shi wouldn't dare to come knocking, and Xiao Shi wouldn't have to stay at home all the time. But hiring martial artists is very expensive. Sister, you've already worked so hard to earn money, so..." Tang Xianqi once again showed a kind expression, thinking of her. "Xiao Shi, you can't say that." Tang Ruoling immediately interrupted him. "As long as it's for you, what's a little money?" Although hiring martial artists long-term is very costly, for Xiao Shi's safety, it was all worth it. Seeing Tang Ruoling so determined, Tang Xianqi's eyes turned red, and he said emotionally, "Sister, you're so good. Then I won't have to be afraid all the time." Seeing Tang Xianqi, who had been enduring during this time, Tang Ruoling's heart ached terribly. She quickly said, "Xiao Shi, although it will remind you of bad memories, can you tell me more about the two people who bullied you?" At this moment, Tang Ruoling had developed a psychological shadow from mistaking the wrong person. Although she could spend a lot of money to settle this time, she might not be so lucky next time. Tang Xianqi nodded. "Okay, those two who hit me are..." After Tang Xianqi described the characteristics of those people, it made Tang Ruoling frown. Because the characteristics he mentioned were very similar to those of the subordinates from the Song family she had encountered earlier. Normally, the security work in this community was quite good, so those rough-looking thugs shouldn't appear here. But whether it was the people Tang Xianqi encountered or the subordinates of the Song family she met, they all dressed like that. It was really strange. Forget it, she will investigate again when the time comes. Tang Ruoling kept her word, and within a few days, she hired 2 new martial artists for Tang Xianqi. After the experience of the previous martial artists being knocked down, this time to protect Tang Xianqi, Tang Ruoling spent a fortune hiring third-tier martial artists. The combined monthly salary of the 2 third-tier martial artists was nearly $1 million. But it must be said that the effectiveness of third-tier martial artists was indeed outstanding. Since the 2 came to provide security, no one dared to deliberately approach Tang Xianqi even when she went out, because they were quickly driven away before anyone could get close. Host: Tang Ruoling has hired 2 third-tier martial artists for Tang Xianqi. When the system discovered Tang Ruoling's actions, it immediately reported to Tang Qingma. Is that so? Compared to the system's excitement, Tang Qingma remained as indifferent as usual. 2 third-tier martial artists, that will cost quite a bit. It seemed that Tang Ruoling saw that she had Lu Tianrun's protection, and since Tang Xianqi had just been severely injured, she took this opportunity to arrange bodyguards for him. Host: in that case, you can't arrange for someone to teach Tang Xianqi a lesson. The system felt a bit regretful. In the past few days, Tang Qingma had sent people to monitor Tang Xianqi's current residence, and whenever he went out, they would deliberately approach him to bump into him, then beat Tang Xianqi until he looked like a drowned rat. Just watching it was already satisfying. But now that Tang Xianqi had the protection of 2 third-tier martial artists, they couldn't deliberately bump into him like before. Then let's just pause for a while. Tang Qingma was indifferent. After all, the goal had been achieved. The first time could be said to be a coincidence, but if it happened a second time, it would likely be malicious, and Tang Xianqi would inevitably tell the Tang family about being beaten up. And now, the only person capable and willing to help him was Tang Ruoling, so she would definitely take action. Although Tang Qingma didn't expect that the dignified president would be so impulsive, stepping into a trap without investigating clearly. Was it because of the influence of the world's consciousness that those sisters would lose their minds when it came to anything related to Tang Xianqi? If that were the case, it would be quite good. My dear elder sister may have forgotten that Tang Jianrun promised me 5 conditions back then. Setting aside the fact that Tang Xianqi's mother and uncle had not yet been caught by the police, one of the conditions was that if Tang Xianqi obtained anything, as the true young master, I should also receive double. Although Tang Ruoling was currently hiding this matter, how long could the money already spent be concealed? A fake young master who had not yet achieved financial freedom, where would he get so much money to hire third-tier martial artists as bodyguards? Tang Qingma sneered, let those 2 martial artists stay by Tang Xianqi's side for now. As time goes on and more people see them, without me having to take action, someone will naturally help expose him. Tang Xianqi could now be considered half a public figure, and while his popularity had not yet declined, there would be some paparazzi trying to take pictures of his life after severing ties with the Tang family. So when Tang Qingma sent people to bump into him, they would first deal with the lurking paparazzi, ensuring that he wouldn't be bullied publicly. But now, with the protection of 2 third-tier martial artists, according to Tang Xianqi's character, he would definitely show them off when going out. What excuse would Tang Ruoling have to cover that up system? Speaking of which, host, I actually have a question I've been wanting to ask you. Suddenly, Tang Qingma heard a hint of confusion in the system's tone. Just ask whatever you want, Tang Qingma said indifferently. It's like this, you should know that the current members of the Tang family are so protective of Tang Xianqi because they are influenced by an invasion from another world's consciousness. So, does that mean the original members of the Tang family might have involuntarily done many things to harm the host? Have you considered whether you will let them go in the future, host? Tang Qingma. He probably didn't expect the system to ask such a somewhat profound question, and was stunned for several seconds. In the end, all his words converged into one sentence. Are you only asking this now? He had already killed Tang Xueron, incapacitated Tang Feifei, and Tang Xianqi had also been driven out. Soon, other members of the Tang family would face various retaliations, and the system only asked this now? Isn't it a bit too late? The system sensed Tang Qingma's confusion and quickly said, because host, you are about to leave the Tang family and head towards the demon martial side, so I wanted to ask, is that so? Tang Qingma didn't dwell on it, and answered the system's question flatly. If you want to know my answer, it's that I have no intention of letting them go. System. Even if their actions were indeed influenced by that world consciousness, they still harmed the original host, right? Harm is harm, and that's an unchangeable fact. Since I promised the original host to take revenge for him, I will not let them go, no matter what. Do you accept this answer? System. Rather than answering, it was Tang Qingma's tone that was so calm it made the system a bit anxious. But, if it were in the original plot, Tang Qingma coldly interrupted, are you saying that in the original plot, after the original host was recognized by the Tang family, everyone treated him well, and the original host lived a wealthy life, happily ever after? The system trembled. Then let's sort this out. Tang Qingma sneered, do you think that my current resistance against the Tang family means I'm living a wealthy life? They want to bully me but all fail, and I collect regret points, often seeing their gritted teeth and pained expressions. Doesn't that mean I'm living a different kind of happy life? The system was stunned. This. It seemed the host was quite happy while taking revenge on the Tang family. Tang Qingma, let me ask you again, what similarities do I have with the original host in the original plot? System, this. Both are powerful martial artists? If it were in the original plot, the original host was famous in the martial arts world, a gifted martial arts rising star. Exactly. Tang Qingma sneered, whether it's me or the original host in the original plot, we both possess powerful martial arts strength, especially since the original host was already famous in the martial arts world at that time, while the Tang family was just an ordinary wealthy family, with no one in the family being a martial artist except for Tang Meixin. In such an environment, even if the Tang family had 10 Tang Xiangxes, would the original host still be bullied? System. After Tang Qingma said this, the system seemed to understand something. Tang Qingma took a deep breath. Perhaps I'm a bit cold-blooded and snobbish, but when I saw the original plot, I realized that with the identity the original host had, he didn't need to be recognized by the Tang family at all. Rather, it was the Tang family that desperately wanted to recognize the original host. Martial artists can earn a lot of money, although no one would complain about having too little money. Even if the original host wasn't recognized by the Tang family, he wouldn't lack for money. On the contrary, the Tang family always wanted to become a higher-class family in the Demon City, and they needed to leverage the original host's identity and reputation to elevate the family's status. With the powerful money tree that is the original host, even those in the Tang family who dislike him dare not voice any complaints, and in order to gain more benefits, they need to treat the original host well. As long as they invest the simplest amount of money, they can obtain things that money cannot buy. Don't you think this investment is quite profitable? Therefore, in Tang Qingma's eyes, it is merely driven by interests. After hearing Tang Qingma's thoughts, the system felt as if its worldview had been thoroughly shaken, but it still trembled and said, but, now the original host is not a martial arts genius, so why does the Tang family still want to recognize him? Tang Qingma smiled, did I not say at the beginning? The original host looks very much like Bai Hualian. If other families see him being used and take the opportunity to say that the true young master of the Tang family has been outside fighting with dogs for food, do you think the Tang family's stock price would explode? System. Of course, it's also possible that I'm thinking too cold-bloodedly about this, so you don't need to worry about it. Little system. No, how can it not worry about that? Host, since you don't plan to let the Tang family members off, what do you plan to do about the Qiyang Hall? The system continued to ask. Based on the host's strength, it believes that he could take revenge on the Tang family before school starts. The same, 100-fold return. Since he promised the original host, he would not go back on his word. System. Although it really wanted to ask if the Tang family might have recognized the original host for the sake of using him in the original plot, but the Qiyang Hall shouldn't be like that. In the absence of invasion by the world consciousness, the original host had always been doted on by his master and 7 senior sisters, which made him a rising star in the martial arts world. So would the host also treat the masters and senior sisters of Qiyang Hall cruelly? The people of Qiyang Hall are not like the ordinary wealthy Tang family, they are all powerful martial artists. How would the host take revenge? The system was very curious, but after thinking about it, it decided not to ask. Wouldn't it be better to find out when the time comes? There were now 2 martial artist bodyguards by Tang Xianqi's side. To ensure Tang Xianqi's safety, they followed him closely when he went out or went to school. The effect was certainly there. Since hiring them, no one dared to come and deliberately bump into him when he went out. Although he had already severed ties with the Tang family, during school, no classmates dared to provoke him because of the presence of those 2 bodyguards. Although no one would curry favor with him because of the Tang family anymore, at least the classmates he had offended in the past did not dare to take revenge due to the martial artist bodyguards, making his days quite peaceful. Compared to other members of the Tang family, Tang Xianqi was considered smart. After experiencing the embarrassment last time, even when he encountered Tang Qingma in the classroom, he did not provoke him. Today, as soon as the homeroom teacher Zhao Yan started class, she handed out announcement papers to the students. Students, I believe everyone has received the notice that next Friday is the annual Qi and Blood examination. The Qi and Blood examination. This is another exam besides the written test, prepared for those who wish to enter the martial arts academy. On the day of the exam, candidates need to perform their full Qi and Blood power in the corresponding testing device, and the values obtained from the device will determine whether the candidate can be admitted to their desired martial arts academy. Those who wish to apply to the martial arts academy, please prepare. During this time, maintain your health and rest well, and be sure not to fall ill on the day of the exam. In this regard, Zhao Yan also reminded, moreover, I believe some students will take the risk of using elixirs to increase their Qi and Blood values. But everyone must remember that the dangers of taking elixirs are also very high, so be sure to use them in moderation. Tang Qingma noticed that Zhao Yan did not oppose students taking elixirs. Yes, almost every candidate will take blood-enhancing pills by then. However, at this moment, Tang Qingma felt a familiar gaze. He quickly glanced in the direction of the gaze and saw it was Tang Xianxi. Was she trying to pull some trick by peeking at him at this time? Clearly, he had no chance of getting into the martial arts academy. It would be better for her to prepare for the written exam and focus on marrying Tang Feifei. Although that wedding was destined to fail. After class, Tang Qingma planned to visit Lu Ruyan at the dock warehouse first. He had been tormenting her for almost a week now, and she was almost constantly expressing regret, with productivity much higher than Tang Xuerong. However, her body and mind had already suffered serious damage, and she might completely collapse at any moment, unable to recover. But that could be dealt with later. Ah, it's you, Tang Qingma. At that moment, a familiar foolish voice came from behind. It was obvious it was Song Junxian. But when Tang Qingma turned to greet him, he saw the other hiding behind Su Jingchen. Tang Qingma was puzzled. Young Master Song, why are you hiding behind classmate Su? It had been a while since they last met, and he seemed even more foolish. Song Junxian immediately said excitedly, I can't help it. I get a headache whenever I get close to you, so as long as I don't get close, I'm fine. Tang Qingma and Su Jingchen. In a sense, he wasn't entirely wrong. Then may I ask what you want from me? Tang Qingma inquired. Song Junxian realized that standing behind Su Jingchen really didn't trigger that intense headache he used to feel, so he said a bit arrogantly, I saw it. You want to apply to the Magic Martial Arts Academy, right? Give it up. You can't even beat Zhang Ling, so there's no way you can get in. Tang Qingma did not respond to Song Junxian's provocation but silently turned to look at Su Jingchen. Su Jingchen turned his head away. Then which university does young Master Song plan to apply to? Me? Of course, it's the Magic Martial Arts Academy. Song Junxian said with a teasing tone, while also patting Su Jingchen's shoulder. Jingchen will also take the exam for the Magic Martial Arts Academy with me. Tang Qingma's gaze subtly assessed Song Junxian from head to toe, and he asked in confusion, Young Master Song, have you met the blood standards? Then he saw Song Junxian respond like a fool, blood? Can't I just take pills to fill it up when the time comes? Wow. Tang Qingma suddenly felt a bit sympathetic towards Su Jingchen. It must be quite exhausting to serve such a fool long term. Then young Master Song, good luck with the pills. I have something to attend to, so I'll take my leave. Tang Qingma was no longer interested in dealing with this fool, so he waved goodbye. But Song Junxian immediately shouted, wait, you kicked me last time, do you think you can just run away like this? Because you were trying to hit me, young Master Song, I couldn't just stand there and let you hit me. He smiled. Shut up, no matter what, I remember this grudge. I will definitely not let you off. For some reason, Song Junxian felt angry just looking at Tang Qingma's face. Tang Qingma smiled at the furious Song Junxian, then glanced at the silent Su Jingchen, his smile deepening. It was almost time. Then young Master Song, shall we make a bet? Song Junxian was confused. A bet? Bet on what? Tang Qingma's smile was radiant. Let's bet on the results of the blood exam next Friday. Whoever wins will give their most important thing to the other. My most important thing? Song Junxian frowned, sensing something was off. He quickly glanced at Su Jingchen in front of him and said carelessly, isn't my most important thing being the young master of the Song family and having money? But even if I give you this position, would you dare to take it? Although the Tang family was a wealthy family in the Magic City, in this era where martial arts were prevalent, the status of the Song family, a martial arts family, was undoubtedly much higher. Did Tang Qingma want his status? Go dream on. However, upon hearing the other person's words, Tang Qingma showed no signs of panic or tension, only responding in a calmer tone, young Master Song, let's not talk about whether I can take your position, but about the bet. Of course, the bigger the bet, the more fun it is. Song Junxian's brows remained furrowed, but after pondering Tang Qingma's words for a moment, he nodded, you do have a point. So, what is the most important thing to you? He had been spoiled by his adoptive mother since childhood and loved thrilling things. Gambling, of course, was more fun the bigger it got. Tang Qingma smiled, naturally, it's my family. I've lived alone for 18 years without family. So in my heart, my family is the most important thing. Seeing the other person's cheerful tone, Song Junxian felt suspicious instead. Is that so? Beside them, Su Jingchen. He really knows how to talk. Clearly, he secretly paralyzed Tang Feifei, sent Tang Xuerong to a mental hospital, drove the fake young master out of the Tang family, ruined the jobs of all his sisters except for Tang Ruoling, and made a mess of the Tang family. Even after all that, he still dares to say that his most important thing is family. But Song Junxian didn't care about that, only expressing his dissatisfaction. Speaking of which, even if family is your most important thing, I don't need it. Are you suggesting I should marry your sister and covet the Song family's wealth? You're really malicious. Tang Qingma. What kind of thought process leads to that? Rest assured, I think they wouldn't be interested in young Master Song. What do you mean by that? Tang Qingma lightly exhaled, redirecting the topic. In any case, young Master Song, do you want to bet with me first? What is the most important thing will be clear when the results come out. Song Junxian frowned. I don't understand, but I'm willing to play with you. Su Jingchen turned his head. Young Master, what are you? Song Junxian appeared very confident, whispering, don't worry, Jingchen, you recently helped me find a mentor, right? He said I have good talent, and if I take some medicine during the exam, I can pass. Although he spoke softly, the keen-eared Tang Qingma had already heard what he was saying. The point about having good talent was indeed true. Song Junxian's original setting was as a martial arts genius, but he had been spoiled and hadn't been exposed to martial arts much. However, it seemed that the impression he gave was that he was a useless person who couldn't even defeat Zhang Ling. Even if he passed the exam, how could he be sure he would win? Thinking of this, Tang Qingma curled his lips. Then let's meet next Friday, and I hope we can both get into the demon martial arts. I definitely won't have a problem, but you, Song Junxian said with a confident smile, just don't lose to me and fail to get in. Then I'll look forward to it. After saying that, Tang Qingma smiled and waved goodbye. Song Junxian watched the other person's back, only speechlessly crossing his arms. Does that kid Tang Qingma really think he can win against me? Su Jingchen said flatly, young master, I believe Tang Qingma is no longer the same as before. He might be training secretly like you. Song Junxian nodded. That's true. After all, I've been secretly training to aim for the demon martial arts, and Tang Qingma, being an unloved young master, must be doing the same. Because his adoptive mother was unwilling to let him change his aspirations to the demon martial arts, she stopped his allowance, and now he had to secretly ask Su Jingchen to find a mentor to help him train. Song Junxian also didn't understand why his usually gentle adoptive mother became unusually irritable when she heard he wanted to take the demon martial arts exam. But to help Su Jingchen get into a better university, Song Junxian felt he had to work harder. Just as Tang Qingma finished speaking with Song Junxian and was about to leave the school, he happened to bump into Tang Xianqi, who was eavesdropping around the corner. Ah, brother, big brother. Tang Qingma said with disdain, I've already told you not to use such disgusting terms to address me, and you've already severed ties with my family. Tang Xianqi's face instantly turned pale, his voice choked. I was just… Tang Qingma directly interrupted him, asking, by the way, what did you overhear while standing here? Brother. No, young Master Tang, I didn't mean to eavesdrop. Oh, so you did overhear, then what do you want to say to me? Tang Qingma asked coldly. Young Master Tang, I didn't. Alright, if you have nothing to say, you can't just stand here forever, so hurry up. Tang Qingma ruthlessly exposed Tang Xianqi's thoughts. He wasn't interested in playing guessing games with him. Seeing Tang Qingma so straightforward, Tang Xianqi said directly, Young Master Tang, I just heard you tell young Master Song that you want to take the magic martial arts exam? And then? Tang Qingma took out his phone, scrolling through the screen out of boredom. Tang Xianqi felt a bit angry seeing that Tang Qingma didn't regard him at all, but he still said with concern, it's just that I know brother. Young Master Tang, you came from magic martial arts, so now that you can get in with your strength, it feels amazing. Oh, so what? Tang Qingma's scrolling finger paused for a second before continuing. Based on his understanding of Tang Xianqi, he couldn't just say these things for no reason. I really envy you. You have the opportunity to take the magic martial arts exam. Tang Xianqi's gaze turned away. Want to take the exam? Simple. Tang Qingma put his phone away, smiling brightly. Just ask your third sister to help train you and open up your second meridian, and you'll become a martial artist. But I have no talent. Tang Xianqi gripped his clothes tightly, a flash of resentment crossing his eyes. No talent? Then there's nothing to be done. In your next life, be like Song Junxian and be born into a good family. Tang Qingma waved his hand. He then lost interest in continuing to confront Tang Xianqi and directly walked past him to leave. After Tang Qingma left, Tang Xianqi finally stopped pretending, turning to glare at his back with a face full of resentment. Why was Tang Qingma so lucky? Even after being swapped and abandoned, he could still enter the martial arts academy to study, and now he could take the magic martial arts exam. Clearly, all of this should belong to him. Tang Qingma's status, family, even the qualification to take the martial arts academy, should all be his. Just wait, Tang Qingma. Once you finish the exam, everything you have will belong to him like before. Host, I sense that Tang Xianqi is planning something bad. As soon as Tang Qingma walked away, the system immediately spoke to him. I noticed it too. He specifically came to eavesdrop on his conversation with Song Junxian and was still brooding over his participation in the blood test. His jealous eyes were almost bursting. Tang Qingma chuckled and said, I'm familiar with this plot. My subordinates often told me that supporting characters love to steal and occupy the protagonist's things, and after taking them, they want to turn the protagonist against them. The system understood but was also shocked. Huh? He wouldn't be planning to wait until you get into magic martial arts and then take your spot, would he? So magical? Even if he gets exposed as a fake, he still lives a pampered life, stealing many things that belong to the original owner. As long as he cries a bit in front of those women in the Tang family, they'll ask me to give him the spot. Tang Qingma was already narrating the possible future plot. The system still found it hard to believe, but Tang Xianqi doesn't have strong blood power. Even if he gets in, he would be quickly exposed, right? He has money. But Tang Qingma sneered and said, with money, you can buy medicine and hire a tutor, then just take the medicine like crazy, just like Song Junxian said earlier. So, host, will you have to deal with those women again? The system felt that Bai Hualian's words could definitely make the host cry and beg for a spot. Although with the host's abilities, they wouldn't succeed, it was still quite annoying in a way. Tang Qingma questioned, what are you talking about? Tang Xianqi doesn't even have the qualifications to want that spot. System? Didn't I say before? I need to rank first in this exam to get into the magic martial arts. For that mere blood test, he certainly had to pass it with the top score. As long as he passed, the media reporters would visit him immediately. And how could Tang Xianqi fake anything then? After leaving school, Song Junxian returned to the Song family with Su Jingchen. As soon as he got home, he was called by a gentle female voice. Xiao Qian, back from school? Mom! Song Junxian turned around and saw his aunt, who was also his stepmother, Jiang Shuyin. Was studying hard today? Jiang Shuyin was wearing a red qipao embroidered with dragon and phoenix patterns, looking noble and elegant. She even took out a handkerchief to wipe Song Junxian's face, appearing just like a gentle and caring mother. If it's hard, you don't have to study. Anyway, no matter what university you get into, your mother will support you. As usual, Jiang Shuyin's words were very comforting to Song Junxian. But now, Song Junxian's goal was to get into the magic martial arts, and he couldn't afford to do poorly in either the blood test or the written exam. It's fine, Mom, studying isn't hard for me. I will get into a good university. Jiang Shuyin's smile became a bit stiff. This brat hasn't given up on the magic martial arts yet. So she frowned and looked at the silent Su Jingchen behind her. Jingchen, as Xiao Qian's attendant, you should really advise him to take more breaks since he's studying so hard. Su Jingchen closed his eyes and directly ignored Jiang Shuyin. Jingchen. Jiang Shuyin immediately felt extremely awkward, but she couldn't get angry in front of Song Junxian and could only hold it in. Song Junxian quickly shielded Su Jingchen behind him. Mom, what are you talking about? I want to study myself. Don't you want me to get into a good school? Of course I want that, but I'm also afraid you'll be too tired. Jiang Shuyin twitched her mouth, but she still wore a smile for the sake of her image. Song Junxian could actually tell that Jiang Shuyin didn't want him to take the magic martial arts exam, but in his heart, he really thought she just didn't want him to be too tired. So he smiled brightly and said, I'll manage my time well. I'm going back to my room now. Ah, okay. Song Junxian took Su Jingchen upstairs, and as she watched their departing figures, Jiang Shuyin's originally gentle expression instantly turned sharp. It's all because of that brat Su Jingchen. Originally, Song Junxian had been spoiled by her, but because Su Jingchen was too outstanding in his studies, Song Junxian, the fool, started to study hard too, just so he could get into a good university. She never expected that the Su Jingchen her good sister had picked up in her lifetime would hold such a significant place in Song Junxian's heart. But it's fine. Song Junxian is still a fool. She had already withheld his pocket money under the pretense of not wanting him to suffer, preventing him from finding a martial arts tutor. Song Junxian was still foolishly touched, thinking she was genuinely considering him. And with that fool's demeanor, it seemed he had no martial arts talent at all, so there was no need to worry about him getting into the magic martial arts. Mom, I'm back. At that moment, a boy who looked about 12 years old walked in from outside. He was Song Junxian's younger brother and also Jiang Shuin's son, Song Mingtian. Xiao Tian, you're back. Song Mingtian turned his head, seemingly puzzled, and asked, where's brother? Has he come back? As soon as Song Junxian was mentioned, Jiang Shuyin rolled her eyes. Him? He came back a long time ago and went to study in the main room. Oh, that fool hasn't given up yet. Upon hearing that Song Junxian was already in the dormitory, Song Mingtian stopped pretending. His demeanor and tone were as if he was disdainful of Song Junxian, showing no respect for his elder brother at all. It's all because of that detestable Su Jingchen. That fool insists on taking the magic martial arts exam for him. Thinking about her position as the matriarch of the Song family, yet Su Jingchen had never shown her any respect, often ignoring her existence, made her furious. She had certainly considered driving Su Jingchen out of the Song family, but Song Junxian trusted him immensely, and the head of the Song family had entrusted the power of the Song group to him. This resulted in a mere bodyguard having more power within the Song group than she did, while she had been married into the Song family for many years, and all the servants in the house had been replaced with her trusted aides, yet she still couldn't truly extend her influence into the Song group. It was utterly infuriating. "Don't worry, Mom, that fool usually ranks at the bottom in grades. Even if he works hard now, what's the use? He's destined to fail the exam," Song Tianming mocked. "As for that Su Jingchen, once I inherit the Song family, I'll chop him up and feed him to the dogs." He had been instilled with the belief by Jiang Shuyin since childhood that he would inherit the Song family, and he had also witnessed how Song Junxian was spoiled by their mother. However, to keep Song Junxian pacified, he would still pretend to respect his elder brother in front of him. So in his heart, the Song family already belonged to him, and by then, Song Junxian would only have to roll away. Jingxian, I didn't understand anything from math class today, come teach me. Back in the room, Song Junxian immediately opened his backpack and pulled out various textbooks. He was determined to do his best for this exam. However, Su Jingchen just silently watched him. Su Jingchen silently looked at Song Junxian. Seeing that he didn't respond, Song Junxian couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong, Jingchen? Hurry and teach me." He usually fell asleep in math class and couldn't understand what the teacher was saying at all. But in the past few days, with Su Jingchen's guidance, he found that studying wasn't that difficult. Su Jingchen would also give him many knowledge textbooks, and he would just bury himself in studying in his room, then sneak out for martial arts training. "Jingchen?" After being called again, Su Jingchen finally reacted a bit. "Young master, I have a question to ask you." "What question?" It was rare to see Su Jingchen ask him something, and Song Junxian suddenly felt a bit excited. However, the next second, he heard the other party directly ask, "If I betrayed you, what would you do?" Silence. Song Junxian was silent for more than 10 seconds, and Su Jingchen looked at him for more than 10 seconds as well. Finally, Song Junxian seemed a bit flustered. "What does betrayal mean? Jingchen, do you want to change jobs? Is it because the salary from the Song family is too low?" "Don't. I'll have my mother give you a raise." Su Jingchen. Even after saying this, it seemed that Song Junxian didn't understand his meaning. That made sense. They had lived together since they were 2 years old and had never been apart. At this point, even if he talked about betrayal or leaving, Song Junxian probably wouldn't believe it. Moreover, his salary had always been accounted for by the Song group, and that woman Jiang Shuyin regarded him as a thorn in her side. She would never give him any money. Song Junxian continued, "Jingchen, have you been too busy lately? Help me get through the exam. Then we can travel together and relax a bit." Su Jingchen. "Of course, young master, this time you made a bet with young master Tang, so please do your best." As soon as Tang Qingma was mentioned, Song Junxian shook his head. "I just can't understand why he also aims for demonic martial arts. I want to see what his most important thing is at that time." "What about the young master?" Su Jingchen suddenly asked. For the young master, what is your most important thing?" Song Junxian smiled brightly. "If I really have to say, of course, it's everything my mother left me." Here, mother does not refer to Jiang Shuyin, but to his biological mother. Although Song Junxian has become a bit foolish, he has always cherished everything his biological mother left him. Su Jingchen looked at him and couldn't help but tremble slightly, as if hesitation and forbearance had appeared in his heart. "Jingchen?" He felt that his expression was not quite right, but before Song Junxian could observe closely, Su Jingchen suddenly squatted down, kneeling on one knee, startling him. Jingchen, what happened to you all of a sudden?" "Young master, please listen to me." Su Jingchen raised his head, his usually indifferent eyes now filled with seriousness and determination. "Even if I might separate from you in the future, I will always be your subordinate, please remember this." Looking at Su Jingchen's incredibly serious eyes, Song Junxian felt a bit flustered. "Oh, I know. Of course you are my subordinate. I am the young master of the Song family, and for now, I can't find a job with better treatment than my family." Su Jingchen. "Young master, sometimes I feel that it's quite good for you to stay this way." "What do you mean by that?" "It sounds like you're saying I'm foolish." On the other side, the Tang family. After school, Tang Qingma returned to the Tang family with Lu Tianren's escort. As soon as he entered the hall, he saw the worried Bai Hualian and the grim-faced Tang Ali, who were sitting next to Tang Qingqing and Tang Ziqing. The scene looked like a criticism meeting. However, perhaps because he had previously broken Tang Qingqing and Tang Ziqing's hands and feet and pushed them down the stairs, their hands and feet were still wrapped in bandages, and upon seeing him, they showed a panicked expression. They turned their heads away, not daring to look him in the eye. "Qingma, we heard you want to take the blood energy exam next Friday." Bai Hualian showed a worried expression. "Aren't you going to be too hard on yourself? I heard that after the blood energy exam, it's easy to exhaust your strength, and it takes a year and a half to recover. Mom, why are you worried about him? If he wants to embarrass himself, let him. Dad will naturally deal with him later. Tang Ailey still looked angry. Since falling out with Tang Qingma, she hadn't shown a good face. On the other hand, Tang Qingqing and Tang Ziqing were smarter. They just looked at each other without saying a word. Tang Qingma looked at them speechlessly, not wanting to respond. Qingma, if you feel it's too hard, why not? Bai Hualian wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Tang Qingma. Why is my mother, who usually never cares about my studies, suddenly so concerned about where I'm taking the exam? Bai Hualian's regret value plus 200. Tang Ailey frowned and said, Mom is just worried that you will be sad if you don't pass. Don't be ungrateful. Tang Qingma just said coldly, I never said I would take the demonic martial arts exam. Only Tang Xianqi knows today. Did he tell you? The Tang family members. Just by looking at their expressions, it was obvious. However, Tang Ailey naturally didn't think there was anything wrong and said righteously, Xiaoxi is kind-hearted and worries about your health. Tang Qingma scoffed, haha, that fake has cut ties with you all for less than a few days, and you're rushing to contact him. Does he even know what cutting ties means? Tang Ailey angrily shouted, Xiaoxi has been driven away by you, and you still won't let us contact him? It's not me, it's him who brought this upon himself. Tang Qingma waved his hand coldly, alright, where I go to take the exam is none of your business. Instead of worrying about me, you should think about the patients in your little clinic. Mind your own business. Tang Ailey clenched her fists in agitation. A few days ago, she had submitted many job applications to different hospitals, but only a small medical center was willing to hire her. This small medical center was certainly not as comfortable to work in as a private large hospital. Every day there were patients of different ages, dirty and extremely busy. After just a few days of work, she barely had time to drink water. It was nothing like before in the big hospital where people would curry favor and try to make her work easier. But to avoid being forced by Tang Jianrun to go on blind dates, Tang Ailey had to grit her teeth and keep working. I heard my dear second sister can only find a job at the medical center now, so. Tang Qingma suddenly smiled and said, you should be careful, the community center is not like a big hospital, be careful not to get hurt. What do you mean? Are you cursing me? Upon hearing Tang Qingma's malicious words, Tang Ailey shouted even more angrily. Nothing, just that compared to my one-day exam, my second sister, who has to work hard for a long time, should be suffering more than I am. Tang Qingma cheerfully waved his hand, his gaze turning to Bai Hualian. If Mrs. Tang wants to care about someone, my second sister is the best choice. She needs your care more than I do in any case. If there's nothing going on, don't bother me. Qingma. Bai Hualian was taken aback for a moment, then lowered her head in distress. Bai Hualian's regret value plus 200. Bai Hualian's regret value plus 200. After Tang Qingmo returned to his room, Tang Qingqing finally calmed down from her earlier panic and said impatiently, what are you even testing for? What is the standard for magic martial arts? Even if he studied there before, he was kicked out because he was too useless. Tang Ziqing nodded in agreement. Yeah, he was already kicked out before, and now he wants to go back to the academy. How shameless. Does he think he still has a place there? Listening to her daughters belittling Tang Qingma, Bai Hualian felt very uncomfortable inside. You can't say that about Qingma. Mom, we didn't say anything wrong. Tang Ailey immediately replied. That's right, exactly. Tang Qingqing and Tang Ziqing chimed in. This made Bai Hualian even sadder. Bai Hualian's regret value plus 200. Bai Hualian's regret value plus 200. At this moment, in the dormitory, Tang Qingma took out the exam notice distributed in class and casually flipped through it. Beside him, Lu Tianren couldn't help but ask, Tang Xiao, do you need any pills to increase your vitality for the blood test next Friday? His family had many pills that could quickly increase vitality with few side effects. Although they were expensive, he didn't mind giving them to Tang Qingma to help him pass the exam smoothly. But Tang Qingma only asked, Tianren, do you know how much vitality the first place usually measures? The vitality of an average person is about 80 to 90, while the admission standard for the Magic City Martial Arts Academy is a vitality of 120. Although it seems like only a difference of 30 to 40 points, in reality, vitality is connected to bones and meridians. To increase vitality also means needing to train physical fitness and muscles. Otherwise, when the body can't handle a large amount of vitality, it can easily explode. But just 120 points, many candidates aspiring to be martial artists should be able to reach that value, right? He remembered that when he crossed over and became a martial artist, his vitality test had already reached around 150. Then he was called a once-in-a-lifetime martial arts genius, truly rescued from that broken family. Of course, he was merely walking from hell into a tiger's den. Lu Tianren thought for a moment and then replied, I remember the highest record for the new student's vitality test was around 146. and it was achieved by a candidate who had already broken through to a martial artist. Tang Xingma, isn't the standard for new students in this world so low? Tang Xingma couldn't help but ask the system. The system immediately retorted, it's because the host is a genius. Please don't use yourself as a standard. By the way, if it were the original plot Song Junxian, his vitality score upon enrollment was 155. Sigh. No wonder he's the second male lead, really impressive. Tang Xingma's attitude was a bit casual. The system's tone was filled with regret, but he's only undergoing temporary training now, so he should barely pass this vitality test. If he can pass, that's already quite a protagonist's halo. After being spoiled for so many years, just relying on a few months of intense training to get into the martial arts academy that students dream of. Saying it out loud would only make people jealous. Young Master Tang, if you need my help. Tang Xingma shook his head. No need, Tianren, you don't have to worry about anything. If it's discovered, it would be troublesome for both me and you as the young master of the Lu family. First of all, regarding the vitality pills, he had already drawn better ones from the system. Secondly, Lu Tianren was quite famous in the martial arts world and the magic martial arts realm, and Tang Xingma didn't want to be labeled as taking shortcuts over a single pill, especially since he still had to slap those little fairies from the Chiang Palace in the face. Lu Tianren nodded. I understand. Then how confident are you, young Master Tang? A bit. I made a bet with the young master of the Song family, and we will compete to see who has more vitality. Tang Xingma said casually. The vitality test was conducted using instruments, so the results could be obtained on the spot. This also allowed the candidates to know if they qualified to enter the martial arts academy. Is young Master Song really planning to take the magic martial arts test? When it came to Song Junxian, Lu Tianren was a bit surprised. After all, in his eyes, Song Junxian had no martial arts power, and his adoptive mother should disagree. He has a loyal bodyguard, so his will won't be changed. Tang Xingma said with a smile, and I heard he's been working hard on special training recently. Lu Tianren, can just hard work get someone into the two major martial arts academies of Huagua? When the time comes, Tianren, just take me to the exam venue. Got it. Asterisk time quickly arrived at the following Friday. This day was a tense one for the candidates wishing to enter the martial arts academy. The exam venue was set in the public sports hall of the Magic City. Since the vitality test was also part of the examination for the academy, the Education Bureau had implemented traffic and noise control in the days leading up to it, and had moved in a large number of vitality testing instruments from different institutions. So, young Master Tang, I'll come to pick you up after your exam. Tang Xingma was brought by Lu Tianren, and since Tang Xingma had an admission ticket, he could use the priority lane to reach the sports hall. Okay, I'll notify you when I get there. Good luck on the exam. Before the exam started, Tang Xingma needed to go to the registration desk outside to get a number tag. The number tag would indicate which batch he was in and which machine he would use. Before the exam day arrived, he had also practiced quite a few skills in the system's training space, including the explosion and foot kick skills. These skills could cause an object to shatter and concentrate vitality in the legs for kicking. Because the training went smoothly, Tang Xingma's vitality had increased significantly during this time. However, the system still seemed a bit dissatisfied. Wouldn't it be better if the host broke through to become a martial artist as well? Tang Xingma chuckled. What are you talking about? If I become a martial artist so quickly, how can I let my good master lose face? Only after he reached the door did he open the number plate. The third batch of candidates, along with machine number 15. Isn't that young Master Tang? You arrived at the exam venue so quickly? Isn't that young Master Tang? You arrived at the exam venue so quickly? Song Junxian and Su Jingchen had also arrived early outside the sports hall, waiting for the exam to begin. Good morning, young Master Song, Tang Xingma greeted as usual, but then his gaze subtly glanced at Su Jingchen. Su Jingchen, as always, stood beside Song Junxian. However, today his eyes seemed a bit unfocused, clearly lost in thought. Song Junxian looked at Tang Xingma and pointed at him, saying, Young Master Tang, have you thought about what your most important thing is? Just to be clear, I don't want any of your family members. For some reason, even though the women of the Tang family were praised by the outside world, Song Junxian had never looked favorably upon them. Now that the Tang family's scandal had been exposed, he felt even more justified in his judgment. Don't worry, they currently don't have their eyes on you, young Master Song, Tang Xingma smiled. You, ahem. Although the other party's tone made him feel angry, thinking that the other would soon lose to him, Song Junxian decided to be magnanimous. Alright, when are you scheduled for the exam? Jingchen and I are going in the first round. Tang Xingma replied, I'm in the third round. So that meant Song Junxian and the others would go in first? Then you need to adjust your mental state. Don't be too disheartened when you see my results. He really is so confident at all times. Boom! At that moment, the security personnel in the sports hall opened the entrance door. They announced that the blood energy exam had officially begun. Then we'll go in first, young Master Tang, you can wait slowly. Song Junxian saw candidates from different schools entering the exam venue and confidently waved to Tang Qingma. Alright, young Master Song, good luck. After seeing the two enter the exam hall, Tang Qingma let out a sigh of relief. I really don't understand why a non-martial artist is so confident. Tang Qingma looked around at the stern environment. Most of the candidates waiting for the exam were praying or bowing to the heavens. Some even took out the medicine bottles they brought, gripping them tightly with serious expressions. In contrast, Song Junxian seemed quite confident. It was as if they were from entirely different worlds. It seems that during the final blood energy training yesterday, the instructor praised his control over blood energy, saying that as long as he took some medicine before the exam, he would achieve good results. Just flattering words, but knowing Song Junxian's character, he would probably believe it. After all, he was currently a bit of a fool. After waiting for about half an hour, while fiddling with his phone, Tang Qingma saw the door for the first round of exams open. He could see the candidates coming out with a small notebook in hand, which should be their results. The blood energy exam didn't last long for each round, but even so, most students who finished the exam wouldn't leave so quickly. After all, they would want to see the results of other candidates to gauge the overall situation this year. Song Junxian soon came out, and his expression was different from the other candidates. He emerged with a confident smile alongside Su Jingchen. It seemed the exam went quite smoothly. Upon seeing Tang Qingma, he even said a bit arrogantly, "Young Master Tang, we have successfully completed the exam." Seeing young Master Song's expression, getting into the Magic Martial Academy shouldn't be a problem, right? Tang Qingma smiled. Song Junxian turned his head and laughed. I suppose so. Getting in shouldn't be a problem. The system quietly remarked. Host, Song Junxian forgot to swallow the medicine he took earlier, almost failing to activate his blood energy. Tang Qingma? What an interesting scene is this. But fortunately, the pill that Song Junxian took quickly took effect, so his vital energy was successfully activated. The value has reached the target. Tang Qingma, in a sense, his male lead halo is the strongest, right? But Song Junxian didn't notice Tang Qingma's speechless expression and proudly said, I successfully took the exam into the magic martial arts with Jingchen this time. Tang Qingma silently asked, but young Master Song, besides the vital energy exam, there's also a cultural written test to enter the magic martial arts. How did you do in the mock exam? Song Junxian immediately fell silent. As someone who has been spoiled, he hadn't studied much on a daily basis. Although he had made an effort to study for this written test, as soon as class started, the sleep factor in his body would entangle his brain. Then, he couldn't help but fall asleep. Now, even though he was cramming knowledge, Song Junxian always felt like his brain wasn't his own, and he couldn't absorb anything. But when facing Tang Qingma, he still stubbornly said, of course, I'm fine. It's just a written test. As long as I put in some effort, getting 500 or 600 points will be easy. Tang Qingma gave a thumbs up. You're really great. You should be more worried about yourself. Song Junxian said triumphantly, it'll be your turn soon. Young Master Song doesn't need to worry about me. Then I'll wait and see. Bang! After a while, the second round of the vital energy exam ended. The candidates walked out of the examination room a bit weak from overusing their vital energy. Tang Xiao, it's your turn. Song Junxian crossed his arms, his tone teasing. He seemed to always think that Tang Qingma's strength couldn't possibly get into the magic martial arts. Tang Qingma merely shrugged, waved at Song Junxian and the others, and walked into the examination room. As a public sports venue in the Magic City, its playground is quite large. You can see hundreds of vital energy testing machines set up on site, all of which are the most advanced and professional, shaped like cultivation pods, and each machine has at least 2 staff members. They are responsible for operating the machines and recording the results. Tang Qingma walked to the corresponding vital energy machine, and the staff first opened the entrance, allowing Tang Qingma to step inside. In a sense, candidates who were originally emotionally stable would become nervous when standing inside. However, for Tang Qingma, it was nothing at all. He didn't even take any pills to increase his vital energy. Previously, Tianren said that the highest record for candidates in the Magic City is over 150, right? System, it's 146. Then I will. The staff outside looked at the time and said to Tang Qingma inside the pod, student, let's begin. After saying that, he turned on the vital energy machine. Tang Qingma closed his eyes, and a massive amount of vital energy immediately radiated from his body. The vital energy testing machine quickly collected the incredibly strong vital energy, instantly lighting up with intense brilliance. Staff, they watched as the tested vital energy value soared, quickly reaching 100, 110, 120. Finally, the value stopped. 165. The staff exclaimed in surprise, 165 vital energy. 165 vital energy. For a newly advanced martial artist, it's a value that can be reached with diligent practice. However, for a non-martial artist, especially an 18-year-old freshman, this is simply unbeatable. A genius. After releasing all the vital energy from his body, sweat dripped from Tang Qingma's forehead. He let out a light breath, and after coming out of the machine, he took a big replenishing pill from his system space and put it in his mouth. Most candidates take pills to boost their vitality during the test, but Tang Qingma takes pills to nourish his body. Student, you. The staff member's voice trembled as he looked at the reading on the vitality tester. He thought he must have misread it. After taking the nourishing pill and adjusting his meridians, Tang Qingma asked in confusion, "What's wrong? Why your vitality is 165 points?" Another staff member immediately reported this to the Education Bureau. In previous years, the highest score in the vitality test was only 146 points. This was the first time someone scored 165 points, a new record. However, Tang Qingma just smiled and said, "Really? That's great, I'm so happy. Can I step out to call my family?" Before entering the exam room, candidates need to hand over their phones and personal items to the storage area at the entrance. Since Tang Qingma achieved the best score in history, the staff instinctively nodded. "Oh, sure. Then I'll be going now." Not a student. However, after Tang Qingma left, they realized he hadn't taken his score report yet. At this time, Song Junxian was still waiting outside, but he suddenly felt a twitch in his right eyelid. Su Jingxian beside him asked, "Young master, what's wrong?" "It's nothing, just my right eye keeps twitching. I have a bad feeling." Song Junxian pursed his lips. Could it be that Tang Qingma scored well? No, impossible. Song Junxian immediately shook his head, dismissing the thought. Superstition. What left is good and right is bad. To hell with your feudal superstitions. At this moment, an excited Song Junxian saw Tang Qingma coming out of the exam room. "Young Master Tang." He immediately jogged over. "How did it go? What was your vitality score?" Tang Qingma smiled at him. 165 points. Cough cough. Song Junxian pretended he hadn't heard. "Young Master Tang, you must have done poorly because you were too nervous." "It's okay, everyone makes mistakes sometimes, so you don't need to feel ashamed. Just tell me your score." Tang Qingma smiled again. "So, 165 points. This time, Song Junxian frowned. "Young Master Tang, do you know what the highest score has been over the years?" 146 points. You, a non-martial artist, someone who can't even defeat Zhongling, how could you possibly score 165 points? You're lying. Right here. At that moment, the excited voice of the exam staff interrupted Song Junxian, rushing in front of Tang Qingma. He handed over a small booklet. "The student, you forgot to take your score report. 165 points. You've broken our vitality test record." The staff's voice was loud, and not only was Song Junxian stunned, but even the candidates who had not yet taken the exam or had just left were shocked. "What? 165 points? Who? Which martial arts family's young master scored that? Who is he?" "Thank you." Outside, everyone was in shock, but the person involved, Tang Qingma, remained calm, smiling as he thanked. "Thank you for bringing it to me." "No problem. Congratulations." The staff member smiled brightly, patting Tang Qingma's shoulder, excited to see a genius, and then returned to the exam room with a satisfied expression. At this moment, Tang Qingma turned around, beaming as he looked at the stunned Song Junxian. "Young Master Song, do you believe I have 165 points now?" "Why you?" Song Junxian was completely dumbfounded. How could your vitality be so high? He never expected that this waste who couldn't even defeat Zhongling would actually. How can it test such a high vitality value? Impossible. Impossible. Song Junxian stepped back in disbelief, his entire face showing surprise. It must be a machine error. You can't possibly get such a high score. But the staff has already confirmed it for me. There's nothing you can do if you don't believe it. Tang Qingma smiled. This was also the reason he didn't take out the report earlier, because he wanted the staff to personally tell Song Junxian. But now, compared to all this, Tang Qingma curled his lips and scoffed. "So, young Master Song, I won our bet, right?" Song Junxian. It didn't matter how high his score was anymore, because Tang Qingma had broken the highest record. "The most important thing you have needs to be given to me." Song Junxian looked at Tang Qingma's triumphant expression, and he really wanted to hit him. However, he was willing to accept defeat. He didn't want to be looked down upon by Tang Qingma. He just frowned and said, "I already said, the most important thing to me is the position of young master of the Song family. How do you want to take it?" "Of course, if you want my family's wealth, I can try to satisfy you." He could go back and tell Jiang Shuyin to give some of the Song family's wealth to Tang Qingma. Ha ha. However, in response to him was Tang Qingma's smile. Song Junqian gritted his teeth in anger. What are you laughing at? No, young master Song. Tang Qingma's eyes suddenly became sharp, and his smile turned cold as he said, the most important thing to you is not the position of the Song family, nor the wealth of the Song family, right? What are you talking about? Song Junqian felt uncomfortable under his gaze and unconsciously retreated to Su Jingqian's side. Besides the position of young master of the Song family and the wealth, what else do I have that is important? Tang Qingma slightly curled his lips, then his gaze shifted to Su Jingqian. Student Su, come here. Song Junqian's eyes widened. What are you talking about? The most important thing to you is, of course, Student Su. In that instant, Tang Qingma's words struck deep into Song Junqian's heart. He had always said it was the position of young master of the Song family, always talked about the wealth of the Song family. But these things were not the most important to Song Junqian at all. What he treasured most was Su Jingqian, who had been by his side since he was 2 years old, loyal to him. For Song Junqian, the most important thing was none other than Su Jingqian, who had grown up with him. No matter what situation he faced in the Song family, no matter how many people called him the useless young master or just a playboy relying on his family, Su Jingqian had never given up on him. Song Junqian also knew that the other party had suffered a lot for him, so in order to let Su Jingqian attend a better university, he didn't hesitate to rebel against his adoptive mother. Nor did he hesitate to learn martial arts he had never practiced before, and study for long hours. He knew that what he did was not enough to repay Su Jingqian's kindness. But even so, he had never thought of giving Su Jingqian to someone else. Stop joking. At this moment, Song Junqian was not his usual carefree self. He had an excited and angry expression. Tang Qingma, if you dare to talk nonsense again, I won't let you off. His voice was loud, echoing outside the examination room, attracting the attention of other candidates. At the same time, he clenched his fists tightly, trembling slightly from anger, but still glaring at Tang Qingma with a fierce expression. However, Tang Qingma just chuckled lightly, raised his hands, and said, Young Master Song, do you want to break the contract? We clearly agreed that the loser would offer their most important thing, so. Song Junqian interrupted excitedly once again. I already said. The most important thing to me is the position of young master of the Song family. Jingqian is not a thing. You have no right to decide his fate. Tang Qingma laughed even more brightly after hearing the other person's words. I see. I understand what young master Song means. You. Song Junqian still felt angry. But the next second, he heard Tang Qingma cheerfully say, in that case, let's see what Student Su decides. Song Junqian. Student Su, what do you think? Tang Qingma chuckled. Su Jingqian. He had been silent, listening to the conversation between the two. But now, Tang Qingma was asking him to make a choice. Before he could respond, Song Junqian had already stepped forward, blocking him from behind. What nonsense! Jingqian is my person. What are you deciding? In a state of extreme anger, a strong aura unconsciously radiated from Song Junqian's body, pressing down on the entire space. Su Jingqian was also surprised by the sense of oppression. Young master, what incredible power! Was that the aura he unconsciously emitted due to excessive anger? However, Song Junqian was still a non-martial artist, and even if he emitted an aura, Tang Qingma knew how to counter it. But he didn't look at Song Junqian. Instead, he turned to Su Jingqian. You see it too, right, Student Su? Su Jingqian widened his eyes. Jingqian, don't listen to his nonsense. Song Junqian gritted his teeth. Right now, he just wanted to beat that bastard Tang Qingma. Su Jingqian was entrusted to him by his mother when he was 2 years old, a companion he had grown up with, lived with. He was closer than his own brother. No one could take him away from his side. But, I'm sorry, young master. In that moment, Su Jingqian suddenly whispered words that made Song Junqian unable to believe. Under the powerful aura emitted by Song Junqian, Su Jingqian simply closed his eyes and walked towards Tang Qingma. Jingqian, what are you doing? In an instant, an extremely bad premonition surged into Song Junqian's heart. He suddenly felt that Su Jingqian would make a move he couldn't accept. Come back. Su Jingqian's steps were slow, but he didn't stop. He just softly said again, I'm sorry, young master, since this time you lost to young master Tang, then. Song Junqian's eyes widened in shock. I will go to him first. I'm sorry, young master. Jingqian. Song Junqian stared blankly at Su Jingqian's back, momentarily unable to react. He felt it was unbelievable. Su Jingqian had always been by his side since childhood, would never betray him. Young master, if I betray you. In that moment, Song Junqian remembered. Previously, Su Jingqian had said something about betrayal, but at that time, he only thought the other was joking, so he didn't take it to heart. But now, Su Jingqian would leave him. Such a thought filled Song Junxian's mind, and it was the most unacceptable thing for him. No, don't. Song Junxian unconsciously reached out his hand, wanting to stop Su Jingchen from leaving. No way. Jingchen, you can't go with him. His feet began to run forward, trying to make Su Jingchen turn back. However, the next second, he was suddenly hit on the shoulder by Tang Xingma, and his whole body was thrown backward. Ah! Song Junxian rolled on the ground several times, gritting his teeth as he raised his head. He saw Su Jingchen, who usually protected him, standing behind Tang Xingma, eyes closed as if ignoring everything. Jingchen! Song Junxian was stunned. If it were the old him, he would absolutely not let himself go like this. Could it be that he really wants to give up on himself? At this moment, Tang Xingma stepped forward a few paces and smiled, saying, "Young Master Song, haven't you figured out the situation yet? Ha! You've already lost. Oh, that's why classmate Su left you, Song Junxian. Do you really think someone as foolish as you can still have classmate Su? Ha ha, wake up!" Tang Xingma now seemed to have turned into a villain, cutting off and taking away Song Junxian's important possession. "I didn't say anything before because I was considering your face, but you don't really think you're that impressive, do you? A fool like you can't even fulfill classmate Su's role, right?" Song Junxian stared blankly at Tang Xingma's triumphant expression, then turned to look at the silent Su Jingchen. An invisible heat began to slowly rise within him. It felt like a furious flame that was about to burst forth uncontrollably. In any case, I hope young Master Song can clearly recognize his own strength this time. "Classmate Su, I'm here to help you take over the system," suddenly exclaimed excitedly. "Host, I know. You're doing a Minotaur, right? Tang Xingma, you should watch fewer slice-of-life films." After saying that, Tang Xingma turned to leave, and following him was Su Jingchen. "Don't, Jingchen!" Song Junxian still lay on the ground, painfully reaching out his hand. But Su Jingchen merely turned silently and followed Tang Xingma away. Dingchen! Song Junxian lay there in a daze. After Tang Xingma and Su Jingchen left, he slowly stood up. He casually wiped his somewhat dirty face with the back of his hand, exuding an aura that was hard to approach. He kept murmuring softly, "Unforgivable, unforgivable." Then, an angry gaze emerged from his sharp expression. After coming out of the examination room, Tang Xingma formally introduced Su Jingchen to Lu Tianrun. "Tianrun, from today on, you have an additional work partner," Tang Xingma said cheerfully. "Come on, classmate Su, introduce yourself." Su Jingchen said expressionlessly, "Hello, young Master Lu, I am Su Jingchen." "Lu Tianrun? No, of course I know you. The acting head of the Song family, young Master Song's personal bodyguard, how could he not know? In fact, anyone in the martial arts world should know that young Master Song is a playboy, but his bodyguard is exceptionally strong." But why did Tang Xingma say that Su Jingchen is his work partner? Lu Tianrun looked at Tang Xingma in confusion, only to see him grinning and saying, "From today on, classmate Su will work for me for a year, just like you, so you two should love each other." "What?" Lu Tianrun's eyes widened in surprise. Su Jingchen is working with him? Isn't that just working for Tang Xingma? Impossible. If it were someone else, it would be fine, but this is Su Jingchen. He has been by Song Junxian's side since childhood, and even after Madame Song passed away years ago and Song Junxian became the fool he is now, he still chose to stay by Song Junxian's side. It was said that someone had previously recognized his talent and specifically offered him a high salary and position to recruit him, but Su Jingchen firmly refused. His loyalty is very famous in the martial arts world. Therefore, Lu Tianrun found it hard to believe. "Classmate Su, how could you leave young Master Song and the Song family?" Su Jingchen simply turned his head away, not wanting to answer. Tang Xingma responded for him, "Because he made a deal with me." "Deal?" "To help young Master Song recover, he will work for me for a year." Lu Tianrun asked in confusion, "Is young Master Song sick?" "It can't be." Just now, when he sent Tang Xingma off, he seemed to have seen him enter the examination room from the car. The other party's mental state seems quite good. "It's considered an illness, but I believe he will recover soon." Tang Xingma sneered. "Su Jingchen, you two should pay close attention to the Song family's movements in the next couple of days. If he were Song Junxian, the first thing he would do once he returned to his former self." When Song Junxian left the examination room, he called for the Song family's luxury car to pick him up. However, he did not immediately return to the Song family but headed to the Song group. The driver was an older uncle who had worked for the Song family for many years. Seeing only Song Junxian's figure, he asked in confusion, "Hey, young master, where is Mr. Su going?" As soon as Su Jingchen was mentioned, Song Junxian's eyes instantly became sharp. The invisible pressure startled the driver. Song Junxian coldly said, "Jingchen won't be back for now, let's talk about it later." "Oh, okay." Whether it was an illusion or not, it felt like the usually silly young master had suddenly changed. When Song Junxian arrived at the Song group, The receptionist was very surprised. Why, young master? Song Junqian replied coldly, I'm going to the office. Call manager Qian to come see me immediately. Yes. Ha, is the young master like this? The receptionist hadn't seen Song Junqian for a while. Usually, it was Su Jingqian who came to handle matters, so her impression of Song Junqian wasn't deep. However, she remembered that Song Junqian used to be quite cheerful. Speaking of which, why is it just the young master today? Where is manager Su? Song Junqian ignored the receptionist's flustered expression and familiarized himself with the elevator, heading to his own president's office. Now that his father was still the head of the Song family, he held the title of president in the Song group. But at the age of 6, he had already forced the head of the Song family to hand over all management rights to him. Young master, did you call for me? After receiving the receptionist's message, Uncle Qian immediately put down his work and rushed to the president's office. As soon as he opened the door, he was surprised by the aura emanating from inside. Long time no see, Uncle Qian. He saw Song Junqian standing in front of the desk, looking at him with cold indifference, just like when he was 6. Young master, it's you! Uncle Qian immediately knelt on one foot, bowing respectfully. It had been so long since he had seen the old young master. As one of the old ministers of the Song family, Uncle Chen knew that ever since Madame Song passed away, young master Song Junqian had completely changed. After the young master took power from the head of the Song family, he had never appeared again. Now, he never expected to see him again. However, Uncle Chen looked around in surprise and couldn't help but ask, Young master, where is Jingqian? If Jingqian saw the young master's return, he would definitely be very happy. However, upon hearing Su Jingqian's name, Song Junqian merely frowned. You mean him? His expression was blank, and his tone was unusually cold. He switched jobs. Ha! Uncle Chen was stunned. No, who are you saying switched jobs? Song Junqian let out a light breath and said coldly, let's not talk about that for now. How many people can you gather right now? As an old minister, Uncle Chen was one of Madame Song's subordinates during her lifetime, so his status in the Song family was roughly equal to that of Su Jingqian. What he said could also command the obedience of those below. Young master, may I ask what you want? Song Junqian's eyes flashed with a red glint, and he slightly curled his lips. My home is currently being invaded by filthy rats. Shouldn't we conduct a spring cleaning? Uncle Chen was first taken aback, then revealed a triumphant smile. Yes. At 6 in the afternoon, the Song family. Jiang Shuyin was sitting in the hall, still thinking about Song Junqian's participation in the blood test this morning. Although normally she wouldn't have to worry about that useless person achieving the target score, for some reason, after lunch, a bad premonition began to stir within her. She had tried to call Song Junqian, but he didn't answer. Thus, this premonition had not faded away until now. Butler. Jiang Shuyin sat on the sofa, calling the butler who was pouring tea for her. Madam, is there something you need? The butler was someone Jiang Shuyin had recruited back, so he was very respectful towards her. Did that fool say when he would be back? When the other party was not home, Jiang Shuyin always referred to Song Junqian with disdain. The servants in the house were used to it. No, he didn't inform me when he would return. Humph. If possible, he should never come back. Jiang Shuyin impatiently propped her chin on her hand. If that's the case, then you'll be disappointed. At that moment, the front door of the Song family was suddenly pushed open with force. Song Junqian entered, leading Qian Bo and more than a dozen martial artists, walking in coldly. Xiao Qian, what are you? Jiang Shuyin felt shocked and confused as she saw Song Junqian come in with so many people. Moreover, she couldn't help but roll her eyes, seeing that Song Junqian had brought back that annoying Qian Bo. Qian Bo was a loyal servant from her sister's lifetime, and like Su Jingqian, he never regarded her highly. After much effort, she had tricked Song Junqian into staying at the Song group. How could he come back home with this fool today? After returning to the Song family, Song Junqian merely glanced around the house, noticing many servants whispering to each other. Then he turned to Jiang Shuyin and said coldly, if there are pests in the house, they need to be dealt with promptly, so I sent people over. Pests? What are you talking about? For some reason, Jiang Shuyin felt that this fool Song Junqian seemed to have changed quite a bit. Both his aura and demeanor were completely different from usual. Song Junqian looked at her for a few seconds, suddenly revealing a cheerful smile, then raised his hand. I mean, you all. With a forceful wave of his hand, the more than a dozen martial artists behind him sprang into action, swiftly advancing into the Song house. Xiao Qian, what are you doing? Jiang Shuyin and the servants inside were shocked. They wanted to escape, but as ordinary people, they were no match for the strength of the martial artists. Song Junqian walked slowly into the hall and sat down on the sofa. He coldly watched as Jiang Shuyin and the butler were forcefully pressed to the ground, while the servants inside screamed and cried for help. Xiao Qian, why are you doing this? Jiang Shuin, pressed to the ground, felt a bit embarrassed, looking at Song Junchen in surprise and shouting loudly. Song Junchen didn't even spare her a glance, simply crossing his legs and saying, "Because you are the pest occupying this home." Ha! Jiang Shuin was stunned. Song Junchen, what does it feel like to have been the mistress of the Song family for 12 years, to have taken your sister's husband, and to have raised her own son to be useless? In an instant, Jiang Shuin felt as if her thoughts had been pierced, and she involuntarily felt a twinge of guilt. What are you talking about? She couldn't understand why Song Junchen had changed so much. When did I raise you to be useless? Haven't I given you everything you wanted? Jiang Shuin's heart was filled with hatred. Just looking at Song Junchen's face, which resembled her sister's, filled her with immense resentment. But she still maintained her facade. Xiao Qian, I don't know if someone around you has said something to you, but I've been your mother for 12 years. You can't treat me like this. Saying this, she glared fiercely at Qian Bo behind Song Junchen. It must be that he and that wretched Su Jingchen said something to Song Junchen. They were indeed not to be trusted. If she had known this would happen, she should have secretly killed them long ago. That's right, for 12 years you only thought about seizing the Song family's wealth, knowing full well that your stepson has martial arts talent yet raising him to be useless. Song Junchen finally smiled at Jiang Shuin. Giving your own son the best martial arts teacher for training, while throwing your stepson into a useless rich second-generation gathering, and not allowing him to take the martial arts academy entrance exam, I understand all of that. Yet he showed no expression, his tone was flat, but his words made Jiang Shuin feel even more anxious. What are you talking about? When did I? Song Junchen interrupted her. It doesn't matter anymore. Soon, more than a dozen martial artists he sent had captured most of the Song family's servants and brought them to the hall. The servants were now trembling in fear, half kneeling on the floor. They were all recruited after Jiang Shuin married into the Song family, and they were all Jiang Shuin's people. Although Jiang Shuin appeared to be full of affection for Song Junchen, they all knew that each wanted to render the other useless, so they all adopted a contemptuous attitude. Some servants even went to great lengths to curry favor with Jiang Shuin, tampering with Song Junchen's food and supplies. However, due to the influence of the world's consciousness on Song Junchen, and with Su Jingchen's care and precautions around him, he had not noticed the servants' attitudes, and it didn't matter to him at all. But the current Song Junchen was no longer the foolish boy he used to be. Anyone and anything related to Jiang Shuin had to be eliminated. Young master, how should we deal with these people? Chen Bo asked respectfully from the side. Song Junchen tapped his knee with his fingertips and said, investigate whether they have done anything to harm the family. Those who have will be handed over to the police, and those who haven't will be dismissed. This meant a complete overhaul. The most excited was Jiang Shuin, who immediately said, Xiao Qian, how can you treat them like this? Song Junchen closed his eyes and said coldly, what use do I have for people who can't even serve their master well? His gaze shifted to the butler, who was pressed to the ground, looking panicked. As Jiang Shuin's confidant, he had embezzled quite a bit over the years in the Song family. He was also the one who led the servants to look down on him. Song Junchen beckoned with his finger, signaling Qian Bo to come closer. He whispered in the other's ear, those who have embezzled, take them out secretly on the way to the police station and eliminate them. For those who haven't, just let a little accident happen after dismissing them, break a couple of limbs. Understood, young master. Qian Bo nodded respectfully, having no objections to Song Junchen's decision. These servants were Jiang Shuin's people, and over the years they had taken quite a bit of benefit from the Song family while showing much disrespect to the young master, which Su Jingchen had always recorded. It was just that the previous young master had been a bit out of his mind, so he couldn't take action at all. After dealing with the servants, Song Junchen turned his gaze to Jiang Shuin. As for you, no matter what, you have raised me for 12 years, so, he slightly curled his lips, speaking in a flat tone, lock her and my brother in the basement. As soon as these words were spoken, the servants present were very surprised. The Song family, being a martial arts family, often faced various bloody storms, and at this time, the basement was used to confine traitors and assassins. But now, Song Junchen was actually locking up his own stepmother. Xiao Chen, do you know what you're saying? Jiang Shuin immediately became agitated and tried to get up, but she was still pressed to the ground, unable to break free. She shouted with all her might, you dare to treat your mother like this? You will suffer retribution. The Jiang family and your uncles will not let you go. As soon as he heard about the Jiang family and his uncle, Song Junchen revealed a smile. Yes, I almost forgot about them. Ha! I heard that ever since the Jiang family adopted you, those people have been disrespectful to my mother. They clearly benefit from the Song family, yet they forced my mom to give up my dad for you, whether it's my grandparents or my 3 uncles. Song Junchen understood that the Jiang family's situation might be similar to his own, but none of that mattered, because harm is harm. I will eliminate your Jiang family all at once, don't worry. Jiang Shuin was locked in the basement by Song Junqian. There were no windows, no ventilation, only a small light bulb maintaining its glow. Therefore, once locked inside, it was impossible to know how much time had passed. Jiang Shuin, who once appeared noble, now looked very disheveled, her hair a mess from the struggle. She sat on the ground, filled with confusion. Why? Why did Song Junqian suddenly change as if he had been possessed? Clearly, she had worked hard for over 10 years to win the man of her sister and the wealth of the Song family. Now she was just one step away from getting everything she wanted. But Song Junqian had undergone such a huge transformation. What on earth was happening? Right now, her biggest worry was for her son, Song Tianming. Being locked in the basement, she had no idea what was happening outside. However, at that moment, she vaguely heard excited voices coming from outside. I am the young master of the Song family. What do you want with me? The basement door was opened, and Song Tianming was thrown in by a martial artist, the door slamming shut behind him. Tianming. Jiang Shuin rushed over to her son with concern. Mom, what on earth is happening? Song Tianming asked excitedly. As soon as I got back, I saw that idiot Song Junqian bringing a group of people and capturing me here. Tianming, I don't know either. Jiang Shuin lowered her head. That idiot seems to have suddenly turned into another person. As soon as he came back, he drove away all the servants and locked us up here. What is going on? Song Tianming felt deeply humiliated. He was the young master of the Song family, and it was the first time he had ever experienced such disgrace. Just then, the basement door was suddenly opened. Song Junqian and Uncle Qian walked in. Song Junqian, you actually. As soon as Song Tianming saw him, he was furious. Since he had already been thrown in here, he no longer needed to be polite. Song Tianming immediately stood up, clenched his fists, and aimed a punch at Song Junqian. However, Song Junqian simply took a step back, dodging Song Tianming's punch, and then kicked him in the abdomen. Song Tianming was kicked back, flying away. Tianming. Jiang Shuin was immediately shocked as she looked at her son's body, then sadly turned to Song Junqian. Xiao Qian, if you have any grievances, come at me. Don't hurt your brother. Song Junqian coldly replied, I'm sorry, but I don't have a brother. Jiang Shuin and Song Tianming. Uncle Chen disdainfully said from behind, we have long tested Song Tianming and the head of the Song family. Song Tianming is not the head son at all. It was just that Song Junqian had been mentally impaired before, which is why he had tolerated them staying in the Song family. Although you have always wanted to obtain the Song family's wealth and have your son take the position of head, Song Junqian shook his head, but unfortunately, you no longer have that opportunity. Jiang Shuin. In that moment, Jiang Shuin felt as if all her plans had been completely exposed. She was so flustered that she couldn't say a word. However, Song Tianming, having always been loved by his mother and the Jiang family, never regarded Song Junqian as a threat since childhood. Therefore, he shouted at Song Junqian with a twisted expression, Song Junqian, you useless waste. Do you think you can get away with doing this to us? Uncle and the others will be here soon. They will never let you go. Song Junqian looked at Song Tianming's triumphant expression and calmly ordered Qianbo, cripple his hand. Yes. Qianbo nodded slightly and quickly ran to Song Tianming, breaking his hand in front of Jiang Shuin, who was in shock. The intense pain made Song Tianming roll on the ground. Tianming. Jiang Shuin trembled in fear. She never expected Song Junqian to be so cruel, but before she could say anything, she heard Song Junqian whisper again, chop off that woman's leg. What are you saying, Xiao Qian? Jiang Shuin looked at Song Junqian in panic, only to see that he had no significant expression when he said this, rather, he appeared very calm. Yes, young master. Upon hearing the order, Qianbo took out a medium-length knife, extremely sharp. Jiang Shuin and Song Tianming were both stunned. Could it be that Song Junqian, the sentimental fool, would really do this to them? However, as Qianbo stepped closer, Jiang Shuin could only fall to the ground and keep retreating. Xiao Qian, you must be joking with us. She forced a smile, looking at him with pleading eyes. You wouldn't do this to me, your mother. The basement was very small, and Jiang Shuin quickly reached the wall, leaving her no place to escape. If it were the old Song Junqian, seeing Jiang Shuin's pleading like this, he would have softened and let her go. However, the current Song Junqian remained expressionless, his tone indifferent. You are truly disgusting. I have found it disgusting to call you mother for the past 12 years. Then, he turned his gaze towards Qianbo, do it. Yes. With a single slash. To prevent Jiang Shuin from reacting, Qianbo struck swiftly. Qianbo's speed was so fast that Jiang Shuin couldn't react in time. She only saw her left leg severed, the intense pain bringing her back to her senses as she pressed against the stump in terror. But the blood wouldn't stop flowing. Qianbo, take that leg away. Song Junxian watched Jiang Shuin's screams and Song Tianming's panic, still expressionless as he turned to leave. It was as if he left the basement without a shred of emotion. Yes, young master. Seeing this, Shenbo immediately took the left leg away. Young master, do you want it? Shenbo, first keep it safe, then send the news of me locking up Jiang Shuin and Song Tianming to the Jiang family. My grandparents and 3 uncles will definitely come quickly. Understood. Shenbo already knew what the leg was for. As Song Junxian returned to the hall, he looked at the position of the mansion above. Now, it was time to meet his long-lost good father. Almost 20 years ago, under the leadership of the head of the Song family, Song Feiwen, and his wife, the Song family was at the peak of martial arts families in Magic City. However, the good times didn't last long. 6 years after the birth of Song Junxian, Madame Song passed away, and Song Feiwen fell into endless sorrow. It was at this time that Madame Song's adoptive sister, Jiang Shuin, who was adopted back by the Jiang family, used a scheme to roll into bed with Song Qisan. Believing he had betrayed his deceased wife, Song Feiwen was greatly affected and, after marrying Jiang Shuin, locked himself in his bedroom, never going out. Thus, the Song family fell into a period of decline. Just when everyone thought that the Song family's everything would be taken away by Jiang Shuin and fade away, Song Feiwen suddenly issued a notice, willing to hand over all the rights of the Song group to his eldest son, Song Junxian. At that time, Song Junxian was only a 6-year-old child. He had no idea how to manage a large corporation, so he distributed these powers to his parents' loyal subordinates. Thus, the Song family weathered the low period, and Jiang Shuin was unable to obtain the Song family's wealth. Even now, Song Feiwen still locks himself in his room, not stepping outside. He cares for neither the family nor the company. Truly, he has become a person living up to his name, a useless person. At this moment, in Song Feiwen's bedroom, the lights were off, and the room was pitch black. The floor was littered with empty bottles of various alcoholic drinks, filling the entire room with a sour smell of alcohol. Suddenly, the door was kicked open with force. The light from outside shone in, illuminating Song Feiwen. Having not been exposed to bright light for a long time, Song Feiwen quickly shut his eyes and looked toward the door in confusion. He could see that he had become haggard and emaciated, his skin yellowed and covered in stubble, looking very dirty and disheveled as if he hadn't bathed in ages. However, upon closer inspection, one could see that his body bore various scars. Long time no see, do you remember who I am? After kicking open the door, Song Junxian asked coldly from outside. Looking at his father, who had now fallen into ruin, he felt little emotion. He only felt a bit sorry for his mother. You are. Originally, Song Feiwen wanted to angrily reprimand the person who opened the door, but upon seeing Song Junxian, that familiar figure left him stunned. Although we haven't seen each other for over 10 years, it makes me quite sad that you don't remember me, your son. Song Junxian spoke in a flat tone, showing no signs of sadness. Son, you are Junxian. At this moment, Song Feiwen finally saw the other person's appearance clearly. Since locking himself in the room, he had hardly seen his son. The last time they met was when Junxian was 6 or 7 years old, and now he had grown so much. Looking at his father, who had willingly fallen into ruin, Song Junxian silently asked, "So, head of the Song family, how long do you plan to remain useless? Although I have no right to say this, as the head of the Song family, even if you don't care about me, your son, the Song group is also the hard work of you and your mother. Are you willing to let the Jiang family take it away?" Song Feiwen opened his mouth. He wanted to say something but seemed unable to voice it, only lowering his head in disappointment. I have already. The next moment, Song Junxian said, "I have locked Jiang Shuin and her son in the basement." Song Feiwen looked up in shock, as if he couldn't believe it. But Song Junxian simply turned around and said softly, "I don't know what you're struggling with, but I will soon deal with them and the Jiang family. After that, I will come to find you again." A glint of red flashed in Song Junxian's eyes, and an invisible aura of killing intent emanated from him. By then, you need to think clearly whether you want to restore the former head of the Song family or continue to fall into ruin forever. After saying this, Song Junxian left. Shen Bo, who was listening to their father-son conversation, had a very unpleasant expression. "Head, you. I'm sorry." Song Feiwen curled up on the ground in pain, suddenly gripping his own neck tightly. "I'm sorry, I simply can't control." Whether it was marrying Jiang Shuin or accepting Song Tianming, who was not even his real son, neglecting Song Junxian and failing to take responsibility for the Song group and its subordinates, all of this echoed in his mind as a voice. That voice was hinting to him to destroy everything about the Song family and Song Junxian. So in order not to make a choice he would regret for a lifetime, he would rather lock himself in his room. Whenever he wanted to go out, he would self-harm until he was covered in wounds, using the pain to awaken his mind. And so he spent 12 years like this. But Song Fei-won was very clear that during these 12 years, he had worked hard to maintain control over his consciousness. But soon he wouldn't be able to hold on anymore. So, he had long instructed Shenbo and Su Jingchen. When he truly could no longer control himself, they would end his life. Naturally, he did not tell Song Junshen about this, because at that time, Song Junshen had already become a fool, so he didn't let them inform each other. Therefore, Shenbo looked at the suffering Song Fei-won, shook his head, and left. Young master, he hurriedly followed Song Junshen's pace. In fact, Shenbo wanted Song Junshen to understand Song Fei-won, but he had promised Song Fei-won not to reveal his matters. It's fine, Shenbo. But at that moment, Song Junshen coldly said, I already know. Let's put aside father's matters for now. What we need to do is deal with the Jiang family. Oh, alright. To deal with the Jiang family in the next couple of days, he needed to make various preparations. At 8 o'clock in the evening, at the Martial Arts Academy of Magic City. At this time, in the conference room of the Magic Martial Office building, more than 10 powerful-looking instructors sat at a long table. A wild-looking, burly man picked up the data in front of him and said excitedly, I heard that today's blood energy exam produced a genius. Sitting next to him, a beautiful woman nodded, yes, the blood energy reached 165. 165. As soon as this was said, everyone in the conference room began to discuss. 165 in blood energy is a value that only low-level martial artists possess. However, for a candidate who has just come of age, it is an extremely high value. Among them, a thin man wearing glasses looked at the data and said, besides that, he is a non-martial artist. Non-martial artist. An 18-year-old non-martial artist candidate having 165 points of blood energy is simply a genius. Sure enough, an elderly man with a long beard stroked it and immediately said, if this student comes to Magic Martial, who will take him? Hey, old who? You haven't even decided what you're taking. The burly man was unhappy and quickly said, if anyone is to take him, it should be me. Old who, you little brat, get lost. How would someone like you understand teaching students? Burly man, how dare you say that about me? Let's have a one-on-one. Who's afraid of who? You all calm down. Don't fight. It won't kill you to fight here. Hee, it seems everyone is fascinated by geniuses at this moment. Huang Huaxi, sitting nearby, said with a smile. Instructor Huang, don't you want him to be your student? The woman sitting next to him asked in confusion. Hee, how could I not want that he's a genius? Huang Huaxi smiled. If that student is willing to become Instructor Huang's student, he can train with Lu. Yes. Huang Huaxi, a 6th grade martial artist, was also Lu Tianrun's mentor during his freshman period. Now that Lu Tianrun had already become his disciple. Therefore, Huang Huaxi had learned about Tang Qingma from Lu Tianrun's information earlier today. That person was the little apprentice of the Red Sun Fairy back then, Tang Qingma. So he shifted his gaze to the woman sitting not far away. By the way, is the Red Sun Fairy planning to guide the new students this year? The Red Sun Fairy was wearing an elegant water blue long dress today, sitting at the long table, indifferent to everything. She exuded an air of indifference to the world, as if the quarrel in the room had nothing to do with her. When Huang Huazi called her out by name, she turned her head expressionlessly and said, I'm sorry, but I already have 8 useless disciples and no time to teach newcomers. Aren't you supposed to have 9 disciples? As soon as those words were spoken, the atmosphere in the conference room dropped to freezing point. The burly men who had been arguing and the old man who fell silent. Yet Huang Huazi, as if seeking death, continued, by the way, that candidate's name is somewhat similar to that of the former Qiyang Fairy. The Qiyang Fairy interrupted coldly, don't mention that traitor in front of me. He has already been expelled from my sect. He is no longer my disciple. Is that so? What a pity. Although the Qiyang Fairy was an 8th grade martial artist and Huang Huazi was only a 6th grade, he was not afraid that she would start a fight with him in the conference room. Moreover, her response was already within his expectations. However, I believe that candidate will definitely come to the demon martial arts, and, Qiyang Fairy, you will surely be interested in him. Qiyang Fairy. She glanced at the documents on the table. They were the profiles of students who performed well in today's vitality exam. Among them, Tang Qingma's name and photo were printed first. Tang Qingma. The Qiyang Fairy unconsciously frowned. This candidate's name was the same as that of her expelled traitor. Could it be her traitor? Impossible. A score of 165 in vitality was a genius among geniuses. That waste, who had no vitality because he was not allowed to cultivate, had a physique worse than an ordinary person and should have starved to death by the roadside after being expelled. Moreover, the boy in the photo looked rosy and healthy, clearly well fed. The last time she saw Tang Qingma, he was so emaciated that he was nothing but skin and bones, and she couldn't even see his face clearly. Even if half a year had passed, It was impossible for him to have recovered to the state in the photo, but he deserved this outcome. If it weren't for his desire to obtain something that didn't belong to him, he wouldn't have been expelled. Forget it. He has nothing to do with her now. It doesn't matter anymore. Asterisk the next day, to allow students who participated in the vitality exam to rest adequately, they could take a day off after the exam to recover their strength. But on this day, Tang Qingma not only topped the vitality exam but also broke the historical record. When Principal Lin learned of this, he was extremely excited. Their school was a gathering place for rich second-generation students, and there were hardly any students who had practiced martial arts. Who would have thought that a student who broke the historical vitality record would come from his school? As the principal, he felt very proud. Therefore, a day later, when Tang Qingma returned to school, he was immediately summoned to the principal's office by Principal Lin. "Hello, Principal Lin." Before class, Tang Qingma stood outside the principal's office and politely knocked on the door. As soon as Principal Lin heard his voice, he rushed over. "Young Master Tang, come in and have a seat." He immediately instructed his secretary to pour a cup of tea for him and invited Tang Qingma to the sofa. "Principal Lin, long time no see." Tang Qingma sat down without any hesitation. "Yes, the last time the two met was due to the campus bullying incident involving Zhang Ling and Tang Xianxi. Today, seeing Principal Lin so excited to call him over, it was clear that it was because his vitality exam results had been exposed 2 days ago. "Young Master Tang, I already know you achieved excellent results in the vitality exam." Principal Lin had a beaming smile on his face upon seeing Tang Qingma, and he was genuinely in a good mood. "Many people are contacting me now, hoping to recruit young Master Tang. This is also a very common occurrence." Before the official announcement of the written exam results, various universities have already begun their recruitment efforts for outstanding students, seizing the initiative. As for the vitality exam, naturally, different martial arts academies have sent people to inquire. Therefore, Principal Lin also asked, "May I ask where your first choice is?" Tang Qingma did not hide it. "Principal Lin, I want to go to MOWU." "MOWU? That's great." Since Tang Qingma is willing to go to MOWU, he feels honored. "Ahem. Because you, young Master Tang, have achieved good results and brought glory to our school, if you have any requests, I can fulfill them." To encourage the students to continue working hard, Principal Lin has always been generous to outstanding students. Tang Qingma thought for a few seconds and then smiled, saying, "I do have 2 things I would like Principal Lin to help with. Oh, the first thing is, I want Su Jingchen to transfer classes." "Ha?" Principal Lin was puzzled. "Su Jingchen? Isn't he a student from the next class? I heard he is also the attendant of young Master Song." "Ah, speaking of young Master Song and Su Jingchen, both of them performed well in this vitality exam." He also planned to summon these two for a meeting after seeing Tang Qingma. But now, why did Tang Qingma suddenly request for Su Jingchen to transfer classes? Principal Lin did not know that Su Jingchen and Tang Qingma had made a deal and felt very confused. Young Master Tang, but Su is. Principal Lin felt strange. After all, Su Jingchen is Song Juinxian's bodyguard, and Tang Qingma suddenly wants him to transfer classes? Tang Qingma smiled. "Of course, if Su classmate is unwilling to transfer, I won't force him. It's just that currently, Su Jingchen is in a betrayal state towards Song Junxian. If during class, Song Junxian can't help but act against Su Jingchen, he can foresee that Su Jingchen will definitely not retaliate, only endure the beating. To prevent his newly acquired assistant from getting hurt, Tang Qingma thoughtfully suggested that Su Jingchen transfer classes. "Alright, I will talk to Su classmate." Although Principal Lin did not know what the 3 of them were up to, Su Jingchen's grades have always been good, and transferring to any class would not affect him. Since he said he would do his best to meet Tang Qingma's request, he might as well talk to Su Jingchen when he calls him. "Thank you, Principal." Tang Qingma nodded politely. "If there's nothing else, I'll head back to the classroom now." "Alright." Principal Lin watched Tang Qingma's departing figure and couldn't help but sigh. The record breaker of the vitality exam. Because of this record breaker, he has been receiving calls from martial arts academies non-stop. Although his hands and mouth are a bit sore, he has to admit that this feeling is really satisfying. He never expected that this neglected true young master, Tang Qingma, would achieve this. If during his tenure, the top scorer in the written exam appears again, that would be even more perfect. Although it's impossible for such a rich second-generation place that can enter as long as they have money to appear. Asterisk after leaving the principal's office, Tang Qingma happened to run into Su Jingchen in the corridor. Usually, he is inseparable from Song Junxian at school, so it felt quite strange to see him alone. However, he heard that he had moved out of the Song family, so it was normal not to be together. "Good morning, Su classmate." Tang Qingma stepped forward to greet him. "Hello, young Master Tang." Su Jingchen's tone was flat, his gaze seemed distracted as if he was thinking about something. However, Tang Qingma did not ask further and simply said, I just met with the principal and asked him to help you transfer classes. After all, it's not good for you to be in the same place as young Master Song right now. Su Jingchen. Actually, that's not necessary. Tang Qingma, I received a message from Chen Bo yesterday. He is a servant of the Song family, saying that the young master will not be returning to school for the time being. Su Jingchen lowered his eyes. Did he say why? Tang Qingma asked in confusion. It is now a critical moment for the written exam. If Song Junxian still acts like a fool, he definitely won't be able to take a leave. Su Jingchen did not hide it and quietly said, he said the young master needs to deal with the Jiang family. Jiang family? It's the lady's maternal family. Before the lady married the head of the family, she was not favored at her maternal home. The whole family doted on that adopted daughter, the one who raised the useless young master. So if the young master wants to take action against that mother and son, the Jiang family will definitely protest. Tang Qingma. Why does what Su Jingchen say sound so much like the plot in A True and False Thousand Gold? However, although he could ask the system, he wasn't interested in the matters of the Song and Jiang families. Moreover, since Song Junxian was going to deal with the Jiang family, that just proves Song Junxian has returned to normal. Thinking of this, Tang Qingma smiled brightly. Then it seems my method is effective. Young Master Song has recovered. Yes, but Su Jingchen still turned his head away, looking not as joyful as expected. What's wrong? Aren't you happy? Of course I'm happy, Su Jingchen said softly. It turns out that the recovered young master can do many things without me. I just feel a bit unnecessary. Tang Qingma. Speechless, it's your mother tongue. Clearly, it was he who searched for methods to help Song Junxian recover, and now that he has, he starts to overthink. He didn't know before, but now he realizes that whenever it involves Song Junxian, Su Jingchen becomes very troublesome. However, this is someone else's master-servant relationship. He isn't very interested in their emotional development. Anyway, your deal with me is just temporary. You can explain it to him clearly later. Yeah. Su Jingchen lowered his head, although he didn't know if there would be this opportunity. 2 more days passed, and the movements of the Song family were roughly as Tang Qingma had guessed. Since Song Junxian returned to normal, the first thing he wanted to do was to take back power from his stepmother. But in reality, the head of the Song family had long entrusted the management of the Song Corporation to Song Junxian, so taking action against his stepmother and stepbrother was a piece of cake. However, the Jiang family would definitely not allow Song Junxian to do as he pleased. But with just the Jiang family, Song Junxian would surely be able to resolve it quickly. At this moment, in the basement of the Song family, the sound of wailing echoed from inside, but Song Junxian just sat on a chair against the wall, slowly sipping the tea that Uncle Chen had brewed for him. In front of him, besides Jiang Shuyin and Song Tianming, there were also 2 middle-aged men and 3 other men. Song Junxian, we are your grandparents. How can you treat us like this? The middle-aged woman was being restrained by the Song family's subordinates, her legs twisted, glaring at him with a twisted expression. Not just her, the others also looked at Song Junxian with hatred. When they learned that Jiang Shuyin and Song Tianming had been locked in the basement, the 5 of them rushed to the Song family to confront Song Junxian. But Song Junxian said nothing. He simply threw Jiang Shuin's severed leg in front of them, startling them. Soon, a large number of martial artists from the Song family appeared and also detained them in the basement, continuously tormenting them. Now, Song Junxian just handed the teacup in his hand to Uncle Chen behind him, as if puzzled, asking, Uncle Chen, do I really have grandparents? No, young master, Uncle Chen respectfully replied. Before the lady passed away, the Jiang family had already declared they would sever ties with her and adopted the non-blood-related adopted daughter into the Jiang family. In fact, since the young master was born, the Jiang family has never come to visit him. This was something everyone was clear about, but now that Uncle Chen revealed it without reservation, the Jiang family members all felt guilty and their faces turned red with shame. Is that so? Since it doesn't matter anymore, why does our Song group still support the Jiang family's business? Song Junxian crossed his legs, resting his palms on his knees, his gaze cold as he looked at Uncle Chen. Well, Uncle Chen felt a bit awkward. After seeing Song Junxian return to normal, he knew the other party would ask this question. They are using Madame Song's name to continue getting financial support from the Song group. Upon hearing this, the man on the ground immediately became agitated and said, I am Jiang Huaxin's brother, and Shuyin is your mother. What's wrong with the Song family supporting us? The speaker was Song Junxian's uncle, the president of the Jiang family. TSK. So noisy. Song Junxian showed a slightly disdainful expression and waved his hand. The man in front nodded and punched the uncle in the face. Bang! Song Junxian took back the teacup from Uncle Qian's hand and slowly took a sip of tea. Uncle Qian, I don't want to see them anymore. Take them out, and from now on, retract all support from the Song group to the Jiang family, and publicly announce that no other families are allowed to cooperate with them. Retract all support and not allow other families to cooperate with the Jiang family. Isn't this going to bankrupt the Jiang family? Not only the Jiang family members, but even Uncle Qian was taken aback by Song Junxian's actions. Young master, what are you? I'm not joking. Song Junxian took another sip of tea and said coldly, before my mother married into the family, they had been verbally humiliating and subjecting her to varying degrees of emotional abuse for raising a daughter, and after she married into the Song family, they even coerced my mother into supporting the Jiang family, and in the end, they even let the adopted daughter seduce my father, giving birth to a son of unknown parentage. Jiang then, Song Junxian's eyes darkened, and he said coldly, in a month, create an accident that traps the Jiang family in their house and set it on fire. Not only Jiang Shuyin and Song Tianming, but even Uncle Qian was shocked by Song Junxian's decision. Is he really going to kill the Jiang family? Blood relations are always the most troublesome thing. Even if I bankrupt them, they will still use this thin bloodline to create trouble for me in the future. Song Junxian supported his cheek with the back of his hand. It would be better to quickly get rid of them. Cut off this layer of trouble. Xiao Qian, what are you talking about? Jiang Shuyin was very surprised. How could the previously loyal fool have become so cruel now? Even Song Tianming said excitedly, you are not Song Junxian. Who are you really? Song Junxian looked at them coldly. Of course I am Song Junxian. It's just that I have been unable to come out for some reasons. But now, nothing can trap me anymore. He slightly extended his palm and then clenched it tightly. If it weren't for my restrictions, you wouldn't have even had the chance to be born 12 years ago. Song Tianming. Song Junxian no longer said anything, just stood up from the chair and coldly said, now, I no longer need you. What? I kept you around just to lure the Jiang family over, and now that the purpose has been achieved, you are of no use. Song Junxian's cold gaze was like announcing their death sentence, causing Jiang Shuyin and Song Tianming to feel panic and fear. Jiang Shuyin hurriedly cried out in terror, no, Xiao Qian, you're joking, right? Yeah, I have been your younger brother for 12 years. You can't do this to us. Song Tianming also shook his head in fear, the arrogance from before completely gone, his voice turning pleading. But Song Junxian just turned around, not even looking at them as he left the basement, and Uncle Qian hurriedly followed. Song Junxian said coldly, if they die in the Song family, it will raise suspicion. Tie them to the car, create a car accident, and then cause a gasoline explosion. Destroying the bodies in the explosion would make it seem like an accident. Yes, understood. Uncle Qian's voice trembled a bit, but he spoke respectfully. This is indeed their young master. Decisive and cold-blooded. Truly terrifying yet admirable. But just as Song Junxian was about to return to his room, he suddenly stopped. Young master, what's wrong? Song Junxian turned his head and asked, Uncle Qian, do you know the Tang family? The Tang family? Of course I know. The matter of the true and false young master of the Tang family had been spreading wildly during this time. Then do you know that Jingchen is currently working under Tang Qingma? Uncle Qian's eyes widened. He had been in contact with Su Jingchen these past 2 days, so he knew. But even so, he did not doubt Su Jingchen's loyalty and did not want Song Junxian to misunderstand him. Young master, Jingchen he, I know what you want to say. Song Junxian said quietly. I just want to say, if there were no means, Jingchen would not be able to work for Tang Qingma. Song Junxian suddenly said. Yes. Uncle Qian nodded. Indeed, Su Jingchen was a third-grade martial artist and had a very high loyalty to the Song family. If it weren't for some deal, how could he suddenly follow Tang Qingma? Song Junxian asked again, Uncle Qian, do you think I find it easy to deal with the Jiang family? Uncle Qian, yes. Not to mention easy, the young master handling the Jiang family was as simple as breathing. Since I can deal with the Jiang family so easily, why doesn't Tang Qingma, like me, immediately eliminate the Tang family? According to the information gathered from previous investigations, the current situation of the Tang family is actually quite dire. Among the 7 sisters of the Tang family, only the eldest sister remains employed, the others have been dismissed. Tang Feifei is paralyzed, Tang Xuerong has passed away, and Tang Xianqi has been expelled from the Tang family. Now, it seems that Tang Qingma is preparing to deal with Tang Ali. Although Tang Jianrun wants to hide everything happening within the Tang family, in the eyes of martial arts families, their investigative abilities are far superior to those of ordinary wealthy families, though they usually do not interfere. Therefore, through investigation, Song Junxian has already discovered everything Tang Qingma has done to the Tang family. However, he cannot understand why. Given Tang Qingma's ruthlessness and capabilities, dealing with the mere Tang family should not require much effort. But why? I don't really want to understand either, said Shin Bo beside him. Clearly, Tang Qingma has already established a good relationship with the young master of the Lu family. Even with the help of the Lu family, it would be easy to take care of the Tang family. But Tang Qingma has never done so, and he simply does not understand. Forget it, maybe it's because he is currently preparing for a written exam, just his own considerations. In the following days, the events happening in the Zhang family made headlines and spread throughout the entire Magic City. It is said that the Song family first cancelled all collaborations with the Zhang family and even posted an announcement online, claiming that any family cooperating with the Zhang family would be held accountable by the Song family. Once this announcement was made, various families were shocked. Because both daughters of the Zhang family had married the head of the Song family in turn, the Zhang family had long benefited greatly from the Song family. So in Magic City, every family knew that as long as they maintained a good relationship with the Zhang family, they could also gain different benefits from the Song family through that connection. But now the Song family was openly cutting ties with the Zhang family, which piqued everyone's curiosity. However, before investigating these gossip, they had to sever ties with the Zhang family. Although the current strength of the Song family is not as glorious as before, a starving horse is still bigger than a camel, not to mention that it is still operating quite well under the leadership of a group of old ministers. If they went against the Song family, they would not have a good outcome. Under these circumstances, the various families naturally decided to cut ties with the Zhang family. In just a few days, the Zhang family fell from their former glory to a state of neglect. Previously, the Zhang family had been arrogant due to the advantage of their two daughters, but now it was already good enough that no one was kicking them while they were down. But at this moment, an unexpected event occurred. A great fire suddenly broke out at the Zhang family's mansion. It is said that this fire was set by families that the Zhang family had previously offended, who secretly infiltrated to start the fire, seeing that the Zhang family was severing ties with the Song family. Coincidentally, the Zhang family had recently encountered financial issues, and the servants, fearing the loss of their wages, had all resigned. Therefore, no one notified the Zhang couple and their three young masters still in the mansion. Then, the fire spread too violently, and they were unable to escape, all perishing in the flames. Just like that, everything of the Zhang group was acquired by the Song family and incorporated into the Song family. The Song group even renamed the Zhang family, and from then on, there was no Zhang family in Magic City. Meanwhile, Song Junxian also had his subordinates Tai Jiang Shuyin and Song Tianming to a car. As the car drove to a certain location, the driver suddenly jumped out. Subsequently, the car exploded. Song Junxian stood high above, watching the thick black smoke, his expression indifferent. This was the first time he had ordered his subordinates to kill, and he felt a bit strange inside, but thinking of the two people before him who had ruined his life, the uncomfortable feeling gradually subsided. He said to Qian Bo, let's go back. Yes. Watching Qian Bo, who had just killed Zhang Shuyin and her son, Song Junxian felt a surge of emotion, almost moved to tears. He had long wanted to take action against this mother and son, but for the past 12 years, he had been forced to stay in the company, working like an ordinary office worker. Now, seeing the young master take revenge on them, he couldn't help but feel emotional about the young master's growth. If it weren't for the Song family head becoming like this, the young master wouldn't have to face such bloodshed at the age of 18. Young master, now our Song family can recover. Song Junxian shook his head. Jingchen is no longer here. Uncle Qian had actually received news from Su Jingchen. In order to help the young master recover, he had no choice but to have Tang Qingma work for a year. Young master, we just need to wait for a year. No, regardless of how this year's deadline starts, the fact is that Tang Qingma took Jingchen from me. Song Junxian clenched his fist. He was too weak. It was precisely because he couldn't even control his own consciousness that he was exploited by that bastard. He and Tang Qingma couldn't get along properly for the time being. The news about the Zhang family quickly reached Tang Qingma and the others. The next morning, Su Jingchen immediately explained the situation of the Song family to Tang Qingma and Lu Tianren. Uncle Chen told me last night that the young master has already killed Zhang Shuyin and Song Tianming, and now he is starting to assign work to the subordinates of the Song family. Efficiency is really fast. He killed his stepmother and fake brother on the same day the Zhang family was eliminated. Tang Qingma was a bit surprised. No wonder he was the original owner's good brother. Once he returned to normal, he cleared all obstacles. Su Jingchen continued, I heard that the head of the Song family has also come out of his room, and the young master has asked him to manage the company, so he can go to the academy with peace of mind. Seeing the Song family gradually returning to normal, Su Jingchen was also very happy, although he felt a bit regretful for not being able to witness such an exciting event with his own eyes. Oh, that's great. Tang Qingma also sighed a little. He then said to the system, that's nice. If it weren't for collecting some regret value, I would want to deal with the Tang family quickly. The system cautiously replied, this is also an irresistible force, but I have already received feedback from the Heavenly Tao's power, saying that the regret value from the Tang family has been collected almost enough. What do you mean? As long as we collect a little more regret value from the Tang family, the host won't need to collect any more. After all, the Tang family was just an ordinary wealthy family. Since the host crossed over, they had already collected an excess amount of regret value, and continuing to collect would only yield minimal changes in power. Tang Qingma narrowed his eyes and asked with a smirk, so, it means that I can just deal with the Tang family right now without any worries? You could say that. The system trembled, feeling that the previous host hadn't really exerted themselves at all. Tang Qingma smiled brightly, I'm tired of the Tang family too. Anyway, I'll be going to the Magic Martial Academy soon, so I might as well deal with the Tang family beforehand. I can't lose to Song Junqian. The system dared not speak. Just after Su Jingqian reported on the dynamics of the Song family, Lu Tianren beside him was also surprised by Song Junqian's actions. Clearly, he came from a martial arts family and was a third-grade martial artist. How could he feel like a naive fool after witnessing the methods of Tang Qingma and Song Junqian? After the Zhang family was removed from the list of the Magic City wealthy families, they soon welcomed the annual significant day. When this time came, all those taking the written exam felt like protected animals. Every local government had set laws early on, blocking all roads, prohibiting vehicles from sounding their horns during this period, and construction was not allowed, etc. During this time, most parents would be very nervous. After all, success or failure depended on this moment. Whether their children could enter the martial arts academy depended on this exam's results. The Tang family was no exception. The women of the Tang family were very anxious these days. Of course, the object of their anxiety was not Tang Qingma, but Tang Xianqi. Even though Tang Xianqi was kicked out of the Tang family, they still contacted him every day via phone. Bai Hualian and the Tang sisters arranged various nutritional supplements and special lessons for Tang Xianqi. If they could, they would really want to take Tang Xianqi's place and attend in his stead. As for Tang Qingma, they didn't even know that she had topped the blood test, let alone care about what she was doing. However, in reality, many martial arts academies wanted to recruit Tang Qingma and had called the Tang family. But most of the calls were intercepted by Wang Ma, who followed Tang Qingma's instructions and rejected all offers except for Mo Wu. Today was the written exam day, and early in the morning, Bai Hualian and the women of the Tang family were nervously contacting Tang Xianqi, hoping for his smooth success. Bai Hualian video called Tang Xianqi and clenched her fist, saying, Xiaoxi, you are the best. Go for it. Tang Ali, yes, Xiaoxi, you will definitely be fine. Tang Ruoling, Tang Qingqing, and Tang Ziqing also said, go for it, Xiaoxi. Tang Xianqi, on the screen, was very touched and said, thank you, mom and sisters, I will work hard. Even though he was no longer in the Tang family, they still cared for him so much. Only Tang Meixin, sitting at the long table in the hall, silently looked at Tang Qingma, who was having breakfast. She suddenly remembered that today was not only an important day for Tang Xianqi, but also for Tang Qingma. But why did she have no impression of it at all? Tang Ali noticed that only Tang Meixin hadn't come to wish Tang Xianqi well and couldn't help but frown and ask, Meixin, aren't you going to say something to Xiaoxi? Ha, I. Tang Meixin was surprised for a moment, then her gaze secretly glanced at Tang Qingma. Hurry up and go over, Xiaoxi is still waiting, Tang Ali urged. Tang Meixin lowered her head. Clearly, Tang Qingma was also taking the written exam today, but unlike Tang Xianqi, no one was comforting her, so she hesitated for a few seconds and shook her head at Tang Ali. Second sister, you say it for me, I won't go. Tisk, why are you suddenly being so strange? Tang Ali frowned tightly, but to avoid affecting Tang Xianqi's mood, she just turned her head to continue cheering him on. Tang Meixin let out a soft sigh, her gaze slightly shifting towards Tang Qingma. Qingma. Even though they were siblings, Tang Meixin found it hard to speak, you today. Good luck. Tang Qingma stopped tearing at the whole wheat bread, looking expressionlessly at Tang Meixin. Tang Meixin. She once again silently lowered her head. Clearly, it was her who said it, but for some reason, she felt very awkward after saying it. Tang Qingma continued to chew on the bread, and after finishing, wiped his mouth and slowly said, Third sister, do you know? Sometimes I feel that if you hadn't brought me back to the Tang family, I might have been a little happier. Tang Meixin. I'm done eating, Tianrun, let's go. Yes. Tang Qingma walked directly past Bai Hualian and the others, sneering, even after severing ties, you're still so close. If someone didn't know better, they would think Tang Xianqi is your biological son and brother you. Tang Ali wanted to say something but was interrupted directly. Also, today, besides Tang Xianqi, your biological son and brother also have a written exam. Bai Hualian was suddenly surprised, It was at this moment that she remembered Tang Qingma was the same as Tang Xianqi, but during this time, she had only cared about Tang Xianqi and hadn't paid any attention to him. Qingma, it doesn't matter anymore. Tang Qingma interrupted her, it will be over soon, huh? They all didn't understand what Tang Qingma meant by over, and Tang Qingma didn't explain, leaving with Lu Tianrun. What the heck? What's there to be smug about? Tang Xingqing only dared to speak after they left. Tang Ziqing also said, yeah, he just got brought back. There's no way he can keep up with the pace. I just hope he doesn't end up with the lowest score and drag our reputation down with him. Tang Ali said impatiently, Oof. I think if his grades are poor, we can find an excuse to get rid of him. Bai Hualian immediately wanted to stop her. Ali, you can't say that. I didn't say anything wrong. At this moment, Tang Ruoling noticed that Tang Meixin had been sitting in the chair, silent. Meixin, are you okay? Eldest sister. Tang Meixin was still in shock from Tang Qingma's words. Do you think I shouldn't have brought Qingma back? This question was one that Tang Ruoling couldn't answer either. Soon, a wave of regret from Tang Meixin washed over. At this time, sitting in the car, Tang Qingma listened to Tang Meixin's regret and had lost the desire to keep track of it. The system had previously mentioned that the values of the Tang family members had been collected sufficiently, and there was no need to pay attention to them anymore. Young Master Tang, are you doing well today? Lu Tianrun, who was driving, asked with concern. Although he had been by Tang Qingma's side, he hadn't seen him review at all. Even though his blood and energy scores were excellent and could directly qualify him for the Magic Martial Academy, if his written exam scores were a bit better, his reputation would be even more impressive. Tang Qingma smiled, it's okay. He really is different from others. When the car arrived at the venue, many students and parents were already standing at the entrance. Their expressions were very serious, as if they were preparing for a life and death battle. In contrast, Tang Qingma looked relatively relaxed. Before his crossing, he had entered his ideal martial arts academy with the top score. He also found that the knowledge points in this world were quite similar to those in his original world, not to mention he could review in the system space, so he quickly solidified the knowledge points. Tianrun, you go back to Magic Martial first, I'll call you when I'm done. Okay, young Master Tang, wish you success. The annual major day began. For Tang Qingma, facing the written exam knowledge points at first was still a bit challenging. He was already 30 before crossing, and many things had long been returned to the teacher. Therefore, he specifically studied in the system space and had the system provide him with exam papers from the past decade for review. The system was shocked. I didn't expect the space meant for the host to cultivate martial skills would be used for reviewing knowledge. Tang Qingma specifically reviewed for a full 250 hours, and when he emerged, he felt like a complete fool. However, because of this space, he was able to review while handling other matters. So Tang Qingma was actually quite grateful to the system. No, completely unaware. About an hour and a half later, the entrance to the written exam venue was already filled with parents and reporters. The reporters all aimed their cameras at the gate, and although this wasn't the college entrance examination, they still hoped to interview the first student to come out. After another 5 minutes, a figure emerged from the door. Excuse me, are you a student from the written exam? This student, did you find the exam content difficult? Have you finished the questions, student? Tang Qingma. He had just finished the exam and come out for lunch, only to see the reporters rushing towards him with the speed of martial artists. A multitude of cameras clicked away, and some flashes illuminated his face. Perhaps seeing Tang Qingma in a daze, a reporter couldn't help but shout, "Student, say something." Only then did Tang Qingma turn his eyes slightly and quietly say, "It's okay, the content is all familiar to me." It's all content he reviewed, just changing the format of the exam questions a bit. And because he studied like a machine in that space, there were some questions that Tang Qingma could answer almost reflexively. At this moment, a male reporter asked, "So, this student, do you have confidence in entering the martial arts academy?" They all had some impression of this student but just couldn't remember where they had seen him. Tang Qingma nodded, "I suppose so. Then can you tell us what your aspiration is?" "My aspiration." Tang Qingma looked at the large number of media and cameras in front of him, unconsciously breaking into a smile. "It's the Martial Arts Academy of Magic City." The reporters looked at him in surprise. So it was to become a martial artist in the future. At this moment, a female reporter let out a surprised scream. "I remember now. You are Tang Qingma, the young master of the Tang family." The reporters, the young master of the Tang family. Is this the real young master Tang Qingma who had caused a stir online twice before? He is also here for the written exam today. Tang Qingma smiled and nodded at their astonished expressions. "I am Tang Qingma." Another female reporter, seeing a hot figure, immediately excitedly asked, "Tang, do you mean that you want to enter the Magic Martial Arts Academy?" which means that besides this written exam, you have already passed the blood test? Yes, I have already passed. Tang Qingma's smile was radiant, and then he looked at the camera in front of him and said, in order to enter the Magic Martial Arts Academy, I have had a pretty tough time, because, he revealed a more profound smile, and his eyes darkened. The system suddenly felt a bad premonition. Host, do you want to? Yes, strike while the iron is hot, now is the best time. Tang Qingma suddenly showed a sighing expression and said, you might not believe it, but before I was recognized back by the Tang family, I was actually a disciple of the Martial Arts Academy of Red Sun. But because I was collectively slandered by my junior and senior brothers, my master, the Red Sun Fairy, kicked me out without even checking. The reporters, what? This. After Tang Qingma said these words, all the reporters present were stunned. What incredible thing did they just hear? The Martial Arts Academy of Red Sun. As reporters from Magic City, how could they not know about the Red Sun Academy of Martial Arts? That is the faction led by the Red Sun Fairy, a powerful and qualified mentor of the 8th rank. The real young master of the Tang family is actually her disciple. And what explosive thing did he just say? That he was slandered by the junior and senior brothers of the Red Sun Academy, and then the Red Sun Fairy kicked him out without any investigation? Is he defaming the Red Sun Fairy? Of course, at this moment, Tang Qingma appeared to outsiders as just a non-martial artist and a young master, and the reporters wouldn't believe him. But what he said could become a big scoop at any moment, so the reporters didn't want to leave just like that. Meanwhile, Tang Qingma smiled and blinked, speaking in a calm tone. I know everyone doesn't believe my words, after all, I say my former master is the Red Sun Fairy of the 7th rank, so it's not surprising that you think I'm talking nonsense. The reporters exchanged glances, knowing that defaming a martial artist is a serious crime. Moreover, the Red Sun Fairy of the Martial Arts Academy is a high-level martial artist, and normally they shouldn't investigate. But, they were too eager to know the truth. What exactly did Tang Qingma mean by slander? Was he really once a disciple of the Martial Arts Academy? Even if they weren't reporters, they wanted to know the gossip. So a male reporter mustered his courage and cautiously asked, Tang, why did you suddenly publicly accuse the Red Sun Fairy here? Are you trying to reclaim your justice? This question was quite tricky, but Tang Qingma merely smiled slightly. Yes, I have been bullied by the 7 senior sisters of the Qiyang Hall for a full 12 years, and because of them, I almost became homeless. Naturally, I want to seek justice from them, which is why I want to re-enter the Demon Martial Academy. In the Demon Martial, all the senior instructors and staff recognize me. As everyone can see, I am not a martial artist. That is because I was taken back by Dean, one of the Demon Martial, when I was 6 years old. However, the Dean left to resist the invading beasts, and just then, the Qiyang Fairy took notice of my talent and accepted me as her disciple. But during the 12 years I have been her disciple, I have never received any martial arts training. On the contrary, she is very indulgent towards her little disciple, my junior brother. To prevent my power from surpassing his, the Qiyang Fairy and the senior sisters never allowed me to come into contact with any martial arts abilities, and they let my junior brother constantly slander and bully me. So, my 7 senior sisters often let me go hungry to vent their frustrations for their little junior brother, and they continuously beat and scold me, leaving various forms of bullying and harm on my body and mind. Listening to Tang Qingma clearly recount his experiences in the Qiyang Hall in one breath, the reporters were stunned. This is explosive. Is this what they could hear? They were only there to interview the first person to come forward, but they didn't expect to hear such shocking information. But if what Tang Qingma said is true, it would be a huge news that could shake the entire Demon City, no, the entire martial arts world of Huagua. Another male reporter, unable to resist his gossiping spirit, quickly asked, so how were you expelled? Tang Qingma sighed lightly and said, about half a year ago, my junior brother once again wrongfully accused me of stealing his things. I was almost beaten to death by the senior sisters, but fortunately, Dean Wan returned, and the crimes of bullying and abusing me in the Qiyang Hall were discovered by the Dean, who demanded they investigate the truth. But the good times didn't last long. The Dean who helped me received a notification to go to the border, so I was directly expelled by them. At that time, I had no money and no martial arts power, and I could only wander the streets. As for what happened next, I believe everyone knows. I was recognized by the Tang family, and then, Tang Qingma turned his head away and did not continue to speak about what happened next, because all the reporters knew how he was treated in the Tang family. This is really too tragic. If what Tang Qingma said is true, then his 18 years of life, whether in the Qiyang Hall or in the Tang family, has been too difficult. Tang Qingma saw the reporters showing expressions of sympathy and pity, and he couldn't help but turn his head away and continue. I know that you are half believing what I said, and I know you want to go to the Demon Martial to inquire, but I hope you won't disturb the other instructors and staff. During the time I was bullied by the Qiyang Hall, they all tried their best to help me. I can't disturb them because of my reasons, and with the threat of the Qiyang fairy at the 8th rank, you won't be able to get the answers you want." The reporters looked at each other. Yes, even if they want to find out the truth, the Qiyang fairy is at the 8th rank, one of the most powerful instructors in the entire demon martial. Under her threat, they wouldn't be able to ask anything. Then they saw Tang Qingma suddenly break into a brilliant smile. "So, please go to the border and directly interview the dean of the demon martial." The reporters. Right. They couldn't confirm whether what Tang Qingma said was true, but there was still the dean. Even if they went to the demon martial, the staff inside wouldn't say much due to the academy's reputation. But the dean is different. The dean of the demon martial is at the 9th rank, and has been a hero protecting the country and the people for many years. If he said it, how could it possibly be false? Although going to the border area might be a bit tough, for the sake of breaking news. No, it's to bring justice back to the pitiful Tang Qingma. What's a little hardship for them? Seeing the reporter's eyes shining with fire, Tang Qingma smiled triumphantly. The Red Sun Fairy and her 7 fairies are very concerned about their reputation. I wonder how they will react when today's news breaks, revealing their past mistakes through their former disciple/younger brother? I can't wait to see it. As expected, what Tang Qingma said in the interview immediately ignited the entire internet and television news. The number of likes and shares online nearly crashed Weibo. If it were an ordinary person, it might not have attracted public attention, but the other party is the true young master of the Tang family, who has trended twice. No one expected that a simple interview would involve a big scoop about the true young master of the Tang family. Even more surprising was that before being recognized by the Tang family, he had once been a disciple of the martial arts academy in the Magic City. Currently, there are only 2 ways to enter the martial arts academy for training. One is to enter with excellent grades, and the other is to be exceptionally talented from a young age, recognized by the academy's mentors, and specially cultivated as a disciple. And Tang Qingma actually belonged to the latter category 12 years ago. Netizens began to spontaneously investigate Tang Qingma's experiences and created a storyline about his 12 years of suffering. He was eagerly taken from the orphanage to the academy, thinking he could carve out an exciting life, but instead faced various bullying. After enduring 12 years of hell, he was expelled from the academy due to slander, but fortunately, he was recognized by his biological family and became the young master of the family. Little did he know, he had merely walked from one hell to another. System. The above anecdotes about the host also began to spread online. Tang Qingma, well written. Hours later, at the Martial Arts Academy in the Magic City, Xiao Chunhua had just returned to the academy after completing a task to subdue a beast and was unaware of the news that was currently trending online. However, as the 4th disciple of the Red Sun Palace, she had only been interested in cultivation since childhood and wouldn't actively search for information on the internet. Yet, when she stepped into the martial arts campus, Xiao Chunhua felt a multitude of gazes fixed on her. She turned her head in confusion, noticing that many students were keeping their distance and whispering with looks of disgust or curiosity. What's going on? She had only been away for a week. Why was everyone looking at her with such strange expressions upon her return? Just as Xiao Chunhua was puzzled, she happened to see Lu Tianren's figure ahead, standing with his senior sister. That's the young master of the Lu family? As a disciple of mentor Huang Hua, Lu Tianren, despite being the young master of the Lu family, was very popular due to his upright character, respect for elders, and kindness towards peers and juniors. The Red Sun Fairy had once told her that if she could build a good relationship with Lu Tianren, the Red Sun Palace would have a chance to gain the support of the Martial Arts Association, expanding their influence in the Magic City. However, since Lu Tianren advanced to his 3rd year, he had rarely returned to the academy due to assisting with the family business. Unexpectedly, she saw him today. This was a great opportunity to build a good relationship with him. So, Xiao Chunhua stepped forward slowly, showing a faint smile and said, "Are you senior brother Lu? Do you remember me? I'm the 4th disciple of the Red Sun Master. I often hear Master mention you." As the 4th disciple of the Red Sun Fairy, Xiao Chunhua is 21 years old, the same age as Lu Tianren. She has a sweet appearance, usually ties her hair in a ponytail, and looks very energetic. Whenever she speaks to males, most of her senior brothers feel a flutter of shyness. So, Xiao Chunhua looked at Lu Tianren with anticipation as he turned to her, and when she saw her own face flushed with embarrassment, she then saw Lu Tianren's expression filled with disdain, his brows furrowed as he asked, "Do you have something to say? Do you have something to say?" The disdain on Lu Tianren's face was completely unmasked, leaving Xiao Chunhua stunned. No. What was going on? Wasn't it said that Lu Tianren was kind to everyone? Even though they had met from afar before, she had never seen him make such a sour face. Yet Lu Tianren still showed his disdain, his tone cold. "If there's nothing, then please leave, junior sister Xiao." I have other matters to attend to and can't spare time for you. After saying that, Lu Tianran turned his back to her and continued chatting with his senior sister, Xiao Chunhua. What does Lu Tianran mean by this? As the fourth senior sister of the Qiyang Hall, with a sweet and lovely appearance, it was her first time encountering such indifference from someone, especially a male. If it were an ordinary disciple who dared to speak to her like that, Xiao Chunhua would have taught them a lesson long ago. However, Lu Tianran was the young master of the Lu family, the son of the president of the Martial Arts Association, and a disciple of Huang Huaxi, someone not to be easily offended. Therefore, even though she felt dissatisfied, Xiao Chunhua could only stomp her toes and leave angrily. After noticing her departure, Lu Tianran turned his head expressionlessly, his eyes showing disgust. Standing next to him, his senior sister Guang Lian, who was a year older, glanced over and asked, Tianran, was that Xiao Chunhua from the Qiyang Hall just now? Yes, Lu Tianran nodded with a frown and said, Senior sister, the people from Qiyang Hall are very selfish and hypocritical, and they tend to be violent. I don't like them. Is that so? Guang Lian shrank back a little, feeling surprised. The Qiyang Hall had never had much interaction with their Nanji Hall. The most they did was exchange greetings when they crossed paths. Therefore, when Guang Lian saw online reports about disciples from Qiyang Hall committing violence and abuse against the true young master of the Tang family, and that the Qiyang fairy condoned it, she was quite shocked. But she certainly knew that the information online could be true or false, and without understanding Qiyang Hall, she couldn't immediately believe or judge. But now, this junior brother, who usually treated people kindly and gently, was showing such disdain for Qiyang Hall for the first time. However, it was clear that the Lu family was different from ordinary martial arts families, possessing a vast intelligence network in the Demon City. If even someone as upright as Lu Tianran disliked Qiyang Hall so much, it seemed that the internal affairs of Qiyang Hall were indeed quite complicated. In the future, she should suggest to her master that they keep Nanji Hall away from Qiyang Hall. Asterisk at this moment, Xiao Chunhua was still angrily walking back towards Qiyang Hall. Damn it! What's so great about them? She still couldn't understand why Lu Tianran was indifferent towards her. Clearly, they weren't familiar, and she looked quite good. Why did he have to treat her like this? Just as Xiao Chunhua was walking in anger, a familiar voice suddenly called out to her. Senior sister Chunhua, this is bad. A junior brother whose name she couldn't remember, but who often came to her for different cultivation resources, a sycophant. Junior brother, what's wrong? In front of her pursuer, Xiao Chunhua would instinctively show a gentle smile. Even if she couldn't remember his name, she could easily handle it. The junior brother was also lost in her smile, grinning foolishly, but quickly snapped back to reality and hurriedly handed her his phone. Senior sister Chunhua, you have to see this. What is it? Xiao Chunhua took the phone with confusion and saw it was a recently released news interview video, and the interviewee was the first non-martial artist to come out. What was so interesting about this? Xiao Chunhua felt that the interviewer looked very familiar, but she couldn't recall where she had seen him before. It wasn't until she clicked on the video and saw the interviewer's name appear on the screen that she was instantly stunned. My aspiration is to attend the Martial Arts Academy of the Magic City. I remember now. You are Tang Qingma, the young master of the Tang family. I am Tang Qingma. The name that had been sealed in her mind reappeared before her eyes. Tang Qingma, that stain of the Qiyang Hall. For 12 years, they had interacted as senior and junior disciples, and not only was Tang Qingma extremely jealous, but he also often bullied the younger junior disciple to vie for favor, a hopeless case who never changed. Tang Qingma, why is he appearing in the video? Xiao Chunhua momentarily forgot to manage her expression and shouted in excitement. Back when he was expelled from the academy by their master, he was so emaciated from hunger that he could be blown over by the wind. How could he look so handsome and robust in the video? The junior disciple was a bit startled by Xiao Chunhua's reaction, but he explained, he seems to be the real young master of the Tang family. The young master of the Tang family? Xiao Chunhua usually spent her time either in the Qiyang Hall or out on missions, so she hadn't paid much attention to news online. But upon hearing that Tang Qingma was the real young master, she could only imagine that he must be living a life of luxury. But the next moment, the junior disciple said, at first, I thought this real young master was quite pitiful, clearly recognized back into his family, but because there was a fake young master inside, he was bullied by his own sister. What? Xiao Chunhua immediately looked up, staring at him with a questioning gaze. Junior disciple. But before the junior disciple could say anything, Tang Qingma in the video continued, actually, before I was recognized back by the Tang family, I was a disciple of the Qiyang Hall. But because I was collectively slandered by the junior and senior disciples, my master, the Qiyang fairy, expelled me without even investigating. What is he talking about? When did we slander him? Xiao Chunhua immediately gripped her phone tightly, her emotions so agitated that she wanted to crush it. I know everyone doesn't believe my words, after all, my former master is the 8th grade Qiyang fairy. I was bullied by them in the Qiyang Hall for a full 12 years, and because of them, I almost became homeless, so naturally, I wanted to seek justice from them. Ah, that bastard Tang Qingma. Xiao Chunhua never expected that the Tang Qingma who used to stutter in front of her would actually speak out about the crimes of the junior disciple and her. My 7 senior sisters often let me go hungry to vent their anger for their junior disciple, and they constantly bullied and beat me, leaving various scars and traumas on my body and mind. Who are you saying bullied and harmed him? Clearly, it was you who was jealous of the junior disciple. You often stole the junior disciple's things. You're just slandering first. At this point, Xiao Chunhua could no longer maintain her usual sweet demeanor in front of that junior disciple. She just wanted to jump into the video and slay that bastard Tang Qingma. Sister Chunhua. The junior disciple didn't pay much attention to Xiao Chunhua's change in attitude, as he was watching his phone being gripped tightly by her, fearing that if he wasn't careful, she would crush it. Bastard. Useless. In the end, she heard Tang Qingma say with a bright smile, "Please go to the border and directly interview the dean of the martial arts." Bang! Xiao Chunhua finally couldn't hold back and threw her phone. Ah, my phone! The junior disciple who lent his phone to Xiao Chunhua looked at the shattered pieces on the ground, heartbroken as he knelt down. But the culprit, Xiao Chunhua, was not at all calmed down. Instead, she excitedly muttered to herself, "Tang Qingma, bastard! Clearly, you are jealous and yet you say we bullied you." And he even called the reporters to find the dean. Xiao Chunhua still remembers that almost half a year ago, when her fellow disciples had beaten Tang Qingma half to death again, it was just when the dean and the saintess returned to the school and intervened vigorously. At that time, their master and 7 senior sisters were attacked by the dean and the saintess without any mercy, as if they had fought countless battles against alien beasts, almost destroying their foundation. So, that old guy, the dean, is in cahoots with Tang Qingma. One can easily imagine how the dean would belittle their Qiyang Hall. And now, Xiao Chunhua also understands why, as soon as she stepped into the demon martial arts, she was stared at with disdain and curiosity by the disciples inside, and why Lu Tianren had such a poor attitude towards her. It turns out it was all that despicable Tang Qingma who was turning black and white upside down. Damn Tang Qingma! Why didn't he starve to death when he was kicked out? Xiao Chunhua bit her fingertip in resentment, gritting her teeth and saying, "If I had known this earlier, I should have killed him before." If that were the case, he wouldn't have had the chance to spout nonsense to the media. As Xiao Chunhua thought of this, she turned around and walked back to Qiyang Hall, leaving behind the shattered remnants of her phone and her heartbroken, tearful junior brother. Senior sister. Master. Xiao Chunhua quickly returned to Qiyang Hall, to the office where the Qiyang fairy was, and forcefully opened the door. But now she only saw the Qiyang fairy inside, without any sight of the other senior sisters. Master. But now Xiao Chunhua couldn't care about that. She immediately excitedly said to the Qiyang fairy, "Master, do you know? That despicable Tang Qingma is constantly belittling us online. He actually said that you condone us hurting him, when it was clearly he who stole first, and we were just teaching him a lesson." Chunhua. The Qiyang fairy, sitting in her chair, looked very displeased. Shut up. She certainly knew about the situation online. Even if she hadn't paid attention to the internet, she had been mocked by other mentors as soon as she attended a meeting that morning, especially Huang Huoting. He started off by sarcastically saying she was an excellent educator, even though she hadn't educated Tang Qingma at all in 12 years, yet he managed to top the blood test. In the next moment, he deliberately quoted what Tang Qingma had said in an interview. In the 12 years since becoming the Qiyang fairy's disciple, he had never received martial arts education. Moreover, to prevent his strength from surpassing her junior brother, they had not allowed Tang Qingma to train on his own, cutting off any chance he had to improve. How cold she had been to Tang Qingma over the years, and how she had condoned her 7 female disciples in reprimanding and teaching him a lesson. All of it was mocked and exposed by Huang Huoting. Huang Huoting. The Qiyang fairy gritted her teeth. A mere 6th grade martial artist dared to point fingers at her, an 8th grade. Who gave him the audacity? Seeing that the Qiyang fairy had no reaction, Xiao Chunhua couldn't help but say, "Master, let's go find that despicable person. Let's teach him a lesson." Thinking of the disdainful looks from the disciples and Lu Tianren earlier on campus, Xiao Chunhua became angrier. Clearly, he was the one who made the mistake first, yet now he's tarnishing our reputation. I will never let him off. After saying that, she turned around to find Tang Qingma. "Stop right there." But at that moment, the Qiyang fairy sternly stopped her. "You fool! If you go teach him a lesson, wouldn't that mean everything he said in the interview is true?" The reporters should have already run to the border area to look for the dean of the demon martial arts. If her disciple went to teach Tang Qingma a lesson now, it would only confirm that Chi Yanghao really used violence against Tang Qingma. Xiao Chunhua gritted her teeth, her face full of unwillingness. But master, are we just going to let that bastard Tang Qingma go? What's the rush? The Red Sun Fairy slowly stood up, her gaze cold as she looked at Xiao Chunhua. Haven't I often told you that one must remain calm in all matters? But didn't the rebellious one say that he would enter the Demon Martial Academy, so he will soon appear on his own? As long as we wait for that rebellious one to enter the Demon Martial, won't we have the chance to settle the score with him? One could say that the Demon Martial is their territory in the Red Sun Palace. As long as Tang Qingma takes the initiative to come to them, whatever happens inside can be considered an accident, right? That's right. After hearing the Red Sun Fairy say this, Xiao Chunhua also smiled triumphantly. Although being watched with suspicious eyes was a bit unpleasant, she had no choice but to wait patiently. As long as that bastard Tang Qingma came, she could teach him a lesson herself. The Red Sun Fairy continued, by the way, Chunhua, Xiao Yan will be back soon. When he arrives, make sure to greet him at the door and never let him know about the negative comments from other students and disciples about our Red Sun Palace. The Xiao Yan she mentioned was their junior brother Fang Yan from the Red Sun Palace. Fang Yan was exceptionally talented and had joined the Red Sun Palace at a young age, receiving careful instruction from the Red Sun Fairy and her 7 senior sisters, with all good resources provided to him first. Therefore, at just 18 years old, he had already reached the 4th rank of the attainment realm, standing out as an exceptional talent in the Demon Martial. I understand, Master, don't worry. Regarding Fang Yan, Xiao Chunhua nodded seriously. Fang Yan was kind-hearted and had always respected and adored their master and 7 senior sisters since he was young. If he knew that his beloved master and senior sisters were facing doubts and slander from the outside world, he would surely be very sad. Xiao Chunhua absolutely could not let Fang Yan worry about them. As for Tang Qingma, in a few months, he would enter the Demon Martial, so let him be comfortable for a while longer. After that, she would definitely not let him off the hook. 2 days later, with the help of the system space, Tang Qingma easily completed the written exam. He then stayed at the Tang family home, opening the system space to practice martial skills. While practicing one of the skills, he heard the system's voice. Host, reporters have arrived at the border and are live interviewing the head of the Demon Martial. After hearing the system's report, Tang Qingma finally came out of the space. During these days, he had been in the system space, not only practicing but also sleeping soundly. To be honest, there was no one to disturb him in the space, and because of the practice, the temperature was set to a slightly human warmth, perfect for sleeping. System, my space is not meant for the host to just scroll through and sleep. Tang Qingma opened the website on his notebook and happened to see a male reporter who had arrived at the border area of Huagua, starting a live broadcast. Hello, everyone, I am Huang Pingping, a reporter from Magic City TV. I believe everyone has noticed the recent mentions online about a certain faction in the Magic City Martial Arts Academy that has been beating and abusing its disciples. We are now heading to the distant border area to interview the head of the Demon Martial. We hope to encounter him happily. The efficiency of these reporters was quite good. After all, the other world was in an unstable state, and the border area was uncertain when a large-scale beast tide might appear, so it had been under a long-term closure, prohibiting unrelated personnel from entering. Media needed to apply through relevant departments to conduct interviews. But now, less than a few days after the interview ended, a team had already entered the border so quickly. Tang Qingma silently asked, "Is someone secretly helping those reporters successfully visit the head?" The system immediately replied, "Yes, host. Besides the Liu family, there is also a high-level martial artist at the 8th rank, who is about to break through to the 9th rank, helping those media quickly apply to the government agencies." With the help of an 8th rank martial artist? Yes. Her name is Qin Yuning. She has been resisting the alien beasts in the border areas for many years and is an acquaintance of the Dean. Thanks to the Dean's recommendation, she will join as a mentor at the Magic Martial Arts Academy in the new school year. I heard she has always been at odds with the Red Sun Fairy. Tang Qingma chuckled, so that's it, that Qin Yuning is the new mentor that teacher Zhao Yan mentioned. She is a sworn enemy of the Red Sun Fairy. There will be a good show to watch when he enters the Magic Martial Arts Academy. Tang Qingma continued to watch the live broadcast. The male reporter, also a martial artist, had to show a letter and martial arts certificate to the personnel before he could enter the restricted area accompanied by border personnel. The screen showed military camps and soldiers in uniforms, and the reporter respectfully saluted them. Following the staff to the top of the wall, they saw an endless desert outside the wall. That is where the alien beasts often appear. At this moment, a huge, ugly, multi-legged creature resembling a hard-shelled beetle was running towards the wall, while several martial artists in their 30s were continuously launching varying degrees of vital energy against it. They were all martial artists assigned here, with the main task of stopping the alien beasts from breaking into the wall. If the alien beasts break through the wall, the people of Huagua will be in danger. However, the alien beasts in the border area are incredibly powerful. Even though those martial artists were not weak, with strengths ranging from 3rd to 4th rank, their attacks were ineffective against the incredibly hard shell. Moreover, that insect-like creature charged at one of the martial artists, sending him flying against the wall. Damn it! Their attacks were completely useless. Just then, a familiar and useful voice came from above. "You little brats, get out of the way." Everyone looked up and saw a spirited old man in a white tunic soaring through the air. He raised his hands, and a strong orange light radiated from his palms, striking directly at the insect-like alien beast. Roar! The alien beast didn't even have time to react before being engulfed by the light, and its entire body was shattered, leaving no bones behind. For a 9th-rank martial artist, dealing with such an alien beast only took one strike. It's Dean Wen Jixian of the Magic Martial Arts Academy. Once Dean Wen makes a move, no alien beast stands a chance. The martial artists who had just fought the hard-shelled beetle were extremely excited. They had just used all their strength to break through the alien beast's shell, but Wen Jixian obliterated it with a single blow. This is the power of a 9th-rank martial artist. Watching the footage in the live broadcast, Tang Qingma also sighed, so impressive. No wonder he's a 9th-rank martial artist. Seeing Wen Jixian's strength ignited the martial arts spirit within Tang Qingma. She really wanted to spar with him. After exterminating the alien beast, Wen Jixian flew back to the city wall. The staff and reporters immediately rushed over. "Dean Wen, do you have time now?" A staff member ran up to him and asked immediately, fearing he might suddenly fly away again. "What's the matter? You are." Wen Jixian adjusted his breathing and looked at the media reporter with confusion. His stern expression from just now transformed into that of a kind old man. The staff member said, "It's like this, Dean Wen. This is a reporter from Magic City who has applied to interview you." The reporter immediately nodded respectfully. "Hello, Dean Wen. I'm Huang Pingping from Magic City TV. You can call me Xiao Huang." "Interview? I heard about it a few days ago, but I didn't expect a reporter to come to such a dangerous place to find me." "Ha ha ha." Wen Jixian beamed with a smile. Huang Pingping immediately said, "In order to meet the renowned Dean Wen, a little hard work is nothing. He. So what do you want to interview me about?" Since he was a 9th-grade martial artist and often had to go to the border areas, media interviews were generally arranged for when he returned to Magic City. But every time he thought he had completed his extermination work and could go back, a new batch of exotic beasts would invade, causing him to stay here for a long time. Thinking about it, it had been more than half a year since he last returned to the academy. He wondered how Tang Qingma was doing now. At this moment, Tang Qingma was also watching Dean Wen Jixian's figure on the screen. The Dean of Magic Martial could be said to be the most important person in the original owner's life. If it weren't for him discovering the original owner's talent 12 years ago while passing by an orphanage, the original owner would still be playing in the mud somewhere. However, the good times didn't last long. After he brought the original owner back to the academy, he received a government notice to go to the border. In the face of national crisis, he had no choice but to entrust the original owner to the Red Sun Ferry for care and education. After seeing the original owner's memories, Tang Qingma also believed that the dean was a person of integrity. After all, when he learned about the actions of the people from the Red Sun Palace towards the original owner, he immediately severely injured the Red Sun Ferry and those 7 little fairies. Even after receiving another notice to leave the academy, he instructed his trusted subordinates to help take care of the original owner before he left. Unfortunately, that subordinate was threatened by the Red Sun Ferry and, for the safety of his family, had no choice but to provide false information to Wen Jixian, regularly telling him that Tang Qingma was doing well. Wen Jixian was busy resisting the invasion of exotic beasts in the border area, and since his trusted subordinate reported it this way, he naturally couldn't know the true situation of Tang Qingma. So, reporter Huang Pingping began to ask, "Dean Wen, do you know young master Tang Qingma?" "Qingma? Of course I know him." Upon hearing the name, Wen Jixian showed a benevolent expression. However, thinking about the miserable life he had lived over the past 12 years, he also felt resentment towards the people of the Red Sun Palace. "But, why do you call Qingma young master?" As a reporter, Huang Pingping naturally had excellent analytical skills. Seeing Wen Jixian's attitude towards Tang Qingma proved that what Tang Qingma said at the time was credible. "It's like this, Dean Wen. A few days ago was Magic City's annual written exam, and we interviewed the first student to come out of the exam room, and it turned out to be young master Tang Qingma." "Oh, the exam." Wen Jixian nodded in understanding. Even disciples recruited into the academy from a young age must undergo basic education, and they would choose whether to participate in the written exam based on their willingness. And then young Master Tang Qingma told us that he was once a disciple of the Red Sun Fairy, but he was expelled 6 months ago due to slander, and he just happened to be taken back by the Tang family. What did you say? Who was expelled? What did you say? Who was expelled? The originally harmonious expression of Wen Jixian suddenly became very agitated, startling the reporters and staff. Huang Pingping immediately said cautiously, "It was young Master Tang Qingma. We from Magic City Television came to interview you this time because of this matter." Wen Jixian was stunned. "Impossible. Chen Fei reported to me just 2 days ago that Qingma was doing quite well in the academy." Huang Pingping and the staff exchanged glances, and the perceptive ones had already realized that Wen Jixian in the border area had been kept in the dark. Dean 1, in fact, young Master Tang Qingma has not been doing well these days. He took out his phone and handed over the recent news about the true and false young masters of the Tang family, as well as the interview video. After he was expelled from the academy, he was taken back by the wealthy Tang family and became the young master of the Tang family. But there was already a fake young master occupying a position in the Tang family, so the people of the Tang family also subjected him to violence. Wen Jixian. He did not speak, only seriously watched the news text on the screen and the interview video of Tang Qingma. After half a year, Tang Qingma looked much healthier and sturdier. The last time he returned to the academy, he saw Tang Qingma being bullied and beaten by his senior sisters, and his whole body was so thin it was just bones. But before he could help Tang Qingma regain his strength, he had to go to the border. Now seeing Tang Qingma's healthy appearance, his eyes felt a bit moist and stinging. Director 1, Huang Pingping said quietly, "We came this time to confirm whether what young Master Tang said that day was true." So, when Jixian continued to stare at Tang Qingma's video, listening to the grievances expressed within. "Because I was collectively slandered by my junior brothers and sisters, my master, the Red Sun Fairy, expelled me without even investigating. I was bullied by them in the Red Sun Palace for a full 12 years, and because of them, I almost became homeless, so naturally, I want to seek justice from them." When Jixian watched as Tang Qingma's expression gradually turned aggrieved, and his heart was also filled with resentment towards everyone in the Red Sun Palace. "Red Sun Fairy, you clearly told me that you would treat Qingma well, which is why I didn't continue to act against you. Who would have thought you were just lying to me? After I left, you actually dared to expel Qingma from the academy. Do you think that by doing this, you can cover up the fact that you expelled Qingma?" When Jixian gritted his teeth, and an extreme sense of regret surged in his chest. When Jixian's regret value plus 1,000. When Jixian's regret value plus 1,000. When Jixian's regret value plus 1,000. Tang Qingma and the system, who were watching the live broadcast. What's going on? The regret value of the Demon Martial Academy director? And when Jixian suddenly looked sharply at Huang Pingping. "Huang Pingping, Comrade Xiao Huang, feel free to ask whatever you want. As long as I know, I will answer anything." The interview with Wen Jixian immediately caused a sensation throughout the martial arts community of Huagua. During the interview, this 9th grade martial artist constantly wiped non-existent tears with the back of his hand, repeatedly expressing how difficult it was for Tang Qingma. "This child Qingma is truly outstanding in martial arts talent. When I saw him in the orphanage, I thought I was destined to be with this child, so I brought him to the martial arts academy. But now I regret it. I never expected that the Red Sun Fairy, who desperately wanted to take the child away from me at that time, would indulge other disciples in bullying and beating Qingma for the past 12 years. They just listened to a word from the junior disciple and indiscriminately forced Qingma into a dead end, not even giving him food. Other mentors in the academy who wanted to help were threatened by the Red Sun Fairy. Do you know? When I went back half a year ago, I saw that Qingma was so thin he didn't even look 18, he was almost starving to death." As when Jixian spoke, he buried his face in his arms, saying painfully, "It's all my fault. I regret why I didn't take Qingma to the border at that time. I thought the Red Sun Fairy really wanted to teach Qingma well and cultivate an outstanding martial artist for the country. Who would have known? If I had known Qingma was being tortured like this, no matter how dangerous the border area was back then, I would have brought him with me." "Director, this is not your fault at all." Reporter Xiao Huang and the staff empathized with Wen Jixian. They also felt that the Red Sun Fairy and the people of the Red Sun Palace were utterly despicable. Not just them, but the viewers watching the live broadcast also hated the Red Sun Palace. Wen Jixian is a hero protecting Huagua. He handed over the important children to the Qian Palace for the sake of the country and the people. But who would have thought they would dare to treat the hero's disciple like this? It's simply outrageous. Then, Huang Pingping asked a bit excitedly, "Director 1, since the Qian Fairy has done so many outrageous things, can you dismiss her from the magic martial arts? Keeping someone like her in the magic martial arts would only tarnish its reputation." However, when Jixian shook his head in disappointment, "Sai, if I could, I would have done it 6 months ago. It was precisely because he couldn't that he only gave them several slaps. The Chi-Young Fairy's real name is Situ Ching. Not to mention her powerful strength at the 8th rank, her family is also quite prominent in Huagua. The head of the Situ family, who is the grandfather of the Chi-Young Fairy, is a local tyrant in Magic City and one of the only 2 martial artists in the country to reach the 10th rank. The other one is in Yanjing. Her father is an outstanding figure in the political arena of Magic City, and her 2 brothers are respectively in the military and business. The eldest brother often accompanies the Situ family head to various places to exterminate alien beasts, while the second brother manages a business group that ranks among the top 10 wealthiest groups in Huagua. Additionally, her grandmother and mother also come from prestigious backgrounds. In other words, the Situ family holds an extremely powerful position in Huagua. The Situ family head is also a friend of Wen Jixian and has helped each other in exterminating alien beasts, so back then, the Situ family head asked Wen Jixian to give the Chi-Young Fairy a position as a mentor and in management. It was under this opportunity that the Chi-Young Palace was established in the magic martial arts. Therefore, considering the Situ family head's face, unless the Chi-Young Fairy no longer wants to stay in the magic martial arts, even if Wen Jixian wants to drive her away, the other high-ranking officials of the magic martial arts would also stop him to avoid offending the Situ family. But no matter what, since Wen Jixian was soon dispatched to the border, he couldn't do anything for the original owner. Tang Qingma listened to the system's report and said thoughtfully, "So, this Chi-Young Fairy is quite the dragon proud of the sky." "No, for a woman, it should be called Phoenix proud of the sky?" The system looked at Tang Qingma's calm demeanor and felt puzzled. "Host, aren't you surprised?" Normally, when hearing that the Chi-Young Fairy has such a powerful family background, wouldn't an ordinary host be shocked? But its host is truly extraordinary, showing no significant emotional fluctuations at any time. Is it due to identity and habit? However, according to the original plot, the Chi-Young Fairy's family is the original owner's greatest support. Every time a small cannon fodder wanted to attack the original owner, they would immediately kneel and beg for mercy upon hearing the name of the Chi-Young Fairy. This is also a common refreshing plot in novels. But Tang Qingma just asked blandly, "Is it necessary to be surprised? Wasn't Director Wen just venting for the original owner by hitting her and those 7 fairy disciples?" Tang Qingma referred to Wen Jixian as Director Wen out of respect for his sacrifices to protect the country. The system immediately replied, "Although that's the case, because of the Situ family, Wen Jixian can't drive her away." Tang Qingma silently said, "Even if he has that intention, the invading world consciousness of the heavenly Tao would come out to stop it." That's true. This situation is somewhat like the world repairing. As long as the heavenly Tao doesn't eliminate those 2 world consciousnesses, different events will occur to prevent changes in the plot. Moreover, most characters with significant relationships to the original owner will repeatedly oscillate between rationality and insanity. The Tang family and Song Junqian are in this situation. No matter how much Tang Qingma torments them, they continue to pick fights as if they have lost their minds. However, because he needs to collect regret value, Tang Qingma has kept them around. Now that the heavenly Tao has collected part of its power, it can deal with one of the world consciousnesses. In other words, the Tang family no longer needs to be preserved. Tang Qingma analyzed the system's words. Since Dean Wen can vent his anger on the Chi-Young Fairy and injure her, it means he also has a position in Huagua. The other party is the Dean of the Demon Martial Academy and one of the few 9th-grade martial artists in the country. Moreover, the Chi-Young Fairy and her female disciple have been inflicting physical and mental harm on the original host for 12 years. If this were to be exposed, the Situ family, where the Chi-Young Fairy belongs, and the families of her 7 female disciples would suffer reputational damage, just like the current situation. Tang Qingma is well aware that the larger the family, the more the power holders pay attention to their children's words and actions outside. Since the Chi-Young Fairy has done something wrong, let Wen Jixian teach her a lesson, as a way to hold her accountable. But host, after listening to Tang Qingma's explanation, the system still felt that the host was a bit too hasty. The Chi-Young Fairy and those 7 female disciples are very vengeful people. This time, the host has let the media tarnish the reputation of the Chi-Young Hall. They will definitely seek revenge after you enter the Demon Martial Academy. The system heard the conversation between the Chi-Young Fairy and Xiao Chunhua while paying attention to the Chi-Young Hall. They would definitely not let Tang Qingma off. However, Tang Qingma just shrugged and sneered. "The way you say it, it's as if I don't tarnish their reputation, they won't seek revenge on me." System. Don't forget, they have a junior brother, Tang Xianqino, too, constantly slandering me. Tang Qingma chuckled. "Even if I decide not to enter the Demon Martial Academy, as long as my momentum starts to overshadow their junior brother, those 7 senior sisters will come looking for trouble. Anyway, this development pattern is just parents and sisters/master and senior sisters loving me once again. So host, can you easily deal with the Chiang Hall this time? The system asked excitedly. But Tang Qingma slowly shook his head and admitted, of course not, those senior sisters in the Demon Martial Academy are indeed harder to deal with than the Tang family. Unlike the Tang family, which can be collectively wiped out, those 7 senior sisters come from 7 different martial arts families, not to mention the powerful Situ family that the Chiang fairy hails from. Dealing with them is likely to involve the families behind them. However, as a powerful family head before crossing over, Tang Qingma has also destroyed quite a few things using various malicious methods. It just takes a bit of time. So host, what do you plan to do? The system also knows that facing those senior sisters won't be as easy as dealing with the Tang family, feeling a bit shaky and nervous. What else can I do? Tang Qingma looked at this useless system, feeling a bit speechless. In the martial arts world, only the strong have a say. The Chiang fairy can threaten other mentors at the Demon Martial Academy and has concealed Dinwen for so long. Besides her family, she herself is a strong 8th grade expert. So, he just needs to become stronger. Whether in the world before he crossed over or in the current world, it is the strong who are respected. This is a very simple principle, right? Of course, first, I'll set the Chiang fairy aside. As a new student, the first ones I'll deal with are those 7 fairies and that junior brother. Thinking of this, Tang Qingma couldn't help but curl his lips. Also, system, if I expose the abuse suffered by the Chiang Hall in advance, there will be many benefits, system. Is that so? The Demon Martial Academy is still their territory. Even if I announce their crimes to all the teachers and students, in the end, only the insiders of the Demon Martial Academy will know. In other words, this time Tang Qingma deliberately exposes the ugliness of the Chiang Hall to the national public, leaving them completely unprepared. Anyway, they will eventually discover my identity and will come looking for trouble. Then how about this? Tang Qingma coldly laughed, his eyes darkening as he said in an icy tone, I'll take the initiative to expose them first, letting most of the teachers and students sympathize with my plight and tarnish their reputation. Of course, Tang Qingma was well aware that the teachers and students of the Demon Martial Academy preferred to avoid trouble and would not offend the Chiang Hall for his sake. But it didn't matter, because they would begin to doubt the actions of the Chiang Hall, and then isolate them. Once the Chiang Hall was isolated by other factions during their time at the academy or while on missions, if anything accidentally happened to them, no one would investigate, right? The system felt a chill after hearing Tang Qingma's words. Indeed, everything Tang Qingma did was part of his plan. However, but host, even if you get those media outlets to interview, the Situ family can immediately delete that video, right? The system searched online and found that the video of the first candidate had already been deleted. Moreover, the Situ family might come to negotiate with the host. Tang Qingma smiled and shook his head. Of course, the Situ family can immediately request all websites to delete my interview video, but what about Dean Wen's interview video? System. The reason he deliberately let those reporters visit Wen Zhixian at the border was that he knew of Wen Zhixian's care for the original host. And Wen Zhixian himself was a 9th grade martial artist and a national hero, which website would dare to recklessly delete his interview? In other words, for the sake of the family's reputation, the Situ family must send someone to the border, but Dean Wen is a good friend of the Situ family head. As long as the Situ family head doesn't come to the border to find him, do you think the dean will listen to those juniors? And Tang Qingma let out a light breath and said coldly, no matter how powerful the Situ family is, can it be bigger than this country? System. Little system, this country is not a complete capitalist society. Once they do something that crosses the bottom line of this country, even the Jade Emperor can't protect them. As the head of a martial arts family, Tang Qingma naturally understood that any family with significant power needed to be aware of the rules of the local country, especially in a large nation like Huagua. Tang Qingma still clearly remembered that several years ago, a very prominent capitalist, after making a fortune, constantly went to different universities and companies to give speeches, with all the audience and netizens calling him daddy. That capitalist received countless applause and praise, and eventually became arrogant. He began to challenge the bottom line of Huagua, thinking that having money meant he could do whatever he wanted. In the end, he got into trouble, packed his bags, moved overseas, and could never return. So it's the same. The larger the family, the more they should maintain a low profile, because there are many who want to see them fall. Sure enough, the live interview of reporter Huang Pingping with Wen Zhixian exploded online again. Wen Zhixian passionately recounted the crimes of the Chiang Hall, as well as his own helplessness and regret, resonating with the netizens. The true young master of the Tang family actually had such a tragic childhood, being abused by the admired Chiang fairy and her direct disciples, which shattered many people's worldview, especially the new students who entered the Demon Martial Academy this year, hoping to have the Qi-Yang Fairy as their mentor. Of course, the Qi-Yang Fairy was mature and beautiful, and each of her 7 direct female disciples was talented and stunning, so the Qi-Yang Hall had many brainless fans. They began to spontaneously whitewash the Qi-Yang Hall and felt that Tang Qingma's recent appearances online were merely self-directed performances. Host, there are now clarifications about the Qi-Yang Hall appearing online, as well as attempts to smear you. Okay, I understand. Tang Qingma listened to the system report on the comments online and could see that the current netizens were polarized regarding his situation. Most netizens trusted Wen Zhixian greatly, feeling sympathy for Tang Qingma's tragic life over the past 18 years, and continuously tagged the police in Magic City, hoping they would rush into the Red Sun Palace and arrest everyone there. However, another portion of netizens felt that Tang Qingma had been trending too much recently. While they had indeed felt heartbroken when the truth about the Tang family's bullying of the real young master was revealed, now it was exposed that before being recognized by the Tang family, the real young master was actually a disciple of the Red Sun Fairy. The Red Sun Fairy, being an 8th grade realm expert, was someone many martial artists respected for her strength, and her beautiful appearance and figure had garnered her a group of crazy fans. Her 7 pretty and adorable female disciples also made many men swoon, leading them to believe that Tang Qingma was just playing the victim. They began writing jokes online, claiming that Tang Qingma had not been abused by the people of the Red Sun Palace at all, but was merely slandering his own sect because he was unhappy living with the Tang family. Everything was just an act of victimhood. Of course, no matter how much those male fans liked the Red Sun Palace, they dared not question Wen Zhixian. Wen Zhixian was a national hero, having guarded the border for many years against alien beasts. Not to mention, if they were to insult Wen Zhixian, it would surely hurt the heart of a hero. The sheer number of netizens spitting insults would be enough to drown them and get their accounts deleted. So now, they were all focusing their firepower on bombarding Tang Qingma. Young Master Tang, some netizens are questioning you. Lu Tianrun, who had been closely following Wen Zhixian's live interview, immediately reported to Tang Qingma after seeing the comments online. Ever since the public fallout between Tang Qingma and the Red Sun Palace, Lu Tianrun had been monitoring the online dynamics. He hadn't expected Tang Qingma to fall out with the Red Sun Palace so quickly. Had he known, he would have actively sought out reporters to expose the dark history of the Red Sun Palace he had investigated. Tang Qingma looked at Lu Tianrun's worried expression and smiled to reassure him, saying, "It's fine, Tianrun. Right now, I only have a verbal interview video, and it's normal for netizens to have doubts without evidence. Not to mention, most of those questioning him were just brainless fans of the Red Sun Palace. In their mindless obsession with celebrity worship, they wouldn't care about evidence at all." Young Master Tang, do you need me to speak up for you online? Lu Tianrun, having learned from Lu Rongxing's investigation that Tang Qingma had indeed been bullied and mistreated by the Red Sun Palace, felt heartache upon seeing the doubts from netizens. If he, as the young master of the Lu family, spoke up for Tang Qingma, it would add more credibility. However, Tang Qingma shook his head. "No, Tianrun, you shouldn't get involved in this matter." "You can't get involved in this matter," Tang Qingma said calmly. The current development of the situation could still be described as a conflict between Tang Qingma and the Red Sun Palace, and since Wen Zhixian was Tang Qingma's guardian, his voice would have a more effective impact. But Lu Tianrun was different. Lu Tianrun represented the Lu family, one of the top martial arts families in Magic City. Once he spoke for Tang Qingma, no matter what he said, the entire nature of the situation would change. Those fans trying to whitewash the Red Sun Palace would accuse Tang Qingma of using the Lu family's connections, and the Lu family would face unnecessary trouble. However, upon hearing Tang Qingma's refusal, Lu Tianrun still felt a twinge of disappointment. "But, young Master Tang," Tang Qingma smiled and said, "It's fine. At worst, when the people from the Situ family come looking for me, you can just follow along." The people from the Situ family. Yes, the Red Sun Fairy belongs to the Situ family. Now, because of Tang Qingma, such a huge uproar has arisen. For the sake of the Situ family's reputation, they will definitely send someone to negotiate. Lu Tianrun's face instantly turned pale. As a young master from a prestigious family, he had heard some unspeakable secrets, especially about a family as large as the Situ family. Would they secretly deal with Tang Qingma for the sake of the Red Sun Fairy? Thinking of this, Lu Tianrun immediately straightened his posture, his tone a bit agitated. "Young Master Tang, I will stick with you during this period. Even if the Situ family sends someone to find you, I won't let them harm you." "Alright, then we'll see how you handle it." Looking at Lu Tianrun's earnest expression, Tang Qingma smiled brightly and nodded. Normally, even if the Situ family wanted to take action against him, they wouldn't choose this moment. The online buzz is still hot. Who would dare to act against him now? fearing that it would reveal them as the culprits. Plus, Wen Jixian, a 9th grade martial artist, has already spoken. Although he is in the border area, because the matter has escalated, Wen Jixian directly connected remotely back to Magic City and fired the subordinate who had been reporting false information. If anything happens to Tang Qingma, just watch if Wen Jixian won't first cripple the Red Sun Fairy and then go after the Situ family. So before he enrolled in magic martial arts, even if the Situ family came to find him, they wouldn't act against him. However, Lu Tianrun is now his bodyguard, and the other party's enthusiasm is a good thing. After reading the comments online, Tang Qingma also planned to go out for a bit. He and Lu Tianren crossed the hall and saw Bai Hualian and Tang Meixin both very busy. The exams were over, and it was time for the Tang family to hold the wedding for Tang Xianqi and Tang Feifei. In order to bring Tang Xianqi back to the Tang family as soon as possible and give him an unforgettable wedding, Bai Hualian had been preparing without sleep or food. Just the costs for food and decoration alone reached tens of millions. However, due to the recent bad reputation of the Tang family, Tang Xianqi's reputation was even worse, so Tang Jianrun did not allow anyone outside of relatives and partner families to attend the wedding. Although this made Bai Hualian feel a bit regretful, she thought that as long as they put more effort into the wedding venue and banquet, it would be fine. So besides the budget provided by Tang Jianrun, Bai Hualian even took out her own private savings, determined to make this wedding and Tang Xianqi's homecoming banquet a success. "Mom, the guest list is ready. Please take a look." Tang Meixin handed a list to Bai Hualian, which listed the families the Tang family wanted to invite to the wedding. "Okay, let me see." Bai Hualian took it. Once she, the hostess, confirmed it, they could print the invitations. During this time, Tang Ruoling returned to work at the company as usual, while Tang Ali had already started working at that medical center, putting in overtime every day, sometimes coming back looking haggard. And since Tang Qingqing and Tang Ziqing's injuries had just healed not long ago, Bai Hualian didn't need them to help, leaving only Tang Meixin. At this moment, Tang Qingma and Lu Tianrun's tall figures were spotted by Tang Meixin. Usually ignored, she suddenly blurted out, "Qingma, young Master Lu, are you going out?" Tang Qingma stopped in his tracks at her call, looking at Tang Meixin with a strange expression, as if questioning whether she had lost her mind today to call out to him. Tang Meixin felt a bit guilty under his gaze. She didn't know why she suddenly called out to Tang Qingma. Perhaps it was because she had been so busy with the wedding preparations for Tang Xianqi and Tang Feifei after the exams that she hadn't noticed Tang Qingma. Meanwhile, Bai Hualian, who had finished looking at the list, exclaimed in surprise, "Qingma, you came out of your room?" Tang Qingma smiled, "I come out every day, but you were so busy preparing for the wedding that you didn't even notice me." Lu Tianrun also closed his eyes in silence. No way. This scene is really funny. It has been several days since the incident with Tang Qingma and the Qian Palace, but the Tang family, in their preparations for Tang Xianqi's wedding and gifts, completely overlooked these explosive news. They are truly a rarity in the world. Bai Hualian also realized that during this time, she had only focused on Tang Xianqi's matters and completely ignored her own son, generating a large amount of regret. "Qingma, I didn't mean to." Bai Hualian wanted to explain, but Tang Qingma interrupted, "It's okay, I'm used to it." But at that moment, Tang Qingma suddenly said, "However, if you really want to make it up to me, why not give me 2 invitation cards?" Bai Hualian and Tang Meixin, "You want invitation cards?" Tang Meixin asked in confusion. "Yes, although I hate fakes, this time it's my dear 4th sister's wedding, and as her brother, I naturally want to invite important people to come over." Tang Meixin fell silent. She still remembered that at the previous Lu family's banquet, Tang Qingma had taken 3 invitation cards from Tang Jianrun, which led to a series of events that forced Tang Xianqi to move away. So now, Tang Qingma actually wanted invitation cards again, and Tang Meixin felt it wasn't that simple. But Bai Hualian thought differently. "Alright, Qingma, I'll get them for you right now." Upon hearing that Tang Qingma, whose relationship with her had been like ice for these days, was willing to accept compensation, Bai Hualian was naturally very excited. She quickly asked Tang Meixin to bring over 2 blank invitation cards. These were unprinted, meant to be filled in later if any guests were added, and anyone could attend as long as their name was written on it. "Mom, you can't just..." Tang Meixin wanted to say something, but Bai Hualian immediately interrupted, "Meixin, hurry and give them to Qingma." This was the first time Qingma had asked her for compensation since their relationship had cooled. Of course, she had to satisfy him. Although Tang Meixin wanted to clarify what Tang Qingma intended to use the invitation cards for, seeing Bai Hualian's excited expression, she said nothing more. She quickly handed the 2 blank invitation cards to Tang Qingma, feeling a bit uneasy. "Qingma, who do you want to invite?" Tang Qingma smiled without sincerity, "Someone very important to me." Swapping the original owner with her own son, allowing the original owner to go through 18 years of hell, wasn't that very important? Tang Meixin looked at Tang Qingma's smile, feeling an ominous premonition, but she couldn't find the words to describe it and could only pass the invitation cards over. Qingma, are you coming back for lunch? Bai Hualian seized the moment, wanting to have a meal with Tang Qingma to ease the cold relationship. But Tang Qingma just smiled, I don't have time. Just as you've been busy holding a wedding for Tang Xianxi these past few days, I have important things to do too. Bai Hualian felt disappointed again upon hearing Tang Qingma's words, but this time, Tang Qingma ignored her and directly left the villa. Young Master Tang, are these 2 invitation cards for? Lu Tianren clearly remembered that previously, Tang Qingma had taken invitation cards to let himself and the media personally weigh in, but this time it was a wedding held by the Tang family themselves, and as Tang Qingma's bodyguard, he didn't need an invitation card at all. So what did Tang Qingma want? Tang Qingma scoffed, shaking the 2 invitation cards in his hand. Of course, they're for the most important person to the groom, the most important person to the groom. Lu Tianren frowned. If the groom is Tang Xianxi, then the most important person who needs an invitation to enter the venue is. Tang Qingma's smile was radiant, but his eyes were filled with malice. Of course, it's his most precious in-laws, Lu Tianren. As expected, Tang Qingma would never let Tang Xianxi and the Tang family have it easy. However, just as Lu Tianren was driving his luxury car towards the city center, a black luxury van suddenly appeared behind them. Tang Qingma sensed a strange aura and, when he looked up, saw a van in the rearview mirror. Tianren. Lu Tianren also felt it and said, it's Tang Xiao, I think this car is following us. The system's voice chimed in at the right moment. Host, that car belongs to the Situ family. I see, they arrived sooner than I expected. Tang Qingma nodded. He had just mentioned the Situ family to Lu Tianren, and he didn't expect someone to follow them so quickly. Tang Xiao, what do you want to do? Lu Tianren asked for Tang Qingma's opinion. Tang Qingma directly asked, Tianren, can you shake it off? He hadn't officially enrolled in the Magic Martial Arts Academy yet, and the battle with the Qian Palace hadn't started. He wasn't in the mood to meet the Situ family. Lu Tianren nodded, I'll do my best. The Situ family must be coming to threaten Tang Qingma. His life for the past 18 years had been miserable enough. Now that he was exposing the Qiang Palace to the media, wasn't he just trying to get some justice back? In that moment, Lu Tianren's sense of justice erupted, pressing down harder on the accelerator and calling the Lu family's butler to rally people. As long as Tang Qingma didn't want to meet the Situ family, he would definitely stop them at all costs. The van behind saw Lu Tianren's car suddenly accelerate and realized they had been exposed. But it didn't matter, they also pressed the accelerator and sped up. Since the other side didn't intend to talk with the Situ family, they would force them to stop and talk. However, Lu Tianren's driving skills were excellent. The other side only sent 1 car, so Lu Tianren called the Lu family's butler to send subordinates to a designated location in the city center while he kept making turns to try to shake them off. However, the Situ family's driver understood what Lu Tianren was trying to do and pressed the accelerator even harder, trying to crash into their car at a faster speed. Yet, Lu Tianren turned the wheel and quickly drove onto another road. After about 10 minutes, Lu Tianren and the Situ family's car were still chasing each other on the road. Fortunately, it was past working hours, and there weren't many cars on the road, so even though they were driving fast, they could avoid hitting anyone. Lu Tianren made full use of the terrain advantage, constantly gaining time at the turns. As he looked at the van still chasing behind him, his gaze became sharp, and his grip on the wheel tightened. Tang Xiao, I'm going to accelerate again, please hold on. Okay. Just as Tang Qingma reached out to grab the handle above the window, Lu Tianren immediately pressed the accelerator hard, pushing the car's power to the maximum. The vehicle roared like thunder, speeding forward like lightning. Is Tianren's driving skill this good? Truly a race car driver wasted on being a martial artist. Meanwhile, the driver of the van behind, from the Situ family, clearly didn't expect the car in front to accelerate again, momentarily stunned, and the distance between the 2 vehicles widened in an instant. Hey, hurry up and catch up. The man in black sitting in the passenger seat immediately urged. Okay. The driver also pressed the accelerator to speed up. Although the distance was widening, it was clear that the Situ family's car still had the advantage in speed. This is quite normal. After all, Lu Tianren is not driving the best vehicle of the Lu family. To have persevered until now is already impressive. The driver of the Situ family, seeing himself gradually approaching the vehicle ahead, couldn't help but smirk. Let's see how you dodge this. Looking at Lu Tianren, who was approaching an intersection ahead. This is it. Lu Tianren stepped on the gas pedal again, making the car rush through the intersection at the fastest speed. Just as the Situ family's driver was about to continue the chase, suddenly a luxurious black van emerged from the right side of the intersection. Wow! The The driver was startled. This car must have intentionally rushed out from the other side. To avoid a collision, he immediately slammed on the brakes, and due to inertia, he and the man in black sitting in the passenger seat were thrown forward. The van also made a wide arc, forced to come to a stop. There was no choice, both the driver and the man in black got out of the car. Seeing the vehicle that had almost collided with them now stopped at the intersection, it was as if it was there to prevent them from moving forward. "You guys!" Just as the driver wanted to see who was stopping them, the person who emerged from the car startled him as well. "Lu Rongsheng, you are..." The members of the Situ family were all very surprised to see Lu Rongsheng. They were just chasing after Tang Qingma's car. How could they have provoked the president of the Magic Martial Arts Association to come and intercept them? However, one of them quickly remembered. Previously, when the Situ family went to investigate Tang Qingma, they had seen information indicating that Lu Rongsheng's adopted son seemed to be working as Tang Qingma's bodyguard. Although Lu Tianrun was an adopted son, he was also a young master of the Lu family, the son that Lu Rongsheng valued. How could he possibly be a bodyguard for an ordinary, or even an unappreciated, young master from a wealthy family? So he didn't take it to heart. But now seeing Lu Rongsheng appear, could it be? The two subordinates of the Situ family immediately bowed respectfully and said to Lu Rongsheng, "We didn't expect to run into President Lu here. We almost offended you, we are truly sorry." Although the Lu family's influence was not as large as the Situ family's, the head of the family was the president of the Magic City Martial Arts Association, controlling most of the martial arts resources and intelligence in Magic City. The Situ family often cooperated with the Lu family, so these smaller members did not dare to offend Lu Rongsheng. "Ha, it's fine, but in my impression, the Situ family members are usually calm and composed. Why are you so impatient today, racing on the road? If you're not careful, you might hit someone." Lu Rongsheng's words sounded like a joke, but they were mocking them. "President Lu, you jest." Although the subordinate felt uncomfortable hearing this, he did not dare to protest in front of Lu Rongsheng. "We were just excited because the young master asked us to test drive the newly bought van, so we accelerated a bit. We absolutely wouldn't hit anyone." The subordinate spoke sincerely, and the young master he mentioned was the brother of the Red Sun Fairy, so they could only use that as an excuse. After all, it was their second young master who asked them to find Tang Qingma for a talk. Oh, test driving a new car." Lu Rongsheng chuckled, lightly tapping the ground with his cane. "Then if it was just a normal test drive, why did my son get so scared that he immediately called home for help?" Lu Rongsheng's gaze instantly turned sharp, and his body exuded an irresistible aura of power, startling the two subordinates of the Situ family into wide-eyed shock. So the car they were chasing really had Lu Tianrun in it? And Lu Tianrun was really acting as a bodyguard for Tang Qingma. But at this moment, they could only play dumb. "We don't quite understand what President Lu is saying. Could it be that young master Lu misunderstood? Humph, how could someone who can become a member of the Situ family be so clever and not understand what this old man is saying?" Lu Rongsheng's eyes remained dim. "You should have investigated that my son is currently by Tang Qingma's side to study, yet you are still chasing the car. Are you trying to hurt my son?" In fact, Lu Tianrun had initially called the Lu family's butler, asking him to send some people to help intercept the Situ family's vehicle. At that time, Lu Tianrun also instructed him not to tell Lu Rongsheng about this to avoid causing worry, and the butler immediately reported it. At that moment, Lu Xiaoxiao was also present. Upon hearing that her elder brother was in danger, she immediately wanted to grab a weapon and confront the Situ family, but was stopped by Lu Rongsheng. Once he realized it was the Situ family's people, Lu Rongsheng immediately thought of the recent incident where Tang Qingma had fallen out with the Qiyang Palace. Now, under Wen Jixian's influence, both the Qiyang Palace and the Qiyang Fairy had been labeled as abusing their disciples. The Qiyang Fairy, being a member of the Situ family, would naturally affect the Situ family's reputation. It was only normal for the Situ family to send someone to find Tang Qingma, but since the other party was chasing the car, it also proved that Tang Qingma temporarily did not want to chat with the Situ family. However, if that were the case, the Situ family's people might come to harass them every day. Lu Rongsheng was not worried about Tang Qingma, but he was worried about his son. If Tang Qingma were to get into a fight with the Situ family, wouldn't his son suffer for trying to protect Tang Qingma? Any situation that could potentially become a problem needed to be eliminated immediately, so he came over. No, we absolutely wouldn't dare to harm young Master Lu in the slightest. The Situ family's people, sensing Lu Rongsheng's threat, hurriedly shook their heads and waved their hands in panic. But Lu Rongsheng tightened his grip on his cane and struck the ground forcefully several times. "You are all chasing the car. Aren't you trying to take the opportunity to harm my son?" Seeing that the other party was unwilling to listen to them, the subordinates of the Situ family became a bit anxious and immediately said, "President Lu, actually, the person we want to find is Tang Qingma, so, don't talk to me about that. Lu Rongxing directly interrupted with authority. I have no objection to who you want to find, but I only know that when you are looking for someone, it is very likely that my son will get hurt. Right now, he is staying by Tang Qingma's side to study. If you go looking for Tang Qingma, won't my son get caught up in it? The subordinates of the Situ family. President Lu, we guarantee that we won't harm young Master Lu. Can you really guarantee that? Lu Rongxing rebutted directly. I know you can wait until my son is not around to find Tang Qingma, but can you really ensure that my son won't appear at the scene, and then get caught up and injured by you? Bang, bang, bang. He continued to strike the ground forcefully, questioning sharply, if my son really gets hurt because you are looking for Tang Qingma, can you take responsibility for that? Can you guarantee? Can you take responsibility? Of course not. In the entire martial arts world, who doesn't know that Lu Tianrun is a man of justice, and once he agrees to do anything, he must go all out. Now that he is arranged to be by Tang Qingma's side, no matter who the enemy is, he will prioritize the other party's safety. Moreover, Lu Tianrun is a smart person. If they send someone to intercept, he will likely discover the Situ family's delaying strategy. So in the end, Lu Tianrun would confront the Situ family for Tang Qingma. Once there is a confrontation, it is very likely to get injured. Thinking of this, the two subordinates of the Situ family couldn't help but stutter. If you can't guarantee it, go back and tell that kid from the Situ family not to disturb Tang Qingma anymore. Lu Rongxing exuded a strong aura of blood energy, instantly pressing those two subordinates to the ground. He can become the president of the Martial Arts Association in the Magic City, and he himself is a 7th grade martial artist. Those two are merely subordinates of the Situ family, and their strength is overwhelmingly crushed. If anything happens to my son, I will join Director Wen and take down your Situ family. Did you hear that? Although Lu Rongxing's strength is only 7th grade, being the president of the Martial Arts Association means he has access to information and connections. The Situ family is powerful, but can they be stronger than all the martial arts families in Huagua? Especially the larger the family, the more they will be feared. There are plenty of people who want to see them fall. The two subordinates of the Situ family were pressed to the ground, sweating profusely, nodding helplessly. Yes, they were just two small shrimp. How could they withstand the power of a 7th grade martial artist? Get lost. Only then did Lu Rongxing retract his aura, and they scrambled away, rolling on the ground several times before returning to their vehicle and quickly leaving. At this moment, the butler of the Lu family stepped forward, a bit puzzled, and asked, Sir, why would you rather create a conflict with the Situ family than protect Tang Qingma? Although Lu Tianrun was indeed by Tang Qingma's side as a bodyguard, even if Lu Tianrun really got involved, the Situ family wouldn't dare to harm him. Lu Rongxing's words just now were clearly to protect Tang Qingma from further harassment by the Situ family. Lu Rongxing chuckled at the butler's question. Sir? The butler was confused. You know, Lu Ping, even if I don't show up, that kid Tang Qingma can shake off the Situ family's people. He pointed at his butler. Ah, really? Although Lu Ping had learned about Tang Qingma, he hadn't gone into depth, so he felt that his master seemed to appreciate the other party a lot. I'm doing this, of course, for the sake of a favor. A favor. If there's anything in this world that money can't solve, it's a favor. Lu Rongxing snorted a few times, his tone somewhat triumphant. If I can make that kid Tang Qingma owe me a favor, I'll be very happy. Ever since his son became Tang Qingma's bodyguard, he has been living in fear and anxiety every day. As a father, he naturally wants to make that kid owe him a favor. Feeling like he could get an extra 2 bowls of rice today, Lu Ping suddenly felt that his master was very childish. Asterisk on the other side, Tang Qingma and Lu Tianrun also noticed that no cars were following them. Lu Tianrun breathed a sigh of relief and eased off the accelerator. Looks like we successfully intercepted them. Yeah, thanks to you this time. Tang Qingma rarely praised Lu Tianrun, who immediately beamed with joy. No problem, Tang Xiao, this is my duty. At this moment, the system spoke in his mind. Host, I saw that it was Lu Tianrun who notified the Lu family's butler, and then Lu Rongxing came to intercept the Situ family's car. The head of the Lu family came personally? Tang Qingma was a bit surprised. Was it really necessary for President Lu to come just to intercept a car? To be honest, if Lu Tianrun hadn't been able to stop the car at that time, he would have wanted to use his power to secretly damage the Situ family's vehicle. As a non-martial artist who hadn't broken through yet, even if his vitality was high, no one would believe he could accurately damage the wheels of a moving vehicle. The system said excitedly, yes, he even specifically told the Situ family not to disturb the host anymore, or it would harm Lu Tianrun. Now the Situ family's subordinates have returned and reported it to the second brother of the Qiyang fairy. Looks like Lu Rongxing is quite a good person. I believe the Situ family won't disturb the host for a while. After hearing the system's report, Tang Qingma just twitched his mouth, as if pondering its intelligence. Are you sure? As a martial arts family, the people of the Situ family knew Lu Tianren even better than he did. Even if Lu Tianren really stepped in to stop the conflict between him and the Situ family, they had many ways to ensure that Lu Tianren would not be harmed. Lu Rongxing didn't need to worry about his son being attacked. Therefore, his reason for personally intervening. Tang Qingma let out a light sigh, helplessly shrugging his shoulders. He wants me to owe him a favor, doesn't he? This was the only reason Tang Qingma could think of for a dignified president of a martial arts association to personally help a junior. After all, Lu Tianren only called his subordinates for help, which was nowhere near the weight of having the family head come in person. Thinking of this, Tang Qingma curiously asked Lu Tianren, "Tianren, did you just call your family to help?" "Yes," Lu Tianren nodded. "I contacted the butler, and I didn't expect him to send someone over so quickly. He's really efficient." Tang Qingma twitched his lips and continued to ask, "Does President Lu know about this?" "No, I already told the butler not to inform my father." Tang Qingma. He suddenly smiled brightly and said, "Tianren, you're amazing. Calling the butler and telling him not to inform Lu Rongxing. So naive and pure, it's just wonderful." Lu Tianren? Amazing? He didn't know why, but he felt that Tang Qingma's words had another meaning, yet he couldn't figure it out. Tang Qingma sighed helplessly again. It seemed that as soon as the butler received Lu Tianren's call, he immediately reported it to Lu Rongxing, and then Lu Rongxing came right over. Of course, with Lu Rongxing stepping in, he believed that the Situ family would temporarily refrain from sending someone to find him. The president had personally come out to warn him. Even if the Situ family's power was greater than the Lu family's, they had to consider the other party's strength. Fine. Since the other side had personally intervened for him, Tang Qingma believed that the next person to come looking for him would be from the Lu family, not the Situ family. After shaking off the Situ family's car, Tang Qingma smoothly arrived at the residence of Wang Mei and Wang Dafu. After tormenting the two of them once again, Tang Qingma handed them the invitation to Tang Xianqi's wedding. As soon as Wang Mei saw the invitation, she was completely in refusal. If she attended this wedding, Tang Xianqi's reputation would likely be damaged. But Tang Qingma threatened Wang Mei again, revealing that Tang Xianqi had severed ties with the Tang family, and in her exhausted state, she could only accept the letter. She had no way to resist and could only obey this demon's orders. Wang Dafu, on the other hand, was filled with regret. Regret for why he had been so foolish 18 years ago, leading to all this torment now. In the end, Tang Qingma smiled at the two of them and said, "I will send someone to pick you up on the day of the wedding. If you go missing, I can't guarantee what will happen to your family." As soon as these words were spoken, Wang Mei and Wang Dafu naturally dared not resist. Even if they wanted to escape, they had to consider their family. Even if they wanted to take their family with them, they couldn't be sure they could escape from Tang Qingma's grasp. If they failed to escape, their whole family would face a hell more terrifying than now. After handing the invitation to Wang Mei and Wang Dafu, Tang Qingma had Su Jingchen keep a close watch to prevent them from escaping from the Magic City. Strictly speaking, Su Jingchen was no longer a member of the Song family, and he didn't want to shamelessly use the Song family's manpower to accomplish his work. But unexpectedly, the subordinates he once led still called him boss and continued to obey his orders. Even Shen Bo told him that if they encountered any difficulties, they could report it, and they would handle it well. Moreover, 2 days later, Shen Bo even arranged to meet Su Jingchen and gave him a property deed. Su Jingchen opened it and was immediately stunned. Isn't this the property of Langyi Weiju that Song Junqian bought back on his own when he was still a fool, just because he had a quarrel with Tang Qingma? At that time, Song Junqian spent an extra million to purchase it, but besides his name as the buyer on the deed, he also added his own name. Su Jingchen immediately closed the deed and, a bit flustered, handed it back to Uncle Chen. "Uncle Chen, please tell the young master to cancel my name. I can't take it." Uncle Chen had already anticipated the other party's reaction and smiled as he pushed the deed back. "Don't worry, the young master has already said he won't be going there often, and half of this house is just your reward for working at the Song family for many years. He said he doesn't have high hopes for you working with young Master Tang. Rather than letting you be kicked out in the future, it's better for you to live there now. After all, you used to be his bodyguard and can't live outside, affecting the Song family's reputation." Su Jingchen. Over the years, Su Jingchen had been working at the Song family with all meals and accommodation provided, and as one of the acting managers, his salary was certainly not low. Therefore, even after coming to Tang Qingma's side, he refused the house offered by Tang Qingma and rented a place on his own. But he never expected that now Song Junqian would write his name on his own property and let him live there. Can he really live there? He was the traitor who made his master suffer and feel pain. Uncle Qian saw his hesitation and continued to smile and ask, "Jingchen, you've only been with young Master Tang for a year, and you plan to come back later, right? Su Jingchen turned his head away. If the young master is willing for me to come back, then just live there for now. Anyway, the young master asked you to move in, and if there are any problems, we can talk about it later. Uncle Qian handed the deed and the keys over again. Since it was the young master's order, Su Jingchen stared at them for a few minutes, and in the end, he still trembled a bit as he accepted them. Seeing him take it, Uncle Chan also breathed a sigh of relief. He had worked at the Song family for many years and had watched Song Junshan and Su Jingchen grow up. Su Jingchen was usually calm and steady at work, handling matters perfectly, but whenever it involved Song Junshan, he would worry excessively. Clearly, he could just state his purpose for leaving the Song family, but he just wouldn't speak up. And although Song Junshan had been busy with the procedures for magic and martial arts and diligently practicing, he also paid attention to Su Jingchen's situation, yet he also wouldn't speak up. Uncle Chan just found this master-servant pair inexplicable. Soon, more than 10 days passed. The information online changed rapidly, and the popularity of the Qiyang Hall showed signs of slightly declining. But the reputation of the entire hall had already been ruined. It could be said that now everyone knew about the good deeds done by the people in Qiyang Hall. Although the senior sisters of Qiyang Hall wanted to make Tang Qingma pay a price, due to Lu Rongxing's protection, the Qiyang fairy instructed them not to intervene for the time being, and soon, the distribution of the written exam results from the academy was announced. On this day, the phone at the Tang family and the school that Tang Qingma attended rang continuously. Tang Qingma scored a high score of 640, becoming the top student in the Magic City. It was also on this day that Bai Hualian went out, planning to watch the wedding of Tang Xianqi at the hotel, when her car reached the gate of the community and was immediately startled by the many reporters present. Since the Tang family's villa was located in a wealthy community, there would be security to keep those reporters out. Why are there so many reporters gathered here? Bai Hualian wondered. The driver casually replied, Madam, it seems today is the day the academy announces the exam results. If there are so many reporters, it must mean someone in our community scored first. I see, that's really good parenting. Bai Hualian had no idea it would be Tang Qingma. After finishing her exam, she contacted Tang Xianqi, who said that this year's exam questions were quite difficult, making it a tough experience, but he should be able to get into a 211 university. At that time, Bai Hualian comforted Tang Xianqi and told him that getting into a 211 university was already very impressive. By the way, I promised Xiaoxi that when he gets into his dream university, I would hold a celebration for him. I need to ask Xiaoxi right away. Bai Hualian knew that Tang Jianran didn't want her to have contact with Tang Xianqi before the wedding, but since he had gotten into his ideal school, a little celebration should be fine, right? With that thought, she immediately picked up her phone to ask Tang Xianqi if he had been accepted into his desired institution. At any time, she would never think of Tang Qingma. Not long after, Wang Ma handed the phone call from the security room to Tang Qingma, who hoped that Tang Qingma could quickly get those reporters to leave. When Tang Qingma went to the community gate, he saw dozens of reporters surrounding it. He's out. It's young Master Tang. A female reporter who had previously visited Tang Qingma at the exam site excitedly ran over with a microphone. Young Master Tang, you were the first candidate to come out of the exam room and now you've scored first place. What are your thoughts? What exactly is going on between you and Qiyang Hall? You clearly had a falling out with Qiyang Hall. Why did you still go into the Demon Marshal? After entering the Demon Marshal, will you leave the Tang family? Indeed, the large number of reporters this time was not only to inquire about his exam situation but also about the previously sensational issues between Qiyang Hall and the Tang family. After all, the exam was over, and gossip was always the most appealing to the public. Tang Qingma smiled at the camera, appearing very gracious. Please, friends, ask your questions one by one, and I will answer them all. First of all, I am very happy to have achieved first place, and I would like to thank my mentors for their clear explanations in class, which allowed me to quickly understand the material. Normally, when someone achieves first place, they would thank their parents and family, but Tang Qingma didn't mention them at all, indicating that his relationship with the Tang family was indeed very poor. As for the second question, I believe everyone is quite skeptical about whether the previous incident of me being beaten and abused by Qiyang Hall is true. I believe some reporter friends have gone to the border area to find Dean 1, and what he said is true. Then, Tang Qingma took out a document from his body. This document is a detailed medical examination report I had done at a top-tier hospital in Modu just 3 months after being brought back to the Tang family. It clearly states that aside from the 3 months of abuse I suffered while staying with the Tang family, I also endured long-term beatings and injuries for over a decade before that. The reporters. As soon as this report came out, it immediately caused gasps of astonishment among the reporters. It clearly stated that it was from a top-tier hospital in Modu, along with the responsible doctors and seals, making it look like a genuine report. Tang Qingma also said, "If any of you reporter friends doubt its authenticity, you can contact the hospital. Although I am a young master from a wealthy family, I do not have the ability to forge a report from a top-tier hospital. You can call the hospital to inquire." Top-tier hospitals are public hospitals managed by the state and government departments, and unless there was a misdiagnosis, it would be impossible for someone like Tang Qingma, who was not favored, to forge such a document. Moreover, the report even included printed photos, all filled with scars and images of Tang Qingma looking emaciated at the time, making the reporters feel pity and shock. However, since the Tang family's earlier exposure of abusing the real young master had lost its novelty, the focus was now on Qiang Hall. Qiang Hall was far more explosive in terms of popularity and attention than the Tang family. This is the Red Sun Palace led by an 8th-grade martial artist from the Mo and the young lady of the Situ family. Inside, there are 7 beautiful and equally popular female disciples and a favored little junior brother. If what Tang Qingma said is true, and this medical examination report is also true, this could be a long-lasting big news explosion. Tang Qingma looked at the reporters, trying to contain their excitement but unable to, and secretly smirked. However, at that moment, the system couldn't help but ask, "Host, aren't you afraid that exposing the misdeeds of the Red Sun Palace will affect the reputation of Mo? After all, the Red Sun Palace is one of the factions within Mo, and if violent acts occur inside, it would be equivalent to damaging Mo's reputation and drawing the attention of other mentors to Tang Qingma, right?" However, Tang Qingma simply replied, "There's no need to worry at all, because as the victim, I will be entering Mo. Also, just now a reporter friend asked me why, even with a bad relationship with the Red Sun Palace, I still want to take the entrance exam for Mo. Thus, Tang Qingma smiled and said, "That's to repay Dean 1. He directly brought up the great hero stationed at the border. "I didn't have a good time in the orphanage when I was young. It was during that time that Dean 1 brought me back to Mo. He and the other mentors treated me very well, making me feel warmth I had never experienced before. Although we soon had to go to the border due to the invasion of alien beasts, and those mentors could no longer take care of me because of the Red Sun Palace." As Tang Qingma spoke, his eyes turned a bit red, and he sniffed. He continued in a heartfelt tone, "So the reason I entered Mo is for the dean and the mentors who once helped me." The reporters quickly captured this moment with their cameras, recording the scene. Meanwhile, Tang Qingma smiled secretly. His speech and expression had already portrayed the Red Sun Palace as a hellish existence, although this might not stop some brainless fans from continuing to like the Red Sun Palace and causing him trouble when school starts. But this is also part of his plan. "So, Tang, will you be leaving the Tang family after school starts?" After finishing the topic about the Red Sun Palace, the reporters began to ask about Tang Qingma and the Tang family. "Yes, because I'm very lucky that my grades this year were good, so Mo has already sent someone to contact me." Tang Qingma responded, "They said they would give me a first-class single room. This world is dominated by martial arts, where martial artists are revered. The stronger the martial artist, the better the benefits they receive. In Mo Academy, dormitories are divided into 16-person rooms, 8-person rooms, 4-person rooms, double rooms, and single rooms, with single rooms further categorized into simple, equipped, and luxurious. Even new students must experience the harshness of society. However, this has nothing to do with Tang Qingma, who topped the charts in both physical and written exams. Because the most outstanding new student can have the academy's most luxurious single room, and it's free. Since Mo has prepared such a good room for him, why should he still face those annoying fools from the Tang family? Moreover, who knows if the Tang family will still be around when Mo starts? Damn. At this moment, in Tang Ruoling's room, when Tang Xianqi saw the news on Weibo about Tang Qingma being the top scorer this year, he was so angry that he immediately threw down his phone. Why can Tang Qingma get the first place? Even he, who has received so many years of elite education, could only get into the 211 Project University. And Tang Qingma has been wandering outside for 18 years. He is clearly a waste. He couldn't possibly get such a high score. There must be something wrong. He must have cheated. Absolutely. Tang Xianqi angrily grabbed his hair, jealousy spreading through his chest. At that moment, the phone he had thrown on the ground rang. Seeing the name by Hualian on the screen, Tang Xianqi took a few deep breaths to calm his agitated feelings. Only then did he pick up the phone and answer, "Mom, what's wrong?" By Hualian's voice came through, "Xiaoxi, have you checked your results? Did you get into your desired school?" Tang Xianqi recalled that Tang Qingma had taken first place and made headlines, and couldn't help but frown. But he still spoke gently, "Yes, Mom, I successfully got in." "Really? That's great. Bai Hualian was very excited, as expected of Xiaoxi. I have to celebrate you properly. Celebrate? Yes. I've already talked to your sisters. As long as you get into your ideal place, we will hold a celebration for you. Really, Mom? I'm so happy. But what about Dad? Don't worry about him. We just need to celebrate as a family. No need to invite anyone else. Bai Hualian had everything arranged. That's good. But Mom, Tang Xianxi cautiously asked, are you planning to invite brother? Ha, Qingma? Bai Hualian only then remembered Tang Qingma. Right, today is also the day Qingma announces his results. But just as she thought of this, she heard Tang Xianxi say, it's okay, Mom, let's not invite brother. I'm afraid if he doesn't do well, seeing you celebrate for me will make him even sadder. Yes, yes. Upon hearing Tang Xianxi's words, Bai Hualian felt a mix of guilt and unease towards Tang Qingma, but she also thought that Tang Xianxi was not wrong. Tang Qingma had only been brought back to the Tang family a few months ago. Even though he had previously attended a martial arts academy, he was different from Tang Xianxi, who had received formal education as a wealthy heir. In her heart, Tang Qingma simply couldn't compare to Tang Xianxi. So in this situation, if Tang Qingma found out that they were holding a celebration for Tang Xianxi, it would undoubtedly be like rubbing salt in his wounds. Then, it would be better not to tell Tang Qingma about this. Bai Hualian thought a bit guiltily. She would search all the schools in the Magic City, and even if Tang Qingma didn't pass the exam, even if the tuition was expensive, she would make sure he got into a school. Thinking this way, her initial guilt eased a lot, and she then called to inform Tang Ruoling and the others. Asterisk at this moment, the system timely said, Host, Bai Hualian and the others plan to hold a celebration for Tang Xianxi. Celebration? Tang Qingma, still responding to reporters' questions, felt puzzled. They want to celebrate Tang Xianxi being accepted into his desired school, but because Tang Xianxi doesn't want the host to know he got first place, they don't plan to invite the host. The system found Bai Hualian's initial hesitation and then determination quite strange. Such an important matter as exam results, and they didn't even ask the host, yet this White Lotus still dared to say she was worried. How hypocritical! But Tang Qingma unexpectedly felt excited. Are they really that reckless? Ha, yes. The system looked at Tang Qingma in confusion because they are afraid of Tang Jianren finding out and getting furious, so they don't plan to tell him. Because Tang Jianren's approach is the right one. Tang Qingma sneered. For a brief moment, he felt sympathy for Tang Jianren. Clearly, Tang Xianxi had just severed ties with the Tang family and hadn't even officially married Tang Feifei yet. Tang Ruoling had already hired martial artists for Tang Xianxi, and Bai Hualian even wanted to hold some celebration for him. As if afraid others didn't know the Tang family still had close ties with Tang Xianxi. Even if Tang Jianren was genuinely thinking about the Tang family's interests, unfortunately, he had so many incompetent allies. How pitiful. After finishing the interviews with the reporters, Tang Qingma returned to the villa. He immediately opened his phone and instructed Lu Tianran to prepare some manpower. Tang Xianxi had been accepted into a good and well-known university in the country this time. Bai Hualian and Tang Ruoling were very happy when they found out and wanted to hold a celebration for Tang Xianxi. However, to avoid letting Tang Jianren and Tang Qingma know, they chose to book a private room in a high-end restaurant, celebrating with just the 7 of them, including Tang Xianxi. Although Bai Hualian also thought of Tang Feifei and Tang Xuerong, the 2 of them were currently inconvenient, so they decided not to look for them. They made a reservation for 2 days later, having learned from Tang Ruoling that Tang Jianren would be busy with work and would stay at the company all day. So 2 days later was the best time to hold the event. However, aside from Tang Jianren, after discussing which restaurant to choose with Tang Ruoling and the others, Bai Hualian returned to the villa. As soon as she entered the hall, she saw Tang Qingma sitting on the sofa, looking at his phone, seemingly engrossed in something. Qingma, you're here. The guilt that had calmed down surged up again, and Bai Hualian couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. Tang Qingma didn't look at her but asked, what's wrong? Shouldn't I be at home? No, that's not what I meant. Bai Hualian's tone was tense, and she became a bit flustered. Qingma, just say what you need to say. Do you have plans for tomorrow? Tang Qingma put away his phone and looked at her expressionlessly. Do you think I can have friends after being bullied by your fake son? Bai Hualian sensed Tang Qingma's complete rejection of her and couldn't help but lower her head, saying, No, Qingma, I just wanted to say, I won't be home tomorrow because I have something to do, so. Tang Qingma sneered, if you're not home, then you're not home. I didn't even have the right to sit at the table for a meal before. Bai Hualian. A wave of regret surged up again, and she hurriedly said, Then, I'll ask Wang Ma to make your dinner a bit more sumptuous tomorrow. Feeling that the more she spoke, the more wrong it became, Bai Hualian wanted to leave this awkward situation immediately. But at that moment, Tang Qingma's voice came from behind her. By the way, Mrs. Tang, why don't you ask me how I did on my exam? Bai Hualian turned her head in shock, looking at the back of Tang Qingma's head. People say that parents are most concerned about their children's grades, but I didn't expect Mrs. Tang to care so little. Tang Qingma was full of sarcasm, or do you plan to ask that fake one instead of me? No, Qingma. Bai Hualian saw the misunderstanding and quickly waved her hands, saying, I was just worried that if I asked and you didn't do well. Tang Qingma interrupted, while parents are concerned about whether their children will get high scores, you're different. Forget it, anyway, I'm used to how hypocritical my mother is. Tang Qingma stood up from the sofa, intending to return to his room. No, Qingma, it's not like that. Bai Hualian was very anxious, filled with regret. I didn't think that, Qingma. You have to believe me, Mrs. Tang. Tang Qingma did not respond to her repetitive words, only looking at her with a sneer. My score is first place, admitted to the Martial Arts University of Modu. Ha, his score is first place? And he was accepted by the 2 major martial arts academies in Huagua. I just got interviewed by reporters. Just look at the news, and you can see it. Bai Hualian then realized that the large number of reporters blocking the entrance of the community earlier were all there to interview Tang Qingma. She actually knew nothing. Tang Qingma sneered, as expected, my good mother really doesn't care about me, Qingma. After speaking, Tang Qingma ignored her and waved his hand to leave. This time he really went back to the dormitory, leaving Bai Hualian alone in the hall. Qingma is the top student this year, but I thought he didn't do well, and he wasn't allowed to attend the celebration. Soon, she was already in tears. In the evening, during dinner time, Tang Jianrun, who had been busy with group affairs recently, rarely returned to the villa tonight. But as soon as he came back, he praised Tang Qingma. Ha, as expected of my son. Dad, Tang Ruoling, who came back with him, and Tang Meishin looked at him in confusion. It was the first time they had seen Tang Jianrun so happy. Do you know? Qingma is the top student in this year's exams. He is also the first student to achieve the dual top scores in both the written exam and the physical exam. As soon as Tang Jianrun's words came out, Bai Hualian and the Tang sisters were stunned. Bai Hualian already knew in the morning, so she just lowered her head in discomfort and regret. The 5 Tang sisters were utterly shocked. The dual top scores in physical and written exams. This was an honor that no student had ever achieved. This useless Tang Qingma actually got it. Dad, is there a mistake? Tang Ali asked suspiciously. But as soon as she asked, Tang Jianrun glared at her fiercely. What? Are you saying that my partner's congratulations are false? Or that the reporter's news is fake? Or do you not believe in your brother, hoping he gets a poor score so you can laugh at him? Tang Jianrun exposed Tang Ali's little thoughts, making her feel ashamed. No. How could I hope Qingma does poorly? Humph. Then just shut up. Now Tang Jianrun's attitude towards Tang Ali was very unfriendly, making her feel very uncomfortable. Originally proud of being a surgical genius in her father's eyes, she had now become a nuisance. On the other hand, after scolding Tang Ali, Tang Jianrun turned to Tang Qingma with a smile. Qingma, do you have any gifts you want? Tang Qingma smiled and blinked, asking, is the head of the Tang family planning to give me something? Tang Jianrun, yes, you have brought glory to the Tang family this time, so a reward is deserved. Tang Qingma rolled his eyes and curled the corners of his lips, saying, then just give me money, and I think I've never gone out to eat with you all. So how about we go out to eat tomorrow night? By Hualian and Tang sisters. Tomorrow night? Isn't that clashing with Tang Xianxi's celebration? They had already made plans to celebrate for Tang Hongxi tomorrow, but at this moment, Tang Qingma actually said that. However, since Tang Jianrun was unaware of this and thought Tang Qingma's suggestion was great. You're right, we really haven't eaten together, so let's all go out to eat tomorrow. Tang Jianrun picked up his phone, intending to instruct his secretary to arrange tomorrow's work. However, Tang Ruoling and Tang Ali immediately stopped him. Dad, we might not be able to tomorrow. Not able? Tang Ruoling turned her head and quickly made up a reason, saying, just now, a client suddenly scheduled an appointment with me and wants me to sign a contract tomorrow night. Yeah, I also have to work overtime tomorrow, said Tang Ali, who was working at the medical center. Yeah. Tang Xingqing and Tang Ziqing also said excitedly, and Tang Meishin didn't speak, just nodded in agreement beside them. Bai Hualian. Tang Jianrun saw that his daughters all had things to do and couldn't help but doubt. But Tang Qingma seemed indifferent and said, if that's the case, then let's change the day, I don't mind. As expected of Qingma, so consider it. Now Tang Jianrun was in a very good mood and praised Tang Qingma. Although Tang Ruoling and the others were a bit speechless, they also breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Tang Qingma was not insistent on going out to eat tomorrow, otherwise, they would have to first make things difficult for Xiaoxi. However, after the next day, they realized they had made a regrettable decision. 2 more days passed, and the excitement of the Tang family's true young master achieving the top of the exam rankings had not yet subsided when new news from the Tang family emerged. Someone captured footage of a large table filled with delicious food and a massive cake in a private room on the third floor of a high-end restaurant, where the Tang family's madam and young ladies were celebrating something for the young master of the Tang family. According to the informant, it was to celebrate his acceptance into his desired university. But the one they were celebrating was not the true young master, but the false young master. The false young master who had recently severed ties with the Tang family. In that instant, the internet exploded once again because of the Tang family, with everyone claiming that the previous press conference and the severance of ties were all fake. Tang Jianrun quickly learned of this news and immediately summoned the Tang sisters and Tang Xianqi to the villa's hall. Foolish! Slap! Tang Jianrun angrily swung his hand, directly slapping Tang Ruoling across the face. Ah! Tang Ruoling, who had been under her father's expectations since childhood, had never experienced such a slap. She was thrown to the ground. But Tang Jianrun pointed at her and scolded, "It's one thing for your mother and sister to be foolish, but I never expected you to get involved too." Tang Ruoling was his carefully nurtured daughter, who should have been the most rational one. But Tang Jianrun truly did not expect Tang Ruoling to join her mother and sister in their reckless behavior. "I'm sorry, Dad." Knowing she was in the wrong, Tang Ruoling could only lower her head in apology. Now that she had calmed down, she also wondered why she hadn't stopped by Hualien 2 days ago. But it was too late. The scene of them celebrating for Tang Xianqi had already been captured. "Dad! No, Tang family head. Please don't blame my sister." Tang Xianqi saw the person who cared most for her being knocked to the ground and immediately stepped forward to plead for her. "Shut up!" But Tang Jianrun gritted his teeth and said, "You clearly severed ties with us. Why didn't you stop them? Do you know how much chaos your acceptance of their goodwill will cause for the Tang family?" Tang Xianqi immediately shrank back, looking pitiful as she said, I am sorry, Tang family head." "Dad, don't blame Xiao Shi." Tang Ali immediately stepped forward to shield Tang Xianqi behind her. "Yes, it's all because we asked her to accompany us." Tang Qingqing and Tang Ziqing also opened their arms, making protective gestures for Tang Xianqi. This only made Tang Jianrun angrier. "You bastards!" In a fit of rage, he kicked Tang Ali. Ah. Then he turned and slapped Tang Qingqing and Tang Ziqing across the face. Ah. Your Tang Xianqi only got into a university ranked 211, and you can't wait to hold a celebration for him? What about Qingma? Qingma is the top of this year, the dual champion in both the physical and written exams. What have you done for him?" The Tang sisters looked at each other, lowering their heads in silence. That's right, Tang Xianqi only got into a slightly better university, and they immediately held a celebration. But what about Tang Qingma? He was the dual champion this year. He should be the one celebrated. At that moment, Tang Qingma was sitting on the sofa in the hall, watching the Tang sisters and Tang Xianqi as if watching a play. TSK. Now, no matter what you say, it's useless. Tang Qingma took out her phone, looking at the news on the screen and mocking. Now everyone online is saying that Tang Xianqi was never driven out and is once again resisting the Tang family. Bastard! Tang Jianrun, stirred by Tang Qingma's words, once again felt the urge to raise his hand. But when he saw his daughters all lying on the ground, he took a deep breath and let it go. Continuing to vent his anger on them would do no good. It was better to find a way to solve the problem. However, the Tang family had already been affected several times because of Tang Xianqi, and he believed that the main house, the third house, and other shareholders would soon summon him and Tang Ruoling again. Sure enough, Tang Jianrun's phone rang shortly after, a call from the company. He really didn't want to answer. He glanced at Tang Ruoling with disdain and said, "Hurry up and get ready. We'll be heading to the company soon." After Tang Xianqi severed ties, the damage to the Tang family had lessened a bit, but he didn't expect to be dragged down again so soon by this group of fools. Among them was even Tang Ruoling. "I'm sorry, Dad." Tang Ruoling covered her swollen face, feeling puzzled inside. Clearly, as the president of the Tang group, she should have been well aware of the group's interests. The Tang family had just suffered severe losses not long ago and could not bear any more harm, yet she had inexplicably agreed to hold a celebration for Tang Xianqi with Bai Hualien and the others. What was she thinking at that moment? "Master Tang, even if you return to the company now, how will you explain it to others?" At this moment, Tang Qingma smirked. "What do you mean?" Tang Jianrun frowned. Tang Qingma sneered. After all, Tang Xianqi has severed ties with the Tang family and is no longer considered a member. You can't refute that. He certainly knew that, but what could he do now? Seeing Tang Jianrun's troubled expression, Tang Qingma laughed even more. "So, you need to make Tang Xianqi a member of our family again?" Tang Jianrun and the Tang sisters, huh? Even Tang Xianqi was startled, not quite understanding what Tang Qingma meant. Right now, everyone is saying that the Tang family is faking it, and Tang Xianqi is still occupying the position of the young master of the Tang family. attacking the Tang family. Tang Qingma's tone was teasing as he coldly said, "So even if we come forward now to say that Tang Xianqi is not a member of the Tang family, it won't clarify those photos of the celebration that were secretly taken. If that's the case, then why not just admit it?" Tang Jianrun frowned. "What do you mean? What admission?" "What I mean is to quickly arrange a wedding between Tang Xianqi and the fourth sister." Tang Qingma sneered, "As long as we quickly hold a wedding for them, making Tang Xianqi a member of the Tang family again, we can immediately clarify the rumors, right?" Although the damage has been done, but after being kicked out of the Tang family, Tang Xianqi marrying his own sister-in-law and joining the Tang family again, that gossip would be even more enticing. Black and red are still red. Now the Tang family was already in a wounded state due to the chaotic actions of Tang Xianqi and the Tang sisters. Since negative news had erupted again, why not turn it around and use it to divert public attention? Moreover, after Tang Xianqi married Tang Feifei, he would also be considered a member of the Tang family, which would definitely spark intense discussions among netizens, shifting the focus. Do you think this method will work? But Tang Jianrun was still half convinced. The Tang family had been blackened to this extent. Could directly marrying Tang Xianqi and Tang Feifei really quell this storm? Or would it cause even greater disturbances? Tang Qingma only smiled slyly and said, "But there are no other options left, Master Tang. Now the Tang family is about to be ruined by your fake son and his good wife and daughters. Can you think of any other way to remedy it? It would be better to just admit Tang Xianqi's identity as a son-in-law." And upon hearing Tang Qingma's mockery, Tang Xianqi and the Tang sisters clenched their fists and gritted their teeth in unwillingness. But they had nothing to refute. Tang Qingma continued, "Anyway, Tang Xianqi will eventually marry into the Tang family, so announcing it now can attract some people's attention. What's wrong with that?" He specifically used the word marry to prove that Tang Xianqi's status had fallen from young master to a son-in-law. Tang Jianren fell silent for a few seconds, then saw the company's calling number on his phone again, feeling quite annoyed. "Fine, I will consider your opinion. Tang Ruoling, let's go back to the company." Now Tang Jianrun was so angry that he directly called Tang Ruoling by her name. But Tang Ruoling had nothing to refute and could only lower her head. "Okay, Dad." After the two left, Tang Qingma looked at Bai Hualian and the others with a mocking expression. TSK, did you refuse to go out for a meal back then just to celebrate for the fake? Tang Qingma, you. Tang Ali was naturally displeased upon hearing Tang Qingma's mockery. "You are really stupid. If you had taken me, the double top scorer, out to celebrate back then, the headlines and the reputation of the Tang family would be completely different now. But I didn't expect you to be so brainless. What a pity." Tang Qingma's tone showed no regret. Instead, he was gloating over the Tang family's misfortune. After finishing, he turned and left. He didn't return to the dormitory but directly left the villa. Meanwhile, Tang Xianqi, who stayed in the hall, was naturally unwilling. But what could he do now? He had deliberately agreed to Bai Hualian to let them hold a celebration for him just to annoy Tang Qingma. But he didn't expect them to be so foolish as to get caught on camera. The Tang sisters were also filled with shame. They only wanted to celebrate for Tang Xianqi, congratulating him on getting into his desired school. Moreover, how could they have thought that Tang Qingma, who had been discarded for so many years, would actually get into magic martial arts, and even be a double top scorer? They didn't invite him to attend, thinking he wouldn't get into any school, wanting him to feel sad watching them celebrate for Tang Xianqi. Who knew things would turn out like this? But now there was no way out. They could only hasten the wedding of Tang Xianqi and Tang Feifei to help the Tang family out of this predicament. After leaving the villa, Tang Qingma first contacted Lu Tianren, asking him to send a car to take him to a place. Lu Tianren was quick, immediately driving over in Lu Tian's luxury car. "Young Master Tang, did you see the news this morning? Your mother and sister's celebration for Tang Xianqi has made it to the trending topics," Lu Tianren said smugly, because just 2 days ago, Tang Qingma had instructed him to send someone to that restaurant to take photos. So the Tang family was trending again, and Lu Tianren was also busy. Yes, just now the head of the Tang family was furious and called Tang Xianqi over. Tang Qingma chuckled to himself. Now, his wedding with Tang Feifei is going to be moved up. "I see." Lu Tianren nodded with a smile. Although he didn't know what impact moving up Tang Xianqi and Tang Feifei's wedding would have, since it was arranged by Tang Qingma, it must have its purpose. "So, young Master Tang, where are you planning to go?" Tang Qingma replied, "I calculated the time. Today should be the day Lu Shui and Zhou Yong are out, so I'll go find them." Speaking of Lu Shui and Zhou Yong, they were the heads of the Lu and Zhou families who had been brought down by Tang Qingma and Lu Tianren. At that time, because the Lu family held a beast exhibition at the banquet, it nearly caused casualties, which was why Lu Tianren used the power of the Lu family to implement a search warrant against the Lu and Zhou families in conjunction with government agencies. During the search, all sorts of illegal activities were uncovered. The Lu and Zhou families fell one after the other, and the matriarchs of both families went mad upon hearing about their family's bankruptcy during the interrogation, unable to bear the shock, while their children also disappeared. After Tang Qingma had them detained, he kept the system focused on their movements, so he heard the system say that the two would temporarily come out from the interrogation room today. Now that the Lu and Zhou families still had places to investigate, they were only released today because the interrogation agency had no authority to imprison them. After the review results were approved, the police would take action. Thus, just out of the interrogation room, Lu Shuye and Zhou Yong were both wearing simple white shirts and slacks. Although it was clear that their appearance had been tidied up, their faces looked extremely haggard, as if they had aged 10 years. Now that the Lu and Zhou families were no more, their wives had gone mad, and their children. According to the people from the interrogation room, Lu Ruyan and Zhou Sheng Zhou Ting were missing. After the Lu and Zhou families fell from power, which family would dare to help them? So the three of them were all left wandering the streets. Not long after, they all went missing together, and they still hadn't been found. Lu Shuida deeply regretted it. If it hadn't been for his sudden brainwave about holding some exotic beast exhibition, the Lu family wouldn't have suffered. As the two of them walked out of the interrogation room in despair, they suddenly heard a familiar voice. "Long time no see, Master Lu, Master Zhou. You both look much older." Lu Shuye and Zhou Yong were shocked to see Tang Qingma appear before them. But in the next second, Lu Shuye's expression turned fierce and menacing. "You've already ruined my Lu family. Why are you appearing in front of me?" Tang Qingma, Zhou Yong beside him also glared at Tang Qingma with great anger. If it weren't for him ruining the Lu family, how could the Zhou family have been implicated? So Zhou Yong also hated Tang Qingma deeply. "Master Tang, wasting time to see us, do you want to see us in such a miserable state?" Lu Shuye gritted his teeth and asked sarcastically. But Tang Qingma didn't get angry at all. Instead, he smiled faintly and said, "Of course not, I'm here to offer you help." "Help? Are you going to give us money?" Zhou Yong immediately asked angrily. Is he trying to humiliate them? Tang Qingma smiled. "Why are you getting angry at me? Everyone knows who the real culprit is that has harmed you to this extent." After saying that, he glanced at Lu Shuye. Lu Shuye's face immediately darkened. He certainly knew who had brought the Lu family to this point. It was Tang Xianqi. If it weren't for Tang Xianqi always using Lu Ruyan as a pawn, how could their Lu family? Zhou Yong beside him also gritted his teeth. In the past, to gain more benefits from the Lu family, he often had his siblings try to please and follow Lu Ruyan, not knowing that Lu Ruyan was often played by Tang Xianqi. Seeing their unwilling expressions, Tang Qingma secretly revealed a triumphant smile. He directly asked, "By the way, when you were in the interrogation room, did you ever see your children come to visit?" Lu Shuye and Zhou Yong were both shocked. How did he know? Tang Qingma, "Of course I know, and I came here today to tell you that the one who truly harmed your children, Tang Xianqi, is planning to marry my fourth sister early." "What did you say?" This statement left both of them stunned, especially Lu Shuye. It should be known that his daughter was used as a pawn by Tang Xianqi, which led to her bullying Tang Qingma and then being secretly filmed. But now, Tang Qingma actually told them that the instigator was getting married early. Tang Xianqi caused his daughter and the Lu family to end up like this, yet he could calmly marry. This could not be allowed. Seeing Lu Shuye and Zhou Yong fuming with rage, Tang Qingma continued to stoke the fire. "You know, after you were captured in the interrogation room, did Lu Ruyan and Zhou Sheng Zhou Ting look for Tang Xianqi?" Lu Shuye and Zhou Yong. Listening to Tang Qingma's words, an ominous premonition suddenly arose in their hearts. "At that time, I wanted to go out and just happened to see Lu Ruyan and the Zhou siblings, Zhou Sheng and Zhou Ting, begging Tang Xianqi outside, hoping he could take them in, because after you were taken away by the government, they became homeless. If it were said directly that Lu Ruyan and the Zhou siblings wanted Tang Xianqi to save them, it would be too absurd. I remember at that time, Tang Xianqi was also caught up in the video scandal, causing a lot of controversy, and with his status at the time, he couldn't even ask Tang Jianren for help. So, saying that Lu Ruyan and the others hoped for a place to stay was the most reasonable." Sure enough, after hearing Tang Qingma's words, both of them really lowered their heads in disappointment. Because during their interrogation, they had also heard from the staff about this matter. Their residence was sealed, and their children were homeless. But after all, they were severely harmed by Tang Xianqi, so it was very normal for them to want a place to stay. So, how did Tang Xianqi respond? Tang Qingma withdrew the smile from his face and slowly said, "I heard that Tang Xianqi was willing to give them an empty room to stay in." As soon as these words came out, Lu Shuye and Zhou Yong both breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that Tang Xianqi still had a bit of conscience, but the next second, they heard Tang Qingma say, but later, when I passed by Tang Xianqi's room, I accidentally overheard him say that Lu Ruyan and the others were a burden, and keeping them would only affect himself. So what? Lu Shuai and Zhou Yong asked nervously. Tang Qingma said softly, I heard him say that he would print 2 flyers to make money overseas, to trick Lu Ruyan and the others, and then deceive them to go to northern Myanmar. What did you say? Northern Myanmar? What kind of place is that? Tang Xianqi actually wanted to trick their children to northern Myanmar. How dare he? Chapter 195, The Horrific Life in Northern Myanmar. What did you say? Upon hearing Tang Qingma say that Tang Xianqi was tricking Lu Ruyan and Zhou Shang and Zhou Ting to the northern Myanmar region, Lu Shuai and Zhou Yong were utterly shocked. Zhou Yong even excitedly grabbed Tang Qingma's collar. You're lying to me. You must be lying to me. No matter what, Tang Xianqi grew up with Lu Ruyan and the others. How could he possibly do something so insane? If I could, I would also like to be lying to you. But Tang Qingma just sighed slightly, his tone filled with regret as he took out a laptop from behind him. He skillfully opened it and started a certain video screen. After that, Lu Shuai and Zhou Yong saw a horrific video that made their breath catch. In the video, Zhou Shang had his head shaved, his hands and feet shackled, and was being beaten in a crowded space. All the so-called onlookers had also been shaved, appearing numb. If one looked closely, they could see that their bodies bore various sizes of scars. Zhou Shang was constantly pleading for help, but those beating him showed no signs of stopping and became even more vicious. Then, the scene shifted to a large square. One could see a vast open space under the blazing sun, where Zhou Ting was forced to wear simple prison clothes, standing in the scorching sun. Her face and lips were pale, drenched in sweat, almost reaching a state of dehydration. But those watching her from the shadows did not give her any water, continuing to let her suffer in the sun. Before long, Zhou Ting finally couldn't hold on and fainted. Xiao Shang, Xiao Ting. Seeing his children imprisoned and suffering in some place, Zhou Yong's heart ached terribly, and he pulled at Tang Qingma's hand, calling out, Tang Qing, young Master Tang, why don't you save them? Why won't you save them? Zhou Yong's voice was filled with anguish. He could not imagine that his beloved children had fallen to such a place, living a miserable life. I'm sorry, Master Zhou, Tang Qingma said with a sorrowful expression. I spent a long time finally finding their whereabouts, but you know that rescuing them requires a large ransom. That was also one of the main sources of funding for the northern Myanmar area. Whenever a family member wanted to rescue a captive, they had to pay a not cheap amount before the other party would hand them over to the local government. You know I'm not favored in the Tang family. Finding them has already cost me a lot of money. How can I have any left to save them? Tang Qingma spoke with utmost sincerity, and Zhou Yong, deeply concerned about the situation of his children, did not pay much attention to the truth of the matter. However, it was common knowledge that Tang Qingma was not favored in the Tang family, so how could he possibly obtain the expensive money to go to northern Myanmar to rescue people? And himself. Because he was being investigated by the interrogation office, his assets had already been confiscated, and he was in bankruptcy, so he couldn't save Zhou Shang and Zhou Ting. Thinking of this, Zhou Yong knelt on the ground in deep sorrow. In front of him, Tang Qingma's face still bore a look of disappointment, but inside he was secretly laughing. He probably couldn't imagine that the person who sent his most important children to northern Myanmar was himself. However, seeing them in such a state of grief and anger truly brought him joy. System. Host, you really have a wicked sense of humor. After seeing the plight of Zhou Shang and Zhou Ting, Lu Shuai also had a bad premonition. He trembled, looking at Tang Qingma with a pleading tone. Qingma, do you know how Ruin is doing now? Tang Qingma. The other party turned his head away, as if he couldn't bear to look at him. Qingma, why aren't you speaking? A very bad premonition surged in Lu Shuai's heart. He didn't know why, but he felt that his daughter might be living in a hell no better than Zhou Shang and Zhou Ting. He just wanted to confirm with Tang Qingma, to confirm the fact that his daughter was safe. However, in the end, he was bound to be disappointed. Tang Qingma quietly said, Master Lu, the person I asked told me. He said Lu Ruin is very disobedient inside and does not follow their orders. So, Lu Shuai, yeah. So what? So, Tang Qingma let out a soft breath and continued in a low voice, you might as well see for yourself. He actively opened the screen, immediately revealing a space resembling a warehouse, filled with numerous small black bugs. They swarmed towards the woman lying on the ground, and one could immediately hear a chorus of tragic screams. Even though the woman's body and face were unrecognizable, Lu Shuai could still discern her identity. Ruin. It was his daughter. The daughter he had cherished in his palm all these years. Ah, it hurts. It hurts. Help me. Ruin. Watching Lu Ruyin's tragic state, Lu Shuai felt as if he were experiencing the pain himself. Why is this happening? He rushed to Tang Qingma, gripping his shoulders tightly and shaking him. Why? Why is Ruin suffering like this? Tang Qingma. I just overheard that Tang Xianqi has been annoyed with Lu Ruin for a long time. Ha! Tang Qingma let out a breath, his tone filled with regret as he said, Tang Xianqi said that if it weren't for her good looks and being the young lady of the Lu family, he wouldn't be with such a willful woman. And because she has been harassing Tang Xianqi ever since the Lu family went bankrupt, even trying to threaten him, so, how could Tang Xianqi do this? No matter how willful Lu Ruyan is, she was once his fiancée. At this moment, Lu Shuai sought his daughter's tragic state and was unable to think clearly enough to discern the truth in Tang Qingma's words. But no matter what, he felt extreme hatred towards Tang Xianqi. It was precisely because Lu Ruyan was used as a pawn by Tang Xianqi that the Lu family had fallen into bankruptcy and scrutiny. All of this made Lu Shuai and Zhou Yong furious. Tang Qingma continued, although I want to find my parents to go to Myanmar to rescue Ruyan and the others, you know that as soon as my parents hear Lu Ruyan's name, they immediately scold me and tell me not to associate with the Lu family anymore. So, you understand. Lu Shuai gritted his teeth. He certainly understood, but he never expected that Tang Zhanran would turn against them so quickly. Just a moment ago, they were still calling each other brothers, and the next moment, when the Lu family was in trouble, the Tang family immediately announced their severance of ties. If such a person is the one educating them, then it is not impossible for Tang Xianqi, the culprit who caused their families to suffer like this, to later inflict inhumane torment on Lu Ruyan and Zhou Shang and Zhou Ting.